After vanquishing the demon Majin Buu, Wukong encountered the reincarnation of Majin Buu, at a martial arts tournament that in pursuit of a formidable opponent. He decided to take under his wing for training. 5 years later, in the other world, within the hyperbolic time chamber, two shadows wove through the air like countless black threads, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of impacts. With another powerful clash, they exchanged devastating blows. One struck the back of the head while the other landed in the abdomen, and both retreated, locking eyes with one. Another to the left stood Wukong, his hair styled like a flamboyant crab, his blue-green martial arts uniform tattered, and his body marked with wounds that bore testament to the ferocity of their recent battle. He breathed heavily, his bright and excited eyes fixed on who, with dark skin and matching black eyebrows and pupils, sported a mohawk hairstyle. His own blue-green martial arts uniform was equally ragged, cinched with a yellow belt and wristbands, and he wore red shoes. Rubbing the back of his head, Wukong grimaced at the intensifying pain and grinned at exclaiming, that was quite a hit. You nearly knocked me out. Huh. Master Wukong, it's still early. I know you're not so easily defeated. All right. In that case, let's settle this with one decisive move. With that, Wukong withdrew his hands from the back of his head, bringing them together in a lotus position at his waist, where a white energy sphere quickly materialized in his palms. Mirrored this action, summoning his own sphere. The two spheres radiated brilliant white light, intensifying until they erupted in a simultaneous roar, Kamehameha. The colossal blue-white spheres, trailing long tails like shooting stars, collided in a spectacular display. Boom! The waves of energy surged back and forth, one being pushed back momentarily only to rebound almost instantly. Both warriors unleashed even greater power, the colliding hemispheres expanding as they exerted all their strength to push against the spheres before them. The titanic energy waves were locked in a stalemate, a test of endurance to see who could outlast the other. As they continued to channel energy into their Kamehameha waves, a sudden surge of dark energy emanated from his eyes turning pitch black and exuding a malevolent aura. He grinned wickedly, amplifying the energy in his hands. The dark energy intertwined with the Kamehameha wave, tipping the balance in favor, suppressing Wukong's attack. Seeing the energy wave draw closer, Wukong's arms bulged with strain as he summoned his remaining strength to push back against the Kamehameha. Unbeknownst to anyone, the dark energy began to coil around Wukong's hands, gradually infiltrating his body. In the next moment, a chain reaction sparked. Wukong's head throbbed with excruciating pain as dark tendrils coursed through him. He instinctively cradled his head, roaring in agony. The two opposing Kamehameha waves faltered as Wukong ceased his energy output, allowing Kamehameha to engulf him, pinning him against the wall. Seemingly out of control, continued to unleash energy until the dark aura dissipated and the darkness in his eyes receded, finally ceasing his assault. As smoke filled the area, gazed ahead, terror etched across his dark visage. He had been powerless to stop himself from embedding his master into the wall. In the smoke, Wukong clutched his head, his body ensnared by dark energy, trembling uncontrollably. Memories of his lost childhood and innate brutality began to resurface, merging with the dark energy that had emerged from birthing a new malevolent soul. The newly manifested dark spirit clashed violently with Wukong's original benevolent spirit, both fighting for dominion over the body. Just as they battled to a standstill, a fissure appeared in Wukong's mind, and a yellow spirit burst forth, joining the benevolent spirit in the fight against the nascent evil entity. In a one-on-two scenario, the dark spirit found itself overwhelmed, retreating under the relentless assault, its form cracking like glass. Just as it seemed on the verge of annihilation, an eerie red glow enveloped it, causing the diminutive dark spirit to swell until a massive crimson giant emerged. It roared fiercely, tearing the two smaller spirits apart and swallowing them whole. Simultaneously, the previously trembling Wukong suddenly regained his composure, standing tall as a fierce glint replaced his gentle gaze. He began to sift through the newly surfaced memories in his mind. Another world. Dragon Ball, a traveler. Son Wukong. So, it seems one of the beings devoured was a traveler. The newly awakened Wukong deduced from the memories. How intriguing. Wukong, are you all right? Observed the transformed Wukong with a sense of foreboding, feeling the familiar yet strange energy emanating from him, leaving him bewildered. Wukong, bare-chested, floated beside Ub and patted his shoulder, saying, "I'm fine. Just witnessed something fascinating to do. In that case, master, let's leave this place. It might not withstand another of our assaults." Agreed. Come, Ub, let me assist you. With that, Wukong helped Ub toward the exit. With Wukong's support, Ub relaxed, and his hidden injuries surged to the surface. Ub, weakened, leaned against Wukong, and as they neared the exit, a sudden muffled grunt echoed. Thud. A blood-soaked fist emerged from Ub's chest, and he gazed in disbelief at the appendage, shock filling his eyes. Thud. Wukong withdrew his fist, and Ub stumbled forward a couple of steps before collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. Cough. Cough. Blood poured from his throat, staining the white floor as Ub's gaze lost focus, breathing shallowly, perilously close to death. Wukong seized one of Ub's feet and hurled him backward, alongside a dark energy blast. Boom. The hyperbolic time chamber reverberated with a deafening roar. As Wukong exited the chamber, he encountered the Kai and Bobo standing outside. Mr. Wukong, long time no see indeed. It has been a while. Wukong concealed his malevolent energy, so neither the Kai nor Bobo sensed anything amiss. Dandy, observing the solitary Wukong, asked curiously, "Wukong, where is Ub? Did he not come out with you?" "Oh, he mentioned he needed a few days to thoroughly review all the battles and integrate his learnings." "Then, ugh, I'm starving. Could you prepare some food for me?" Dandy, initially poised to inquire further, halted upon seeing Wukong's frail state and his hand on his stomach. Deciding to set aside his questions and promptly replied, "Of course, Mr. Wukong, please follow us to the dining hall." Chapter 2. The artificial moon within the temple. A colossal rectangular table was laden with a plethora of delicacies, as Wukong voraciously devoured the spread. Dandy observed in astonishment. Time and again, onlookers were left in awe of the Scion's insatiable appetite, as mountains of food rapidly vanished, leaving the table bare in no time. Burp. Wukong let out a contented belch, patting his round belly with a look of sheer satisfaction. "By the way, Wukong, do you plan to continue your training?" "Oh, what is the matter?" Dandy scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed, and said, "If you're not training anymore, I was thinking of repairing the temple. If you still intend to train, my repairs will be in vain. It seems best to wait until you finish your training before I proceed with the repairs." Wukong stood up, displaying an innocent smile. "Dandy, fret not. I shan't be training here any longer. Moreover, I likely want to return to this place in the future." Why is that, Wukong?" Upon hearing Wukong's words, Dandy looked at him with curiosity, wondering if this place no longer held the means for Wukong to grow stronger. Wukong approached Dandy, gently patting his shoulder, and bypassed him, stating, "I have more pressing matters to attend to." Stepping outside, he gazed at the darkening sky before altering his course towards the depths of the temple. In the temple's innermost sanctum, the wrinkled face of King Pilaf and his companions gleamed with excitement as they beheld the radiant dragon balls, while a massive crimson dragon coiled around the temple's exterior. Just as Pilaf and his crew were about to make their wish, a series of rapid footsteps echoed from behind. Turning to see a familiar figure, the expressions on Pilaf's crew morphed into a mixture of terror and fury. "It's son Wukong. What should we do, Lord Pilaf?" Little Wu and Dogman Ashu exclaimed in unison. The diminutive blue figure of King Pilaf steadied his tumultuous thoughts, regained his composure, and pointed an accusatory finger at son Wukong. Exclaiming in anger, "What should we do? Why, we must eliminate him. Quickly get to it." No sooner had he spoken than Little Wu and Ashu leaped into two green robots resembling square refrigerators, which opened like fridge doors. 3 projectiles, sparking with energy, hurtled towards Wukong. With a mere flick of his wrist, Wukong caused the 3 projectiles to explode into a cloud of smoke. Seizing the moment, he instantaneously appeared beside the trio, sending them crashing into pillars and walls. Gazing at the glowing dragon balls before him, he thought to himself that he was fortunate to have dispatched them swiftly. Otherwise, he may have reverted to a child, as in his memories. With this thought, Wukong addressed the dragon balls. "Dragon, grant me my tail." "Very well." The crimson dragon's yellow eyes erupted with resplendent light. Son Wukong floated in the air, surrounded by white lightning, as a brown tail gradually sprouted from him. "All done. My wish is fulfilled." The red dragon shimmered with brilliance before splitting into 7 meteors that soared into the distance. Wukong, now on the ground, flexed his long-lost tail, becoming accustomed to it once more before coiling it around his waist. He then ascended into the sky, gazing down at the temple of the gods. In the next instant, he placed his hands on his hips, unleashing a golden aura that caused his hair to stiffen and transform into a golden hairstyle that defied gravity. Kamehameha wave. The immense blue-white Kamehameha wave surged downward, crashing with a thunderous sound. Crack! The already fractured temple of the gods shattered completely, scattering into ruins, while the energy wave continued its relentless descent. Below, in the residence of the cat sage, Corinne Tower, the cat sage felt an unsettling sensation, prompting him to leave his room and survey the surroundings. Approaching the edge of the tower, he glanced downward. Not detecting anything unusual, he turned his gaze upward. The next moment, meow, ack, the cat sage shouted, his eyes nearly popping out as he stretched his limbs in shock. In an instant, the blue-white glow enveloped him, and his figure swiftly dissipated within the brilliance. The Kamehameha wave continued its onslaught until it reached the ground, where it finally ceased. High above in the sky, Sun Wukong surveyed the vast crater left behind as the smoke cleared, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, endowing him with an alluring and charismatic aura. Oh, someone is approaching. Wukong sensed several energy signatures heading his way and instinctively touched his nose, deciding to proceed with his tasks for now. Once I complete that transformation, I can fully execute my plan. With that thought, he brought his index and middle fingers together on his forehead, and in a flash, he vanished. A few minutes later, a group arrived at the massive crater below, consisting of the golden-haired Vegeta, Piccolo, and Gohan. What in the world happened? Whereas the Heavenly Realm and Corin Tower? Gohan gazed in shock at the scene before him. Piccolo surveyed the surroundings, carefully sensing the energy. This energy feels somewhat reminiscent of Old Sun, yet it seems to carry something else. I'm not entirely sure. Kakarot, Vegeta, clad in a form-fitting black suit, cast a glance downward, observing the enormous chasm. Moments later, noticing the lack of any clues, Vegeta impatiently remarked, "Whatever it is, whether it be some malevolent deity or another, they will eventually reveal themselves. We merely need to wait for them to slip up." After saying this, he transformed into a white energy wave and soared away. Piccolo turned to Gohan. Nodding, Vegeta speaks true. Just as they intend to bring harm upon us, they will inevitably confront us. Let us return and remain vigilant. It shan't be long before the truth is unveiled. Yes, Uncle Piccolo. With that, the two powered up and flew off in opposite directions. On an unknown planet, Sun Wukong instantaneously transported himself here, floating in the air while reflecting on the memories of the unfortunate traveler. The moon, the golden gorilla regaining its senses, and then transforming into the formidable Super Saiyan 4. As scenes flashed through his mind, Wukong gazed at the desolate landscape surrounding him, admiring the countless stars dotting the sky. It seems I must create a moon myself. The thought of the artificial moon invoked memories of his battle with Vegeta. Recalling the steps Vegeta had taken to create his own moon, Wukong extended his right hand, gathering the planet's oxygen and energy into a luminous white sphere. After sensing its successful formation, he hurled the orb into the sky. He then gazed quietly at the artificial moon overhead. Feeling his heart rate quicken before it began to race, his body swelled, his face protruded forward, and sharp fangs emerged from his mouth. His pupils vanished, leaving behind a sea of crimson, as his expanding form was cloaked in thick black fur, and soon, a massive black giant ape materialized in place. Chapter 3. Super Saiyan for the Colossal Ape, transformed from Wukong, roared with fury, its ebony fur gradually shifting to a golden hue, as it wreaked havoc across the uncharted planet, unleashing its pent-up rage. Powerful energy waves erupted from its mouth, and its crimson eyes emitted beams of light, reducing countless stones and mountains to rubble, while the ground was riddled with fissures, presenting a scene of utter devastation. Suddenly, the rampaging golden giant ape fell into a calm, and the atmosphere grew still, leaving only the fervent breaths and heavy heartbeat of the golden giant ape. Thump, thump, as the heartbeat pulsed. The golden giant ape's blood-red eyes gradually succumbed to darkness, while the newly awakened malevolent Wukong regained his senses. I am no longer the being I once was. A terrifying aura shattered the surroundings for miles around as Wukong began to compress the power of the giant ape, golden light enveloping his entire being, while the golden ape form continuously diminished until the radiance vanished. At last, Amidst the smoky remnants of the shattered earth, a brand new incarnation of Wukong emerged. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, with thick, unruly black hair cascading down his back and draping over his shoulders, his golden, eagle-like eyes complemented by crimson eye sockets exuded a wild ferocity. The upper body, a furious display of muscularity enveloped in crimson fur, revealed a robust chest and abdomen, while the long legs below were clad in brown trousers. Goku gazed at his transformed physique, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, and a satisfied smile broke across his face. This, indeed, was the Super Saiyan 4. Such formidable strength. Clenching his fists, he yearned to stretch his limbs, and in an instant, a golden aura enveloped him, transforming him into a phantasm as he regarded the stones around him as adversaries and began his onslaught. With resounding explosions and the cacophony of impacts, the already beleaguered planet faced further devastation, unable to withstand the burden. Observing the lava bubbling from the ground and the fissured earth, Goku relished the thought. This reckless release of power is indeed exhilarating. It is time to depart. However, before leaving, let me bestow a gift upon this planet. Goku placed his finger on his forehead, while his other hand coalesced a dark golden energy sphere, which then vanished. All that remained was the dark golden sphere gently descending to the ground, followed by a brilliant golden light accompanied by splendid fireworks, causing this unknown planet to vanish amidst the infinite cosmos. On Earth, amidst the bustling streets, Goku suddenly appeared, nodding at the pleasant atmosphere surrounding him. He then turned his gaze to his reflection in the glass display of a clothing store. Not bad. Although somewhat prepared for it, witnessing it firsthand was still astonishing. This is who I am, Sun Wukong. Such a wild aura, both handsome and imposing. Suddenly, the glass shattered, and observing this unexpected scene, Goku thought to himself, the power of Super Saiyan 4 is indeed formidable, despite my best efforts to restrain it. I did not anticipate that even a hint of my aura would yield such might. Having achieved my objective, I must swiftly master this strength. With that in mind, Goku returned to his normal state and placed his hand on his forehead, vanishing once more. In the West City, at Bulma's residence, Bulma, who was bathing, was startled by the sudden appearance of a naked Goku. She hurriedly covered her chest and exclaimed, "Goku, what on earth is going on? You can't just appear without permission, and without any clothes." Goku's cold, unfeeling gaze fixed on Bulma as he stated, "I need your assistance with something." "Assistance? Then you should step outside first," she retorted, throwing something at him. However, Goku instantly appeared before her, grasping her by the neck and lifting her off the ground. "I do not wish to repeat myself." He then dragged the nearly naked Bulma outside, tossing her onto the ground and addressing her stunned expression. "I need you to help me create a time machine." "Why do you need a time machine, Goku?" Bulma inquired. Goku squatted down, staring into her bewildered eyes, his icy gaze glinting with menace. "I say what needs to be done. There is no need for so many questions. Do you understand?" The chill in his eyes sent a shiver down Bulma's spine, and she instinctively replied, "Aye." "Bulma, is dinner ready?" A sudden voice interrupted Bulma's utterance. Goku turned to see the newcomer, who, upon recognizing Goku, glanced at the freshly bathed Bulma on the ground. "Kakarot, what are you doing?" Vegeta's expression darkened. His fists clenched. Goku, maintaining a stoic demeanor, replied, "Nothing much, just asking Bulma for some help with the machine." "Help requires consent, does it not? It seems to me you are coercing her." The atmosphere grew tense, and in the quiet space, even the sound of breathing felt palpable. Goku's lips curled into a subtle smirk as he extended his right hand, fingers clenched, twisting his fist upwards, with his middle finger raised. Sneering, "Are you instructing me on how to act?" Vegeta roared in anger, his golden aura engulfing him as his once black hair transformed to gold. The ground beneath them cracked under the pressure of his energy. Vegeta launched himself into the air, breaking through the rooftop, while Goku followed suit, both hovering in the sky. They locked eyes, the fury in Vegeta's light green orbs seeming almost tangible. Although he was unsure of the gesture Goku made, his instincts warned him that it was anything but benevolent. "Kakarot, let us settle this today." With that, Vegeta became a streak of golden light, hurtling towards Goku, his arms flailing like countless phantoms aimed at him. Goku effortlessly evaded the barrage of phantom punches, and seizing the moment of Vegeta's relentless assault, he unleashed his energy. A golden aura flickered with blue lightning as his fist collided with Vegeta's abdomen. Ah! Vegeta spat out a few drops of saliva, curling into a defensive posture. But Goku did not relent. He flashed above him, extending his right leg in a swift kick that sent Vegeta soaring. Vegeta became a shooting star, crashing through several buildings, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Goku casually observed the horizon, noticing the direction where Vegeta fell, a dazzling golden light erupting as his aura surged. Amidst the ruins, Vegeta slowly ascended, his black bodysuit now soiled and his tight pants riddled with small tears. However, his golden aura had grown even more formidable, with flickers of blue lightning dancing around him. His piercing green eyes fixed coldly on the Super Saiyan 2 Goku before him. Vegeta charged forth, his golden aura trailing behind him, and soon, two fists, both radiant with golden energy and crackling blue lightning, collided with a resounding impact. In the fourth chapter, the battle intensified, for hands and 4 feet clashed, producing a cacophony of sounds in the dark night sky, illuminated only by the golden glow of their energy. Goku instinctively raised his left hand to deflect Vegeta's fierce blow, while his right fist struck like lightning against Vegeta's jaw, sending him reeling. Vegeta spun in the air, regaining his composure as he wiped the blood from his mouth, glaring at Goku once more, before exploding with energy again, his golden aura now intermingled with blue lightning. Appearing immensely powerful, he transformed into a fiery golden blaze, charging at Goku once more. Each of Vegeta's punches met Goku's in perfect synchrony, echoing with the sounds of their fierce combat. After exchanging blows, both fighters staggered back momentarily. Goku, wiping the remnants of their duel from his face, wore a playful smirk, his light green eyes glimmering with mischief. "All right, Vegeta. The warm-up is over." With a sudden surge, his golden aura expanded, his hair lengthening to his waist like a hedgehog, his eyebrows vanishing and brow bones protruding fiercely, adding to his ferocity. His bangs formed a long tuft, and his once light green irises shifted to a deep green hue, while the lightning surrounding him intensified. Vegeta, now grave, regarded the transformed Super Saiyan 3 Goku, and with a yell, he charged forward, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches toward Goku. Transformed into Super Saiyan 3, Goku effortlessly dodged a barrage of strikes. Frustrated that he had yet to land a blow, Vegeta executed a backward somersault, bringing his hands together. Prince's technique. Countless yellow energy blasts engulfed Goku. The relentless barrage of energy waves continued, enveloping the area in smoke. After a prolonged moment, Vegeta, panting heavily, surveyed the dense cloud of smoke before him. Though a flicker of doubt crept into his heart, he still believed his assault had been effective. As the smoke dissipated, Goku stood bare-chested, his golden tail swaying behind him, feeling the unparalleled power of Super Saiyan 3 coursing through him. Indeed, the tail was the essence of Saiyan's strength. Unlike before, when Super Saiyan 3 had felt like a balloon with a leak, now it seemed as if the leak had been sealed, and he could potentially advance even further. With these thoughts, Goku summoned his power once more, ready to engage. The golden aura erupted once more, serpentine blue currents dancing across every inch of skin, while the golden radiance flickered magnificently in the night sky. As the tumult subsided, Wukong's golden glow became more subdued, the once massive aura now considerably diminished yet more turbulent, his majestic lion-like hair billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. Sensing this power that perfectly resonated with him, Wukong joyfully mused that this must be the full potential of Super Saiyan 3, achieving maximum functionality with minimal expenditure. He turned his gaze toward Vegeta, extending his left arm, with his index finger flicking back and forth in a provocative manner. Witnessing such a humiliating taunt from Son Wukong ignited an immediate fury within Vegeta, regardless of whether he had grown stronger. The golden aura enveloped him once more, and he lunged forward ferociously. However, each punch he threw was met with a counterstrike, soon leaving him spitting blood and covered in wounds. Unscathed, Wukong evaded another uppercut, then instantaneously vanished, reappearing behind Vegeta. He delivered a fierce kick to his neck, sending him crashing through several buildings, ultimately carving a deep, narrow trench in the ground. Vegeta's hair reverted to black, his body sprawled among the rubble, reduced to gasping for breath. Wukong, observing this, quickly gathered a golden energy wave in his hand and, seizing the momentum, launched it toward Vegeta. The energy wave sped toward its target, but just as it was about to strike, A hand shrouded in golden flames swiftly deflected it, as if it were a mere ball. Oh! Spotting another golden warrior, Wukong instinctively sensed his surroundings and declared, "Come forth. Your energy is so faint that I almost overlooked you." No sooner had he spoken than several figures materialized. First was Wu Tian, clad in a white tracksuit with a sideswept hairstyle. Following him was Trunks, adorned with lavender hair and a suit. Finally, Piccolo appeared, draped in a white cloak and dressed in green. "Dad!" Wu Tian exclaimed, his face a mask of confusion as he gazed at Wukong, whose aura felt so foreign. Trunks, filled with rage, questioned, "Uncle Wukong, how could you do this to my father during a mere spar?" Wukong responded with a villainous grin, saying, "Who told you we were merely sparring? I intend to kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, Wukong flashed to Trunks' side, seized his head, and propelled him in one direction, collapsing a series of buildings in their wake. Suddenly, Trunks transformed, his golden hair and fiery aura erupting. Alas, it proved futile. Wukong clutched his head and ground it against the earth, sending splintered stones flying. Then, a vast abandoned steel factory loomed ahead. Wukong charged into it with ferocity, smashing it down with a thunderous crash. After driving it into the factory, he ascended into the air, clasped his hands together, and unleashed a colossal yellow energy wave that obliterated everything below in a cataclysmic explosion. When Wu Tian and Piccolo arrived, they beheld the devastation below, with Trunks' faint energy signature, their expressions turning grim. "Wu Tian, hurry and save Trunks. I will hold off this impostor," Piccolo declared, shedding his white cloak as he soared toward Wukong. "Understood," Wu Tian replied, casting a complex glance at Piccolo's brave stance before diving toward the ruins. Encased in a yellow aura, Piccolo unleashed a barrage of attacks so swift they were nearly imperceptible. However, the disparity between him and Super Saiyan 3 Wukong was insurmountable. Wukong casually evaded all assaults, then, like a bolt of lightning, delivered a knee strike to Piccolo's face, taking advantage of his backward momentum to seize his leg and pull him back for another knee strike to his head. Piccolo was hurled again, but alas, one of his feet remained in Wukong's grip. In the next moment, Wukong flung him toward the sky, preparing to unleash an energy wave to finish him off. "Ah, stop!" Wu Fan, engulfed in golden flames, charged in to interrupt Wukong's assault. Wukong crossed his arms and stepped back, blocking the rapid kick with ease. Lowering his arms, he regarded his son with a playful expression. "Wu Fan, what is it? Do you wish to defy your father?" Wu Fan cradled Piccolo, remaining silent as he set him down, then ascended into the air, his golden aura erupting as he faced his father. Chapter 5. The Death of Son Wu Fan. Wu Fan's white shirt billowed dramatically in the golden flames, staring at the figure he believed to be his father. "Who are you? Why do you impersonate my dad?" Wukong revealed a sinister smile, stating, "I am not an imposter. I truly am your father." "Nonsense." Wu Fan assumed a combat stance. "You are definitely not Dad. He would never act as viciously as you do, no matter who you are. I will defeat you and uncover the truth." With that, he launched a golden energy wave at Wukong. Super Saiyan 3 Wukong effortlessly swatted the energy wave away and retorted, "Unfilial son." He then charged forward, proclaiming, "Today, I shall teach you a lesson as your father." Upon reaching Wu Fan, Wukong unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes, his arms moving in a blur, leaving countless afterimages. In a moment, Wu Fan was bewildered, swaying helplessly as he was mercilessly battered. Eventually, Wukong ceased his rapid punches, extending his arms, fingers intertwined, and struck Wu Fan's cheek with a fist akin to a hammer, sending him crashing to the ground and demolishing another structure. Smoke, noise, screams, and cries reverberated continuously as Wukong observed the spot where Wu Fan had fallen, his hands clasped at his waist, and blue-white light flickered rapidly. Kamehameha, a massive blue-white energy sphere, resembling a meteor, shot forth toward its destination. With a resounding boom, the brilliance illuminated the entire night sky, and when it dissipated, a vast circular crater, surrounded by swirling black smoke, appeared in the distance. Sensing that Wu Fan was still alive, Wukong ascended above the pit. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, a flash of golden light erupted from the crater, soaring toward him. Wu Fan's condition was dire. His white outfit was tattered, with only a small portion remaining on his left abdomen, and his brown trousers bore several large tears. His exposed skin was marred with bruises, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Wukong refrained from continuing his assault, glancing at his disheveled son. Wufan, you need not die. Simply agree to become my right-hand man, and I shall spare you. Huh? You, an impostor, want me to be your subordinate? How absurd! Wufan retorted, his fury reigniting as golden flames surged from within him, charging at Wukong with a series of rapid strikes. Wukong casually blocked and dodged, contemplating, indeed. You are a potential powerhouse. Your strength has increased once more. Yet what a pity. Since you refuse to submit to me, you shall perish. With this thought, Wukong's gaze hardened, becoming cold and merciless. In the next instant, he deflected Wufan's punch with the back of his hand and instantly increased his speed. His fist struck Wufan's chin like a bolt of lightning, and taking advantage of his momentary disorientation, he delivered a brutal kick to Wufan's abdomen, sending him flying like an arrow. Wukong swiftly pursued, surpassing him, and struck him again with a hammer-like blow, then accelerated once more to deliver yet another strike. Meanwhile, Wu Tian had brought Trunks to Piccolo's side and turned to observe the battle between his father and brother, from the initial one-sided beating to the subsequent resistance. And now to the aerial skirmish. Wu Tian, fearing that his brother might truly be killed by their father, urgently transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged forward. Just as Wukong was delighting in his game of kicking Wufan, a fist enveloped in golden flames suddenly lunged toward his face. Subconsciously clenching his fist, he gazed at the newcomer, Wukong, shaking his head. Another unfilial child. Since you have come to save him, then let us perish together. With that, he pulled Wu Tian closer, delivering a knee strike to his abdomen, forcing the bitter water from him, before delivering a heavy blow to his head, driving him into the ground. Countless dark golden energy waves erupted from his hands, raining down upon the earth like a torrential downpour. It was only when the smoke completely enveloped the area below that Wukong ceased his assault. He then turned his gaze to son Wufan, who had just fallen to the floor, struggling to rise. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before him, delivering another punch, and in an instant, Wufan's figure vanished within the collapsing building. Wukong followed up with a colossal energy wave, which pulverized the shattered structure into dust. As he surveyed the smoke-filled ruins, Wukong descended to search for Wufan, to ascertain whether he yet lived. A faint presence. He followed the weak energy to a pile of wood, stone, and iron, where Wufan was mostly buried, save for his head and the area near his neck. Observing Wufan in his normal state, Wukong landed, stepping onto his buried abdomen, at which point Wufan managed to open one eye to look at him. Just as Wukong was about to deliver a fatal blow, he noticed a projectile energy wave aimed at him and instinctively deflected it. Glancing at the figure behind him, Piccolo, he scoffed, Wufan saved you. Instead of fleeing for your life, you come here to meet your demise, truly a waste of his efforts. The green-faced Piccolo, with a serious expression, replied, I have merely come to continue the battle we left unfinished. Today's confrontation shall mark the culmination of our grievances since our first encounter. Very well. Let us commence. In an instant, Wukong soared towards Piccolo, unleashing a rapid series of punches that left Piccolo with no choice but to endure the onslaught. A swift kick struck Piccolo's face, followed by a ferocious elbow strike to his front. Violet blood erupted as a torrent of dark golden energy waves rained down upon Piccolo. The energy waves exploded, engulfing him, and as he was lost in the haze, another knee strike left his face bloodied and bruised. Quickly, Wukong seized Piccolo's head, driving his fist deep into his abdomen. With a sickening squelch, Wukong withdrew his now violet-stained fist, tossing Piccolo into the air and cupping his hands together. Super energy wave. A colossal column of energy, black at its core and dark golden at its periphery, enveloped Piccolo, propelling him skyward. Watching Piccolo vanish into the horizon, Wukong smirked disdainfully, then focused on Wufan below as he descended once more. With a cruel smile, Wukong delivered a punch to his son's face, followed by another and another, each blow resounding with bone-crushing force. The sound of fracturing bones filled the air as Wukong raised his bloodied hand. Gazing at the mangled remnants of what was once a head, coldness filled his eyes, devoid of any emotion save for chill. You were given a chance, yet you failed to seize it. He then ascended into the sky, surveying the positions of the others, preparing to eliminate the remaining few. Chapter 6. Wu Tian Kex. Oh. Observing the group huddled together, Wukong remarked with surprise, I was so engrossed in the fight that I didn't notice these little mice had gathered together. Yet, Mice are always mice. Do they dare to dream of toppling an elephant? With a dismissive smile, Wukong soared towards them, intent on a swift resolution to eliminate them, so he could oversee Bulma's completion of the time machine. Meanwhile, on the ground, the injured Wutian, Trunks, and Vegeta had gathered, watching as Wukong approached. With resolute eyes, Trunks spoke to Wutian. "We have no choice but to proceed with that plan." He then turned to Vegeta. "Father, please buy us some time." "All right. You focus on your task. I will hold him off." As soon as the words left his mouth, Vegeta enveloped himself in golden light and charged at the approaching Wukong. Observing his father struggling to hold back the onslaught of the imposter Wukong, Trunks urged, "Quickly, let us buy some time to complete the fusion. That way, we will have hope." "Very well." Meanwhile, in the heat of battle, Vegeta initially managed to keep pace with Wukong's relentless assault, but soon found himself on the defensive. A torrent of punches rained down upon him, leaving him with no recourse but to grunt in pain. A powerful strike from Wukong landed in his abdomen, bending him over in agony, expressing the intensity of his suffering. Without giving him a moment's respite, Wukong unleashed a dark golden energy wave that propelled Vegeta backward. Moments later, an explosion filled the air with smoke as Vegeta plummeted like a meteor. Wukong was poised to capitalize on his advantage when suddenly, a fist-sized energy wave shot towards his back, but he swiftly obliterated it. Turning to face the attacker, he saw Piccolo, gasping for breath, with much of his body having been obliterated by Wukong's previous energy wave. It took him considerable time to regenerate and return to the fray. Upon his arrival, he witnessed the imposter Wukong mercilessly assaulting Vegeta. Without hesitation, he unleashed an energy wave to interrupt the onslaught. Faced with the beleaguered Piccolo, Wukong could only shake his head in disbelief. Having narrowly escaped death, he should cherish this hard-won life. Truly, he insists on coming back for more, does he not? Piccolo remained silent, crossing his arms over his forehead and bellowing, "Demon Flash." A yellow energy wave surged directly towards Wukong, who instinctively dodged. However, the once straight energy wave, under Piccolo's control, curved back and relentlessly pursued him. Faced with the pursuing energy wave, Wukong decided it was futile to evade. He would meet it head-on. He halted abruptly, bracing himself against the energy wave. Gradually adapting, he pushed back, laughing. "Piccolo, this time, there shall be nothing left of you." As he thrust back, his hands erupted with a massive energy wave, a circular dark golden beam piercing through the yellow demon flash. Piccolo, witnessing the rapidly approaching energy wave, wore a look of despair as he cried out. Under the force of the energy wave, Piccolo's form twisted and ultimately vanished. Wukong watched as the remnants of ash fell, wondering how Piccolo would survive this time. At that moment, a beam of light shot skyward, and Wukong curiously gazed towards it, sensing an overwhelming power. According to his memories, this must be the fusion. I wonder if it will excite me. Wukong did not have to wait long, as a figure enveloped in white flames appeared before him at incredible speed. The newcomer sported an upright hairstyle, with purple on the sides and black in the center. Donned in the traditional garb of the Metamorans, a black vest with yellow padding, a deep green belt around the waist, black wristbands, and puffy white trousers adorned with deep green leg bands and black training shoes. With a robust physique and clearly defined muscles, his chiseled abdomen was prominent, and his handsome face bore an air of pride and disdain. "I am Wuqian Kex, the destined superfusion warrior here to defeat you. Prepare to perish, imposter." The voice of the fusion being sounded peculiar, as if laden with a heavy accent. No sooner had he spoken than Wuqian Kex charged forward, throwing a punch at Wukong, only to be effortlessly dodged. Wukong capitalized on the moment, delivering a punch to Wuqian Kex's abdomen, seizing his head as he bowed in pain. Wukong lifted him and soared toward the ground, making intimate contact with the earth. The ground erupted with stones as a narrow trench snaked across the surface, creating a bizarre artistic pattern. At this moment, Wuqian Keisai, who was supposed to remain close to the ground for a while longer, suddenly erupted. The shockwave forced Wukong to release his grip and float in the air. At this juncture, Wuqian Keisai had undergone a remarkable transformation. His golden hair cascaded down to his waist, his eyebrows vanished, and his brow bone protruded close to his eye sockets. Deep blue pupils appeared within his originally light green irises, and his golden aura transformed into a jet-like form. His physique grew more robust, and his energy surged intensely. Wuqian Keisai gradually ascended into the sky, standing defiantly against Wukong. Alright, I was careless just now. Now, facing my serious self, are you prepared for defeat? Observing Wutian Keisai's arrogant demeanor, Wukong smirked wickedly, raising his right middle finger in a defiant gesture. I hope you can maintain that bravado when I turn your handsome face into a pig's head. With a battle cry, Super Saiyan 3 Wutian Keisai launched himself at Wukong, and the two became entangled in an instant. Their speed was so great that their fists were invisible, leaving only ripples in the air. Not wishing to prolong the confrontation, Wukong disregarded the punch aimed at his left cheek, using his knee to propel himself like a meteor towards the distant mountains. Boom! The immense cloud of dust swirled in the air. At the center of the shattered mountains, amidst the rubble, Wutian Keisai found himself trapped in a massive crevice. He clutched his knees to his chest and grunted, exerting brute force to send Wukong flying. Wutian Keisai then shot upwards into the sky, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing at the imposter Wukong with confusion in his eyes. What is going on? He has fought several battles. Why does he still possess such power? The Super Saiyan 3 should have drained his energy by now. With a solemn expression, Wutian Keisai retracted his earlier arrogance. If you can win, that's instinct. If you can't, then you're just a foolish pig. Taking a deep breath, he shouted now. The golden aura surged once more as Wutian Keisai focused entirely on defeating his opponent, unleashing all his power for a fierce struggle. Chapter 7. The Mighty Super Saiyan 4. Wutian Keisai, having unleashed all his strength, witnessed a significant increase in power and speed, his jet-like golden aura radiating with brilliance. Their speeds became as swift as lightning, and as their combat intensified, they became so fast that the naked eye could no longer perceive their movements. In the air, each collision created fleeting spherical ripples, intensifying the ferocity of their battle. Boom! A figure materialized and was sent crashing through several buildings. Moments later, Wutian Keisai emerged from the wreckage, propping himself up on his elbows, rubbing his numb left hand and half of his face that had lost sensation. Wukong hovered above, his bare torso marred by numerous bruises. However, despite the recent intense and prolonged battle, his energy remained remarkably calm, truly a testament to the full power of Super Saiyan 3. Meanwhile, Wutian Keisai was perplexed, his heart racing. Wasn't it said that Super Saiyan 3 had significant flaws? Why did this imposter show no signs of weakness and remain so enduring? Just then, a massive energy wave shot towards him, prompting Wutian Keisai to dodge swiftly. Instinctively, he sensed someone behind him, and the next moment, his premonition proved correct. Wukong flashed behind him, delivering a powerful kick that slammed him into the ground. Boom! The earth cracked, splitting into countless fissures. In the next moment, Wukong reappeared in front of Wutian Keisai, pressing a dark golden energy wave against his abdomen. The dark golden energy expanded relentlessly as the ground beneath them shattered, creating a massive circular pit with a diameter of 100 meters. Wukong gazed down from the sky, his intuition telling him that this opponent would not be easily defeated. Suddenly, a golden light emerged from the center of the circular pit, expanding rapidly and seemingly teleporting directly in front of him. The speed of this energy wave was so bizarre that Wukong instinctively extended his hands to brace against the oval-shaped energy. The energy wave propelled Wukong backward, but he adapted to its force, halting his retreat and beginning to push back. Haha, kid, with this level of power, you think you can defeat me? You are far from it. The villainous Super Saiyan Wukong laughed maniacally as he grasped the energy wave, pushing back with increasing speed. His arm muscles swelled even further, the aura enveloping his body becoming denser. Just then, a massive purplish-red energy wave surged toward him from behind. Wukong, moving swiftly, withdrew one hand to counter the other energy wave. The previously suppressed energy wave from Tenanx was pushed back once more as Wukong struggled to hold both at bay. Yet, the power from both energy waves intensified, causing his arms to tremble violently. With a fierce shout, Wukong's golden aura erupted, surrounding his entire body in radiant light, transforming him into a glowing golden sphere. The two energy waves, one yellow and one purplish-red, collided with the expanding golden sphere. As the three forces clashed, their combined power reached a critical limit, resulting in a violent explosion that illuminated the sky. From the depths of the pit, a figure shot up into the air. Wutian Keisai, at a safe distance, watched the thick smoke above, sensing that despite the terrifying power generated by the collision, the imposter had not perished. As the mysterious smoke gradually dissipated, the first sight to emerge was a striking red glow, accompanied by a golden aura crackling with electricity. The wild Super Saiyan 4 re-emerged. Wu-Tian Keisai stared in shock at the fierce and handsome figure, his eyes wide and mouth agape. What is this? How can there be such immense energy? This colossal and untamed aura startled many. The previously unconscious Vegeta awoke, shaken by the power, gazing at Super Saiyan 4 Wukong in the sky with resentment, his teeth grinding in frustration. In a frigid glacier, a man with 3 eyes felt this energy and looked up in astonishment. Nearby, a small child floated, trembling uncontrollably. In a bustling city, a scar-faced man who had been flirting with a girl suddenly changed expression, also gazing towards the sky. Elsewhere, at a busy intersection, Krillin, dressed in police uniform, exclaimed in surprise, "What overwhelming energy! What powerful monster has appeared now?" However, he quickly composed himself, his tone resolute as he declared, "It's all right. No matter how strong the enemy is, Wukong will surely defeat them. He has always been the dawn of victory." Meanwhile, the man revered by Krillin as the Dawn was keenly observing the figure that had just attempted to ambush him. The familiar mohawk hairstyle, strange black patterns on either side of his head, pitch-black eyes with evil crimson pupils, and a powerful physique with a gaping black void in his chest were all terrifying. "Oh, you're still alive," Wukong exclaimed in surprise at the seemingly dead Ubu, then grinned wickedly. "What? You didn't die and came to let me rectify my mistake?" A piercing, demonic roar erupted from Ubu's mouth as he transformed into a streak of black energy, charging at Wukong. In Wukong's perception, Ubu moved at a sluggish pace. A slight tilt of his head allowed him to evade the rapid assault. Seeing Ubu, who resembled a wild beast relying solely on brute strength, Wukong quickly lost interest. Effortlessly dodging a heavy punch, Wukong's left foot struck like lightning into Ubu's abdomen. With a cough, a torrent of black blood gushed forth. Yet Ubu seemed oblivious to the injury, ignoring the pain in his abdomen as he continued to unleash punches wrapped in dark energy towards Wukong. Smack! Wukong seized Ubu's fist and pulled him closer. In the next instant, countless phantom-like fists rained down upon him. Ubu was battered like a sandbag, mercilessly pummeled until Wukong switched to a golden energy wave that bombarded him, ultimately launching him into the sky, followed by a powerful kick that struck his shoulder. The sounds of crashing echoed as Ubu penetrated numerous buildings, resulting in a tremendous explosion upon hitting the ground. Observing the smoke rising in the distance, Wukong placed his hand on his waist in a lotus position and declared, "This time, you shall not escape death." Kamehameha. A colossal blue-white beam shot forth toward the haze, with the semicircular energy wave expanding until it obliterated the area into fragments. Wukong sensed the aftermath and, with a sudden realization, soared toward the recently devastated region, scanning the skies until he spotted a dark figure. Upon closer inspection, Ubu still clung to life, but in such a state, existence seemed worse than death. Chapter 8. The unblemished darkness. Ubu's form, no longer a body, but mere remnants of flesh and bones intertwined by a viscous black mist, writhing grotesquely. Wukong, though intrigued by this sight, opted for caution. An instant later, a dark golden light manifested in his palm. Swiftly, the dark golden sphere hurtled toward Ubu's dismembered remnants. To Wukong's surprise, as the sphere neared, the viscous black mist dispersed, transforming into countless black arrows that shot toward Wukong, embedding themselves into his body. The black mist swiftly enveloped him, entering through his ears, eyes, mouth, and nose. Soon, the mist swirled around him like clouds, and the once vibrant red of his aura gradually darkened to a deep crimson, while his golden eyes fluctuated between blood red. "Huh, do you dare to taint my soul?" He laughed. "Apologies, but my soul is already tainted beyond redemption. Born of darkness, I shall forever plunge into evil." A terrifying force erupted forth, as the dark golden hemisphere entwined with black lightning expanded on the ground, wreaking havoc. When the tempest of power subsided, a colossal crater, stretching 1,000 miles in diameter, became strikingly evident. At the center of this pit, the black mist that had previously ensnared Wukong was now replaced with a burning dark golden flame, and his golden eyes had transformed into a more regal dark golden hue. His overall appearance, while retaining its wild and imposing nature, now exuded an air of restrained nobility and sophistication, rendering him even more striking. Wukong stood still, savoring his current state. The black mist was the essence of Majin Buu's evil nature, which had accompanied Bu into reincarnation, lying dormant within Ubu's soul. It only erupted to seize control of Ubu's body once Wukong dealt the fatal blow. This concentrated essence of evil had proven invaluable to him. Although the new evil spirit had consumed the benevolent spirit and the traveler spirit, it was still in its infancy. The benevolent spirit and the traveler spirit were seasoned entities. And barring any unforeseen circumstances, the nascent evil spirit would inevitably be tainted by the memories of these two mature entities. Within its pristine darkness, elements of goodness, love, and justice would gradually infiltrate this wicked essence. However, fate had other plans. Just moments ago, as the essence of evil penetrated Wukong's body and brushed against his soul, it was sensed by the evil spirit, recognizing it as a nourishing boon. In an instant, it was absorbed by the ravenous evil spirit, elevating it to its maximum potential, while the other two spirits became insignificant fragments of it. This acquisition was bountiful. Not only did the evil spirit attain full maturity, but it also absorbed the source memories and powers of the evil essence. Now, Wukong's body bore similarities to Majin Buu's, yet lacked its terrifying regenerative capabilities. Nevertheless, with the energy absorption of Super Saiyan 4 combined with Buu's abilities, he had effectively become a perpetual motion machine. Other than the telekinetic abilities, he found himself unable to utilize the remaining powers. Feeling a twinge of regret, Wukong slowly ascended into the air, his dark golden eyes fixed upon his final adversary. Witnessing the entire spectacle, Gotenks was now awestruck by Wukong's overwhelming power. Observing Gotenks tremble, Wukong instantaneously appeared before him, delivering a simple punch to his abdomen. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Gotenks reverted from Super Saiyan mode, his eyes losing focus as he slipped into unconsciousness. With a resounding pop, Gotenks split into two, reverting to Goten and Trunks, who plummeted to the ground. Wukong hovered in the air, surveying the devastation wrought by the fierce battle below, a scene of shattered remnants. Finally, it is over. He exhaled, feeling a mix of relief and nostalgia, before gracefully descending to the fractured earth, pausing between Goten and Trunks. Gazing at the two unconscious figures, Wukong contemplated briefly, raising his left hand toward Goten, a dark golden sphere crackling with black lightning materializing within. "Farewell, my son." The palm-sized energy wave shot toward Goten, resulting in a colossal explosion that illuminated the sky with a mushroom cloud, the ground scorched and barren, save for a few wisps of black smoke. Afterward, Wukong turned his gaze to Trunks on his right, grasping one of his legs and moving in a specific direction until he came face to face with a man bearing a spiky hairstyle, pointed bangs, and a heart-shaped forehead. Vegeta gazed at the newcomer, his voice weak and breathless. Kakarot before he could finish, a massive dark golden energy wave engulfed his entire being, leaving behind yet another charred crater in the ravaged earth. At Capsule Corporation, Bulma, dressed in white, anxiously glanced outside, filled with both hope and worry. "Mom, is dinner ready? I'm starving." Driven by hunger, Bra emerged from her room, making her way to the living room. "Ah!" Bulma gasped at the sight of Bra in her bunny pajamas, exclaiming, "When did you come back?" Bra began, but was abruptly interrupted by Bulma's urgent insistence. "You must leave. If I don't call you back, you shall never return. Do you understand?" Bra, on the verge of responding, could only utter "I," before being pushed toward the door by Bulma's frantic demeanor. "Do you understand?" Bulma's head hung low, pushing with all her might, only to find herself halted as if faced with an unmovable wall. The shoulder she grasped began to tremble, and sensing something amiss, she dared to look up. A towering figure loomed over them like a mountain, its dark golden eyes glinting menacingly, causing both women to instinctively retreat in fear. After a brief pause, Bulma summoned the strength to glance elsewhere. Noting the wild red fur covering the creature's body and the figure it was dragging by a leg. Recognizing the familiar attire, tears streamed down Bulma's face. But in the next moment, that familiar figure soared into view. He was not dead, but what lay ahead remained uncertain. Upon hearing these words, Bulma quickly wiped her tears, rushing to Trunks' side to feel his weak breath. It felt as if a heavy stone had lifted from her heart, and she exhaled with relief, smiling joyfully. Yet, that smile was fleeting, replaced by a wary expression as she eyed the monstrous figure at the door. "Why you are Goku?" Chapter 9. The Impolite Evil Blue Dragon. Though the figure before her bore a resemblance to Goku, his height, physique, and the red fur starkly contrasted with her memories, leaving Bulma uncertain. Wukong's dark golden eyes scanned the surroundings as he stepped into the room, saying, "By the way, did I not mention? I require a time machine. You wouldn't disregard my words, would you?" Under the intense gaze of those formidable dark golden eyes, Bulma felt as if she were being held captive by an unparalleled beast, her body drenched in cold sweat, unable to move. Observing Bulma frozen in place, Wukong let out an annoyed snort. "Humph." Bulma snapped back to reality and stammered, "And no, that's not it. I already have a plan in mind. I will construct the time machine at the fastest pace possible. I believe in you. After all, we are quite familiar with each other." As he spoke, Wukong placed his hand on Bulma's shoulder, adding, "However, you must not disappoint me. I am uncertain how long your Trunks and daughter will survive if I am displeased. Do you understand?" Bulma lowered her head, dejectedly replying, "I understand. I would never joke with Trunks' life." "Good, then I will await your good news. However, during your construction of the time machine, I will frequently check on your progress. I hope you do not attempt any tricks." With that, Wukong touched his forehead and vanished in an instant. As the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, Bulma let out a sigh of relief, yet a wave of pressure surged within her. Wiping her tears as she thought, "How terrifying. Wukong, how could he have changed so much?" Suddenly, the previously vanished son Wukong reappeared, and upon seeing his towering figure and the returning oppressive aura, Bulma was left in a daze. "By the way, each time I come, ensure you prepare an abundance of food. Otherwise, if I get hungry, this planet will suffer greatly." Although the fierce individual had returned unexpectedly, Bulma still had a lingering question. "Wait a minute, where is Vegeta?" Wukong pondered briefly before responding, "Honestly, I see no value in keeping him alive. Farewell." With that, Wukong vanished again. After waiting for a few minutes, Bulma finally felt at ease, only for tears to stream down her face once more. "Oh, Vegeta." In the ensuing months, Wukong kept a close watch, observing. However, as the months passed, the completion of the time machine appeared to be a distant prospect. Unable to contain his impatience, he inquired of Bulma how long it would take to finish the time machine based on their current progress. Bulma shared some disheartening figures, either 7 to 8 years or 6 to 7 years, roughly within that range. Unable to endure such a lengthy wait, Wukong recalled the only solution available, the Dragon Balls. Immediately, in his Super Saiyan 4 form, Wukong gathered the scattered black star Dragon Balls across the universe at an astonishing speed. On a desolate planet, a robust red-haired figure stood atop the highest peak. Before him lay 7 glossy black star Dragon Balls. "Come forth, Shenlong, grant my wish." As Wukong spoke, the sky darkened suddenly. Red lightning slithered through the clouds like serpents. The Dragon Balls shimmered with light, shooting towards the heavens, transforming into a crimson Shenlong adorned with golden horns and blood-red eyes. "Speak, what is your wish?" "Transfer all information regarding the time machine into Bulma's mind on Earth." "Very well, that is quite simple." The red Shenlong's golden eyes glimmered, and moments later, it declared, "Your wish has been granted." With that, the Shenlong radiated light and transformed into 7 golden shooting stars, preparing to depart. In the next heartbeat, Wukong swiftly intercepted the 7 stars. Standing atop the peak, he gazed at the Dragon Balls in his possession with a wicked grin. Realizing the time machine was now within easy reach, Wukong then instantaneously returned to Earth, and after processing the information in his mind and Bulma's calculations, she confidently declared, "At most, it will take 2.5 years. Excellent. That has significantly shortened the timeline. Indeed. Stay diligent, and I shall keep a watchful eye on you." With that, Wukong vanished once more. Over the following year, he eliminated all powerful presences he could sense throughout the universe to train. On a barren planet, the same red-haired figure stood on the familiar peak, yet the glass orbs before him had transformed. The black stars within the orbs had turned red, yet the orange-yellow glass was riddled with cracks. "Come forth, Shenlong, grant my wish." Instantly, the sky turned crimson, with intricate yellow lightning dancing amidst the clouds, causing the very ground to tremble, shaking the mountains. A vast expanse of blue mist poured forth from the cracked glass orbs, gradually coalescing into a blue Shenlong. Distinctly different from the previous one, it exuded an air of malevolence. From seemingly nowhere, it produced a cigar, igniting it with a lighter, and rudely exhaled smoke towards Wukong. Just as it prepared to speak, Wukong unleashed a Kamehameha wave. A colossal blue beam surged towards the wicked blue Shenlong, enveloping it while simultaneously obliterating several mountains behind it, leaving a massive crater in its wake. The path carved by the energy wave was shrouded in smoke, and Wukong wore a wicked smile as he watched through the haze. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the enormous blue, smoking Shenlong vanished, replaced by a blue version of the Super One-Star Dragon, resembling the one from his memories, clutching a smoking gun. The blue One-Star Dragon placed the gun between its lips, inhaling deeply before exhaling a cloud of blue smoke. Huh, you're quite bold. I hadn't even finished speaking before you shot at me. Fortunately, I'm quick on my feet, or I would have met my demise the moment I appeared. Hey, you'd best be able to take a hit, or I might lose interest. With that, it launched a kick backward, and Wukong's foot met its left hand with a solid thud. The blue One-Star Dragon seized Wukong's foot, forcefully swinging him forward, causing Wukong to crash into a mountain. With a resounding crash, the mountain split as a deep fissure spread across it, and moments later, it broke in two. Chapter 10. The Impolite Evil Dragon King. The top half of the mountain tumbled to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, as the blue One-Star Dragon, cigar in mouth, cast a disinterested glance toward the dust cloud. With a thud, Wukong pushed aside a massive stone that had pinned him down, brushing off the dust from his body. In an instant, he appeared before the smoking blue One-Star Dragon. Not bad, you pack quite a punch. Huh. The blue One-Star Dragon remained silent, exhaling another puff of smoke, while simultaneously delivering a punch straight to Wukong's abdomen. The force of the blow sent Wukong reeling back, leaving shallow grooves in the ground. The blue One-Star Dragon glared at Wukong, before its figure gradually faded and reappeared above him, swinging its fist as Wukong dodged with incredible speed. The ground shook violently as the blue One-Star Dragon's fist struck, creating a massive crater. Wukong hovered in the air, surveying the devastation below, silently thanking his quick reflexes. At that moment, the blue One-Star Dragon crouched, muscles taut, and with a sudden surge, it propelled itself skyward. It was too fast. Wukong barely had time to react before he was struck, sent soaring upwards, feeling the terrifying velocity. He understood that he could no longer allow this creature to run rampant. With both hands resting on his back, he grasped the two perfectly aligned black vertebrae, then roared, "Ah!" The formidable physical prowess of Super Saiyan 4 was fully unleashed. The two figures, initially soaring through the skies, gradually halted. Seizing the moment, Wukong executed a somersault, positioning himself behind the blue One-Star Dragon, and with a powerful thrust of his legs, propelled himself like a cannonball. In an instant, he anticipated his trajectory, vanishing above the dragon, and delivered another kick, sending it hurtling downward. During its descent, he unleashed an unrelenting barrage of punches and kicks upon the blue One-Star Dragon, as if they were of no cost. It is unknown how many blows he landed, but soon Wukong placed his hands on his waist, and a brilliant blue-red light illuminated both figures. Tenfold Kamehameha. A colossal blue-red energy sphere fiercely thrust downward, swiftly creating a semicircular area of destruction on the ground, which continued to expand. When the energy dissipated, a massive crater, as though bombarded, appeared before them. Wukong's expression remained grim, his gaze fixed on the figure slowly emerging from the thin haze above the vast pit, an identical dark blue body, with an impudent hand grasping a smoking gun. Unscathed, the blue One-Star Dragon took another puff of celestial energy, exhaling it while tucking the gun behind its back and gracefully ascending. The two locked eyes, their auras clashing like ice and fire. The warm-up had concluded. It was time to get serious. Remember the name of the one who will slay you, Evil Dragon King. No sooner had the words left his lips than the Evil Dragon King materialized before Wukong, delivering a crushing blow to his abdomen. Pooh! Wukong spat blood, propelled backward. The Evil Dragon King, sensing victory, pursued him with flickering movements, launching another heavy punch. However, Wukong had anticipated this, crossing his arms to absorb the impact of the colossal fist. He then kicked the Evil Dragon King's chin, sending him upward, followed by a powerful punch to the abdomen, and a rapid succession of kicks to the shoulders, neck, and chest. The Evil Dragon King spun through the air, stabilizing himself as if endowed with self-regulating capabilities. After a half-turn, he stroked his chin, twisted his neck, and rotated his waist and arms. Standing upright, the Evil Dragon King initially positioned his hands before him in a flower-like formation, then lowered them to his waist, gathering a blue-black energy sphere in his palms. Wukong, mirroring his actions, readied a blue-red energy sphere at his side. Kamehameha, a dark blue energy column with a pitch-black core and a sky-blue energy column with a crimson core surged forth from opposite directions, colliding with one another. The two energies formed a colossal sphere of contrasting hues, with one side blue-red and the other blue-black, each striving to overpower the other. Ultimately, they reached a stalemate, the anomalous sphere at their center reaching its zenith and erupting in a dazzling spectacle. Boom! In the endless cosmos, countless twinkling stars, like a fishing net, enveloped the night sky. This must be the 89th planet. Upon a desolate, ochre-hued planet, a rather unremarkable red-haired ape, clad in a black tank top adorned with dark golden padding and a deep blue belt, gazed at the planet before him, murmuring to himself. Since defeating that monster 6 months ago and acquiring this attire, my days of tedium have led me to randomly seek out planets to set off fireworks. An energy sphere, dark golden on the outside and pitch black within, gradually expanded in his hand before he directed it toward the ochre planet. Whoosh! The surface of the ochre planet began to display a semicircular wave of yellow energy fluctuations, quickly multiplying and deepening in hue until it transformed into a fiery orange, resembling a blazing fireball. Boom! Finally, the planet reached its limit, bursting forth in a final radiant and beautiful glow before becoming mere dust within the starry river. Such beauty! No matter how many times I witness it, I never tire of it. This truly is the second most intriguing endeavor I've discovered after battle. Wukong, with his left arm cradling his elbow and his right hand stroking his chin, pondered. All right, it's time to depart. Today marks the completion of the time machine. As the fireworks faded, Wukong recalled the day's important matter, brushing off the dust that had settled on his chest. 7 small black dots encircled his left side, nearly unnoticeable unless scrutinized. In the blink of an eye, Wukong vanished, for he possessed a talent as formidable as booze. Thus, the King Kai's instant transmission was easily mastered after a single observation. On Earth, within Bulma's laboratory, she donned a white lab coat, her eyes vacant, seemingly operating like a machine. Before her stood an oval device supported by 4 golden legs, while she crouched beneath it, absorbed in her experiments. Suddenly, Wukong appeared behind her, disregarding her labor and instead marveling at the oval machine as if it were a rare treasure. Bulma, are you ready? I can hardly contain my excitement. After finishing her tasks with swift efficiency, Bulma closed the device's cover and rose. Yes, it's nearly done. Now I just need to input the time. Hearing Bulma's mechanical response, Wukong was reminded of a year prior. Chapter 11, An Unexpected Turn. On that fateful day a year ago, he had battled the evil Dragon King, enduring a fierce struggle that ultimately culminated in a crushing defeat. After randomly selecting a planet to recover, he returned to Earth, intending to satiate his hunger, only to encounter an unforeseen incident upon his arrival. He had inadvertently materialized in Bulma's bathroom, where he beheld Bra, glistening and steaming from her bath. In that instant, his temper flared. How could he, the embodiment of evil, resist such a delectable morsel? Without hesitation, he lunged forward, ready to douse the flames of his desire. Amidst the chaos of biting, kicking, and screams, Bra's fierce resistance drained his patience. Impatiently, he seized her by the neck and effortlessly tossed her into the air, launching a dark golden energy wave that sent her soaring into the sky. Just as he departed, Bulma entered, only to find a gaping hole above the bathroom. Following the opening, she gazed upon the fireworks illuminating the sky, beautiful and radiant. But from that moment, Bulma's eyes were devoid of light. Ever since, Bulma had transformed into a shadow of her former self, had it not been for the presence of Trunks, compelling her to work. Wukong's time machine would have taken an eternity to materialize. Reflecting on this, Wukong looked at Bulma and comfortingly stated, "Rest assured, once I depart, you and Trunks can live peacefully." Bulma merely responded with a faint sound. All right, let us commence. Wukong no longer paid her heed. Everything was prepared, and nothing held greater importance. Bulma stepped forward, retrieving a remote control, pressing a few buttons, and directing it at the machine. All right, I've set it up. Just adjust the time when you sit inside. Great, I'm going in. With that, he opened the machine's hatch and leaped inside, waving goodbye to Bulma. Farewell, Bulma. Until we meet again. Click. The hatch closed firmly, and Wukong gazed at the display screen and buttons, promptly setting the time. Tap, 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 beep, beep, beep. Done. Observing the number 765 on the screen, Wukong felt a twinge of concern. Although this endeavor to traverse time and space was likely to succeed, a hint of trepidation lingered. Taking several deep breaths, Wukong resolutely pressed the yellow button. In an instant, the time machine vanished. Within the time tunnel, Wukong marveled at the vibrant hues surrounding him, his heart racing with exhilaration. At last, I have arrived in a new world. Suddenly, a sound broke through the excitement. Though faint, Wukong's keen perception detected this anomaly. A jarring noise followed, and Wukong's heart sank under a shroud of dread. Oh, so things are unfolding in the worst possible manner. With a resounding bang, one of the mechanical legs of the time machine exploded, causing it to lose balance and teeter precariously to the side. In the next moment, a small black hole was created in the colorful tunnel, drawing the out-of-control time machine into its depths. Moments later, the black hole gradually restored itself, and the once vibrant tunnel returned to a haunting silence, as if no one had ever traversed it. On Earth, in the laboratory, Bulma gazed at the time machine that had vanished without a trace, a sinister smile curling her lips as her scheme came to fruition. Imposter, may you disappear forever. She crouched down, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. Bulma, Mama has finally avenged you. For this past year, I have endured endless torment, revenge consuming my thoughts. But today, it has finally ended. As she sat on the ground, calming her racing heart, she eventually stood and walked outside, murmuring, "All right, one must look forward. Rest assured, Bulma, Trunks and I will live well. And you must take care of yourself as well." Upon exiting the laboratory, Bulma beheld a colossal dark golden energy sphere, ominously contracting and expanding, seemingly at its limit. This sphere was enveloped in black lightning, swelling relentlessly until, oh no. With a tremendous crash, a golden light engulfed the entire realm, obliterating the earth, buildings, oceans, and everything else, until the planet itself vanished in the blaze. In a forgotten time and space, Earth lay in ruins, with signs of destruction everywhere. One could say that aside from cockroaches and rats, no signs of life were visible. Under the dim, mottled sky, a shadow flickered, and suddenly a long, spiraling object descended toward the ground, leaving a beautiful trail in the air before crashing into the debris. With a thunderous boom, smoke billowed into the sky, and after a while, an oval-shaped machine slowly opened its hatch amidst the wreckage. Inside lay a figure with thick, black hair cascading wildly. Their muscular physique adorned with red fur, the contours of their body strikingly defined. This individual slept soundly, eyes tightly shut, their crimson eye sockets exuding an overwhelming presence, and a handsome face that bore a hint of mischief. As twilight descended, the day transformed into night, yet the wild figure remained in slumber. It was not until the sky was completely shrouded in darkness, with twinkling stars scattered throughout, that the man's eyelids fluttered, revealing dark golden eyes peering through the gloom. Wukong gazed up at the heavens, faint yet resolute stars casting their light. He recalled the treachery that had led him to wander through the time machine. Uncertain of where he had ended up, exhaling a breath of discontent, he floated slowly in the air, surveying the desolate landscape before him, filled with confusion. He closed his eyes to sense the surroundings. The energy on this planet was alarmingly sparse, each presence weak and flickering like a candle in the wind. How peculiar. Why is there only one energy signature within 100 miles? Wukong descended and grasped a leg of the time machine, lifting it before vanishing in an instant. In the ruins of the Universal Capsule Company in West City, a beautiful woman with a blue ponytail and bangs was tinkering with machinery while donned in a white lab coat. With a sudden whoosh, Wukong materialized, but the confined space caused the time machine to collide with the wall upon its emergence. A loud crash echoed, catching the woman's attention. Turning around, she beheld the astonishing sight. Wukong, hearing her exclamation, focused his gaze on the woman, noting her striking resemblance to Bulma, albeit younger. "Who are you?" she queried. Her initial shock quickly replaced by caution as she brandished a laser gun at him. Noticing her wariness, Wukong felt an urge to inquire. Could this be the future time of the rampant androids 17 and 18? However, he decided to ask directly. "Are you Bulma? How do you know my name?" Bulma replied, surprised but still wary, keeping the gun trained on him. "I am Bulma. Who are you?" Wukong, seizing the moment, displayed his excitement, his eyes gleaming with joy and a radiant smile gracing his lips. "Bulma, I am Wukong, son Wukong." He briefly recounted their childhood adventures, then continued. I have come from another time. It is truly a delight to see you. As Bulma listened to tales of their shared past, her vigilance waned, and she lowered her weapon, inquiring further about this alternate time. Another time? Has something happened? Indeed, something has gone awry, but first, please tell me, what is the current date? Are the androids still wreaking havoc? No, they are not. After a moment of contemplation, Bulma explained that the androids had been defeated by Trunks using an emergency control system. Subsequently, Trunks had traveled back in time to warn about the android crisis and deliver an antidote. If only we could retrieve the Dragon Balls to resurrect everyone, she mused, a fleeting glimmer of hope crossing her mature and intelligent face. Ah, how long has it been? This morning, he left, saying it would be bittersweet to part again, so he did not let me accompany him. Hearing this, Yukong felt a sense of urgency and quickly asked, where is his time machine? Right outside in the vast clearing. As soon as Bulma finished speaking, Yukong vanished in an instant, appearing outside and scanning the area. He soon spotted the prominent clearing. As he flew closer, something caught his eye, prompting him to land and pick up an item from the ground. It was a deep blue jacket emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation logo, accompanied by a black tank top, black trousers, and a sword in its sheath. Upon seeing these items, Yukong was certain of the time he had entered. This was the time of despair, where all the warriors had perished, and even Trunks had been slain by Cell's ambush. Ultimately, only Bulma remained in this parallel timeline. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Yukong pondered his next steps. If Bulma learned of the fate of her son, he could only imagine how she would cope. For Trunks was undoubtedly her sole hope. However, this also presented an opportunity. With her only son gone, she had nothing left to cling to in this timeline. Now, he merely needed to whisk her away. With countless thoughts racing in his mind, he swiftly devised a plan. Yukong vanished once again in a blink. In the underground laboratory, Bulma, sipping coffee and indulging in solitude, fixated her gaze in one direction, her hopeful eyes seemingly devoid of something. A woman's intuition is remarkably accurate. Ever since Yukong had taken flight, she felt a flutter in her heart, as if something monumental was about to unfold. She could only resort to her past methods of anesthesia, comforting herself in familiar ways. Suddenly, Yukong's hazy figure flickered into existence before her, and upon seeing the garments in his hands, Bulma forced a smile that was far from pleasant. Her premonition had materialized. After taking a sip of her coffee and discarding her cigarette onto the floor, Bulma approached him, retrieving the clothes and gazing at them with a bittersweet smile. Yet, as she continued to smile, tears began to flow. Embracing the garments tightly against her chest, her face pressed into the fabric. Soon the collar was dampened with her sorrow. Observing Bulma's heart-wrenching despair, Yukong recognized his moment had arrived. He stepped forward and enveloped the weeping Bulma in a tight embrace, whispering near her ear, Bulma, fear not. I shall never abandon you. I will protect you. Ah! Bulma erupted emotionally, clinging to Yukong as though trying to merge into him, sobbing uncontrollably. Yukong gazed ahead, feeling a sense of triumph within. Problem solved. Now the time machine cannot betray me. After weeping for quite a while, until dawn broke, Bulma finally managed to compose herself. The two sat facing each other, and as Yukong noticed Bulma's emotions gradually stabilizing, he seized the opportunity to speak. Bulma, there's no need to worry. It's not as if you will never see Trunks again. As long as we use the time machine, you can still meet him. However, the materials required for the time machine are exceedingly rare. Trunks' machine is already the only one of its kind. Yukong smiled nonchalantly. No worries. Have you forgotten how I arrived? Just tell me what materials you need, and I shall instantaneously retrieve them. This is fine. After all, there is nothing worth reminiscing in this world. Subsequently, Bulma approached the heavily damaged time machine, and Yukong, perceptively, flew up to extract it from the wall. After placing it on the ground, Bulma began to inspect and repair the time machine while conversing with Yukong. Yukong, what happened to you? She inquired. What? Do I not look good? No, not at all. Rather, you look quite dashing. I just haven't seen you in this form before, and I am a bit curious. Oh, it's nothing, just a more advanced transformation. I see. By the way, is your timeline different from this one? Roughly the same. Oh, I see. Soon, Bulma completed her inspection while asking questions, then compiled a list, informing Yukong of the materials needed for the time machine, some of which might take a while to find. No problem, leave it to me. And with that, Yukong vanished in a flash, embarking on a quest for materials while dispatching any foes that obstructed him. Meanwhile, Bulma diligently worked in the basement, striving to repair and upgrade the time machine as swiftly as possible. During Wukong's search for materials, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a peculiar phenomenon. In the endless starry sky, a colossal, elongated red fissure spanned across the vast void. Holding a large pile of materials, Wukong gazed at the fissure before him. His intuition warned him that the entity within this fissure was extraordinary and perilous, far beyond his current capability to engage. In the next moment, the fissure gradually vanished, and the void returned to its ordinary state. Suppressing his yearning for exploration, Wukong turned away but hesitated, glancing back once more before vanishing in an instant. Chapter 13. Future Timeline. Androids 17 and 18 on Earth. Wukong appeared in the underground laboratory with the materials, which stacked up like a mountain, making the already limited space feel even more cramped. "How is it?" Wukong asked as he navigated through the mountain of materials to reach Bulma. Bulma nodded, inspecting the materials closely. If we combine these, it should be sufficient." "Great. If it's not enough, just let me know, and I'll go fetch more." "All right. You do as you please." After saying this, Bulma returned to tinkering with the time machine. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Wukong decided to teleport away, looking for formidable opponents in this timeline. Time spent engrossed in work always passes swiftly. 6 months later, Bulma had nearly completed the repairs on the time machine. But another issue arose. "What? This thing is random?" Wukong exclaimed, astonished, while Bulma appeared exasperated, having discovered this only upon completion, unsure of who had set such restrictions. "Can it be corrected?" Bulma tilted her head, pondering. I'm not certain. This person's skills are comparable to mine, perhaps even surpassing them. I stumbled upon this flaw purely by chance while replenishing energy, otherwise, it might have remained hidden. The only option now is to dismantle the time machine, adjust its settings, and then reassemble it. "All right, I've said my piece. What are your thoughts?" Bulma fixed her gaze on Wukong, having laid out the reasons and choices. Now it was up to him to decide. Reassembling it again would take too much time. "Forget it. I'll just think of a solution once we reach the next timeline." Wukong was wary of wasting too much time. After all, memories of the laws against time travel lingered in his mind. If he dawdled any longer, he feared the mysterious Kaishin of time might come knocking on his door. "In that case, I will continue to replenish energy. It will only take a few days to fill the reserve." "All right." 5 days later, in the vast open space outside, the time machine, now larger than before, was finally fully charged. Bulma proudly nodded at her creation. After a while, Wukong instantaneously appeared, glancing at the now plump time machine, and asked Bulma, did it consume too much energy? Bulma, frowning, replied with a hint of sarcasm, "Of course not. If 2 people ride it, why would it become so plump?" "Haha, just joking. No need to be so serious. All right, let us go. Who knows where we might end up?" After Bulma spoke, she retrieved a remote control from the pocket of her white outfit. Opening the top hatch, Wukong gently scooped Bulma into his arms and leaped inside. The hatch closed slowly. Due to the improvements, the interior of the time machine was now much roomier than before, with Wukong and Bulma seated separately. Bulma was busy inputting commands on the rows of buttons before her. "All right," Bulma called out, pressing the final yellow button, and the time machine began to ascend gradually. Through the glass window, Bulma took one last look at her beloved land, feeling a pang of reluctance. Meanwhile, Wukong's thoughts drifted back to the immense rift etched across the endless starry sky. The time machine soared to a height, rapidly leaping in place, leaving behind ephemeral afterimages before vanishing. Hours later, a black hole suddenly appeared in the sky, from which a voice emerged. "Strange? I distinctly felt the premonition of a historical distortion right here. Why is there no one?" Within the shimmering tunnel of stars, the time machine materialized, advancing toward the tunnel's entrance. Wukong marveled at the landscape outside, so different from his previous experience, filled with awe. The time passage was indeed unlike any other. This time, the passage resembled the night sky, a pitch-black tunnel adorned with countless twinkling blue stars. "How beautiful!" Bulma exclaimed, marveling at the scenery outside. "Is this the benefit of traversing through time?" Observing Bulma's astonished demeanor, Wukong shook his head dismissively, thinking, if only you had seen that colorful tunnel last time, you would have gone completely mad with joy. The time machine continued its journey along the tunnel, and after several seconds, it abruptly halted. leaping in place and leaving behind a series of fading afterimages. In this future timeline, not much differed from the realm of despair. Both witnessed the demise of Wukong due to viral heart disease and the rampant slaughter by artificial beings created by Dr. Gua. One by one, the warriors of Earth fell in battle, leaving only Tenanx standing. However, in this timeline, Tenanx did not rely on a remote control to vanquish androids 17 and 18. Instead, he planned to return to the past to alter the future, leaving the Earth still engulfed in turmoil. In a dilapidated city, two figures leaped amidst the wreckage of buildings. One was a handsome young man with dark hair, wearing a red scarf around his neck, a white long-sleeved shirt layered with a black short-sleeved one, and emblazoned with a red and white RR symbol on his left chest. His lower attire featured a red belt, a bag slung over deep blue jeans, and green leg warmers paired with blue and white shoes. The other figure was a strikingly beautiful girl with golden hair and cerulean eyes, tall and curvaceous, clad in a black shirt with white stripes and a blue vest. She wore a blue denim skirt, black leggings, and brown knee-high boots. With each leap, they unleashed a wave of yellow energy, resulting in massive explosions. Soon, the air was thick with smoke and flames. Suddenly, an indistinct afterimage materialized in midair, intersecting with one of the energy waves. A resounding boom echoed as the wave collided with the red afterimage, and as the smoke cleared, a man with red body hair emerged. Wukong squinted at the glaring sunlight above, then shifted his gaze to the site of the ongoing explosions in the distance. The time machine began its descent, and at that moment, the duo of artificial beings also detected the intruder. They exchanged glances, a wicked smile crossing their faces as they flew towards the time machine. Wukong regarded the approaching pair, feeling a familiar aura radiating from them, and nodded in acknowledgement. In an instant, they stood before him, scrutinizing the somewhat wild-looking man whose presence made them uneasy. Unable to restrain himself, Android 17 asked, "Who are you?" Wukong smirked mischievously and declared, "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that from this moment onward, I shall be your master." Chapter 14, Two Bulmas. Huh. Haha. Sister, did you hear that? How amusing. Android 17 initially stood dumbfounded, then scoffed. "You, a red-haired monkey, aspire to be our master? What a daydream." With that, he unleashed a yellow energy wave towards Wukong, who casually deflected it with a mere flick of his hand. Recognizing the unexpected strength of this red-haired figure, Android 17 quickly signaled his sister, 18, "Let us attack together and take him down." With that, Android 17 charged at Wukong, delivering a flurry of rapid strikes, quickly followed by Android 18's assault from behind. The sounds of punches and kicks echoed around them, yet Wukong remained unscathed, his robust physique impervious to their efforts. "Hey, are you done yet?" Wukong remarked, observing the two relentless androids futilely trying to tickle him. While he had anticipated this, it remained rather dull. Androids 17 and 18, hearing Wukong's jest, realized he was far too powerful. Their only option now was to inflict as much damage as possible before making their escape. In unison, they distanced themselves from Wukong, hands coming together in a flower-like formation as they shouted, "Positive-negative meteor explosion." Countless energy waves erupted from their hands, raining down upon Wukong. With boundless energy at their disposal, they could sustain this meteor shower for an extended period. Despite their hopes, they had overestimated their capabilities and underestimated the might of Super Saiyan Wukong. As the androids continued their futile barrage, Wukong, growing impatient with their ineffective onslaught and the ensuing smoke, instantaneously appeared before Android 17. With a gentle flick of his left hand, he struck 17's face, distorting it and creating a ripple in space. In an instant, 17 was sent hurtling backward, colliding with the ruins of the city, producing a thunderous crash and a massive cloud of dust. Witnessing this astonishing scene, Android 18 instinctively gathered an energy wave, but before she could fully form it, Wukong appeared before her, delivering a powerful punch to her abdomen, causing her to buckle. Drool spilled from the dazed Android 18's mouth as her body instinctively fell forward. Wukong swiftly caught her by the waist, hoisting her over his shoulder. He instinctively squeezed her perfectly rounded rear, flashing a charming grin. Not bad. Quite the elasticity. After a moment's indulgence, Wukong turned his attention to the direction where Android 17 had flown. In the next second, he instantaneously transported himself before him, grasping the unconscious and bloodied 17 by the foot, and reappeared at their original location. Hovering in the air, Yukong held his newly acquired trophies, scanning for the time machine. There, he exclaimed, spotting Bulma emerging from the time machine, standing nearby. Yukong teleported to her side and said, "See, the androids of this world have been defeated. The tragedy shall not repeat." Bulma's expression shifted from joy to melancholy as she observed the scene. "Yes, if only you had been there to defeat them then." The somber atmosphere quickly dissipated, and she rallied. "No, the disaster has ended. I cannot dwell in the past. The future is still filled with hope. Besides," Wukong said, "I could see Tenix again." With these uplifting thoughts, Bulma's face radiated with a bright smile. Noticing her improved spirits, Wukong continued, "Let us go find your counterpart in this world, and then we can properly repair this disobedient time machine." "All right," Bulma nodded, placing one hand on Wukong and the other on the time machine. In the next moment, Wukong sensed an identical energy to Bulma's, and they both vanished from the spot, taking the time machine with them. In West City, deep within an underground laboratory, a woman in a white coat, resembling Bulma, was diligently writing in a notebook beside a structure resembling a signal tower. Suddenly, Wukong, carrying Android 18 and dragging Android 17, appeared behind her, with Bulma and the time machine following closely. Minutes later, as the woman continued her focused recording, completely unaware of the newcomers, Wukong felt compelled to interrupt her technological fervor, as no one knew how long it would take for her to notice the anomaly. "Hello?" "Ah." The sound indeed startled the woman, causing her to drop her notebook and pen. This woman, tentatively referred to as Bulma No. 2, turned, eyeing Wukong and his companions with suspicion, her right hand slowly reaching behind her. "Wait, Bulma, I am Sun Wukong. The androids have been defeated." Wukong swiftly declared his identity, recognizing her movements could lead to trouble. Wukong. The androids have been defeated?" Buahao skeptically scanned Goku, focusing primarily on his face and the red hair adorning his body. Her gaze then shifted to the 18 Hao resting on her shoulder and the 17 Hao she held in her hand. Noticing her lingering disbelief, Goku stepped aside to reveal the body of Bulma behind him. The Bulma from the despairing timeline appeared, and Buahao was taken aback by the sight of someone who looked exactly like her. After a brief moment of contemplation, Buahao came to a realization. "So, you are all individuals from alternate timelines." Goku, impressed by her quick understanding of the situation, admired her intelligence. Indeed, she was the brightest genius girl, grasping the circumstances so swiftly. Subsequently, the Bulma from the despairing timeline recounted the origins and intentions of both individuals. Processing the newly acquired information, Buahao declared, "I now comprehend the situation. Given that the androids have been defeated by you, I shall exert my utmost effort if you require my assistance. By the way, Bulma, have you constructed the time machine?" Suddenly recalling something, Goku inquired of Buahao. "Yes, I have. Moreover, Goku has already returned to the past to deliver medicine to Goku and inform them about the androids." "I see." Chapter 15. Tormenting 17 and 18 to pass the time. This means that with one more journey, we can reach that splendid timeline filled with infinite possibilities. After enduring numerous hardships, my objective is finally within reach. Characters from the protagonist's timeline shall welcome you as their king. Overjoyed, Goku, in his excitement, inadvertently increased the strength of his right hand, causing his fingers to sink deeply into the yielding flesh of 18 Hog. Ouch! The unconscious moan from 18 Hog snapped Goku out of his villainous fantasies. Apologetically, he patted her a few times, then cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "Ahem. Well, since Bulma from this timeline is willing to help, let us work together to fix this disobedient time machine." All right. The two Bulma immediately proceeded towards the time machine, while Goku ventured off in search of something to eat. Above the vast, ruined city, after satisfying his hunger, Goku decided to stretch his limbs, bringing the two individuals in his arms outside to see what assistance he could find. Flying over the desolate city ruins and a few kilometers forward, he spotted a rapidly flowing, cross-shaped river sprawling across the wide expanse. I've got it. Observing the oddly shaped river, Goku carelessly tossed the two individuals into it, where the surging waters swiftly engulfed them. Time passed slowly as Goku waited patiently. Before long, two figures burst forth from the water, soaring into the air and encircling Goku. 17 Hawk, drenched and still sporting bruises, watched the creature before him with a wary gaze. They had nearly drowned upon falling into the water. a suffocating experience that would haunt him forever. Meanwhile, 18 Hao, panting heavily and with her soaked clothing clinging tightly to her body, glared fiercely at Goku. "So, have you made up your minds about becoming my subordinates?" Goku asked, arms crossed with a wicked grin, his fingers tapping on his arm. The moment fell into silence. And after a few breaths, both 17 Hawk and 18 Hao raised their hands simultaneously, unleashing beams of energy that trapped Goku in between. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated, accompanied by a wave of yellow energy. However, instead of continuing their assault, the two leaped backward, darting in opposite directions. "Oh, trying to escape, are we? But can you truly flee?" Shaking his head, Goku observed the diminishing black dots in the distance. He performed a few warm-up exercises, placing one hand on his hip and waving the other back and forth before finally twisting his waist and vanishing in an instant. In the distance, 17 Hao accelerated frantically, as if any moment of hesitation would result in being consumed by the monster pursuing him. As he distanced himself from that place, excitement surged on his face. Just as he thought he had evaded capture, suddenly, a towering red figure blocked his path. 17 Hog slammed to a halt, eyes wide with terror as he beheld Goku, who had just finished warming up. Clenching his fists in preparation to attack, he was met with no words from Goku, who delivered a powerful punch to 17 Hao's body. Splatter! Blood sprayed forth as Goku swiftly grasped his face and disappeared in an instant. In another direction, 18 Hao was exerting every ounce of strength to flee, glancing back occasionally to check if anyone was pursuing her. "Surely, I must have shaken him off," she thought, turning her head only to see Goku's face looming dangerously close. Startled, she instinctively shouted and swung a punch at him. The impact felt as light as a tickle to Goku, who effortlessly caught her wrist. "Since you two are so sturdy, I shall have to loosen your bones." He chuckled. "Perfect. I am quite bored and hope you can endure a bit longer." With that, he spun them around and hurled one into the ground while the other crashed into the debris of a shattered peak. In the blink of an eye, Goku appeared in front of 17 Ha, delivering a swift kick to his chin, sending him soaring into the sky. He then vanished and materialized before 18 Ha, seizing her golden hair and forcefully pressing her down into the ground, leaving cracks in its surface. Once again, he vanished, timing it perfectly to catch 17 Ha as he ascended, following up with a side kick that sent him flying. The two were treated like punching bags, enduring relentless torment, while the repairs and adjustments to the time machine progressed vigorously. 1 year later, on Earth, in a place riddled with numerous semicircular craters, 3 figures were entangled in combat. A brother and sister, resembling each other, joined forces against a red-haired man. The battle was evidently one-sided, with 17 Hawk and 18 Hao bearing numerous injuries and tattered clothing, while Goku remained unscathed, effortlessly dodging their attacks. "Well, it's time to leave," Goku proclaimed, swiftly delivering 2 punches to their abdomens. Gasp! 17 Hawk and 18 Hawk clutched their midsections in agony, trembling uncontrollably. "It seems our 47th encounter has concluded with your defeat once again." After a moment of catching their breath, they slowly admitted, "We have deeply realized your strength over these past few days. Losing is not unjustified. Now, place your hands on me. I must express my gratitude for alleviating my boredom over the past year. It is time to depart." Upon Goku's command, 17 Hao and 18 Hao placed their hands on his arms. In the next moment, the 3 vanished without a trace. In Shidu, within an underground laboratory, Tubuma were gathered around a time machine that was now significantly larger than it had been a year prior, seemingly finalizing adjustments. With a flash, the 3 reappeared, and upon hearing the commotion, one Bulma turned to look. "Oh, you're back." Bulma looked at 17 Hawk and 18 Hawk, her eyes revealing no sign of surprise, as she understood they had been thoroughly trained by Goku. How did it go? Is everything ready?" "The previous random mechanism has been repaired, but the energy will require a few more hours to be fully collected." Goku ran his fingers through his hair, observing the tattered clothing and scarred bodies of the 2 individuals behind him. They appeared dirty and disheveled, prompting him to suggest, "There is still some time. You two should take a bath and change your clothes." "Certainly." The brother and sister then departed to freshen up. After watching them leave, Goku turned his attention to the 2 Bulma, familiarizing himself with the time machine. After several hours, the time machine was fully charged. The prepared number 17, number 18, Yukong, and 2 Bulmas stood before the colossal time machine. Chapter 16, A New Unknown Space-Time? "Master, shall we embark?" inquired number 18, clad in a white shirt and a brown jacket. Almost there, we just need to set the program. Then we can traverse time, Yukong replied, glancing at Bulma, who was adjusting something with the remote control. He then turned his gaze towards the time machine that would soon carry him to broader horizons. A smile of joy almost escaping his lips. Hee. If I succeed this time, I can commence my plans. He then looked at his companions, number 18, number 17, and Bulma, along with Bulma number 2, who hesitated to leave her home for her son. You are all my capable subordinates. No one can escape my grasp. Thoughts of mischief lingered unspoken. Minutes later, Bulma tucked the remote into her pocket. All right, it's done. As soon as she spoke, the top cover of the time machine slowly opened. We can go in, Wukong said to number 17 and number 18. You go first. They nodded and flew into the inner chamber of the time machine. Wukong then turned to Bulma number 2. Since you are unwilling to join us in that time, so be it. However, if you change your mind one day, I shall be here to welcome you. After saying this, Wukong prepared to leap into the time machine. Wait. He suddenly remembered something, returning to inform Bulma number 2 about the existence of the cell embryo, and suggested, once you locate and deal with cell, you might consider researching android technology. Androids possess immense power. I believe it is essential for better protecting Earth. Please give it some thought. Farewell. After exchanging farewells, Wukong scooped up Princess Bulma and leaped into the time machine. Inside, four back-to-back seats were arranged in a cross pattern, 2 of which were already occupied by No. 17 and number 18. As Wukong and Bulma entered, they settled into the remaining seats. Bulma began tapping on the screen before her, pressing several buttons, and finally struck a large yellow button. All right, preparing to launch. No sooner had she finished speaking than the time machine trembled and slowly ascended. Below, Bulma No. 2 waved her hands in farewell. The Bulma inside the machine also bid goodbye to her counterpart on the ground. The time machine paused momentarily in the air before leaving behind a shimmering afterimage and vanishing. Within a pristine, unblemished time tunnel, the time machine reappeared, soaring towards the unknown. Observing the surrounding snowy world, Wukong nodded in fascination. This is yet another type of time tunnel I have never encountered. It is truly a remarkable phenomenon. Indeed, I suspect there are countless time tunnels, each distinct in its own right. Bulma pondered, equally captivated by the wide expanse. How intriguing. We must explore this thoroughly when we have time. With a mind brimming with questions about other dimensions, the time machine, carrying Wukong and his companions, sailed forward until it vanished at the end of an unknown parallel universe in the Dragon Ball world. A year after Wukong defeated Frieza on Namek, the incoming Frieza and his son were slain by a mysterious youth. Upon returning, Wukong learned from this enigmatic figure, referred to as Date, about his own demise and the impending android invasion, receiving a special medicine to prepare for the battles ahead. 3 years later, as the time for confrontation arrived, the Z fighters united in an early assault against the androids. After a fierce battle, Wukong was eliminated and returned home to recuperate, while number 19 was obliterated by Vegeta. Presently, the time was ripe for pursuit and retaliation. In a rugged area of rocky peaks, the frail, white-bearded android number 20, also known as Dr. Gero, clad in a jacket and wearing a black hat emblazoned with the red ribbon of the army, nervously scurried into the complex terrain of boulders. Moments later, several figures radiating white energy appeared in the sky above the peaks. He must have gone in there, said a green-faced alien cloaked in a cape. Then let us quickly disperse and capture him. We cannot let him escape, exclaimed a short, bald figure, his orange turtle school uniform marking his identity. All right, everyone split up. Capture the android, but do not act recklessly. Gather everyone first, understood? Understood, replied a long-haired boy in black and another man with 3 eyes, his upper body bare. Subsequently, the group scattered to search the rocky highlands, except for a golden-haired man who remained still. He possessed a sharply defined face, a high and smooth forehead, and a prominent tuft of hair resembling a heart shape, with flames of golden hair standing tall, a firm brow, a straight nose, and often wore a mischievous smirk. Hide. I'll blow this up and see where you can hide. In an instant, Vegeta soared into the air, raising his right hand as a yellow energy wave gathered in his palm, then hurled it downward. Below, Dr. Gero, hiding amidst the rocks, gazed excitedly at the descending energy wave as if it were a stunning beauty rushing towards it. With the speed of a shadow, he extended his hand. instantly converting the massive energy wave into power absorbed by Dr. Gero. Once absorbed, he fled without hesitation, vanishing like a dragonfly skimming the water across the rugged stone walls. In the air, Vegeta glared at the fleeing figure, vexed. Damn it, what a sly old man. With that, Vegeta began his diligent pursuit of Dr. Gero's trail. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero, evading capture, finally leapt onto a concealed rock face, seeking a suitable target for ambush. Suddenly, a green figure caught his eye, prompting a sinister smile as he stealthily approached Piccolo. Unbeknownst to Piccolo, who was anxiously scanning his surroundings, Dr. Gero swiftly covered his mouth with one hand, locking his legs around his waist like the roots of an old tree. Piccolo, startled, grabbed the wrist that covered his mouth and struggled, but upon realizing it was futile, he attempted to mentally call for his son for rescue. In a flash, a rapid-moving yellow silhouette appeared in midair, and the surrounding warriors simultaneously recognized it. Their minds echoing. The Time Machine. Chapter 17, Super Vegeta. As the time machine materialized in the sky, everyone erupted with energy and rushed towards it. The nearest, Dr. Gero, stared dumbfounded at the suddenly appearing contraption. However, despite being partially distracted by the metal object, our brave doctor remained resolute in his task. The hand gripping Piccolo's mouth not only intensified its energy absorption, but grew more ferocious. This isn't right. I must finish absorbing and escape, Dr. Gero thought, forcing Piccolo to retreat. Just then, the top of the time machine abruptly opened, and a figure flashed past, emitting blinding white light that radiated a chilling aura of death as it approached. Dr. Gero felt the presence of death closing in, barely managing to roll aside. Crack! Ugh! A swift white sword of energy severed Dr. Gero's arm, causing him to release Piccolo and stagger backward. At this moment, other warriors arrived just in time, blocking Dr. Gero's escape route and encircling him. Daiten gasped heavily and then turned to the one who had saved him, a figure clad in a blue denim jacket, wielding a sharp sword, with strikingly light purple hair. Just as he was about to speak, Date, being impatient, exclaimed, "Let us deal with the enemy first." With that, he attempted to slice Dr. Gero into pieces, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, ready to charge forward. Suddenly, the bald Krillin pointed upward and shouted, "What is that?" The group instinctively looked towards the sky, where a yellow silhouette appeared, soon revealing its true form. Upon first seeing the yellow figure, Dayton's expression changed dramatically, and upon seeing its complete form, he murmured in shock, "How is this possible? Why is there another one? Is it me? Or someone else?" The others sensed the unusual tension emanating from this boy from the future. "What is wrong, Tenix?" Piccolo asked gravely, his complexion growing increasingly pale. "I'm not sure. In my timeline, this situation never occurred. It must be my fault. I don't understand what is happening. I don't know if my crossing over is right or wrong." Daiten helplessly expressed the confusion, contradictions, and fear of the unknown that plagued his mind. For a moment, the group was at a loss on how to comfort this extraordinary youth. However, the silence lasted only a brief moment before the resolute Piccolo declared, "If the future is destined to be scarred and ravaged, then we must muster the courage to carve out a new one. Tenix, you are doing the right thing. Believe in your choices." After hearing Piccolo's empowering words, the confusion and fear in Dayton's eyes gradually faded, leaving only determination. "Indeed, I want to change that brutal, dark world. Whether here or in my own realm, it is either I change it or I perish." Though his thoughts were tumultuous, everyone silently shifted their focus to the newly appeared time machine, their vigilance heightened. At that moment, the top cover of the time machine slowly opened, and a man and a woman flew out. Upon seeing their similar features, the expressions of two individuals present shifted dramatically. "A demon? How can this be?" Daiten trembled, his eyes filled with rage and hatred, as if he wished to devour the two. The other was Dr. Gero, who had lost an arm. His face was astonished, and confusion danced in his eyes. "What is happening? Aren't androids 17 and 18 supposed to be in the incubation chamber?" Meanwhile, androids 17 and 18 surveyed their surroundings, briefly pausing at Dr. Gero and Daiten before taking their positions on either side. The onlookers immediately turned their gazes back to the time machine. Moments later, Goku emerged from the time machine, cradling Bulma, and as the time machine dissipated into smoke, the assembled warriors recognized the woman in the black vest and white trousers held by the red-haired creature. "Mom!" Daiten exclaimed, excitement lacing his voice. Upon seeing the longed-for face and hearing that familiar voice, tears streamed down Bulma's cheeks. Tenix. Daiten's heart was a whirlwind of emotions. But he managed to regain his composure, his expression hardening once more. Who are you? Put my mother down. Goku, observing this touching scene, grinned mischievously and replied, Me? You can call me Son Goku, or Kakarot, whichever you prefer. And this woman I'm holding, I'm sorry. She is my partner. And I can't just let her go. You bastard. Daiten roared as he charged forward, while Android 17 and 18 exchanged glances. Eventually, 17, defeated in their silent skirmish, sighed and moved to intercept the approaching Tenix. Daiten's sharp sword transformed into a streak of white light aimed at 17, who clasped his hands together, effortlessly trapping the radiant blade. Realizing he could not break through, Daiten powered up to Super Saiyan, golden flames swirling around his sword as he pressed down with all his might. 17, unimpressed by Daiten's efforts, simply smirked and easily twisted his hands apart, snapping the sword in half. With a swift motion, the broken tip was plunged into Daiten's shoulder, followed by a swift kick from 17 that sent him crashing through several large boulders, ultimately landing amidst the rubble. The onlookers, witnessing Tenix, the Super Saiyan, being utterly overpowered, felt a wave of fear wash over them, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. At that moment, Vegeta swooped in. Observing 17 confidently gesturing towards him with a thumbs up, performing his signature move. I'm nothing like that brat. I am Vegeta, the prince of all Saiyans. With that declaration, he charged at 17, golden flames trailing behind him as he unleashed a flurry of rapid punches, soon rendering his fists invisible amidst the chaos. Bang! A powerful punch from Vegeta was caught in 17's grasp. Ugh! Vegeta struggled to break free, but 17's grip was unyielding, as if it were a vice. Seeing his right hand trapped, Vegeta quickly shifted to his left, delivering a lightning-fast blow. Unfortunately, 17 reacted just as swiftly, capturing that fist as well, with both hands restrained. Vegeta grimaced, pouring more energy into his muscles as the golden aura expanded, his physique bulging with newfound strength. 17, with a smug grin, taunted, Oh, is this your limit? Heh, not even close. With that, he forcibly pried Vegeta's arms apart, then, with a spring-like motion, launched a kick to his abdomen, holding him firmly. 17 unleashed a brutal strike that caused Vegeta to spit blood. Moments later, Vegeta's eyes glazed over, and his hair reverted to its normal state. Observing the unconscious Vegeta, 17 shook his head dismissively, boring, and casually tossed him aside as if he were trash. Chapter 18. The Annihilation of the Earth Warriors. Vegeta plummeted from the sky, collapsing to the ground in a state of unconsciousness. Subsequently, 17 brushed off the dust from his chest and looked at the remaining warriors, beckoning them with a gesture. All right. It's your turn, you insignificant fish. I hope you can provide me with a semblance of a challenge. Krillin, trembling with fear, glanced at Piccolo and Gohan, noting their solemn expressions, yet they lacked despair. Perhaps it was their faith in the man who was battling against fate. Steeling himself, Krillin composed his shaking body, and the group focused solely on how they could defeat the formidable youth before them. In the next moment, they all surged forward, launching a collective assault on 17. Regrettably, they were on entirely different levels, and their attacks were effortlessly evaded. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero, momentarily forgotten, observed the Earth Warriors being toyed with, silently retreating, waiting for the right moment to flee. Unfortunately, just as he ascended a few meters, a stunning blonde beauty appeared to block his path. Damn it, Gero seethed, glaring at Android 18. What do you think you're doing? I am your creator. Are you attempting to rebel against me? You had better step aside, or I won't hesitate to destroy you. With that, Gero placed his hand behind his back, as if retrieving something, while warning, don't come any closer, or I will truly make you scrap. Cold sweat dripped down his brow as his hand moved stealthily in his pocket, the contents unknown. Doctor, I don't wish to make things difficult for you, but my master has assigned me a task, to ensure you don't escape. Upon hearing the words of No. 18, Dr. Gero found himself at a loss, realizing that his earlier claim of being able to destroy her was merely a threat, as it was absurd to think someone would carry a remote control during a fight. What if it were damaged? Thus, Dr. Gero found himself cornered, caught in a stalemate with number 18, who was simply tasked with watching him. They stood in silence, exchanging glances. In the air, Wukong held Bulma, quietly observing the battle between number 17 and the Earth Warriors. Gradually losing interest, he called out, "Number 17, hurry up. We have matters to attend to." Upon hearing his request for a swift conclusion, number 17 glanced at the four individuals desperately trying to strike him, offering a casual smile. "Apologies, but I can no longer entertain you." He swiftly seized the two fists aimed at him, delivered a powerful kick to the chin of the short-haired fighter, and then pulled the two assailants closer, striking their abdomens with two fierce punches before evading an ambush from Piccolo behind him. With a powerful elbow strike, Piccolo staggered back, blood spurting from his face. In mere moments, the once confident fighters found themselves significantly injured. Krillin, who had been kicked in the chin, lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Gohan and Tien, struck in the abdomen, doubled over in pain, gasping for breath. Observing the incapacitated quartet, No. 17 shook his head disdainfully and prepared to eliminate the two incapacitated men. At this critical juncture, the severely injured yet tenacious Piccolo ascended into the air, arms outstretched. In the next instant, he unleashed the solar flare. The blinding sunlight momentarily incapacitated most onlookers, depriving them of their vision. With his back to the sun, Piccolo concentrated energy at his fingertip, gathering an orange glow. In the next moment, a powerful beam imbued with destructive energy surged towards number 17. The magic gun wave. Piccolo's signature technique revealed its might. The beam, thicker than an arm, enveloped number 17, and the tremendous force created a massive crater in the ground, smoke billowing from it. Piccolo, panting heavily, gazed expectantly at the fog-shrouded pit. How could this be possible? Piccolo's face reflected shock as number 17 emerged unscathed from the crater. Number 17, seemingly amused, remarked on the power of the earlier attack, but then dusted off his tattered clothes with a mischievous grin. Not quite enough. In an instant, he dashed towards Piccolo, delivering a knee strike to his face, causing purple blood to spatter. Following up with rapid kicks and punches, Piccolo was battered like a rag doll. Ultimately, No. 17 unleashed a powerful energy wave directed at Piccolo's chest, sending him crashing to the ground and creating a colossal mushroom cloud. Having dealt with Piccolo, No. 17 turned his attention to Tien, who was enduring pain while launching energy blasts. Skillfully dodging several yellow energy waves, No. 17 appeared before Tien and unleashed a series of heavy punches. He finished with a flying kick to Tien's head, knocking him unconscious as he plummeted downwards. The last Earth warrior, Gohan, was in poor condition, suffering intense pain and temporary blindness. Just as he regained his senses, a figure rushed towards him, delivering a side kick that sent him crashing into a pile of stones. After hovering in the air for a few minutes, No. 17 confirmed that the fighters would not rise again and then flew over to Wukong. "Master, it's done. A bit slow. Next time try to be quicker." Upon hearing this, Wukong approached Dr. Gero with a harmless smile. "Doctor, greetings. I am Sun Wukong." Dr. Gero was momentarily stunned. "What? You are Sun Wukong?" "Indeed. And I have come to discuss an important matter with you." "Humph. An important matter?" Dr. Gero's expression turned furious, his gaze filled with a murderous intent. "You must know that if you are indeed Sun Wukong, we are sworn enemies. You think we can discuss important matters? Over my dead body." "Oh." Wukong's expression darkened, an ominous aura enveloping him. "Are you certain? I am here today with a sincere invitation for you to join us. Moreover, you may have misunderstood. I am from another timeline, and we have no direct conflict between us. You should think this through." Dr. Gero, processing this information, found himself at a crossroads. After all, this individual was merely another Sun Wukong, and losing his life over someone with whom he had no prior grievances seemed unjust. Yet, having spoken so resolutely moments ago, to backtrack now would be quite humiliating. With a furrowed brow, Dr. Gero lowered his head, contemplating deeply. Chapter 19. The birth of the android's siblings. Time passed slowly as Wukong observed the old man's unwilling demeanor, causing his temper to flare. "How dare you show such disrespect? Do you truly believe I cannot proceed without you? Consider your fate." In the next moment, he hoisted Bulma onto his shoulder and conjured a dark golden energy sphere, pressing it against Dr. Gero's head. Wait, don't fire." Dr. Gero pleaded. "Boss, don't fire." The dark golden energy ball fluctuated in size, and Dr. Gero's eyes widened and narrowed in response. "Oh, what is it, esteemed doctor? Do you have something to say?" "Boss, don't fire. I will join. Wukong observed as the energy ball continued to shift in size, recalling Dr. Jero's earlier defiance. Oh, just moments ago. You seemed so resolute and unyielding. Now, you resort to such measures to save your life? Dr. Jero hastily waved his hands, desperately arguing, "That's impossible. I was merely lost in thoughts of a harmonious and fulfilling collaboration. I became so engrossed that I failed to respond. I am already a member of your esteemed group. Surely, there are no obstacles to our collaboration?" Wukong remained silent, and the atmosphere grew tense, the only sound being the energy sphere pulsating in his hands. Just as Dr. Jero could no longer bear the silence and was about to speak, Wukong declared, "All right." However, Dr. Jero exhaled in relief but was immediately on edge again as he noticed Wukong launching the energy sphere to the right. In an instant, a semicircular beam expanded, obliterating everything in its path. Once the light faded, Dr. Jero stared at the terrifying crater, astonished. "However, you better behave and refrain from entertaining any thoughts that you shouldn't. Otherwise, that crater will be your fate. Understood?" Okay, I understand." Dr. Jero nodded vigorously, nearly swearing an oath. "Now, take me to your laboratory." "Oh, certainly." Dr. Jero led Wukong and his companions to the laboratory in the North City, leaving behind the defeated Earth warriors scattered across the rocky terrain. The group flew swiftly, and in no time, they arrived at the laboratory entrance in the Valley of North City. Dr. Jero approached the rectangular control panel and entered the password. With a click, 2 iron doors swung open, and they entered in sequence. Inside the medium-sized laboratory, 5 incubation pods stood to one side, 2 of which had already opened. Dr. Jero, armed with a controller he had procured from who knows where, cautiously pressed the button on the pod labeled with the number 17. Glancing back at Wukong and seeing no objection, he proceeded to open the other pod marked with number 18. As the door slowly opened, a male and female stepped out of the incubation pods in succession. As the 2 figures emerged, number 17 and number 18 displayed expressions of astonishment. The man and woman bore an uncanny resemblance to them, leading one to believe they were quadruplets. The newly appeared siblings scanned their surroundings before glancing at Dr. Gua's remote control. They then politely greeted, "Good morning." Witnessing this, Dr. Gua smiled in surprise, pleased to see that their flaws had been rectified. "Haha, shortly. I shall lead you to confront Sun Wukong and eliminate him." Upon hearing this, Wukong set Bulma down, moved past Dr. Gua, and approached the android siblings. "No need for pretense. I am now your leader, and you must heed my command." With that, he pointed at the remote control in Dr. Gua's hand, and in the next moment, it distorted and, accompanied by a spark of electricity, transformed into a pile of scrap metal. Dr. Gua stared in bewilderment at the remnants of his sole tool to control number 17 and number 18. Wukong had no time to ponder the complexities of Dr. Gua's emotions. He awaited the siblings' response. The 18 from this timeline flicked her beautiful golden hair and replied in a cool, deep tone, "Now that the dangerous controller has been destroyed, we are free. We have but one task, to defeat the mastermind behind our creation, Sun Wukong." Wukong sighed in resignation. "Well then, do not blame me for resorting to force to make you submit." The 2 siblings exchanged wary glances, contemplating whether brute strength was indeed the solution. "This space is too confined. Let us ascend." With that, Wukong unleashed a ki blast that shattered the ceiling, allowing the 2 androids to swiftly rise. "Bulma, gather all necessary data with Dr. Gua and ensure their protection." After issuing his command, Wukong soared upwards, and the remaining individuals followed Dr. Gua down to the lower levels of the laboratory to collect the required materials. Upon reaching the air, Wukong saw the 2 waiting for him, one to the left and one to the right. Their eyes met, as if deliberating who would strike first. Ultimately, number 17 advanced, declaring, "Allow me to test your strength." He swiftly delivered a powerful punch to Wukong's face, causing Wukong's head to turn to the side. Gradually, he turned back, remarking, "If I were you, I would not squander time." As number 17 gazed at his own fist being effortlessly redirected, he felt a sense of foreboding. Before he could process it, a heavy blow struck his abdomen, sending him reeling backward, clutching his midsection, struggling to recover. Wukong then shifted his attention to the other android. Number 18, her expression serious, met Wukong's gaze, seemingly urging him to act. After a brief moment of composure, she charged at Wukong, delivering a swift knife-hand strike to his neck. The force of her attack felt as though it struck steel, causing her hand to ache. Wukong seized her attacking hand and, with a firm grip, exclaimed as she let out a pained cry. He then swung her around like a hula hoop, ultimately sending her soaring through the valley, scattering debris in her wake. Chapter 20. The new base with one strike. Number 17, who had been severely injured, watched in despair as number 18 was similarly defeated, hurtling through the air. How could this guy be so powerful? Wukong approached number 17. Do you now grasp the disparity between us? I do not have much time to entertain you. So yield and become my subordinate. Number 17 clasped his hands together, yellow light enveloping his hands, and in the next moment, a massive beam of yellow energy surged forth, resembling a gigantic golden serpent aimed at Wukong. The explosion echoed, shrouding the area in smoke. Number 17 anxiously awaited the outcome, hoping for success. However, when the smoke cleared, he was met with a disappointing sight. Wukong stood unharmed before him. In disbelief, number 17 scrutinized the scene, unable to accept that his attack had been entirely ineffective. In an instant, Wukong appeared before him, and before he could react, a swift kick sent him crashing into the ground, splitting the valley beneath him. The sounds of impact resonated like an explosion. Observing the destruction, Wukong folded his arms, sighing, "Despite my efforts to control my strength, it seems I am still not strong enough." At that moment, the four individuals collecting data ascended into the air, with Dr. Gua exclaiming, "Boss, all materials are ready. We just need to find a location to rebuild the laboratory, and my android army will aid you in conquering the world." Wukong disregarded his grand ambitions, focusing instead on the cultivation pod held by number 17. "Is this also an android?" "Indeed," replied Dr. Gua. "This one is a failure, best kept contained. But the master decides." Number 17, awaiting orders, pressed the button to open the pod. Moments later, a tall, muscular man clad in green armor, black spandex, green boots, and sporting an orange mohawk emerged. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes, glowing red, and ascended from the pod, silently surveying the group around him. After a brief silence, Dr. Gua sensed the awkwardness in the atmosphere and quickly said, "Now that we are under the leadership of Sun Wukong, we must perform admirably and not disappoint his expectations, right?" The silence persisted, though number 16's eyes shifted, scanning Wukong, displaying various data metrics. "Stop scanning, regardless of your observations. Our disparities are insurmountable. Focus on how to eliminate Sun Wukong in this timeline instead." Wukong recognized number 16's ulterior motives and promptly advised him to abandon such unrealistic thoughts. Unwilling to waste time vanquishing an insignificant adversary, number 16 appeared deep in thought, processing the information he had just received. Minutes later, he returned to a more passive demeanor. Observing the stillness of number 16, Wukong nodded with approval, sensing clarity had dawned on him. "All right, we must depart, and let us take these two along." As number 18 cradled Bulma, it was left to number 17 and number 16 to assist the unconscious number 17 and number 18. "By the way, boss, where is our new experimental base?" Dr. Guo inquired as they prepared to leave. Wukong smirked, revealing a mischievous grin. "The place I have chosen is undoubtedly the finest." With that, he soared toward West Capital, and Dr. Guo hurriedly followed, with number 18 carrying Bulma, and number 17 and number 16 supporting the unconscious androids in tow. In West Capital, the group arrived at Bulma's luxurious, expansive residence, leaving Dr. Guo in awe. "Boss, are you certain this will be our new experimental base?" "Indeed." "What? Is it not to your liking?" Dr. Gero quickly shook his head and said, "How could that be? It's merely a bit unexpected." He felt somewhat awkward, as if he did not belong here, as though his rightful place should be in dark, damp, and concealed hardships. He felt unworthy of being in such a place. Wukong's lips curled into a radiant smile as he gazed at Dr. Gero, saying, "That was in the past. You are now my subordinate, and I shall certainly fulfill my responsibilities. However, it primarily depends on whether you are deserving of my efforts. If you fail to demonstrate your value, then elimination will be your ultimate fate." After stating this, Dr. Gero's expression grew serious as he bowed and replied, "Yes, I understand." Wukong nodded, then turned his gaze towards the manor, saying, "Let us proceed and transform this place into our temporary stronghold." Half an hour later, numerous limbless robots, entwined in electrical currents and emitting smoke, lay prostrate across the ground. Before Wukong and his unexpected guests, two individuals huddled together, trembling. One was a man with blue and white hair, wearing black glasses and a white coat, with a shivering black cat perched on his shoulder. The other was a woman with dazzling golden curls, her pink dress reflecting her youthful spirit. Wukong recognized them as Bulma's parents, Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief. However, observing their tightly shut eyes made it challenging to engage them in conversation, so he could only look towards Bulma. Bulma nodded at Wukong and then approached her parents to reassure them. Wukong turned to the others beside him and instructed, "You too, take them to freshen up. They should be waking soon." The future androids 17 and 18 then took the unconscious 17 and 18 to tidy up. "Dr. Gero, familiarize yourself with this place and locate the laboratory to repair your arm. I have something to discuss with you later, so you may go ahead." With that, Dr. Gero dragged his single arm towards the house. "As for you," Wukong said, looking at the stony-faced android 16, "you may explore the house. It is quite spacious." Android 16 nodded and followed the sensation towards the interior. Watching Bulma still earnestly converse with her parents, Wukong shook his head, concluding that if it came to it, he would have to resort to force. Chapter 21. Farewell to the Unknown Rift. Half an hour later, Dr. Brief and his wife stood nervously with their heads bowed before Wukong. Noticing their apprehensive demeanor, Wukong comforted them, saying, "You need not be so tense. I am merely temporarily requisitioning everything here. And, Doctor, I hope we can collaborate effectively." Dr. Brief nodded and inquired, "Sir, what would you like me to assist you with?" "There is no rush. It's a bit late today. You will find out tomorrow." With that, Wukong stepped into the place that had just become their residence. In despair, Bulma looked at the two elderly figures beside her and said, "Let us go. It should be fine." Dr. Brief nodded but remained still. Bulma waited for a moment. But her father from another timeline still did not move, so she allowed it. Watching her daughter mature significantly after the departure of her other timeline self, Dr. Brief quickly took out his mobile phone and dialed. "Bulma, you should not return home for the next few days." On the other end, Bulma asked, "Why?" "Your mother and I are going on a trip. When we leave, we will lock the door with a special method that you cannot open. So, when we return, we will notify you. Until then, you may stay outside." Bulma reluctantly replied, "Fine." Click. After hanging up, Dr. Brief exhaled deeply and walked with his wife towards their room. On Earth, in a remote town, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the place. The stillness was unsettling. From above, one could see countless clothes scattered on the ground. The next day, at West City, in Bulma's home, a large dining table was filled with people enjoying breakfast, with Wukong's voracious eating contrasting starkly with the others' leisurely chewing. Grabbing a massive drumstick, he devoured it in one bite and said, "After this, you may roam wherever you like." Then he added, "Dr. Gero, Bulma, and Dr. Brief, I will take you to a place shortly. You only need to follow my instructions." "Understood," everyone replied, and Wukong resumed his relentless consumption of food. Moments later, the table was in disarray, and Wukong, clutching his bulging stomach, stood up and, with a flourish, made his belly disappear, returning to its normal state. "All right, let us go. Hold on to me." Bulma, Dr. Brief, and Dr. Gero each touched a part of Wukong's body. In an instant, the four vanished, leaving behind only Android 16, who, having not eaten, had quietly remained seated. Once Wukong departed, he stood up and quietly left. The two pairs of android siblings took a few symbolic bites, and Android 18, flipping her golden hair, asked the future Android 18, "Interested in shopping?" The future Android 18 smiled beautifully at her counterpart, replying, "Sure, I could use some new clothes." "Then let us go." Android 18 joyfully stood up and quickly headed outside, followed silently by Android 17, with future Android 17 and 18 trailing behind. Meanwhile, Wukong, having awakened from his battle with the virus, learned of the truly powerful androids and foreign entities from other timelines. Excited, he shared the secret of the hyperbolic time chamber with everyone, after which the two pairs of scion fathers and sons began to enter and enhance themselves. In the pitch-black expanse of the universe's edge, several figures appeared with lingering shadows. Suddenly, dark golden energy spheres enveloped them, and Wukong gazed at this phenomenon with delight. Before them in the void loomed an immense, dark rift, with endless black mist swirling within. Indeed, he was not mistaken. He had encountered this entity once more. Wukong thought excitedly. Since seeing this rift in the previous timeline, he felt an odd transformation within himself. Upon arriving in this timeline, he sensed something drawing him in. But at that time, he had other matters to attend to, forcing him to suppress his inner turbulence. Today, upon seeing this, it was clear. The mysterious black hole was what had captivated him. "Boss, why have you brought us here?" Dr. Gero asked, feeling uneasy in the surrounding darkness. Yukong questioned, puzzled as he looked at him. "Do you not see the enormous rift before you?" Dr. Gero widened his eyes, carefully observing, but ultimately could see nothing and had to confess, "Boss, there is nothing here." Yukong furrowed his brow and turned his gaze to Bulma, who, feeling the scrutiny, withdrew her gaze and shook her head. Finally, he looked to Dr. Brief, who also merely responded with a shake of his head. "Strange, why can't they see it?" Yukong pondered, filled with confusion. However, the task at hand must not be abandoned. Dismissing his thoughts, he continued, "Since you cannot see it, allow me to clarify. Before you lies a vast, elongated rift with black gas swirling around it." Upon hearing this, Dr. Gero and the others displayed expressions of astonishment, straining to widen their eyes, yet still saw nothing and could only focus on listening. "My request is that you devise a method to open this entity or enlarge the rift." Yukong gazed resolutely at the fissure before him and declared with unwavering certainty, "My intuition tells me that there is something within, and it shall be advantageous to me. Tell me, are you capable of accomplishing this?" A profound silence enveloped the scene as the three individuals fell into deep contemplation. After all, they had yet to even glimpse the interior, let alone devise a method to open or expand this enigmatic entity. This was exceedingly challenging. Time trickled by, and unexpectedly, an orb of dark golden energy materialized in Yukong's hand. In the midst of his distress, Dr. Guo chanced to glance at it. His expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed, "I guarantee the successful completion of the task." Bulma and Dr. Brief turned to Dr. Guo with astonishment, wondering how he could be so audacious. Sensing the uncomfortable gaze directed towards him, he could only muster a stiff response. "Yes." Yukong nodded approvingly at the three scientists, expressing his satisfaction. "Given this, I shall now describe to you the details of this fissure and other pertinent information." Subsequently, Yukong began to meticulously elucidate the unknown void. 2 days later, on the other side, two pairs of android siblings were shopping at a mall, selecting clothing and casually indulging in chaos. In the bustling town of Shiji, the streets were vibrant with diverse crowds and vehicles, adorned with splendid architecture that was truly breathtaking. Suddenly, a store erupted in an explosion, smoke swirling like a tornado. And amidst the debris, a rotund man found himself pinned beneath a foot. Chapter 22, The Mysterious Creature, Shalu. Following the foot, we directed our gaze upward to behold a figure with dazzling golden hair, a beautifully sculpted face, and icy blue eyes. Android 18 trampled the man beneath her foot, taunting him, "It is your honor that I wear your clothes, and instead of expressing excitement or gratitude, you demand payment." Truly oblivious to your own demise. After tormenting the unfortunate man for a few more minutes, Android 18 lifted her foot, preparing to depart. At that moment, Lotzi Li, to avoid confusion, the future Android 18 and 17 decided to revert to their previous human names, inquired, "Why not kill him?" Android 18 flicked her hair, questioning, "Why should we kill him? Our target is Sun Wukong. What benefit would there be in eliminating this individual? We might as well spend our time selecting more outfits." With that, she glanced at her newly chosen attire, a black inner shirt paired with a white outer coat, streamlined black athletic pants, and a necklace adorned with shimmering diamond-like particles. Truly exquisite. After her moment of admiration, her gaze shifted to the three companions beside her. The two men bore similar appearances, clad in black and white striped fitted long sleeves, layered beneath oversized black short sleeves, each sporting a bear head emblem on their chests. Their denim trousers were of a pale blue hue, complemented by light blue sneakers, with the only distinction being that one bore a brown bear head while the other displayed a red one. Lotzi Li remained in her brown coat, claiming she had yet to find anything aesthetically pleasing. "All right, let us depart. More intriguing adventures await us." With that, the group prepared to leave when an eerie sound suddenly echoed. Cackling, the four turned their attention toward the dark alley from whence the sound emanated. The measured footfalls of an approaching figure echoed softly from the alley. Moments later, a peculiar shadow emerged, followed closely by its owner as they sprang from the dim corner. How grotesque. The thought simultaneously surfaced in the minds of the two pairs of android siblings. The creature before them was a hideous green-skinned entity with black spots. Resembling a colossal winged insect, its head and chest adorned with glimmering, glass-like black solids, and a needle-like tail. The repugnant green monster, with a mouth resembling a breathing mask, moved swiftly. Haha. Android 17, Android 18, I finally, huh? The creature's expression shifted to one of shock as it realized, having been distant moments before, that it was now confronted with 4 identical figures. What is happening? Is this a buy two, get two deal? At that moment, Android 18 remarked with disdain. What manner of hideous creature are you? The monster collected itself after a brief pause, recalling its purpose, and spoke in a hoarse, unpleasant tone. I shall not hesitate to reveal my name. But first, you must tell me, which of you is Android 17 and which is Android 18? We are they? Android 17 responded coolly, pointing to Android 18. Haha. So, you two are the components I require, haha? Your honesty is commendable, and in return, I shall present my sincerity. My name is Shalu, and you two shall be my ultimate destination. Shalu, filled with excitement, transformed into a blur and lunged toward the two. How infuriating. I just purchased new clothes. Android 18 frowned, stepping back and turning to Android 17. You handle him. I do not wish for my new garments to be sullied. You are not permitted to intervene. Allow me to relish this encounter alone. With that, Android 17 coolly charged forward, engaging in a fierce struggle with Shalu. Both combatants moved with incredible speed, exchanging blows with neither willing to yield. Minutes passed in a stalemate, as both seemed evenly matched. However, as time progressed, Shalu's speed began to wane. Android 17 smirked, confident in his eternal energy core, thinking, can you outlast me? With this thought, his attacks grew increasingly ferocious, overwhelming Shalu. Pummeling fists struck Shalu with the force of a battering ram. The creature that had once fought back now rendered completely passive. Android 17 delivered a powerful blow to Shalu's abdomen, causing him to hunch over, followed by a vigorous kick that sent him crashing into a nearby building. The structure crumbled, and as Android 17 observed the chaotic scene, a wicked smile crept across his face. Raising his hands, a golden orb of light materialized. The already devastated building faced yet another onslaught. A massive semi-cylindrical pathway manifesting in the aftermath. Rubble. Android 17 quipped at the sight of the passage, and just as he turned to leave, a glimmer of gold emerged from the smoke, followed by a radiant golden aura that dispersed the haze. The previous assault had failed to significantly affect Shalu, whose golden aura surged, enveloping his form. Shalu regarded Android 17, stating, well, I have a fair understanding of your strength. The game must come to an end. In an instant, Shalu lunged toward Android 17, delivering a swift punch to his abdomen. As Android 17 doubled over in pain, Shalu followed up with a downward strike that slammed him into the ground. The earth buckled beneath them, rocks splintering and lifting, forming a massive, lotus-shaped crater. Shalu harbored no intentions of restraint, relentlessly pummeling Android 17 with blow after blow. With a crack, Shalu sent Android 17 flying, crashing through several towering power poles before ultimately smashing into a building, reducing it to rubble. Ugh! Android 17 pushed aside the debris, pinning him down, gasping for breath. As he glanced up, he saw Shalu advancing slowly toward him, eliciting a frustrated grimace. Yet, Shalu offered no mercy. In the next moment, a colossal blue beam enveloped Android 17. A chasm, narrow at first but widening, formed in the ground. Is this Sun Wukong's ultimate technique? How exhilarating! Shalu feigned a grasping motion as he approached the oblivious Android 17. Reaching the chasm's edge, Android 17 lay battered and torn, crimson blood oozing from his exposed skin, his heaving chest indicating he still clung to life. Shalu seized the immobilized Android 17 by the neck, lifting him effortlessly, and let out a strange cackle. Haha! My dear Android 17, let us become one. With that proclamation, the needle-like appendage on Shalu's tail expanded suddenly, descending toward Android 17's head. The enlarged needle resembled a mouth, gradually engulfing the number 17. In an instant, half of its body was already shrouded within the syringe. Just at this critical moment, a foot, seemingly coming from nowhere, struck Shalu's face, distorting it with force. Chapter 23. The Cunning Escape of Shalu. With a resounding thud, the remaining few buildings finally vanished, leaving the small town in ruins. From beneath the pile of stones, Shalu struggled to rise, his left cheek bearing a distinct indentation. In the very spot where Shalu had previously stood, the future version of number 17, Lapis, cradled the number 17. During the recent crisis, Lapis had rushed forward at astonishing speed, delivering a kick that sent Shalu flying. While simultaneously catching the falling number 17, Lapis kept his gaze fixed on Shalu, carelessly tossing number 17 behind him. He then slowly advanced toward Shalu, his demeanor akin to a lion stalking a feeble rabbit. After a few steps, Lapis abruptly vanished, appearing before Shalu as if teleporting, delivering a powerful punch to his still recovering left cheek. Shalu's entire head was violently thrust into the ground, and in the next moment, Lapis meticulously pulled him back out, delivering a kick to his abdomen that sent him soaring into the air. As Shalu ascended, he barely had time to react before a relentless series of attacks rained down upon him, causing him to wail in pain. After enduring a relentless barrage, Shalu was left battered and bruised, utterly devoid of the strength to retaliate. One cannot entirely blame Shalu. The future Lapis, having endured a year of torment alongside Wukong, had significantly increased in strength, thus subjecting Shalu to this brutal treatment. After tormenting the grotesque creature for a while, Lapis lost interest, treating him like a mere punching bag. After delivering one final punch, he ceased his assault. At this point, Shalu's appearance had grown even more hideous, his face swollen, his body covered in purple bruises, and he coughed up blood while cradling his abdomen. Trash. Die. Lapis's gaze turned icy as he bellowed. A colossal energy wave, a massive yellow sphere of light, descended upon Shalu, engulfing him and plummeting toward the ground. With a tremendous boom, the energy wave expanded several times upon impact, erupting in an explosion that erased the once thriving town without a trace. In its wake lay the desolation wrought by the terrifying energy wave, leaving behind a vast crater. Lapis surveyed the land from above, his cold eyes fixated on the center of the crater. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow. This ugly creature is surprisingly resilient. As the smoke began to dissipate, a writhing figure struggled amidst the crater. Shalu, having lost his limbs to the energy wave, was left with only half of his head and a mangled body. Ah! Shalu cried out as his limbs gradually reformed one by one, soon regaining his original appearance, though his labored breathing indicated he was gravely injured. Oh, you can recover. Lapis observed with keen interest as Shalu's severed limbs regenerated. It seems you can still entertain me for a while longer. After a brief moment of calm, Shalu placed his hands on his hips and shouted furiously, "Ah!" A golden aura surged around him, manifesting his full power, and he transformed into a golden meteor soaring into the sky. Turning his back to the sun, he clasped his hands together at his waist, gathering energy as he shouted, "Kamehameha!" Below, Lapis stood casually, seemingly unconcerned as he prepared to endure the impending onslaught. At that moment, the cunning Shalu abruptly altered his attack, placing his hands beside his ears, fingers splayed, and shouted, "Solar flare." Not good. Lapis sensed something ominous as he caught sight of Shalu's change in tactics. But alas, the speed of light was too swift. In the next moment, a brilliant light temporarily blinded the world. Seizing this opportunity, Shalu turned and fled without a backward glance, his speed a desperate flight for survival. Minutes later, Lapis adjusted to the blinding light and began to recover. Observing the empty surroundings, Lapis roared in frustration, "Ah!" In the next instant, he raised his hands, unleashing countless yellow energy waves that fired toward the void until he had expended his fury. Descending to the ground, Lapis stood silently beside the two onlookers, who were still rubbing their eyes. After a few seconds, number 18's vision cleared, and she glanced skyward before looking at Lapis. "Hey, where's that monster?" Lapis was about to confess his blunder, admitting that the creature had escaped amidst the blinding light when several fiery comets appeared in the distance. Hearing Lapis's inquiry, the two women followed his gaze and spotted the approaching figures, clearly hostile. Soon, they landed not far from their position. The two newcomers, one tall and one small with golden hair, were accompanied by the previously encountered purple-haired individual, along with the green-faced cloaked figure, and lastly, a short bald man. Number 18 regarded these defeated foes with displeasure. "You had your chance to flee, and yet you dare to trouble us again? Do you truly believe we cannot defeat you?" After uttering these words, Lapis and Lazuli regarded the grim-faced short man with keen interest. At this moment, Vegeta's internal fury was on the verge of eruption. He glared at the three, extending his arm behind him, declaring, "None of you shall intervene. I will avenge my previous humiliation." Number 18 looked at this bothersome individual, muttering to herself, "Oh, it seems my clothes are destined to get dirty after all." Just then, a slender, snow-white hand rested on her shoulder, and Lazuli chuckled softly, saying, "Allow me to handle this. I can see how much this troubles you. Is that so? Then I appreciate it." Upon hearing this, Number 18's previously tearful expression brightened instantly. Stepping back to clear the area, Lapis cradled the injured Number 17 and flew to a vantage point. Preparing to observe the battle closely, Vegeta also retreated, creating space for the two fighters. Finally, "The disgrace I suffered at the hands of you androids will be avenged today." With that declaration, Vegeta erupted with rage, his white aura transforming into a brilliant golden hue, his hair turning golden, and his light green eyes radiating a cold intensity. He charged toward Lazuli, and the two engaged in combat, their movements swift as lightning, each strike precise and fluid, a seamless exchange of blows and defenses. Their arms and legs blurred into mere shadows as Lazuli, from the moment of contact, felt the significant increase in Vegeta's strength. Though he appeared calm, she was internally astonished. It was only 2 days prior that he had been significantly weaker, and now his power was awe-inspiring. This momentary distraction allowed Vegeta to seize the opportunity, landing a punch squarely in Lazuli's abdomen, sending her crashing into the stone wall. Following this, Prince Vegeta unveiled his signature technique, the Royal Fighting Style. In an instant, a multitude of yellow energy waves shot toward Lazuli like a meteor shower. Chapter 24. Another traveler from the future. Lazuli nimbly evaded the rain of energy waves, while Vegeta continued to unleash a relentless barrage, ensuring that even if he did not hit his target, he maintained an oppressive aura. Soon, the energy waves detonated, creating a cloud of smoke that obscured the area. Yet, Vegeta continued his assault for over 10 minutes before finally pausing. As he observed the smoke slowly dissipating, Lazuli emerged unscathed, albeit dusted with debris. This is how it should be. Otherwise, there would be no fun left. Vegeta smirked, displaying a haughty grin. Lazuli brushed the dust from her clothes and advanced swiftly toward Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his face. Vegeta casually seized the fist that approached his face and hurled it away, swiftly following up with a punch that struck Lazuli squarely on the face. He then attempted to deliver a kick to her abdomen. However, Lazuli reacted with remarkable speed, grasping hold of Vegeta's ankle and, with a flourish akin to twirling a hula hoop, she sent him flying after a few spins. The airborne Vegeta collided forcefully with the stone wall, embedding himself within it. Seizing the opportunity, Lazuli launched a powerful kick at Vegeta's face, causing the already cracked wall to shatter further. Amidst the rubble, Vegeta straightened himself, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth before rising to his feet. In the next instant, a surging golden aura enveloped him, and a golden beam shot toward Lazuli. The impact reverberated as Lazuli crossed her arms to absorb the force of Vegeta's fist. Both combatants momentarily locked in a stalemate before erupting into a flurry of afterimages, engaged in a fierce clash. The sky became a canvas of spatial distortions, with only a select few able to discern the movements of the two warriors. "Goku? Who holds the upper hand now?" The bald Krillin inquired of the protagonist, Sun Wukong. With golden hair glistening, Sun Wukong stroked his chin thoughtfully. At this moment, it seems they are evenly matched, though Vegeta appears to have a slight edge. The spectators around them offered their assessments while the battle intensified. Lazuli was suddenly propelled backward by a colossal blue energy wave. A resounding crash echoed as a massive semicircular cavity reappeared at the edge of the stony pit, the explosive mist dissipating alongside fleeting afterimages. Lazuli struck Vegeta's chin with a punch, sending him soaring skyward. Following this, a torrential barrage of yellow energy beams descended upon him, propelling him even higher until a monumental energy wave erupted, causing a brilliant yellow sphere to ascend before exploding. The dazzling light illuminated the heavens, rendering Vegeta's position temporarily obscured. After a moment, as Lazuli surveyed the empty sky, she pondered whether the battle had concluded. Suddenly, she spotted a small black dot against the azure expanse, which rapidly enlarged. With determination, she propelled herself upward. Meanwhile, descending Vegeta launched a punch at the approaching foe, and Lazuli reciprocated with a strike to his face. The two were briefly separated before resuming their back-and-forth struggle. However, as time wore on, Vegeta's fatigue began to show. After all, one was a mere human, while the other operated like a perpetual motion machine. Once more, they exchanged blows. Vegeta struck her left cheek as Lazuli landed a hit to his abdomen, and they were forcibly separated. Vegeta gasped for breath, sweat glistening on his face, his body marred by numerous wounds and tattered clothing. In contrast, Lazili maintained her composure, though her visage bore signs of battle. It was evident that she possessed greater strength. With a casual flick of her hair, Lazili taunted, "Oh, is that all you've got? You spoke so menacingly. I thought you would be more formidable." Infuriated by her mockery, Vegeta gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. "You are courting death." In an instant, a golden aura erupted around him as he extended his arms, gathering energy, channeling all his power into a concentrated force, golden lightning crackling between his hands. "Ah!" Vegeta roared, his power surging. "Die, woman! Behold my ultimate flash." The golden sphere in his hand erupted forth, a colossal beam of light entwined with lightning hurtling towards Lazili. Recognizing the formidable force before her, Lazili instinctively ascended to evade the attack. Her choice proved prudent as the overwhelming power shattered the ground, the beam piercing through the Earth's surface and soaring into outer space. Moments later, as the blinding brilliance began to fade, Vegeta surveyed the destruction wrought by his attack, discontented. "Cursed be it. She evaded my strike." Meanwhile, Lazili, who had ascended, now descended slowly, contemplating the devastation left in the wake of that strike. Her heart pounding with trepidation. A vast chasm, riddled with cracks, stretched before her, leading into the unknown. With a serious expression, Lazili acknowledged that she had indeed been struck. She could have easily been reduced to ashes. The spectators also wore grave expressions, some with mouths agape in astonishment. The sheer magnitude of the earlier display of power was undeniably striking. At this juncture, the final clash between Lazili and Vegeta commenced, their fists colliding before abruptly halting as they both gazed upward. An oval-shaped machine adorned with claws materialized overhead, capturing their attention. The onlookers below also took note of this unexpected occurrence, prompting Trunks to exclaim in surprise, "Hey, another time machine has appeared." The crowd regarded the machine with a mix of bewilderment, curiosity, and fear. With a slow hiss, the top of the machine opened, and an alien being emerged, while the time machine plummeted to the ground. This imposing creature bore a striking resemblance to a human, save for the insectoid green-black helmet atop its head and the wings protruding from its back. Its glossy black exoskeleton, predominantly covering its chest, shoulders, groin, and legs, was interspersed with green and black spotted armor. The overall form was flawless, exuding an aura of malevolence. The onlookers regarded this extraterrestrial figure with caution, while Vegeta clenched his fists, demanding, "Who are you?" The green creature smirked wickedly and replied with playful malice, "Oh, so, you have yet to meet me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shalu, the ultimate android." "What?" exclaimed Piccolo, who, due to distance, had been unable to hear Shalu's words. Observing Piccolo's astonished expression, Sun Wukong promptly inquired, "What is happening?" After a brief pause, Piccolo regained his composure and responded gravely, "This newly appeared entity is known as Shalu, another android, and according to his own words, he claims to be the ultimate android." The ultimate android. The crowd collectively paled at this revelation. As the conversation continued overhead, Vegeta scoffed derisively at Shalu's declaration, exuding arrogance. "Humph, an android, you say? I have faced androids before. You are no different, merely prey waiting to be slaughtered." Meanwhile, Lazili had begun to retreat, her instincts warning her of impending danger. Trusting her intuition, she swiftly turned and flew downward to maintain a safe distance. Vegeta, noticing her retreat, cast her a dismissive glance before focusing intently on his adversary, preparing to strike. "Vegeta, catch!" Hearing the rush of wind behind him, Vegeta did not look back but, in a display of bravado, reached behind him. Upon seeing what he grasped, a triumphant smile spread across his face as he tossed it into his mouth, chewing and swallowing. "Congratulations, Shalu. You are about to face me in peak condition. Are you ready to be pummeled into a pulp?" With that, Vegeta's aura exploded forth, golden flames enveloping him as he charged toward Shalu, his golden fists creating afterimages that Shalu deftly evaded. Minutes later, observing Shalu's relaxed demeanor, Vegeta's frustration mounted as he intensified his speed, yet still failed to land a blow. Enraged, Vegeta closed the distance and unleashed a powerful energy wave. Yet Shalu deftly evaded the golden torrent, standing resolutely in place. After futilely attacking for an extended duration, Vegeta disdainfully remarked, "You pitiful wretch. Is evasion your only skill?" Upon hearing this, Shallow finally made a move, uncrossing his arms and letting them fall to his sides, providing Vegeta with the opportunity to strike. With a swift punch, Vegeta aimed for Shallow, but to his astonishment, Shallow caught his fist with unwavering steadiness. Seeing Shallow no longer dodging, a smile broke across Vegeta's face as he prepared to withdraw his fist. However, he suddenly felt as if his hand were ensnared by an immense mountain, immobilized and increasingly burdened. Moments later, a cracking sound echoed as his captured hand succumbed to pressure, and Vegeta let out a pained roar, instinctively kicking out with his legs. Ultimately, he summoned enough strength to extricate himself. Retreating a short distance, he grasped his injured hand with his left, panting heavily, fingers contorted and trembling. Before he could assess his injuries, Shallow, moving with the swiftness of teleportation, lunged in front of Vegeta and delivered a powerful sidekick to his abdomen, sending him crashing towards the ground. The impact reverberated, causing the earth beneath Vegeta to fracture and sink. Just as he was regaining his bearings, a purple energy sphere hurtled towards him. In the next instant, the explosive energy transformed into a terrifying purple force, expanding chaotically. After a while, as the purple energy dissipated, a gaping chasm akin to an abyss materialized on the surface, with steam rising from the intense heat. Date rushed into the void, and moments later, he emerged cradling Vegeta, soaring back to the group. Upon seeing Vegeta's condition, gasps of shock filled the air. His golden hair had reverted to black. His clothing was reduced to a mere scrap draped over his left shoulder, and his blue tights were largely destroyed. His body was marred with wounds, bloodied and unconscious. Vegeta. Sun Wukong gazed at Vegeta's battered form, gravely shifting his gaze towards Shallow in the sky. "Mr. Wukong, please, I must avenge my father." However, to Nank, Sun Wukong began. But Date had already transformed into a streak of golden light, ascending into the heavens. In the air, Date glared fiercely at Shallow, unyielding in the face of his adversary. Clenching his fists and bending slightly, he let out a furious roar. A surge of golden energy enveloped Date, his muscles trembling and expanding, culminating in a formidable display of power. "Oh, is it this again?" A smirk curled on Shallow's lips, his eyes glinting with inscrutable intent. Date's colossal fists, akin to a mountain's might, struck Shallow's face, followed by a relentless barrage of blows. Suddenly, Date's powerful right punch was intercepted by Shallow, who deftly turned his head aside, wiping the blood from his lips. "Your strength is commendable, but still insufficient." With that, Shallow released his left hand, delivering a punch to Date's abdomen, then unleashed a counterattack, exploiting his superior speed to mercilessly overwhelm him. Ugh! The sound of blows echoed as Sun Wukong observed to Nank being battered, shaking his head in resignation. Indeed, though Nank's power had surged, his speed had diminished. No matter how formidable the strength, if one cannot land a blow, it amounts to nothing. Realizing that Nank was on the brink of defeat, Sun Wukong swiftly ascended, delivering a punch that temporarily separated Shallow. He then caught Nank, pulling him back to regroup. "Oh, so, am I to face you next, Sun Wukong?" Shallow remarked, showing no intent to impede the rescue of Date. Sun Wukong, wearing a serious expression, looked intently at Shallow. "You seem quite familiar with me. Do we know each other from the future?" "Ha ha." Shallow laughed maniacally. "Indeed. We are well acquainted, and you died because of me. Not only you, but your son, your companions, your family, your home. Everything was obliterated by my hand. We are, you could say, sworn enemies." In contrast to Shallow's sinister grin, Sun Wukong's face grew increasingly solemn. "I must ensure that the future does not repeat itself." With that resolve, Sun Wukong charged forward, delivering a fierce punch aimed at Shallow's face. Shallow, anticipating the attack, prepared to block, but Sun Wukong abruptly shifted tactics, executing a powerful kick that sent Shallow sprawling. Following up, he unleashed a rapid succession of punches, culminating in a gravity-laden strike that sent Shallow crashing into the ground. The circular crater expanded significantly, with Sun Wukong transforming into a golden streak, diving into the expanding pit. Chapter 26. The Pinnacle of Fury, Sun Wukong's explosive outburst. Sun Wukong and Shallow battled fiercely beneath the vast pit, the surface above trembling with each impact. Periodically, violent sounds of combat resonated from below. A figure burst through the debris, propelled into the sky. As Sun Wukong flipped midair, coming to a halt, a clear bruise marking his right cheek. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, like a fleeting shadow, Shalu erupted from the ground, launching a powerful punch towards Suin Wukong, who deftly intercepted it and countered with a kick aimed at Shalu's jaw. Reacting swiftly, Shalu blocked the kick with his palm and seized Suin Wukong's ankle, flinging him away. Countless yellow energy waves rained down upon Suin Wukong, enveloping him in a veil of smoke. Shalu relentlessly continued his assault, indifferent to the accuracy of his strikes. After a moment, Shalu ceased fire, observing the dissipating smoke. Gradually, Suin Wukong emerged, crossing his arms. The previous attacks had not inflicted severe damage. He withdrew his arms, charging at Shalu once more. However, his speed seemed slightly slower than Shalu's, resulting in preemptive counterattacks that left Suin Wukong battered and bruised. With a grim expression, Suin Wukong thought, "Goodness, his speed is astounding. I land one hit, and he retaliates with two." Resolute, he decided to escalate the intensity of the battle. Suddenly, Suin Wukong began to move rapidly around Shalu, creating multiple afterimages through his high-frequency motion. At that moment, he prepared a technique, exclaiming, "Kamehameha," as he shouted the attack. He appeared in front of Shalu, enveloping him in a radiant blue light. Unbeknownst to Suin Wukong, a smile crept across Shalu's lips as he was enveloped. When the dazzling light faded, nothing remained before Suin Wukong. Sensing something amiss, he turned around, only to be met by Shalu's swift kick to his face. Subsequently, Shalu closed the distance, raining down punches like a torrential downpour. With each blow, blood splattered, and before long, Suin Wukong was left battered and bruised. Every time he attempted to teleport away from the fray, Shalu anticipated and followed him. He was relegated to a mere punching bag, enduring relentless punishment. Then, with another swift movement, Shalu executed a precise kick that sent Suin Wukong hurtling downward. Immediately, he adopted a familiar stance, gathering immense energy. Kamehameha. A brilliant blue beam surged forth, racing towards the plummeting Suin Wukong, when out of nowhere, a golden figure surged forth, intercepting and propelling Suin Wukong away. The azure Kamehameha descended upon the ground, creating a colossal crater. On the other side, Wufan, having just rescued Sun Wukong, was preparing to lay his father down when, suddenly, Shalu appeared before him, delivering a fierce kick to Wufan's head, sending him sprawling. As they separated, Shalu unleashed a yellow energy wave upon the descending Wukong while charging at Wufan, moving with lightning speed to strike him in the abdomen with a knee, propelling him away. Shalu then advanced, continuing to unleash a barrage of rapid blows on Wufan, who was rendered defenseless, akin to a mere puppet. "Why?" Wufan cried out in silent despair even as he was battered. "What is happening? No matter how I retaliate, it seems he can foresee my every move, penetrating my intentions. Moreover, he appears intent on annihilating me, granting me no respite." Below, Piccolo and the others watched in horror as Wufan was mercilessly beaten, blood splattering everywhere, their faces turning a shade of green with anxiety. What is going on? It seems as though Shalu bears a grudge against Wufan, intent on beating him to death. Witnessing this, Piccolo, the true father, could no longer remain idle and promptly soared into the fray. Meanwhile, as Shalu continued to pummel Wufan, he landed a punch to Wufan's abdomen, causing him to spit blood, and then declared with hands clasped at his waist, "Wufan, my only worthy opponent, perish." The Kamehameha, a massive blue orb of energy hurled downwards. Wufan gazed into the luminous blue light, his consciousness beginning to blur. Suddenly, a flash of green appeared before him, a hand grasping his scorching one, uttering words as it flung him away. "Wufan, survive." As he evaded the Kamehameha's attack, he began to fall. Bam! The impact of his body against the stone elicited a cry of pain. Wufan, feeling as if his body were disassembling, opened his eyes and strained to catch a descending arm from the heavens. Slowly rising, he gazed at the familiar green arm in his hand, tears streaming down his cheeks, his fury igniting like a blazing inferno. "Uncle Piccolo!" "Ah!" With this anguished roar, Wufan was enveloped in a golden light, and as the radiance faded, his golden aura transformed into a jet-like form, crackling with serpentine arcs of electricity. His golden hair stood erect, a tuft falling over his forehead, and his gaze became sharp and piercing. In midair, Shalu observed this transformation, descending slowly towards Wufan, muttering to himself, "I had hoped to dispatch everyone effortlessly, alas." Meanwhile, the recently revived Vegeta felt the immense energy emanating from Wufan. His eyes filled with disbelief, realizing that his son had surpassed him by leaps and bounds. Dieter, Klin, and Tianjin Fan trembled at the overwhelming force, their hearts shaken. Wukong, what is happening? The bald Klin, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired of son Wukong beside him. Ah, that is the Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan, which could be termed Super Saiyan too. Oh, is that so? The others, their curiosity sated, resumed watching the battle between Super Saiyan 2 Wufan and Shalu. Shalu landed on the ground, facing Wufan directly. You can be as arrogant as you wish. But you have one grave misstep. You killed my Uncle Piccolo. Wufan trembled, each word punctuated with emotion, tears glistening in his eyes, his aura and electric arcs intensifying. Shalu scoffed dismissively, intertwining his fingers, and remarked, if I hadn't fought you, I might have feared you. Even if I eliminated your Uncle Piccolo, what could you possibly do to me? You are not worthy of defeating me. Chapter 27. The Mutation Induced by Death. Upon hearing Shalu's brazen taunts, Wufan's gaze hardened, and he launched a kick towards Shalu with the swiftness of teleportation, but Shalu evaded as if he had foreseen the attack. All right, the warm-up is over. Shalu extended his arms, unleashing a surge of golden energy, his muscles expanding and contracting, more serpentine arcs crackling into existence. As Shalu stabilized his power, Wufan's expression shifted from coldness to gravity. Son Wukong and his companions sensed the overwhelming energy, their faces reflecting concern, realizing that this creature, Shalu, harbored an unfathomable reservoir of power. The power of the two had now nearly equalized, rendering the outcome uncertain. All could do was place their hopes upon Wufan. Shalu wore a contented expression, his hands casually at his sides, proclaiming, "This is my true power, possessing perfect strength." In the next moment, Wufan, displeased, teleported directly before him, delivering a fierce kick to Shalu's head. Whap! Wufan's powerful strike was easily deflected by Shalu's raised hand. The two then engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, their movements blurring into mere afterimages, the air pulsating with the impact of their strikes. Whap! Wufan landed a punch squarely on Shalu's face, sending him flying. But Shalu quickly retaliated, re-engaging in combat. Boom, 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 rat-a-tat-tat, whap. They continued to exchange blows, each being knocked back only to charge forward again in a relentless cycle. Bang! Ugh! Wufan and Shalu each landed powerful punches on the other's left cheek, straining against each other, their faces twisting in agony. Ultimately, they were both propelled away by their own formidable strength, crashing into two separate peaks, shattering them upon impact. Cough! Cough! Wufan pushed aside the debris, soaring into the air, blood trickling from his left cheek and nose. Simultaneously, Shalu ascended, though his recovery was swifter, bearing only faint bruises and traces of purple blood. The two faced each other, Shalu smirking derisively. "What is the matter? You seem rather fragile." Wufan remained silent, adopting a battle stance. Shalu, initially standing casually, soon clenched his fists, his once steady golden aura surging once more. Golden arcs danced around his body, and with a furious roar, the golden energy diminished, transforming into a gentler form. The electric arcs on his armored body becoming more sparse. It appeared that Shalu had not only failed to grow stronger, but had weakened. Yet, facing Shalu, Wufan's expression darkened rather than lightened. What is happening? How has this creature's power become even more formidable? Sensing the delightful power within, Shalu smugly remarked to Wufan, "Had I just begun to harness this strength, you might have had a chance, but now, I am invincible." With that, Shalu instantly appeared behind Wufan, delivering a kick to his back, only to reappear before him, striking him back once more. Thus, Shalu, capitalizing on his exponential speed, mercilessly assaulted Wufan, targeting his abdomen, head, back, waist, and face, each area receiving heavy punishment. After enduring this brutal assault from Shalu, Wufan found his left arm broken, his clothes tattered, and his body marred with bloodied wounds, a sight of utter disarray. Hoo. Drip, drip, drip. Wufan closed one eye, his chest heaving, vibrant drops of blood cascading down. It is over. Those present realized the battle had concluded. The creature known as Shalu had triumphed. The two android siblings, displaying keen awareness, had already assisted the unconscious 17 and 18, while Lazili slowly retreated. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong's group, comprising Dieter, Klin, and Tianjin Fan, had regained their fighting spirit. Observing Wufan's plight, Dieter swiftly took to the skies. Kellen and Tianjin Fan struggled to control their trembling bodies and suppress the fear within their hearts as they soared toward Shalu. Sensing their approach, Shalu remained indifferent, standing still, awaiting the opportunity to dispatch them all at once. Soon, the four surrounded Shalu, who surveyed his adversaries with a dismissive shake of his head, his tone dripping with disdain. One is a cripple, two are worthless, and one is a defeated foe. Alas, let me resolve this quickly and see if those four are entertaining. His gaze flickered towards the two android siblings stealthily attempting to retreat, before settling on the gravely injured Sun Wukong. In an instant, before the other three could react, Shalu seized his head, delivering a devastating blow akin to a meteor crashing to Earth, forcefully embedding Sun Wukong into the ground. The earth around him crumbled in concentric circles, and Shalu, feeling insufficient satisfaction, exerted even more force, driving Sun Wukong down for miles before finally relenting. Releasing his grip, Shalu turned his attention to the three approaching him, suddenly appearing behind Date, grasping his golden hair and yanking him towards himself, delivering a punishing knee strike. The impact sent Date reeling, his abdomen crushed under the force, blood erupting from his mouth and nose. Simultaneously, Kellen and Tianjin Fan launched their attacks against Shalu's form. But their efforts were as futile as ants biting an elephant. Shalu continued his relentless assault on Date, unfazed by their attempts. With each resounding blow, Date's golden locks transformed to a pale violet, his consciousness fading. In one final, colossal surge of energy, Shalu unleashed a powerful golden energy wave, sending Date hurtling away. Next, Shalu turned to Tianjin Fan, who was still struggling against him, and with a single punch, pierced through his chest, casting him aside as if he were mere refuse. Then, he focused on Kellen, the bald fighter still attacking him, and with two fingers brought together, directed a crimson ray that pierced Kellen's chest. Kellen's eyes glazed over as he plummeted downward. Ah, bastard. Shalu. Vegeta, witnessing the plight of his son, was consumed by fury. While Goku's rage surpassed even his. Not only was his son's fate uncertain, but he had also lost longtime friends. A tempest of wrath surged within them, erupting into a transformation into Super Saiyan, their golden auras surging violently. Vegeta's hair stood erect and elongated, while Goku's hair also rose, crackling with blue arcs of electricity. In Chapter 28, the mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits. Vegeta and Goku, fueled by their recent anger, finally transcended their limits, becoming Super Saiyan 2. They charged at Shalu, initiating a fierce dual assault. However, their combined attacks were effortlessly dodged by Shalu, who taunted them. Did you really think that the death of your son would unleash immense power? Is this all you have? After catching Vegeta's incoming punch, Shalu delivered a swift kick to his chin, sending him soaring upwards. Seizing the opportunity, Shalu unleashed a barrage of strikes against Goku, whose reflexes were too slow to respond to the sudden onslaught, leaving him battered and broken. With precise timing, Shalu delivered a final kick to Goku's face, propelling him away while using him as a springboard to pursue Vegeta, delivering another crushing blow to his face. Blood sprayed forth as Vegeta tumbled downwards. Shalu nonchalantly directed a massive golden energy sphere towards Vegeta, who was engulfed in a cloud of smoke from the explosion. Meanwhile, Goku hovered in the air, wiping the blood from his nose, his eyes filled with fierce determination as he glared at Shalu. Vegeta emerged from the smoke, battered and bloodied, his clothing barely hanging on his charred body. Vegeta, are you alright? Goku inquired with concern. Let us settle this once and for all, Vegeta declared, extending his arms, his golden aura flaring dramatically. Goku, in silent agreement, clasped his hands together, channeling the energy within. Observing their movements, Shalu smirked, sensing their desperation. Oh, I see you know you cannot win, and now wish to make a final stand. Very well. Allow me to crush your foolish aspirations with absolute power. With an air of invincibility, Shalu positioned his hands at his waist, a blue luminescence pulsating and intensifying. Opposite him, Vegeta's hands crackled with golden arcs, while Goku's hands radiated a brilliant blue light. Kamehameha. X2 Ultimate Flash. In the next moment, two massive beams, one blue and one yellow, collided with Shalu's blue energy wave. Initially, they appeared evenly matched, forming an oval sphere of blue and yellow. However, as Shalu exerted his power, The blue-white energy wave began to overpower Vegeta and Goku's combined efforts, slowly pushing them into a dire predicament. Faced with the encroaching blue energy wave, Goku and Vegeta's expressions turned grave, their hearts filled with despair. Is this how it ends? Who would have thought that we couldn't defeat this monster together? Wukong, everyone Dad. Suddenly, Goku's spirit ignited at the sound of his son's name. Dad, my strength is yours. Go for it. Wukong. Goku hadn't finished speaking when more power surged within him. I'm here too. Go for it, Wukong. I believe in you. You have always been our beacon of hope. Mr. Wukong, give it your all, and tell my father I believe in him. Feeling the torrent of newfound strength, Goku's resolve solidified. Don't worry, we will not betray everyone's expectations. In an instant, Goku unleashed his power. The once equal beams of blue and yellow shifted, the blue beams swelling to engulf the yellow. In the next moment, a colossal blue-green beam surged forth, reversing the pressure against Shalu's Kamehameha. Shalu, witnessing the sudden turn of events, was engulfed by disbelief. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. I am invincible. How can I lose? Under the pressure of impending doom, Shalu's latent potential erupted as the blue-green energy wave began to push back against him. Haha, I told you. I am not alone. I represent countless Earthlings. Therefore, I cannot lose. With newfound vigor, the blue-green beam surged, dramatically expanding and overwhelming Shalu's blue energy wave. Shalu writhed within the radiant energy as the brilliant light washed over the battlefield, revealing the aftermath of their fierce conflict. At the very edge of the earth, we followed a deep, semicircular chasm, leading to a colossal semicircular pit cliff. Viewed from outer space, one could discern that the earth had lost a portion of its form. A perfect sphere now marred by a moderate gap on its left side. This gap was the result of the recent encounter between Shalu, Wukong, and Vegeta. Within this void, one half revealed the vacuum of the starry cosmos, while the other half displayed the cracked floor of the semicircular pit, where a piece of decaying flesh, roughly the size of a newborn, writhed stubbornly. As time passed, the size of the flesh gradually increased, and after more than 10 minutes, a bloodied head emerged. Shalu roared, filled with trepidation. If it weren't for my full strength being devoted to rapidly regenerating, counteracting the force that sought to obliterate my body, I might have already turned to dust. No matter, once I recover, I shall certainly eliminate them and devastate this place. Shalu observed his left hand, nearly restored, with hope swelling within him. Suddenly, an eerie laughter and hurried footsteps echoed behind him. As Shalu turned, he was met with the sight of an ugly green creature. To think I could escape to this place, and the heavens have not forsaken me. This delectable morsel has me drooling. Gazing at the creature, Shalu's eyes widened in astonishment. You are my counterpart in this realm? Oh no. I hail from the future. My arrival here is a twist of fate, and you must be the gift the heavens have prepared for me. Chapter 29, The Ultimate Perfect Shalu. Seeing the smug, self-satisfied version of himself before him, Shalu could only smile wryly. Truly a case of the tiger falling to the ground, only to be bullied by dogs. Now, I shall savor this unexpected fruit. The first stage of Shalu approached his complete form, and the needle of the clock behind him suddenly enlarged and moved above the complete Shalu's head. Have you heard the saying? The complete Shalu suddenly spoke. The first stage Shalu was about to respond when bang. The complete Shalu's eyes shot forth two beams of purple-pink light, obliterating the first stage Shalu's grotesque head, splattering an unknown purplish-white liquid everywhere. It was all too sudden, too decisive, too swift. In the blink of an eye, the situation had reversed. Regardless, a wounded tiger remains a tiger. How could a feeble little rabbit ever hope to contend? After uttering this, the complete Shalu showed no sign of relenting. He forcibly transformed his still-recovering left arm into a tail, then, with the needle extended, ensnared the upper half of the headless Shalu's body. Subsequently, the needle automatically contracted, slowly enclosing the first stage Shalu within the tail. Shalu observed the swelling of his left tail, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Fool, you think you can pick up the scraps? What a daydream. Harnessing the energy source within his left tail, Shalu's regeneration accelerated dramatically, his body and torso gradually forming, his right arm and legs slowly emerging. The tail, which replaced his left arm, began to shift backward. 4 minutes later, Shalu's body was fully restored, appearing unscathed yet emanating a sense of newfound strength. This power? Shalu reveled in the terrifying force within him, yearning to unleash it. He soared into the sky, and in the next moment, a massive golden aura erupted from him, surging with blue lightning coursing across his form. After a moment of release, Shalu clenched his fists, exhilarated by the thought, "Damn it, I refuse to believe that in this perfect ultimate state, I cannot vanquish those two." With that, he sensed the energy signatures of his foes and vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, in the crater from their previous battle, Vegeta and Sun Wukong lay exhausted on the ground. Their bodies sprawled in a large shape. Suddenly, the now rejuvenated Shalu returned, his presence a harbinger of doom. Sun Wukong, who had been resting with his eyes closed, sensed the formidable energy before him and, recognizing the familiar aura, was struck with shock and despair. Struggling to lift his head, he gazed at Shalu and grimaced with defiance. "Damn it! How can this monster, Shalu, be so resilient?" Shalu, noticing the unconscious Vegeta and the immobilized Wukong below, wore a malicious grin. "Did you not expend so much effort to eliminate me, only to make me even stronger? Indeed, you must be favored by the heavens," Wukong replied with a bitter smile. Resigned to his fate, the sound of Shalu's footsteps echoed ominously in Wukong's ears, akin to the countdown to death. Approaching the two, Shalu crushed Vegeta beneath his foot, shattering the ground beneath him. Vegeta resembled a battered shrimp, his head, hands, and feet protruding upward, blood gushing forth. Yet, through the agony, Vegeta momentarily regained consciousness and, understanding the dire situation, grasped Wukong's hand, transferring his remaining strength to him. Feeling the chilling grip of Vegeta's hand, tears of fury streamed down Wukong's face as he rose to confront Shalu. "Even at the cost of my life, I will defeat you." With a tumultuous golden aura, accompanied by brilliant blue arcs of lightning, Wukong's golden hair stood erect, his cold, merciless gaze fixed on Shalu as he unleashed a ferocious punch upon Shalu's face. Clang! It resonated like a blow against steel, yet Shalu did not flinch, staring at Wukong with derision. "Is this what you call defeating me at the cost of your life? How unsatisfactory." With that, he delivered a punch to Wukong's abdomen, causing his head to collide with Shalu's knee. As Wukong soared into the sky, Shalu's terrifying speed allowed him to appear behind Wukong in an instant, delivering a devastating hammer fist that drove him deep into the ground. "How futile. Let South just obliterate this place." Shalu aligned his index and middle fingers, gathering a dark red sphere of energy, its surface crackling with blood-red arcs. He released it with a flick. Planet Destruction Ball. The dark red energy orb descended slowly toward the ground, growing larger and larger. Shalu enveloped himself in a green energy shield and leisurely observed as the enormous Planet Destruction Ball smashed the ground, progressing toward the Earth's core. Wukong, buried within the Earth, glimpsed the colossal energy sphere and thought to deflect it, yet it was a futile endeavor. Thus, the massive Planet Destruction Ball propelled Wukong toward the Earth's core. Before long, the ground erupted and magma burst forth. Shalu beheld the devastated landscape, a wicked smile spreading across his face as he vanished, reappearing in outer space. Gazing at the planet before him, which was gradually turning red, he marveled. The Earth was about to unleash its final brilliance. The surface of the Earth, with its orange-red hue, twisted like a series of bubbles, reaching its limit. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the exploding planet resembled a blooming firework, beautiful and resplendent. Truly magnificent. Haha, such fireworks, one could gaze upon for a lifetime. At this moment, in his ecstatic revelry, Shalu was oblivious to the striking figure of a handsome red-haired man standing behind him. Let us return to a few minutes prior. At the distant edge of the universe, our malevolent antagonist, Wukong, was explaining the peculiar rift he had observed to three scientists. As they were unable to see it, the explanation took some time, but it was nearly complete. "Well, that about sums it up. Do you have any questions?" "Boss, I feel that's sufficient. The rest will only be revealed through first-hand experimentation." Dr. Goluo, during this period of instruction, has been the most attentive, thus he has garnered a substantial amount of knowledge. I feel it is also time for me to begin. I too. Dr. Brief and Bulma are both geniuses, so their progress is not much different from Dr. Goluo's. Very well. In that case, I shall return and relocate the laboratory. Observing the three confident individuals, Wukong increasingly felt that his decision was indeed the correct one. Subsequently, Wukong instantly teleported away. Chapter 30. Beating? Training. Shalu. Returning to the present, Wukong, having teleported, was greeted by a dazzling display of fireworks, along with a green-skinned insectoid creature before him, frantically brandishing its limbs as if under the influence of a stimulant. What? Is the earth about to explode? In his memory, wasn't it akin to an indestructible cockroach? Wukong wore a look of helplessness. After all, he had only stepped away for a moment, and his nest had already been invaded. Who are you? The excited Shalu finally noticed the lively figure behind him and quickly turned to question. Ah, this is quite troublesome for me. Wukong frowned, pondering for a moment before replying. Let us find a place to converse at our leisure. With that, Wukong teleported behind Shalu, placing a hand on his shoulder, and with a swift motion, the two vanished. In the cosmos, on an unnamed desolate planet with cracked and parched earth, Wukong and Shalu materialized. Humph. Shalu shrugged off the hand resting on his shoulder, gazing intently at the figure clad in red fur with a black vest before him. He was astounded at how swiftly he had been led along by this individual. Shalu, you are quite the source of my distress. Wukong crossed his arms, reflecting on the memories in his mind while stroking his smooth chin, his tail swaying behind him before finally coiling around his waist. Here's the deal. Your actions have caused me irreversible losses. Not only have you wasted my time, but you have also cost me money. Henceforth, you shall work for me to repay your debts. Humph. Although I'm uncertain how you know my name, I am not intimidated. Shalu scoffed sarcastically. You simply wish to recruit me as your subordinate, do you not? Wukong shrugged. If that is your interpretation, I shall not oppose it. As soon as the words left his mouth, a golden aura surged around Shalu, interspersed with flickers of blue electricity. It is quite simple. All I need to do is eliminate you, and then all problems will cease to exist. Shalu charged forward, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Wukong's head. Bang! Wukong blocked the strike with his hand, then seized Shalu's ankle, spinning him around like a top before flinging him away. Wukong vanished and reappeared beside Shalu in midair, delivering a forceful punch to his abdomen. Uft! Purple blood erupted from Shalu's mouth, but in the next moment, Wukong seized his head and hurled him towards the ground. Thud! 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 Shalu crashed along the surface, colliding with something that produced 3 resounding booms, accompanied by a plume of smoke. Could this be the end? Wukong stood with his left hand on his hip, his right hand shielding his forehead as he surveyed the scene. Fortunately, the ultimate form of Shalu was resilient. He could withstand blows. Like a green moth, he soared into the air, maintaining a distant gaze with Wukong. Not bad, you have some spirit, Shalu remarked, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and offering a compliment. Is that so? There is even more to come. Just as he finished speaking, Wukong vanished and reappeared before Shalu, his elbow strike already aimed at Shalu's face. Bang! Uft! Shalu was propelled backward toward the right, as swift as an arrow released from a bow. Wukong anticipated his position and executed a downward axe kick. Boom! The ground below immediately formed a massive crater. Following that, a blue energy sphere with a long comet-like tail rushed toward the crater. Boom! The sphere radiated blinding light upon impact, resulting in the ground sinking an additional 10 meters. Wukong retracted his flower-like gesture, gazing at the devastation below. Oh, he is still alive. Sensing the significant decrease in energy below, he pondered, this fellow's resilience rivals that of my Super Saiyan form. But has he not exhibited any other capabilities? Nonetheless, with such durability, he qualifies to be my subordinate. However, his arrogance requires further tempering. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Shalu emerged from beneath a pile of rubble. Though this time he appeared far worse for wear, his body adorned with numerous visible bruises. Gasping for breath, Shalu's chest heaved, cold sweat glistening on his face, as he had nearly faced death moments ago. Why? Oh heavens! Why is it that every time I feel invincible, unforeseen circumstances arise? Damn it! I shall never be a time traveler again. Regardless of Shalu's inner turmoil and rage, Wukong stood before him like an immovable mountain. He could either overcome it or be crushed. Yet, he had nearly exhausted himself in just a few exchanges. How am I to fight now? Just as despair enveloped Shalu's thoughts, Wukong suddenly proposed a wager. In 2 minutes, you may attack me however you wish. If you can injure me or prevent me from moving, I shall let you go. Instantly, Shalu's temper flared, though not overtly noticeable. He was indeed incensed. Humiliation. This is an utter disgrace. You dare treat me in such a manner. Observing Shalu's gritted teeth, Wukong remained unfazed, for he was indeed humiliating him. He wanted Shalu to realize that he could not even lay a finger on him. The next moment, Shalu unleashed a punch enveloped in golden energy, striking Wukong's face. Bang! Staring at Wukong's unscathed visage in disbelief, Shalu launched a flurry of rapid punches across Wukong's body. After dozens of seconds, realizing his efforts were in vain, Shalu grew frantic and resorted to unleashing his ultimate attack. Massive blue and white energy spheres were hurled at Wukong as if they were worthless. Apart from the dazzling white light that persisted, 2 minutes later, Shalu beheld the immense cloud of smoke generated by his Kamehameha wave, filled with anticipation. For this was his full-powered attack, more than one. He could not believe that no damage had been inflicted. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the sight before him remained unchanged. Wukong was as he had been at the outset. Impossible. This cannot be. You cheated. You must have cheated. In disbelief, Shalu turned to flee, dashing away with an air of liberation and grace. Victory or defeat mattered little to him, but to have expended so much energy in his attacks, only to see no effect, was a devastating blow to his confidence. Lost and dejected, he sought a place to recuperate, watching Shalu vanish into the distance. Wukong shook his head. He had not cheated, merely utilizing energy to protect his essential clothing. Surely, this could not be considered cheating? After a moment's contemplation, Wukong's figure vanished once more. Chapter 31. The cold joke of the North Kai. Stumbling and disoriented, Shalu was fleeing this place of despair when suddenly a formidable figure blocked his path. Wukong stood with arms crossed, his tail swaying behind him, and his deep blue belt fluttering comfortably. Little insect, it seems you have lost. Can you grant me a moment to collect myself? Rest assured, I shall return, Shalu implored, casting a reluctant glance at the overwhelmingly powerful figure before him. 2 seconds later, Wukong's open palm covered Shalu's entire face, a mere few millimeters apart. Since you refuse to honor our agreement, then prepare to perish. The resplendent light not only illuminated Shalu's face, but also jolted his mind awake. Wait. I figured it out. Boss, I've come to a realization. Calm down. Terror was etched across Shalu's features, and the specter of death had compelled him to make the right choice. Oh, you weren't saying that just a moment ago. After Goku spoke, the radiance from his palm gradually faded, and he gently patted the shiny, bald head of Shalu, the comforting sensation eliciting a satisfied smile at the corner of his mouth. My mind was a bit muddled just now. I didn't even know what I was doing. That was all an accident. Boss, it was all an accident, Shalu explained, enduring the peculiar feeling atop his head. All right, since that is the case, I have a task for you now. I hope to witness your determination, Goku said, giving a reluctant pat to Shalu's black head. Yes. With that, Goku seized Shalu's arm, and in an instant, their figures vanished. On the other side, at the edge of the universe, 2 doctors, a brilliant woman, and 3 scientists were encircled within a dark golden light shield. The 3 were deep in thought when suddenly 2 figures appeared before them, instantly capturing their attention. Doctors, I brought you a bodyguard. Now your safety is assured. Goku, clad in red hair, appeared alongside Shalu, explaining their presence. Strange, why does he seem somewhat familiar? Dr. Guolu furrowed his brow, pondering. All right, understood. Dr. Burifu and Bulma replied in unison. Shalu, this is your first task. Protect these 3 individuals well. If even a single hair is lost from them, you'd better be cautious about how many lives you have left. After patting Shalu on the shoulder, Goku turned to the trio. All right, I'll go fetch the equipment you need. With a nod to Shalu, Goku vanished in an instant. The Earth has been destroyed, and the Dragon Balls are undoubtedly unusable. The only recourse left is the Dragon Balls of Namek, but locating Namek is no simple task. The one most likely to know its whereabouts is the Kaioshin, North Kaioshin planet, a planet with yellow-green hues. Differs from ordinary celestial bodies in that all aspects of life exist on its surface, and it possesses 10 times the standard gravity. The North Kaioshin, dressed in black with the character for world emblazoned on his chest, stood not far from a semi-spherical structure, his head bowed and hands tightly clasped, his long black antennae quivering slightly. Suddenly, Goku appeared directly behind the rotund North Kaioshin. Ah, you've come, the Kaioshin thought, exhaling as he unfolded his antennae and stood tall, placing his hands behind his back, slowly turning to face Goku. Ahem, you're looking for my assistance in locating Namek, aren't you? Indeed, esteemed Kaioshin. This task is not particularly challenging. However, when seeking my help, Everything must be done according to the rules. The North Kaishin nodded, his antennae swaying rhythmically as he paused. Are you prepared? Ready. Goku scratched his head, pondering what amusing anecdotes he could share. After a moment, he had one. He began, once, when I was out eating, I got lost and saw a little boy. I patted his head and asked, little friend, where is this place? The child replied, this is my head. Goku looked at the North Kaishin with unwavering confidence, but upon seeing the Kaishin's impassive expression, he wondered, isn't that funny? No matter. I have more. Once, Xiao Ming came second to last on a test, and when he returned home, his father saw the paper and began to hit him. After a while, perhaps tired from the beating, they both sat on the sofa. Xiao Ming wanted to ask if his father had eaten to ease the awkwardness, but he blurted out, Dad, you haven't eaten, have you? Consequently, he received another round of beating. Goku nearly laughed at his own story, but upon noticing the still expressionless North Kaishin, his smile vanished, and he couldn't help but lament. Could it be? Was I once this resilient? Just when Goku was in bewilderment, contemplating another joke, the North Kaishin suddenly covered his mouth, emitting curious sounds. Woo-woo ha 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 woo-woo. This is my head. Ha ha. I can't take it. I'm laughing so hard it hurts. The North Kaishin clutched his belly, laughing and crying, pounding the ground in mirth. Ha ha ha, too funny. And you haven't eaten, right? Woo ha. You're killing me. Goku wore a solemn expression as he watched the North Kaishin rolling on the ground, pounding the earth. Snot and saliva flowing freely. He still has use. He still has use. Resisting the wicked thoughts within, he patiently awaited the North Kaishin to calm down. After 10 minutes, the North Kaishin wiped his nose with a handkerchief, and once done, he said, All right, I will now help you locate Namek. With that, the North Kaishin clenched his fist, his long, slender antennae spinning in circles, an invisible wave radiating outward until it reached the farthest distances. Moments later, he grinned widely. Found it. Now, I will transmit the coordinates to you. The North Kaishin pointed his antennae at Goku, and after an invisible glow, a sequence of coordinates materialized in Goku's mind. Done. I've fulfilled your request. You may leave now. By the way, if you need my assistance again, feel free to come. Just share a few more jokes of the same caliber as the last two. The North Kaishin waved dismissively, turning back toward his dwelling. Oh, that won't be necessary. We probably won't meet again. A sly smile crept across Goku's face as his figure vanished in an instant. We won't meet again. The thought of never hearing such delightful jokes again prompted the North Kaishin to quickly turn around, eager to persuade Goku to share his jokes one more time. However, as he turned, a pulsating, dark golden sphere appeared before him. Boom. Moments later, with a resounding explosion and a spectacular display of fireworks, North Kaishin planet vanished amidst the boundless yellow clouds. Chapter 32, Shenlong Balunja. In the North Galaxy, in a secluded and obscure location, lay an unremarkable grass-green planet, which served as the new residence of the Namekians, New Namek. Upon entering the planet, one would find various sizes of semicircular white shell-like houses distributed throughout the village. Surrounding these houses, tall adult Namekians labored diligently, sweat streaming down their green faces. Meanwhile, the youthful Namekians, sporting small green antennae, chased and played with one another, creating a beautiful and serene tableau. In a medium-sized village consisting of over 10 houses, atop a gigantic mountain, stood Super Saiyan 4 Goku, clad in dark golden and black attire. His deep blue belt fluttered freely in the gentle breeze, and a charming smile graced Goku's handsome face. Indeed, it is here. The dim-witted blue creature would not dare deceive me. Otherwise, I would have to make him remember his place in the afterlife. Goku gazed at the Namekian village nearby, contemplating how to search for the Dragon Balls. Closing his eyes, he focused on sensing the strongest presence on this planet. After a brief moment, he exclaimed, Oh, found it. But why are there two powers that are nearly equal? Swish. In the central area of New Namek, where the densest concentration of houses resided, stood the largest and tallest structure, the dwelling of the supreme ruler of the Namekians, Elder Mulin. In front of the elder's abode stood two battle-hardened Namekians, resembling gatekeepers. Why battle-hardened, you ask? Because they were clearly formidable warriors, towering over 2 meters in height, their muscular forms exuding a sense of strength, their expressions grim and resolute. Suddenly, before the two individuals, a figure clad in red materialized out of thin air, startling them momentarily. However, they quickly regained their composure and regarded the man with the crimson vest with wariness. Wukong gazed at the expansive, characteristic architecture of Namek and mused to himself. Such a grand structure must house an important figure, perhaps the Grand Elder or the repository of the Dragon Balls. The two Namekians, noticing the stranger's intense focus on the Grand Elder's residence behind them, demanded loudly, "Who are you? What do you want?" "Oh." Wukong snapped back to reality and addressed the two imposing figures. "Greetings, I am but a traveler, here to borrow your esteemed Dragon Balls." "Humph. The Dragon Balls are not something you can simply borrow." Before the Namekian could finish his retort, Wukong swiftly darted behind them, striking both of their necks with precision. Bang! Thud! The two mightiest Namekians collapsed instantly, unconscious. "So loquacious," Wukong remarked as he proceeded towards the enormous building. Upon entering, his gaze was drawn to a colossal figure that commanded attention. It was the new Grand Elder, whom he had not seen in 3 years. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. Recalling the days when Mulan had yet to ascend as Grand Elder, he reflected on how most Namekians bore similar appearances, making it difficult to remember anyone but the Grand Elder. Now, witnessing the familiar essence of the former Grand Elder in Mulan, his memories felt achingly vivid. "Outsider, leave at once. You are not welcome here. Even from afar, I can sense your malevolent aura." The Grand Elder's voice echoed ominously within the dim room, clearly stating his position. "Sigh, Grand Elder, your decision puts me in a difficult position," Wukong replied, feigning disappointment. "I had hoped for an amiable exchange. You provide the Dragon Balls, and I leave after fulfilling my wish. No time wasted for either of us." With a resigned shake of his head, he pointed his palm towards the entrance and declared malevolently, "If that is the case, allow me to alter your perspective." In an instant, a massive dark golden energy wave erupted, expanding the doorway and disintegrating the two combat-ready Namekians outside, reducing them to mere remnants. This unleashed a charred, vast chasm, devastating nearby structures as well. In the wake of this catastrophic display, the Namekians outside, missing limbs or grievously injured, cried out in anguish. Inside the Grand Elder's chamber, the Elder's eyes widened in horror at the sounds of suffering. "Old man, you would do well to heed my warning. What you have lost are merely 2 guards and some of your kin. Do not compel me to eliminate your people one by one before you come to regret it." Wukong approached the Grand Elder, undeterred by his menacing glare, placing a hand upon his ample belly. "Grand Elder, contemplate this carefully. Is your abstract sense of justice more significant than the lives of your kin? Regardless, should I eliminate you, I can still acquire the Dragon Balls. You have 3 seconds to decide." Wukong grinned at the Grand Elder, announcing, "Let us begin." 3. The Grand Elder pondered his options. But suddenly a searing sensation shot through his abdomen. Thud! A gaping wound materialized in his midsection, his face contorted in pain and confusion. "But there are still 2 seconds left?" Seemingly interpreting the Grand Elder's bewilderment, Wukong offered a considerate explanation. "I prefer not to count 1, 2. Indeed, the resilience of the Namekians was remarkable. However, I wonder if you can withstand another blow." As he spoke, a dark golden energy sphere appeared in his hand, aimed directly at the Grand Elder's head. "Wait, you may borrow the Dragon Balls, but do not harm my people." Ultimately, the Grand Elder capitulated, regardless of the reasoning. Wukong succeeded in obtaining the Dragon Balls. At the Grand Elder's behest, the various villages swiftly gathered the Dragon Balls they guarded outside his abode. "Very well. You may leave now. The Dragon Balls are assembled. They will assist you in summoning Shenlong." The Grand Elder, his abdominal wound swathed in white bandages, spoke weakly. Nodding, Wukong exited the inner chamber and was greeted by the sight of the magnificent, towering Dragon Balls, glimmering like gold. The Namekians who had brought the Dragon Balls regarded this wild outsider with trepidation, feeling the weight of his formidable presence. "Let us proceed." Upon hearing Wukong's command, a seemingly youthful Namekian hurriedly began to chant the incantation. "Elder Shenlong, arise." As his words left his lips, the sky darkened, and serpentine flashes of lightning danced amidst the clouds. The 7 enormous Dragon Balls radiated a dazzling, resplendent light. The brilliance shot upwards, coalescing into a figure with emerald skin, muscular build, and a dorsal fin-like spine, with 4 horns sprouting from its head and 2 barbed horns upon its shoulders. It bore a resemblance to the genie from Aladdin's lamp. This was Shenlong Purunga. Chapter 33. Farewell, Namek. The imposing and overwhelming Shenlong Purunga glared with its fiery red eyes, extending 3 fingers from its right hand. "State your wishes. I can grant you 3. The young Namekian gazed at Wukong, eager to learn what he would wish for. My first wish is to restore Earth to its former glory. My second wish is to resurrect all those slain by the androids. As for the third, I am not quite sure yet. I will hold on to it for now. That will be all. Wukong closed his eyes, reflecting carefully to ensure no errors before speaking. Though somewhat puzzled, the astute Namekian did not question further. Instead, he obediently recited Wukong's wishes in the Namekian tongue. Very well, that is quite simple. Purunga responded after hearing the young Namekian's words, its crimson eyes glowing with a mysterious light. Moments later, the enigmatic red glow dissipated, and Purunga raised a claw. Your first 2 wishes have been granted. If you do not state your final wish, it will be considered forfeited. Wait, why is it automatically forfeited? Wukong's irritation flared. You, muscle-bound lizard, are you incapable of comprehension? I merely said I wanted to save the last wish for later. Upon hearing this, Wukong's displeasure intensified. Anything belonging to him was rightfully his to command, to be used at his discretion. The words of that muscle-bound lizard felt like a mockery of fate itself. With this thought, a massive dark golden energy orb manifested before him, and Wukong grinned wickedly at the formidable Shenlong Purunga. Since your wishes are gone, you are of no further use. Vanish from this world. Instantly, the dark golden beam enveloped Shenlong, penetrating its form and ascending into the sky until it vanished. The Namekians present recoiled in terror as they beheld the gaping wound that had consumed Purunga's robust torso, a sight most horrifying. Before long, Purunga's form began to disperse, ultimately transforming into countless shimmering golden motes of light. Following Purunga's disappearance, the sky cleared, and the towering Dragon Balls on the ground reverted to mere boulder-sized orbs. Whoosh! A modest dark golden energy wave swept through the air, colliding with the 7 colossal stone Dragon Balls. Bang! The spherical stone orbs shattered instantly into debris. Meanwhile, the Namekians had already pressed their heads to the ground, trembling in fear, uncertain if they were praying to a deity or beseeching a higher power. Wukong paid them no heed, leaving only a parting remark as he soared into the sky. By the way, please convey my regards to your Grand Elder. After a considerable time had passed, sensing the malevolent figure had departed, the prostrate Namekians gradually rose, exclaiming their relief at escaping a dire fate. Hey, why are there 2 suns? At that moment, a young Namekian child pointed skyward, bewildered. Upon hearing these words, the others instinctively gazed toward the sky, their faces exhibiting a profound astonishment. In their line of sight, alongside the singularly magnificent sun, appeared a considerably smaller sun, descending toward them. However, unlike the grand sun, this smaller orb was actively approaching the crowd. Inside the immense dwelling, the elder seemed to sense something amiss. He strained to support his still recovering colossal form and gradually moved outside. With his left hand resting against the dilapidated doorway, he exhaled deeply and directed his gaze skyward. In the vastness of outer space, Wukong observed a destructive sphere, 1/5 the size of the new Namek, encroaching upon the vibrant green planet. His resolute declaration of death would be fulfilled with absolute certainty. Casting one last glance at the new Namek, which had transformed into a fiery ball, Wukong executed an instantaneous teleportation, vanishing in a flash, as brilliant fireworks serenely marked his departure. The Earth reverted to its former state, with all those slain by the androids resurrected. The Earth's warriors, led by Son Wukong and Vegeta, also returned to life, as did the pairs of android siblings who had perished in the planet's explosion. The resurrected individuals wore expressions of bewilderment, still entranced in the illusion of life and death, until one among them slapped another, jolting everyone into the realization of their continued existence. As most rejoiced with tears of joy, their benefactor, Wukong, suddenly appeared at Bulma's residence. Upon entering the laboratory, he grasped the capsule boxes prepared by the 3 scientists, inspecting the contents with keen interest. These must be the experimental equipment assembled by Dr. Gero and Dr. Brief, he mused, nodding slightly before vanishing once more. At the cosmic boundary, Cell watched with boredom as the 3 within the luminous sphere chattered incessantly, occasionally glancing toward the vast emptiness before them. During this time, he had gleaned some knowledge about their research. Ahead, a colossal rift in the void was visible to only the leader, while the others remained oblivious. Indeed, no matter how many times he gazed, that which was unseen would forever remain so. After yet another futile attempt to perceive the emptiness, Cell shook his head in frustration, lamenting, I cannot see it. I cannot see it. In an instant, Wukong's appearance captured the attention of the four present. After tossing the box to Dr. Gero, Wukong stated, All right, focus on your research. Signal me if anything arises. I await your good news. With that, he seized Cell, and, while speaking, they both vanished. Let us find a nearby location to train. On a desolate planet, two figures materialized in the sky, exchanging glances. The red-haired Wukong proclaimed, I shall train with you alone, so do strive to please me. With no option for refusal, Cell gathered his resolve and swiftly advanced, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he launched an assault on Wukong. The two moved with remarkable speed, leaving only a myriad of ephemeral afterimages in their wake. 3 months later, at the cosmic boundary, a laboratory resembling a steel fortress floated in the void, filled with the sounds of crackling and rumbling. Suddenly, a peculiar, low rumble silenced the chaos, followed by a cacophony of triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha, after 3 months. We have finally succeeded. The exuberance and pride of the man resonated through his voice. A peculiar sound followed, akin to fireworks, accompanied by the emergence of a symbol in the void. Nearby, on the desolate planet, two figures engaged in a frenetic dance, each collision producing a symphony of impacts. At that moment, one individual paused to gaze at the fireworks above. The other, seemingly lost in the fervor of battle, unleashed a relentless barrage of powerful punches, the air crackling with each strike. Though Wukong's attention was captured by the celestial display, his movements remained swift as he caught Cell's incoming fist, leveraging the momentum to drive his knee into Cell's face. The impact elicited a pained grunt from Cell, who, though momentarily dazed, regained clarity. Boss, what happened? He exclaimed, covering his face in pain. It is time to unveil the mystery. With that, Wukong grasped Cell's shoulder, and the two vanished in an instant. In a dim, tranquil steel chamber, two elderly men and a woman congregated, surrounded by an array of intricate and sophisticated instruments, some of which emitted strange smoke. Wukong and Cell materialized above the apparatus, descending onto the limited space available. However, it appeared that the three esteemed scientists were too engrossed in their work to notice the newcomers. Ultimately, it was the observant and astute Bulma who identified the two additional figures. Wukong, you have arrived. Upon hearing Bulma's call, Dr. Gero and Dr. Brief finally snapped out of their reverie, lowering their heads in unison. Dr. Gero, brimming with urgency and excitement, exclaimed, Apologies, boss. This device is simply extraordinary. We were so engrossed that we failed to notice your arrival. Please, see for yourself. This is the device you requested for opening the rift. He presented the object of his fascination to Wukong. At that moment, the true nature of the device was revealed, a palm-sized silver disc resembling two crescent moons embracing, exuding an aura of mystery and grandeur. Boss, have you also been captivated by its exquisite exterior? It is truly magnificent. This device was crafted from the unknown energies collected around the rift, combined with other materials. Moreover, it possesses a remarkable feature. Dr. Gero continued, tossing the silver disc into the air. Strangely, it spun a few times before coming to a complete standstill. There's more. Dr. Gero soared into the air to position himself appropriately, attempting to clasp the disc with both hands. Yet, regardless of his efforts, up, down, left, or right, he could not draw it together. It seemed as though the silver disc was repelling him. Observing the minuscule distance between Dr. Gero's hands and the disc, merely the size of a fist, Wukong interjected, All right, come down and let me give it a try. Dr. Gero quickly stepped aside as Wukong ascended. Wukong extended one hand downward and the other upward, cautiously approaching. Upon reaching a fist-sized distance, an overwhelming force of repulsion manifested. Wukong's expression sharpened, and he exerted considerable strength with both hands. As he did so, the terrifying repulsive force intensified, causing the veins in his crimson-tinged arms to bulge, while arcs of electricity flickered at the point of contact between his hands and the disc. After several minutes of stalemate, the blue arcs multiplied, yet the insurmountable distance remained unchanged. Intriguing. Wukong nodded, releasing the disc and returning to the ground, gazing up at the suspended object. It won't just remain there indefinitely, will it? Dr. Gero responded, No, it will eventually descend after a few minutes. Has this device been named yet? Not yet. However, we each suggested a few names, We await your decision, boss. There's no need. Let us call it Insua. Upon Wukong's decision, Dr. Jero ceased further suggestions and promptly replied, Boss, as expected, you possess an extraordinary talent for naming. Haha. A brief silence enveloped the room until, for minutes later, the Insua began to descend. Wukong reached out to catch it. All right, let us proceed. By the way, would you like to see it? If so, just touch my body. In the next moment, the 5 individuals placed their hands upon Wukong's robust arms, and then, with a swift motion, they vanished. Outside, amid the dark void, as the 5 appeared, a colossal dark golden energy shield materialized instantaneously. Wukong gazed at the immense and pitch-black rift before him, a flicker of excitement glimmering in his eyes. In the following instant, he hurled the silver dart he held towards the enormous, gaping maw of the rift. To the others, the silver disc spiraled forward, expanding rapidly. In Wukong's dark purple pupils, ignited by black energy, the silver dart grew larger as it approached the rift, ultimately perfectly occupying the central portion of the vast fissure. After a brief span of 10 seconds, the silver dart, resembling 2 crescent moons, abruptly split apart, with each crescent rotating in opposite directions. The result of this rotation transformed the 2 crescents into swirling silver vortices, emanating a silvery liquid that gradually began to fill the space shrouded in black mist. Before long, the vast rift, save for the void at its center, was entirely enveloped by the shimmering silver substance. To the other 4, the silver disk suddenly transformed into 2 rotating entities, from which the silver liquid emerged, painting the void akin to cosmic pollution. Then, a great silver maw materialized. In Wukong's eyes, the silver liquid that covered the rift ceased its movement. At that moment, the 2 swirling silver vortices at the center of the rift began to spin with increasing ferocity. Simultaneously, the edges of the rift, now encased in silver liquid, began to shift in opposite vertical directions, widening steadily. Observing the ever-expanding rift, Wukong discerned the cause. So this is how the repelling force is wielded. Minutes passed, and the rift, now visible only to Wukong, had grown tenfold, resembling a demon with its mouth agape, revealing a dark, profound space that seemed capable of devouring all. After several more seconds, as the rift ceased to expand, Wukong addressed his companions, proclaiming, All right, this should be the maximum size. I will venture inside. If I do not return within a day, you will be free. With that, Wukong enveloped himself in golden flames and transformed into a beam of golden light, soaring into the unknown darkness ahead. Upon entering this enigmatic rift, Wukong found himself engulfed in boundless darkness, as if blind. With no other recourse, he relied solely on instinct to navigate. Time seemed to vanish in this shadowy realm. As he walked, his bodily sensations faded one by one, until only his pair of dark eyes remained. Suddenly, in the pure darkness ahead, a trace of blood appeared, standing out like a firefly amid the overwhelming blackness. Drawn by the vivid red hue, Wukong instinctively moved toward the bloodstain. As time slipped away, the blood transformed from a thin trace to a rich stream, exuding a faint sanguinescence. After an indeterminate period, a small red dot materialized ahead. Gazing at this dot, Wukong felt an inexplicable urge to blink, a compulsion he could not resist. In the blink of an eye, an egg suddenly appeared before him, standing tall and blood-red like jade. Looking back, the distant red dot had vanished. Is this for real? So soon? The crimson egg emitted a mist, enveloping Wukong, gradually restoring the sensations of his previously numbed body. Wukong moved his limbs, then regarded the giant egg before him. He reached out to touch it, finding it somewhat chilly. So cold. If there is life within, it must already be dead. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to carry this object outside for the others to examine. Outside, the 4 observed the silver maw in the sky, each displaying a different expression. Dr. Brief glanced at his wristwatch and stated, Nearly a day has passed. It seems we must part ways. Dr. Jero, upon checking the time, displayed a fluctuating demeanor. Bulma remained composed, unperturbed, standing still with her notebook, diligently recording her observations of the grand silver maw. Meanwhile, Cell had maintained his position since Wukong's entry, arms crossed, head bowed in quiet contemplation. Half an hour later, Dr. Brief, anxious to return, fixated on his watch, counting the seconds. The atmosphere was silent, save for the sound of time trickling away, until Dr. Brief reached the final count in his mind. Time's up. Here it comes. The former was Dr. Brief's countdown reaching its conclusion, while the latter was Cell, whose eyes snapped open at the last moment, exclaiming. As their words fell away, a colossal egg leaped from the silver maw. The moment it emerged, the vast abyss behind it began to recede, ultimately causing both the silver dart and the liquid to vanish. The group's gaze briefly lingered on the blood-red egg before shifting to Wukong, who had just exited the rift. Upon emerging, the egg began to levitate on its own, while crimson mist swirled around it. What is this, boss? Dr. Gero inquired, observing the egg cloaked in mysterious red vapor. I found this in the rift. It's icy cold. I wonder if the creature inside is alive or dead. Wukong approached the egg, bending his fingers to knock on its surface. Clang. It's remarkably hard. Sensing its rigidity, he circled the egg a few times, then turned to his companions encased in the energy shield. There's no other option. Bulma and the two doctors. It's up to you to investigate what this is. The three nodded in agreement, and with a wave of Wukong's hand, the massive energy shield split into 3 segments, allowing them to maneuver freely in space. Armed with tools, they encircled the blood-red egg, preparing to sample, analyze, and experiment. Dr. Gero, wielding a syringe, approached the egg to take a sample. You dare, old thief? As the needle pierced the surface, a thunderous roar erupted, overwhelming the senses. Instantly, except for the formidable Wukong and the relatively strong Cell, the other 3 collapsed. Yet, Wukong and Cell were not unscathed. Their ears rang painfully, and their bodies felt wretched. Dizzy and disoriented, the two swayed but managed to stabilize themselves, slowly acclimatizing to their discomfort. Meanwhile, the echoing roar persisted, reverberating through the void. Suddenly, a whirlpool-like black hole tore open in the distant void, and a cloud of black smoke surged forth, swiftly approaching the giant egg. Ha! 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 Indeed, ha ha ha! The smoky figure emitted a deep, unsettling laughter, a sound that was both dissonant and terrifying as it morphed, swirling to form a corporeal being. In no time, a figure cloaked in black robes, wielding a gray-boned staff, materialized before them. Cough! Cough! The figure erupted in laughter, ceasing only when a fit of coughing interrupted. Turning to Wukong and Cell, who were still recovering, he inquired, Are you the ones who extracted this giant egg? Noticing their silence and dazed expressions, the figure gestured, and a black light rippled forth, causing Wukong and Cell's attention to snap into focus. In an instant, they retreated, halting only when the terrifying figure was no longer visible. What was that? Although I couldn't sense its energy, it felt utterly horrific. As Wukong was about to speak, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Gazing at the faceless individual draped in black robes, Wukong instantly realized there was no escape. This creature was far superior to them. In the next moment, they found themselves abruptly back before the blood jade giant egg, returning to their previous location without any sensation. Apart from marveling at its immense power, Wukong felt nothing else. Is this thing something you brought out? The cloaked figure extended its left hand, bony fingers pointing at the giant egg, inquiring with a raspy, unpleasant voice. Indeed, Wukong replied truthfully, as there was nothing to conceal. Both the witnesses and tangible evidence were present. Can you see the Xia Xian Liahan? Oh. Shalu appeared utterly bewildered, crossing his arms and bowing his head in silence. Wukong mused that the fissure was called Xia Xian Liahan. I can see the Xia Xian Liahan you mentioned. Oh. The cloaked figure turned to scrutinize Wukong with keen interest, while Wukong reciprocated by observing this mysterious being. The not overly thick black robe enveloped a body resembling that of a hunchbacked elder, exuding an aura of impending demise. After a moment of appraisal, the robed elder fixed his gaze upon Wukong's eyes, and upon observing him, he chuckled. Ha! Such pure darkness. I understand why you can see the Xia Xian Liahan. Subsequently, his tone became serious, albeit still unpleasant, as the raspy voice echoed hauntingly in their minds. Young man, you have accomplished something truly remarkable. Chapter 36. The Secrets of the Past-O? Wukong replied, his expression laden with confusion as he looked at the cloaked elder. Why do you say that? The elder remained silent, instead slapping the giant egg before him. Of course, it's because of this. He scrutinized the blood jade giant egg once more before turning to Wukong, stating, This is no ordinary object. Do you know of Quan Wang? Ah, no, wait. How could a small fellow like you know someone of Quan Wang's stature? The cloaked elder shook his head in resignation, preparing to enlighten Wukong about higher matters. I know of Quan Wang. And why do you look down upon me, old man? Wukong retorted, feeling displeased, thinking that if he knew he couldn't defeat the elder, he would have already blasted him away. Oh, the cloaked elder exclaimed with surprise, his head slightly lifting beneath the robe, and once again his unique voice enveloped them. Although I don't understand how you know of Quan Wang, it saves me from explaining all the trivial details. Since you are aware of Quan Wang, I shall tell you directly that this egg is deeply connected to him. It can be said to be Quan Wang himself. Wukong uttered an inquiry, while Shalu wore a look of perplexity, clearly indicating disbelief. The cloaked elder seemed to anticipate their expressions. You need not doubt. Once I finish my tale, you will understand. With that, this enigmatic figure, exuding an air of malevolence, began recounting a thrilling saga. Long ago, two extraordinary life forms were born. One emerged with unparalleled power, destined from the moment of its birth to stand as the supreme ruler. In stark contrast, the sibling, which could be considered the younger brother, was strikingly different. Perhaps due to the principle of opposites, the younger brother was exceedingly weak compared to his powerful sibling, being frail, diminutive, with dark, unsightly skin. The weak younger brother and the formidable older brother were ultimately beings from different worlds, when the elder ascended to become Quan Wang. The younger brother was banished by his innocent sibling. Thus, the younger brother wandered through various universes, suffering abuse due to his ugly appearance. Wherever he went, he was bullied and often left battered and bruised. This state of affairs persisted for 10,000 years, until one day, the younger brother, having once again been beaten into unconsciousness, lay covered in countless wounds, bleeding. Suddenly, a dark cloud descended from the heavens, enveloping the unconscious brother and whisking him away. From that day forth, the weak younger brother vanished and was never seen again. A further 10,000 years passed, and a malevolent dark force arose, conquering universe after universe at a terrifying pace. Their leader was a fearsome entity known as Quan Mo. Under his might, all universes fell under his dominion. Quan Mo, relentless in his conquest, targeted the last remaining stronghold, Quan Wang's palace. During the final confrontation, the mysterious Quan Mo revealed his true identity as the younger brother, who had been living in the shadows for 10,000 years. Upon their meeting, Quan Wang directly stated, "You should retreat, otherwise, I shall obliterate you." Quan Mo, gazing at Quan Wang as if he were a fool, laughed derisively at the seemingly nonsensical words. The next moment, a massive crimson wave was directed towards Quan Wang's naive visage. Without a doubt, after 10,000 years, Quan Mo was still the superior force. In this battle, Quan Wang faced defeat. However, due to their shared existence, he did not perish but was instead imprisoned. Among his subordinates, only a few managed to escape, while the rest fell victim to destruction. Following this tumultuous conflict, Quan Mo became the new ruler of all universes. Yet, he was not one to rest. After a brief respite, he resolved to conquer other timelines. Utilizing the power of the time ring, Quan Mo embarked on a new journey, leaving a trail of bloodshed and violence as each timeline fell one by one. However, the overambitious often meet their downfall. During a temporal traversal, Quan Mo and his entourage encountered a rare temporal storm, resulting in numerous casualties. Upon returning to their base, unbeknownst to them, the Great Divine Palace had rallied a formidable force, rescuing the imprisoned Quan Wang and seizing the opportunity to capture the beleaguered Quan Mo and his followers. The severely injured Quan Mo was not imprisoned. Having learned from past experiences, he was divided into several parts, each sealed within the spatial rifts of various timelines. Meanwhile, the obstinate followers of Quan Mo were imprisoned in the Blood Abyss Hell, a place of banishment. Thus concluded this riveting tale, undeniably exhilarating despite the younger brother's ultimate failure. Nevertheless, the weaker sibling had once managed to defeat his powerful brother through relentless effort. For a moment, even Wukong was captivated by the story, but upon its conclusion, he could only sigh in resignation. Now do you understand how precious the item that emerged from the rift truly is? The cloaked elder remarked, gesturing with his staff towards the blood-red giant egg behind him. Wukong nodded, while the stoic Shalu remained silently with his arms crossed. However, after a brief silence, the cloaked elder continued, "This is merely one part of it." The elder's eyes, obscured beneath the robe, fixated intently on Wukong as he slowly inquired, "Young man, since only you can perceive the Xie Xian Liahan, will you assist me in locating the other fragments?" "Me?" Wukong regarded him with amusement, a sly smile gracing his lips. Why do you think I would undertake such a perilous task? Haha, it's merely a hunch. The ambition reflected in your eyes tells me you are not one to be content with tranquility. The cloaked elder remarked, circling Wukong. And I can help you realize that ambition. Wukong glared intently at the elder, questioning, what makes you believe you can aid me? I recall from your earlier tale that Quan Mo was taken by the dark cloud and vanished for 10,000 years. The old man in the black robe glanced at Wukong, who was taken aback, and continued, do you truly believe that I could cultivate an unparalleled being like Chuanma over the span of 10,000 years, yet be unable to fulfill your trivial ambitions? After pondering for a moment, Wukong inquired, what if I choose not to assist you? The old man fell silent for a moment before replying, what can be done then? We would have to wait for the next individual. So what is your answer? Chapter 37. The mysterious visitor. A chilling silence enveloped the scene, as the old man in the black robe stood quietly, awaiting Wukong's response. This tense atmosphere did not linger for long. For approximately 2 seconds and 3 breaths later, Wukong provided his answer. All right, I will assist. Good, good, good. The old man exclaimed joyfully, tapping his bone staff. You have indeed not let me down. Young one, you have made a wise choice. Wukong could only feign a smile, concealing the wariness brewing within him. Indeed, this old fellow was a character of duality. Had his previous response not aligned with the old man's desires, the outcome could have been drastically different for him. Alas, it ultimately boiled down to strength. Were it not for the instinctive feeling that he could not defeat this ancient creature, he would have long since revealed its true skeletal form. Wukong's internal monologue remained unheard. As the old man placed his hand upon a colossal egg, a plume of black smoke enveloped it, and when the smoke dissipated, the giant egg had vanished completely. What is this? Wukong gazed at this bizarre spectacle, his eyes filled with astonishment. Do not be overly alarmed. You too can achieve such feats if you reach a sufficient level of power, the old man remarked, having concealed the giant egg. Now, we possess only this one piece. We must continue to gather the remaining 6 parts to resurrect Chuanma. How shall we locate the other pieces? Wukong inquired with curiosity. Chuanma has been divided into 7 fragments and scattered across countless dimensions. To find and assemble them is akin to an insurmountable challenge. However, the old man's tone shifted. With your unexpected discovery of this 1/7, the resurrection of Chuanma has become a possibility. Possible? Wukong echoed. Indeed, the fragment you have found will merely guide us. We still need to obtain the time ring of the Kaishin. Yet, these are not the most crucial elements. The final item holds the utmost significance. Upon hearing that there were additional conditions, Wukong expressed mild impatience. Why must this be so complicated? The last item should be a mere trifle for someone of your caliber. A trifle? Haha. The old man shook his head. While it may indeed appear simple, the condition is that you must capture her. Unfortunately, the power she wields can only be harnessed at her discretion. Otherwise, no one shall find her. Who is this formidable individual? Wukong inquired. She is no ordinary person. She is... Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation. Crack, crack. A rift in the void opened not far above them, and a diminutive figure leaped forth, exclaiming loudly. I have found you, time-space fugitive. The old man in the black robe, once composed, now appeared incredulous, staring at the suddenly materialized figure. Ha! He quickly regained his composure, bursting into laughter as he pointed his staff toward the void, unleashing a wave of black energy. Fortune favors me. How serendipitous. The old man gestured toward the newcomer, addressing Wukong. Isn't this a remarkable coincidence? I was just about to mention her when she appeared. Wukong gazed curiously at the woman above, whose appearance seemed somewhat familiar. With a petite frame, light orange hair, and a complexion reminiscent of pale pink, she possessed a sweet, endearing visage. Adorned in an off-shoulder crimson-purple jacket cinched at the waist with a brown belt, she wore loose gray trousers and white shoes. Who is she? I feel like I have seen her before. Observing Wukong lost in thought, the old man continued, Incredible. Young one, she is the Kaishin of time, Kuranoa. The final piece needed to resurrect Chuanma. If we capture her, we can traverse time without the time ring. Had she not appeared before me, I would have never found her, let alone control her. Although the old man's face was obscured, his voice resonated with excitement. Meanwhile, Kuranoa hovered silently in the air, displaying a troubled expression, muttering to herself, How could this happen? Why has my time travel malfunctioned? Gazing at the ominous aura emanating from the old man in the black robe, she whispered in distress, "What should I do?" The moment the charming Kaioshin had spoken her line upon emerging through the rift, she sensed a malevolent presence. The ensuing laughter drew her gaze toward the old man, and upon their first encounter, she immediately attempted to harness her time power to open a time tunnel, but encountered a complete lack of response, heightening her anxiety. Haha. The old man floated upward, his hunched figure overshadowing Kuranoa's petite form. Kuranoa, you have strayed into heaven's path and barged into hell's gates. Surrender yourself. With that, he extended a hand in a mock gesture toward the Kaioshin, her body radiating a gray light indicative of her temporal power. Dark demon, you shall not prevail. In the next moment, a colossal hand formed from black energy lunged toward the Kaioshin. Instantly, a fierce clash erupted between the black lightning and the silver light. The dark hand's electrical energy intensified, while the silver luminescence waned, with slender bolts of lightning piercing through the silver glow to strike the Kaioshin. The overwhelming, penetrating pain surged through her entire being, eliciting pained cries. The dark demon's sinister laughter resonated ominously, perfectly fitting the scene. The obsidian hand gradually consumed the last vestiges of light, enveloping Kuranoa within a sphere of darkness, rendering her as small as a basketball in its grasp. In the next instant, both Kuranoa and the massive hand vanished. Subsequently, the old man in the black robe descended, gazing at Wukong with a grin. Ah, what fortune! I cannot even begin to express it. All is in place, yet we still require a few elements. Having just witnessed the old man's formidable power, Wukong felt an escalating sense of wariness. What more do we require? What do you think is lacking? It is, of course, your strength, the old man declared. Since I have promised you that your power will match your ambitions, I shall not go back on my word. Wukong quickly pointed to the three unconscious individuals behind him, saying, I shall first attend to my subordinates. No need. I shall assist you. With a wave of his staff, a plume of inky gas engulfed the three. There. They have returned to their original places. Chapter 38. The Devil's Training commences. Watching the vanished figures, Wukong could only wish them luck. Soon after, the dark demon gestured once more, and a whirlpool resembling a black hole appeared before them. As he approached the vortex, he remarked, You should have heard my name by now. Indeed, that Kaioshin of time referred to you as the Dark Demon. Wukong and Shalu answered, following closely behind. Very well. You may call me as such. By the way, as we will be together for some time, how shall I refer to you? Wukong, you may call me Wukong. Shalu. With that, the three of them disappeared into the dark whirlpool. On Earth, in a desolate plain, a marsh-like black mist suddenly materialized, only to vanish at an astonishing speed, leaving behind four unconscious individuals. A few minutes later, Dr. Gua, the android, was the first to awaken. He rubbed his head, rose to his feet, and slowly began to reflect on the events he had just experienced. How dare that old thief? Recalling the last voice he heard before losing consciousness, Dr. Gua shuddered, as if he had returned to the moment when that voice held sway over him. Regaining his composure, he glanced at the unconscious Bulma and Dr. Brief on the ground. After a moment of contemplation, he leaped away, disappearing into the horizon. Meanwhile, Bulma and Dr. Brief remained oblivious to how long it would take for them to awaken. In an endless, unknown expanse of darkness, a massive crimson planet adorned with black lightning floated alone. Suspended in midair within this planet were Goku, Cell, and the demon god, who had reappeared one by one after vanishing into the dark vortex. Kid, this is the place for your grueling training. The environment here is harsh, with gravity 100 times that of an ordinary planet, and it fluctuates unpredictably. Moreover, the soil possesses unique properties that you will discover upon your arrival. This is truly a place that tests one's limits. All right, time is of the essence. Goku, unleash your full strength. Let me gauge the extent of your power. As the demon god spoke, Goku and Cell surveyed their surroundings. Goku swiftly retracted his wandering gaze, signaling Cell to step back slightly with a wave of his right hand. Then, Goku bent both hands, clenching them tightly, and a golden aura erupted forth, expanding dramatically as his energy intensified. His body fur began to shift to a reddish-brown hue, while his hair transformed into a blood-red shade tinged with shadows, engulfed in a violet-red aura that was markedly distinct from the ordinary Super Saiyan 4. As Goku transformed, powerful shockwaves radiated outward, illuminating the air with a flickering purple-red glow. Cell, pushed back several meters by the force of the energy waves, wore a look of sheer terror. Is it truly this terrifying? If he had used this power earlier, he could have crushed me with a mere finger. Goku's strength once again shattered Cell's perception, plunging him into a state of self-doubt about his own insignificance. Meanwhile, Goku, now in his most powerful form, gazed gravely at the seemingly unfazed demon god. Despite his significant increase in power, Goku still felt unable to discern the depths of the demon god's strength. Is this all you've got? Yes. This is my current peak state, Super Saiyan 4 limit break. Quite impressive. Stronger than some gods of destruction. The demon god nodded, but still too weak. I could unintentionally kill you with a single strike. However, that is not my intention. Though Goku felt a twinge of resentment at the thought of being so easily dispatched, the truth was undeniable, and he could only clench his fists in response. I've got it. Just as he spoke, the demon god transformed into a cloud of black mist and launched himself towards Cell, enveloping him. Gradually, Cell emitted a muffled groan of resistance before calming down, his green exoskeleton gradually shifting to white, adorned with eerie black patterns. Demon god, what are you doing? Goku watched, perplexed yet maintaining his composure, filled with questions yet waiting for an explanation. This body is quite suitable. It is weak enough for me to control my power without killing you. The demon god swayed rhythmically in his new form. And what of him? Oh, that little fellow? Don't worry, he is far too weak. I've sealed him within this body. And once your training concludes, I shall return his body to him. Although uncertain of the truth in his words, Goku could only hope the demon god would keep his promise. All right, Goku, come forth. Attack however you wish and unleash your power. Heeding his words, Goku hesitated no longer, transforming into a streak of red light as he charged forward. Bang! Goku's fist, enveloped in violet-red energy, collided fiercely with the demon god Cell's fist, producing a sound akin to clashing steel. The two then engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, their silhouettes flashing through the crimson sky as they continued to strike each other. After several minutes of this intense combat, one of them was suddenly sent flying, crashing into the peculiar black soil below. Instantly, a large crater formed, but the other did not grant him a moment's respite, pursuing him relentlessly and delivering a powerful kick. Boom. Whether the kick connected with its target remained uncertain, but it deepened the crater significantly, revealing the assailant's true form. Goku, sensing the impact of the kick, realized he had evaded it. At that moment, a white leg emerged from the smoke behind him, dispersing it as it struck Goku's back, sending him flying. He skidded across the ground, carving out a considerable trench. However, Goku swiftly returned, landing a punch on the demon god Cell's face, sending him crashing into several black peaks. Without pause, Goku teleported above the demon god Cell, preparing to unleash his red-blue Kamehameha wave. Kamehameha. A blue-red beam enveloped the demon god Cell, continuously amplifying in power. And as the beam thickened, the destruction below expanded correspondingly. Goku, witnessing the immense energy wave in his hands, roared as he intensified his output, causing the Kamehameha wave to expand several-fold. Tenfold Kamehameha. Instantly, the colossal, formidable wave, radiating a terrifying aura, surged forcefully toward the black ground below. Ultimately, the crimson planet erupted with a resounding blast, pierced through. Chapter 39. The Terrifying Demon God. Suspended in the air, Goku kept his hands together, maintaining the posture from his recent energy blast, gazing at the massive crater below that still emitted smoke, remaining vigilant. Though he had landed a hit, this foe was not so easily vanquished. Cough, cough, cough. From the smoke-filled crater, a series of coughs emerged as the demon god Cell gradually ascended, waving away the smoke while commenting, "The power is commendable, though the smoke is a bit suffocating." Moreover, the formerly vast crater visibly shrank, returning to its original state as if it had suffered no damage. Damn it, Goku thought, frustrated at the sight of the unscathed demon god Cell. Such a powerful physique. Gritting his teeth, Goku clenched his fists again, aiming another punch at the demon god Cell's face, but this time, it was not so easily landed. The demon god Cell firmly caught the punch, gripping it tightly and refusing to let go. Seeing one hand trapped, Goku instinctively struck with his elbow, slamming it into Cell's face. Thud! His elbow sank deep into the demon god Cell's countenance, forcing his head back and causing violet-red blood to spatter. However, such a ferocious attack did not loosen Cell's grip. Not bad, kid. The demon god Cell forcibly redirected his head back, seizing Goku's wrist and wrenching his elbow free. In moments, Cell's previously mangled and deformed face returned to normal, and he pulled Goku close, delivering a knee strike to his abdomen. With hands clasped, he unleashed a devastating hammer strike, driving Goku into the ground. Boom. The once even surface now bore another deep crater, while the demon god Cell stood with arms crossed. Appearing utterly relaxed, Goku emerged from the shattered pit, his formidable Super Saiyan 4 physique rendering the recent attack relatively ineffective. Soaring into the air, Goku regarded the demon god Cell before him. Is this what training entails? I feel the intensity is lacking. The corners of Machin Shallow's mouth twisted into a smirk as he swayed from side to side, twisting his neck a few times. His crossed thumbs produced a series of crisp cracking sounds. Very well, having sufficiently warmed up my body, let us commence in earnest. With that, he provocatively beckoned with his hand. Goku, observing his audacious demeanor, refrained from acting impulsively and instead brought his hands together, assuming a familiar stance. Kamehameha. Though it was merely a test, the power behind it was not to be underestimated. A blue beam of energy surged toward Machin Shallow. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. The enormous elliptical energy wave was effortlessly swatted away by Machin Shallow. Like a graceful arc, it collided with the opposing force, followed by a tremendous explosion that left a deep crater in the ground. This was different. Goku instantly felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, nonetheless. I shall not be so easily defeated. In the next moment, Goku teleported behind him and delivered a kick aimed at Machin Shallow's neck. Bang! It sounded as though he had struck steel. Machin Shallow remained unmoved, as if he felt nothing at all. What is going on? The force was so minimal, it was almost imperceptible. With that, Machin Shallow seized Goku's leg and flung him away. In an instant, he appeared before Goku, delivering a swift kick to his face. Goku was propelled like a shooting star, carving a long fissure into the ground, as though he were splitting the earth itself. Emerging from the black crevice in the ground, Goku wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, only to find Machin Shallow standing before him. You had better hurry. Otherwise, once I become more accustomed to my body, you will be even less able to contend with me, Machin Shallow warned, flexing his fingers. In an instant, Goku charged forward, his fists striking at Machin Shallow like phantoms, yet these powerful blows were effortlessly dodged. Gradually, Goku's punches began to emit smoke, yet he still failed to land a single hit. Are you only capable of dodging? Bang! Whether by coincidence or design, as Goku uttered those words, his fist connected with Shallow's face. However, the strength that had previously caved in Shallow's face now felt like a strike against indestructible steel. Sensing the pain in his hands, Goku attempted to retreat, only to have his wrist caught. Following that was a casual punch from Machin Shallow. Gulp. Goku spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his abdomen in agony, bent over, but before he could regain his composure, Machin Shallow delivered a fierce kick to his head. The right wall shattered upon impact, and without pausing, Shallow began unleashing a flurry of rapid punches against Goku, who was pinned against the stone wall. Countless fists struck Goku's wild form with increasing speed, as the two of them pushed downward into the earth. After penetrating deep into the ground, Machin Shallow placed one hand upon Goku's chest. In the next moment, a basketball-sized black energy sphere appeared, gradually expanding. Dark Obliteration Bomb. The energy sphere, expanded to its maximum capacity, detonated violently, enveloping Goku and the surrounding area with ferocious energy. As the despairing black radiance faded, everything before them lay in ruins, the once balanced land now transformed. A massive crater, as large as a basketball court, stood out prominently. Machin Shallow floated in the air, arms crossed, muttering to himself, to remain standing after that. Let's not mention anything else. This body possesses quite impressive resilience. In the center of the crater, Goku crawled up from the rubble, struggling to breathe, crimson blood flowing over his skin, dripping onto the ground. He had withstood the full brunt of that terrifying assault, his body riddled with wounds that continued to bleed. His black vest and white pants were now tattered and torn. Goku gazed up at Machin Shallow in the sky, his expression focused, hands resting on his hips as blue light began to radiate outward. A purplish-red aura erupted forth. Great Demon God, receive my most powerful strike. Hundredfold Kamehameha. As the words left his lips, a massive crimson energy wave surged toward Machin Shallow. Observing the colossal sphere of light approaching him, Machin Shallow smirked disdainfully. Let me illustrate the insurmountable chasm between us. As the enormous hundredfold Kamehameha bore down upon him, Ma Shinshalu pressed both hands against it, his body adhering to the energy wave like a gecko, and was propelled backward. However, after flying only a few meters, Ma Shinshalu forcibly halted his progress, pushing the massive energy wave downward until it was compressed to the size of a fist, then gently poked. Boom! The fist-sized Kamehameha erupted, dazzling blue light flashing in all directions, enveloping both combatants. The next day, on the pitch-black earth, Ma Shinshalu sat cross-legged, eyes tightly shut, completely unharmed, while Goku lay unconscious on the ground. A few minutes later, Ma Shinshalu suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at Goku. 3 seconds later, Goku's eyelids twitched, and he opened his eyes. Goku initially stared at the blood-red sky before sitting up with a grand flourish. "How long have I been asleep?" "A day," replied Ma Shinshalu, extending a finger. "Yet your recovery ability is quite remarkable. You have managed to heal from such injuries in merely a day." Goku patted his solid chest and smiled, saying, "The reason is a bit complex. Just chalk it up to my good fortune." With that, Goku stood up. "All right, let us begin. I must hurry to grow stronger. I do not wish to experience yesterday's crushing defeat again." In an instant, Goku transformed into a series of afterimages, charging toward Ma Shinshalu as the two engaged in combat beneath the blood-red sky. For months later, on Earth, in the Arctic glaciers, a vast expanse of white world lay beneath a biting, bone-chilling snowstorm. Amidst the countless towering snow peaks, there was unexpectedly a low-lying snow valley. Beneath the thick layer of snow, a spacious underground chamber awaited. In this darkened world, only a few machines and computers emitted faint glimmers of light. Before the largest computer, a flurry of rapid keystrokes echoed. Illuminated by the dim light, an elderly man, with white hair and an appearance reminiscent of a venerable scientist, revealed his face. Following a barrage of incomprehensible mechanical sounds, a series of excited exclamations erupted from the old man's lips. "Ha! It worked! It worked! With this, I, Dr. Guo, have returned. The entire world? No. The universe will be mine." The source of Dr. Guo's exhilaration was a massive cylindrical glass incubator situated before him. Inside, a murky green liquid filled the chamber, within which lay a small embryo resembling an insect egg, quietly slumbering. For years later, following the battle with Shalu 4 years prior, Earth enjoyed a period of tranquility. However, this peace appeared poised to be shattered today. Countless light years away from Earth, a spacecraft was hurtling toward the planet. Inside the vessel, for humanoid beings resided, 2 blue-skinned, jelly-like aliens, one tall figure with blood-red skin, small red horns protruding from his head, and large ears resembling wings. His robust physique was clad in loose blue clothing, draped in a white cloak. Strangely, the first 3 beings bore an M-shaped emblem on their foreheads, while the last one did not. The final alien resembled a withering, brownish-yellow gnome, with sparse strands of hair atop its head, adorned in an orange-yellow magical robe, beneath which lay a white gown. Its white abdominal armor bore an emblem. "What is taking so long? Really, you lot are utterly useless." Inside the spacecraft, the yellow gnome, resembling someone who had just consumed fireworks, began to rant at the 2 unfortunate aliens. After exhausting its vocal cords, it took a sip from a nearby cup, then turned to the robust red alien. "Dapula, are you certain there are other magical beings on Earth plotting against us?" "Indeed, Lord Babidi. As a member of the magical clan and former king of the demon realm, I am particularly sensitive to dark magical energy, and I can assert with absolute certainty that I sensed it. Furthermore, this dark energy is terrifyingly potent beyond my comprehension." Dapula, the demon king, replied politely, his right hand resting on his left shoulder. "Humph, what great terror! None can rival my beloved magical being, Bu." Babidi retorted angrily. Observing Dapula's silence, Babidi, seeking an outlet for his frustration, aimed his weapon at the 2 sluggish aliens piloting the ship. "You 2 imbeciles, why are you driving so slowly? My magical being Bu is waiting impatiently." The circular vessel traversed the void amidst a cacophony of curses. Earth remained an endless expanse of white glaciers, concealing valleys among countless snow-capped peaks. Beneath the thick snow lay darkness, eeriness, and cold, unchanged from 4 years prior. Every negative term could aptly describe this place. Guided by scant rays of light, before the largest computer stood Dr. Jero, observing intently a creature within a glass incubator. Its massive body coiled, obscuring its visage. Yet the terrifying aura emanating from its form indicated that it was a force to be reckoned with. Almost there. This, my most formidable weapon, is nearing completion. Doctor. Jero mused excitedly, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Over the past 4 years, Earth had undergone subtle transformations, including the emergence of a criminal quartet comprising 2 pairs of twins known as the Pisces Assassins and the Gemini Demons. Why was one a killer and the other a demon? Although they were identical twins, their personalities diverged greatly. One pair was bloodthirsty like demons, while the other was less inclined to kill, preferring to vandalize buildings and only retaliating when provoked. Despite the presence of these 2 criminal groups on Earth, their destructive impact was relatively minor, as they would mysteriously vanish during their rampages, only to reappear later. Humans, attributing their disappearances to divine intervention, would kneel in reverence during their misdeeds. In a remote, abandoned factory, this notorious quartet perched atop the highest steel structure, shaped like a cross. 2 stunning, coldly beautiful blonde girls sat on either side of the cross, their slender legs swaying freely in the air. Leaning against one of the central supports was a cool, dark-haired young man clad in a green and white t-shirt and torn blue jeans. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the 4 resembled quadruplets. The 2 girls were identical, as were the 2 boys. Suddenly, the blonde girl on the right spoke up. How ridiculous. It was merely some stolen clothes. Was it necessary to chase us down? Her delicate brows furrowed in displeasure. Yes. The subsequent destruction of the mall and the collateral damage are all part of a chain reaction. None of that concerns you. The other blonde girl vehemently disagreed. Besides, had I not stalled the enemies pursuing us, you 2 would have been captured long ago. Lazili is correct, number 18. We must remain inconspicuous. Our leader hasn't contacted us in 4 years. The dark-haired young man leaning against the pillar suddenly remarked. We should endure until we encounter those scions. Once the leader returns, we won't have to tread so cautiously. Upon hearing his words, the other 3 fell silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. Are you sure your leader is still alive? And will he truly allow us to join him? Number 18 expressed her concerns, gesturing to herself and her silent twin. Rest assured, Lazili declared, rising to her feet. Our leader is always eager for talent. As long as you demonstrate your worth, you will undoubtedly become his subordinate. Stretching her arms, her form-fitting black attire accentuated her remarkable curves. Hey, what's that? After stretching, feeling invigorated, Lazili pointed to the sky with wide, azure eyes, perplexed. The other 3 followed her gaze, witnessing a massive object racing across the sky, trailing a long tail as it sped away. Oh, could it be an alien invasion? It doesn't seem like it. What could that be? The quartet debated, intrigued by this celestial visitor. Isn't it obvious? Let us go take a look. Number 18 leaped from the steel framework, using it as a springboard to pursue the extraterrestrial object. Lazili tossed her blonde hair and hurried after him, while the 2 identical dark-haired boys exchanged glances before silently following suit. On a desolate plain, plumes of white smoke billowed toward the heavens as the recently traversed extraterrestrial object descended. Following the thick smoke, a silver, disc-shaped vehicle emerged on the ground. With a loud thud, the silver door was kicked open, and 2 jelly-like blue aliens brandishing laser guns emerged, taking positions on either side. The brownish-yellow, wrinkled-faced Babidi stepped from the vessel, followed closely by the towering Dapula. This must be Earth. Babidi inhaled deeply, an evil grin spreading across his face. I believe I can detect the scent of my dear beau. What a delightful aroma. Dapula bowed gracefully behind him, inquiring, Lord Babidi, what shall we do next? That's simple enough. We must gather energy, and then unseal my beloved beau. Babidi remarked impatiently at the somewhat dim-witted Demon King, contemplating that once he had beau, this lumbering oaf would become expendable. Unaware of Babidi's thoughts, Dapula prepared to seek the energy when suddenly his expression changed. Lord Babidi, we have visitors, and quite a few of them. Babidi, hands clasped behind his back, pondered. Our immediate priority is to find the egg that seals beau. We can address other matters later. With that, he turned and re-entered the spacecraft. Let us find my beau first. We cannot allow anyone to take him from us. His 3 subordinates followed suit. Returning to the vessel, Babidi took his seat, and the 2 minions activated the spacecraft, which then changed direction and soared into the sky. 3 minutes later, 4 individuals descended from the eastern sky, landing at the very spot where the spacecraft had just touched down, leaving behind traces of its presence. Where is that flying saucer? It vanished so swiftly. Number 18 gazed at the scorched earth, glancing helplessly left and right. Following closely behind, Lotzi Li mockingly remarked, "See? It's all because you flew too slowly. Had we not waited for you, we would have arrived much earlier." Number 18 chose to ignore her, letting out a soft hum before saying, "Since it's gone, let us depart." Depart? It seems we cannot escape just yet. La Bai Si stared resolutely toward the west. Prompted by La Bai Si's insight, the other three also sensed something amiss, turning their gazes toward the western sky. Soon, silhouettes began to emerge in the heavens. "Oh, we can engage in combat once more." Sun Wukong, with his black crab-like head, looked down at the quartet below, his eyes sparkling with excitement as if he were about to drool. Humph. Beside him, Vegeta snorted disdainfully at Sun Wukong, saying, "If it weren't for you insisting on sparing them, we wouldn't be in this predicament." Sun Wukong grinned widely. "Isn't it to ensure I don't fall behind? Having them here provides motivation. Besides, we have Bulma's detector. With that device, we can always arrive in time. There's no need to worry." Vegeta turned his head away. "All right. Now quickly choose which two opponents you want." "Oh, this time, I want all four of them," Sun Wukong exclaimed, pointing a finger at the four below. With that, he transformed into his golden-haired form, enveloped in an aura, and charged straight toward the two pairs of android twins. "Huh, you scoundrel. Kakarot." Vegeta, witnessing Sun Wukong's lack of decorum, became infuriated and chased after him. The four twin siblings, seeing Sun Wukong charge toward them, hastily retreated in all directions. As he landed, they converged on him for an assault. With 8 limbs flailing, they attacked Sun Wukong, but he demonstrated his profound martial prowess, adeptly countering their onslaught. However, this momentary equilibrium was soon shattered as Vegeta charged into the fray like a raging bull, forcefully engaging all 5 fighters. His entrance transformed the skirmish into utter chaos. By chance, Sun Wukong was sent flying by a punch from Vegeta, who then assumed the impressive feat of taking on 4 opponents single-handedly. Chapter 42. The unsealing of Majin Buu begins. "Oh, what are you doing?" Sun Wukong complained, rubbing his sore nose. "We are on the same side. Why are you hitting me? Damn it." Rubbing his swollen nose, he glanced at the fierce battle among the 5, instantly realizing Vegeta's malicious intent. "Wait a moment. I'll share 2 with you." Sun Wukong hastily re-entered the fray, fearing that if the battle concluded, he would have no one left to fight. The battlefield was quickly divided, with Vegeta and Sun Wukong each facing a pair of android siblings, the intensity of their match escalating tremendously. As they fought, they occasionally switched opponents. After 4 years of training, Lotzi Li and her brother had reached a level comparable to Super Saiyan 2 Gohan, allowing them to hold their own against their adversaries. However, for number 18 and number 17, it was a different story. Despite their continuous battles over the past 4 years which had elevated their strength to the pinnacle of Super Saiyan, they were still outmatched, struggling against any opponent they faced. Were it not for the frequent exchanges of opponents, they would have likely been defeated long ago. After all, their progress didn't imply that Sun Wukong and the others would fall behind. The fight was fierce and fraught with peril. Meanwhile, Babidi had made a significant discovery. Haha, finally, I have found it. Babidi and his entourage arrived at an expansive underground cavern, where a single, unidentifiable orb, resembling a massive round walnut, stood out conspicuously. Excited, Babidi circled the egg of Majin Buu a few times before exclaiming, "Quick, bring it to the surface." Hee hee. The next step is to gather energy to unseal my Majin Buu. Babidi revealed a dark, sinister smile as he slowly directed 2 minions to push the egg upward. After nearly half an hour traversing the underground passage, the 4 emerged into the sunlight once more, accompanied by the pale, purple giant egg. The 2 minions, exhausted from pushing such a large egg for so long, were about to take a break when, in the next moment, Babidi shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up. No slacking off. Put the egg into the spaceship immediately." Upon emerging from the underground tunnel, Babidi spotted the 2 slaves attempting to rest and swiftly reprimanded them. "Really? My powerful Majin Buu is about to be unsealed, and you dare to delay me." Despite their fatigue, the 2 alien minions, under the influence of Babidi's malevolent will, continued their labor amidst his scolding. They then placed the sealed egg of Majin Buu into the spaceship, setting it on the circular energy conversion device. "Babidi, with an air of arrogance, touched the sealed shell and declared, "All right, it's time to gather energy." He turned and seated himself, issuing a command, "Scan for any massive energy fluctuations." Hearing Babbidi's order, the two alien minions, who had barely rested, immediately resumed their work. Within seconds, the results were in. Lord Babbidi, 50 kilometers to the east, then 200 meters to the right, and proceed straight for 400 meters. There are several significant energy points. Babbidi rubbed his chin, muttering to himself, "East, then right. Why does this sound so familiar?" Noticing Babbidi's puzzled expression, Dabura couldn't help but remind him, "My lord, it seems we just came from that direction." Upon hearing this, Babbidi's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing into slits, and he replied in a low voice, "Of course, I know. Are you trying to instruct me?" Dabura quickly bowed gracefully. "Apologies, Lord Babbidi. It was unintentional." "Humph." Babbidi scoffed, closing his eyes as he sat upon his throne, issuing the command. "Then let us proceed to that location with the abundant energy sources." "Yes." X2 The two alien minions piloted the spaceship into the sky, rapidly heading eastward. Shortly thereafter, the ship traveled a considerable distance before plunging into the clouds. Inside the spaceship, the two aliens glanced at the screen, reporting, "Lord Babbidi, we are nearing our destination." Babbidi opened his sinister, malevolent eyes and said, "Yes, activate stealth mode and deploy all micro-energy collectors immediately. This time, I intend to fully gather the unsealing energy." Ha ha. As he spoke, he broke into a triumphant laugh, as if Majin Buu were already within his grasp. Following Babbidi's orders, the two aliens swiftly set to work. After a series of operations, the spaceship's exterior gradually became transparent until it vanished from sight. Moments later, a swarm of tiny black dots emerged from the area where the ship had disappeared. However, in the next instant, they scattered, becoming invisible to the naked eye. Inside the cloaked spaceship, the four individuals observed the large screen, which displayed footage from the surveillance drones. The screen revealed the android siblings engaged in battle alongside Vegeta and Sun Wukong. The plains had become a chaotic battleground, riddled with cracks and debris. Several figures flickered in the air. Following the initial skirmishes, the combat had escalated to a fever pitch, with both sides sustaining injuries. Though the android siblings bore the brunt of the damage, especially number 18 and number 17. Their once dazzling appearances had dulled, their stylish outfits tattered, and their bodies marred with numerous bruises, leaving them looking utterly disheveled. With a powerful punch, Vegeta struck number 17 in the abdomen, while simultaneously sending number 18 flying with a kick. On the other side, Sun Wukong was evenly matched against Lazili and her brother, although this was merely an illusion. After all, they had only recently attained the Super Saiyan 2 form, while Sun Wukong had yet to unleash his full power in this state. He merely wished to savor the thrill of battle. After sending both of them flying, Vegeta observed Sun Wukong still frolicking and promptly exclaimed, "Kakarado, cease your play. We have fought long enough. It is time to bring this to an end." With that, he charged towards Lazili and her brother, executing his signature move, the Prince's technique. Countless yellow energy blasts rained down upon them, engulfing the duo, and then, taking advantage of the smoke, he landed a punch to Lazili's abdomen, following it up with a hammer fist that sent her crashing down to the ground. Meanwhile, La Peace, who was engaged in a one-on-one battle with Sun Wukong, soon found himself at a disadvantage, being relentlessly beaten back, only to be sent flying by a powerful energy wave. As Vegeta hovered above, he watched as the four androids on the ground slowly struggled to rise. Growing impatient, he muttered, "Such resilience. Enough is enough. They must be dealt with." With that, he extended his arms, allowing immense energy to envelop him as he brought his hands together, declaring, "Ultimate Flash." In that moment, a colossal golden energy beam erupted from his palm, descending toward the ground like a great serpent. Instantly, the earth cracked and evaporated beneath the explosive release of golden energy. After the radiant force dissipated, a massive crater had formed, emitting wisps of steam. In the air, Vegeta gazed perplexedly at his palm and then at the vast pit below, pondering, what has happened? Is this truly my ultimate flash? The devastation seems disproportionate to my efforts. Not far from the crater, indistinguishable black dots began to glow red and soared frantically into the air. Within the crater, the surviving android siblings, aided by a hummingbird, shook their dazed heads and resigned themselves to the ground, accepting their fate. Suddenly, Vegeta, still lost in self-doubt, felt a surge of intense heat and, confused, scanned his surroundings, heightening his vigilance. Nearby, Suin Wukong, noticing Vegeta's bewildered state, inquired, "Vegeta, what is the matter?" "Wow. It's so hot." Suin Wukong suddenly clutched his chest. His expression twisted in distress, and anxiously warned, "Vegeta, be careful. Something scalding has attacked me." Boom. As soon as the words left his mouth, an explosion resounded. Vegeta glanced at the source of the blast and declared, "There must be an enemy. They are attempting to assault us with explosions. Stay alert and protect your surroundings." With that, the two separated, vigilantly anticipating the next explosion. Watching the scene unfold, Babidi chuckled gleefully. "Haha, at last, my Majin Buu is about to re-emerge into the world." Dapula, standing beside him, chimed in with praise. "Congratulations, my lord. This will enhance our power." However, Babidi's gaze remained fixated on the shimmering red screen, noting that the golden-haired human exuded considerable energy. A powerful wave would overload the remaining energy of the hummingbirds still gathering energy, causing them to turn red. Dapula nonchalantly remarked, "Isn't that preferable? A single powerful strike will suffice without the need to gather more energy." "Indeed, well said." Babidi nodded, continuing, "It is an honor for him to contribute to the perfection of my powerful Buu." Before long, frenzied miniature hummingbirds poured into the invisible spaceship from all directions. Upon entering, they rushed toward the energy conversion device housing the Majin Buu egg, and shortly thereafter, the device indicated it was fully charged, glowing green. "Excellent! Excellent!" Babidi exclaimed in excitement. "My Majin Buu is about to appear." He glanced around the somewhat cramped confines of the spaceship, uneasily stating, "How could my mighty Majin Buu descend in such a wretched place?" With that thought, Babidi employed his magic to instantly transfer the individuals and the faintly flickering purple Majin egg to the ground below. Not far away, Suin Wukong and Vegeta suddenly sensed an overwhelming malevolent aura, which continued to intensify. Such wickedness, such power. It seems to be emanating from over there. Suin Wukong pointed towards Babidi and his entourage. Without hesitation, Vegeta shot towards the source of the formidable energy. Moments later, the two arrived at the location of Majin Buu's unsealing, where they beheld a group of individuals and the conspicuously large purple sphere below. With a single glance, Vegeta identified the target, swiftly bringing his hands together, concentrating golden energy and unleashing a golden beam of energy towards the massive purple orb. Sensing the incoming energy wave aimed at him, Dapula quickly scooped up Babidi and narrowly evaded the attack, glancing back momentarily with a devious smirk. Dapula shielded the diminutive Babidi with his towering frame, absorbing the force of the rushing energy wave. "My lord Babidi, are you unharmed?" Dapula inquired with concern after inspecting him closely. However, Babidi pushed him away, staring blankly at the smoke-filled crater, murmuring to himself, No, my Buu." Babidi cried out in despair, lamenting that all his years of effort had just gone to waste. The pain of this loss was beyond comprehension. Witnessing Babidi's anguish, Dapula's resolve solidified, affirming that he alone was sufficient as Babidi's loyal aide. At that moment, the smoke in the crater dissipated, revealing a split purple shell that captured the attention of everyone present. Babidi's heart sank further as he gazed into the empty shell, while Dapula wore a sly smile. In the air, Vegeta and Suin Wukong observed the bisected sphere, optimistically speculating, has this malevolent creature been vanquished? Within the crater, a minuscule, nearly invisible flesh point was frantically dividing, rapidly expanding into a pink mass. The four individuals present soon noticed this peculiar phenomenon, watching as it grew larger, ultimately transforming into a pink, gelatinous orb. In the next moment, the mass spun and sprouted limbs along with a head adorned with antennae, instantly taking the form of a large creature with pink skin. Its upper body was clad in a minuscule black vest with golden trim, while its lower half donned loose white trousers and golden shoes, with a thick waist cinched by a belt bearing the letter M, draped in a purple cape. It wore golden gloves resembling boxing mitts. Soon, this exuberant pink figure was joyfully darting about, flitting left and right, up and down, reveling in its newfound freedom. Amidst Babidi's tears, he suddenly seemed to regain focus, shouting at the pink figure soaring in the sky, Majin Buu, come down, I am your master, Babidi." The pink creature, Majin Buu, paid no heed to Babidi, continuing its playful flight. Vegeta and Suin Wukong exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain whether this figure was friend or foe. Growing furious at Majin Buu's disobedience, Babidi shouted, "Buu, do you wish to be sealed away in that dark abyss once more? Descend immediately." Upon hearing this, Buu halted, displaying an adorably angry expression on its trivial features. Though reluctant to heed the commands of the diminutive figure below, the prospect of being sealed away was even less appealing. Thus, the helpless Majin Buu descended, standing before Babidi. Gazing upon the Majin Buu he had long yearned for, Babidi circled around it, poking at its soft, pink flesh, exclaiming, "This is the one, the most powerful and evil Majin Buu is spoken of by my father. Haha, with it, I shall conquer the world." Chapter 44. The battle between Majin Buu and the Prince Babidi cackled with unrestrained glee, as if he had already conquered the world. Coughing, he gestured towards the two figures in the sky, exclaiming, "Buu, go, eliminate them, and show me your power." After a moment's pause, witnessing Buu's inactivity, Babidi's fury erupted, roaring, "Hurry up, do you believe I will seal you away instantly?" Buu, with an air of displeasure, let out a grunt, yet obediently soared towards the sky, where Vegeta and Goku awaited. Once Buu departed, Dubra approached Babidi, voicing his skepticism. "Master Babidi, can this overweight creature truly succeed? Perhaps I should take over?" His tone dripped with doubt regarding Majin Buu's capabilities. "Rest assured, simply observe how my Majin Buu employs its formidable strength to vanquish those two," Babidi retorted, his eyes wide with anticipation as he eagerly watched the impending confrontation. In midair, Majin Buu and Son Goku stood in opposition, while Vegeta, surveying the bumbling pink creature before him, haughtily inquired, "Who are you? What nefarious scheme do you plot here?" Buu, unperturbed, merely stroked its belly and declared, "I happen to be a bit hungry. You shall become my meal." In an instant, its pink appendages sprang into action, unleashing deep purple beams toward the duo. Vegeta and Goku swiftly evaded to either side. "You scoundrel! A sneak attack!" Enraged, Vegeta propelled himself towards Buu, delivering a swift punch to its face. Regardless of the impact, it was peculiar that Buu's neck elongated under the force. Realizing something was amiss, Vegeta retracted his fist from Buu's face, only to thrust it into its ample belly. In the next heartbeat, his entire arm sank deep into the pink flesh, followed by a rapid succession of blows. Buu's belly, akin to a sponge, continuously caved in and bulged out, its substantial form wobbling backward. Yet, these assaults seemed futile, as Buu nonchalantly massaged its distorted visage amidst the onslaught. Regaining its rotund charm, Buu suddenly accelerated, deftly evading Vegeta's strike and delivering a kick to his left cheek, sending him hurtling away. Observing Vegeta's predicament from a distance, Goku perceived an opportunity. However, just as he soared forward, a hand unexpectedly landed on his shoulder. "Kakarot, do not interfere. He is my quarry," Vegeta proclaimed, wiping the blood from his lips with a thumb, revealing a bloodthirsty grin. In an instant, he launched himself like a bolt, hurtling towards Buu with a fierce punch aimed at its head. Bang! Buu's massive hand grasped Vegeta's fist tightly, rendering him unable to escape. Seizing the moment, Buu retaliated with its other hand. In a tug-of-war, both combatants clung to each other's fists, neither willing to yield. Though they appeared evenly matched, Vegeta possessed the advantage of intellect. With a mighty roar, he delivered a swift kick that sent Buu's head soaring, its neck extending like a spring. However, the impact seemed less than significant. Buu's head ascended, yet its hands remained locked in struggle with Vegeta. After a brief interval, Buu's head, floating above like a serpent, swayed before halting. "Damn you, the sneak attacker," it hissed. Behold, in a sudden motion, Buu flung its head back, elongating its neck once more, tightening the flesh before snapping its head back into position. In the midst of their contest, a sudden rush of air broke the tension as Vegeta glanced upward, witnessing a fire-red head descending like a meteor. Thud! The ferocious impact left Vegeta momentarily dazed, his mind blank, unable to intercept the approaching iron fist. Smack! Buu's hefty fist struck Vegeta, sending him crashing toward the ground. Subsequently, Buu spread its glove-like hands, two deep purple energy spheres coalescing. Double hand explosion. The spheres, roughly the size of Buu's palms, erupted violently, merging into a radiant beam that shot towards the earth. Boom! The immense energy cleaved the ground, carving out a colossal crater. In the air, Bu gleefully floated about, as if the recent strike had obliterated Vegeta. Amidst the billowing smoke of the crater, a few coughs unexpectedly emerged, prompting Bu to pause mid-flight, its expression shifting to one of malicious intrigue as it gazed into the depths of the pit. Vegeta, coughing and shaking his pained head, bore the marks of battle, a significant bruise on his forehead, blood trickling down. His once pristine attire had transformed into tatters. Regaining his composure, he fixated on the hovering Majin Bu, exclaiming with fervor, "I shall ensure you are left in utter ruin." In the next moment, Vegeta erupted with power, golden energy crackling like lightning as he shattered the ground beneath him. Like a golden comet, he lunged towards Bu, his augmented speed and strength forcing Bu into retreat. Closing the distance, Vegeta unleashed a rapid-fire version of his ultimate flash. In the aftermath of the blinding brilliance, a conspicuous gash adorned Bu's belly. However, with a mere shake and puff, the wound was miraculously restored. "Mwaha!" Bu cackled, patting its plump belly, the undulating flesh seemingly mocking Prince Vegeta's audacity. Fuming at Bu's taunting antics, Vegeta's rage reached its zenith. Extending his arms, he channeled immense energy throughout his body. As his hands converged, energy coalesced before him. Golden serpentine lightning dancing between his palms, the bulging veins attesting to the extraordinary nature of this strike. Ultimate Flash. The golden radiance, propelled by Vegeta's roar, surged toward the seemingly dazed Majin Bu. In the blink of an eye, the luminous sphere enveloped Bu, along with a vast expanse of mountains and plains, consumed by the overwhelming brilliance. Chapter 45. The relay of Son Goku. Moments later, the brilliant energy of the ultimate flash gradually faded, revealing an astonishingly pristine scene. The aftermath of destruction left behind a vast, dark passage, an undeniable testament to the cataclysmic force unleashed. Panting heavily, Vegeta maintained his battle stance, surveying the magnificent devastation he had wrought, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Yet, unbeknownst to him, scattered throughout the obsidian corridor were minuscule pink fragments of flesh, slowly writhing and converging from all directions. Vegeta's smirk faltered as he beheld the drifting pink orbs, his eyes widening in disbelief as he murmured, "No way. Even reduced to scraps, it survives?" Before long, the flesh balls reformed into the familiar rotund shape of Bu, who, upon restoration, stretched its mouth wide, eyes gleaming with mockery, and taunted, "You struck me so painfully. Now it is my turn." As soon as the words left its lips, Bu instantly appeared before Vegeta, delivering a forceful punch to his abdomen, followed by a grip that propelled him headfirst into the ground. However, the battle was far from over. Bu swung his fist downward, his arm elongating like rubber to strike the ground, before accelerating in speed, resembling a machine gun. The immense force caused the earth to shatter inch by inch. Just as Bu was reveling in his assault, a massive foot suddenly flew in, striking him squarely in the face and sending him hurtling away. After flying a considerable distance, Bu halted and turned to face his assailant. Upon seeing the crab-headed figure of Sun Wukong, Bu's head turned as red as a boiling kettle, releasing a cloud of steam. How infuriating! Bu loathed anyone who dared to mar his handsome visage. With that, he charged angrily towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, adorned with the crab head, watched the approaching Majin Bu with excitement. Finally, it was his turn. In an instant, he transformed into the golden-haired Super Saiyan, his hair standing on end, and charged at Bu in kind. Bang! Their fists collided with one another's faces, both contorted in struggle. In the next moment, they withdrew their fists simultaneously, only to strike again. Their figures moved like countless afterimages, clashing in a fierce exchange. Boom! Sun Wukong delivered a kick that sent Bu's head spinning, and he began to fight in a peculiar manner, his head elongated to one side. Yet, this did not hinder his combat effectiveness, as he continued to engage with Sun Wukong fiercely. However, Sun Wukong felt a twinge of frustration. Each of his attacks seemed to have little effect on Majin Bu, and he suddenly understood Vegeta's plight. This wretched creature was like an indomitable cockroach. It seemed he would have to get serious. With that thought, Sun Wukong bent his legs and delivered a powerful kick to Bu's ample belly, then leaped back to a safe distance, unleashing a furious shout. "Ah!" Instantly, an overwhelming aura enveloped him, crackling with arcs of electricity, his hair standing even more erect, and his gaze turning cold. Without hesitation, Super Saiyan 2 Sun Wukong lunged towards Bu, raining down punches on his sizable belly, followed by a kick to his now normal head, sending him flying. Bu soared through the air for a moment before coming to a halt, completely unscathed. Observing Bu's lack of injury, Sun Wukong felt the situation was becoming increasingly troublesome. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Sun Wukong clasped his hands together at his waist and shouted the familiar incantation. Kamehameha. A brilliant blue light flashed as he thrust his hands forward. A sky blue beam hurtled towards Bu. In response, Bu joined his hands together and unleashed a massive golden wave to meet it. The two energy waves clashed, neither yielding an inch, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The blinding energy and shockwaves forced both Sun Wukong and Bu to step back. In the next moment, Bu relentlessly unleashed a barrage of rapid energy blasts at Sun Wukong, the dense waves striking him and creating a cloud of smoke. When the cacophony of explosions subsided, Sun Wukong emerged from the haze, delivering a punch to Bu's face that sent him sprawling, quickly following up with several more punches, ultimately kicking him down towards the ground. Boom! In the resulting crater, Bu stood up unharmed, brushing off the dust with a sinister, lecherous grin. Then, he crouched and leaped, creating an even deeper pit in the ground. While Bu's speed was akin to teleportation, crashing right into Sun Wukong's embrace. Bu then seized Sun Wukong's waist, carrying him high into the sky and then crashing him down to the ground, making him intimately acquainted with the earth. No matter how Sun Wukong attacked, it was futile. Majin Bu refused to let go. Soon, Sun Wukong's body bore numerous injuries from the relentless impacts. Sensing Sun Wukong's resistance waning, Bu assumed he had exhausted all strength and ascended into the sky, preparing to drop him to the earth like a meteor. The two plummeted, crashing down with a resounding thud that shook the ground, creating yet another large crater. Bu instinctively released his grip, believing Sun Wukong to be incapacitated. In the next instant, as soon as Bu let go, Sun Wukong performed a backflip and kicked Bu away, then swiftly leapt to a safe position. Observing the familiar sight of Majin Bu, who had been caught off guard and was now floating freely like a feather in the air, Sun Wukong wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, "How leisurely you seem. I must find something for you to do." With a roar, Sun Wukong's veins bulged on his arms, and his face mirrored the intensity. His golden hair grew even taller, cascading down to his waist. His brow smoothed out, and his brow bones protruded, surrounded by an immense aura and dense electrical currents. Sun Wukong's lips curled into a smile more wicked than any villain's as he gazed at Majin Bu, who was scrutinizing him in the air, murmuring, "I can't maintain this state for long. Let us end this battle within 5 minutes." With that, he vanished in an instant. In the air, Bu, taken aback by Sun Wukong's sudden disappearance, had no time to react before the Super Saiyan 3 Sun Wukong appeared behind him and kicked him away. In the next moment, Sun Wukong reappeared in the trajectory of Bu's flight, delivering another kick, followed by a flurry of kicks, treating Bu like a soccer ball. The final kick sent Bu crashing down, flattening him and causing the ground to collapse beneath him, creating a series of crumbling mountains. Chapter 46. After the battle. A new arrival. The shattered peaks crumbled into rubble, burying Majin Bu beneath them, albeit temporarily. Bang! Bu burst through the debris and soared towards Sun Wukong. Observing Bu's unscathed form, Super Saiyan 3 Sun Wukong felt a surge of determination. In the next moment, he flashed to Bu's side, grabbing his head and delivering several heavy punches to his belly, followed by a barrage of energy blasts aimed at his ample midsection. In no time, Bu's massive belly became riddled with holes, and Sun Wukong tossed him upwards, placing his hands on his waist as a dazzling azure light began to shine. Kamehameha. The colossal energy wave engulfed Bu and propelled him higher into the sky, ascending higher until the wave exploded. Watching the blue tail vanish into the horizon, Sun Wukong sighed with relief, thinking that this should be the end. Just then, a chunk of pink goo fell from the sky, landing squarely on Sun Wukong. As it landed, several more blobs of pink liquid descended, all landing precisely on him and merging into a familiar, distorted, chubby face. Gazing at the persistent, grinning visage of Majin Bu, Sun Wukong struggled against the soft tendrils wrapping around him, exclaiming, "Curse it! Majin Bu, you truly have a hard life. Hee hee. Watch me consume you." Majin Bu gradually regained more of his form, enveloping Sun Wukong completely. As Sun Wukong felt his face being squished and his body sinking into the suffocating layers of flesh, he refused to accept such a fate and erupted with even greater strength. Suddenly, light radiated from Bu's massive body, driving away the pink goo covering him. Now free, Sun Wukong watched as Bu returned to his original form, silently clenching his fists. This won't do. My time is running short. I must end this swiftly. With that thought, Sun Wukong again darted behind Bu, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying, followed by a flurry of punches in a dazzling display of skill. Alas, no matter how heavily Majin Bu was injured, it was only a matter of time before he was back to his lively self. Bang, bang, with a resounding crash. After a series of relentless combination attacks, the breathless Sun Wukong gazed at the seemingly unscathed Majin Bu, enveloped in doubt. Could this creature truly be invulnerable? However, after a few more bouts, he dismissed his initial skepticism, observing the slightly winded Majin Bu before him. He noted a distinct slowdown in its recovery speed after their previous encounters. Indeed, Sun Wukong's heart surged with clarity. Its regenerative abilities were contingent upon its stamina. As long as it possessed sufficient energy and was not completely eradicated, it was virtually immortal. Yet, seeing the now somewhat breathless Bu instilled him with confidence. Clenching his fist, he thought yes. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden wave of weakness washed over him, and in an instant, Sun Wukong reverted to his normal state. Feeling the debilitating fatigue, a bittersweet smile crept across his lips. Meanwhile, Bu, sensing the abrupt change in Sun Wukong's aura, turned its not-so-sharp mind several times, and in a curious twist of fate, made a connection. First, it displayed excitement, then morphed into a sinister, triumphant grin. Following this, it adopted a starting position, and with a swift whoosh, Bu transformed into a pink projectile, colliding directly with Sun Wukong and sending him crashing into the mountain, creating a fissure in the rock face. Filled with glee, Bu bounced around joyfully and then approached the mountain's base, where it unleashed a violet beam from its antennae. With a crack, Sun Wukong was transformed into a small chocolate figure that fell to the ground. Bu picked it up and swallowed it whole, before soaring to the debris-filled pit where Vegeta lay. Observing the battered Vegeta struggling to climb, Bu, unwilling to witness his plight, directed another violet beam at him. Picking up the now chocolate-formed Vegeta, Bu swallowed him as well. Licking its lips, Bu nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Babidi, previously standing aside, watched in excitement as Majin Bu defeated and devoured Vegeta. Rushing to Bu's side, he exclaimed, "Well done, Bu. Truly, you are the invincible demon of the universe. From now on, you shall heed my commands and accompany me in our quest to dominate this universe." After sharing a grandiose vision, Babidi awaited Bu's affirmation. But when no response came, he grew impatient. "What is this? Have you already forgotten what I just said? If you refuse to listen, I will have no choice but to seal you away again." The mention of sealing provoked a slight flush on Bu's face. However, the thought of being sealed compelled it to suppress its displeasure and reply in an irritable tone, "Understood." Suddenly, distant, raucous footsteps echoed closer, accompanied by a few fragmented dialogues. "What is this? Are you reprimanding your subordinates?" Soon, several figures emerged, with a familiar elder at the forefront, his white hair and wrinkled face radiating confidence. To his left stood two contrasting individuals, a short, stout black man and a tall, slender white man, each carrying two others. To the right, a single entity stood, a robust and muscular creature with a green and red body adorned with black spots. Its stern face exuded arrogance, and its blood-red eyes reflected a fierce aura of slaughter. It could be likened to a more aggressive version of the original Cell, complete with a tail resembling a meteor hammer. Babidi, unfazed, questioned, "Who are you? What do you want with me?" Dr. Gero, clad in a white lab coat, smiled slightly, his hawk-like eyes glancing about as he replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I merely have an interest in that pink behemoth beside you. I hope you might lend it to me for research." "What?" Babidi's eyes widened, and he laughed. "You? Why would I lend my precious Bu to you?" "So, it seems negotiations have reached an impasse?" Dr. Gero shrugged nonchalantly. "Humph. Begone. Otherwise, I will have Bu devour you all." Dr. Gero chuckled deviously, gesturing with his right hand. "In that case, allow my most perfect creation to alter your perspective." Chapter 47. The New Android Cell 2. At Dr. Gero's command, the replica of Cell advanced slowly, its meteor hammer-like tail swaying rhythmically behind it. Babidi, disturbed by the sight of the red-green monstrosity, ordered Majin Bu, "Bu, your meal has arrived." Go and consume it. Hearing the mention of food, Buu's spirits lifted, disregarding Babbidi's rude tone, and approached the replica of Cell, locking eyes with it seriously. In the next moment, both launched their attacks simultaneously. Bu was sent flying, while Cell pursued, seizing Buu's yellow ankle and delivering a barrage of blows. Bu, unable to retaliate, was pummeled mercilessly, its ample body rendered uneven by the ferocity of the strikes. Following this, Cell hurled Bu into the air. Almost immediately, its tail struck like a cannonball, relentlessly battering Bu, who quickly resembled a heap of crushed meat. The onlookers observed the severe beatdown, Babbidi's face etched with shock as he beheld the once formidable Majin Bu being toyed with. "What kind of monster is that?" stammered Babbidi, reflecting the gravity of Dubra's apprehension beside him. Dr. Gero, reveling in the sight of the panic-stricken Babbidi, smiled with satisfaction. "Are you frightened? This is merely the beginning. My most perfect creation has yet to reveal its full potential. It is an enhanced version of the original Cell, the new android known as Cell Pro." As Babbidi listened to Dr. Gero's seemingly self-indulgent monologue, he snapped back to reality and stubbornly retorted, "Humph. Do you think my minion has not exerted its full strength? Majin Bu has yet to take this seriously. Just wait and see." Meanwhile, the exchange of banter between the two did nothing to impede the brutal clash between their respective creations. In a matter of moments, Majin Bu had been battered mercilessly multiple times in the air. However, its terrifying recovery abilities were undeniable. Each time it lost limbs, it swiftly regenerated. Cell Pro grasped Buu's antenna, lifting it before its eyes, and with keen interest observed Buu's recovering form, remarking, "Fascinating. I wish to verify if you can indeed recover indefinitely." No sooner had the words left its mouth than Buu's fist, akin to a boxing glove, slammed into Cell Pro's face, but alas, it had no effect against its iron-like visage. The next instant, Cell Pro retaliated with a kick, leaving a long imprint on Buu's back, and then brought both hands down to force Bu into the ground. With a thunderous crash, Cell Pro dove into the newly created crater, expanding it further. The ground reverberated with a cacophony of strikes, and moments later, a figure exploded from the earth, only to be swiftly sent flying by a kick. Cell Pro rapidly pursued the trajectory of Buu's flight, seizing its antenna once more while raising its other hand. In an instant, a multitude of glowing particles coalesced at its palm, unleashing a storm of black energy blasts the size of fists upon Bu. As the body of Morin Buo continued to be obliterated and then restored, the cacophony of explosions gradually subsided after a while. Shala Pro gazed at the slowly recovering and panting Morin Buo, letting out a resigned sigh. "Alas, you have disappointed me. It seems you too have your limits." Shala Pro released the antennae in his grasp, and Buo lay helplessly on the ground. How could this be possible? In the distance, Babbidi watched in shock as his supposed invincible Morin Buo lay defeated, his eyes wide with disbelief, trembling as he muttered, "Buo, my Morin Buo has been vanquished?" Observing the disheartened little figure, Dr. Gero shook his head and addressed Shala Pro. "Just take some cells and eliminate him, and dispose of those two nuisances while you're at it." Upon hearing Dr. Gero's command, Shala Pro seized the antenna atop Buo's head and yanked it with force. With a pop, the antenna was torn away, and with a flick of his wrist, the writhing appendage arced through the air, deftly caught by Dr. Gero. In that instant, Dr. Gero placed the antenna into a specially prepared container made of unique materials. After discarding the antenna, Shala Pro opened his palm towards the fallen Morin Buo, dark energy instantly coalescing in his palm. The black sphere grew larger, compressing the ground beneath it until it collapsed and delved deep into the earth, followed by an explosion that obliterated everything in the vicinity. Once the tempestuous energy wave subsided, the surrounding environment had been irrevocably altered by its terrifying force. Shala Pro floated in the air above a vast chasm, the depths obscured from view, and with a mere glance at the gaping void, he soared towards Babbidi. Meanwhile, Babbidi and Dapra, witnessing the monstrous figure approaching, felt a surge of anxiety. Dapra exchanged a glance with Babbidi before advancing to meet Shala Pro. Without a doubt, as Dapra reached Shala Pro and swung his fist, Shala Pro retaliated with a faster strike to his abdomen. With a sickening sound, blood erupted from Dapra's mouth as he instinctively clutched his stomach, staggering backward before losing consciousness and plummeting from the sky. Having dealt with this tedious interruption, Shala Pro continued his flight toward Babbidi. As Babbidi, horrified, scrambled backward in panic, he shouted, "Do not come any closer. You monster. After a futile attempt to ward off Shalapro, Babiti's desperation mounted as he thought. What should I do? This creature is too powerful. Even Morinbuo has been slain. A direct confrontation is futile. What to do? As the grim specter drew nearer, Babiti anxiously inquired. What can I do? Suddenly, he recalled his expertise in dark magic. However, doubt crept in. Can I truly control this formidable beast before me? After a moment of hesitation, Babiti resolved to take the risk, thinking that failure would lead to his demise. With that, he raised his hands, casting red waves of dark magic that enveloped Shalapro. As the radiance intensified, Shalapro's stride slowed. Chapter 48. The Devil's Training perfectly concluded. Babiti's malevolent dark magic began to take effect on Shalapro. His movements became sluggish, eyes glazed. Then, clutching his head, Shalapro began to howl incessantly, followed by a terrifying surge of energy erupting from within him, causing the ground to fracture and stones to fly. The fierce, crimson aura blazed fiercely, with currents of electricity flickering across its surface. After several minutes, the roar gradually ceased, and Shalapro's body heaved as if gasping for breath. Babiti halted the incantation, cautiously opening one eye, which widened in disbelief upon seeing the black M-shaped symbol upon Shalapro's forehead. After a few seconds of silence, he exclaimed with excitement, I have succeeded. I have controlled this monster. Haha. In the distance, Dr. Jero observed the jubilant Babiti with confusion. What is happening? Has he lost his mind? As the exhilaration subsided, Babiti straightened himself, regaining his former confidence, and pointed at Dr. Jero and his companions. Quickly, eliminate them all. Shalapro bowed his head in affirmation. Yes. With a sickening sound of flesh being pierced, a trickle of blood escaped from Babiti's smirking lips as he gazed at the red arm penetrating his chest. How about that? My acting skills are commendable, aren't they? Gazing into Babiti's blood-red eyes filled with malice, Shalapro asked intermittently, You were not controlled? Humph. Of course not. A wretch like you could never hope to control me. Not for 1,000 years. However, your magic had some effect. Initially, something was drilling into my mind. And then the pain intensified. It only eased after your waves dissipated. Shalapro rubbed his head, as if savoring the peculiar sensation he had just experienced. I am done. Now perish. Babiti attempted to retort, but the moment he uttered a single word, he was flung into the air, followed by a black energy wave that reduced him to dust. Shalapro brushed the remnants of flesh from his hands and soared towards Dr. Jero and the others. Upon passing the vast chasm created during the previous battle, he suddenly halted, a playful smile gracing his lips. Oh, how intriguing. Moments later, numerous fragments of rock began to rise, and soon the transformed Morinbuo ascended, enveloped in a sinister black aura, exuding an eerie presence. The once corpulent form had shrunk, the yellow gauntlets replaced with black wristbands, and his facial features were now unmistakably malevolent. Hee. Little Buo emitted an exceptionally wicked laugh, then unleashed his energy, sending rocks flying in all directions as he charged at Shalapro. A colossal fist struck Shalapro's face. Seemingly ineffectual, and in an instant, Little Buo unleashed a flurry of punches, mere afterimages visible to the eye. With a snap, Shalapro grasped Little Buo's massive fist, his crimson eyes swirling with disappointment as he remarked, I thought you had grown stronger. Alas, you remain feeble. With a swift motion, Little Buo's captured fist was crushed, and though he retaliated with a kick to Shalapro's neck, it bore no impact. The ensuing battle unfolded as if history were repeating itself. Little Buo was mercilessly pummeled without a chance to defend, repeatedly obliterated, and yet rapidly restored. In this cycle of revival and destruction, Little Buo ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing like Fat Buo before him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, changes began to unfold in an unknown, pitch-black realm, where a colossal blood-red planet loomed, embroiled in fierce and terrifying conflict. Venturing within the planet revealed a landscape of pockmarked black earth, dotted with numerous circular depressions. Upon closer inspection, these pits were remarkably smooth, devoid of cracks, as if the black terrain were harder than steel. Following the multitude of craters, the sounds of violent clashes grew ever closer, echoing as if they were right beside us. Bang! Boom! A shadow streaked across the sky, crashing into the ground like a wild stallion, creating multiple large craters and toppling several towering peaks, engulfed within the mountainous terrain. In the next moment, a flash of red light appeared, floating in the air, its wild body adorned with red fur, covered in wounds. His dark golden eyes, akin to those of an eagle, gazed intently at the distant peaks shrouded in mist. Moments later, a figure abruptly manifested before him, its black and white form marred by countless scars, with dark blood trickling from the corners of its mouth. Wukong, you are growing stronger. I can scarcely bear the force of your punches, exclaimed the demon god Shalu, rubbing his right cheek, which had just been struck. Wukong shook his head and replied, no, it is still too early. You, even in your original form, can match me. I still have a long way to go. Haha, you are indeed an insatiable one, Shalu said, moving his right arm up and down. Since that is the case, let us continue. With that, Shalu, akin to a flash of light, struck Wukong's chin with his knee, but simultaneously, Wukong's fist crashed into Shalu's jaw. The two separated and then instantly collided again, producing a cacophony of sounds, thuds and booms, filling the air as their bodies clashed with such speed that no trace remained. This auditory battle culminated in the sight of one figure being sent flying. It was Shalu once more, though this time more severely injured. His face bloodied and his left arm twisted at an unnatural angle. All right, Wukong, I believe your devilish training can come to an end. Your strength is already sufficient. We must now attend to the matter you promised me. Furthermore, I can assist you no longer. This body can only manage so much. Shalu gasped, blood oozing from his mouth, a pitiful spectacle indeed. Wukong contemplated briefly and nodded, saying, very well, let it be so. However, you must unleash your most powerful energy wave before we depart to fulfill that grand task you mentioned. All right, Shalu replied, gathering all his energy into his usable right hand, conjuring an enormous black energy sphere before him. Go, Destruction Death Ball. The massive black orb shot towards Wukong, yet astonishingly, Wukong merely deflected it aside with a gentle motion, sending the black sphere soaring away. Observing his hand and then the vanishing orb in the sky, he nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. The devilish training has concluded perfectly. Now, let us depart. First, we shall return to the original universe, gather my subordinates, and then venture forth to collect the other fragments of the complete demon. Shalu nodded in agreement. All right, I shall recover first. A few minutes later, fully restored, Shalu opened a black portal effortlessly. Let us go. He stepped through first, with Wukong following closely behind. Moments later, the black hole vanished, leaving behind a desolate and ravaged expanse of dark earth. Chapter 49. The Countdown of Life. Little Bu on Earth. The battle between Shalu Pro and Majin Bu was nearing its climax. In the air, Little Bu was mercilessly pummeled like a punching bag, occasionally being struck by knee thrusts that elicited cries of distress. With a resounding punch, Shalu Pro pierced through Bu's body, grasping its head and meeting its gaze. It seems you are nearing your end. In the next instant, his tail struck down upon Bu's head, instantly reducing it to a pulp. Following this, with a mere blink, he conjured a massive dark red energy sphere. The energy sphere erupted violently, the terrifying force obliterating Little Bu's body and scattering its pink flesh into the air. Nevertheless, Majin Bu's vitality was remarkably resilient. The scattered remnants slowly coalesced, forming various sizes of pink flesh that gradually reassembled into Bu's diminutive form. Although he regained his body, it was clear that his stamina had significantly waned, his breath shallow and beads of sweat trickling down his face. Shalu Pro wasted no time granting Little Bu a moment's respite. He swiftly flashed in front of Bu and delivered a kick to its chin, sending it flying backward, only to follow up with an elbow strike from behind. With a resounding thud, Shalu Pro spread his arms wide, executing the prince's technique. Countless red energy waves detonated upon Little Bu, relentlessly damaging and restoring its pink form in an unending cycle. Minutes passed, perhaps even longer, before the explosive sounds finally ceased and the smoke gradually dissipated. Little Bu hung pitifully in the air, its body shattered, leaving only half a head and a portion of its right chest intact. Ugh! In a fit of rage, Little Bu unleashed a sound wave attack, yet regardless of how loudly it screamed, the slow recovery rate revealed its diminished strength. Observing the sluggish regeneration of the Majin Bu, Shalu Pro smirked, realizing the end was near. However, this creature's recovery abilities were indeed troublesome. Unfazed by his thoughts, Shalu Pro positioned his hands in a lotus formation at his waist and addressed the severely injured Majin Bu. Kamehameha. A blinding red light flickered, as a crimson wave surged toward Little Bu. At that moment, a black hole unexpectedly appeared in the air, conveniently positioned before Little Bu. A pale hand emerged from the void, effortlessly intercepting the enormous wave. Subsequently, black gas erupted from the hand, enveloping the massive energy wave, gradually transforming it from a hefty orb into a slender form, until it diminished entirely. The being from within the black hole then emerged. First appeared the black and white Sha Lu, who, upon exiting, surveyed the surroundings with his white eyes. Moments later, Wukong, clad in a black vest, with red fur and white pants, flew out from the swirling black portal. He basked in the long-awaited sunlight, and after a few minutes, an eerie silence fell over the scene. Shalapro stood calmly, his instincts warning him that this creature, so strikingly similar to himself, was a formidable threat. On the ground, Dr. Gero observed the red-haired Wukong emerging last, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. Yet upon witnessing the battered state of Little Bu, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, silently assuring himself, "Do not fear. Do not fear. I have the powerful Shalapro. He is the strongest, the mightiest." Ignoring Dr. Gero's incessant mental reassurances, in the air, the demon god Shalu suddenly touched his chest and turned to Wukong, stating, "I can no longer maintain this form. This clone has exhausted much of my energy during our battles over the years, and I can no longer inhabit this body." Hearing this, Wukong replied helplessly, "Then what shall we do? If you perish, how shall I seek the other Dragon Balls?" Cough, cough. Shala said, touching his chest, "Do not worry. I am not so easily defeated. I merely need to conserve my power. My body will become thin. However, I can still endure for a while longer." "Oh, that is good." Wukong nodded, then witnessed a mass of black gas emanating from Shalu, slowly taking on the familiar form of a hunchbacked old man. As the black gas departed, Shalu's yellow eyes scanned for any abnormalities before supporting himself on his thighs and beginning to breathe heavily. Wukong, observing Shalu's state, paid him no mind but instead turned his gaze to Dr. Gero on the ground, intrigued by the confidence radiating from him, pondering who could have instilled such courage. Scanning the surroundings, he noted that the mightiest presence was the creature resembling Shalu before him. There was no one stronger. "Oh, does he think this copy of Shalu can defeat me? How amusing." A mischievous smile graced Wukong's rugged, handsome face. Noticing Shalu still gasping for breath, Wukong approached, pointing at Shalapro and saying, "Hurry, stop panting. Where is your brother?" "Huh? What? Brother?" Shalu lifted his head, following Wukong's finger to behold the figure of Shalapro, who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Cough, how intriguing. This is the artificial human crafted by Dr. Galuo, is it not? Shalu rose to his feet, testing his unfamiliar body by twisting his waist and swaying his hips, throwing a few punches while exclaiming, "Perfect. I shall use you to warm up. That fellow has left me oblivious to the sensations of my body for 4 years." After pretending to finish with a final punch, Sha Lu soared towards Sha Lu Pro, intending to strike, only to be sent flying in an instant, as though utterly outmatched. Goku observed Sha Lu, who was at a disadvantage, but chose to turn his attention to the small Buo behind him. At that moment, the small Buo had nearly fully recovered. "I sensed a familiar power. It is you, what a coincidence." Goku gazed at Buo, his eyes gleaming with avarice as if he were beholding a delectable feast. The small Buo, feeling the malevolent gaze directed at him, was suddenly overcome with an unsettling chill. In an instant, the figure before him vanished and reappeared directly in front of him. Just as the small Buo was about to speak, a large hand swiftly silenced him. In the next moment, an endless stream of dark energy began to waft from the small Buo, coiling around Goku's body as if drawn by some unseen force. The small Buo, terrified, grasped the hand over his mouth, realizing it was seemingly glued to him, and could only resort to kicking and punching at Goku in desperation. Yet, these futile attacks felt as soft as cotton candy against Goku's form, and as time slipped by, the dark energy surrounding Goku increased while the small Buo grew weaker, his life clock ticking down to its final moments. Chapter 50. The fierce battle between two Sha Lus. The small Buo's body gradually withered, its once vibrant eyes losing their luster. His shrunken hands hung limply by his sides, and as the last wisp of black energy escaped him, his struggling legs finally stiffened in defeat. With a resounding thud, Goku discarded the drained small Buo like refuse. He then closed his eyes, as the dark energy swirling around him began to seep into his being. Upon its complete absorption, Goku opened his abyss-like eyes, savoring the sensation of the energy coursing through him, reflecting, truly, this ancient evil is a delightful essence crafted through the ages, a savage and dark source of malevolence. The great demon in the air sensed Goku's change and remarked, "It has only been a short while, yet you have grown stronger. Truly a monster." Hearing this, Goku humbly replied, "Master, I merely had good fortune. Perhaps it is my affinity with this demon Buo." "Huh, no need for modesty. Your talent places you among the top 10 of those I have encountered," chuckled the great demon, his voice still raspy and unpleasant. Goku remained silent, his gaze fixed on the ongoing battle between the two strongest artificial humans. Since the beginning, Sha Lu had been on the receiving end of a relentless beating, entirely unable to counterattack. Strangely, despite enduring so many blows, his body remained unscathed, and he bore a grin of exhilaration on his face. Observing Sha Lu's wobbling form and Goku's unconcerned demeanor, the great demon inquired, "You seem quite confident in him, do you not? Of course, if he can serve as my punching bag for so long, he is not so weak. He has simply been without a body for too long, and is merely reacquainting himself with the sensations," Goku responded. "Do you truly believe Sha Lu cannot win?" "I am certain he can," the great demon affirmed. "After all, it is my former body." At that moment, as their conversation unfolded, the battle between the two Sha Lus experienced a shift. The one being beaten suddenly seized Sha Lu Pro's flying fist. Sha Lu Pro furrowed his brow, instinctively attempting to retract his fist, but the resulting force clamped down on it like a vice, rendering it immovable. Witnessing the surprise on Sha Lu Pro's face, the exhilaration that had adorned Sha Lu's countenance vanished, replaced by a mocking grin. "After being pummeled for so long, it is now my turn." With that, Sha Lu exerted his strength, and with a resounding crack, the captured arm snapped. The other hand swiftly plunged into Sha Lu Pro's abdomen. In an instant, Sha Lu Pro's eyes widened as he was forcefully sent flying. Sha Lu's speed was akin to teleportation as he appeared behind him, delivering a kick to Sha Lu Pro's back. In a flash, a black meteor streaked across the sky, crashing to the ground and leaving a vast expanse of devastation in its wake. Oh, this won't do. I had thought you were formidable," Sha Lu remarked casually, clapping his hands. Suddenly, Sha Lu Pro burst forth from the rubble, ascending into the sky. Observing his drooping arm, he yanked it fiercely, and with a pop, it was instantly torn off and discarded. Moments later, a brand new arm emerged with a resounding thud. As Sha Lu Pro flexed his new arm, he remarked, "Not bad. Quite clever to feign weakness to catch me off guard. However, if you don't take me down in one blow, you will come to regret it." With fists clenched and body slightly bent, he assumed a menacing stance. With each roar, a tremendous power erupted from within Sha Lu Pro, the purplish-red energy soaring into the sky. Bolts of purple-red lightning flickered around him as his energy surged dramatically. Once his aura stabilized, Sha Lu Pro stood confidently, the energy beneath him surging like waves. "This terrifying power is my true strength. In this state, you are utterly incapable of defeating me." His voice brimmed with absolute confidence. Clenching his fists, he continued, "In this state, my punches carry considerable weight. Prepare yourself." With that, he transformed into a streak of red light. How swift was this light? In the next moment, the same red light flew back even faster than before, crashing through several mountains before being buried beneath a collapsed peak. Moments later, piles of massive stones shattered into dust as the purplish-red energy erupted, and Sha Lu Pro wiped the blood from his lips, gazing at the purple liquid on his hands. He first chuckled self-deprecatingly, then his laughter grew louder and more frenzied. Ha, you bastard. I will surely slay you." Without delay, Sha Lu Pro shot towards Sha Lu once more, colliding with a resounding boom. The two iron fists clashed violently, filling the air with the sounds of thunderous impacts and flashes of red light and white shadows. As the battle intensified, Sha Lu Pro grew increasingly alarmed. Their strength and speed were nearly equal, yet he discovered that Sha Lu's body was extraordinarily resilient, which meant he could withstand blows far better. In mere moments, he bore multiple bruises from the punches, while Sha Lu appeared unscathed, save for a few minor marks. With a swift horizontal kick aimed at Sha Lu's left cheek, Sha Lu Pro was met with a quick counter, ready to snap his leg. However, Sha Lu Pro reacted swiftly, pivoting to deliver a violent strike to the other side of Sha Lu's face, sending him flying. Without pausing, Sha Lu Pro surged after the airborne Sha Lu, positioning himself above him and intertwining his hands, unleashing a colossal red energy wave that propelled Sha Lu towards the ground. The red energy spread outwards, emitting a blinding light. After the illumination faded, a gaping pit lay in silence, enveloped in a white mist, a desolate wasteland left in its wake. In midair, after a successful strike, Sha Lu Pro felt no joy in victory. Its crimson eyes fixated on the center of the vast pit, where a figure floated, both elusive and present. Indeed. Thanks to you, I sensed that this body harbored untapped potential. However, the recent battle has allowed me to grasp some of its power. Now, let me present it for your appreciation. Sha Lu murmured to itself in the pit, indifferent to whether anyone could hear. Chapter 51. The Rampaging Sha Lu Pro. In Sha Lu Pro's line of sight, a dazzling light suddenly flickered within the pit, and a tempestuous whirlwind surged through it. The energy within Sha Lu's body surged dramatically. After a brief display, the towering beam of light gradually subsided and vanished. What emerged was a newly transformed Sha Lu, a breathtaking blend of radiant gold and ethereal orange. This power is indeed formidable. Sha Lu flexed its fingers and stretched its body, emitting crisp cracking sounds. In the distance, the great demon gazed at the newly transformed Sha Lu in astonishment, exclaiming, "Your little brother is quite impressive. The adaptation to this power is remarkably swift. This strength surpasses that of some destroyers." Goku casually remarked, "This is largely thanks to my master. Otherwise, it wouldn't have reached this level so quickly. Now it merely needs to gradually harness the power it cannot yet control to fully digest the fruits of its 4 years of training. By then, it will possess the power of a novice angel." As these two conversed, the other two were already ready to engage. Sha Lu, studying its own form, mused, "Since my body primarily exhibits gold and orange hues, I shall name this new form Orange Gold Sha Lu." Then, casting a glance at Sha Lu Pro above, it thought, "Let you serve as my whetstone." In an instant, Sha Lu appeared before Sha Lu Pro, delivering a powerful punch that caved in its chest. Sha Lu Pro coughed up a mouthful of purple blood, soaring into the sky, while Sha Lu swiftly followed, delivering another blow that sent it crashing down. Then, with terrifying speed, Sha Lu pursued and struck again, reversing the tide of battle. Sha Lu Pro was tossed about in the air like a ball, both appearing to be at the level of destroyers. Yet the disparity was immense. If the level of destroyers were categorized into early, mid, and late stages, Orange Gold Sha Lu would be mid-stage, while Sha Lu Pro would be early stage. A chasm of difference separating them. In an instant, Sha Lu Pro experienced all that Sha Lu had endured previously. Bang! Bang! Sha Lu Pro skimmed the ground, tearing a deep fissure in its wake and careening through the underground crevice. Sha Lu brought its hands together, aiming at the path of its retreat, retracting its hands to the waist, as a brilliant blue light intensified with its words, "Kamehameha." The azure beam shot toward the crevice, and mere moments later, a blinding light erupted at the far end, gradually filling the entire fissure. As the light faded, the fissure had expanded several folds, revealing a massive underground passage. "Oh, is this where it ends?" The great demon sensed Sha Lu Pro's energy and shook his head after a few seconds, declaring, "Indeed, there is no trace of energy left. Unless something unexpected occurs, it should be dead." After stating this, the great demon noticed Goku, who sat with eyes closed and arms crossed, silently waiting for something. "What? Do you have a different opinion?" Goku, keeping his eyes shut, replied, "That old man below is not so easily defeated." "Oh." The great demon directed his gaze towards the elderly figure below. Dr. Galo was in poor condition, since Sha Lu Pro had fallen behind and was being relentlessly attacked. His face was grim, and his brows furrowed deeply. As Sha Lu Pro was engulfed by the Kamehameha of Orange Gold Sha Lu, his expression darkened, and fury ignited in his eyes. "Damn it, I refuse to accept defeat. Impossible. You have forced my hand." Dr. Galo swiftly retrieved a remote control with a red button from his left pocket. With a click, he pressed the button, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Ha ha, now you all shall perish." Dr. Galo, with a maniacal and triumphant smile, drew the attention of those present to the direction where he had high hopes for Sha Lu Pro, now submerged in chaos. An eerie, low sound emanated from below, where no one could see. Sha Lu Pro's fragmented body was gradually restoring itself, the purple flesh shimmering as it underwent an unknown transformation. Gradually, a hint of red emerged. Multiplying swiftly, akin to a viral infection. The restored Shallow Pro's body continued to change, swelling and shrinking like an inflated balloon. Its eye sockets filled with a bloody red hue. In this cycle of expansion and contraction, Shallow Pro's body split inch by inch, black serpentine veins crawling over its form. A howl of despair echoed from the vast, dark passage, reminiscent of a sealed demon escaping its prison. In the next moment, a crimson figure leaped above the passage, its red body entwined with blackened veins, exuding an aura of malevolence and darkness. In the distance, the great demon gazed at the new form of Shallow Pro, unable to suppress his admiration. That old fellow is truly talented. This power has escalated dramatically. Goku, observing the now more formidable Shallow Pro, thought to himself, it seems we will have to fight a while longer. Hovering at the mouth of the cave, Shallow Pro swiftly turned its gaze towards orange gold Shallow, and in the next second, it charged forward like an enraged bull. With terrifying speed akin to teleportation, the enlarged Shallow Pro enveloped orange gold Shallow, propelling them both forward. They collided with an oncoming mountainside, creating a massive opening filled with cracks. As they delved deeper, a loud crash resounded as they burst through the stone wall, continuing their path of destruction. Faced with the grotesque creature before it, Shallow, reluctant to embrace it further, unleashed a torrent of fiery energy. However, the newly transformed Shallow Pro, with its terrifying physique, withstood the onslaught. Noticing they could not separate, Shallow escalated its output, unleashing a scorching aura that enveloped them like a miniature sun. As Shallow intensified its energy, the beast-like Shallow Pro roared, slowly being pushed back by the sun-like warmth. Observing Shallow Pro being forced away from its body, Orange Gold Shallow did not cease its energy release, but instead amplified it, soon engulfing Shallow Pro in a terrifying aura. Chapter 52. The demise of Shallow Pro. The brilliant light persisted for an extended period, and when calm was finally restored, the ground was pressed into a massive circular pit. Shallow's radiant form stood at the center of the pit, with wisps of white smoke rising from the heat. Boom! At the edge of the pit, Shallow Pro pushed aside the debris and slowly rose to its feet. The previous attack had not inflicted significant damage. However, its rapidly heaving chest indicated that it was thoroughly enraged. Shallow Pro roared, and with a swift motion, it shattered the ground beneath and charged forward. Two fists, each adorned in contrasting colors, collided with a resounding impact. Bang! 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 The two combatants withdrew their fists almost instantaneously, only to engage in a primal clash, their fists, legs, and bodies colliding like feral beasts, the brutality of their physical contest unmistakable. Despite the exponential increase in power of Shallow Pro, its physical resilience paled in comparison to the honed and hardened body of Shallow. With a swift strike, Shallow sent Shallow Pro hurtling through the air, blood erupting from its mouth. Yet, within mere seconds, it rose again, baring its blood-stained teeth and roaring defiantly as it charged toward Shallow. Bang! Crash! In this exchange of blows, a dark vein on Shallow Pro's arm ruptured, releasing a torrent of black energy that swirled ominously around it. In shock, Shallow Pro recoiled, howling as the dark tendrils clung to its form. As the black mist enveloped it, its once crimson body gradually transformed into a creature of shadow, growing larger, until only its blood-red eyes remained visible. Observing this transformation, Shallow shook his head, realizing that the power derived from such dark means would ultimately be inferior to true strength. Now fully engulfed in a rampaging state, Shallow Pro's abilities were vastly enhanced. It struck with the speed of teleportation, landing a fierce blow on Shallow's defensive arms. After this exchange, the previously outmatched Shallow Pro was now able to hold its ground against Shallow. The sounds of their bodies colliding echoed around them, black and purple blood splattering across their forms. In a moment of fury, both struck each other in the abdomen, and suddenly, Shallow Pro opened its massive black maw, unleashing a blinding beam of crimson light. Shallow was sent flying, landing in the distance, creating a colossal mushroom cloud. Shallow Pro, shifting its vast form, quickly pursued, aiming a massive fist at the now rising Shallow amidst the ruins. Bang! Spinning in midair, Shallow regained balance, wiping away the still-flowing blood from his left cheek. As he gazed upon the towering Shallow Pro, myriad thoughts swirled within him. He found a peculiar fondness for this adversary. Through their battles, he felt himself growing stronger, his body becoming increasingly familiar with the fight. Moreover, a new power was awakening within him, hinting that he might soon ascend to a higher level. Alas, it was truly regrettable. He did not wish to eliminate this formidable training partner. Yet, such a mindless creature, driven solely by destruction, must be liberated from its existence. Determined to conclude the battle, Shalu swiftly maneuvered behind the colossal Shalapro and delivered a powerful kick to its back, propelling it forward while unleashing a flurry of phantom-like punches. Amidst the relentless barrage, Shala's final strike landed squarely upon Shalapro's neck, sending it careening to the left, carving a deep trench into the ground. Shalu Pro slowly rose, its appearance now grotesquely altered, its neck twisted unnaturally, appearing frail and deformed against its towering physique. This time, it refrained from reckless charges, instead spinning in circles, its strange head ultimately exploding, causing its head to fall limply to the ground. Without its head, Shalapro halted. Yet it lost its sense of direction and perception. Relying solely on instinct, it charged straight ahead. Watching this scene unfold, Shala mused to himself, has it truly broken down? As Shalu Pro's body barreled past him, he hastily pursued, positioning himself before it and delivering a powerful punch to its abdomen. Thud! Shala's orange arm pierced cleanly through its body. Pulling back, he slowly remarked, it appears it has indeed deteriorated beyond repair. Crash! At that moment, Shala Pro, now with a gaping hole in its abdomen, suddenly knelt, its dark form swelling like an overinflated balloon, growing larger and larger until, with a resounding pop, it exploded. In the instant of its detonation, Shalu summoned an orange protective shield, blocking the onslaught of dark viscera. The remnants of Shalu Pro sizzled against the shield, emitting a sound akin to searing heat. Shalu soared into the air, casually releasing a colossal wave towards the ground. In a blink, a blinding radiance enveloped the powerful adversary. From a distance, Dr. Jero's eyes widened in despair, exclaiming, "It's over. It's all over." Yet, despite his momentary paralysis, the doctor quickly regained composure. Clenching his fists and turning sharply to flee, muttering, "As long as the green hills remain, there's no need to fear a lack of firewood." Accompanying him, two figures of varying heights followed closely behind. "Hey, are they making their escape? Are you not going to pursue?" The demon god inquired, observing Goku's lack of action. Goku turned to watch the retreating trio, leisurely crossing his arms, and replied, "No worries, let them fly a bit longer." Meanwhile, having dispatched his foe, Shalu teleported next to Goku, declaring, "Boss, the enemy has been dealt with. Well, now only 3 remain, an old man, a tall, thin man, and a short, stout fellow." Moments later, Goku's finger paused, and he slowly stated, "All right, they should be feeling secure by now. Let us allow them to descend into despair." No sooner had he spoken than the two figures vanished in an instant. Far away, at a considerable distance from the previous battlefield, 3 silhouettes raced swiftly through the sky, continuing their forward flight. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared out of thin air, blocking their path. Dr. Jero and his companions were forced to a stop. Chapter 53. Dr. Jero's return. Dr. Jero, his expression grim, faced the obstruction before him, his mind racing in fear as he sought a way out. "Doctor, why did you leave without a word?" Goku teased, observing the doctor's darkened demeanor. "You must remember, we were quite the team 4 years ago." "That was 4 years ago," Jero retorted. "And besides, you vanished. Our collaboration should have ended then. Now, we must part ways and follow our own paths." "Oh," Goku smirked, a sly grin forming on his face. "So, you intend to betray me and establish your own domain?" "Betray?" Dr. Jero protested hastily. "You abandoned me. I waited for a month or 2 after your disappearance." "Oh, so I should thank you then. A loyal doctor who waited for me for a month or 2. Goku's words were sharp, causing Jero's face to twitch in agitation. "Enough of this nonsense. You have 2 choices. First, we forget the past, and I forgive your betrayal. You remain my subordinate, and as long as you stay compliant, I will not trouble you. Second, since you lack appreciation, I will unleash a devastating wave upon you, reducing you to ashes." Jero clenched his fists, unwilling to concede. His ambition to dominate the world remained unfulfilled, and he could not perish yet. Observing Jero's hesitation, Goku decided to assist him, and in the next moment, a dark golden energy wave appeared in his hand. Wait. Jero instinctively raised his hands in front of him, shouting, "I choose the first option. I choose the first option." "Oh." A mischievous smile spread across Goku's face as he teased, "Have you come to your senses?" Yes. I find that working under your guidance is far more comfortable. Dr. Gero nodded, a sheepish smile adorning his face. Observing Dr. Gero's acquiescent demeanor, Wukong gradually dissipated the energy wave in his palm. Since you have recognized your errors, let us erase the previous transgressions from our account. Dr. Gero exhaled a sigh of relief and responded, yes. I am grateful for the mercy of the boss. Wukong approached the doctor and inquired, by the way, after my disappearance 4 years ago, aside from you, where are Dr. Brief and Bulma? I am not entirely certain, as I left immediately after awakening. And for the past 4 years, I have been diligently focused on my research underground. Thus, I am unaware of their circumstances. Upon hearing Dr. Gero's information, Wukong fell into contemplation. Upon his arrival on Earth, he sensed a presence resembling Bulma, yet discerned subtle differences, indicating that this must be the Bulma of this universe. But what of the despair-laden Bulma from the alternate timeline? Moreover, even the aura of Dr. Brief has vanished. Hey, kid, we are running out of time. Now is not the moment for idle thoughts. The hovering demon god interrupted Wukong's reverie. Acknowledging with a hum, Wukong returned to reality, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he looked at Dr. Gero. Doctor, since you are unaware of their whereabouts, I must trouble you with something. Dr. Gero's expression shifted. Cautiously he inquired, what is it that you require? Wukong replied with a relaxed smile. It concerns the secret silver substance from before. I need you to produce more of it. Oh, that substance. No problem. I happen to have some samples remaining. However, Dr. Gero paused and added, the other components of this substance are quite rare, so it may take some additional time. More time, you say? Wukong contemplated, glancing at the hovering demon god. Recalling its earlier words, kid, we are fully prepared. The only remaining task is acquiring the silver substance that will allow you to enter the rift. You mean the silver shuttle? Precisely. With that, you can enter the evil heart rift. Otherwise, you can only gaze upon it in vain. Wukong shifted his gaze back to Dr. Gero and stated, hasten your efforts. We have individuals who cannot afford to wait that long. Yes. After giving his instructions, Wukong turned to the 2 individuals behind Dr. Gero, inquiring about their identities. Upon hearing Wukong's question, Dr. Gero replied, the taller and shorter ones are my newly researched and manufactured androids, Galate number 1 and number 2. He then pointed to a black-haired individual and a green-skinned one. We encountered Son Gohan and Piccolo on our way. They were defeated by Sharu Pro. We proceeded further and discovered the 2 pairs of unconscious android siblings on the ground, whom we subsequently brought along. After listening to the doctor's explanation, Wukong nodded, pointing at Son Gohan and Piccolo. All right then, I leave them in your care. Dispose of them as you see fit. First, return to gather the materials needed to create the silver shuttle, and once you have revived the 2 pairs of androids, rendezvous with me at the highest peak over there. Wukong gestured towards the distant towering mountain as he commanded Dr. Gero. Yes, boss, we shall head back to prepare. Go. Dr. Gero, along with Galate number 1 and No. 2, bowed in unison before soaring past Wukong and continuing forward. Watching the group disappear, Wukong turned to Sharu and said, let us go and await their arrival. Wukong took the lead, flying towards the mountain peak, with Sharu closely following. The 2 moved with remarkable speed, reaching the summit in mere minutes where they landed and awaited silently. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero and his companions raced against the wind, swiftly returning to the underground laboratory beneath the glacier. Dr. Gero immediately placed the 2 pairs of androids into incubation chambers for treatment while he collected the necessary items into universal capsules. After gathering everything, he glanced at the unconscious Son Gohan and Piccolo, pondering how to deal with them. Darn it, if it weren't for the urgency, I would have transformed them into my most formidable androids. Dr. Gero's face was filled with regret. Alas, for now, I shall confine them here. Once I complete the boss's task, I will return and diligently transform them into my ultimate android weapon. Having made his decision, he promptly placed them into the nutrient-filled incubation chamber and then approached the massive computer, inputting various commands. In the dimly lit underground space, aside from the 6 individuals within the green incubation chambers, the only sounds were the soft clattering of keys being struck. Chapter 54. The temporal vortex traversing parallel universes atop the towering mountain peak. Wukong and Sharu stood with arms crossed, eyes closed, resembling 2 statues in quiet contemplation, while the demon god leisurely floated above. Some time had passed since parting ways with Dr. Gero's group, and as moments trickled by, Doubts began to creep in regarding the doctor's fidelity. Boss, it's been quite a while. Do you think that old man might have fled? Cheru slowly opened his cold eyes, voicing his suspicion. Wukong simultaneously opened his eyes, stretching his powerful arms as his thick black hair danced freely, embodying the spirit of a lion. No, he is a clever man, well aware of his capabilities and limitations. If he exhausts my patience, he will meet his end. Let us wait a while longer. They should be arriving soon. If he truly attempts to deceive me, I shall obliterate this planet and relentlessly pursue that old man until I crush his skull, Wukong declared. And shortly thereafter, he halted his movements, a subtle smile appearing on his face as he gazed ahead. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Cheru also turned his gaze towards the distance, where several small dark figures were drawing closer, their features becoming increasingly distinct. The approaching figures seemed to be in a hurry, and what once appeared distant was now almost upon them. Dr. Gero and his companions, the tall and short androids, along with the two pairs of android siblings, abruptly halted in midair before gracefully landing on the mountain peak. As soon as Dr. Gero's feet touched the ground, he hurried forward, bowing his head and apologizing. Boss, I apologize for my tardiness. Observing the grave expression on Dr. Gero's face, Wukong swiftly reassured him. No worries. Your arrival is what matters. He then turned his attention to the two pairs of siblings, whose previously tattered clothing had been replaced with familiar attire from their first encounter. The two No.18s donned identical denim jackets, black leggings, and black tops, making it impossible to distinguish one from the other. The two No.17s had also resumed wearing the long-lost orange headbands and stylish green denim pants. At that moment, one pair of android siblings stepped forward, slightly bowing their heads. The Lazili siblings humbly addressed, Boss, due to your mysterious disappearance over the years, we have recruited two subordinates while waiting for you on Earth. However, we defer to your judgment, so we would like to inquire if they may join us. Upon hearing this, number 18 and number 17 also lowered their heads slightly, their expressions neutral, yet their hearts were filled with trepidation. Wukong regarded the android siblings with a sunlit, charming smile, responding, No problem. I wholeheartedly welcome any like-minded friends to join me. Upon hearing this affirmation, number 17 and number 18 joyfully exclaimed, Yes, we salute you, boss. Wukong nodded and addressed everyone. By the way, we will be venturing into other universes shortly, so prepare yourselves mentally. This journey will not be too long, nor too short. Yes, the group responded promptly, though their thoughts varied internally. Darn it, what will happen to the two experimental subjects in my lab? I hope they haven't escaped by the time I return. A fleeting look of concern crossed Dr. Gero's otherwise placid face, his murky gaze momentarily filled with gravity. One can only hope that matters will be resolved swiftly. Lazili and the La by Sea siblings harbor no peculiar thoughts, as they have experienced this before. The initial novelty has faded, and the second encounter holds little significance. However, the 18th and 17th are consumed with thoughts, displaying a mixture of excitement and curiosity about other universes, alongside a palpable tension towards the unknown. As they take their time to process this, Wukong refocuses his attention on Dr. Guoluo, stating, Doctor, I must emphasize that your task is of utmost importance. Once we arrive, I will ensure you have a dedicated place to conduct your research and manufacture. Your primary objective is to expedite the development of the Yin Suo. This is paramount. Do you understand? Dr. Guoluo bows his head even lower, acknowledging, I understand. Wukong nods, and then turns to face the colossal dark deity hovering above. All right, we may commence. Although the others find it peculiar that their leader appears to be conversing with thin air, their emotional intelligence prevents them from questioning it further. The dark deity, imperceptible to anyone but Wukong, gestures towards the void, and a towering black fissure materializes. Dark magical energy swirls in his hand, gradually entering the rift and expanding it. Moments later, a massive blood-red egg is slowly extracted from the darkness. After many years, Wukong beholds this familiar giant egg once more, feeling an ominous pressure that resurfaces with intensity. To his surprise, despite his significant growth and strength, this mere fragment of the dark magic still elicits an instinctual tremor within him. As Wukong senses his body's subconscious resistance to this entity, a heaviness settles in his heart. The dark deity cradles the dark magic egg in his left hand while reaching into the expanding vortex with his right. After a few more moments, he retrieves a black sphere, larger than a basketball, which contains the sealed Kaioshin Kuranoya cane of the time realm. It is truly a twist of fate. The dark deity muses that each time he recalls the time realm Kaioshin's self-entrapment, he feels the demonic race's opportunity has finally arrived. The rise of the demons cannot be delayed. Wukong flies alongside the dark deity and inquires, "What shall we do next?" The dark deity weighs the sealed sphere in his right hand and replies, "First, we need the assistance of our powerful time realm Kaioshin." With that, he makes a gesture, and the sealed sphere levitates into the air. In the next moment, a torrent of dark magical energy flows into the sphere, and after a few breaths, a transformation occurs. Strands of silvery light pierce through the thick black surface of the sealed sphere, gradually increasing until the black sphere is enveloped in a shimmering silver orb of pure white light. Seeing that it is nearly complete, the dark deity calls out, "Open for me, space-time vortex." In an instant, a dazzling array of silver light radiates forth, and with the activation of the time realm Kaioshin's temporal power, multiple silver whirlpools materialize in midair. The dark deity then thrusts the blood egg upwards, continually infusing it with dark magical energy, causing it to emit an eerie red glow and produce ripple-like sound waves. The sound waves from the blood egg spread towards all the silver whirlpools, leaving the others below in a state of bewilderment as they witness the whirlpools multiplying and filling the sky, instilling a sense of inexplicable awe within them. As time passes, one of the whirlpools suddenly shifts to a crimson hue. The dark deity promptly alters the application of temporal power, causing all silver whirlpools to vanish except for the red one. "Found it. Let us go," the dark deity declares, sending the giant egg and the sealed sphere into the mysterious dark fissure, swiftly entering the red whirlpool. "Follow me," Wukong exclaims as he dives into the whirlpool. The others, without hesitation, follow suit, one after another plunging into the vortex. Once everyone has entered, the whirlpool gradually dissipates into the air. Chapter 55. Parallel Universes. In the vast expanse of countless parallel universes, an unremarkable one suddenly finds itself graced by several uninvited guests. What will they bring? In the dimly lit, blue-glowing cosmic void, a blood-red vortex suddenly unfurls, and moments later, several figures burst forth from within. The sudden arrivals, under the influence of gravity, uncontrollably plunge towards a nearby planet, their speeds intensifying as their bodies ignite with fiery friction due to their rapid descent. In the blink of an eye, they resemble shooting stars racing towards the verdant giant planet ahead. Upon this green planet, life flourishes with towering, ancient trees and moss-covered mountains. Various birds and creatures traverse the foliage and sky, while resilient green grass blankets the earth. Massive creatures, reminiscent of dinosaurs, roam the land, some stretching their serpentine necks to feast on the purple fruits atop the colossal trees, while others lower their heads to drink from the cool, sweet lakes. Suddenly, a gigantic creature resembling a giraffe emits a resounding, prolonged roar as it consumes fruit from the trees. Upon hearing this signal, the surrounding creatures gaze skyward. Fiery red stars twinkle in the distance. The beings watch in silence, seemingly indifferent, yet exuding an air of confidence. With a crunch, a gigantic, long-necked creature bites off half an apple, chewing while observing the sky. Influenced by this creature, the others continue to eat, occasionally glancing upwards. In the air, several fiery meteors plunge towards the surface of the green planet, one after another landing in an expansive forest. The successive impacts reverberate through the woods, startling flocks of birds into flight as they soar away. From above, thick smoke billows upward from the forest, revealing a series of craters dotting the grass below. In the largest crater, Wukong's dark golden energy shield gradually dissipates, while nearby, Shalu emerges from his shield, surveying the surroundings. Not far off, the android troops begin to climb out of their respective craters, each bearing signs of impact. "This planet seems quite promising," Shalu remarks as he carefully examines the environment. "I beg to differ," Dr. Guoluo interjects. "This is clearly a primitive planet, offering no assistance for my experiments. I require a planet with advanced technological capabilities." "Enough," Wukong interjects, halting their quarrel. "The experiment is paramount, but we are unsure of our current location. Let us rest here for the night and decide our next move in the morning." "Agreed." Everyone nods in agreement. "I will go find some food," Shala states before soaring into the sky. At this moment, Dr. Guoluo suddenly tosses a universal capsule onto the grass, and with a puff, a grand 3-story villa materializes. Boss, we have a house. You should go in and rest. We will notify you once the food is ready. Hearing Dr. Guoluo's words and witnessing his earnest gesture, Wukong feels compelled to accept, saying, "All right, I have some matters to attend to." He then turns to the quiet android siblings, saying, "Feel free to do as you wish. Just gather here once night falls." With that, Wukong enters the villa, gazing at the blue and white bed before sitting down and addressing the air. "Master, where are you? I have not seen you." After a moment of silence, the dark deity's raspy voice, now tinged with weariness, responds, "Kid, I'm fine. It's just a bit exhausting. A brief rest should suffice. All right, by the way, my plan is to first locate a planet that allows Dr. Guoluo to focus on researching and manufacturing the Insua. Once we have produced enough Insua, we can then seek the sinister rifts. What do you think? Or do you have other ideas?" Wukong, after expressing his thoughts, awaited the response of the great demon lord in silence. After a pause of over 10 seconds, a deep voice emerged from the demon. "Very well, let it be so. However, tell that old fellow to hasten. Our time is limited." Wukong nodded, assuring him, "Rest assured. I comprehend the gravity of the situation." "Excellent. Then I leave it in your hands. For now, to conserve strength. Aside from searching for the cracks of malevolence and traversing the cosmos, I shall remain concealed." "Understood. I will expedite the creation of the silver shuttle with the doctor." After a brief wait, Wukong noticed the stillness around him and lowered his head to contemplate his next actions. He envisioned that upon gathering all demonic forces, he would likely join their ranks, leading to vengeance. At that juncture, he would be able to enter the primary timeline of the Dragon Ball world, and then proceed with careful planning. As time passed, Wukong's mind flickered with countless strategies when a sudden series of knocks interrupted his thoughts and daydreams. "Boss, the food is ready. We can eat now." Wukong realized he had been lost in thought for too long and promptly replied, "All right, I'm coming out." Moments later, Wukong pushed open the door and exited the villa. The night sky had draped the world in darkness, save for the myriad of twinkling stars above. A gathering of people awaited him, their faces illuminated by the golden flames of a fire. A massive foreleg of an unidentified creature was roasting over the flames, its golden exterior crisp and succulent, appearing delectable. "Boss, come sit here." Dr. Gero shifted aside, revealing a spacious spot. Wukong approached, took a seat, and began devouring the roasted limb, speaking between bites. "Everyone, let us rest well today. Tomorrow we embark on a quest for a technologically advanced planet." In a matter of moments, he had devoured the enormous meat chunk and continued, "Do you realize? What we are doing now is a magnificent endeavor, aiding others. Moreover, we shall step onto a grander stage, where everything will be more splendid and intriguing." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent for a moment before unanimously affirming, "Boss, rest assured, we will assist you in accomplishing this great task." Wukong tossed the bone aside and said while walking, "As long as you follow me faithfully without harboring any treachery, I will lead you down a completely different path of glory. I'll take a stroll outside. Feel free." Dr. Gero and the other androids watched Wukong's vanishing figure, their thoughts unknown. Chapter 56. Planet Kabite Sea. In the tranquil, shadowy forest, Wukong walked with a light step, leisurely meandering. Towering trees obscured the faint starlight above. This dark and eerie forest exuded an air of danger, and indeed, as he ventured deeper, he soon found himself among a gathering of unexpected guests, famished and lurking. Drip, drip, drip. The sudden sounds of dripping water and faint panting filled the air, prompting Wukong to halt, a glint of playful mockery in his eyes, and a confident smile reminiscent of a hunter crept onto his lips. After a moment, seeing Wukong remain unmoved, the eager creatures burst forth from behind the colossal trees. Giant green wolves surrounded Wukong, their drool pooling on the ground. Crack! With a swift flick of his tail, Wukong dispatched the last green wolf, leaving a scene of disarray in his wake as he continued deeper into the forest. Time seemed to stretch in the interminable darkness, and after an unknown duration, Wukong paused. The enveloping darkness felt almost welcoming, and he extended his arms, closing his eyes, slowly merging with the shadows around him. Reflecting on his journey from birth to strength, gradually encountering higher realms, he recognized a path rife with opportunities and challenges. Remembering his former self, innocent, kind-hearted, and combative, He realized that life focused solely on sustenance and battle was painfully monotonous. Had he remained that flawed version of himself, he might have endured. But now he could not turn back. He resolved to methodically trample all who stood above him, to dominate and seize control of everything. As Wukong communicated and merged with the natural darkness, he gradually discerned his true essence, solidifying his ideals, and the path ahead became ever clearer. Thus, Wukong languidly traversed the night in the dark forest. The next day, the rising sun filtered through the massive trees, casting a few rays upon Wu's golden eyes, causing them to sparkle radiantly. Daylight has arrived. I must return quickly. We are about to set off. Wukong immediately sensed Sa Lu's presence and vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, beside the villa, Dr. Gero and the others stood in perfect alignment, seemingly awaiting an inspection. With a sudden fluctuation in the air, Wukong materialized before them. All right, we are ready to depart. Is there anything else? If not, hold hands and grasp onto me. Upon hearing this, Dr. Gero approached the villa and pressed a button, causing it to transform with a pop into a universal capsule, which he promptly retrieved before returning to his original position. Boss, I have no further matters, Dr. Gero declared, and Wukong shifted his gaze to the remaining few. Noticing their silence regarding other affairs, he said, well then, grasp onto me. We shall inquire about the whereabouts of a technologically advanced planet. One by one, the androids placed their hands on each other's arms, while Dr. Gero laid his hand on Wing's shoulder. Meanwhile, Sa Lu's hand clasped onto Wing's shoulder. Wukong pondered whether the king of the universe was in the same position. With that thought, he vanished, taking everyone with him. On King Kai's planet, amidst the yellow clouds, the plump King Kai shivered as if foreseeing an impending calamity. He exhaled, patting his chest to reassure himself, then turned to retreat into his room for some rest. Suddenly, a group of individuals appeared behind him, startling him into a shiver. After a moment, he calmed his racing heart and cautiously asked, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Wukong stepped forward and smiled. "King Kai, we wish to ask you something, with no ill intent." Upon hearing this, King Kai straightened, his spirits lifted, thinking to himself, they seek my assistance. He turned around, hands clasped behind his back, and said, "Do you know my story?" The atmosphere fell silent, and after a few moments, as the group remained unresponsive, King Kai continued, "My rule is that you must tell me a joke that amuses me, and then I shall assist you." After speaking, King Kai tilted his ear, ready to receive the anticipated humor. Wukong approached, conjuring a dark golden energy sphere in his hand as he positioned himself behind King Kai, pressing the energy sphere against his neck. "I apologize, but I lack the luxury of time. You need only tell me your life or your ridiculous joke." King Kai, casting a sidelong glance at the glowing sphere, replied in a calm tone, Wait. We want to tell jokes, no jokes. Please, calm down and don't act rashly." After swallowing a few times and wiping the nervous sweat from his brow, King Kai continued, "So, what do you wish to know?" Wukong dissipated the energy sphere. "I seek a planet with advanced technology." All right. King Kai, relieved by the absence of the energy sphere, quickly relaxed his somewhat sluggish body. After the restoration of his state, the king of the realms straightened the antennae on his head, gripping tightly with both hands as concentric ripples continuously spread into the air. Minutes later, the antennae twitched before drooping downwards. The king turned to Wukong and declared, "I have found it. This is the coordinate." After speaking, the king unleashed a powerful white ripple from his black antenna, which directly enveloped Wukong. "Well, the coordinates are yours now. May I take my leave?" Wukong, upon seeing the numerical coordinates in his mind, nodded in acknowledgement. The king, sensing the danger posed by Wukong, hastily retreated into his dwelling, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Wukong paid him no mind and simply nodded to his companions, stating, "There should be no problems. Let us explore this high-tech planet." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone adeptly positioned their arms on their shoulders and, with a whoosh, vanished from sight. Kabitisi Star, one of the most technologically advanced celestial bodies in the North Galaxy, is a vibrant blue sphere teeming with creative vitality. Surrounding the planet, a serpent-like mechanical entity encircles Kabitisi, resembling a protective ring and emitting a kaleidoscope of fluorescent colors. This mechanical marvel is in constant motion, presenting an extraordinary sight against the backdrop of the dark, desolate starfield. Inside the technologically sophisticated Kabatisi star, towering silver buildings dominate the landscape, while various high-tech spacecraft zip through the skies. On the ground, tin-clad robots perform mechanical dances, adding to the vibrant atmosphere. In this solemn and grave ambience, Wukong and his entourage suddenly appeared in the sky. The multitude of flying vehicles, faced with this unexpected obstruction, reacted without hesitation. A cacophony of crashes erupted as several spacecraft collided. Moments later, a black mushroom cloud formed in the air, with the errant vehicles recklessly hurtling towards it, causing the cloud to swell ever larger. After a few minutes, these mindless mechanical entities ceased their suicidal flight, encircling Wukong and his companions. As time passed, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing Wukong and his group completely unscathed amidst the various flying machines. Suddenly, many of the vehicles began to maneuver aside, clearing a path. Soon, a distinctly unusual robot approached. It possessed a petite form, adorned with bird-like silver wings that were disproportionately large. After positioning itself suitably, the diminutive robot regarded Wukong and his companions with an icy tone, inquiring, "Who are you? Are you intruders?" Wukong ignored the question and turned to Dr. Gero, asking, "What do you think? Does this place meet your requirements?" Dr. Gero had been meticulously surveying the area, occasionally nodding in approval. Upon hearing Wukong's question, he promptly replied, "Indeed. This is quite suitable. I should be able to conduct my research at peak efficiency here." "Very well, then this shall be our domain," Wukong declared, extending his palm towards the seemingly authoritative little robot. In an instant, a blinding energy wave surged forth towards it. The little winged robot erupted into a burst of sparks and debris. With Wukong's attack, the nearby cell and the androids surged towards the surrounding flying machines, which soon exploded one after another, resembling a series of firecrackers. Before long, the sky was devoid of any operational machines. Cell, casually discarding a flattened piece of metal onto the ground, surveyed the armed robots below and remarked, "I hope this brings me some amusement." With a sweeping glance, he unleashed a crimson beam that carved deep gorges into the ground, leaving several robots severed in half nearby. The robots, armed with laser guns, witnessing their comrades' devastation, hastily fired at Cell. However, their streams of blue light were effortlessly deflected by Cell's energy shield. After a brief standoff with the lasers, Cell grew bored, dissipating the shield and preparing to meet the lasers head-on. The powerful beams, upon contact with Cell's hardened body, had no effect, akin to feathers brushing against stone. A smirk of disdain crept across Cell's face as he charged through the onslaught of lasers towards the robots below. With lightning-fast strikes, he shattered the robots with ease, and each sweeping motion resulted in mass destruction. In a short span, the number of robots dwindled significantly, and with the arrival of the other androids, their annihilation was expedited. After about 10 minutes, only scattered remnants of robots remained on the ground, as Cell and the other androids scoured the debris for any survivors. After a thorough search, they ascended into the air, awaiting Wukong's next command. Wukong's gaze fell upon a gigantic hourglass-shaped structure that seemed to connect heaven and earth, its dim, bluish exterior appearing devoid of life. "That must be the core structure of this planet. Let us investigate," he proclaimed, soaring towards the hourglass, with the others hastily following suit. As they approached, the enormity of the hourglass became increasingly apparent. Its peak was obscured, while countless tendrils resembling veins delved deep into the earth, representing the pinnacle of the planet's technology. The group halted before the shell-like structure, and upon discovering a lack of entrances, Android 18 unleashed a key blast against the hourglass. The yellow energy wave met the exterior, only to vanish without a trace, proving utterly ineffective. "What?" Android 18 exclaimed, puzzled. At that moment, the knowledgeable Dr. Gero explained, "Its exterior likely possesses an energy absorption mechanism. As long as it has not reached its absorption limit, we cannot penetrate it." Upon hearing this, the group prepared to concentrate their powers against the structure, but Cell raised a hand, saying, "Wait, let me give it a try." Retreating to a suitable distance, he clasped his hands at his waist, gathering a formidable energy in his palms. With a burst of blue light, he unleashed a Kamehameha wave upon the structure before him. For a while, the energy wave clashed against the exterior, fluctuating between strength and weakness. Cell maintained his output, feeling his power being drawn into an insatiable abyss. "If you crave it so desperately, then I shall feed you to your heart's content." With this resolve, Cell erupted with energy, the golden flames surging forth and causing the blue light wave in his hands to expand several-fold. As this terrifying force continued to bombard the seemingly indestructible structure, ominous cracking sounds began to emanate from it. Sensing an opportunity, Cell roared and intensified his output, the vast energy wave gradually shattering the exterior and pushing inward. With a resounding crash, the once impregnable outer shell could not withstand the onslaught. A colossal plume of white smoke billowed from the gaping hole he had created. Observing the result of his efforts, Cell wore a confident grin, declaring, "Well then, we have an entrance." As the smoke began to clear, the group proceeded into the vast hourglass structure. Inside, they were greeted by a chaotic array of dilapidated machinery, with a tunnel excavated by the Kamehameha wave leading further ahead. Wukong led the way into the depths, surrounded by an all-encompassing darkness, illuminated only by the sporadic sparks above and the flickering currents beneath his feet. It was uncertain how long they had traversed this void when a golden light, signifying the exit, finally emerged ahead, prompting the group to swiftly dart out of the cave. Upon their emergence, they were greeted by familiar architecture, and a glance back revealed the hourglass-like structure behind them. A sudden realization struck. The recent energy wave had been unleashed with such force that it had pierced through that object entirely. Shalu, brushing his smooth black crown, sheepishly remarked, "My apologies. Who could have foreseen that it was so fragile?" With no other options, the group was compelled to retrace their steps, searching for any possible entrance along the way. After a thorough inspection, they found nothing, leading them to gaze upward. Shalu, with renewed intensity, unleashed a burst of energy, his golden aura shimmering amidst the darkness. Soon, a blue glow flickered at Shalu's waist, and as his energy surged, an unexpected transformation occurred. The overhead machinery seemed to awaken, parting to reveal a circular passageway above. The group, taken aback by this astonishing sight, heightened their vigilance as Shalu prudently dissipated his impending Kamehameha. After a few moments of silence, and seeing no immediate threats, their attention shifted to Wukong, awaiting his next move. "Let us proceed. The path has been cleared for us, and we cannot hesitate." With that, Wukong was the first to soar into the tunnel above, followed closely by the others. After navigating a lengthy corridor of darkness, they emerged into a passage suffused with a blue glow, radiating an aura of advanced technology, almost dreamlike in its appearance. Upon reaching the end, they discovered a vast silver platform adorned with a colossal, flower-like mechanical entity. Wukong approached the machine, circling it several times, and noticed that its silver petals appeared to be closed. With determination, he attempted to pry them apart. With each exertion of force, a cacophony of cracking sounds erupted until, finally, with a resounding explosion, the silver petals shattered and were sent flying. Wukong gazed at the contents within the now-opened flower, his eyes wide with wonder. Nestled inside was a black orb, which he curiously picked up and tapped, producing a sound that seemed perfectly normal. Contemplating for a moment, he casually tossed it backward, exclaiming, "Doctor, please examine what this is later." Dr. Gua caught the orb with a nod of agreement. The group then conducted a thorough inspection of their surroundings, but found no concealed mechanisms. Wukong scanned the area, ultimately fixating on the silver platform beneath his feet, which began to seem increasingly superfluous. In the next moment, a dark golden glow erupted, causing the silver platform to slowly disintegrate until it exploded, creating a large opening. As the smoke cleared, they beheld an array of advanced technological apparatuses within, eliciting expressions of astonishment from the group. They leapt into the newly revealed space, which felt like a passage into another realm, filled with autonomous high-tech life forms conducting experiments. As Wukong and his companions delved deeper, the once dense presence of technological beings gradually diminished. At the journey's end, they encountered a massive blue holographic projection, eerily familiar as the mechanical leader with wings that Wukong had previously obliterated. However, its current state appeared dire, with its large blue wings folded tightly around its body, resembling a wounded creature in recovery. "Is it dead or merely incapacitated?" Shalu inquired, directing the question towards the one most likely to understand. Dr. Gua, sensing the gazes upon him, cleared his throat and responded, "Its body is indeed deceased, but its core data likely fled and returned here. It is currently in a state of recovery. What is the solution to this predicament?" Shala pressed for clarity. "Fear not," Dr. Gua replied. stepping forward to examine the holographic data, retrieving his tools to commence modifications. Once I make the necessary adjustments, all will be well. The others observed in silence as several hours passed. The ethereal image gradually transformed, solidifying and enlarging before their eyes. Done, Dr. Gua declared, ceasing his work. It has now been reconfigured into a voice assistant, posing no threat whatsoever. Wukong nodded, acknowledging the shimmering figure. Excellent, but we must expedite the development of the silver shuttle. Indeed, Dr. Gua resumed tinkering with the incomprehensible high-tech devices. Wukong found a suitable spot to wait for the completion of the shuttle, while the two pairs of android siblings chose their own corners in the spacious area. The taller and shorter androids approached Dr. Gua to assist him. 3 days later, the once quiet laboratory erupted into chaos as Dr. Gua slammed his hand onto the massive computer before him, his face contorted with frustration. This will not do. This is utterly insufficient. Hearing the commotion, the others approached, concerned. Wukong, puzzled, asked, "What is the matter? Is there an issue with the silver shuttle?" Dr. Gua begrudgingly replied, "Yes, we are missing a rare material critical to its construction. Without it, the research cannot proceed." "What material is it? Where can we find it?" "It is known as Yiming stone, a mineral that requires a unique environment to form." As he spoke, Dr. Gua pondered how to assist Wukong and the others in locating this mineral. Lost in thought, he glanced at the floating holographic data and suddenly had an epiphany, though it flickered momentarily before dimming. What to do? What to do? What can serve as a vessel? After a lengthy contemplation, Dr. Gua's eyes sparkled with inspiration. "I have it." He produced a universal capsule, opening it to reveal a round black orb that rolled onto the ground. Picking it up, he exclaimed, "This should serve as an excellent vessel." With renewed enthusiasm, he plunged into his work, laboring tirelessly until the next day. Observing the unchanged orb in Dr. Gua's hands, Wukong looked perplexed, as if questioning, "Is this the product of your overnight toil?" Dr. Gua, recognizing the skepticism, hurried to clarify, "Boss, this is no ordinary black orb. Just watch." With a swift pat, he commanded, "D, little eyeball." In an instant, the black orb shot into the air, rotating to unveil a beautiful azure eye. Wukong, intrigued by this remarkable transformation, inquired, "What is happening?" "Hee," Dr. Gua replied with confidence, "It's quite simple. I merged the injured data life form with the incomplete black orb. The results are extraordinary. This little being now possesses all the data reserves of the fragmented entity, functioning as an information repository." After a brief pause, Dr. Gua continued, brimming with excitement. "The most astonishing part is that it is still in its juvenile stage, with a long journey of growth ahead. Even I cannot predict its final form." Upon hearing about the eye in the sky, Wukong queried, "Will it be responsible for locating the Yiming stone?" "Indeed, its data repository contains clues regarding the Yiming stone. It should not take long to find." As he gazed at the black orbs fluttering in the air, Wukong remarked, "It seems rather lively, doesn't it?" Dr. Gua replied, "Indeed. I just triggered its free mode with a tap. If I tap it once more and call its name, it will obediently follow." Upon hearing this, Wukong swiftly ascended into the air, his hand striking the black orb's head with lightning speed as he exclaimed, "Little orb." As the final syllable echoed, the previously bouncing and erratic black orb abruptly halted, as if frozen in place by a spell. Wukong hovered curiously above it, while Dr. Gua called out from below, "Boss, it's ready. You can now command it at will." Excited at the prospect of directing the orb, Wukong promptly instructed, "Spin around." In the next instant, the motionless black sphere widened its azure eyes and began to rotate in a clockwise direction. As the orb spun faster, leaving behind traces of motion, Wukong quickly called for it to stop and issued further commands. After a series of experiments, he confirmed the orb's unwavering obedience. "Come here." The small black orb immediately zoomed to Wukong's side. Pleased with the obedient orb, Wukong pondered a name for it. "With eyes as blue as yours, I shall call you Little Lawn." Upon receiving its name, the newly dubbed Little Lawn blinked its striking blue eyes, seemingly in agreement. Wukong nodded and addressed the doctor, "All right. Time is of the essence. I will bring back the Yiming stone as swiftly as possible. Please ensure all other preparations are complete." "Yes, you can follow Little Lawn." Wukong commanded Little Lawn, "Lead me to the Yiming stone." Little Lawn blinked its eyes, and a blue light refracted, transforming into the character through. Then, Little Lawn soared upward, followed closely by Dr. Gua and his 2 assistants. As they trailed behind Little Lon, they traversed a dim, spiral corridor, flying an indeterminate distance until they halted. Before them lay the reason for their journey, a massive spaceship, entirely black, akin to a whale, quietly resting. At that moment, Little Lon shot forth a beam of blue light, which swept across the ship's surface, bringing it to life. Its body illuminated with dazzling green lights. Gradually, the lights began to fade, leaving only 2 green eyes at the ship's bow still gleaming. With a soft hum, a rectangular hatch in the ship's body slowly opened, and Little Lon immediately darted inside, prompting Wukong and the others to follow. Upon entering the spaceship, they briefly encountered darkness before the lights flickered on, illuminating the interior to resemble daylight. As Wukong observed his surroundings, Little Lon flew straight towards what appeared to be the control panel, then abruptly dove downward, inserting itself into a designated slot. The once ordinary control panel transformed into a transparent, ethereal interface, and the enormous whale ship trembled before ascending into the sky. After navigating several tunnels, the vessel burst forth from the surface of the planet Cabys, embarking on its interstellar journey. Within the ship, as Wukong's fascination with the craft waned, he approached the control panel and inquired of Little Lon, "Where are we headed now?" Little Lon opened its eyes wide, revealing its enchanting, dreamlike gaze, and emitted a transparent blue beam that formed a square frame in the air, inscribed with, "Our destination is the planet Luxalu in the Western Galaxy, which possesses a mineral somewhat akin to the Yinming Stone. This is one of the clues in my database." Understanding the nature of their destination, Wukong casually settled into a seat, awaiting their arrival to ascertain whether it was indeed the sought-after Yinming Stone. The others similarly took their seats within the ship, waiting in silence. 3 days later, Wukong, feeling the pangs of hunger, asked Little Lon, "How much longer until we arrive?" Little Lon's azure eyes flickered again, displaying a dialogue panel. "At our current speed, we will reach Luxalu in half a month." Another half month. Wukong sighed, resigned to sleeping, hoping to awaken with the planet in sight. In the dark expanse of the cosmos, the colossal whale spaceship transformed into a streak of greenish-black light, racing past countless stars before vanishing into the vast darkness. Half a month later, the whale spaceship gradually came to a halt before a violet-hued planet, rousing the slumbering occupants within with its sudden alarm. Wukong rubbed his head, yawned, and asked, "Little Lon, have we arrived?" The blue dialogue box promptly appeared, confirming, "Yes. The planet ahead, shrouded in purple mist, is Luxalu." The blue box then shifted to display a 3-dimensional model of the planet, vividly rendered. Seeing this, Wukong urged, "Let us go in quickly." As soon as he spoke, the blue dialogue box reappeared. "This planet is enveloped in an unknown magnetic field. Entering the ship without caution could result in unforeseen consequences and danger. Then I shall descend alone to investigate," Wukong declared, preparing to teleport. However, the dialogue box updated with a warning, "Wait. You must take this." Suddenly, a small, oval device materialized from Little Lon's blue light, a specialized communication device. "Once you're there, I will guide you on how to locate the mineral." Wukong accepted it, placed it in his ear, nodded in acknowledgement, and then sensed the energy emanating from the planet before vanishing instantaneously. Inside Luxalu, the landscape was awash in shades of purple, purple mist, purple mountains, purple waters, and purple soil. A massive purple sea turtle glided through the violet ocean, its vibrant shell catching the light. Wukong hovered above the turtle's shell, surveying the surroundings before casting a greedy gaze upon the colossal creature laboring through the water. Swallowing his saliva, he unleashed a powerful punch downward towards the giant shell. After a flurry of interaction, the massive purple-shelled turtle was dragged ashore, its formidable shell shattered. The exposed flesh was placed over a fire, gradually tightening and releasing a tantalizing aroma. Wukong wiped the scant moisture from his lips, disregarding the heat, and tore off a generous chunk of the purple-black turtle meat, unperturbed by the possibility of poison. As his stomach expanded, the turtle meat vanished at a visible rate. After satisfying his hunger, Wukong reclined on the ground, allowing his food to digest. As time passed, his belly gradually receded, and within just 2 minutes, his 4 abdominal muscles returned to form. Now restored, Wukong floated into the air, adjusting his direction according to the instructions in his ear, and set off once more. Along the way, he encountered many exotic creatures, yet all were uniformly purple, diminishing their uniqueness. After a swift flight, Wukong soon spotted the mountain indicated by his guidance. Upon reaching the mountain's summit, he marveled at the peculiar formation resembling quadruplets, reflecting on the wonders of nature's creativity. Extending a hand, he summoned a dark golden energy wave, carefully controlling its potency to avoid reducing the mountain to mere rubble. With meticulous precision, he shaped the wave to the size of his palm before unleashing it. The diminutive energy blast struck the monumental quadruplet mountain, and moments later, the wave detonated, causing the mountain to fracture inch by inch, swiftly reducing it to rubble. The ground was strewn with gravel as Wukong traversed the white mist, casually picking up a pure, translucent mineral before vanishing once more. He reappeared in a vast forest of purple leaves, gazing down at a gigantic purple-skinned wild boar. With a single step, he unleashed a dragon-like transformation, turning it into a delectable roast suckling pig. Placing the roasted pig into the dark space he learned from the great demon god, Wukong disappeared again, only to materialize inside a spaceship in outer space. He turned to Xiaolan, presenting the pure white mineral in his hand, saying, "This is the mineral from the planet Luxalu. Let us see if it's what we need." Xiaolan's eyes emitted a beam of light as they scanned the mineral repeatedly. After several passes, the dialogue box concluded, "Does not match with Yiming stone." Observing the text in the blue box, Wukong crushed the mineral into dust and returned to his seat. At that moment, the blue dialogue box updated. Next, proceed to the planet related to the clues of the Yiming stone. The colossal spaceship then slowly pivoted, heading towards another direction. Subsequently, the spacecraft arrived at Fuka by Maluku and Jikasite planets, traversing the western and eastern galaxies. Yet the clues yielded no trace of the sought-after Yiming stone. The passage of time and the elusive nature of the stone rendered everyone increasingly impatient. With a decisive snap, Wukong crushed the black mineral in his hand. Gazing at the radar display projected by Xiaolan, where green dots were marked with crimson crosses. How many are left to explore? No sooner had he spoken than the red crosses on the radar vanished, leaving only 4 green dots. The dialogue box updated. These last 4 locations are in the southern galaxy, and according to my database, the rate of planet disappearance in the southern galaxy has been abnormal in recent years. Currently, the planets in the southern galaxy are few and far between, and we cannot guarantee that these 4 planets haven't vanished. Wukong gave a resigned smile and said, "We have no other choice but to take a gamble. Let us set off." After more than 10 days, the spaceship reached the southern galaxy region. Through Xiaolan's real-time projection, they could clearly see that compared to other galaxies, the planets in the southern galaxy were scarce resources. After flying for a considerable time, they finally spotted a couple of planets. After another day of flight, the spaceship arrived at the nearest green dot, but the real-time projection revealed an empty expanse outside, devoid of anything. Meanwhile, another radar detection screen marked a green with a glaring red cross. With no alternative, they proceeded to the next location, identified in the data as a planet called Mortalat. The spaceship quickly turned east and soon disappeared from sight. Chapter 60. The Legendary Super Scion. Mortalat appeared as a vibrant green planet, encircled by 2 cyan rings, one large and one small. Inside the colossal spaceship, the crew observed the approaching Mortalat with a sigh of relief. If 2 consecutive planets were to vanish, they would have to question whether they could ever find the Yiming stone. As this planet exhibited no peculiar magnetic fields, the giant ship boldly penetrated the atmosphere, transforming into a fiery whale vessel amidst the intense friction, plummeting towards the verdant landscape below. With a resounding thud, the spaceship landed on a vast plain, and moments later, its twin lights dimmed, followed by the opening of the hatches. Figures emerged from the ship, with Wukong floating in the air, glancing at Xiaolan perched on his shoulder. Indeed, it had emerged from the recess, just like before. As long as there were no disruptive magnetic fields, Xiaolan would accompany them. It seemed to have a keen interest in finding items, eagerly leading the crew to search for clues related to the Yiming stone. This time was no exception. 3 pairs of blue crystalline wings sprouted from Xiaolan's back as it soared above Wukong, its blue eyes scanning the surroundings. A few seconds later, it darted off in a particular direction. Wukong and the others followed it to a towering peak adorned with lush greenery. Xiaolan halted, projecting increasingly intense beams of light that scanned the massive mountain. Moments later, a new message appeared in its dialogue box. Found it. Wukong, seeing this message, did not allow himself to feel too elated, for there had been instances before where similar claims had led to disappointment. Thus, he needed to verify the substance. Once again, he concentrated a moderately sized dark golden energy wave in his palm and launched it towards the base of the mountain. With a resounding impact, the ground was blasted open, revealing a mesmerizing purple glow. Xiao Lan soared forward, its blue light sweeping over enchanting purple mineral deposits. As time passed, Wukong noticed that the detection seemed to take longer than usual. After more than 10 minutes, the blue beam of judgment finally dissipated. Xiao Lan returned to the air, and the dialogue box displayed the results, confirmed to be 100 Yiming stone. Wukong's heart soared at the sight of the blue text. After such a long search, he had finally found it. Quickly, let us transport these minerals back to the spaceship. Wukong urged everyone to spring into action, preparing to clear the area. The subsequent scene depicted Wukong, Shalu, and the android siblings, each carrying substantial amounts of purple Yiming stone, shuttling back and forth between the spaceship and the mineral deposit. The quantity of Yiming stone in the mine steadily diminished. Holding a large bundle of purple Yiming stone, Wukong took a glance at the dwindling pile. Stirring thoughts of indulgence. It doesn't seem like there's much left. Perfect, I can go find some food to treat myself. With that, Wukong transported the cluster of Yiming stone back to the spaceship and flew off towards a nearby forest. Excitedly, he dashed into the woods, searching for food that would satisfy his palate. After a while of picky selection, he found nothing to his liking. His previously despondent mood shifted as he passed a lakeside within the forest, where he spotted what appeared to be a delectable dish. Its crimson body, massive and powerful claws, 8 long serrated legs, and a plump, rounded belly made it look incredibly enticing. Bubbles rose from the lake, creating a charming spectacle. Wukong stared in awe at the mouth-watering creature, saliva pooling in his mouth. Should I steam this crab or braise it? Without a moment's hesitation, Wukong transformed into a red blur and plunged into the lake. After a vigorous scuffle, the succulent giant crab succumbed to blissful unconsciousness. Before long, a golden-brown, aromatic crab emerged from the flames, looking utterly appetizing. Wukong tore off a claw and began to feast, crunching away, savoring the crispness of the tender meat. With each bite, he delved deeper into indulgence, consuming one leg after another, relishing the deliciousness, until suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching. Click, clack, clack. Wukong, still gnawing on a crab leg, turned towards the sound, spotting a man emerging from the shadows of the trees, his upper body bare. He wore golden wrist guards, a necklace, and a red cloth wrapped around his waist, secured by a golden belt, complemented by loose white trousers. The design of the necklace, wrist guards, and shoes mirrored that of the belt, adorned with azure gemstones, while his ears were embellished with circular earrings. He wore a faint expression of sorrow on his face as he gazed intently at the crab leg in Wukong's hand. His incredulous gaze then shifted to the grotesque remains of the braised giant crab. In an instant, his previously melancholic visage transformed into one of fury, a golden aura erupting violently around him. His once black hair stood on end, morphing into a brilliant gold as he charged forward, roaring, "You bastard! You dare to kill my friend!" Wukong swiftly leaped into the air, narrowly evading the punch that followed, but the subsequent attacks came swiftly and relentlessly. To preserve the delicacy in his mouth, Wukong could only retreat while continuing to eat. The sounds of crunching and explosive impacts echoed as they traversed their path, leaving trees and the ground in devastation. Meanwhile, Shalu and his android siblings were transporting the last remnants of Silver Soul Stone when a shadow suddenly darted past them. They turned to look, only to find Wukong suspended in midair, unharmed, savoring the last morsel of his meal. At that moment, a towering golden figure surged toward Wukong. Upon witnessing this, Shalu hastily discarded the Silver Soul Stone and positioned himself in front of Wukong, blocking the mysterious Super Saiyan. Seeing his meal interrupted, Wukong quickly swallowed the food in his mouth and addressed the furious figure before him, saying, "I apologize, I did not know it was your friend. However, your friend was truly delicious." With that, he licked his finger, smeared with crab roe. At this juncture, the creature, whose friend had been devoured, exhibited an unsettling demeanor, muttering incoherently at first in a low voice, which gradually escalated into a thunderous roar, "Cockroach! Cockroach! Cockroach! Ah, cockroach!" With the final bellow, the being underwent a transformation. His golden hair turned a vivid grass green, and the surrounding aura swelled into an even more tempestuous shade of green. His pupils vanished, replaced by a terrifying blankness. His muscles surged in size, and he grew to an imposing height of 3 meters. Wukong, witnessing this dramatic change, suddenly recalled a familiar figure, memories of Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, resurfacing in his mind. Born with a battle power of 10,000, he was a prodigious warrior. However, due to King Vegeta's jealousy of his potential, he was persecuted, yet he survived against the odds, escaping to another planet. Upon encountering the grown Kakarot, their fates intertwined, culminating in a fierce battle where Kakarot barely triumphed by uniting all his strength. After several subsequent resurrections, Broly was quickly dispatched each time. Wukong immediately enveloped himself in dark energy, rendering himself invisible, and pondered, "He hasn't been eliminated. Does this imply we are in an alternate universe?" As Wukong's thoughts raced, Shalu, engaged in a standoff with Broly, found himself overwhelmed by the latter's sudden surge of power, being forcefully pressed into the ground. A massive crater formed upon impact. But the assault was far from over. Broly seized Shalu by the head and began to violently grind him against the earth. After enough punishment, he hurled Shalu into the air, following up with a green energy blast that split into numerous smaller projectiles. The barrage of energy orbs enveloped Shalu. And after the explosion subsided, Broly ascended, delivering a powerful blow to Shalu's neck, sending him hurtling away. Chapter 61, The Frenzied. Terrifying Broly, Shalu's airborne form shattered several mountain peaks before finally rebounding off the ground and regaining his footing. Observing Broly charging at him once more, Shalu couldn't help but mutter, 66666, what a berserk fellow. However, as Broly's fist approached, Shalu wisely evaded, retaliating with a punch aimed at Broly's right cheek. Contrary to expectations, Broly absorbed the hit, his massive fist crashing down upon Shalu's face. With a sickening thud, Shalu spat a copious amount of blood, his face contorted from the impact. Angered, he clutched his bleeding left cheek, only to be met with a radiant orange Shalu. Yet, this transformation had no effect on Broly. He continued to roar, charging at the orange Shalu, exclaiming, "Kakarot!" His colossal fist seemed to deal no damage unless it struck the head, as it once again aimed for Shalu's face. But this time, Shalu easily blocked it. Simultaneously, he countered with an uppercut that connected with Broly's chin. 2 seconds later, Broly's head snapped back. His pure white eyes fixated on Shalu, a malevolent grin spreading across his face. The fist that had been caught suddenly opened, seizing Shalu's fingers, and with a sharp crack, all of Shalu's fingers were crushed. Broly then pulled him in, headbutting Shalu with brutal force. With a series of relentless headbutts, Broly displayed a complete disregard for both himself and Shalu, before delivering a fierce kick to Shalu's abdomen that sent him flying. Broly, resembling an unyielding beast, pursued Shalu relentlessly, their fists colliding without any semblance of defense, each testing the other's endurance. As their bodies collided repeatedly, both were soon covered in wounds, while Shalu grew increasingly alarmed. This creature before him seemed tireless, growing stronger and more exhilarated with each exchange. Realizing he must end this swiftly or risk being utterly overwhelmed, Shalu resolved to act decisively. Harnessing the force of Broly's incoming punch, he retreated, soaring higher into the sky. He then placed his hands on his waist, the blue light between his palms growing ever brighter. Broly would not remain passive. He charged at Shalu, but just as he was about to strike, Shalu vanished, only to reappear nearby. Thus, whenever Broly closed the distance, Shalu utilized instant transmission to evade, accumulating energy with each fleeting moment. The blue light surrounding him illuminated the area, and as he sensed the power in his hands, he recognized the opportune moment had arrived. Shalu began to circle Broly, moving rapidly with instant transmission, and as his frequency of movement increased, his form began to fade. Broly, relying on instinct, attempted to pinpoint Shalu's location, but even with knowledge of where he was, Shalu would vanish in the blink of an eye, gradually confounding Broly. Just as confusion set in, Shalu seized the moment, moving swiftly while shouting, "Kamehameha wave." With the final syllable, Shalu instantaneously appeared beneath Broly, unleashing the energy wave towards Broly's towering figure. Broly was engulfed by the formidable blue energy wave, which forcefully propelled him skyward. Yet, he did not relent. He gripped the energy wave with both hands, straining to push it back. Ugh! Broly roared as he struggled against the onslaught of the massive wave, Yet ultimately, he was helplessly blasted from the planet into the vastness of space. The tremendous wave exploded, illuminating the dark cosmos with a blinding light. Sha Lu, observing the distant fireworks blooming in the sky, clasped his hands together in a flower-like pose, panting from the exertion. In outer space, the thick fog began to dissipate, revealing a green luminescent force field where Broly, with his hands bracing against the sides, strained against the pressure. Veins bulging on his forehead, shouting "Kakarot! Kakarot!" A series of terrifying roars echoed through the void. Before long, a green luminescence surged towards Made Lata, and Sha Lu's expression darkened considerably. He fixated on the sky, and indeed, a small green dot drew closer. By the heavens, this creature is truly a monstrosity. Just as Sha Lu finished his internal lament, Broly appeared in his line of sight, exuding an overwhelming presence reminiscent of an ancient behemoth as he charged towards him. Clenching his fists, Sha Lu steeled himself and charged towards Broly as well, their differing-sized fists colliding against each other's faces. Sha Lu was sent flying like a cannonball, while Broly merely tilted his head, seemingly unfazed, and pursued the airborne Sha Lu. Broly, moving with astonishing speed, caught up to Sha Lu and seized his head with one hand, while the other unleashed a barrage of strikes to Sha Lu's chest and abdomen, raining down blows with the ferocity of a tempest. After expending considerable energy, he unleashed a massive wave of green energy, enveloping Sha Lu like a scattergun. When the wave subsided, Broly grasped Sha Lu's head and hurled him towards the ground. Thud! A colossal crater formed instantly upon impact, and the battle raged on unabated as Broly conjured a standard energy sphere in his palm, hurling it downwards. This seemingly ordinary green energy orb expanded exponentially during its descent, ultimately growing dozens of times larger by the time it struck the earth. The colossal energy orb slowly descended, and moments later, it detonated with an explosive force, sending green radiance and energy waves rippling outward, leaving only this pure hue in the aftermath. As everything gradually faded, the vast crater remained as a testament to the terrifying force just unleashed. Broly roared in a frenzied rage, his green aura intensifying with wild ferocity. Coughing violently, a figure emerged from the depths of the crater, ascending into the air. Sha Lu bore numerous wounds from the immense energy he had just endured, with blood streaming from his left hand, which hung limply by his side. Damn it! Broly, upon witnessing Sha Lu's survival, uttered in frustration before launching himself at Sha Lu once more, delivering a merciless beating. In that moment, Sha Lu was utterly defenseless, akin to a punching bag, with blood splattering everywhere. Thud! Bang! Broly suddenly embraced Sha Lu, driving his head into Sha Lu's, and seemingly unsatisfied, repeated the action with further force. Then, he tightly held the comparatively smaller Sha Lu, applying tremendous pressure that coursed through Sha Lu's entire being. Crack! Crack! Sha Lu howled in agony, his body protesting under the immense strain, the sound of bones fracturing piercing the air. Soon, under the weight of this excruciating pain, Sha Lu's cries diminished, his eyes gradually losing their spark, as if consciousness was slipping away. Broly, uninterested in the pitiful cries emanating from the creature in his grasp, slowly released Sha Lu, who fell to the ground like a lifeless stone. Roar! Roar! Kakaluata! Kakaluata! Eliminate Sha Lu! Broly indiscriminately launched countless green energy blasts in all directions, obliterating the once serene environment in an instant. From a distance, the pair of android siblings witnessed Broly's rampage and quickly turned to Wukong, exclaiming, "Boss, we must stop him, or this planet will be annihilated." Wukong nodded, "Go." By some time. With that, the four, 18, 17, La Zili, and La BC, soared towards Broly. Upon meeting him, they unleashed a barrage of their combined techniques. A torrential downpour of energy blasts exploding upon Broly's form, enveloping him in thick smoke that obscured his towering figure. Seizing the opportunity while Broly's vision was obscured, the four attacked vigorously, striking his neck, back, legs, and abdomen. As the smoke cleared, Broly stood unfazed, as if besieged by mere ants. In the next moment, he swiftly grasped the legs of the two assailants and spun violently, sending the other two flying away. His hands then plunged downward, and the captured La BC and 18 were effortlessly thrust into the ground. Chapter 62. Ultimate Form. Majin Sha Lu. Broly released the legs in his grip, gathering green energy spheres in his palms, which he hurled towards the two entombed below like radishes. Boom. Bang. The green energy waves expanded uncontrollably, and then Broly, with a wicked grin, charged towards the now standing 17. The terrifying speed and overwhelming pressure caused 17 to react sluggishly, resulting in Broly's massive fist driving him into the earth. But it did not end there. Broly's other hand followed suit, alternating between powerful strikes. Thud, thud, thud. Meanwhile, Lazili attempted to land a kick on Broly's head, yet he seemed impervious to her assault, continuing his relentless onslaught on the ground. Realizing her attacks bore no fruit, Lazili quickly altered her strategy, bringing her hands together to unleash a wave against Broly's back, a torrent of energy blasts erupting in a cascade of smoke. Before long, the smoke thickened, enveloping the area. Once the tumult subsided, Lazili's eyes widened in terror as she beheld Broly, enscathed amidst the dissipating haze. Broly glanced up at Lazili, then shot upwards with ferocity, his bloodied fist crashing into her face, sending her hurtling away. He pursued her relentlessly, delivering a flurry of fists the size of cauldrons, while simultaneously launching a green energy blast into her abdomen, which grew exponentially larger. Instantly, Lazili was engulfed by the overwhelming pressure of the massive energy orb. It was too swift. In a mere instant, the 4 androids had been dispatched. However, despite the brevity of the encounter, Sha Lu had gained a moment's reprieve. His remarkable resilience and the time bought by his allies allowed him to awaken from his stupor. Barely managing to rise, Sha Lu fortuitously locked eyes with Broly. As Broly charged at him once more, Sha Lu, having reverted from his orange-gold form, was met with a powerful punch to the abdomen that sent blood spewing forth as he was propelled backward. Broly immediately followed with a devastating knee strike. Crack. Sha Lu's face was left a grotesque mess, sending him crashing into the distant mountains. In the next moment, Broly conjured 2 green energy spheres in his hands, hurling them at Sha Lu. The explosive force of the energy orb seemed to amplify exponentially, bathing the sky in a verdant glow. Yet, these 2 orbs were merely the beginning. Broly soon entered a blue mode, flattening mountains and creating gargantuan craters across the landscape. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of thunderous detonations, Broly finally ceased his barrage of energy blasts, roaring as his power surged once more, enveloped in a wild green aura. In the devastated terrain, Sha Lu was in dire straits. Most of his bodily components had vanished, leaving only a bloodied visage. Sha Lu's one remaining eye, bloodshot and streaming with purple fluid, reflected no fear, only exhilaration and madness. Soon, the flesh of his face began to regenerate wildly, first restoring his head, chest, and limbs, until the fully restored Sha Lu stood within the crater. Gazing at the frenzied Broly in the air, Sha Lu smiled confidently. "Monster, I owe you a debt. Without you, I would not have realized how long it would take to harness my full power and transform into my Meijin form." No sooner had he spoken than Meijin Sha Lu erupted with energy, his golden aura swelling to a fever pitch before abruptly contracting into a radiant crimson glow. Sha Lu's body was engulfed by an enigmatic crimson energy. After a span of 10 seconds, this red energy gradually dissipated, revealing a dramatically transformed Sha Lu. His form was composed of a somber black and chilling white, with blood-red orbs darting rapidly within their white sockets, reminiscent of a tail in motion. Curiously, Sha Lu examined his hands and body, then proceeded to test his agility. Glancing at the airborne Broly, he vanished in an instant. In the same moment, Sha Lu reappeared directly before Broly, landing a punch to his abdomen. As Broly coughed up blood, Sha Lu swiftly followed up with a kick to his head, sending him flying. In the blink of an eye, Sha Lu seemingly teleported behind Broly, delivering a powerful downward strike that propelled Broly downwards like a shooting star. A massive crater, riddled with cracks, materialized in an instant. Broly shook his aching head and unleashed a torrent of energy, a green sphere radiating outward from his form. Once the energy wave subsided, Broly, now enveloped in a green energy shield, charged at Sha Lu, both warriors throwing punches simultaneously. Broly's powerful fist collided with Sha Lu's left cheek, while Sha Lu's blow was thwarted by the protective barrier. Following this initial strike, Broly pressed the advantage, landing several more punches, yet Sha Lu remained unscathed, swiftly seizing Broly's returning fist. At that very moment, Sha Lu's other hand struck the energy shield with tremendous force, sending ripples across its surface. However, the shield proved remarkably resilient. only exhibiting minor surface disturbances. Broly swung his other fist, but Shalu captured that as well. The battle transformed into a contest of strength. After a brief stalemate, Shala gazed at the green energy shield and suddenly rammed his head against it. The impact produced a terrifying force, generating larger ripples on the shield's surface. Then, Shalu withdrew and charged once more, pounding against the barrier with relentless ferocity. The continuous onslaught began to weaken the shield, fine cracks appearing and expanding. With a resounding crash, the once sturdy green shield shattered, disintegrating like glass into countless fragments, which gradually dissipated. With Broly now unprotected, Shala lunged forward, their heads colliding violently. Broly and Shalu, heads locked and hands grasping, refused to yield, their foreheads soon streaming with blood of various hues from their brutal clash. Suddenly, Shalu withdrew his head, breaking the stalemate. Broly, propelled by inertia, instinctively leaned forward, and Shalu seized the opportunity to drive his knee into Broly's chin, sending him soaring upwards. Following this, Shalu's hands curled into claws, gathering red energy into his palms, unleashing a barrage of crimson energy spheres upon Broly. Once the assault concluded, Shalu soared to a position parallel to Broly in the sky. Kakarot, Kakarot. Broly continued to call out the name that weighed heavily on his heart, his forehead bleeding profusely, rendering his visage all the more terrifying. Broly roared in fury and charged at Shalu once more, but this time he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Shalu effortlessly deflected Broly's incoming punches, returning them with even greater speed. Each exchange left Broly on the receiving end, as Shalu's prowess had eclipsed him in every regard. With a resounding kick, Broly was sent flying. Despite his battered exterior, his aura grew increasingly fearsome, prompting a solemn expression on Shalu's face. This creature is truly a monster. Can he continue to grow stronger? Broly adjusted his bent head and glared at Shalu, shouting, Kakarot, Kakarot. With that, he charged again. Observing Broly's escalating strength, Shalu thought, I must end this quickly. If he continues to grow stronger, I may not be able to defeat him. With that resolve, he clasped his hands at his waist, gathering a fusion of black and white energy. Soon, a colossal energy wave emerged, black at its core and encased in a white aura, the Majin Kamehameha. The massive energy wave pushed back the advancing Broly, and as the output intensified, Broly struggled to withstand the onslaught, ultimately becoming engulfed by the light. The wave swept away its target, continuing to surge backward until it vanished into the distance. Detecting Broly's energy gradually fading to almost imperceptible levels, Shalu felt compelled to respond. In that moment, Goku reappeared, teleporting beside Shalu and stating, he is not dead, retrieve him. Understood. Though puzzled, Shalu recognized Goku's authority and took flight toward the direction of the dissipating energy wave, hoping Broly would still be alive. After Shalu departed, Goku turned to the small blue figure on his shoulder and commanded, Little Blue, locate those 4 androids and bring them to me. Upon hearing this, Little Blue sprouted 2 energy arms and soared into action. The colossal energy appendages cleared away the rubble as they searched for the defeated androids, 17 and 18. Moments later, Little Blue had grasped 2 battered bodies, and with another sweep of its giant mechanical arms, it set off to another location. The blue light scanned the area and halted over a massive crater. Without delay, Little Blue began digging, dislodging stones until it unearthed 2 more unfortunate bodies. With all 4 androids in its grasp, Little Blue flew back to Goku. A short while later, Goku observed the 4 unconscious androids and extended his hands, enveloping them in light. Gradually, their injuries healed at a visible pace. 2 minutes later, the 4 androids were restored to their former selves, although still unconscious. Goku surmised they had merely been knocked out. He then instructed Little Blue to transport them aboard the ship while he followed behind. Contemplating the situation, now that the Ming Stone is secured, I only need to create the silver shuttle and reach the next colossal egg. The unsealing of the demon will draw closer. On the other hand, Shalu traced the remnants of his Kamehameha, arriving at a range of craggy mountains. The landscape was devastated, save for the relatively intact edges, with a massive semicircular chasm carved through the center. This abyss was dark and mysterious, leading to unknown depths. Shalu navigated along the chasm, meticulously observing and sensing for any signs of life. At last, at the chasm's terminus, he located his target. Broly's body was ensnared in a pile of rubble, with only his restored black-haired head protruding. Shalu approached and seized his hair, lifting him while exclaiming, well, you truly haven't perished. But it won't be long now. Sensing Broly's life force flickering like a dying candle, Shalu swiftly attuned to his energy and vanished in an instant. Aboard the Great Whale spaceship, Goku and his companions had returned. The 4 androids remained in a state of unconsciousness, seated in their respective places, while Goku meticulously counted the Ming stones. 1126, 1127, 1128. Suddenly, Shala materialized, casually depositing Broly onto the floor, regaining his usual demeanor as he reported to Goku, "Boss, I have brought him back." Goku set aside the count of over 1,000 Ming stones and turned to the unconscious Broly, whose chest bore a significant wound, saying, "You did well." Subsequently, Wukong extended his hands, employing the healing technique acquired after absorbing Xiaobu. Observing the radiant light before him, Shalu prudently returned to his designated position. As Wukong's healing energy enveloped Broly's chest, the hollow within began to gradually diminish, and his previously ethereal aura commenced stabilizing. However, Wukong did not fully heal him. He merely confirmed that Broly was not dead and chose to leave him be. He soon approached the small blue interface and inquired, "Xiaolon, how long will it take to reach Kabasite planet?" The blue dialog box responded, "At the speed of the giant whale spacecraft, if we proceed at full throttle. It will take 1 month to arrive at Kabasite planet." 1 month. That's quite swift. It's indeed a good thing. Wukong nodded in satisfaction and commanded, "Very well. Proceed at full speed." The blue dialog box instantly changed, "Understood." In the next moment, the giant whale spacecraft's originally green eyes transformed into a fiery red. And with a resounding boom, the spacecraft surged forward at an unprecedented velocity, streaking through the dark void of space like a shooting star. 1 month later, under the intense journey of the giant whale spacecraft, Wukong and his companions arrived punctually at Kabasite planet, the spacecraft descending directly from above. Once again returning to the familiar passage, the giant whale spacecraft rapidly descended, swiftly passing through various distinct corridors. Finally, upon landing in the docking bay, the spacecraft halted momentarily before swiftly moving again, navigating through a spiraling dark tunnel, as if the corridor itself expanded to accommodate the passage of the colossal vessel. Emerging from the tunnel, the spacecraft arrived at the platform where they had previously encountered Xiaolon, landing beside the vacant area. The hatch opened, and Wukong was the first to emerge, followed closely by the others. Wukong glanced at the damaged platform below and jumped down, swiftly darting past the surrounding high-tech equipment until he spotted Dr. Guoluo engaged in research at the far end. Hearing the sound of wind, Dr. Guoluo turned back, and upon seeing Wukong, he hastily got to his feet, bowing slightly as he said, "Boss, you've returned so quickly." Wukong landed before the doctor and casually remarked, "What do you mean quickly? I actually feel it was a bit slow." "All right, the Ming stone is on the spacecraft outside. Please have your 2 assistants and those 4 android siblings bring it over." "Understood." Dr. Guoluo nodded, then turned to instruct the plump and slender twins to retrieve the Ming stone from outside. Suddenly, a towering dark shadow fell from the sky, crashing with a loud bang. Broly's body rolled on the ground a few times, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Startled by the loud noise behind him, the doctor instinctively lunged forward. But upon realizing there was no immediate danger, he turned to see a severely injured man lying on the ground. Understanding immediately, he cleared his throat and, feigning nonchalance, stood up to observe the unconscious Broly, asking, "What is this?" At that moment, Shalu, who had thrown Broly down, landed beside them. Hearing the doctor's inquiry, he casually replied, "Just a fellow who attempted to attack us and was nearly killed by me." "Huh?" the doctor questioned, puzzled. "Then why is he still alive?" Wukong interjected, "I'm just a bit curious about him. By the way, I also need you to create something." "What kind of thing?" Wukong glanced at Broly's furrowed brow and replied, "A device that can control emotions." "Control emotions?" Dr. Guoluo inquired with curiosity. "Which emotions do you want to control?" "All of them." "No. This individual loses consciousness and turns into a destructive monster whenever he experiences excessive rage, so I need assistance in managing that. Otherwise, he could become quite troublesome." The doctor pondered for a moment, then said, "All right, I understand. I will devise a perfect device. By the way, this is secondary. The primary focus is still on the Ming stone. Understood?" "Understood. Boss, don't worry. I know what is most important." Dr. Guoluo replied before delving into the pile of machinery for research. Wukong looked down at Broly, lifted him, and instructed Shalu to assist in transporting the Yinming stone, then vanished with Broly in an instant. On the planet Modelat, Wukong appeared in midair, grasping Broly by his hair and pulling him close. His other hand resting on Broly's back, where a small wound remained. A golden light emanated from his hand, enveloping Broly's back and gradually covering his entire body. The small wound shrank until it vanished, and all other injuries were restored to their original state. Broly's tightly shut eyes fluttered before slowly opening, bewildered as he gazed at the empty sky before him. The pain from his scalp prompted him to leap forward in resistance. Wukong, observing the clump of black hair in his hand, felt a gust of wind scatter the hair into the air. Upon breaking free, Broly, disregarding the stinging pain from his torn hair, locked eyes with the familiar figure before him. His body surged with size, and his previously absent pupils transformed into a vibrant green. Kakarot. Kakarot. Chapter 64. The Calm Crown Kakarot. Kakarot. Broly erupted in rage, transforming once more into a legendary Super Saiyan, his imposing physique and menacing muscles creating an overwhelming presence as he charged forward with colossal fists. Yet, for Wukong, these attacks posed little threat. He effortlessly caught Broly's massive fist, redirecting it with a twist and throwing him back. Broly soared backward, halting his momentum before charging toward Wukong again. Witnessing Broly's vigorous spirit, Wukong thought to himself, to make him listen quietly. It seems I must employ a more forceful approach. As Broly lunged forward, Wukong struck his right cheek with lightning speed, sending Broly flying like a cannonball, crashing into countless mountains and leaving destruction in his wake, only deep ravines marking his passage. Wukong paused for a moment before vanishing into thin air. In the distance, Broly lay amidst a pile of cracked stones, while the vanished Wukong reappeared before him. Broly remained in his legendary Super Saiyan form, but his condition was dire. He trembled uncontrollably, his pure white eyes devoid of pupils, with an eerie darkness spreading from the edges to the center. Observing Broly's terrifying visage, Wukong slowly articulated the reason for his transformation. Indeed, even a trace of dark demonic energy can influence his irrational body. Broly struggled, his brow furrowed deeply, and suddenly, as if venting his fury, he let out a thunderous roar. Ah! A terrifying surge of energy erupted from within him, a fierce green flame raging fiercely as the already cracked ground beneath him exploded, creating a massive pit. The horrific green energy wave dissipated eerily just a meter away from Wukong. Gazing at Broly, who had grown even larger, Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Truly, as remembered, a legendary Super Saiyan appearing once in a millennium. Remarkably powerful, capable of resisting the taint of dark, demonic energy. As Wukong spoke, he could hardly contain himself and was about to applaud. However, Broly's incoming fist interrupted his moment of excitement. Wukong easily blocked the punch with the back of his hand, then swiftly delivered an uppercut that sent Broly soaring into the air, following up with a series of devastating strikes. In an instant, Broly was utterly defenseless, subjected to relentless punishment as if a child were battling an adult, completely outmatched. With a final resounding crash, Broly was sent into the depths of the earth, the colossal form unique to the legendary Super Saiyan gradually fading away. Returning to his normal size, his grass-green hair reverted to ordinary black. Wukong landed on the ground, seized Broly's leg, and in an instant, they vanished. Upon returning to Kabatisi planet, he casually discarded it in a random location and then sought out Xiao Lan, requesting the communication headset. He informed her of his intention to train and asked her to notify him upon the completion of the innocence manufacturing. The following day, Wukong, accompanied by Broly, Shalu, and the 4 android siblings, arrived at Modelate. This time, Wukong desired the company of these 6 individuals to engage in some activities together. With the addition of 5 companions, Wukong finally felt a modicum of pressure, albeit just a slight amount. After spending more time than the previous day, he managed to subdue everyone, and they all took a night's rest at Modelate. Subsequently, each day presented a scene of one person battling against 6. A month later, the once vibrant and verdant Modelate planet had lost all traces of green. The planet's interior resembled a desolate wasteland, as though the entire ground had been plowed. What? All right. Wukong floated in the air, listening to the voice emanating from the headset, a joyful expression gracing his face. Excellent. I will return immediately. As the blue hue of the earphone gradually faded away, Wukong swiftly located Broly and the others, who had been sent flying in all directions, and gathered them together. A golden healing spell gently enveloped them. Gradually, the various injuries on their bodies healed at a visibly rapid pace. Moments later, all were restored to their former selves. Except for Broly. Grab hold of me, we must return. Upon hearing Wukong's words, everyone moved with agility. Shala lifted the still unconscious Broly, while the android siblings quickly clasped hands and placed them upon Wukong's shoulder. In an instant, they vanished, leaving behind the battered Model 8 planet. At Kabitisi Planet. Within the hourglass-shaped structure in the basement where Dr. Gua was conducting his research, the doctor excitedly examined two silver, hook-like objects. Suddenly, a flash of void appeared, and Wukong and his companions materialized behind the doctor. "Doctor, how is it?" Hearing the voice, the excited yet focused Dr. Gua quickly turned around and, upon seeing Wukong, exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Boss, look! The Insuwa you requested has been manufactured, and I have even upgraded it." Following this, the doctor demonstrated the transformation. The previously lifeless silver hook-like object suddenly softened into a liquid form. As the doctor maneuvered the Insuwa between his fingers, he explained, "Do you see? After the upgrade, it is not only more agile, but has also acquired a new characteristic. Upon contact with Yinming Shi, it can assimilate it. As long as there is a continuous supply of Yinming Shi, it can exist indefinitely. Boss, this should save you a great deal of time." Observing the fluid silver substance in Dr. Gua's palm, Wukong nodded with satisfaction, saying, "Indeed, splendid work, Doctor. You are truly a genius." As he extended his hand, Dr. Gua immediately placed his hand above Wukong's, allowing the silver liquid to flow gently into Wukong's palm. Wukong meticulously sensed the characteristics of this new Insuwa. It felt cool to the touch, slightly harder than water, yet not overly soft, truly extraordinary. Noticing Wukong's increasingly cheerful demeanor, Dr. Gua suddenly recalled something and hurriedly said, "By the way, boss, the emotional control device you asked me to research is also complete. I wonder if it is still of any use?" "Oh." Upon hearing this, Wukong, still toying with the Insuwa, responded, "It is indeed useful." "Haha, Doctor, you are truly an extraordinary genius. I never expected that while working on the new Insuwa, you would also resolve the controller issue." "Haha, boss, you flatter me." Dr. Gua replied modestly, as he retrieved a crown-like headband of icy blue from behind him. "Boss, this is the calm crown I created according to your specifications. Its effect is to bestow absolute calmness upon the wearer." Curious, Wukong took the beautiful crown, and upon contact, a chill surged deep into his body and soul, freezing any emotion in an instant. Feeling the marvel of this item, Wukong could scarcely contain his excitement. He hastily placed the crown upon Broly's head and then cast the healing spell. With the emergence of golden light, Broly's injuries rapidly healed, restoring him to his former state in no time. Broly's previously troubled expression softened as his tightly shut eyes slowly opened. Initially bewildered, his gaze eventually settled upon Wukong's face. "Are you all right?" Upon hearing this question, Broly's initially dazed eyes shifted, his pupils beginning to dissipate, yet the crown worked in time. Blue energy swirled around Broly's head, his pupils fluctuating between dispersing and coalescing. His body, akin to a balloon, alternated between gathering and releasing energy, while he muttered, "Ka ka ka." After several minutes of this internal struggle, the calm crown ultimately triumphed. Broly's rapid breathing gradually subsided, leading him towards tranquility. After waiting for over 10 seconds, Wukong greeted him. "Hello." This simple greeting only elicited a slight movement of Broly's eyelids before he settled back into calmness. "Broly, you should have calmed down by now. We ought to have a proper conversation." Upon hearing this, Broly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Wukong. "Who are you?" Although confused about how Wukong knew his name and could provoke his loss of control, he felt there was nothing to discuss with him, nothing to talk about. Wukong wore a peculiar smile as he replied slowly, "How could that be? There is much we can discuss." Observing Broly's puzzled expression, Wukong continued, "We actually share a deep connection. I previously went by the name Kakaloota." Upon hearing this name, Broly momentarily lost his focus, then firmly denied. "It must merely be a coincidence of names. Besides, you bear no resemblance to him, and I am certain I killed him along with all his companions." Upon hearing this, Wukong felt a stir within, realizing that the circumstances of this universe diverged from his memories. It appeared that in this parallel universe, Broly had eliminated Wukong and his companions. Once he grasped the situation, Wukong resolved to clarify the present circumstances for Broly. I am indeed Kakaluota, but I am not the Kakaluota of this parallel universe. Not of this universe. Broly's eyes brimmed with suspicion. Indeed, this world is home to numerous parallel universes, each diverging due to historical alterations. Regarding your parallel universe, I am aware of two timelines. One in which you were killed by Sun Wukong, also known as Kakaluota, which occurred in another parallel universe. The other timeline is the one we are currently in, where you have exterminated Kakaluota and his companions. Broly struggled to digest this information. His mind overwhelmed with thoughts of parallel universes, timelines, and his own demise. After carefully contemplating the various pieces of information, he inquired, "If you are Kakaluota, why not kill me? Why would I kill you? I mentioned that I am Kakaluota, but not the Kakaluota you are familiar with, and in my own universe. We have no intersection. There are no grievances to speak of." Wukong honestly explained to Broly, "I merely recognize your potential, and I require subordinates. You align perfectly with my requirements, so you understand, right?" After a moment of silence, Broly responded, "Aren't you afraid? After all, you can also provoke my emotions. What if one day you lose control of me, and I go berserk? Wouldn't that be self-destructive?" "Self-destructive?" Wukong chuckled helplessly. "Not to mention whether you can break free from the control of the calm crown atop your head. Even if you did lose control, what would happen then? I can defeat you once, and I can defeat you countless times. I am not worried." After hearing this disdainful remark, Broly lowered his head, contemplated for a moment, and replied, "Very well, I shall join you. However, do not misunderstand. I only require the crown atop my head that grants me control over myself. I do not care about your reasons for joining. What matters is that since you have joined, you must fulfill your duties as my subordinate." As he spoke, Goku's gaze darkened, and his tone became more serious. "Do not let me discover that you are harboring ill intentions or acting deceitfully behind my back. If you lack significant value, you shall meet your end." As he finished speaking, Goku toyed with the liquid silver shuttle in his hand, an imposing aura silently pressing down upon Broly. Moments later, Broly struggled to clench his fists and replied slowly, "Understood." Just as those words left his lips, he felt the weight on his body suddenly lift, allowing him to exhale deeply. He thought to himself, that was terrifying. It felt as though an unseen eye was fixated on me, and even the surrounding air turned heavy. With Broly's issue resolved, Goku turned his thoughts to their primary objective in this universe. All right, everything is in place. We only need to locate the evil heart rift and retrieve the egg of all magic. It was time to awaken the teacher. Although he could vaguely sense the location of the rift, such matters were best left to professionals. Subsequently, Goku invoked the methods of the great demon god, channeling dark magical energy into his voice as he called into the void, "Teacher." His voice echoed throughout the basement, but after a while, there was no response. Goku called again, "Teacher." Still, silence prevailed. He continued to call out, feeling increasingly bored, until he reached the 100th repetition, when suddenly, the void began to ripple with dark waves, slowly coalescing into a black vortex. "You little rascal, disturbing my rest." If this were not good news, you would be in for a world of trouble. Accompanied by a hoarse and grating voice, an old man cloaked in black emerged from the swirling vortex, his frail form drifting through the air. Goku regarded the floating great demon god and presented the silver shuttle in his hand, saying, "Teacher, rest assured. It is indeed good news. The silver shuttle has been completed, and we can retrieve the egg of all magic from the evil heart rift." The great demon god, observing the flowing silver liquid in Goku's palm, beckoned with a bony hand, causing the silver shuttle to soar from Goku's grasp and orbit around the skeletal hand. After a moment of contemplation, the great demon god expressed his delight. "Indeed, this is it. I can sense a profound spatial power." In the next instant, he grasped the flowing silver shuttle, condensing it into a sphere, and declared, "All right, let us depart swiftly." He then tossed the spherical silver shuttle back into Goku's hands, joining his palms together as circles of black and red ripples emanated outward from the great demon god. "Found it." No sooner had he spoken than the tightly clasped hands of the great demon god burst apart, simultaneously revealing a grand red door before him. Without hesitation, he dashed inside, and upon witnessing this, Goku soared into the air, calling out, follow my path. Goku's figure vanished through the red door, though to the eyes of those watching, it appeared as though he had simply disappeared into thin air. To the androids, including Shalu and Dr. Gero, Goku's sudden disappearance prompted a brief moment of confusion. Shalu, Broly, and the two pairs of android siblings were the first to react, following the path Goku had taken and rushing into the unseen red door. Dr. Gero and the other three androids hesitated, their hearts racing, but ultimately, fear of Goku compelled them to ascend into the air as well. In the depths of the dark cosmos, a blood-red door suddenly materialized, and a shadow emerged from within. Moments later, a red figure followed, and after several breaths, 6 silhouettes burst forth, the last 3 being an elderly man with white hair, a short plump figure, and a tall lean one. As soon as Goku emerged, he activated a dark golden protective shield, and the androids followed suit. Soon after, they beheld a familiar sight, an immensely long and vast black rift. This is it. The great demon god floated around the rift, absorbing the dark energy swirling at its entrance. Let us begin. After hovering for a moment, he approached Goku, signaling him to commence. Without further ado, Goku hurled the silver shuttle sphere toward the evil heart rift. The silver sphere halted at the center of the rift, then instantaneously melted, enveloping the rift and swiftly morphing into the familiar silver maw. As they beheld this recognizable sight, Dr. Gero and Shalu exchanged astonished glances, realizing that this sequence of events was undoubtedly complex, shrouded in mysteries beyond their comprehension. Hurry, enter and retrieve the egg. Goku nodded and flew directly into the silver maw. Inside the rift, he was met with the familiar embrace of boundless darkness, navigating through the path he had memorized. Soon, the familiar sensations returned, and the beautiful red markings appeared to guide him. Following the markings, Goku quickly located the blood-red egg. As he grasped it, everything returned to normal, with practiced ease. He hoisted the colossal egg onto his shoulder and retraced his steps. Chapter 66. The peculiar parallel universe. From the abyss of the silver maw, Goku emerged, shouldering the blood-red egg. As the silver maw slowly disintegrated and floated into his hands, he released the egg, allowing it to hover in the air. Then observed the silver shuttle, noting its altered state. Its once luminous form had dulled, and its once agile demeanor now appeared dejected, as if it were on the brink of expiration. Doctor, what has happened? Goku waved the silver shuttle in front of Dr. Gero, inquiring. The doctor took the shuttle from Goku, examined it closely, and then returned it, saying, "No worries, boss. It merely exhausted its energy. It just needs a sufficient supply of silver underworld stones." Goku took the shuttle and controlled it to orbit around the blue wristband on his arm, then turned to the great demon god hovering above. In midair, the great demon god was opening his dark space, with a black vortex swirling like waves, from which another enormous blood-red egg emerged, ensnared in dark energy. The sudden appearance of another colossal egg prompted gasps from everyone present, aside from Goku and the unseen great demon god. Gradually, amidst the astonished exclamations, the two identical blood-red eggs began to attract one another, merging into a singular, deeper, and more vibrant crimson egg that materialized before them. Goku felt a surge of energy emanating from this new egg, tenfold stronger than before, leaving him speechless. Just merging one egg has increased its power tenfold. I cannot fathom how formidable the all-magic was at its peak. Meanwhile, Shalu, Broly, and the others sensed a profound sense of danger emanating from this egg, their hearts racing uncontrollably. At that moment, Dr. Gero could no longer contain himself and asked, "Boss, what exactly is this, and has the mission been completed?" "Completed?" Goku chuckled, turning to Dr. Gero. "We are only just beginning. This is merely the second one." Dr. Gero's expression shifted dramatically, as if he had sensed an ominous premonition. Stammering, he uttered, "TT2? There can't possibly be many more of these eggs, can there?" Goku observed Dr. Gero's astonished demeanor and, in response, unveiled a gentle, sunny smile, slowly reassuring him. "Not many, not many. There are only 7 in total. We've already located 2, leaving 5 behind. Do not worry, it will be swift." "Is that so?" The doctor managed a strained smile that was far from pleasant. Goku nodded with utmost certainty. In the air, the great demon god circled around the newly fused giant egg, while the surrounding dark gas was gradually absorbed, allowing the ethereal form of the great demon god to solidify. After a few minutes, the spirit of the great demon god appeared vibrant and rejuvenated. Kid, it's time. Now that I feel rather well, let us press on to the next universe. The raspy voice of the great demon god resonated with vigor. Goku, in full agreement with this decision, promptly addressed those around him, stating, "Pay attention. We have achieved our objective in this universe, and we shall now proceed to the next one. Those of you who have traveled before should be familiar with the route. Just follow the previous course." Understood. The group responded in unison, except for Dr. Gillo, whose face reflected reluctance, bidding farewell in his heart to the two experimental subjects left in his laboratory. Soon, the great demon god yanked forth the familiar black sphere from the dark dimension, manipulating it with both hands. With his left hand, he pressed a black handprint onto the fused giant egg, while his right hand prepared to unleash the power of the sealed Time King. As the dark magic cascaded over the black sphere, the power of the Time King was instantly activated, transforming the black sphere into a shimmering silver orb. Time-space vortex. Utilizing the power of time, the great demon god summoned the time-space vortex, and familiar silver whirlpools began to materialize in the pitch-black void. Following a slap from the great demon god, the blood-red giant egg emanated ripples of red waves that expanded outward, intersecting with the ever-increasing silver whirlpools. Gradually, the whirlpools multiplied, and the crimson ripples grew more frequent. As time elapsed, the dark magic recently acquired by the great demon god was continuously depleted, rendering his form increasingly ethereal. Just when Goku feared that this endeavor would end in failure, one of the newly formed whirlpools suddenly turned that familiar shade of crimson. At the moment the red vortex appeared, the great demon god ceased the flow of dark magic, and the silver whirlpools slowly dissipated, leaving only a singular, special red vortex. The great demon god opened the dark dimension, and mist-like gas transformed into claw-like appendages that grasped both the 2/7 giant egg and the glowing orb sealing the Time King. Subsequently, the great demon god morphed into a cloud of black mist and enveloped Goku before vanishing, leaving only a few words echoing in Goku's ears. "Kid, I have exhausted myself. I will retreat into your dark dimension to recuperate. When we arrive over there and everything is ready, summon me." Goku nodded instinctively and replied in his heart, "Understood. Teacher, please rest well." He then turned his attention to the blood-red vortex ahead and, as he walked, instructed those behind him, "Keep up. We are heading to our next adventure." He plunged headfirst into the vortex, with Sheru and the android siblings following suit without hesitation. Dr. Gillo and Broly entered last, and just 3 seconds after everyone had crossed over, the vortex gradually began to dissipate. In an inconspicuous, unknown parallel universe, in the dark and tranquil void of space, a thin red crack slowly expanded, eventually enlarging into a blood-red vortex tall enough for a person to emerge from. Moments later, a figure burst forth, followed by 2 more waves of individuals a few breaths later. Goku, enveloped in a dark golden protective shield, observed the newcomers and, after the vortex vanished, declared, "All right, let us first locate a habitable planet and then search for some Ming stones." With that, he arbitrarily chose a direction and soared forth, leading the way as the others followed in a gradually forming arrowhead formation. 3 days later, Goku wore a grim expression as they traversed the void of space. The reason for his discontent was that, despite 3 days of travel, they had yet to lay eyes on a single planet, an utterly abnormal circumstance. What on earth is going on? Goku surged ahead, his mind brimming with questions. This was highly unusual. 3 days had passed with no planets in sight, nor even a stray space rock or debris. What could possibly be the situation in this universe? However, with nothing to grasp at the moment, he could only continue flying, hoping to encounter something. A few days later, the surroundings remained desolate and eerie. With an overwhelming emptiness, Goku sensed the pace of his companions had noticeably slowed. It seemed imperative to find a place to rest soon, otherwise, they would not last much longer. Realizing this, Goku increased his speed once more, resulting in the arrowhead formation pulling far ahead of the others. Another 3 days passed, and Goku had pulled a considerable distance ahead of the group. As he flew, he gazed ahead, pondering, after all this time, I still haven't seen a single planet. Could it be that this universe lacks anything resembling a planet? Just then, a faint, rhythmic sound drifted from ahead, reminiscent of something traversing the void. Huh. Upon hearing this sound, Goku's excitement surged. Finally, there was some sign of activity. With this thought in mind, Goku hastily accelerated. Fearing that whatever lay ahead might escape his grasp, he shot forward like a streak of golden light, and soon the mysterious entity came into view. It was a massive planet gleaming with metallic luster, and strangely enough, it appeared to be in motion. Indeed, it was moving, and at a considerable speed, resembling a colossal iron sphere recklessly barreling through the dark expanse of space. Goku, observing the erratically shifting metallic sphere that swayed left and right, forward and backward, was filled with fury. So that's why we hadn't seen a single planet after flying through space for so long. Chapter 67. The Unknown Metallic Planet Enemy. It was no wonder Goku was so irate. This mobile planet was utterly despicable. Its incessant movements were not merely idle antics. It was assimilating everything within its sight. Before Goku, this colossal planetary monster released numerous elongated metallic shards from its body, which flew in all directions. It was evident that the previously unseen planets were being pierced through like soft morsels, and soon the iron planet began to move toward the captured celestial bodies. Subsequently, it softened its metallic form and swallowed the planets whole, leaving an emptiness in its wake. Witnessing this, Goku silently rejoiced, grateful for his foresight. Otherwise, had he maintained his previous speed, he might have never glimpsed this peculiar planet. Now that he understood the source and cause of the situation, he could not allow this creature to continue its rampage. Goku surged forward once more, quickly overtaking the metallic planet and arriving directly in its path, leaving a long golden trail behind him. He then pivoted, joining his hands together as dark golden energy coalesced into a dark golden energy sphere. Kamehameha, the immense dark golden energy orb, trailing a beam of light, hurtled toward the metallic planet. Upon impact, the energy sphere collided with the planet, forcibly halting its movement. And as the power of the energy wave intensified, the surface of the planet began to fracture. With the destruction escalating, the planet was ultimately obliterated in a cataclysmic explosion. However, this is not yet the end. In the heart of the planet, where a vast void had been created, metallic materials intertwined and connected in a continuous manner. Before long, a fully restored metallic planet emerged and scathed before their eyes. Witnessing this, Wukong wore a mischievous smile as his golden aura surged dramatically. His right hand transformed into the shape of a pistol aimed at the metallic planet across from him. It seems that unless I reduce you to mere dust, you simply refuse to perish. Let me show you what this feels like. The tip of his right hand, now a gun, transformed a black dot into a sphere the size of a basketball, with surrounding black lightning radiating a bloody glow. This was the obliteration bomb. The basketball-sized sphere of black energy swiftly shot toward the planet, vanishing within its massive form. Moments later, the minuscule energy orb began to expand, gradually engulfing the metallic planet. Observing the black energy sphere that now replaced the metallic planet, Wukong extended his right hand and snapped his fingers. 2 seconds later, the enormous dark energy sphere erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, incinerating all remnants into nothingness. This time, let us see how you intend to repair yourself. Silently scoffing, Wukong hurriedly flew back. A day later, he encountered Shalu, Broly, and the androids, who were continuing their journey. After informing them of their destination, he led them back along the same path. As everyone else, except Wukong, had exhausted their energy and were moving noticeably slower, it took them a bit longer. After 2.5 days, they finally arrived at the location where the metallic planet had been eradicated. Due to Wukong's timely destruction of the planet that consumed others, there were still a few planets left untouched. The group chose a nearby planet and swiftly entered its atmosphere. Upon breaking through the atmospheric layer, they landed on the surface in a manner strikingly similar to their previous experience. Amidst several smoking craters, Wukong slowly dispersed his protective shield, and the shields of the others vanished simultaneously. You all take a moment to rest. I will go find some food. With that, Wukong soared into the air, reaching the most potent and dense area of this planet in no time. The azure, transparent ocean lay still and silent, appearing safe but concealing unknown terrors. Wukong casually tossed a key wave into the sea as a greeting and then patiently awaited the outcome. Time passed slowly, and 2 minutes later, countless sea creatures erupted from the surface. The scene was reminiscent of gazing at the night sky, and seizing this opportunity, Wukong's eyes darted about, searching for his desired prey. At that moment, a dragon-headed creature caught his attention, its light blue skin and deep azure eyes ensnaring the hunger within him. Acting on instinct, Wukong executed a swift, accurate, and forceful kick, striking the dragon head. Boom! A thunderous wave erupted, creating a vacuum in the water from the tremendous force. The dragon-headed creature fell unconscious, plunging back into the depths. Wukong then dove into the sea, and moments later, he emerged with a massive sea creature, resembling a dragon with a horse's body. Ascending into the air, he gazed at the creature, pondering, is this the sea dragon horse? However, it is excessively large. How long could this sustain us? Indeed, the stark contrast between Wukong, who carried this enormous sea dragon horse, and its size resembled an elephant being lifted by an ant, filling the scene with an incredible disparity. No matter, my mouth is watering. Wukong, eyeing the plump sea dragon horse, swallowed hard and hurried back in the direction he had come. Given Wukong's incredible speed and the sea dragon horse's lack of hindrance, he flew even faster. A few minutes later, Wukong successfully returned to the site of their descent, releasing the sea creature from his grip midair. Thud! Dr. Gero and the others gazed in awe at the colossal beast, their admiration for the scion's appetite deepening. Wukong landed and called everyone to help prepare the creature for a feast. In no time, with everyone working together, the sea dragon horse was skinned, its flesh strung up on a towering tree branch, and roasted over an open flame. As they cooked, Wukong recounted the events he had encountered earlier, eager to hear their thoughts. After listening to Wukong's narrative, the group fell into contemplation, the atmosphere thick with silence, save for the crackling of the flames. After a brief interval, it was the astute Dr. Gero who first spoke, saying, "Boss, I sense that the metallic planet you mentioned, with its repair capabilities, is far from simple." The doctor's pallid face bore a serious expression as he continued, "If I am not mistaken, there is not just one such metallic planet. Not just one." Shala's face grew grave as he pondered the implications. All they could do now was hope that there were not many. The doctor then posited another theory. If their numbers were indeed vast, they must possess their own means of communication. Thus, we may have already been discovered, and a significant force could very well be en route to our location. The two pairs of android siblings exchanged knowing glances, resonating with the thought, are we to engage in battle with these planets next? With a rip, Wukong tore off a sizable chunk of the sea creature's flesh, munching as he spoke, "Perfect. Their arrival is ideal. That way, I need not search for the Ming stone myself. All I need to do is recruit these metallic beings and have them seek out the stones." Hearing their leader's confident declaration, the others felt their own spirits uplifted, their anxieties about the impending unknown danger dissipating. Subsequently, the group eagerly devoured the delicious flesh of the sea dragon horse, tearing off piece after piece from the roasting carcass. Soon, with everyone's concerted efforts, the meat vanished, leaving behind only a stark white skeleton. In truth, most of the meat had found its way into the bellies of the two scions, with Shalu consuming a significant portion as well due to his scion cells, while the others feasted sparingly. After satisfying their hunger, Wukong reclined on the ground, gazing up at the azure sky, declaring, "All right, I shall rest for a bit. You all do as you please. Now we simply await the arrival of those mysterious metallic planets." With that, he closed his eyes, whether to sleep or not remained uncertain. Shalu, however, did not rest. Leaving behind a parting remark, he flew into the sky, stating, "I'm going for a stroll." Dr. Gero and his two assistants expressed their intent to find a river for further research. The two pairs of android siblings sought refuge in a nearby forest, each finding a large tree to recline against while gazing at the blue sky. Brawley, too, casually sprawled on the ground, his belly as large as Wukong's, limbs extended straight as he drifted into slumber. Chapter 68. The metallic Gula clone Wukong and his companions each found their own spot, quietly awaiting the arrival of their adversaries. Akin to the tranquility before a storm. In the dark expanse of space, a colossal entity, adorned with numerous mechanical tentacles, slowly approached the planet where Wukong and his group resided. This being resembled a planet, albeit with an extraordinarily peculiar form. Its misshapen, bloated body was oval, adorned with numerous protruding hemispheres, as if someone had embedded a planet within it. The peculiar life form moved at a leisurely pace, yet its speed was not diminished. Its massive size simply masked its rapid movement. Over the course of a day, the grotesque planet grew even larger, assimilating other metallic planets that flew near it as it progressed. 10 days later, on the planet where Wukong and his companions resided, they gathered once more. Shalu voiced his uncertainty, asking, "After all these days, have we perhaps overthought this? Is it possible that there is only that one strange planet?" The doctor shook his head, resolutely replying, "My expertise assures me that there is certainly more than one of those peculiar planets." The others remained silent, their gazes fixed upon Wukong, eager to hear his thoughts. Sitting on the ground with his arms crossed, Wukong pondered for a moment. "I also sense that the metallic planet is rather extraordinary. Let's wait a little longer. If there is still no anomaly in 2 days, we shall take the initiative. After all, we will inevitably encounter it." The crowd nodded in agreement, deeming this plan the most suitable under the circumstances. Suddenly, Dr. Gero gazed at the sky, exclaiming that there was no need to wait for 2 days, for the target had already arrived. Upon hearing this, everyone followed the doctor's gaze upwards. In the sky, there appeared a small black, no larger than a fingertip, surrounded by countless tiny tentacles. Although the onlookers could not identify what it was, they understood that it was an enemy, not a friend. This object was likely a planet, and due to its considerable distance, it resembled a star. However, given its rapid enlargement, it would not be long before it reached us, Dr. Gero elucidated. After the doctor's explanation, the others quietly watched as the black dot slowly expanded in the sky until the following day, when all were astonished by the darkened heavens. "What is this?" Wukong and his companions observed as the small black dot gradually grew, ultimately obscuring the sky, plunging the entire world into darkness. Everyone shared the unspoken question of just how enormous this object was, especially since this darkness had persisted for quite some time, indicating that it was still far away. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted from the distance, followed by a brilliant white light that flickered, illuminating the darkened world. After a brief moment of sudden blindness, Wukong and his companions gradually adapted, gazing at the bright world and the snowy white sky. Dr. Gero squinted one eye, his face etched with disbelief. Could that be the light emitted by that peculiar planet? Though this seemed implausible, the radiance surrounding them clearly confirmed the doctor's suspicions. Wukong's visual acuity surpassed that of his subordinates. He merely blinked at first before being unaffected. As the first to recover, he quickly understood the source of the earlier sounds. In the distance, numerous metal pillars crisscrossed his line of sight, and judging by the portions still remaining within the clouds, they were likely the culprits that had descended from the sky, creating the earlier commotion. Gradually, the others' eyesight improved, and upon seeing the metal pillars ahead, they began to speculate on their purpose. At that moment, countless tiny dots appeared densely atop the pillars, descending rapidly, causing the area ahead to be engulfed in clouds of smoke. The cacophony of footsteps converged, resembling the tremors of an earthquake. After a brief period, all sound vanished, leaving an eerie silence. Only the smoke billowing from the mountaintop persisted, and as it dissipated, metallic beings, shimmering with a metallic sheen, emerged atop the mountain. Once the fog cleared, it became evident that these metallic beings nearly filled the entire mountain range, their bodies glistening under the radiant light. At this juncture, one metallic being stepped forward, and as it approached, Wukong's memories stirred once more. This being belonged to the Ice Demon clan, a brother of Frisia, possessing one additional transformation beyond Frisia's. It had come to Earth seeking vengeance for its sibling. Ultimately, during its battle with Wukong, it foolishly clashed with the Sun family, and together with its energy sphere, it was launched towards the Sun by Wukong, leading to its defeat. Nevertheless, it did not perish completely. Its remnants drifted into the cosmic graveyard, merging with mechanized forms, becoming the core of a metallic life planet. It then invaded New Namek, prompting Wukong and his companions to provide assistance, where they encountered the reborn metallic Gula. Upon their first encounter, a fierce battle ensued. The newly empowered Gula proved to be a formidable adversary, pushing Wukong into a difficult struggle. However, with Vegeta's aid, they transformed into Super Scions and managed to barely defeat one replicate, only to discover a multitude of metallic Gula replicas awaiting them. After being captured, Wukong and Vegeta were brought before the core Gula, which intended to drain them of their energy. Yet, their immense potential caused a short circuit, resulting in the destruction of the original entity at Wukong's hands, thus concluding its tumultuous existence. Observing the metallic Gula entities on the mountain gazing at him and his companions, Wukong instinctively recognized this appeared to be yet another divergent parallel universe, where Gula not only survived, but had grown even more powerful and terrifying. While Wukong's thoughts raced, one solitary metallic gula advanced toward the group, seemingly intent on challenging them individually. "Allow me." Lapis coldly regarded the metallic gula, eager to test its strength. No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly approached, delivering a sidekick to the metallic gula's face, which was adeptly blocked by the metallic back of its hand. The two combatants' fists clashed rapidly before they separated, with Lapis retreating a few steps before suddenly vanishing, reappearing behind the metallic gula. With a resounding impact, his elbow struck Gula's nape, sending it uncontrollably soaring forward. Yet, in midair, Gula quickly regained control of its body. After completing a full rotation, the metallic gula landed gracefully on the ground, shaking its head to clear its senses before charging towards Lapis once more. The two collided instantaneously, limbs moving in a blur, creating a flurry of afterimages as fists and feet exchanged blows. Suddenly, the metallic gula delivered a powerful kick, which Lapis instinctively seized by the ankle, hurling it away. With a resounding crash, Gula smashed through several rocks, becoming entangled in the debris. However, it soon emerged from the rubble, standing defiantly. The two opponents exchanged glances before once again engaging in a fierce clash, both moving with such speed that neither could gain the upper hand, resulting in a stalemate. Observing the indecisiveness of these two combatants, Sheru contemplated intervening to lend assistance. With keen focus, Sheru targeted the rapidly moving duo and, seizing the moment, unleashed a red beam that swiftly and accurately obliterated the head of the metallic gula. Lapis stared in shock at the headless creature before him. What the? This is so sudden, so thrilling. He instinctively felt for his own head, taking a breath while gasping in disbelief. In his line of sight, the headless body of metallic gula sprouted numerous steel wires and iron strands from its neck, swiftly regenerating its head. Without hesitation, Lapis delivered a kick to the newly formed face, then swiftly maneuvered behind it, locking its head and driving it forcefully into the ground. With a resounding crash, a massive crater formed, engulfing the entirety of metallic gula's upper body, leaving only its legs protruding above the surface. Lapis offered no respite. He concentrated and conjured a colossal energy wave, launching it towards the earth. The golden wave surged downward, exploding with tremendous force, its radiance spreading in a devastating display. After the blinding light faded, an immense pit filled with wisps of smoke appeared in the ground. Lapis descended into the crater, surrounded by mechanical debris, affirming that the metallic gula had been utterly annihilated. Following the destruction of this probing metallic gula, the multitude of metallic gula replicas on the mountain simultaneously illuminated their crimson eyes. They charged down the slope with fervor, rushing toward Wukong and his companions like a stampede of wild bulls, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Boss, we're heading in first," La Zili declared as she raced forward alongside her companions, number 17 and number 18. Broly remained silent, soaring forward with determination, while Shalu closely trailed beside him, harboring persistent doubts about Broly's intentions. Soon, the group collided with their adversaries, aside from a few androids who struggled in the fray. The other two effortlessly obliterated the metallic gula one by one. Even if some managed to slip through, they would be swiftly dispatched by a single punch from Wukong. Any signs of revival were met with immediate destruction. Time passed rapidly, and the number of metallic gula dwindled. Yet the relentless iron pillars continued to rain down more of them. Thus, their numbers remained unchanged, if not increasing. Observing the battlefield, teeming with foes akin to an ant nest, Wukong turned his gaze toward the intricate network of iron pillars in the distance, a smirk forming on his lips. The next moment, countless dark gold energy waves cascaded toward the pillars, creating a cacophony of explosions. Most of the intersecting iron structures were obliterated, and the metallic gula clones, deprived of their grip, plummeted from the sky. The scene resembled a deluge, as the gula swarmed into chaos, with those that fell to the ground being immediately crushed by their comrades from above. Such occurrences unfolded repeatedly, momentarily alleviating the pressure on Shalu and Dr. Jero's group, who had been overwhelmed by the seemingly endless onslaught of metallic gula. Wukong's assault was far from over. He ascended into the air, his hands moving in a rhythmic fashion at his waist, forming a flower-like shape as a blue-red energy sphere swelled, radiating brilliant light. Tenfold Kamehameha. Wukong's gaze sharpened as he unleashed the energy sphere toward the descending horde of metallic gula. The enormous red-blue orb, trailing a long tail, collided directly with the foes. From Wukong's perspective, the semicircular red energy wave enveloped the area, sending the outer metallic goo la flying with the force of the blast. As the energy wave gradually dissipated, a massive crater emerged, littered with shattered steel and iron debris. However, this seemed only a temporary solution, as more metallic goo la continued to descend from above. Wukong shifted his attention to the colossal entity shimmering with white light overhead. It appeared that the only way to halt the relentless production of these metallic goo la was to annihilate the enormous planet in the sky. After a brief contemplation, Wukong propelled himself skyward, the sound of sonic booms marking his rapid ascent. Breaking through the atmosphere, he emerged into the vastness of space, where a dark gold energy shield materialized around him. In the void, Wukong was acutely aware of the massive size of this entity, its blinding white light almost unbearable for an ordinary person. However, having acclimated, the glare was less painful for him, allowing him to perceive the entity's unfathomable dimensions. After a moment of reflection, Wukong prepared to venture into the strange planet, but suddenly, numerous black dots began to descend from its surface. As they drew nearer, their familiar shapes became evident. Countless metallic goo la clones floated in space, charging toward him. With a swift motion, Wukong obliterated the fastest one with a punch, then ascended further into the sky, dispatching any approaching metallic goo la with a flurry of strikes. Yet, they continued to rain down, a nuisance despite their lack of threat. Wukong seized two of the clones clinging to him and hurled them away, seizing the opportunity to surge upward. However, before long, another wave of goo la clones hindered his ascent. With a series of powerful strikes, he shattered the surrounding debris and set his sights on the blinding behemoth ahead. Raising his right hand in a pistol-like gesture, a basketball-sized black energy sphere swiftly formed at his fingertips, and with a narrowed eye, he unleashed it. The resounding bang echoed as the devastating obliteration bullet shot toward the massive planet, and moments later, the eerie blackness spread, gradually engulfing the blinding white light in a shroud of darkness. As the white light faded, the once radiant world succumbed to shadows. A series of explosive detonations followed, culminating in a tremendous collapse as the grotesque planet was annihilated. Dark flames danced in the void, and as Wukong observed the still-burning scene before him, he questioned whether he had truly vanquished the monstrous entity. However, soon enough, the answer became clear. Gradually, white light began to converge from all directions, initially faint but rapidly intensifying. The brilliance enveloped the burning darkness, and in an instant, the grotesque planet reverted to its original form. Witnessing this, Wukong could only exclaim in awe that he must have only destroyed a portion of its being, allowing it to recover so swiftly. Truly, its size was terrifying. Just how immense was it? After pondering for a moment, Wukong realized the situation had become increasingly troublesome. Without knowledge of the creature's dimensions, he was uncertain how much power would be necessary to restrain it without obliterating it entirely. Suddenly, a rush of wind announced the approach of an attack, and Wukong instinctively seized the incoming leg, flinging it away. With this in mind, he resolved to delve into the creature's interior. Ignoring the assaults of the metallic goo la clones, he charged forward, and upon realizing that his attacks had no effect, they attempted to seize him to impede his progress. Undeterred, Wukong, with a multitude of metallic clones clinging to him, crashed into the planet's surface. The impact sent a significant portion of the metallic goo la flying. Standing in the crater, Wukong surveyed his surroundings, noting only two paths before him, as the left, right, up, and down were sealed tightly by steel. Forward he would go. He was eager to discover what this technological monstrosity had in store for him. As he ventured into the deep passageway, he soon encountered a situation. A fiery red line pierced deeply into his chest, and as he gazed at the bloodstain, he noticed that the red fur on his body had begun to emit a charred aroma. Soon after, perhaps due to the activation of a mechanism, a multitude of red laser lines erupted around him, encircling Wukong. Taking a small step back, he regarded the laser lines with a dismissive smirk, questioning if such trivial obstacles could truly halt him. In an instant, an eerie black gas enveloped his form. Empowered by this dark energy, Wukong strode forward fearlessly. Strangely, whenever the red laser lines came into contact with the black gas, they seemed to short-circuit, flickering briefly before vanishing. Wherever he walked, the red laser lines receded. Exiting the area of red light, the passage ahead widened slightly, and Wukong glanced back to see only a few flickering red laser lines remaining. murmuring to himself. He hoped that whatever toys awaited him ahead would not be as mundane as this. After finishing his words, Wukong continued to advance, the expanding passage resembling a gaping maw. And thus he gradually entered Chapter 70, the core of Bai Gao Xinggu La. As he traversed the spacious corridor, Wukong felt as though he were walking within the intestines of this planet. Time stealthily slipped away with each footfall. Suddenly, Wukong halted, pondering the situation. Having walked for so long, where were the surprises? He surveyed his surroundings. Apart from the seemingly endless corridors, there were no other paths. It seemed that I must express my dissatisfaction. Without hesitation, Wukong directed his palm upwards, unleashing a wave of dark golden energy that struck the ceiling with a resounding boom. A large hole was blasted open, and Wukong promptly soared upwards. After ascending for a while, he was once again confronted by an iron wall. This wall is quite thick. Observing that his initial strike had failed to penetrate, Wukong could not help but commend it. However, he wondered if it could withstand another blow. Resolutely, he aimed his hand at the ceiling once more, this time conjuring an energy sphere several times larger than before, inching the dark golden wave upwards. Ultimately, a massive aperture appeared above him, and Wukong instantly flew through it. Upon emerging, he found himself in an environment identical to the one below, with the same monotonous one-way corridors, leading him to speculate. Could it be that all of these passages are merely one-way routes? The thought of such monotony unsettled Wukong, prompting him to hover in the air, where dark magical energy enveloped him, forming a crimson energy shield around his body. With his arms outstretched within the shield, countless blood-red energy orbs erupted forth, shooting in all directions. As Wukong's crimson meteor shower commenced its assault, the surroundings echoed with thuds and blasts as the steel walls were swiftly obliterated by the barrage of red energy spheres, unveiling new pathways that rapidly vanished. Observing the sluggish pace of the destruction, Wukong decided to expand the energy shield further, intensifying the onslaught of energy waves, which now rained down like a relentless machine gun. Perhaps Wukong's actions were too excessive, for the master of this mechanical planet could no longer remain idle. In an instant, numerous metallic gula emerged from the steel walls, launching themselves at Wukong within the crimson energy shield with lethal intent. They often disintegrated into fragments before advancing very far. Yet the number of metallic replicants was not insignificant. The surrounding walls began to crack, unleashing a continuous stream of metallic gula. Now a stalemate ensued, hinging on who could endure longer. A vast swarm of metallic gula emerged from the fissures, only to be reduced to rubble moments later, while the area became completely enveloped by an impenetrable sphere of red energy. Inside the crimson energy shield, Wukong observed the gula replicants, who could barely survive a single breath, feeling a sense of satisfaction, though he realized this approach was unsustainable. His concern was not for his own stamina, but rather for the time being consumed. He was unaware of the true magnitude of this entity and its capacity for infinite replication. If this dragged on for 10 days or half a month, it would not trouble him, but he questioned whether his subordinates below could endure such a duration. It appeared he would have to employ his clever mind. Confidently mulling over this in his mind, Wukong quickly recalled information regarding metallic gula and Bai Gao Xing. Seeking a breakthrough. Alas, it seemed there was only one viable method. After a brief moment, having reviewed his memories of metallic gula, he realized he would have to resort to the same tactic. I shall maintain unrelenting attacks for several days, then feign exhaustion and faint. I will gamble and see if these gula replicants will behave as they did in my recollections and carry me to the planet's core. Wukong glanced at his surroundings, contemplating the grotesquely transformed Bai Gao Xing, and asked himself, surely this will succeed? 5 days later. Over the course of 5 days, Wukong showcased his exceptional acting skills, with each day presenting a different demeanor. On this 5th day, Wukong within the red energy shield appeared utterly fatigued, his eyes half closed, fluctuating between wide and narrow, his overall appearance conveying a sense of lethargy. The area that had been destroyed remained the same as it had days ago, as the endless gula replicants were not to be underestimated. Sensing the moment was ripe, Wukong began to diminish the speed of his blood-red meteor shower, gradually lowering the frequency until only a handful of energy spheres were emitted with each release. Meanwhile, Wukong within the energy shield continued to laboriously gasp for breath, reducing his output further. Each release of energy spheres indicated his struggle to maintain his strength. Finally, after barely managing to discharge one last energy sphere. The crimson energy shield flickered and vanished, causing Wukong to collapse to the ground, unconscious. Observing their target downed, the Gula replicants exchanged glances before cautiously approaching Wukong. One of the quicker replicants, vigilant and focused, prodded Wukong's back with its foot. After a tense wait of several seconds without a response, it nodded to its companions. Instantly, several Gula replicants moved forward, joining the foremost metallic Gula in lifting the seemingly unconscious target. After hoisting Wukong, they appeared to await something, remaining still until the surrounding walls provided an answer. Metallic tendrils extended from the walls, wrapping around Wukong, gradually siphoning his energy. This is bad. Curse it. Not following the expected script, Wukong felt his energy draining away, lamenting his misfortune as it was absorbed on the spot. However, perhaps this was connected to the core? If necessary, let us see if I can explode alongside the core. Time passed slowly, yet Wukong felt little, for he possessed an inexhaustible supply of energy. The metallic tendrils, however, transformed from the size of an adult's arm to that of a full-grown person, continuously expanding. With a series of explosive sounds, over 10 massive tendrils erupted in explosions, scattering metallic fragments everywhere, even sending nearby Gula replicants flying. After being sent airborne, Wukong landed once more, resuming his previous unconscious position. A few Gula replicants stood up and lifted Wukong again, their crimson eyes exchanging glances. Moments later, their communication yielded a decision, and they carried Wukong to an iron wall, which then parted to reveal a dark fissure. The metallic Gula entered with Wukong in tow, vanishing into the shadows as the fissure slowly closed behind them. Wukong, powerless in their grasp, mused, "This environment feels different. It seems I am to meet their leader." Thus, several metallic Gula bore Wukong through this dark realm until a rift suddenly appeared ahead. Upon passing through the fissure, they found themselves in a vast expanse, illuminated by a faint glow from above, casting light over only a few meters. On the solitary illuminated ground lay a peculiar entity, possessing only its upper half, while its lower half was ensconced in mechanical steel and rooted in the earth. At that moment, the being, resembling the Gula replicants and anchored underground, observed the newcomers with curiosity and inquired, "What brings you here?" The eyes of the Gula replicants glimmered with a red light. Upon noticing this, the being seemed to receive some information and said, "Understood. You may set him down. The outer absorption device will explode. It appears to be unable to contain the volume. Now let the core absorb him." The Gula replicants released Wukong and retreated. The Gula core entity swiftly extended several robust silver wires from its chest, gradually wrapping them around Wukong and beginning to absorb energy. At this moment, Wukong saw no need to feign ignorance. He opened his eyes and immediately beheld the conspicuous Gula core entity before him. He thought to himself, "This must be the Gula that surpasses the Gaoxing core." It appeared entirely mechanized, devoid of any human emotion. Upon noticing Wukong's awakened state, the Gula core's eyes glimmered red as it proclaimed, "Hello, energy being. Your energy is the finest and most abundant I have encountered." Subsequently, its eyes flickered while it mechanically stated, "Energy overload, data error, data error." Chapter 71. The resurrected transparent form of Gula initiating correction. Correction in progress, correction in progress, correction complete. Emergency processing commencing, energy expansion commencing, absorption device released. The Gula core entity ceased its speech, and the silver wires entwined around Wukong grew thicker and multiplied, gradually encasing him in a white cocoon. Energy surged through the silver strands, continuously feeding into the Gula core, which then dispersed the energy throughout the entire celestial body. As time passed, the once slender silver wires transformed into monstrous serpents, expanding as if ready to explode. Meanwhile, the Gula core, the recipient of this energy, was not faring well. Its previously slender upper body had swollen to resemble a balloon. Calculation error, calculation error. Target energy cannot be estimated, cannot be estimated. Commencing forced shutdown. During the shutdown process, unknown energy detected, beginning energy analysis, unable to analyze. Unknown energy forcibly disrupts the shutdown process. A few breaths later, the forced shutdown failed. Then, with a resounding boom, the Gula core entity exploded. Without the Gula core's regulation, the absorbed energy rampaged chaotically across the Gaoxing, leading to reckless absorption that began to rupture the planet in various locations. Inside the silver cocoon, Wukong felt that the absorption speed was still insufficient, prompting him to unleash his energy. In the next moment, the white cocoon was enveloped in a surging golden aura, which continued to expand, causing the silver wires to swell once more. With the increased energy output, explosions across Gaoxing became more frequent as the entire planet struggled under the mounting pressure, its deformed surface cracking open and spewing forth flames and electric currents. Soon, fissures spread across the entire planet, and after a few minutes of desperate struggle, Gaoxing ultimately succumbed to an explosion. The brilliance of the explosion illuminated the vastness of space, with its radiance enduring for over 10 seconds before fading into darkness. Returning to the void of space, remnants of the exploded Gaoxing drifted amidst the debris. Among the chaotic and numerous fragments, Wukong seized a serpentine silver wire clinging to his shoulder and pulled it down. Observing the surrounding devastation, he exhaled, running his fingers through his hair, pondering whether he had perhaps exerted himself too much. Initially, he had intended to recruit it, but instead, he had inadvertently destroyed it. However, he could not entirely blame himself. After all, this entity had an insatiable appetite. After a moment of regret, Wukong hastened towards his subordinates still engaged in fierce combat on the planet. With a deliberate increase in speed, he soon penetrated the planet's interior and soared towards the battlefield below. As he traversed a series of white clouds and approached the ground, he clearly observed the chaotic scene unfolding. The metallic Gula entities were predominant, densely clustered, with the transformed Broly, sporting grass-green hair in his Super Saiyan form, standing out most prominently. With a casual punch, several Gula replicas were shattered, and with a sweeping motion, a wave of energy obliterated a vast number of Gula replicas. He moved through the throng of Gula replicas like an invincible god of war. Another notable figure was a metallic Gula that obliterated another's head with a powerful punch before targeting another metallic Gula. Meanwhile, the adept orange-gold Shalu maintained his ground, while the androids struggled to hold their own. Wukong assessed the situation and mused that although only the Gula entities deployed to this planet remained, their numbers would still require considerable effort to overcome. Observing the densely packed Gula replicas below, resembling a swarm of ants, Wukong smiled slightly and decided to lend them a hand. With his right hand shaped like a gun, he pointed forward, and in an instant, crimson energy emanated from his fingertip, expanding in a circular manner throughout his body. Countless red energy spheres cascaded like raindrops, raining down upon the multitude of Gula replicas below. In a flurry of sound, the quantity of Gula replicas diminished rapidly. Notably, aside from the transformed Broly, the remaining warriors sighed in relief upon witnessing their leader's return. Soon, with everyone working in unison, the Gula replicas fell one by one, and as the last Gula replica was crushed into a heap of scrap metal by Broly, the Gula army's resistance came to an end. As Wukong landed on the ground, he intended to inquire about the situation from the doctor, particularly regarding why the Gula replica adjacent to him had attacked its allies. Suddenly, with an explosive roar, Broly charged at Wukong, exclaiming, "Ah! The legendary Super Saiyan will not remain silent." Wukong, shaking his head in resignation, instantaneously appeared behind Broly and delivered a swift kick to his left cheek, sending him crashing into a rock wall. Afterward, Wukong returned to his original position and continued his inquiry. What was that about? And what is the situation with the enemy beside you? He glanced at the lone surviving Gula replica, standing rigidly in place, adorned with tattered fragments. This is how it is, the doctor explained, elucidating the entire sequence of events. Broly had transformed into a Super Saiyan primarily due to the increasing number of enemies. And as he could only assume the form of a standard Super Saiyan, he was unable to alleviate sufficient pressure for the team. The doctor had decided to deactivate the Calm Crown's effects to allow Broly to unleash his full potential. The upright figure beside Broly was a familiar sight, Xiaolon, who was controlling this body. According to the doctor, during his confrontation with several metallic Gula entities, he had been accidentally knocked away, and a universal capsule containing Xiaolon had fallen from his pocket. One of the metallic Gula entities unleashed an energy wave that inadvertently detonated it, releasing Xiaolon, albeit in a battered state. Subsequently, Xiaolon shot forth a beam of blue light from the large eye socket and swiftly entered the body of a metallic Gula, subsequently controlling it in battle. All right, I understand now. With Gaoxing destroyed, everything has come to an end. We must continue our search, Wukong stated before pausing, glancing back at the countless craters filled with scrap metal and debris. Strange, is it just my imagination, or do those remnants seem to be moving? As soon as he spoke, a whirlwind suddenly formed over the area strewn with fragments, sweeping all the replica parts into a swirling storm. In outer space, the remnants of Gao Xing also began to stir, as if guided by an unseen force. They collectively surged toward the nearby planet. Soon, debris from all directions was drawn into the tempest, and as the quantity of fragments increased, the storm intensified. Moments later, the sound of clattering steel echoed from within the tempest. After a few minutes, the storm fell silent, save for the fierce howling of the wind. Gradually, the storm began to dissipate until it vanished entirely. In the center of the now quiet storm, a figure emerged in midair. In the recesses of his mind, Wukong recognized the form of Gula's ultimate transformation. It was larger and more robust than the ordinary Gula, with 4 protrusions extending from its head towards the rear and 2 shoulder-like spikes jutting out, complemented by 2 horns sprouting from its back. Its arms bore sharp, blade-like extensions. However, the overall appearance was eerily transparent, evoking an unsettling sensation. Gula descended slowly and stood on the ground, surveying all present, pausing for 2 seconds on Wukong's face before charging towards him and his companions, roaring, "Energy collection! Energy collection!" Observing the approaching Gula, Cell scoffed dismissively and instantly flew towards it with greater speed, landing a punch aimed at its face. In an astonishing turn of events, Cell's fist passed swiftly through Gula's diamond-like, transparent left cheek. Stunned, Cell gazed at his own hand, while Gula's delayed punch landed heavily on Cell's abdomen, sending him hurtling away. A look of confusion etched on his face. Gula did not relent, continuing its flight towards Wukong as Cell floated in the air for a moment. In disbelief, he hastily halted his body, suppressing the pain in his abdomen, and threw another punch. Chapter 72. The intractable assault of Gula rendered ineffective. Cell's punch was powerful. Yet it was as if Gula's head had vanished, phantom-like, allowing Cell's fist to pass straight through its transparent visage. Gula retaliated with a punch to Cell's chin, propelling him away, his upper body leaning back as his feet scraped deep grooves into the ground. With a clap, Wukong caught Cell's shoulder, bringing him to a stop. "Are you all right?" Hearing this, Cell quickly dismissed the pain in his chin and replied defiantly, "Of course. This is just the beginning." Straightening himself, Cell charged at Gula once more, pouring all his strength into each punch. Yet, to his dismay, every strike merely passed through Gula, inflicting no damage. Conversely, Gula's every blow struck Cell with solid force, and as the battle progressed, Cell found himself rapidly at a disadvantage. Wukong observed from a distance, murmuring to himself, "How is he achieving this? Each punch glides through effortlessly, without any apparent anomaly." Curious, just as Wukong pondered Gula's troublesome ability, the battle on Cell's front intensified. Gula executed a splits maneuver, delivering a powerful downward kick, resulting in a resounding thud as Cell was sent crashing into the ground, even further below. Moments later, Gula gazed into the dark pit created, silently waiting, as the atmosphere fell into profound silence. Suddenly, a blast erupted from the ground, and Cell soared into the air, purple blood trickling down his forehead, his orange chest heaving. "You bastard!" Cell roared, channeling his power anew, his golden aura expanding tenfold, and in an instant, he appeared behind Gula, delivering a kick to its neck. Unsurprisingly, his foot passed through Gula's neck as if there were nothing there. Gula seized Cell's leg as it swept past and hurled him downwards. Countless red energy waves erupted from Gula's hands, raining down like a deluge upon the ground, enveloping the area in smoke. Subsequently, Gula clasped his hands together, summoning a colossal red energy sphere. Red Giant. The immense energy orb plummeted, expanding several folds as it descended, ultimately crashing into the ground like a true planetary body. Having narrowly evaded the barrage of energy waves, Cell faced the immense orb before him, unable to avoid it, instinctively thrusting his hands forward in a futile gesture. Instantly, the gigantic energy sphere engulfed Cell, burying him deep within the earth. Moments later, the partially submerged orb flickered with light before erupting in a colossal explosion. The tremendous force radiated outward, reshaping the landscape and leaving behind a vast circular crater in place of the plain. Within the crater, Wukong retracted the dark golden energy shield enveloping everyone. Gazing towards the battlefield shrouded in smoke, two figures emerged from the yellow haze. One was Cell, in a dire state, battered and bruised, while Gula remained unscathed, its transparent form intact. Cell clenched his fists, feeling the weight of his formidable physique honed through rigorous training. In an instant, the two were entangled once more. But amidst the chaos, only Cell bore the brunt of the punishment. Each attempt to penetrate Gula's transparent body met with a crushing blow. Were it not for his hardened body, he would have surely been defeated, as Gula was superior in every aspect. With a resounding thud, Gula delivered a kick to Cell's right temple, causing him to spit blood as his consciousness flickered momentarily. Upon regaining awareness, he found Gula's grasp firmly upon his head. An ominous feeling crept into Cell's mind as he instinctively tried to pry away the hand upon him. But as before, he could not touch Gula's body. After a futile struggle, Cell sensed a pulling force from above, and slowly, the last remnants of his strength drained away. As time slipped away, Wukong observed Cell's faltering state and pointed forward, addressing the others behind him. "You all go now. Hold on as long as you can while I decipher his tricks." Heeding Wukong's command, Dr. Gero and the 7 androids immediately surrounded Gula, forming a circular formation around him. Gula scanned the surroundings and casually tossed the incapacitated Cell aside. Without delay, the 7 launched their assault, fists and feet passing through Gula's body without inflicting harm. Gula's transparent fist struck swiftly and powerfully against the 7, sending them flying in an instant. Gula focused on the weakest trio, Dr. Gero and his companions, charging towards them. With a resounding impact, Dr. Gero was kicked in the head, sent tumbling aside. The stout android's abdomen caved in under a kick, while Gula's transparent fist plunged deep into the lean android's torso. In mere moments, the trio was dispatched, lying on the ground, unconscious or potentially conserving their strength. Ignoring the fallen, Gula turned its attention to the remaining android siblings. Impervious to their attacks due to its elusive nature, inflicting increasingly severe wounds upon them. Gula kicked Lazuli in the abdomen, causing her to spew blood, then followed with a strike to her face, launching her through the air in a spiraling arc. Subsequently, Gula expended some effort to incapacitate the remaining 3. Observing the devastation before him, Wukong turned to glance at the unconscious Broly on the ground and the scattered parts of the small blue android, the last vestiges of his resources. At that moment, Gula, eyeing the fallen, suddenly arched its back, sending several mercury-like projectiles flying toward the incapacitated androids. The previously unconscious trio of Dr. Gero rolled to avoid the incoming mercury, hastily retreating. Wukong watched as the trio fled and the android siblings became ensnared in the mercury, shaking his head in resignation. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Gula, delivering a punch to its abdomen, his red arm passing effortlessly through Gula's transparent back. Gula retaliated with an elbow strike, but struck only air as Wukong had already evaded. Suspended in midair, Wukong pondered the reason behind Gula's immunity to harm. Gula gazed upon Wukong in the sky, swiftly appearing behind him and launching a kick. Wukong evaded with remarkable agility. Undeterred by this failure, Gula unleashed a flurry of punches, all of which Wukong deftly dodged. As Wukong sidestepped, he pondered the nature of Gula's apparent invulnerability to harm. In a fleeting moment, the two found themselves in a stalemate, one relentlessly attacking yet unable to connect, the other fixated on deciphering the source of his immunity, yet yielding no results. Time slipped by unnoticed, and Wukong grew increasingly impatient. A mere nuisance that he could squash with ease was proving to be an unreasonable adversary. Frustrated, Wukong ceased to evade Gula's strikes and retaliated with a series of heavy blows aimed at Gula's grotesque visage, though it felt akin to striking air. Wukong's lack of defense finally allowed Gula to land a hit, but each of Gula's punches struck Wukong with a sound akin to metal clanging against metal. If Gula had any sense left, he would undoubtedly remark, "You are more resilient than I am." Moments later, Wukong realized this tactic bore no fruit. Facing this troublesome foe, he resolved to obliterate him instead. With that thought, a purplish destructive energy amassed in Wukong's palm, a testament to his 4 years of rigorous training. The profound hue of purple revealed Wukong's pure desire for destruction. He extended his palm and forcefully launched a basketball-sized orb of purple energy at Gula, who, undeterred, charged forward. Upon collision, The orb detonated against Gula's head, annihilating not just his cranium, but his entire upper body. Gula's lower half was sent tumbling to the ground, but soon, numerous translucent wires and components erupted from his abdomen, and in no time, he was restored to his former state. After regaining his composure, Gula did not immediately attack. His once transparent eyes now glowed blood red, flickering ominously. This transformation was a direct consequence of Wukong's earlier destructive energy, which had thrown Gula's information terminal into chaos. The system detected the unknown energy that disrupted its intangible form, attempted to deconstruct but failed, then sought to assimilate but faltered again. The conclusion drawn was a strategic retreat. To Wukong's eyes, Gula stood motionless, eyes flickering, and upon restoring himself, he wasted no time fleeing. Trying to escape? Wukong smirked maliciously as he vanished in an instant. Just as Gula attempted to change direction, Wukong reappeared, blocking his path. Do you think you can escape? Gula, recognizing the peril before him, prepared to turn and flee again. Wukong denied him any chance of escape, quickly positioning himself in Gula's intended direction, brandishing his purple destructive force and declaring, "You would do well to remain still. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee you will leave with even half your body intact." Gula, tense and apprehensive, could only comply as the purple light intensified before him. Wukong regarded Gula with an air of judgment, saying, "I originally intended to eliminate you outright, but it seems I've unraveled the enigma of your invulnerability. Now, I seek your confirmation." As the purple energy in his hand dissipated, Wukong continued, "My earlier destructive energy must have compromised the medium through which your invulnerability operates, allowing my assault to take effect. Let me conjecture. What did that destructive energy obliterate? Air, light, or something else entirely?" After a moment of contemplation, Wukong's face lit up with a radiant smile as he turned his hand toward Gula, opening his palm. "No need to guess further. Let us experiment." A small black materialized beneath Gula's floating feet, gradually expanding until it enveloped both combatants, coalescing into a semicircular sphere exuding dark energy. Within this sphere, Gula and Wukong stood upon a deep, eerie black lake, facing each other. "Allow me to introduce you to a skill I mastered 2 years ago, the realm of darkness. You shall soon witness its effects," Wukong proclaimed. "Now, let our experiment commence." He snapped his fingers, and the first variable he chose was the most likely: air. As his words faded, the air within the realm of darkness began to dissipate slowly. Wukong, eager to test his hypothesis, teleported beside Gula and aimed a kick at his neck, but it ultimately passed through without effect. "Oh, incorrect guess." Wukong positioned himself behind Gula, raising a finger once more. "If that is the case, let us try light." With a snap, the darkness enveloped them entirely, and Wukong, relying on his acute senses, delivered a fierce kick toward the concealed Gula in the shadows. The impact sent Gula flying, and Wukong relished the sensation of connection. It was light after all. Now I can truly unleash my fury. With renewed vigor, Wukong charged toward the direction Gula had fallen, and in this absolute darkness, he seemed to have locked onto Gula with pinpoint accuracy, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches and kicks upon him. The sounds of fierce collisions echoed through the void, continuing for what felt like an eternity. Finally, Wukong concluded the onslaught with a decisive elbow strike. In the pitch blackness, Wukong lifted a hand, revealing a black sphere that harmonized seamlessly with the surrounding darkness. "To ensure your demise, I shall not permit even a glimmer of light." With that declaration, Wukong launched the black sphere downward. The ensuing explosion of dark energy sent ripples through the black lake, at its center forming a massive swirling vortex. Above, the semicircular black dome gradually dissipated, raining down a multitude of shattered components. Wukong hovered in the air, surveying the desolate, fragmented landscape, internally concluding that his battle with the mechanical entity had finally reached its end. Unbeknownst to him, the dilapidated replica under Shao Lan's control trembled violently, disintegrating into fragments that surged toward the recently fallen debris. Upon contact, a flash of blue light illuminated the scene, and moments later, the scattered parts began to merge as if imbued with life. Wukong, noticing the animated components below, questioned, "What in the world? Is it not dead?" He promptly prepared to unleash a devastating blow, eager to reduce it to ashes and witness its inability to resurrect. However, the entity's transformation halted his destructive intent. Before him, A familiar spherical shape began to coalesce from the components of Gula. No way. Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Xiaolan can even control something larger than Gula? As the merging completed, Xiaolan flitted about with its transparent wings, gracefully tracing a small circle in the air. Upon stopping, Xiaolan turned its large azure eyes toward Wukong and promptly soared toward him. Master! Master! It exclaimed in a voice brimming with excitement. Wukong recognized that familiar azure orb. Now translucent, yet unmistakably recognizable. Xiaolan, what have you done? With a peculiar laugh, Xiaolan replied, I merely usurped control of that fellow's information terminal. Therefore, everything it possessed is now mine. Impressive indeed. Wukong responded, a mix of admiration for Xiaolan's prowess and delight at having yet another formidable ally. Xiaolan, what new abilities do you possess now? Oh, I am uncertain if this qualifies. As soon as Xiaolan finished speaking, her form began to be enveloped in a radiant white light, gradually transforming. Her body expanded, and her limbs and the four corners of her head evolved. Once the light dissipated, the new form of Xiaolan appeared, resembling Gula with a transparent body, yet distinctively marked by her striking azure eyes. Observing this astonishingly handsome visage, which surpassed even that of Gula, Wukong eagerly inquired, Xiaolan, can you still wield the previously invulnerable abilities of Gula? Oh, is that so? Xiaolan flicked her hand, but there seemed to be no change. Noticing the puzzled expression on Wukong's face, she began to elucidate. This is a new ability I acquired after stripping away the information terminal from the original entity, known as Suhua. It is a peculiar state reliant on the refraction of light, existing in a wondrous realm between the tangible and the intangible, impervious to ordinary means of interaction. Master, you may experiment with it. Xiaolan patted her chest, inviting Wukong to strike. Wukong nodded, wishing to confirm whether Xiaolan had inherited that remarkable void state. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing behind Xiaolan, and delivered a punch aimed at her back. The next moment, his fist seamlessly penetrated Xiaolan's form. Rather than retracting his fist, Wukong curiously swayed it side to side, observing as though there were nothing there. Indeed, it is quite extraordinary. There is no sensation of anything at all. It feels as if she has stepped into another realm. She is merely a shadow. After his exploration, Wukong's curiosity diminished, for he understood how to disrupt her phantasmal mode, rendering further inquiry unnecessary. Subsequently, the duo gathered the scattered androids, assessing their wounds. Except for the trio of Dr. Gua and his crew, who had managed to evade severe injury, the others remained unconscious. Wukong extended his hands, invoking a healing technique as white light cascaded over them, swiftly mending their injuries. A few resilient souls had already awakened, grimacing as they bore their pain, patiently awaiting recovery. Chapter 74. Preparing to collect another fragment. Minutes passed, and all the injured had been healed. As Cell and the android siblings regained consciousness, they were startled by the sight of the transformed Xiaolan before them. Instinctively, Cell threw a punch, which once again pierced through Xiaolan's body. Without hesitation, he retracted his fist from the air, retreating in a series of jumps. The four of Android 17, however, were less impulsive. Upon seeing Wukong nearby, they seemed to comprehend the situation and lay quietly on the ground. As Cell distanced himself to a safe range, he noticed Wukong standing beside the supposed enemy. Realizing that perhaps that punch had been unwise, relaxing his tense body, he slowly approached Xiaolan, gazing at this former adversary, now standing obediently by. Cell felt a sense of unreality and promptly questioned Wukong, Boss, what is the situation? At that moment, Dr. Gua and his android siblings, feigning severe injuries and just awakening, turned to Wukong, eager to learn what had transpired during their slumber. In truth, she has now become Xiaolan. The room fell silent for a few seconds before everyone exclaimed in astonishment, Ah, how could this be? Wukong quickly recounted how Gula had been defeated and subsequently devoured by Xiaolan, who had seized the opportunity to absorb and appropriate his powers. After hearing this convoluted tale, everyone cast their incredulous gazes upon Xiaolan, whose large eyes seemed to sparkle. Dr. Gua awkwardly chuckled, saying, It is no surprise that my creation has achieved such a remarkable upgrade. Hearing this, the others silently derided the old man for his shameless self-promotion. Well, the matter is settled. We must continue with our tasks, Wukong declared, turning to Xiaolan. Xiaolan, please check your acquired database for any information regarding Yin Mingshi. Understood. Xiaolan's large eyes flickered, and moments later, the beautiful blue hue began to fade. I found it. Master, as the planets in this universe have mostly been consumed and assimilated, there remains only one location with some planets. According to the data, there is precisely one planet that contains a Yinming Shi. Oh, thank goodness. As long as there is one. Wukong sighed in relief. Relieved that the mechanical planet life that devoured planets had not also consumed the Yinming Shi. Shall we depart now, Master? Upon hearing Xiaolan's inquiry, Wukong curiously replied, yes. Is there anything else I should be aware of? No. I can transport everyone to the Yinming Shi planet more swiftly, Xiaolan responded. Rising into the air, once again, white light enveloped her, and she began to transform autonomously. Soon, a ship-shaped form emerged from the white light, and as the radiance dissipated, a massive transparent spaceship appeared in the sky. Such an abundance of functions. Wukong marveled at the recent turn of events, realizing that they would never lack for interstellar vessels henceforth. The transparent spaceship swiftly descended to the ground, and its side doors opened slowly, allowing Wukong and the others to enter. The interior of the ship bore resemblance to an ordinary vessel, albeit constructed from a unique, transparent material. Wukong took his place in the captain's seat, and after the others settled in, he commanded, "Set sail." The transparent spaceship advanced a few paces before abruptly ascending vertically, rapidly breaking through the atmosphere and entering the vast expanse of dark space. A month later, in a secluded corner of the southern region of the universe, several planets were scattered together when suddenly a blue glow disrupted the tranquility. The massive spaceship, transformed from Xiaolan, with its enormous blue eye scanning the surroundings, arrived at its target destination, coming to a precise halt before a purple planet. Inside the ship, Wukong gazed at the purple planet displayed on the translucent screen, exclaiming, "At last, we have arrived. This must be the Yinming Shi planet. The rich purple hue indicates an abundance of Yinming Shi. Xiaolan, how should we collect all these Yinming Shi? There are two methods. First, I can merge and assimilate this planet, allowing for a sustainable acquisition of Yinming Shi. Second, I can devour it and then purify it, thus simplifying the process." Without hesitation, Wukong chose the first option, stating, "The first one. Xiaolan, my decision is the first." Understood, command received, commencing execution. Outside, in the depths of space, several silver metallic tendrils emerged from the spaceship, extending towards the Yinming Shi planet. They formed a circle around the planet's surface, gradually enveloping it, and soon the entire Yinming Shi planet transformed into a silver sphere. Next, the exterior silver substance began to contract, consuming and assimilating. The once massive planet gradually diminished in size. After 10 minutes, the colossal planet had shrunk to the size of a marble, and soon it completely vanished. Inside the ship, Wukong anxiously asked, "Xiaolan, how did it go? Was it successful?" Silence enveloped the ship as Wukong suspected they were in a crucial moment. So he patiently waited. The following day, the familiar voice finally echoed, "Assimilation complete. Conversion rate 100%. Master, the assimilation has concluded successfully." "Excellent," Wukong exclaimed, rising with excitement, clenching his fists and sporting a triumphant smile. After all, far too much time had been wasted previously due to the Yinming Shi. By the way, Xiaolan, can you now charge the Yinsu? Certainly, the newly absorbed planet possesses an abundance of Yinming stone, more than sufficient for a single energy recharge. Excellent. Quickly, proceed with the energy replenishment. Wukong swiftly tossed the limp Yinshuo into the air, and in the next moment, a silver tentacle extended from the ship's apex, enveloping the Yinshuo. Paying no heed to the charging of the Yinshuo, Wukong mentally called upon the great demon god. Seconds turned into minutes, and minutes into half an hour, until finally, the great demon god stirred. Suddenly, Wukong's dark space activated autonomously, tearing open a rift in the void that gradually morphed into a black hole. The great demon god emerged from the black hole, and as he spoke, his gravelly voice resonated. "Well, boy, how are you? Are you ready?" Observing the hovering figure of the great demon god, Wukong respectfully replied, "Yes, master, the Yinshuo is currently charging. We can head to the Xixin Rift now, and by the time we arrive, the Yinshuo should be ready." "Very well, but I can only take a few of you little ones. This ship is too large, and enveloping it would consume more of my magical energy," the great demon god remarked, eyeing the vessel. His cunning nature immediately recognized it as a form of mechanical life. leading him to express his predicament. Master, you need not worry about that, Xiaolon. Upon hearing the great demon god's words, Wukong kicked the transparent ship's floor. In no time, the massive ship transformed into the form of a small blue spherical entity amid a brilliant white light. Just as the ship vanished, Wukong shielded the few individuals unable to survive in space with a protective barrier. This should suffice, right? Wukong gestured toward Xiaolon. The great demon god appeared momentarily surprised. Then, leaning on his staff, he struck the ground with it. Instantly, black flames erupted from beneath his feet, enveloping everyone's bodies before they all vanished. In the western reaches of the cosmos, in a desolate area devoid of even a stone, black flowers suddenly ignited in the void. Wukong opened his eyes, the flames on his body gradually dissipating, revealing a fissure in the void visible only to himself and the great demon god. Xiaolon, is the Yinshuo fully charged? Xiaolan's brilliant blue eyes flickered as it responded, charging at 99%, just one more minute needed. Hearing there were only 60 seconds remaining, Wukong fixed his gaze on the rift and silently began to count. 24, 31, 45, 50. Done. The radiant blue light in Xiaolan's eyes diminished to normalcy, and the silvery Yinshuo emerged from behind Xiaolon. Chapter 75, commencing a new mission, devouring planets. Wukong grasped the approaching Yinshuo and hurled it directly into the rift, where it steadied itself in the midst of the inky void. As always, silver liquid enveloped the rift, prying it open until a familiar silver-white maw appeared. Without hesitation, Wukong charged inside, and the others, having gained experience, patiently awaited his return. Moments later, Wukong emerged from the fissure, cradling a massive crimson egg. Haha, boy, splendid work. That was fast. The great demon god gestured, and the egg Wukong bore soared to hover before him. Nay, it's merely a matter of habit. Speed comes naturally. Wukong replied. Now, I shall commence. The great demon god declared, extending his left hand forward as a dark space portal slowly manifested. Soon, a multitude of black mist coalesced around the same crimson egg as it drifted forth from the dark portal. The two crimson eggs collided, drawn together by their shared origin, and the point of impact began to merge. Before long, a dark red egg, less vibrant than before, materialized in their place as the great demon god circled it, absorbing the surrounding black mist. After 4 rotations, the black mist was completely consumed, and the great demon god then extracted the king of time, enveloped in dark magical energy. From the dark space, boy, while I am in a favorable state, I shall directly send you to the next world to seek the next fragment. The great demon god instructed Wukong, holding the black sphere. Understood. The great demon god activated the dark magical energy within the sphere, which soon surged forth. The awakened silver-white temporal power flooding the orb. The shimmering orb was hurled into the sky, where white vortices began to materialize, each leading to parallel universes birthed from temporal distortions. The great demon god struck the dark red egg with a palm, transforming the black mist into a spectral claw that slammed into the egg, instantly sending ripples of red radiating outward. Wukong focused on the white vortices, searching intently for the next coordinate. Dr. Gillo and the others, aside from Xiaolon, were somewhat familiar with the silver-white vortices, understanding they were the passage to the next world. Time passed slowly, the number of vortices increasing, yet the targeted red vortex remained elusive. At this moment, the great demon god's form began to tremble. Just as Wukong feared failure, fortune smiled upon them, as a newly formed white vortex transformed into red. All right, boy, it's your turn. I shall slumber for a while. Do not disturb me. I shall awaken on my own when I have recovered. With that, the great demon god opened his dark space, casting the once again sealed black sphere inside, followed by the dark red egg. Subsequently, he turned into a mass of black mist and surged towards Wukong, directly entering Wukong's dark space. Let us depart. Wukong led the charge into the crimson vortex above. The others swiftly followed suit, one by one plunging into the whirlpool. In a parallel universe within the northern galaxy, on an unremarkable medium-sized life planet. Such planets were abundant in the northern galaxy, lacking any distinguishing features. However, today an anomaly occurred. A blood-red vortex suddenly appeared in the azure sky, captivating the attention of various creatures inhabiting the planet. Moments later, a red figure burst forth, robust and wild, exuding an aura of oppression, with a handsome, alluring visage scanning the surroundings. After a few breaths, several individuals surged forth from the red vortex, gathering around the red-haired figure as the vortex gradually faded away. This time, our luck is exceptional. We directly teleported to the planet. Wukong observed the vibrant scene with great joy. Boss, what shall we do next? Gulu, Doctor. Gillo's inquiry was abruptly interrupted by the rumbling of Wukong's stomach. Glancing at his own belly, Wukong fixed his gaze on Dr. Gillo, stating, "Isn't it obvious? We just endured a fierce battle. It's time to eat." Indeed, Dr. Gillo lowered his head, falling silent. "All right, everyone, go find some delectable food." With that, Wukong soared towards a massive mountain tortoise he had set his sights on, delivering a flying kick to incapacitate it, then unleashing a powerful wave to shatter its mountainous shell. Wukong settled on a spacious mountaintop, dismantling the excess parts of the tortoise, retaining only the choicest portions before commencing to roast them. Soon, the others returned with their own finds. Cell had captured a giant red-skinned dinosaur, Broly a colossal black wild boar, while the rest brought back ordinary creatures. The feast was quickly devoured, leaving behind a scattering of bleached bones on the ground. Wukong, with a full belly, held a bone spur to clean his teeth. "Hey, Xiaolon, are you just watching us? You should also recharge your energy." Wukong called out to Xiaolon, who was fluttering about in the air. Xiaolon hovered, its blue eyes gazing at Wukong as it replied, "Master, I have already conducted an analysis. This planet is rich in various energies, and I am quite satisfied." "Ah, right. I almost forgot. After devouring Big Aura, Xiaolon now can consume planets directly." Wukong mused, patting his increasingly smaller belly. After more than 10 minutes, everyone was satiated and well-rested. They all ascended towards the heavens, breaking through the clouds, exiting the atmosphere, and leaving the planet behind. Upon arriving in space, Wukong promptly equipped several humanoid beings incapable of surviving in the cosmos with protective shields. He turned to Dr. Gero and said, "Doctor, when you have the time, please enhance everyone's capabilities to survive in space. I cannot be here at all times." The doctor bowed hurriedly and replied, "Boss, this is a trivial matter. However, everyone is currently preoccupied with the Yin Suo and the subsequent troublesome matters, and it slipped my mind for the moment. Rest assured, I will begin the enhancement shortly." Nodding in acknowledgement, Wukong shifted his gaze towards the recently departed planet. Xiaolon had mentioned that it would commence feeding once the group had left. Thus, to satiate the hungry Xiaolon, Wukong and his companions swiftly ascended. After a while, the planet before them began to tremble as silver metallic tendrils encircled it in a spiraling embrace, transforming the greenish-yellow orb into one with a metallic sheen. Gradually, the planet diminished in size, becoming ever smaller until it conformed to the final form of Gula. In an instant, Xiaolon appeared before Wukong, who eagerly inquired, "How is it? Are you full?" Xiaolon nodded, declaring the taste to be quite delightful. "Excellent. Now that everyone is rested, let us commence with our serious business." With that, Wukong pondered what actions they could undertake. The great demon god had exhausted himself, and they could only await his awakening to guide them to the fissure of evil. In the past, he might have sensed a faint aura of the sinister rift and discerned its approximate location. However, as more rifts had opened, the malevolent energy he could now perceive had begun to permeate the entire universe, leaving him uncertain of their whereabouts. What actions could they take now? Wukong contemplated, noting that the Yinming stone was now self-sufficient. It seemed that all they needed to do was locate the fissure to accumulate more fragments. "Xiaolon, do you have sufficient reserves of Yinming stone?" Wukong suddenly inquired. The Gula-formed Xiaolon paused for a moment before responding. "My Yinming stone primarily derives from the conversion of my energy, and the planet we just consumed barely provided enough energy to charge the Yin Suo halfway." "Ah?" Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Had the previous universe's Yinming stone planet already been depleted? He had thought he would no longer need to worry about it. Yet it seemed the burden remained heavy. Yes, the Yin Suo consumes the empty Ming energy within the Yinming stone quite voraciously. In that case, let us replenish your energy. Wukong resolved, deciding to store a larger quantity of Yinming stone energy since there was nothing pressing at the moment. Upon hearing this, Xiaolon visibly brightened. "Yes, master. By the way, you all should enter my body." In the next moment, Xiaolon was enveloped in white light and transformed into a butterfly-like transparent spaceship, accommodating Wukong and his companions within. The display screen inside the ship revealed numerous green dots flickering in unison. Chapter 76. Targeting the evil cosmic Emperor Frisia. Gazing at the solitary crimson dot amidst the sea of green, Wukong remarked, "That solitary red amidst the myriad greens is us, correct?" "Indeed," came the reply. "The surrounding green dots represent other planets." Quite impressive, akin to radar. Let us set forth." Yes. The butterfly-shaped vessel surged forward, and 2 days later, it arrived at the nearest planet detected by the radar. This was a large planet, several times greater than the one Xiaolan had previously consumed. Too thick. Elongated metallic tendrils shot forth from beneath the ship, coiling around the target like colossal serpents until the immense planet was entirely obscured. Before long, the engulfed planet shrank progressively until only the retracted tendrils remained. Thus, Xiaolan continued to devour various planets in this manner, while Wukong and his companions leisurely rested within the ship. Indeed, every time they entered a new world, it was either in battle or en route to one. It had been a long time since they had enjoyed such a leisurely and relaxed existence. However, this tranquil period was destined to be short-lived. A month later, while Xiaolan was consuming a medium-sized planet, the ship's maw paused momentarily, but soon resumed its voracious appetite. After another planet vanished, Xiaolan continued on its path, eventually voicing a peculiar observation. "Master, something was odd just now." "What?" Wukong, seated in the command chair, inquired as he gazed at the screen. "When I devoured that life planet, there were several intelligent beings present. Moreover, they seemed to be from a powerful faction in the universe, not native to that planet." "Oh." Wukong's interest piqued, and he curiously asked, "From where do they hail?" "According to the information gleaned from the brains I consumed, they belong to the Frisia Force, a faction under the cosmic Emperor Frisia. Their objective on that planet was to conquer it, as the Frisia Force regularly engages in planetary trade." "Very well. No need to elaborate. I am already familiar with them." Wukong mused, recalling past battles. Frisia was, without a doubt, the first significant adversary he had encountered. His might, ruthlessness, and merciless nature were qualities Wukong deeply admired. Contemplating this, Wukong silently pondered. Since Frisia still exists, it implies that the timeline of this universe is set at an earlier juncture. In that case, it should be quite entertaining to recruit the yet unscathed Frisia into our ranks. The more he thought about it, the more intriguing it became. Prompting Wukong to issue a command, Xiaolan continued to devour along the path of the Frisia Force. "Let us witness the infamous evil entity, Frisia." "Yes," Xiaolan affirmed, adjusting its trajectory before advancing. Thus, they continued their leisurely consumption, and before long, Wukong and his party breached the territory of Frisia's influence. Observing elliptical spacecraft soaring through the skies, they encountered soldiers of Frisia's army, who, upon meeting Xiaolan, were consumed before they could even take a breath. Moreover, as they drew closer to the Frisia Force's base, the uninvited snacks increased in number. Yet, due to Xiaolan's swift actions, no one had yet realized that the territory of the cosmic Emperor Frisia was under invasion. After devouring over 10 planets, Xiaolan finally brought everyone to the headquarters of the Frisia Force. This was a vast, pale blue planet, dim and silent, embodying a cold aesthetic. With a resounding boom, Xiaolan obliterated the patrolling fleet surrounding the planet and made a beeline for its interior, swiftly penetrating the cloud cover and descending toward the surface. Inside the ship, the overhead display had transformed into a real-time surveillance of the planet, allowing for a comprehensive view of its surroundings. Observing the abruptly shifting visuals, Wukong queried, "Xiaolan, is this not a depiction of various locations on this planet?" "Indeed, Master, you are correct. How did you manage this?" Wukong asked, intrigued by the continuously changing imagery on the screen. "As soon as we entered the atmosphere, I deployed numerous flying surveillance devices throughout the planet." "I see. Well then, let us hasten towards the location of the Frisia Force." "Understood," Xiaolan replied, and the scenes on the screen switched rapidly, finally settling upon a steel technological jungle. The transparent ship surged forward, racing towards the Frisia Force's headquarters depicted in the visuals. Meanwhile, within the steel jungle buildings, alarms were blaring as the Frisia Force activated their defenses, the structures illuminated by flashing red lights. In the central control room, a yellow-skinned alien with 4 eyes frantically tapped at numerous keyboards. "What is happening?" A cold, rasping voice emanated from behind. causing the yellow-skinned alien to break out in a cold sweat. The extraterrestrial promptly turned around, bowing repeatedly while apologizing profusely. "Your Majesty, I am so sorry. Please forgive me. Forgive me." After a while of this ritual, he realized nothing had happened. The four-eyed alien felt relieved and was about to express gratitude for the ruler's magnanimity when a crimson beam struck his head, shattering it into fragments. The headless body slumped to the ground, with thick blood oozing out, creating a chilling scene in the dim light. "Hey, who told you to stop?" The owner of this voice sat in a hovering contraption reminiscent of a baby carriage, approaching the screen. A pale light illuminated his features, revealing a sinister and eerie grin, with red markings adorning his face. His gaze was icy, and atop his head, a white armored layer was flanked by two outward curving black horns, with a glass-like purple dome in the center. His diminutive frame was nestled within the carriage, with his limbs exposed and clad in a specialized combat suit. "Useless. You don't even know the situation and you dare to die?" Shortly thereafter, various aliens of different shapes and sizes entered, their eyes widening in terror at the gruesome sight before them, cold sweat trickling down their brows. "Lord Frisia, what has happened here?" A bespectacled alien, seemingly the leader of the group, asked tremulously. "If I knew, why would I need you?" Frisia retorted, hearing the blood-curdling words. The bespectacled alien's face paled as he moved to the screen, stammering, "Yes. Yes, I will find out what happened immediately." His fingers danced over the keyboard in a frantic rhythm, producing a cacophony of sounds. After executing a final keystroke, he swiftly turned to report, "Lord Frisia, it appears there is an enemy invasion." "Appears?" The alien stood straighter, exerting more force in his declaration. "Yes, the detector has registered strange energy fluctuations within the planet, and our patrols in outer space have simultaneously gone dark. However, curiously, the monitors show no signs of any intruders, which is quite peculiar." Silence enveloped the room as the tension escalated, and the assembled aliens dared not breathe, anxiously awaiting the verdict. "Interesting. There are still those who dare to invade the lair of me, the Cosmic Emperor." Frisia chuckled ominously. "How fascinating. Let me see what kind of audacity these intruders possess." With that, Frisia turned, his peculiar laughter echoing as he floated away in his baby carriage. Meanwhile, Xiaolon sped through the sky, carrying Wukong and his companions. Arriving swiftly above Frisia's stronghold, where towering structures resembling a steel jungle stood solemnly. In the next moment, a white light enveloped their spaceship, gradually diminishing to reveal several figures. Xiaolon, having transformed into a small orb, perched on Wukong's shoulder. Below, soldiers of Frisia's legion in the steel jungle noticed the unexpected guests, immediately calling to their comrades as they ascended into the air. Gradually, an increasing number of soldiers gathered, encircling the outnumbered Wukong and his companions. Various aliens, some barehanded and others wielding advanced weaponry, chattered incessantly, voicing their confusion. Suddenly, a hush fell over the scene as these aliens displayed signs of tension, parting to create a path. Chapter 77. The swift defeat of the Jinyu Force. Eerie laughter resonated from the parting throng, and soon Frisia, seated in his baby carriage, glided forth to face the invaders, a diabolical smile curling his lips. "You bold intruders truly have the audacity to stand here in the open." Wukong, recognizing the familiar visage of Frisia, felt memories of the epic battle on Namek flood back as if it had occurred only yesterday. "Why can't you just accept that this place will soon become my domain?" he declared, gesturing towards the ground. Upon hearing this, Frisia's grin widened further. "Oh, so you truly intend to invade me?" No. Wukong waved his left index finger dismissively. "I am here to conquer you and have you become my subordinate." "Humph. How absurd," Frisia scoffed, raising his hand and gesturing forward. "Attack. Crush them." At Frisia's command, the surrounding soldiers surged forth, with Dodoria and Zarbin leading the charge. In an instant, all but Wukong transformed into mere afterimages, launching themselves at the soldiers. However, the disparity in strength was overwhelming. Wukong's companions dispatched small aliens with a single punch, while even Dodoria and Zarbin could only withstand a couple of blows. The Frisia force suffered significant losses. Observing the rapid depletion of his subordinates, Frisia fumed at the soldier beside him. "Where is the Jinyu force? Why have they not yet arrived?" "My lord, Captain Jinyu mentioned he was perfecting a new move and would be a little delayed, but he assured us he would arrive shortly." The trembling soldier replied. And what of Vegeta and those Scion monkeys? They have gone on a mission and have yet to return. Humph. Frieza snorted, his eyes glinting coldly as his tail thrashed impatiently through the air, producing sharp cracks. Nevertheless, Captain Ginyu was punctual, and soon several vividly colored figures soared before Frieza, each striking a pose. The purple Ginyu knelt on one knee, extending his arms outward while shouting, "Ginyu!" Behind him, a short, stout green creature and a red-skinned being with white hair struck their poses, the former crossing his arms while the latter raised a fist towards the sky, both calling out, "Guldo! Jeez!" Finally, two tall figures followed. One, an orange-haired giant with his back turned, posed with one arm akimbo, while the other, sporting a blue basketball-shaped head, struck a one-legged pose and exclaimed, "Rikuum! Berta!" The five then shouted in unison, "We are the Ginyu Force." Frieza, witnessing this awkward display, felt his face flush momentarily before covering his face with his hands and saying, "Mr. Ginyu, defeating the enemy is of utmost importance. You can perform your dance after the battle." Captain Ginyu rose, placing one hand on his chest and bowing, "Yes, Lord Frieza." With that, Ginyu turned to signal his teammates to follow, soaring towards the combat zone. He thought to himself, "I must see who dares to disturb my universe's finest elite, the Frieza Force." On the other side, Wukong, who was not engaged in battle, found amusement in the recent performance of the Ginyu Force and quickly gestured for his subordinates to hold back. Upon reaching the battlefield, the Ginyu Force observed the one-sided conflict and shook their heads in dismay. Clearly, the Legion's training needed to be intensified. Hearing their captain's words, the other four nodded in agreement. "All right, let us go." With that, Ginyu darted towards an enemy, selecting a green insect-like creature named Cell. Ginyu delivered a kick to Cell's neck, but the formidable creature's body was so resilient that Jinyu's leg broke with a sickening crack. "Ah!" The sudden pain elicited a loud cry from Ginyu. Cell, having dispatched a nearby minion, turned to confront his attacker. As he looked down at the purple alien writhing in agony, Cell grumbled, "If it weren't for the boss saying I couldn't kill you, I would have crushed you already." However, unbeknownst to Cell, the small creature in his grasp suddenly emitted a white light. "Swap!" Ginyu shouted hoarsely, as the white glow shot from his eyes and mouth towards Cell. Yet, despite Cell's lack of focus on Ginyu, the vast difference in their abilities allowed Cell to instinctively teleport away the moment Ginyu shouted. The radiant white light illuminated the air before gradually dissipating. In an instant, Shalu appeared behind Ginyu, seizing him by the back of his head. "You better not move. Otherwise, you might inadvertently witness your own brain matter. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I won't move. I won't move." Shalu applied a slight pressure, thinking to himself, "That was close. I almost stumbled. That white light must be its secret weapon. Although I am unaware of its effects, it is evident that it is no trivial matter." The battle for Ginyu had concluded, and the others were nearing their end as well. Raikum had confronted number 18 and was soundly beaten. Had it not been for Goku's orders, he would have likely been eliminated by now. Gudo attempted to stop time against Broly, but before he could execute his ability, he was caught off guard by Broly's terrifying speed while he was dealing with lesser foes. After being struck unexpectedly, he was unable to withstand the force and flew away. Losing consciousness, JIS engaged number 17, but his proud speed proved utterly useless as he was chased like a dog. Finally, Bader targeted the blonde Razali, who, without a doubt, suffered a similar fate. The formidable Ginyu Force arrived in haste and departed just as swiftly. Their anticipated prowess crumbled before they could even begin. Witnessing his once promising subordinates fall apart so easily, Frieza's face contorted with rage, veins throbbing on his forehead as he roared at Goku from his hovering infant carriage. "Do not jest, you insignificant ants. Do not think that defeating these trifles can shake my dominion." Frieza ascended from the carriage, clenching his fists as he continued. "Let me tell you, I can effortlessly defeat each one of you, one by one, at my whim. I am not like those weaklings. In my current form, I can annihilate them with ease, and I possess several even more formidable forms." With his hands clasped behind his back and his head held high, Frieza added, "Now you understand how foolish it is to oppose me. I can offer you a chance, if you submit to me. I shall overlook your past transgressions and even promote you." After his proclamation, silence enveloped the scene. Moments later, Frieza's displeasure surfaced, and the voice of a spy echoed, "I have granted you ample time. Will you choose to live or die?" "Heh!" Shalu scoffed mockingly, casually tossing Ginyu toward Dr. Gero by his neck. Then, Shalu flew before Frisia, saying, "You little shorty, not only are you small in stature, but your temper is quite large." Frisia's face darkened, muttering, "Little shorty." The two subordinates behind Frisia trembled in fear upon hearing Shalu's words, fearing for their lives. They exchanged glances and retreated in unison. "Die!" Frisia trembled with rage, charging at Shalu. As Shalu observed the approaching diminutive figure, a wicked smile crept across his lips. Just as Frisia reached him, Shalu swiftly stepped forward and delivered a kick to his abdomen. In an instant, Frisia transformed into a shadow, hurtling back toward his stronghold. Thud, thud, thud. Frisia crashed into several buildings, shattering them to pieces, as black smoke billowed into the air above the demolished steel jungle. Crack, bang. Two massive black panels were pushed aside, and Frisia staggered out, clutching his abdomen, blood staining his lips. However, his appearance had changed. He became petite, his horns vanished, and his body turned snow-white, the blood on his mouth rendering him seemingly harmless. Nevertheless, Frisia's heart raced with fear. That kick was terrifying. Had I not unleashed all my power in a moment of crisis, I would have surely lost my fighting capability, if not my life. Chapter 78. The continually beaten king cough. Cough. Puffed. The aftermath of that kick surged back, and Frisia, supporting himself with his hands, uncontrollably coughed up blood. In the air, witnessing Frisia's wretched state, Shalu vanished and reappeared before him, stomping him into the ground. Is this the mighty cosmic Emperor Frisia, who was just shouting with bravado? Why is he on the ground now? Get up. Shalu twisted his foot firmly on Frisia's back. Feeling the immense weight upon him, Frisia struggled to flip over. But his efforts were futile. With every attempt, Shalu's foot pressed down harder, further pinning Frisia into the ground. Ugh, woe is me. Frisia cried out in agony, burying his head into the dirt, unable to articulate complete words. After toying with him for a while, Shalu lost interest, grabbing Frisia by the neck and lifting him up before flying to Goku's side. "Boss, this guy has lost all capacity to resist. By the way, do we really want such a weakling to join us?" Shalu tossed Frisia aside, his tone laced with skepticism. Gazing at the battered and bruised Frisia, Goku reassured him. "Don't worry, his potential is still great. He just needs time." With that, Goku approached, getting closer to Frisia's battered face, asking, "So, have you made up your mind? Will you become my subordinate?" A mocking smile appeared on Frisia's pitiful face as he retorted, "Huh? I am the evil cosmic emperor. I am Frisia. You think I would submit? Not a chance." Observing Frisia's haughty demeanor, Goku swiftly delivered 2 resounding slaps to his face. "There. You think you're so high and mighty. But you're mistaken." Frisia's expression turned incredulous, his eyes reddening. "Why you? What about me?" Goku pointed at Frisia's smooth, purple forehead, emphasizing, "When given an opportunity, you must seize it. There are no second chances in this world. Besides, to me, you are merely dispensable. Anyone among my subordinates is stronger than you." "Humph." Frisia scoffed disdainfully, gritting his teeth. "Stronger than me? Perhaps the others, but that old man and those weak humans? Are you jesting? You don't believe me?" Goku countered with a questioning gaze. "Humph." Frisia merely chuckled dismissively, though his attitude revealed his disbelief. A sinister smile crept onto Goku's lips as he declared, "In that case, I shall shatter your confidence. Frisia, I offer you a wager. If you can defeat any one of us, you win. I will let you go and depart." Upon hearing this, Frisia's dim eyes sparkled with excitement. "All right, it's a deal." As Frisia's confident smile returned, Goku envisioned the shock on his face when he was soundly defeated. Goku's right hand shimmered with healing light, enveloping Frisia, and as the white light flickered, Frisia's injuries rapidly healed. Before long, fully restored, Frisia swiftly broke free from Shalu's grasp and retreated to a relatively safe position. Frisia's cold gaze fixed intently on Shalu, as if to engrave his humiliation into memory. "All right, you may choose now," Goku reminded him. Frisia retracted his intense gaze and surveyed his potential opponents, a mix of men and women, young and old, tall and stout. After a moment of contemplation, Frisia, seeking safety, pointed at the one who appeared weakest, declaring, "You. It is you, Doctor." Jero stared in bewilderment at the finger pointing at him, but since it was the boss's decision, he could only advance, grumbling, "This is ridiculous. I was just minding my own business. It seems that it's time to take action again. As a researcher, engaging in combat all day long doesn't seem appropriate, does it?" Standing before Frisia, Dr. Gero adjusted his slightly crooked hat and addressed the tyrant, saying, "So you are Frisia, the great king? You would do well not to underestimate me, or you may find yourself at a significant disadvantage." Frisia merely cast a disdainful glance at the doctor and instantly teleported right in front of him. Launching a flurry of punches, Dr. Gero effortlessly countered Frisia's rapid strikes, exchanging blows in a fierce confrontation. As the battle progressed, Frisia's expression grew increasingly grim, culminating in an air of grave seriousness. "Damn it, I've hit a wall. This old man must be the strongest among those humans." The longer Dr. Gero fought, the easier it became for him. After all, he had not idled away the years. Through various experiments, his powers had reached Super Saiyan full throttle, while Frisia still fell short. With a resounding smack, the doctor landed a punch that knocked Frisia's head askew, causing him to stagger backward a few steps. "Wait." Frisia extended his right hand, palm open, and bellowed. Dr. Gero halted his actions and inquired with concern, "What's wrong? Is something amiss?" Frisia, panting heavily, replied, "I wish to change opponents. I had a stroke of bad luck and chose the wrong one." Dr. Gero instinctively glanced at Goku, who nodded, and then the doctor responded, "Very well, you may choose." Frisia turned his gaze to the others, swiftly eliminating Broly, the short stout one, and the tall lean one, until only two remained. Fixing his eyes on the identical blonde maidens, he casually pointed, "You and I shall engage." The one designated as Android 18 pointed at herself in disbelief. "Me? Fine. It's just the opportunity one need to stretch my legs." Android 18 took the initiative, swiftly moving in front of Frisia and delivering a kick aimed at his chin. As Frisia was sent flying, he thought to himself, "Could I really be defeated again?" In the next instant, 18 appeared behind him, sending him soaring back with another kick. After performing several spins in the air, Frisia managed to regain his balance. Confronted by a woman who was entirely different from what he had anticipated, Frisia felt a surge of impatience. "No, I refuse to believe this." With a furious roar, he charged at Android 18, but his swift punches were effortlessly dodged. 18 sidestepped his strikes and delivered a powerful blow to his abdomen, causing him to double over and expel bile. Following this, she landed a fierce kick to his cheek, sending him crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. As smoke rose from the pit, Frisia struggled to rise, glancing at the indomitable woman above him, and a sense of retreat began to form in his heart. "No, this woman is far too formidable. Although it would take her considerable time to defeat me given my strength, I refuse to be treated like a punching bag." Realizing he could not overcome any of them, Frisia made a decisive retreat, soaring backward with the thought, "As long as I have the mountain, I need not fear the firewood." Just as Android 18 contemplated pursuing him, Frisia suddenly reappeared in front of her. Upon noticing the figure behind him, she instantly understood why he had returned. "Your battle is not yet over," warned Cell, who had seized Frisia's shoulder. He then forcefully pushed him forward before vanishing from the battlefield. Frisia gritted his teeth, his eyes glinting with malice as he glared at the unbeatable woman before him. Damn it, I was about to escape. Then shall we continue?" Android 18 replied. Before Frisia could react, she unleashed a lightning-fast punch to his handsome face. After striking his head, she proceeded to unleash a torrent of blows to various parts of his body, and in that moment, Frisia truly became the punching bag he had feared. Each of Android 18's rapid, precise, and fierce punches left Frisia in excruciating pain as she relentlessly battered him across the landscape, reducing the ground and buildings to rubble. However, Frisia's resilience was remarkable. Despite his battered appearance, with bruises and injuries covering his body, he still managed to move, albeit sluggishly. Chapter 79. The departure of the tyrant's faction. With a resounding thud, Android 18 drove her knee into Frisia's battered abdomen, causing him to spew forth a pool of blood. She then clenched her fists and struck him at the back of his head, sending him crashing to the ground. The impact created another artificial crater, and Frisia struggled to rise, only to repeatedly collapse back down. As Frisia attempted to get up once more, Android 18 unleashed a powerful energy wave, expanding the pit several times over. In the smoke-filled crater, Frisia's body was half buried beneath rubble, motionless and devoid of its earlier vigor. Android 18 landed atop the pile of stones that was once Frisia, experimentally bouncing on the debris. Finding no reaction, she shrugged at Goku. Goku descended as well, landing on the stones and mimicking her action. The rocks crumbled further beneath him, and observing Frisia's continued silence, he remarked, "It seems he truly is unconscious." With that, Goku plunged his hand into the rubble, grasping Frisia's face and pulling him out. Soon, a healing light enveloped him, and in no time, Frisia's injuries vanished entirely. His twisted face suddenly displayed two cunning, treacherous eyes that snapped open. Crimson veins spread around his irises, and fragmented words emerged from the gaps between his fingers. "Release me quickly." Goku, still gripping Frisia's face, hesitated as he watched the tyrant struggle for a moment before loosening his grip. Instinctively, Frisia recoiled several steps backward. Goku regarded him and slowly stated, "Frisia, it appears you have lost." Frisia's small eyes darted about, pondering some nefarious scheme. "Indeed, I have lost, but I shall now formally join your ranks." Before long, Frisia elegantly bowed his head in submission. Goku approached Frisia, placing a hand on his shoulder and saying, "Regardless of whether your submission is genuine or feigned, I expect you to be sincere now that you've joined me. Do not entertain any foolish thoughts." With that, Goku ascended into the air and called out to the others, "Let us go. This planet has lost its charm." In an instant, the small blue object transformed into a colossal spaceship, and Goku and his companions boarded, while the Ginyu Force was also ushered inside by the androids. Frisia surveyed his surroundings and then flew into the spaceship. The vessel trembled momentarily before soaring upward, transforming into a beam of transparent light that vanished into the sky. In the dark expanse of space, the translucent spaceship broke free from the planet and journeyed into the cosmos. Soon, thick, transparent tendrils shot forth from the vessel, reaching toward a deep blue planet before gradually engulfing it, much like other planets before it. The ship then continued its voyage onward. Inside the spaceship, Frisia, who had witnessed the recent events, felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing that had he not departed, he would not only have faced death, but would have suffered immensely. Is this our true objective? Frisia pondered, as the recent scene revealed the purpose of these individuals. Goku, seated in the command chair, observed Frisia with keen interest, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the armrests. "Not at all. We are far from being that simple. We are merely transient guests in this world." "Transient guests?" Frisia's eyes brimmed with confusion, but Goku's next words transformed that confusion into sheer astonishment. "What? Are you travelers from another time?" Frisia's eyes widened in disbelief. After a moment of calming down, he murmured, "No wonder you are all so powerful. It turns out you are not ordinary warriors." As Frisia continued to console himself, Goku interjected directly, "Even ordinary warriors can defeat you." Humph. Frisia was momentarily taken aback, but soon confidence returned to his visage. "I remain quite assured of my strength. Aside from you outsiders, I believe no one can match me." Observing Frisia's overconfidence, Goku could not resist the urge to diminish it. He addressed the void, Shaolon. "Yes," Shaolon promptly responded. "Project the images I have in my mind onto the light screen." "Understood." Moments later, several transparent threads extended from the top of the ship, making contact with Goku's forehead. In a short while, fragments began to flicker from his mind, subsequently copied by the threads. A minute later, the threads withdrew, and in the next moment, a colossal screen materialized before everyone. One by one, scenes from the battle on Namek emerged. Initially, King Frisia remained indifferent, but as he witnessed the footage of himself being overwhelmed by a golden-haired man after defeating a bald adversary, humiliation flooded his senses, and his eyes turned red. "This is impossible." Frisia fumed, veins bulging on his smooth head. "This is fake. This is a lie. How could I be defeated by such a being? What would I gain from deceiving you?" Frisia wished to retort, but after a moment of contemplation, he could only concede. Indeed, what necessity was there for such a deception? The scene fell into silence, with only the moving images on the enormous screen breaking the stillness. After a brief pause, Frisia lifted his gaze to Goku and inquired, "Who is this individual? Where is he?" Goku locked eyes with him and replied with a smile, "His name is Kakarot, also known as Sun Wukong. He resides on a planet called Earth in the Northern Galaxy." "Understood, my lord. I would like to request some time off." "Oh, how long will you need?" Frisia extended 3 fingers. "I require only 3 months." Goku regarded the king and nodded. "Very well. I grant you 3 months. However, do not vanish without a trace. Otherwise, I shall require not your presence, but rather your head." "I understand." Frisia bowed, then looked at the now recovered Ginyu Force. "Come, accompany me." After speaking, Frieza turned to leave the ship without a backward glance. Suddenly, Goku called out, "Wait. Xiaolon, prepare several flying vessels for them. I hope you return soon." The proud king paused momentarily before continuing toward the rear of the spaceship, followed by the Jinyu force. In no time, several streaks of light shot from the ship, trailing long gaseous tails as they soared toward the north. Watching the tiny glowing dots gradually fade from the screen, Goku turned to Xiaolu and asked, "What about the doctor and those androids?" Xiaolu opened his previously closed eyes and replied. He mentioned wanting to conduct an experiment he had always desired. Those two pairs of androids seemed to have been persuaded to join him. "Oh, an experiment?" Goku rested his chin on his hand, murmuring, a mysterious gleam flickering in his eyes. In the lower chamber of the spaceship, a vast space filled with high-tech apparatuses housed an elderly man, along with a pair of twins, one stout and one slender, gathered in the center. "Are you certain?" One of the identical blonde girls inquired. "Will it truly enhance our power significantly?" The other echoed. The two identical black-haired boys regarded the elderly man with skepticism. The old man, Dr. Gero, confidently proclaimed, "Of course. Do not forget, I am your creator. I am fully aware of your potential, and I am confident you will achieve this leap." Android 18 and Lazuli exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting a mixture of desire for power and distrust toward Dr. Gero. However, the temptation to grow stronger was too potent to ignore, allowing them to overlook the minor risks involved. "Very well, we accept this experiment." After little deliberation, the four decided to follow their hearts, recognizing that the current battles were somewhat beyond their abilities, and they would need to confront even greater foes in the future. Thus, this was the only solution. "Excellent. You shall not be disappointed. The experiment I call the Super Project shall now commence." After declaring this, Dr. Gero pointed toward 4 incubation pods concealed in the darkness. "Now, please enter, and I shall begin the experiment." The pairs of android siblings walked slowly to the pods, opening the doors and lying inside. Once confirming that all 4 had indeed entered, Dr. Gero's face beamed with excitement, but he quickly composed himself, adopting a stern expression as he instructed his 2 assistants. "Quickly adjust the instruments. This experiment must succeed. I can hardly wait." Watching the 2 assistants depart, the doctor pondered a new thought. If the experiment proved successful, he could enhance these 2 as well. He then set about preparing the necessary materials for the experiment. Before long, only the 4 solitary incubation pods remained, resembling coffins, standing in the empty space. In the spaceship's command room, Goku observed Dr. Gero bustling about on the holographic screen. "Very well. They each have their own thoughts. Let them carry on. All right, Xiaolon, deactivate the surveillance." "Yes." The holographic screen gradually faded, and Goku closed his eyes, slowly drifting into a slumber. The spaceship continued to race through the cosmos, embarking on a journey of energy accumulation. Would Dr. Gero's research be successful? Would King Frieza return? 3 months later, in the Western Galaxy, a massive transparent spaceship traversed the void, its trailing lines resembling a spider's web, enveloping several planets within. As the journey progressed, those planets appeared to shrink smaller and smaller. Inside the ship, Goku remained seated in the command chair, facing a bowing Frieza. Have the matters been resolved? Indeed. Thus, aside from their initial exchange, the 2 maintained this scene for over 10 minutes until Goku waved his hand. "All right, find a few places to sit, you and your subordinates." The king silently retreated, and Goku called out into the air, "Xiaolon, has Dr. Gero's experiment not concluded yet?" In the next moment, a blue holographic screen unfurled in midair, revealing scenes from the lower chamber, where Dr. Gero was busily attending to the 4 incubation pods. Glancing at the time and then back to the pods, Xiaolan's mechanical voice chimed in. The doctor states that his experiment is nearing completion and will succeed shortly. Observing Dr. Gero's anxious demeanor on the screen, Goku shook his head in resignation. "Well, let us hope he succeeds." After observing for a while, Goku instructed Xiaolon to retract the holographic display and sat in contemplation. It has been 3 months. Why has the great demon god yet to awaken? If this continues, the flowers will wilt. Goku's silent call bore no fruit. A few days later, a bored Xiaolu invited Frieza to the training room to pass the time. And for several consecutive days, the sounds of the king's anguished cries echoed throughout the training chamber. 3 months later, within the training room, a golden light clashed repeatedly with an orange light. The thunderous sounds of battle erupted, resonating intensely, with both combatants maintaining this pace for some time before finally halting. They both staggered backward, coming to a stop almost simultaneously, gazing at one another. Frisia, your combat prowess is quite impressive. In a mere 3 months, you have managed to grow stronger to such an extent. Moreover, you have developed this resplendent golden form. I now comprehend why the boss has chosen to recruit you. Hee. The golden Frisia, with a sinister smile, confidently proclaimed, of course, I, Frisia, am the strongest in the universe. The reason I was previously defeated by you all was merely due to my lack of training since birth. The golden Frisia clenched his fists repeatedly, his face alight with excitement as he declared, once I commence my training, none of you shall be my match. Observing Frisia reverting to his former haughty demeanor, Cell chuckled. Is that so? Then I hope you will savor the taste of my power. Hearing this, Frisia wore a puzzled expression, but before he could react, a white figure struck him squarely across the face. The blow cleaved a deep gash into the ground, sending him crashing against the transparent wall with a resounding thud. The wall shattered into countless crystalline fragments as Frisia slowly emerged from the rubble, gazing at the transformed Cell before him. You. The black and white demon Cell advanced slowly, remarking, What's the matter? Wasn't I merely inviting you to experience my power? Why did you take off? Once again, Frisia donned a mask of pain, his twisted visage pounding the ground in frustration. You had a hidden card up your sleeve. Observing Frisia's gritted teeth, Cell teased, So, do you wish to continue? Yes. Of course, I shall fight. I am the Cosmic Emperor, Frisia. How could I possibly retreat? With that, Frisia lunged at Cell, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his head. However, Cell effortlessly caught Frisia's fist before yanking him upward and slamming him downward with tremendous force. The ground cracked open as Frisia sank deep beneath the surface. Cell lifted him again before smashing him down repeatedly. After several exchanges, Cell tossed Frisia into the air and delivered a powerful kick. Frisia crashed into the freshly repaired wall, leaving a large dent as smoke billowed from the hole. Moments later, he stubbornly climbed out, coughing up a pool of purple blood before slowly rising. His battle spirit ignited despite his battered face. Frisia bellowed, once more swinging his fist towards Cell's handsome face. The ensuing battle was a relentless display of destruction, with the expansive training room littered with deep craters and crystalline debris as Frisia collapsed onto the floor, returning to his normal state. Cell casually rolled his wrist, turned, and walked away, leaving behind the chaotic scene. In the main chamber of the spaceship, Goku sat in the captain's seat, eyes closed in meditation, while Broly peacefully slumbered beside him. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed in the room. Goku immediately opened his eyes, spotting the long-absent Cell. Oh, you've finally emerged after 3 months. How is it? Cell approached Goku, bowing slightly as he replied, It was quite impressive. His talent is remarkable, and his strength has risen to a level comparable to my orange-gold form in such a short time. Goku, upon hearing this, displayed no surprise, for in his memory, even a subordinate far inferior to him could attain the golden form within 4 months, showcasing extraordinary talent. Naturally, otherwise, I wouldn't have made him my subordinate. Since his progress is so significant, continue training him to elevate his strength to your level. Cell nodded affirmatively, yes. I understand. At that moment, Goku's expression shifted, and he gestured for Cell to leave. After Cell departed, a black hole materialized before Goku, and the slumbering dark demon emerged from within. Master, you have awakened. How is your recovery? Goku inquired as he approached the dark demon. The dark demon, gripping a bone staff, pointed it forward and replied, I am nearly recovered. Enough to accomplish a single time-space traversal. By the way, how are preparations proceeding? Everything is ready, awaiting your command, Goku affirmed. The dark demon nodded. Good, then prepare yourself. We shall head to the rift. Yes. Goku promptly relayed the message to everyone, summoning them to gather. Moments later, Cell returned with a significantly healed Frisia. And after a brief wait, Dr. Gero and his 2 assistants, one stout and one slender, appeared in the main chamber. Shortly thereafter, the long-absent pairs of android siblings also arrived. Observing everyone assembled, Goku commanded, Little Blue, restore. In an instant, a white light enveloped the entire space, and everyone found themselves in outer space, each encased in a protective shield of varying colors. Glancing at Little Blue perched on his shoulder, Goku turned to the dark demon and said, All right, Master, let us begin. Chapter 81. The Early Awakening of the Dark Demon. To the boss's musings, aside from Frisia, everyone had grown accustomed to it, as they had all experienced similar moments. Only Goku could see the dark demon in midair, raising his bone staff and forcefully driving it downward, causing enormous black circles to spread from beneath. After approximately 10 minutes, the dark demon thrust his staff into the void again, this time conjuring a black sphere that enveloped everyone before vanishing instantaneously. In the North Galaxy, within a concealed spatial rift, a familiar fissure hung in the vast, dark expanse. Before long, a pitch-black sphere materialized in the darkness, and as it slowly dissipated, Goku and his companions emerged. The dark demon floated in the air, muttering, "This is well hidden. Could it be due to the unsealing of other portions?" Goku gazed at the familiar malevolent fissure before him, feeling a surge of emotions. This is the third one, isn't it? Soon, all the fragments of the dark demon will be gathered. What will transpire then? Little Blue's large eyes glimmered with blue light as it scanned ahead, revealing a silver orb within the blue beam. Goku reached out, grasping the silver needle, and hurled it towards the fissure. The silver needle successfully lodged itself in the narrow crack, followed by the usual process, with the widening fissure covered in silver liquid. A massive silver maw loomed before everyone, and Goku effortlessly leaped inside, emerging quicker than before. Goku cradled the blood-red egg in his arms as he leapt out, a sight that had become routine for the others, though it astonished the dark demon. Since entering this dark space, the dark demon had expressed considerable surprise, and now witnessing Goku vanish and reappear with an egg was quite the spectacle. What is this? Although Frisia was filled with questions, he restrained his excitement and continued to observe. After releasing the giant egg into the air, it floated freely. The dark demon waved his left hand, conjuring a black vortex that expanded, from which a dark red giant egg emerged. The moment the dark red egg sensed the blood-red egg, both glimmered faintly before the former lunged toward the latter. As it drew near, a horrifying event unfolded. The dark red egg ominously cracked open, revealing a jagged array of triangular teeth that voraciously devoured the blood-red egg. The shocking scene left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. Did I just witness that correctly? One egg consumed another? Dr. Gero exclaimed, astonished, his eyes wide with amazement. The others, too stunned to respond to the doctor's queries, remained alert, fixated on the motionless dark red egg that had just devoured the giant egg. As time passed, the originally dark red giant egg deepened in color, ultimately transforming into a profound and ominous black, as if it were poised to engulf everything. Shortly thereafter, a flicker of crimson light began to sparkle within the giant egg, growing larger and more prominent until the entire egg was suffused with this red luminescence. Observing this unexpected spectacle, Wukong turned to the great demon god and inquired, "Master, what is happening?" It should be a normal occurrence when fragments accumulate to a certain quantity. It should not be a bad sign. Let us continue to observe, replied the great demon god. After hearing these words, Wukong could only await the unfolding of events. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that within the sanguine glow, a small humanoid embryo lay quietly, gradually becoming more defined as time passed. Eventually, the being within opened its lantern-like, bright eyes, and a cacophony of laughter erupted from the giant egg, wild, unrestrained, sinister, yet somewhat juvenile. As the sound intensified, cracks began to form in the eggshell. With a resounding bang, the fractures spread across the entire egg, culminating in a sudden explosion. The great demon god gazed in astonishment at the small creature perched atop the shattered shell. It resembled a human infant, albeit thinner, with elongated limbs, adorned with tiny black scales, and a smooth head featuring two newly sprouted black horns. The peculiar creature patted its belly, seized a piece of the shattered shell beneath it, and opened its mouth filled with tiny, sharp teeth to begin feasting. Crunch, crunch, crunch. It devoured the remnants with remarkable speed, and soon a sizable pile of shell fragments lay annihilated before it. Observing the small monster patting its rounded belly, Wukong hesitantly remarked, It can't possibly be the individual I am thinking of, can it? Given the circumstances, it seems likely. Moreover, its aura, energy, and other attributes are unmistakably identical. What now? Wukong looked at the great demon god with a perplexed expression. Now, of course, we must greet it. The great demon god responded, drifting his ethereal form before the little creature and slightly bowing. Greetings, Lord Xuanmo. It has been a long time. Lord Xuanmo regarded the great demon god. and his juvenile, yet chilling voice resonated clearly in the air. Indeed, it has been quite a while, hasn't it, great demon god? Lord Chuanma, how is it that you have awakened prematurely? We have only located 3 fragments of your body. This should not have triggered your awakening. The small Chuanma's face contorted with anger, and with a voice bubbling with indignation, he declared, I shall explain the reason later. For now, please inform me of the current situation. Very well, Lord Chuanma. As soon as the words left his lips, the great demon god thrust his bone staff into the ground, and black mist enveloped his form, gathering at his head to coalesce into a mass of dark soul clouds. He hurled the cloud toward the small Chuanma's head, which instantly entered his mind. With eyes closed, the small Chuanma concentrated on absorbing the information contained within the black cloud. Moments later, he opened his crimson eyes and fixed his gaze on Wukong. In an instant, the small Chuanma appeared before Wukong, his blood-red eyes seemingly intent on devouring Wukong's very essence. You are the human who has been aiding in my resurrection, are you not? Indeed, Wukong replied, unwavering as he met the creature's gaze. Why? Wukong's dark golden pupils held no fear as he answered, simply to become stronger. The small Chuanma studied Wukong for a moment before nodding. Rest assured, as soon as my body is fully restored, becoming stronger will be a trivial matter. After speaking, he vanished instantaneously, reappearing before the great demon god. Our whereabouts are not sufficiently concealed. We could be discovered by that individual at any moment. Fortunately, I glimpsed her in the memories you replicated moments ago. Upon hearing this, the great demon god quickly realized whom the small Chuanma referred to. In the next moment, he pointed his staff forward, and a dark, gaping space unfolded before them. The god of time, sealed within a black sphere, emerged. Looking at the floating orb, the small Chuanma grinned wickedly, seizing the sphere and starting to consume it. However, perhaps due to its size, the small Chuanma struggled for a while before finally managing to swallow the sphere whole. Watching the small Chuanma's antics, the great demon god was not particularly surprised. Had he not been merely a fragment himself, the god of time would have long since been devoured. For the power of time is indeed a rare treasure. After consuming the god of time, the small Chuanma experienced a brief moment of resistance, as a silver light illuminated his dark body, but ultimately, the darkness gradually enveloped the light. Following this substantial nourishment, the small Chuanma expanded noticeably. Though still only slightly larger than an infant, it was nonetheless an improvement. Feeling the surge of power within, the small Chuanma addressed the great demon god, My lord, you should recuperate within my body for a while. The great demon god, sensing his own diminishing form, could only agree. Then I thank you, Lord Chuanma. Subsequently, his entire being transformed into a mass of black mist and surged into the small Chuanma's body. Afterward, the small Chuanma turned to Wukong and the others, saying, Follow me. We must venture to the next universe. By the way, the reason for my premature awakening lies in the next time-space. Oh, the great demon god's head emerged from the small Chuanma's neck. The next time-space, could it be related to the fragments? Chapter 82, The 4 Flame Planets Intertwined. Due to the peculiar positioning of the great demon god, it appeared as though the small Chuanma had grown an additional head, creating a rather strange sight. Fortunately, only Wukong could perceive this phenomenon, and he stifled a chuckle as he continued to listen to their conversation. The small Chuanma extended his hand, and a human-sized white vortex gradually materialized. With a determined stride, he led the way into it. Wukong and the others followed closely behind and soon disappeared within. The vortex dissipated moments later, and within the temporal vortex, a silver tunnel stretched before them, propelling them forward at the speed of light as if they were aboard a train. As the small Chuanma walked ahead, he began to explain to the great demon god why he had awakened early. Indeed, it is indeed due to the other fragments. Upon hearing that other fragments were indeed causing issues, the great demon god immediately pressed for more information. What exactly is going on? The small Chuanma's expression darkened severely. I sense that my other fragments have inexplicably gathered together. Oh, this becomes intriguing, the great demon god mused after a moment of silence. It seems some fragments are not behaving themselves. Does this imply that your recent absorption of the god of time was also a consequence of this? Yes. As the seals on the fissures weaken, other seals are silently deteriorating as well. Over the endless ages, 1 or 2 fragments may have developed a nascent consciousness. Consequently, It is not surprising that these fragments have congregated in pursuit of the source of power. However, the energy fluctuations emitted by the gathered fragments are exceedingly strong. We could inadvertently attract the attention of our adversaries. Yet, with the immense power of time veiling us, we can rest easy. Wukong, observing the animated dialogue between the two demons, understood that a greater crisis awaited them ahead. Enough of this. Once we arrive in that world, the situation will become clear. Very well. The great demon god turned to Wukong and said, "Kid, just follow Lord Xuanma and do your utmost to assist in recovering the other fragments. Master, rest assured, we are in the same boat. Aiding Lord Xuanma is, in essence, aiding myself." The great demon god nodded and then turned back to Lord Xuanma, saying, "Lord Xuanma, I shall return to recuperate now." The small Xuanma nodded in response, then resolutely took the lead, proudly raising his small, dark head. The silvery river of time continues to flow, with Wukong and his companions being swept toward the unknown. It is unclear how much time has passed, but they finally glimpse an end, where the darkness ahead seems to sever the temporal passage. The group, akin to an uncontrollable vehicle, plunges headlong into this eerie void. After a fleeting moment of darkness, they open their eyes to find themselves in an expansive, boundless realm. Wukong surveys his surroundings, only to see nothing but a void as dark as the stars above. He turns to Xuanma and promptly inquires, "Master Xuanma, why does this world seem so utterly empty?" Xiao Xuanma strides forward a few steps and replies, "What else could it be? Aside from the fragmented consciousness of my recently awakened self, there should be nothing else here." Wukong, observing the desolate environment, asks, "Where shall we seek our destination?" "Over there." Quan Wang points toward the east, where a familiar and potent aura emanates. "A portion of my own being has done something commendable, allowing us to achieve assimilation effortlessly, without wasting time. I can hardly wait." Xiao Xuanma exclaims excitedly. And in an instant, a black energy sphere envelopes everyone before vanishing abruptly. At the very heart of the universe, four colossal crimson planets appear intertwined, intermittently exploding in fiery dragon-like bursts. Suddenly, the space ripples, and a pitch-black sphere materializes, only to gradually dissipate as if it were fading. Wukong gazes at the oddly appearing string of planets, exclaiming in astonishment, "Such peculiar celestial bodies exist? Truly, the vast world is full of wonders." After a moment of admiration, he turns to Master Xuanma, eager to see his next move. Xiao Xuanma, eyes alight with hunger as he beholds the four fiery giants, resembles a child eyeing a string of meatballs. In the next moment, he clenches his fists, tenses his body, and bellows, "Roar." Enormous black sound waves penetrate the four massive fireballs, and shortly thereafter, the previously tranquil planets erupt into chaos, their fiery surfaces thrashing uncontrollably. The topmost planet becomes increasingly erratic, as the flames coalesce into a figure resembling a fiery skeletal being. It flies around the planet a few times, then approaches Xiao Xuanma with its hollow eyes fixated upon him, stammering, "You have finally arrived." "Indeed, I have. Instead of patiently waiting for assimilation in the land of exile, you dared to escape amidst the weakening of the seal. You've gathered other fragments to create trouble for me. What? Do you wish to rebel?" Despite Xiao Xuanma's diminutive stature, the overwhelming aura he exudes is terrifying. Apart from Broly and Cell, everyone else is compelled to step back under his imposing presence. As they behold Xiao Xuanma's eyes, which shimmer like blood-red jewels, the fiery skeleton reiterates, "I am unwilling. I shall fight." With a dismissive smile, Xiao Xuanma waves his hand, and a terrifying whirlwind disfigures the creature. Yet, within a mere breath, the scattered flames reassemble, returning to their skeletal form. "Come, conquerors. Do you wish to battle me?" the colossal skull declares before slowly fading amidst its furious roar. The group falls silent, and Wukong approaches Xuanma, asking, "Master, what shall we do next? Victory?" "Humph." Xiao Xuanma replies arrogantly, "It is merely a matter of effortlessly reclaiming what is mine. Follow me." With that, he soars toward the uppermost fire planet. However, upon reaching it, an invisible barrier repels him. After several futile attempts, they decide to head toward the lowest fire planet instead. As they watch Xiao Xuanma shrink in the distance, Wukong and his companions hastily follow. They break through the outer flames of the fire planet, and upon entering, the oppressive heat immediately envelopes them. Except for Wukong, Broly, and Cell, who possess formidable bodies. The others activate their protective shields against the intense heat and flames. Leading the group, Wukong continues toward the center of the planet. The flames do little damage to his body, merely curling his fiery hair. After traversing a considerable distance, they finally arrive at the central area, where they spot Xiao Chuanma halted, seemingly confronted by something. As Wukong approaches, he sees that the entity before them is a mass of liquid, a dark red substance that flows incessantly, perhaps due to the increasing number of individuals. This liquid begins to morph gradually. Limbs and a towering body take shape, crowned with a pair of long, curved, massive horns. This creature gazes at Wukong and his companions with bright red eyes, neither attacking nor fleeing, merely observing. Moments later, Xiao Chuanma can no longer restrain himself. With a part of himself dancing before him, he declares, "Since you refuse to willingly become a part of me, I shall assist you." In an instant, he appears before the creature and delivers a powerful punch, shattering its form into countless droplets that scatter about. However, Xiao Chuanma does not revel in his triumph. His expression remains impassive. The dispersed droplets quickly reassemble, and the towering, malevolent figure emerges anew, perhaps angered by the sudden assault. The creature roars, its sticky mouth agape, as a black outer core encases a white energy wave trapped within. With a mighty roar, the creature unleashes a terrifying energy wave directly towards Xiao Chuanma, obliterating everything in its path. As the black and white wave approaches, Xiao Chuanma casually raises his hand, and upon contact, the strange force is absorbed into his dark little palm. No consciousness. After absorbing the familiar power, Xiao Chuanma observes the motionless black creature with curiosity. After a moment of waiting, seeing it still does not move, he murmurs, "So, it merely activated its instincts." Wukong, standing closest and having overheard Xiao Chuanma's words, asks, "Master Chuanma, what do you mean?" Xiao Chuanma glances at Wukong with a disdainful look, as if to say, "You don't even know this? It should lack awareness. It merely triggered its instincts. If attacked, it will instinctively retaliate, but if left untouched, it will remain dormant." I see. It is akin to being in a state of passive defense. Wukong quickly grasps and summarizes Xiao Chuanma's explanation. However, this bears the hallmarks of a strategic dilemma. If Master Chuanma desires to assimilate this fragment, he must engage it, yet such contact would inevitably trigger its defense. Thus, it seems inevitable that conflict is unavoidable. Clearly, Master Chuanma understands this as well. In the next instant, his petite form lunges toward the liquid creature, unleashing countless invisible punches that scatter it once more. But in the blink of an eye, the dispersed droplets rapidly converge, and as they form, the creature's hand collides with Xiao Chuanma's tiny fist. With a resounding crash, a white circle erupts between the two fists, and after a brief stalemate, the black liquid hand is obliterated. Unfazed, the liquid demon retaliates with its other intact hand, aiming once more at Xiao Chuanma. The esteemed Chuanma, with its diminutive hands, deftly intercepted the incoming dark fist, opening its mouth wide to unleash a sonic assault. This is truly never-ending. A circle of white energy surged upward, striking the liquid demon and sending it hurtling away, followed by a series of white energy waves that reduced its form to an almost infinitesimal size. Despite rendering it smaller than dust, Chuanma exhibited no trace of joy, its expression remaining cold as it gazed ahead. Indeed, mere moments later, the viscous liquid coalesced once again into that repugnant black demon. Thus, the cycle of destruction and resurrection ensued, leaving Chuanma and the shattered remnants of the demon in a stalemate. However, it appeared that the advantage lay with the diminutive Chuanma, for the black demon had only issued a brief vocal outburst at the outset and had since been on the receiving end of the assault, utterly incapable of countering. "Boss, surely this esteemed being is destined to triumph?" Shalu remarked, observing the lopsided confrontation, unable to contain his anticipation. Goku, upon hearing this, shook his head. It was impossible to predict with certainty. The strength of the small Chuanma, having assimilated the fragments of 3 colossal eggs, was indeed formidable. Yet one could not ascertain whether unforeseen circumstances might arise. After listening, Shalu fixed his gaze on the battle ahead with a grave expression, convinced that our Chuanma must emerge victorious. Otherwise, dire consequences awaited. In an instant, Goku and his companions silently prayed for the triumph of the small Chuanma, wishing for favorable outcomes. At that moment, Chuanma unleashed a standard punch that obliterated the dark demon. However, this time, it opened its mouth wide and inhaled forcefully, producing a formidable and terrifying suction that transformed a 100-mile radius into a vacuum. The small Chuanma, puffing out its cheeks, felt its once petite belly swell to a tremendous size, only to shrink slightly before expanding once more. Thus, the small Chuanma oscillated between growth and contraction, and after a prolonged period, its belly continued to enlarge until it could no longer contain itself and erupted forth. A vast expanse of black liquid shot forward, gradually morphing back into demonic form. Wiping the moisture from the corner of its mouth, the small Chuanma gazed at the delectable fragments before it, exclaiming, "Why can't you just let me consume you obediently?" With a roar, the liquid demon vented its fury at having been devoured, unleashing countless black tendrils that surged toward Chuanma. Yet, as the formidable onslaught approached, Chuanma merely extended its palm, and the imposing attack dissipated into nothingness. With an effortless display of strength, Chuanma continued to suppress the liquid fragments, waiting for the opportune moment to consume them once more. However, after a brief period of gastrointestinal exchange, it expelled the indigestible remnants yet again. Following several cycles of this process, the duration for which Chuanma retained the fragments gradually increased. Finally, after a series of slightly hurried breaths, Chuanma maintained its massive form in a state of mild plumpness. As time progressed, Chuanma did not expel the creature as it had previously. Hours later, Chuanma opened its eyes, which glowed with an intensity akin to lanterns, now shining even brighter. Observing this transformation, Goku keenly sensed that Chuanma had likely achieved victory. He promptly soared forward, gazing at the now slightly plump figure of the small Chuanma, and inquired, "My lord, have you absorbed the fragments?" Turning its portly form, Chuanma replied, "Of course, it has become an integral part of my being. Assimilating it to enhance myself was inevitable." Perhaps due to the small Chuanma's newfound girth, Goku perceived its voice had taken on a more endearing tone, lacking the previous chill and radiating warmth. "My lord, shall we proceed to the next fiery planet?" "Absolutely." The plump small Chuanma responded eagerly. "Having just assimilated a portion of the fragments, I now possess extraordinary strength." With that, the small Chuanma sought to test whether it could traverse the 4 fiery planets seamlessly, transforming into a radiant sphere and soaring upwards. Bang! The luminous sphere collided with an invisible barrier, bouncing back. Rubbing its head, Chuanma begrudgingly opted to fly to the next planet. Goku hastily waved to Dr. Gua and the others, signaling them to follow, and then darted towards the direction in which Chuanma had vanished. Above, on the uppermost planet of the quartet, the fiery skull floated in the air, accompanied by 2 peculiar beings, one a stone giant composed entirely of rigid crimson rock, and the other a birdman adorned with fiery red wings. "So, have you deliberated thoroughly?" the fiery skull inquired, circling the giant and the birdman while speaking in a more familiar tongue. "I understand that you lack consciousness, yet you possess a form of spirit. I know you do not wish to vanish without a trace. I can assist you. Simply surrender your bodies to me, and you shall gain the power to contend with it." Sensing the resistance within the 2 beings waning significantly, the fiery skull seized the opportunity to continue. "Just now, I showcased the scenes of battle to you, demonstrating that if you refuse my offer, you too will meet the same fate." Upon hearing these words, the instinctual resistance of the 2 fragment manifestations diminished to its nadir. With a little more encouragement, success was within reach. The fiery skull hovered above the 2, exhaling a burst of flames that transformed into a fiery portal, revealing an image. "You must decide quickly. It and its subordinates are en route. Furthermore, there is no need for concern. Once we merge, you will not disappear. We shall simply become a new life formed together." With that, the fiery skull awaited their decision in silence as time slipped away. "Hurry, time is of the essence." Upon hearing this, the giant and the birdman, as if struck by the final straw, suddenly drooped in defeat, becoming remarkably pliable. "Ha, ha, ha, you have made a wise decision," the fiery skull exclaimed, promptly devouring both beings, after which a terrifying power radiated from its form, enveloping it in a fiery egg. Meanwhile, the small Chuanma, leading Goku and the others through the next planet, discovered the absence of fragment monsters and continued onward. However, after traversing yet another desolate fiery planet, an unsettling feeling arose within it. Something ominous loomed ahead. Chapter 84. Fragment Fusion Entity Yaozi. Suddenly, Chuanma halted, prompting Goku to come to an urgent stop behind it. What is happening, my lord? Chuanma cautiously surveyed its surroundings before responding. Nothing, just an uncomfortable sensation that struck me suddenly. Perhaps it is merely an illusion. Oh, Chuanma. I too share that sentiment. After passing through these two unimpeded planets, I sense that a trap or conspiracy awaits us ahead. Upon hearing Goku's insights, Chuanma dismissed them with a scoff, unconcerned. In its presence, all schemes and traps were but ephemeral illusions. Let us proceed. It must be my imagination. Dismissing the discord within, Chuanma continued its flight towards the final fiery planet. Although it insisted on ignoring the unease, Chuanma's speed markedly increased, leaving a lengthy trail in its wake. Upon reaching the last fiery planet, the unease in its heart intensified unmistakably. Strange. Chuanma abruptly froze in place, scanning the surroundings to discern where the reaction was strongest. Upon pinpointing the direction, Chuanma surged forward. Goku, observing Chuanma's erratic movements, immediately realized it must have detected something significant. As Wukong and his companions raced forward, a transformation occurred with the colossal egg formed from the fiery skull of the giant and the birdman that had previously devoured them. A crimson glow permeated the surface of the egg, casting a radiant light outward, while everything in the vicinity seemed to be consumed, creating a vacuum-like environment. After completing this transformation, the egg's light gradually retracted, shifting to a purplish-red hue. With a series of cracking sounds, fissures appeared across the shell, ultimately covering it entirely, followed by beams of purple light streaming from the cracks. A resounding boom reverberated as the energy waves surged outward. Not far away, Wukong and his party gazed at the large, luminescent purple-red sphere before them, instantly accelerating their pace, eager to uncover the unfolding events. In a short span, Chuanma and the others arrived at the site of the recent explosion. As they surveyed the surroundings, they found nothing but remnants of the purple flames from the blast. Chuanma, observing the small flames, felt a peculiar sense of familiarity and reached out toward one. Just as he was about to grasp it, the flame seemed to come alive. Evading his fingers, almost simultaneously, all the flames appeared to awaken, slowly coalescing together. The flames merged, giving rise to a humanoid monstrosity before them. It boasted a mane of fiery purple hair cascading down to its heels, a featureless face, and a robust, towering physique reminiscent of a crystalline flame. Blood-red runes adorned its chest, abdomen, limbs, and forehead, and it fixed its dark, hollow eyes upon Chuanma, remaining utterly still. Do you sense anything from my new form? The creature inquired, instantly revealing its identity to Wukong and the others. It's that skull. The voice is identical. They exclaimed in unison. Indeed, it seems so. Is this its true form? Dr. Gero and Cell whispered amongst themselves regarding this newfound adversary. Chuanma no longer appeared indifferent. His blood-red eyes glinted with murderous intent. I never expected you could absorb the other two fragments. Were they fools to give them to you? They might as well have returned them to me. Of course, they wouldn't agree so easily, as we are all of the same caliber. However, with a little trickery, it becomes manageable, given their minuscule consciousness. Observing the emotionless face of the fiery skull, Chuanma smirked wickedly. No matter. I must thank you for helping me gather the final fragments. With this, I can finally become my complete self. Who consumes whom is yet to be determined. I am now a new being, not a part of you. My name is Yaozi, proclaimed the purple-haired creature, known as Yaozi, as it launched a punch toward Chuanma. However, Chuanma, moving with remarkable speed, appeared behind it and delivered a swift kick. With a powerful impact, Yaozi was sent hurtling away, crashing into a fiery rock and creating a massive crater. In the next moment, Yaozi soared into the air, undamaged, its fists clenched with confidence. Indeed, the fusion of the three fragments has rendered me an entity that cannot be easily defeated. Just as this thought crossed its mind, a shadowy short leg appeared in front of it, and with a resounding thud, Yaozi was propelled underground. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it returned to its original position, still unscathed. You are no longer invincible. Yaozi laughed heartily, growing increasingly confident in its ability to conquer Chuanma. Oh, is that so? Chuanma, stout and squat compared to the towering Yaozi, emanated an aura that rivaled, if not surpassed, Yaozi's. Then let me see who has granted you such confidence. Soon after, Chuanma's plump body began to expand rapidly, muscle fibers erupting across its form until it transformed into a monstrous figure. The sheer mass of its black musculature exuded an overwhelming pressure. In its new form, Chuanma merely cast a glance at Yaozi. In an instant, before anyone could comprehend, Yaozi vanished entirely. Moments later, an explosion emanated from the fiery planet below, followed by a series of terrifying collisions and blasts resonating from another fiery sphere. The sound resembled an impending cataclysm, as the two monsters clashed, moving with such ferocity that they traversed through nearly 4 planets. Ultimately, the 4 interconnected celestial bodies could not withstand the tumultuous upheaval and fractured into chaos. The fragmented planets, riddled with cracks, trembled precariously, seemingly on the brink of explosion. Wukong and his companions found themselves on one of the fire planets, listening to the cacophony of battle outside, feeling the intensity of the conflict while only hearing the sounds of the struggle. Just as they speculated on the situation, a thunderous crash resonated nearby, causing cracks to form beneath their feet. Another deafening roar ensued, unmistakably penetrating the ground, followed by 2 more explosive sounds as 2 titanic entities careened into other planets. The colossal noises continued for some time, and the beleaguered planets ultimately succumbed, shattering into fragments. Amidst the debris, Wukong and his companions observed the ongoing battle, with Chuanma in its muscle-bound form clearly gaining the upper hand. Yet, Yaozi sustained minimal injuries, bearing only slight marks despite enduring such intense assaults. The onlookers could only marvel at the sheer monstrosity Yaozi embodied. In the void, Chuanma grasped Yaozi by the neck with its muscular hand, while the other hand formed a fist. With a series of forceful strikes to Yaozi's face, it became evident that Yaozi's visage was as hard as steel, yielding no damage from the relentless blows. Wukong, watching from afar, expressed concern over Yaozi's resilience, pondering how long this would last. Chuanma also realized the dilemma, pausing its massive fists to scrutinize the sturdy creature in its grasp. Your physique is surprisingly comparable to mine. Yaozi nonchalantly slumped its head, proudly declaring, "Of course. I told you. You are not invincible. You cannot even handle me." A sly grin crept across Chuanma's face. "Do you know why your 3 fragments yield a body strength similar to my 4? Can you discern where the disparity lies?" Yaozi, upon hearing these words and witnessing Chuanma's peculiar smile, felt a flicker of doubt, yet its confidence remained steadfast. "Do you think I would believe you? I could stand here and let you strike me for 100 years, and you still couldn't prevail." Chapter 85. The Intensifying Battle. The loss of half a body ignoring Yaozi's taunts, Chuanma tightened its grip on Yaozi's neck with one hand while the other reached skyward. Gradually, the shattered debris around them began to converge, and before long, a planet formed from the rubble emerged. This newly created world, sculpted by Chuanma, was colossal, 4 times larger than the previous fiery planet, its surface marred by cracks. Within this new sphere, Chuanma continued to hold Yaozi by the neck, suddenly delivering a punch to its head that sent it flying. As Yaozi plunged into the depths, Chuanma straightened its limbs, gradually shrinking back to its normal size. Enveloped in an enigmatic, gray gas, Chuanma gazed at the gas in his hand, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he slowly proclaimed, "Let me construct your solitary grave upon a distant planet with this power." Suddenly, Chuanma vanished from sight, and immediately, a cacophony of intense and chaotic sounds erupted from beneath the ground. Boom! A colossal circular pit violently burst forth, with Yaozi seemingly ensconced within, leaving only its head exposed. The crack on its left cheek, resembling glass, signified that its once indestructible body was no longer intact. As the smoke dissipated, Chuanma approached, gazing down at it, and asked, "Do you now comprehend the disparity between us?" "What of it?" Yaozi turned its head away, its hollow eyes fixed on Chuanma, and retorted, "You merely breached my defenses. The outcome remains uncertain." With a furious roar, Yaozi unleashed a resplendent purple light from its battered visage, causing the ground to crack open as the violet radiance spread outward in an elliptical fashion. Once the ephemeral glow faded, Chuanma stood unscathed, while Yaozi underwent a dramatic transformation, its crystalline form vanishing, replaced by a purple-red elemental body. "Now, I have no corporeal form. Let us see how you can strike me." Yaozi's flame-like visage charged at Chuanma, its fiery fist colliding with a seemingly mundane fist enshrouded in gray gas. Boom! The purple-red flames found themselves unable to touch the gray gas, retreating in fear. And soon its shoulders, head, and other body parts disintegrated into countless tiny flames. The flames fled to a distance, merging back into the fiery Yaozi. Chuanma did not grant it a moment's respite, swiftly disappearing once more as the gray gas reassembled into its form. However, this time, upon restoring, Yaozi appeared astonished, muttering, "How could this be? Why does my body feel incomplete?" Chuanma, with an air of arrogance, flicked his fingers, causing the gray gas to dance mischievously. "What do you think?" Unfazed, Yaozi charged again, but during their clash, the purple-red flames were mysteriously melted by the gray gas. After a brief struggle, Yaozi, overwhelmed, dispersed once more to evade. In the distance, Wukong, Shalu, and Bulioli were engrossed in observing the recent battle on the remote monitoring screen created by Xiaolan. "Doctor, what do you think that gray gas in Chuanma's hand is?" The focused doctor, startled by Wukong's inquiry, paused for a moment before sharing his speculation. "Boss, if my assumptions are correct, it should be a form of high-tier, higher-dimensional energy. I cannot say for sure, but if I had a sample, I might have a chance to comprehend it." Upon hearing this, Wukong nodded thoughtfully, his gaze shifting between the two. After a while, Yaozi's massive form had significantly shrunk. Yet it was not merely passively receiving blows. Observing the now-halved Yaozi, Chuanma grinned wickedly and delivered a powerful punch. In the next moment, Yaozi saw a fiery fist, similarly enshrouded in gray gas, collide with its own. Hiss! The unknown gas intertwined in a peculiar manner, neither merging nor separating, resulting in a stalemate. Yaoya, with a wide grin, exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! Surprised, are you? Your peculiar power is not as formidable as it seems. I could easily master it." Chuanma retorted with a sardonic smile. "Is that so? It merely survives by drawing upon my essence. Even if you were to master it, what then? Can you defeat me?" With that, Chuanma swiftly struck, obliterating Yaozi's head in a single blow. He then seized Yaozi's arm and voraciously bit down, swallowing it whole. Yaozi hastily dispersed into flames to evade, subsequently soaring to a distance to restore its form. Delicious. Chuanma savored the taste of the arm, fixating on the recently reformed Yaozi. "Watch as I consume you piece by piece." As soon as the words left his lips, Chuanma flashed to Yaozi's front, delivering a punch that met Yaozi's incoming fist. The gray gas collided, ultimately dissolving into the void. With each clash, the enigmatic gray gas countered, rendering it impossible for Chuanma to inflict any significant harm. Although he maintained a clear advantage, the flame-imbued Yaozi proved more resilient than its crystalline form, showing no visible signs of injury after prolonged combat. Recognizing the battle was becoming a war of attrition, Chuanma swiftly altered his tactics, resorting to his previous strategy. Bang! Boom! Countless times, he exploded Yaozi, watching as the dispersed flames fled to the distance. Seizing the moment, Chuanma inhaled forcefully, a terrifying suction akin to a tornado devouring everything in its path. As calm returned, Chuanma sealed his mouth tightly, his belly now significantly larger than his entire form. At that moment, his immense belly bulged with increasingly elongated lumps, occasionally displaying a human face imprint. After a prolonged stalemate, the movement within his belly gradually diminished until it ceased entirely. Just as it seemed Yaozi had been consumed, an exceedingly long bulge emerged, continuously elongating. Bang! The sound of a balloon bursting echoed as a fiery serpent-like entity shot forth, detonating upon impact with the ground. Chuanma caressed his deflated belly, murmuring, "Indeed, the combination of three is unparalleled." On the ground, deep within the abyss, Yaozi underwent another profound transformation. Its coloration deepened, the flame-like hair vanished, and its form became simplistic, resembling a stick figure. Its once cavernous eyes now flickered with white flames. With a powerful push, it vanished, reappearing above. Charging at Chuanma, a purple-red fist sent Chuanma flying, crashing through a vast expanse of land before he effortlessly emerged from the rubble. In midair, Chuanma regarded Yaozi's peculiar appearance, speculating, "What is this? Has it gone berserk?" With a ferocious roar, Yaozi vanished once more, but this time its attack proved fruitless, as its stick-like fist was intercepted. Chuanma retaliated with a knee strike, launching Yaozi skyward, vanishing from sight. Almost simultaneously, Chuanma too disappeared, and moments later, a red meteor descended from the heavens. Boom! The ground trembled, collapsing in concentric circles, accompanied by seismic upheaval. Chuanma suddenly reappeared above the layered pits, while the enraged Yaozi, hammered into the earth, burst forth once more. The gray gas flowed over Chuanma's body, and he declared, "I wish to see how you can resist this annihilating power in your frenzied state." Chuanma surged forward, his fists raining down upon Yaozi's form, delivering relentless blows until it was reduced to a mere thin layer. Subsequently, the gray gas transformed into a meter-long blade of air, slicing through Yaozi's stick-like body, cleaving it in two. Seizing the opportunity, Chuanma grasped a portion of its form, wrapping it in gray gas, and began to devour it piece by piece. "Ah, no!" Yaozi howled in agony, having lost its lower half. Chapter 86. The Six Blood Envoys of the Blood Abyss. Chuanma relished the taste of the unique dish in his hands, while enjoying the sight of the tormented Yaozi, writhing in pain, with only half its body remaining. After swallowing the final morsel, Chuanma reappeared before Yaozi, enveloping its remaining half in gray gas. Yaozi struggled, flailing its limbs and shaking its head, emitting beast-like howls of anguish. Woo-woo, ah, ah, ah. Yet, its futile struggles bore no fruit, as Chuanma Darren tore off one of its arms and unceremoniously shoved it into his mouth. He then proceeded to rip off the other arm, chewing it while exclaiming, "I told you I would devour you piece by piece. Behold, what I have promised. I shall fulfill." After finishing the last morsel of its head, Chuanma Darren wiped the corners of his mouth, when suddenly a gruesome crimson mist began to envelop him, steadily increasing in volume. As the red gas thickened, the sky was gradually shrouded in crimson clouds, within which various red creatures occasionally emerged, flickering ominously amidst dark lightning. Wukong and his companions gazed at the transformed sky, the tumultuous clouds evoking thoughts of a terrifying monster being born. Soon, the cloudscape became increasingly vivid and profound, resembling a vast expanse of blood entirely veiling the heavens. As time trickled by, Wukong and his companions felt an oppressive weight descend upon them, the silence around them palpable, only deepening the crimson hue. Gradually, apart from Wukong, the others began to feel increasingly uneasy, one by one sinking to the ground, clutching their chests as if held by an unseen force, gasping for breath. After a while, just as they were on the brink of fainting, the oppressive weight suddenly vanished without a trace. Gasping for air, they sprawled on the ground, savoring the fresh air, their hearts still racing as they gazed at the sinister crimson clouds above. At that moment, the red clouds had regained their calm, hanging in the sky like a river of blood, suddenly punctuated by flickering red lights, which quickly coalesced into a swirling storm. The surrounding crimson clouds were drawn together, swiftly forming a red tornado, which soon began to absorb all the red mist, its girth expanding with each moment. Once the tornado had consumed all the crimson clouds, it spun violently in the air, accelerating with each rotation. However, rather than growing larger, it began to shrink. What had once resembled a mighty dragon transformed into a small serpent, ultimately vanishing, leaving behind a rather unfamiliar little figure. It bore backward curving red horns longer than its own body, a round head, and quadrilateral purple eyes marred by a red scar stretching from its forehead to the corner of its mouth. Its diminutive frame was packed with muscle, its bare upper body showcasing dark muscles, while its disproportionately slender legs barely supported its form. In the next moment, a blood-red robe appeared, draping over its bizarre body, with only its enormous red horns protruding. Suddenly, it vanished and reappeared before Wukong, the red robe and the colossal horns exuding an eerie aura. "Chuanma Darren?" Wukong ventured tentatively. "It is I." The voice of the fully restored Chuanma Darren was somewhat shrill, yet within tolerable limits. In an instant, a black hole manifested before them, and the long-absent Da-Mo Shun burst forth from within, appearing before the group. Upon his emergence, he sensed a terrifying dark magic and, upon seeing the figure in the red robe, swiftly comprehended the situation. "Chuanma Darren, you have regained all your powers." Indeed, I can hardly contain my anticipation. It has been so many years since I last saw my brother. I long to break that fool's head. The more Chuanma spoke, the more agitated he became, a sanguine hue gradually illuminating his form, though it soon dissipated. "Forgive me, I lost my composure." Chuanma quickly regained his composure and turned to Da-Mo Shun, saying, "Da-Mo Shun, what shall we do next?" Floating in the air, Daimo Shun responded to Chuanma's inquiry. Now that you have been resurrected, our next step is to liberate our forces trapped in the blood abyss. Excellent. Chuanma readily concurred. He then turned his gaze to Wukong and his companions, adding, as for you all, the great contributors to my resurrection, I shall not neglect you. Once I conquer the entire universe, each of you shall receive your own universe, allowing you to experience the feeling of being above all others. Upon hearing this, Wukong expressed no particular delight but quickly bowed his head, saying, thank you for your recognition. Chuanma Darren, I shall strive to continue improving. The others, witnessing this, mimicked his actions, though the authenticity of their sentiments remained known only to themselves. Seeing that Wukong and the others were understanding, Chuanma nodded and extended a hand, slicing through the sky, which immediately revealed a black aperture. Follow me. I must rescue my subordinates. As soon as the words left his mouth, he plunged into the black hole. Come, I'll show you the world. Daimo Shin beckoned to Wukong before diving into the dark void. Without hesitation, Wukong followed suit, with Shalu, Biloli, and Dr. Jero trailing closely behind. Upon entering the black hole, they were engulfed by a chaotic stream of white currents that dazzled the eyes, with a transparent flow of water beneath them facilitating their movement. The current surged forward, propelling them onward. After a brief moment, Wukong glanced ahead, spotting the figures of Chuanma and Daimo Shin. He thought to himself, if only they could move faster. With a mere thought, the water began to accelerate, and after a few breaths, Wukong gradually caught up to the two. Surprised by Wukong's sudden proximity, Chuanma remarked, impressive. Only those with remarkable strength can alter the flow within this river of time. Wukong quickly explained, I mustn't take credit. It is all thanks to the guidance of Daimo Shun. Oh, Chuanma turned to Daimo Shun. He has been taught by you? Daimo Shun, leaning on his skeletal staff, cleared his throat and replied, ahem. When I first encountered him, he was far too weak. I feared that the only hope for your resurrection would be extinguished, so I imparted some lessons to enhance his survival skills. That guidance was quite successful. His current strength is nearly on par with that of an average angel. Daimo Shin chuckled, saying, it is not solely my doing. His talent is commendable, and coupled with his diligent efforts, his strength is well-deserved. Chuanma nodded, his tone noticeably friendlier. Indeed, I have great admiration for those who are both talented and hardworking. However, you still lack sufficient strength. Once I release my 6 blood envoys, they shall train you thoroughly, allowing you to grow even stronger. Young man, do not forget to express your gratitude to Chuanma Darren. The 6 blood envoys are the strongest beneath Chuanma Darren, and with their training, your prowess will surely soar. Daimo Shin's explanation filled Wukong with curiosity about the yet-to-be-seen 6 blood envoys. Just how powerful were they, being the mightiest under Chuanma? But now was not the time for such thoughts. Wukong quickly expressed his gratitude once more, then quietly stood at the back. At that moment, the dialogue between the two ahead resumed. Chuanma Darren, Daimo Shun inquired, upon rescuing the blood envoys, what are your plans or steps moving forward? After a moment of hesitation, Chuanma replied, Daimo Shun, let us not jest. The last time we faced annihilation, I bore half the responsibility. Therefore, I have decided that this strategy shall be directed entirely by you. But Chuanma Darren, do not say more. My mind is made up. Daimo Shun, I yearn for revenge. I wish to reclaim all that I have lost. Chuanma's words were resolute, his hands tightly clenched beneath the red robe, an inner fury surging within him. Very well, Daimo Shun, under the unyielding resolve of Chuanma, accepted the task at hand. Chapter 87. The malicious targeting of the jealous blood envoy. Upon hearing that the great demon lord had acquiesced to his request, Quan Imo joyfully nodded, his massive horns swaying. My lord, I have the utmost faith in your wisdom. Surely, you will assist me in redeeming my past disgrace. The great demon lord could only offer a resigned smile in his heart, remaining silent thereafter, contemplating the many matters that lay ahead. Thus, after traversing a considerable duration along the river of time, the group finally beheld the terminus of their temporal journey. A dimly lit curtain of light obstructed their path, with a conspicuous gray, hazy aperture emerging in the center. The flow of the river beneath their feet directed them towards this very point. Soon, Quanimo, the great demon lord, and Wukong entered the gray opening one after another, emerging sequentially from the misty threshold. Upon his exit, Wukong's attention was immediately captured by an astonishing sight before him. A colossal blood-red glass lotus, seemingly composed of translucent shards of glass. Beautiful, sinister, and eerie, this monumental flower left a lasting first impression. After momentarily shaking off the allure of the lotus, Wukong surveyed his surroundings, realizing that apart from the enormous blood lotus, there was naught but darkness surrounding them. Quan Imo, is this the blood abyss hell? No, Quan Imo replied, shaking his head, while gesturing towards the great lotus. Do not misplace priorities. That is the crux. Everything here exists solely because of that lotus. It is the singularity of this realm. Wukong nodded in understanding. Immediately, Quan Imo extended his right hand, using just his index finger to point at the blood lotus. With a whoosh, a crimson beam of light shot forth, colliding with the lotus, and in an instant, a blood-red vortex erupted at the point of impact, gradually expanding to a size fit for a person. Very well, let us enter. Inside is the only space available, where all spatial abilities will be rendered ineffective, so be aware. With that, Quan Imo charged into the vortex. And upon everyone's entrance, the new realm before them left all in awe. To the left, deep crimson peaks rose in majestic layers, forming a breathtaking panorama. While to the right, a crystalline blood jade river flowed grandly, vast and seemingly composed of countless mountains of corpses and remnants of blood. Soon, their gazes were drawn to a hexagonal island situated at the confluence of the mountains and the river, untouched by either, creating an oddly harmonious scene. Observing the island below, Quan Imo began to descend slowly, followed by Wukong and the others. Upon reaching the ground, Wukong remarked, "When I looked down earlier, I noticed 6 dark spots. They turned out to be 6 stone pillars." Quan Imo surveyed the 6 ebony pillars, then extended his left hand from within his crimson robe, palm facing the sky. Blood magnetic demon hand. As the words left his lips, blinding red arcs of lightning enveloped his entire palm, growing larger and emanating an increasingly terrifying aura. Huh! Quan Imo bellowed, thrusting his electrified hand downward, unleashing concentric arcs of lightning that radiated in all directions. These arcs spiraled around the 6 pillars, gradually enveloping them. The terrifying blood-red electricity stimulating the dark stones. As the arcs multiplied, a dreadful power began illuminating each pillar, the violet glow exuding an enigmatic allure, both mesmerizing and mysterious. Soon, the blood-red arcs of lightning diminished, while the radiant violet light intensified. It was as if the pillars had consumed all the blood-red electricity, once the arcs vanished. The 6 pillars shone like 6 miniature suns. This terrifying brilliance persisted for a considerable duration before slowly dimming. With a series of cracks, the once lustrous pillars began to develop fissures, which spread until they enveloped the entirety of the stones. Boom, boom. With 6 resounding explosions, the pillars detonated one after another, the shockwaves sweeping over all present. In the aftermath, as the smoke gradually cleared from the shattered rubble, figures emerged, all clad in crimson attire, adorned with flowing blood-red hair. Their heads bowed, hands and feet shackled in white restraints. Each emanated a similarly formidable aura. Unperturbed, Quan Imo continued his actions, raising his index and middle fingers skyward, summoning a mass of purple-black energy above his fingertips. Awaken! With this commanding shout, the dark energy instantly divided into 6 portions, each entering the minds of the imprisoned 6. After a few breaths, the previously bowed figures suddenly lifted their heads in unison, revealing masks adorned with various designs before Wukong and his companions. 6 pairs of crimson eyes fixated intently on them, the atmosphere thick with an eerie, violent, and murderous chill, akin to a battlefield. However, this tension was fleeting. As they regarded Quan Imo, whose 2 prominent horns were visible, they blinked in disbelief before slowly exclaiming, "Quan Imo! Quan Imo!" With a crack, the 6 instinctively attempted to step forward to pay their respects, but their shackles held them back. Observing their eagerness, Quan Imo chuckled, "Huh? Do not fret. Since I am here, I shall surely rescue you, for you are my 6 esteemed blood envoys." With that, the 2 blood-red horns atop Quan Imo's head crackled with crimson lightning, gradually coalescing into a sphere of electricity between them. "Break for me." Following his disdainful utterance, the red lightning sphere shot forth a beam of crimson light, sweeping over the 6 blood envoys. In an instant, the shackles on their hands and feet shattered, and the 6 blood envoys knelt before Quan Imo, proclaiming, "Blood envoys pay homage to the great demon lord. Rise quickly. After being sealed for so long, there is no need for such formality upon our reunion." Quan Imo waved his hand dismissively. Yes, the 6 blood envoys responded in unison, standing up one by one. Subsequently, the great demon lord recounted the events that had transpired recently, as well as how Quan Imo had entrusted him with command, ensuring they were informed of the current situation. After listening, the 6 blood envoys remained silent, and after several breaths, one of the tallest among them approached Wukong and his companions. He placed a hand on Wukong's furry shoulder, saying, "Greetings, I am the jealous blood envoy. First and foremost, I must express my gratitude for your revival of the great demon lord and for liberating us. Such deeds are monumental, and you rightfully deserve our respect. However, I am uncertain if it is appropriate to bestow such accolades upon you." Wukong's gaze sharpened as he fixedly regarded the figure before him, whose blood-red eyes glinted from behind a crimson mask. "What do you mean by that?" "Humph." The jealous blood envoy scoffed, tightening his grip on Wukong's shoulder. "I harbor suspicions regarding your identity. What a coincidence it is that you can perceive the cracks of malevolence, that you so fortuitously agreed to assist, and that everything culminated in success. All of this raises doubts. You are no ordinary individual, but rather a schemer, potentially a planted spy from opposing forces." "Ha ha ha." Wukong let out a derisive, mocking laugh, his eyes glinting with menace as he stared at the jealous blood envoy. "What? Do you intend to dismantle the bridge after crossing it?" The cold glints in their eyes clashed in the air, and sensing the charged atmosphere, the great demon lord hastily intervened, stating, "Envoy, there is no need for concern. He is indeed one of us, and I have personally accepted him. Esteemed great demon lord, it is not that I distrust you, but the safety of Quan Imo must take precedence. This individual is undoubtedly extraordinary. However, master..." The great demon god had not yet finished speaking when Wukong, with a face full of anger, interjected, "No need to say more." Although Wukong appeared furious, his heart remained exceedingly calm as he gazed at the jealous blood envoy before him. He understood that this fellow was deliberately targeting him, and he was curious to see what his intentions were. A wicked smile crept across Wukong's lips as he asked, "So, dear jealous blood envoy, what do you intend to do?" A glimmer of brilliance flashed in the jealous blood envoy's eyes before he slowly replied, "It's quite simple. I merely need to engage you in battle to determine whether you are an enemy's pawn." Chapter 88. The Breaking of Limits and Destructive Form. Upon hearing this, Wukong immediately deduced the envoy's strategy, but continued, "Is it really that simple? Just a fight to clarify everything?" The jealous blood envoy eagerly nodded. "Indeed, it is that simple. Once we battle, the truth will become evident." "Very well, let us begin," Wukong declared without hesitation, ready to engage in combat. This unexpected confrontation was thus established, leaving everyone present momentarily astonished, collectively pondering the impulsiveness of the decision. At that moment, the great demon god floated before Wukong, saying, "Though I do not comprehend your thoughts, you could have refused. Nevertheless, I support your choice. Also, be warned, the jealous blood envoy is significantly stronger than you. If things go awry, simply surrender, and I shall rescue you." Wukong nodded. "I understand. Thank you, master." After the great demon god departed, the two combatants exchanged glances. The jealous blood envoy, observing the retreating figure of the great demon god, turned his gaze back to Wukong, his tone dripping with disdain. "Insignificant being. Do you realize you have made a grievous choice?" Instantly, as his words faded, the jealous blood envoy's fist shot forth towards Wukong, who deftly raised his arm to block the blow but was nonetheless propelled away by its overwhelming force. With a resounding crash, Wukong was sent soaring across the island, crashing into the rugged mountain range. The jealous blood envoy ascended into the sky, pursuing him. Upon reaching the summit of a collapsed peak, Wukong emerged unscathed from the rubble below, and the two faced each other. The jealous blood envoy, somewhat surprised, remarked, "I did not expect you to withstand my assault. I thought you would crumble after a single punch." Wukong paid no heed to the remark, clenching his fists, and shouted, "Ah!" Limit breakthrough. A jet of golden energy erupted forth, swiftly transforming into a dazzling crimson flame that enveloped Wukong. The fiery aura danced around him, and his red fur along with his black hair shone with a radiant glow. "Oh, how intriguing!" exclaimed the jealous blood envoy, sensing Wukong's sudden surge of power. "This is becoming quite enjoyable." In the next instant, both vanished, colliding in midair and generating ripples in the atmosphere. Wukong landed a punch squarely on the jealous blood envoy's face, sending it askew. Yet the envoy grasped Wukong's face and drove him downward. With a thunderous impact, they crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater. The jealous blood envoy held Wukong's face with one hand while preparing to strike with the other, but Wukong swiftly countered, performing a nimble maneuver to kick him away. Wukong, now on his feet, immediately pursued, delivering a powerful kick to the envoy's side, redirecting him towards the stone wall. The impact shattered a significant portion of the wall, yet when Wukong glanced back, he found the jealous blood envoy had mysteriously ascended into the air, appearing unscathed as if he had never been struck. Huh, how amusing, the jealous blood envoy said, fiddling with the mask on his face. As he did, a fiery aura of red and black began to envelop him. In a flash, he vanished, only to reappear behind Wukong, his fist ignited with crimson flames, crashing towards him. However, Wukong managed to block this attack just in time, though the force still propelled him forward. The jealous blood envoy swiftly appeared before Wukong once more, delivering a fierce uppercut. Wukong instinctively tilted his head upward, mitigating the blow's impact, yet he was still launched into the sky. The envoy pursued him, and upon reaching the heights, he found Wukong suspended in midair, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Your physique is remarkably resilient, the jealous blood envoy remarked, observing Wukong's unblemished chin. Moreover, judging by your deft ability to intercept my attacks, your mastery of the Zizai Ji Gong is commendable. Nay, my level is still far from that of the esteemed jealous blood envoy. Wukong replied, not allowing himself to bask in pride, fully aware that this jealous blood envoy, one of the 6 blood envoys, had yet to unleash his true power. Do not be modest. After all, this may be the last compliment you hear in your life. The jealous blood envoy retorted before vanishing once more, only to reappear at Wukong's side, delivering a punch that Wukong instinctively blocked. Wukong retaliated with his other hand, but the envoy intercepted it. They continued to trade blows, neither able to land a hit on the other. However, as time wore on, with each punch Wukong blocked, he found himself retreating further. Despite his ability to keep pace with the jealous blood envoy's movements, the increasingly potent force of the attacks began to wear him down. With a resounding crash, Wukong crossed his arms in defense, but the envoy's fist struck with such ferocity that Wukong was sent careening away like a shooting star. He soared through the sky for quite a distance before crashing into a sprawling range of amethyst mountains. By the heavens, this fellow is truly formidable, the jealous blood envoy remarked, shaking his hand after the strike, then vanishing once more. On a towering peak, Wukong, twisting his arms, could not help but exclaim, by the heavens, the harder I fight, the stronger he becomes. If not for the grueling training I endured over the past 4 years, I might have been defeated. Just as he was speaking, his right hand suddenly struck his back, and the jealous blood envoy reappeared, colliding with Wukong's arm. Wukong was propelled forward, crashing into a mountain peak, and the next moment, he burst through smoke and soared into the air, exuding a fiery aura. As if a specter, the jealous blood envoy appeared before him once again. Despite Wukong's attempts to withstand several blows, he could not endure the immense power and was sent flying once more. Wukong skidded along the ground, leaving a trail like waves, until he crashed into a massive stone wall. With a thunderous boom, the wall caved in violently, smoke billowing forth, and the air shimmered with distortion as the jealous blood envoy appeared at the stone wall's face. Emerging from the smoke, Wukong wiped the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand and glared at the jealous blood envoy, spitting out the blood onto the ground. It seems I must reveal my true capabilities, Wukong declared, once again surging with energy, invoking the power of the limit breakthrough destructive form. As he shouted, a profound purple energy erupted from within, instantly replacing the previous crimson flames with violet flames, transforming Wukong's fur, hair, and eyes in the process. His deep purple eyes radiated an air of mystery and danger, while his purple hair and light purple fur shimmered brilliantly in the fiery aura. Oh, witnessing your transformation once more is exhilarating, the jealous blood envoy exclaimed, unable to conceal his excitement. This is the power of destruction. What a delightful surprise. I eagerly await what other wonders you will unveil. Wukong, however, paid no attention to the envoy's words, choosing instead to respond with action. The violet Wukong, akin to a bolt of purple lightning, suddenly appeared before the jealous blood envoy, and their fists collided with a resounding crash. The air contorted violently as the two engaged in a flurry of rapid strikes, invisible to the naked eye. Surrounded by countless stone walls, fragments of rock had been shattered, creating an ever-expanding clearing amidst the perilous mountains. With a swift motion, a violet figure was sent hurtling backward, trailing several wisps of smoke into the sky. In the next moment, Wukong intensified his energy as he charged forward, delivering a powerful punch that collided with the arm of the blood envoy. Yet, before the impact from that punch could settle, his foot followed suit, which the envious blood envoy instinctively blocked with his right arm. The two then simultaneously unleashed kicks, resulting in a forceful separation. Nevertheless, they quickly clashed once more, despite Wukong maximizing his attack power in this state. The envious blood envoy still held the upper hand in their duel. As time elapsed, the advantage of the envious blood envoy became increasingly evident, with Wukong sustaining more and more injuries. However, thanks to the combination of destructive energy and the characteristics of the Scion, Wukong, though increasingly wounded, grew progressively stronger. The two combatants soared from the ground to the heavens, and then back to the earth, their incredible speed rendering the battle nearly impossible for an ordinary observer to follow. Chapter 89. The Envious Blood Envoy Unveils True Power Bang. Thud. The Envious Blood Envoy struck Wukong with a forceful punch, sending him flying. However, Wukong expertly regained control and slid along the ground for a considerable distance. After enduring this fierce battle, the violet aura enveloping him surged with vigor, and his injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Is this the power of the Blood Envoy? Wukong marveled at the envious Blood Envoy, who showed no signs of fatigue even after such an intense confrontation. Yet, with a swift motion, Wukong bent his back foot and prepared to sprint, launching himself once again at the envious Blood Envoy. The two collided in a rapid and intense clash, but ultimately, Wukong found himself overpowered and sent flying once more. As he was propelled backward, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. But those violet energy waves were thwarted by a rectangular barrier that materialized just half a meter in front of the envious Blood Envoy. Oh, are we engaging in an energy confrontation? The envious Blood Envoy remarked as he extended his palm toward the retreating Wukong, summoning a blood-red energy sphere adorned with tiny black particles, which he launched forward. At this moment, Wukong had regained control of his body and halted, raising his gaze to see the approaching energy sphere. In an instant, Wukong instinctively clasped his hands together, unleashing a burst of violet energy from his palms. A colossal violet energy wave clashed against the ordinary-sized blood-red energy sphere, creating a violent confrontation. A terrifying shockwave radiated from the point of collision, engulfing the surrounding area. Wukong's massive wave gradually enveloped the blood-red sphere. However, suddenly, the previously suppressed red energy sphere expanded dramatically and began to push Wukong's violet energy back. Seeing his formidable wave being gradually forced back, Wukong hastily intensified his destructive output. Despite his increased efforts, the red energy sphere continued to push back at an alarming rate, growing larger in the process. The enormous energy sphere, akin to a colossal meteor, pressed against Wukong's arms. Initially, his arms stood firm and straight, but they gradually bent under the immense force until he cradled the gigantic energy sphere in his embrace. Soon, the ground beneath him began to sink as he was pressed deeper into the earth. In the following moment, with all his might, Wukong thrust his hands forward, causing the violet destructive energy to penetrate the red energy sphere. Boom! In an instant, a blinding light erupted from the energy sphere, which subsequently detonated with a violent explosion. The released energy surged outward, and the dazzling brilliance persisted for a considerable duration before slowly dissipating. After the tumultuous energy subsided, the previously unremarkable ground had plummeted thousands of meters, forming a profound pit shrouded in thick, chaotic black smoke. The envious Blood Envoy gazed into the abyss, and after a moment, his eyes flickered. "Kid, your resilience is truly remarkable." Just as the Blood Envoy finished speaking, a figure emerged from the swirling smoke and ascended into the air. Wukong's current state was less than ideal, his body marred by wounds and blood, yet apart from that, he felt quite invigorated, his eyes sparkling with determination. At this moment, Wukong assumed a familiar stance, bringing his hands together at his waist. The deep violet energy surrounding him brightened with every word he uttered. Destructive Kamehameha. The profound violet energy wave surged fiercely toward the envious blood envoy below. However, the terrifying energy fluctuation elicited no reaction from the blood envoy, who merely raised his hand, and as the Kamehameha approached, it seemed as though an invisible chasm appeared ahead, causing the violet energy wave to split and flow around the envious blood envoy. Feeling the futility of his attack against the envious blood envoy, Wukong begrudgingly intensified his output tenfold. With that proclamation, the energy beams in his hands expanded tenfold, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy. Yet again, there was no alteration. As this immense force neared the blood envoy's palm, it was repelled, splitting into two streams that flowed past him. This relentless flow of energy persisted for 2 minutes. After it ceased, Wukong panted slightly, gazing at the smoke drifting above the expansive chasm, then at the envious blood envoy, who remained unharmed. The sight of his unscathed form drew a resigned smile from Wukong. From above, the massive chasm appeared to be transformed by the blood envoy into a nail-like figure, creating an A shape. Clap, clap, clap. The envious blood envoy applauded, exclaiming, "Not bad, not bad. Your strength is commendable. However, there remains room for improvement." Wukong took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, while the previously subdued energy surged once more, the fiery aura around him intensifying. Observing Wukong's extraordinary transformation, the envious blood envoy curiously remarked, "Oh, have you acquired new powers and techniques? The anticipation of Lord Blood Envoy shall soon be fulfilled." Wukong continued to amplify his strength, the violet flames radiating brilliance, growing to the magnitude of a waterfall. As he strained to increase his power, his body began to tremble uncontrollably until, with a firm grip on his shaking hands, he declared, "Converge." In that instant, the waterfall-like aura gradually contracted, and in the process, silver currents of electricity began to manifest, multiplying rapidly. Once the violet aura clung closely to his form, strands of silver lightning danced around his body, which had taken on a dark crimson hue. His once deep violet eyes were now replaced by enigmatic silver-gray ones. The boundary had been surpassed, achieving a flawless form. This was the culmination of Wukong's 4 years of training, the perfect fusion of destructive mode and the mastery of Zizai Ji Gong, boasting immense destructive power and unparalleled defensive capabilities. Representing the epitome of perfection, Wukong now exuded an imposing aura. The tears in his pants only added to his menacing presence. "Ah, indeed, you are Bang." As the envious blood envoy attempted to commend Wukong's new form, he was abruptly struck by a sudden punch and sent flying. Wukong maintained his prior momentum, vanishing in an instant to pursue the envious blood envoy, crossing his arms tightly and delivering a downward strike. He descended like a meteor, crashing into the ground and creating another enormous pit. Wukong swiftly teleported to the surface, spotting the envious blood envoy emerging from the chasm. Without hesitation, Wukong charged once more, landing a punch that sent the blood envoy flying, embedding him into the left stone wall. Wukong approached the envious blood envoy, who was now lodged in the stone wall, merging his hands together and positioning them at his waist. A purple energy sphere enveloped in silver currents appeared in his palms. Super Kamehameha. In the next instant, a purple energy, accompanied by silver lightning, erupted from Wukong's palms, overwhelming the jealous blood envoy. During the process of being enveloped in energy, the envoy was propelled backward. This energy wave exhibited remarkable endurance, soaring through the sky, its final destination unknown. After a considerable duration, Wukong ceased his energy output, allowing his hands to rest at his waist as he gazed at the barren sky. His body remained tense, an instinct telling him that this adversary would not be easily vanquished. Moments later, Wukong's eyes caught sight of a small black hurtling toward him at a frenzied pace. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him. Undoubtedly, the approaching figure was the jealous blood envoy, whose previously unscathed appearance had finally been altered, with portions of his clothing torn asunder. The exposed skin revealed dark, coarse hair, reminiscent of some beast's hide. The jealous blood envoy stretched and yawned, exclaiming, "Ah, indeed. Your strength is commendable. I initially believed your recent attack would not harm me, yet it has left my attire in tatters. Haha. As a reward, allow me to showcase the disparity between us." In an instant, the envoy's aura shifted, enveloping his body in a soft pink energy flame. His once blood-red eyes transformed into a sultry pink, accompanied by a mundane pink halo that materialized above him. The dark fur that had previously been exposed at his shoulders now took on a rosy hue. Very well, this is my true power, young one. Are you prepared? The jealous blood envoy floated in the air, the seductive pink light reflecting in Wukong's eyes. Chapter 90. A critical moment of life and death. On the ground, Wukong felt the formidable power emanating from the jealous blood envoy, astonishment filling his silver eyes as he mused internally. Is this truly the power of the 6 blood envoys? It is astonishingly formidable. Unbeknownst to Wukong, the jealous blood envoy, hovering above, observed him with keen interest, anticipating his panic upon realizing the vast chasm between their strengths, leading him to beg for mercy. After several breaths, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, punctuated only by the potential caw of a crow. The jealous blood envoy's expression darkened as he regarded Wukong, who remained impassive and indifferent. Anger surged within him. Very well. It seems you wish to test the limits of my current state. Upon uttering these words, Wukong vanished, replaced by the pink-tinged jealous blood envoy, who turned his gaze to the right. A meteor-like figure shattered countless stones before continuing its relentless backward trajectory. The envoy vanished again, and Wukong, caught mid-flight, crashed into a massive stone wall, finally coming to a halt. Despite his body's automatic defense mitigating some impact, the force propelled Wukong a considerable distance. Within the stone wall, he lowered his crossed arms and pushed himself free. The moment he raised his head, he was met with that familiar pink aura. A colossal energy sphere enveloped him, and upon its explosion, a terrifying wave of energy obliterated everything around it. Seconds later, Wukong emerged from the swirling mist, just airborne when the jealous blood envoy's fist, cloaked in pink flames, struck directly at Wukong's left cheek. Wukong's left arm swiftly blocked the incoming punch, but the force sent him hurtling backward. No sooner had he stabilized than the jealous blood envoy reappeared, sending Wukong flying once more, akin to a baseball being batted back toward the hexagonal island. With a resounding thud, Wukong transformed into an afterimage, colliding with the base of the island. He spat out a mouthful of blood, having just extracted one arm lodged within the stone, when the jealous blood envoy reappeared before him, followed closely by a massive pink fist. With a thunderous crash, that punch pierced through the island, propelling Wukong directly into the purple sea on the island's right side. The resplendent, mesmerizing ocean, akin to amethyst, erupted into towering waves, creating ripples across its surface. Hovering above the sea, the jealous blood envoy observed as the agitated waters gradually calmed, plunging the scene into silence once again. On the island, Chuanma and the great demon god's entourage gazed at the jealous blood envoy above the ocean. The great demon god remarked, "Lord Chuanma, this lad has performed admirably. He has compelled the jealous blood envoy to reveal his jealousy halo. Shall we call it a day?" Chuanma pondered briefly before addressing the 6 other blood envoys behind him. "What do you all think? It appears the outcome has been determined. Should we halt here?" The 5 blood envoys were evidently taken aback in their minds. The domineering Lord Chuanma had sought their counsel, leaving them momentarily incredulous. They stammered, but both sides still harbor a desire to fight. Should we not wait until one can no longer battle before ceasing hostilities? Chuanma turned to the great demon god, inquiring, "What is your opinion?" "In that case, let us wait. After all, rescuing any one of them is a simple task for us." The great demon god observed Chuanma's remarkable transformation, silently reflecting on the profound impact of his previous defeat. However, was this change for better or worse? The group then redirected their attention to the battlefield, where the jealous blood envoy, watching Wukong remain submerged, smirked mockingly. "Do you think I am powerless against you now?" With that, the jealous blood envoy extended his arms outward, and in an instant, a multitude of pink energy spheres, each the size of a fist, materialized around him. Before long, these energy spheres coalesced into a massive sphere, and the jealous blood envoy thrust his hands forward, sending the spheres cascading into the ocean like raindrops. In an instant, the sea surface erupted with countless undulating waves. Once all the energy spheres submerged, the jealous blood envoy clenched his right hand. Jealous prison. Underwater, countless energy spheres began to connect, and the envoy commanded the encasing prison to gradually shrink, his excitement palpable as he guided the contracting energy prison upward from the ocean's depths. However, upon witnessing the empty prison, His body trembled with rage. Damn it. Ah, clever one. Your escape skills are commendable. But I wonder how you will evade this. With that, a pink circle materialized in the envoy's hand, resembling the halo behind him, albeit significantly smaller. Go. The envoy hurled it into the sea, then observed the once again tranquil waters, counting down slowly. 5, 4, 3, 2. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the ocean's surface, closely followed by the pink ring. Wukong soared through the air for a moment, realizing he could not shake it off, and decisively altered his course, charging directly at the jealous blood envoy. As Wukong approached, the envoy clenched his hand once more, and the ring pursuing Wukong morphed into an energy sphere, accelerating rapidly to collide with Wukong's back. With a resounding thud, Wukong was struck, his body involuntarily plummeting toward the sea. However, the experienced jealous blood envoy would not allow him to fall into the water. He swiftly repositioned himself to intercept Wukong's descent, delivering a kick that sent him flying, then vanished once again to preemptively strike, sending Wukong careening like a soccer ball. Suddenly, the envoy's kick went awry, inadvertently propelling Wukong toward the sea's surface. Reacting quickly, the envoy vanished, attempting to retrieve Wukong. Yet, Wukong had anticipated this opportunity. He swiftly fired 2 energy waves from his hands, accelerating as he plunged into the sea ahead of the envoy's arrival. The jealous blood envoy retracted his outstretched leg, watching as the ripples below gradually settled, his eyes glowing ever more vividly in pink. Since you wish to evade, let us see you and your turtle's lair vanish. After finishing his words, the blood mage placed his hands together, and a pink energy sphere gradually emerged between his palms, growing larger by the moment. Simultaneously, the pink ring behind him expanded dramatically. In tandem, the energy sphere at his palms swelled to a terrifying size. Jealousy crush. The enormous pink energy sphere plunged into the sea, forcing countless waves away as it delved deeper, splashing into the air. Below the surface, Wukong was recovering when he suddenly noticed the unusual movement of water. He looked up to see a colossal energy sphere, as massive as the sun, advancing towards him. Upon realizing its size, Wukong abandoned any thoughts of evasion. This was something he could only face head-on. Resolute in his decision to withstand the impact, Wukong was not the type to sit idly by. He clasped his hands at his waist, and a violet glow blossomed from there. Super Kamehameha, the purple energy wave, entwined with silver lightning, surged upward towards the colossal object. The clash of energies produced a cacophony of sound as they collided. Within mere seconds, the previously evenly matched forces began to tilt dramatically in favor of the blood mage. The pink energy sphere from the jealousy mage relentlessly overpowered Wukong's Kamehameha, forcing him to increase his output in desperation. Yet, even as the energy beam expanded further, it failed to slow the descent of the jealousy crush. Soon, the massive energy sphere loomed close to Wukong's body, leaving him with no choice but to brace himself against it. However, this was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, nearly impossible. Wukong bent his arms, then his legs, as the ground shattered beneath him, forcing him deeper into the seabed. He wrapped his arms around the incoming wave, only to be gradually pressed deeper into the ocean floor. Above the surface, the jealousy mage observed as the crush completely submerged in the sea. Satisfied, he snapped his fingers, igniting the colossal energy wave. The pink energy began to radiate a blinding light, culminating in an explosive eruption that unleashed a torrent of energy, causing the violet sea to tremble violently. Waves crashing chaotically, a terrifying spectacle. Chapter 91, Dragon Fist Eruption. The release of energy continued for a while before subsiding. The jealousy mage watched the scene below with pride evident in his pink eyes. The surface of the sea, marred by the aftermath of the energy surge, revealed a massive gaping hole. Gazing downwards, one could see an immense black void at the seabed. The residual waves of energy stirred the surrounding waters, yet none could flow into that deep abyss. In the dim, dark depths of the void, amidst a chaotic pile of stones, a hand suddenly shot forth. Coughing, Wukong pushed the debris off himself and stood up, his body riddled with wounds that vividly recounted the peril he had just faced. Ouch! It hurts. Wukong felt as if his body was about to fall apart with every movement. This was too much. The jealousy mage was far too powerful. Continuing like this, he had no chance of victory. After experiencing the overwhelming force of the recent energy wave, Wukong understood that to defeat the blood mage, he must find an alternative approach. After contemplating all his abilities, Wukong's gaze settled on his right hand, his resolve strengthening. All right, this is it. He concentrated his energy into his right hand, ascending while gathering strength. In no time, Wukong had risen from the pit and spotted the jealousy mage in the air. In an instant, the power he had amassed erupted forth, enveloping him in the phantom of a golden dragon, his fist transforming into the fearsome head of the dragon as it lunged towards its target. Dragon fist eruption. Upon seeing that Wukong was still alive, the jealousy mage could only lament the resilience of his opponent before contemplating another attack. However, in the next moment, a dragon's phantom appeared around the seemingly insignificant Wukong. With the enhancement of the dragon fist, Wukong's speed became formidable as he swiftly closed the distance to the jealousy mage, delivering a powerful punch. Wukong's fist struck the mage's abdomen, causing his body to bend. Observing the mage's formidable physique, Wukong, undeterred, exerted every ounce of his strength. Break! The golden dragon phantom solidified, and the dragon head formed by his fist charged ahead with a deafening roar. The dragon's essence ultimately pierced through the mage's body, and in that fleeting moment of penetration, the phantom dissipated, reverting Wukong back to his Super Saiyan 4 form before he fell, exhausted, towards the sea's surface. On the island, everyone who had witnessed the unfolding events was left in shock. One blood mage exclaimed in disbelief, "Did that really happen?" The jealousy mage's body was pierced. "This is utterly inconceivable. I've never seen him suffer such a severe blow." Another petite blood mage echoed his astonishment. At this moment, the great demon god spoke up. "Lord Xuanma, it is time to end this. That boy has lost his fighting capability." "Indeed." Xuanma nodded and then inquired, "What is his name?" "Oh, his name is Sun Wukong. Everyone calls him Wukong." Although the great demon god was somewhat puzzled as to why Lord Xuanma sought to know the boy's name, he answered nonetheless. "Wukong, you say? He is quite the warrior." Upon hearing this appraisal from Lord Xuanma, an unexpected silence fell over the blood mages, who tacitly accepted it. This was only reasonable, for not just anyone could inflict such a wound on a blood mage. Meanwhile, the jealousy mage still struggled to believe the situation. He stared at the massive void in his abdomen, his body trembling with rage. You shall pay. You shall die." The jealousy mage shrieked as he conjured massive energy spheres in his hands, hurling them recklessly towards the sea below. However, contrary to his expectations, the anticipated explosions did not occur. Instead, a black void-like screen appeared beneath, devouring all the pink energy spheres. After throwing over a dozen more, he finally realized. Frozen in the act, staring at that familiar, oppressive black barrier. No way. This can't be. Terror swiftly enveloped the jealousy mage's heart as the black barrier gradually shrank. Upon seeing the towering curves behind the barrier, despair flooded the jealousy mage's soul. In the next instant, Lord Xuanma materialized before the jealousy mage, causing him to immediately kneel. Recognizing his fault, and began to utter his last words. "Lord Xuanma, I do not deserve your forgiveness. I have committed a heinous act. In these final moments, all I wish to express is that I do not regret following you. You are the greatest being in my heart." After speaking, the jealousy mage bowed his head in silence, awaiting his final judgment. Lord Xuanma, puzzled, did not understand why this reliable subordinate suddenly spoke such nonsensical words. Yet as a competent leader, he offered consolation. "Enough. Rise. The battle has concluded. Wukong has proven he is not an undercover agent, and you must coexist peacefully from now on. Do not bring me trouble." "Huh? What? Do you have other thoughts?" "Oh, no. The jealousy mage lifted his head. Confusion etched across his masked face. "Is that all?" Lord Xuanma pondered for a moment before asking, "Is there anything else?" At that moment, other blood mages arrived, interrupting the jealousy mage's response. Two of them seized his shoulders and addressed Lord Xuanma. "My lord, we will take him to understand the current situation. We shall not disturb you further." After receiving Lord Xuanma's nod of approval, 6 blood mages returned to the island, explaining to the bewildered jealousy mage the significant changes in Lord Xuanma. Meanwhile, Wukong, having fallen into the sea, was rescued by Shalu. The great demon god floated beside Wukong, gently brushing over his wounds with a skeletal hand, swiftly healing them to perfection. "My lord, why hasn't he, my master, awakened?" Shalu gazed at Wukong, who had seemingly recovered from his injuries yet remained in a state of unconsciousness, and inquired urgently. The great demon god, without casting a glance, merely replied, "It is of no concern. He is simply exhausted and will awaken after a brief rest." Nodding in understanding, Shala followed the great demon god back to the island. On the island, the jealous blood envoy had already discerned that the great demon lord was no longer the ruthless tyrant he once was. Now, he resembled a wise sovereign. As the great demon lord returned, the jealous blood envoy hastily approached, his previously gaping wound having healed. He knelt once more and said, "My lord, I shall remember your words and will strive to coexist harmoniously with the newly joined son Wukong." The great demon, with his formidable horns swaying slightly, responded, "Good. You possess discernment. Our current enemy is my dear brother. Everything else is secondary." Yes. Upon concluding his statement, the great demon turned his attention to the returning entourage led by the great demon god, particularly focusing on the unconscious Wukong, who seemed to have suffered from excessive mental fatigue. Approaching Wukong, the great demon extended a black finger and placed it upon his forehead. A silver light flickered incessantly, and after several breaths, the great demon withdrew his finger, prompting Wukong to awaken. Looking around in a daze, he murmured, "Is it over? It is over. It is over. Boss, you are not an undercover agent." Shala exclaimed excitedly. Gradually, Wukong's thoughts became clearer, and moments later, he stood up, feeling the lingering weakness in his body, and complained, "It seems I need to recover for a while longer." His gaze then shifted to the great demon, and he bowed, saying, "My lord, I believe I should prove myself now. Indeed, you have no issues, and you are quite a capable warrior. I am confident you will grow even stronger." The great demon replied appreciatively, "Yes, thank you, great demon lord." Wukong then stepped back to a suitable distance, awaiting the next course of action. The great demon observed his subordinates, pondering briefly before stating, "Although we have rescued the 6 blood envoys and gained additional combatants, our numbers are still insufficient. Therefore, I have decided that we must continue to conquer more usable powers. What do you all think?" "Agreed." The 6 blood envoys responded promptly, as if hesitating for even a moment would be a sign of disrespect towards their lord. The great demon god remained silent for a few seconds before nodding in agreement. Witnessing the great demon god's approval, Wukong also nodded, and the others followed suit. Seeing that everyone was in accord, the great demon joyfully flicked his curved horn, as if the wisdom of his past had returned. Chapter 92. Secrets of the Dark Demon Realm. Since that is the case, let us speak of the powers you are aware of. It is a good decision to conquer that place. Upon hearing this, the excited 6 blood envoys fell silent, while Wukong and his companions, a medley of beings from various timelines, were unfamiliar with any formidable powers. For a moment, silence enveloped the scene, with everyone's eyes instinctively avoiding the great demon's gaze, except for one individual. The great demon god, unafraid, fixed his gaze upon the great demon and, observing the quiet crowd, slowly remarked, "Given your demeanor, it seems I must be the one to speak." Upon hearing the great demon god's words, the great demon quickly replied, "Indeed. Appointing you as the commander was undoubtedly the right choice. Where shall we find the powers we need?" "My lord, do you remember the former Dark Demon Realm?" The great demon, recalling his old residence, nodded. "Of course, it is my stronghold. Moreover, after my sealing, the Dark Demon Realm should have been reduced to ruins or perhaps even obliterated." "Not quite, great demon lord. To my knowledge, while the Dark Demon Realm suffered significant damage, it still exists. Furthermore, following our downfall, after several millennia, a new demon race emerged in the land we once inhabited. Although these demons have been in a state of turmoil, from time to time, a powerful individual arises to dominate the entire demon race, declaring themselves as the Demon King. The Dark Demon Realm has transformed into the demon world." Upon receiving this information from the great demon god, the great demon was momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, he inquired, "Who is the current demon king of the Dark Demon Realm?" "Oh, that matter. The demon world recently fell into chaos again. It seems the demon king has gone missing." The great demon god, well versed in the affairs of the demon world, relayed the situation directly. "Huh, what a coincidence. Just as I revive, the demon world finds itself without a king." The great demon, upon hearing this, grew even more exhilarated. It appeared that the demon race would surely rise again under his leadership. "The entirety of the universe would be beneath my feet." Observing the great demon lord's arrogance, the great demon god could only shake his head internally, realizing that some traits were indeed deeply ingrained. To change such characteristics would require considerable time. After a moment of excitement, the great demon lord seemed to have sensed the impropriety of his behavior and quickly quieted himself, mentally reminding, "Have you forgotten how you met your downfall? You must correct yourself." Coughing to mask his inner turmoil, the great demon stated, "All right, since that is the case, let us see where this leads. We may acquire a wealth of powerful forces." "Great demon god, are you certain of the location?" "Yes." The crowd responded in unison. The great demon god waved his staff, and a white light orb flew into the great demon lord's hand. Upon shattering it, the great demon casually waved his hand, and a towering black vortex materialized before everyone. The great demon stepped in first, followed by the 6 blood envoys, and lastly Wukong and his companions. Upon entering the vortex, everything vanished, plunging them into darkness, where they felt their bodies shifting. Fortunately, they could sense the presence of others. After what felt like an eternity, Wukong, feeling somewhat bored, directed his thoughts toward the great demon god, sensing him to the right, and asked, "Master, where is this demon world located?" Hearing Wukong's inquiry, the great demon god, without a hint of impatience, elaborated, "The demon world is essentially the former dark demon realm, a world created by the great demon, independent of the 12 universes under the control of the Supreme King. The emergence of this world has a significant backstory. Do you recall our first meeting? At that time, I told you that the great demon had conquered various universes, but to be precise, it was 6, and that was the original dark demon realm. He led the dark demon realm in battle against the 12 universes and ultimately emerged victorious. The 6 blood envoys were the original angels of those 6 universes. Upon encountering the great demon, they felt deeply inspired by his noble ideals. Subsequently, they accepted the transformation of the great demon's dark powers and became demons. After the great demon's defeat, they were sealed in the blood abyss hell, and the 6 universes faced a cleansing, with the Supreme King erasing the dark demon realm entirely. Erased entirely? Cough. Shill. I have not yet finished. Do not interrupt. The great demon god chastised Wukong before continuing. It may appear so on the surface, but in reality, I managed to save a portion of the dark demon realm during the critical moment, tracing it and casting it into the rifts of time and space. Oh, so that is how it is. After the great demon god's explanation, Wukong felt enlightened, yet new questions began to form in his mind. Wait a moment, the final moment. Could it be that Master Yu? What are you thinking, you rascal? The great demon god bellowed. I am not so easily defeated, though I was indeed trapped. Splitting into this avatar at the last moment. Ah, Master, where were you imprisoned? Tell me, and I shall rescue you. Wukong spoke with gentle concern, though his true thoughts remained uncertain. Haha, that is not something someone of your caliber should know. You are still too weak. Strive to grow stronger. The great demon god sighed, clearly indicating to Wukong that he was not yet ready. In response to this, Wukong could only remain silent, acutely aware of his own limitations. As he struggled even against a single blood envoy, let alone the formidable great demon god. Amidst the profound silence, the crowd meandered slowly, unaware of the passage of time. Suddenly, a voice pierced the stillness. Everyone, prepare. We are almost there. This exclamation invigorated the spirits of all present. Before long, a swirling vortex appeared ahead, and one by one, they ventured forth. Upon traversing the vortex, a glimmer of light emerged, albeit faint. The sky before them was an ominous shade of yellow, reminiscent of encroaching darkness. The low visibility was accompanied by a desolate landscape, unmistakably inhospitable to ordinary beings. Is this truly Mayan emotion, Jia? The Lord of all demons gazed upon this unfamiliar scenery, momentarily incredulous. Unfortunately, the urgency of their situation had compelled them to preserve whatever they could. The great demon lord, following behind, elaborated, "Ah, alas. What I wish to express is that this cannot be attributed solely to you. It is a collective issue. Our only mistake was losing. In defeat, we forfeit everything. Yet this is still a considerable outcome. Let us proceed and observe the creatures that now inhabit this realm of demons." After speaking, they were swiftly guided to a gathering place. Before them stood a motley assortment of creatures, clad in tattered garments of red, white, and blue, each more grotesque than the last. Once again, the Lord of all demons found himself at a loss for words. Is this truly my new demon populace? Ahem. It matters not how they appear. Strength is paramount. Moreover, I cannot even sense their true power. They must be renowned for their might. He then addressed his subordinates. Who among you shall test the strength of these successor demons? The 6 blood envoys remained silent. In their eyes, those creatures were scarcely more than ants, and engaging them would only soil their hands. Wukong glanced at the great demon lord, who nodded in affirmation. Wukong then declared, Frisia, why not give it a try? Suddenly summoned, the great king was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, Ah, very well. He soared toward the group of monsters, approaching the largest among them, a blue creature. Observing the numerous egg-sized lumps upon the beast, the king could not help but internally mock. It resembles a giant toad. The toad-like monster, noticing the diminutive figure of the king, casually lifted one of its 4-fingered legs, causing the ground to crack and a depression to form. As it moved its leg away, it looked down, bemused, and said, Where did that little white doll go? While the creature searched left and right, the king extended his fair finger towards the immense target below, declaring, Disperse, you wretched abomination. A brilliant yellow energy sphere erupted from his fingertip, growing in size before hurtling toward the ground. The blue behemoth suddenly felt a chill above and looked up, aghast at the sight of the formidable energy wave. Boom! The energy wave struck the ground, creating a large pit that billowed smoke, and without a doubt, the blue creature had been reduced to ashes. As the smoke dissipated, Frisia surveyed the now empty pit, searching for any trace of the hideous monster, yet finding none. With a sigh, he turned to his companions, gesturing towards the remaining creatures below, questioning what should be done next. Should they obliterate them all, or? The Lord of all demons stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom the fragility of the demon race that had emerged after them. His horns quivered slightly as he extended his right hand from beneath his robe and waved it dismissively. This simple gesture, though ambiguous to most, was instantly understood by Frisia. The king then turned, a sinister smile creeping upon his face. Haha, then let all you grotesque beings vanish from my sight. He extended his fingers, unleashing a barrage of energy waves that either obliterated half of the monsters or severed limbs and heads, with 10 of them dispatched in a single sweep. The remaining demons soon succumbed as well. After vanquishing the last of the green giants, Frisia blew on his smoking fingers before retreating to his companions. The Lord of all demons observed the carnage below in silence, the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive. In this stifling environment, all present understood the gravity of the moment, falling into a contemplative silence. Suddenly, the silence erupted into a fierce outcry as the Lord of all demons bellowed, I refuse to accept this. How could the once mighty demon race, renowned across the realms, be reduced to such weakness? Beneath his crimson robe, the Lord seethed with fury, his eyes bloodshot and feral. Yet he clung to his reason. After exhaling deeply, a sinister smile crept across his lips. I have an idea. You, gather all the demons on this planet and bring them here. At this command, the gathered beings wasted no time, dispersing in all directions to seek out the grotesque denizens of the demon race. Their actions were swift, and soon, one by one, the abhorrent creatures were corralled into the gathering place. As the number of demons below swelled, the Lord of all demons grew increasingly excited about the impending events. With the passage of time, the demons began to grow raucous, their cries echoing through the air, some even stealthily attempting to scatter. The Lord looked disdainfully at the clown's inept performance, extending his right hand from his robe towards the congregation of demons below. A black energy ring began to materialize in his palm, and he thrust it downward, the ring expanding as it descended until it encircled all the demons. Following closely was a surge of black flames that extinguished any thoughts of escape. With no means of fleeing, the demons could only anxiously await their fate within the circle of flames. Every few seconds, a new wave of demons was hurled into the inferno, their cries reminiscent of birth. The elder demons within the fiery circle felt their anxiety deepen as more of their kin joined them. As the numbers increased, the flames expanded, and the fear among the demons escalated. Boom! With the final batch of demons plummeting from above, the fire circle had grown tenfold, forming a mountain of demons within its confines. Wukong, the blood envoys, and others hastened to the Lord of all demons, exclaiming, Lord of all demons, all the demons are gathered here. Very well, he nodded, striding past his companions to stand before the towering mass of demons in the fire circle, grinning wickedly. Now, the evolution plan for the demon race shall commence. With that, He clenched his right hand, and the flames of the circle surged upward, enveloping the mountain of demons in a semicircular inferno. Ah, no. The anguished wails, cries, and sobs of the demons soon filled the air, despair engulfing their very souls. The Lord of all demons surveyed the grand spectacle, feeling a surge of exhilaration as he proclaimed, "This is a ritual I have devised to assist these successors. A blood sacrifice method that will empower them immensely, truly befitting the strength of the demon race. However, there is a caveat. The essence of this method is to amalgamate the powers of numerous demons into the bodies of a select few. To condense such vast energy requires bodies of exceptional strength to withstand the immense power." Boom. Suddenly, a colossal demon within the spherical dome erupted, splattering viscera and fluids in every direction. The entirety of the demons gazed upon the exploded entrails as blood was consumed by flames, continuously infusing the next demon's body, thereby repeating this catastrophic scene. Surely, you have all witnessed this. However, if one cannot endure, then perish. Although the mortality rate is exceedingly high, it remains their sole method of survival. Thus I sincerely wish for them to endure a little longer. In the brief span of uttering these words, dozens of enlarged demons detonated once more, bang, bang, bang. The relentless explosions and surging flames gradually filled the interior, obscuring the view to mere fire and the rhythmic sound of explosions. Time, accompanied by the cacophony of blasts, slowly slipped away. It is uncertain how long it has been. But at last, the dense explosions began to wane, their intensity diminishing. Ah, well, those who remain alive now are the elite among elites. The successful new demons shall emerge from their ranks. Listening to the sporadic sounds of detonation, the entirety of the demons promptly recognized that the critical moment had arrived. Losing even one would enhance their combat prowess. Boom, boom, bang, roar. The sounds of explosion continued. However, the intervals between them grew increasingly distant. The obsidian dome obscured the interior from view, leaving everyone to speculate and await. Tick, 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 tick. Time continued to elapse. The experiment persisted. After a lengthy wait for the next explosion, the entire assembly of demons cautiously sensed within the dome. In their perception, flames raged within, devoid of any signs of life. Could it be that none succeeded at all? With a flick of his wrist, the demon lord shattered the semi-spherical fire dome. The dark flames blazed upon the ground. Yet devoid of the black fire dome, they seemed to lose their essence, rapidly diminishing in strength. The demon lord, accompanied by Wukong and others, descended to the ground. Where the flames had weakened to an inconsequential flicker, the ground bore nothing but a sparse scattering of flames, and over 20 corpses resembling charred coal, each either crouched, standing, or crawling. Despite their varied forms, their expressions were strikingly similar, each contorted in agony. The demon lord approached one of the charred mummies, placing his hand a mere 5 centimeters away, when suddenly, the blackened mummy disintegrated into ash without warning, scattering upon the ground. Infuriating, the demon lord clenched his fist, his tone filled with resentment. Truly, not a single one succeeded. After calming his tumultuous emotions, the demon lord regarded the dark ashes before him and mused, "Perhaps this is for the best. One either succeeds in becoming a true demon or fails and is condemned to eternal dust." Turning to the assembly, he declared, "Let us depart. Although we have failed here, I refuse to believe that each attempt will end in failure." With that, he led the way skyward. As they ascended, just as the demon lord was about to open the time vortex, the great demon god suddenly called out, "Wait." Everyone turned their gaze toward the great demon god, who, eyes closed, focused intently before proclaiming, "There are still some alive." Upon hearing this, the demon lord and the 6 blood manipulators immediately directed their senses downward, and indeed, over a dozen minuscule life signs were stubbornly emerging. Chapter 94, The New Demon with Immortal Body. I told you. How could it be that not a single one succeeded, leading to total annihilation? Sensing the burgeoning vitality below, the demon lord expressed his relief. Subsequently, he guided everyone downward once more, and as they beheld the dark sculptures, the expressions on all their faces transformed, radiating anticipation. After all, these were the first experimental subjects to yield success. Time slowly faded away, and at that moment, the dark charcoal sculptures began to transform. Crack, crack, crack. Fissures emerged upon the ebony exterior, Yet their progression was painfully slow. After more than 10 minutes, the cracks had merely widened a few centimeters. This sluggish outcome prompted a furious roar from the demon lord, the force of his voice shattering all the charcoal sculptures before him. Such lethargy. Allow me to lend you a hand. Watching the black smoke swirl, the demon lord nodded in satisfaction, his prominent horns swaying. A plump and rotund blood manipulator gazed at the lingering smoke. Feeling an irresistible urge, he opened his mouth, and with a whoosh, the smoke rapidly coalesced into a tornado and was inhaled. Moments later, the smoke vanished entirely, revealing over a dozen creatures with exposed crimson bodies sprawled upon the ground. The assembly approached to investigate, discovering that each possessed an increasingly vibrant vitality, yet why had they not awakened? This remained to be deliberated. After observing for a while, the demon lord raised his right hand, and dark demonic energy enveloped his palm, which he then directed toward the newly birthed demons. The black energy gradually enveloped all the red-skinned demons, and as it continued to flow, the formerly lifeless beings began to stir, their bodies trembling with increasing intensity. Ag! Accompanied by a demonic growl, the red-skinned creatures opened their glowing crimson eyes. The demon lord, witnessing their awakening, retracted his attacking hand. The residual dark energy was swiftly absorbed by all the demons, and at this moment, their forms exhibited subtle transformations. They took on a humanoid appearance. Their heads devoid of hair, smooth domes adorned with bulging veins, blood-red eyes devoid of mouths or noses. At the joints and knees, black horn blades protruded, while a series of backward-curving spines lined their backs. Towering and muscular, strange black patterns began to crawl across their bodies, emanating an aura that was chilling and malevolent. After shaking their heads vigorously, these red-eyed demons suddenly lunged toward Wukong and his companions like thunder. Indeed, they appeared oblivious to the presence of the demon lord and the 6 blood manipulators, charging straight past them toward Wukong and his group. This is of no concern. The great demon god had not completed his thought when the demon lord interjected, keen to observe the strength of these new demons. With such a notion, the outcome was beyond alteration. Very well. Upon hearing the demon lord's resolve, the great demon god could only cast his gaze toward Wukong. Hoping these new demons would not be excessively powerful, Wukong, watching the approaching red demons, initially believed the demon lord would intervene. However, when a massive red fist was about to collide with his face, he realized he could not rely on these troublesome demons. In a state of supreme instinct, Wukong deftly evaded the colossal fist, yet others, such as Shalu and Burori, were not so fortunate, being caught off guard and sent flying. However, they quickly regained their composure and retaliated, albeit cautiously, as their understanding of the demons' intentions remained unclear. A total of 18 new demons survived this trial, with Wukong facing 6. 2 against Frisia, 2 against Shalu, 2 against Burori, while the remainder engaged 1 each. Wukong evaded the initial punch from the fastest demon and effortlessly dodged a series of subsequent blows. Yet even as he dodged, his mind remained alert. Body and thoughts operating independently. While his body executed incredible maneuvers to evade attacks, his thoughts wandered elsewhere. What is happening? Have the wicked minions of these sealed demons finally revealed themselves? Do they intend to eliminate us? Though these creatures appear intimidating, subduing me and Burori will not be a simple task. The motives of the demons are truly inscrutable. Thus, Wukong continued to evade attacks while speculating on their intentions. Although he had been at a loss, as the 6 demons besieging him grew increasingly formidable, Wukong finally grasped their intentions. How audacious! Do they consider us mere sharpening stones? With this realization, Wukong swiftly shed his passive stance and deftly evaded a punch aimed at him, launching his right fist forcefully towards the grotesque red face before him. Bang! The face of this red demon erupted like a vibrant rose in full bloom. Vivid petals scattered across the ground, and Wukong followed up with a spinning kick that obliterated the head of the demon attempting to sneak up behind him. Once again, brilliant petals rained down upon the earth. As the remaining 4 demons met a similar fate, reduced to vivid scarlet fragments scattered across the ground. Meanwhile, the previously restrained Shalu and others, witnessing their leader's sudden rampage, felt ignited like a lit fuse, and they too unleashed their fury. In a matter of moments, they disabled 1 or 2 of their foes, rendering them temporarily incapable of combat. As Wukong surveyed the 6 headless corpses around him, he contemplated leaving to inquire about their motives. However, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before him. The shattered heads of the 6 demons sprouted delicate tendrils from the ground, intertwining as if imbued with life. Before long, these tendrils meticulously reconnected the heads and the demons' bodies, as if guided by an unseen force, accurately grasped their newly restored heads and reattached them to their necks. The newly re-headed demons slowly rose from the ground, twisting their necks and emitting a series of unsettling cracking sounds. Once their necks were adjusted, the 6 demons fixed their blood-red eyes, glowing like lamps, directly upon Wukong. And in the next instant, they charged at him without hesitation. To Wukong's eyes, their movements were crude and sluggish, lacking any finesse, allowing him to employ an extraordinarily elusive technique to evade their combined assault, while simultaneously countering each with a kick. Yet, to his astonishment, the previously gory explosion of petals did not recur. These demons had absorbed his attacks. Wukong observed as they were kicked away, their pain evident as they clutched their injuries. Yet they remained intact, not obliterated as before. After a few moments of contemplation, a knowing grin crept across Wukong's face. How intriguing. These creatures exhibit a remarkable capacity for growth. Thus, I shall treat them as training dummies. With that, Wukong instantly augmented his strength. The purplish-red flames of his aura re-emerging as he once again unleashed devastating blows upon the demons, causing another shower of blood-red petals to fall upon the land. Yet, the resilient red creatures swiftly restored themselves once more, aided by their fine tendrils. Regrettably, the recently revived demons had barely regained their form before Wukong's rapid strikes reduced them to mere remnants once again. Thankfully, the fragmented demons reconnected, soon reappearing. Meanwhile, Shalu, Broly, and others recognized this peculiar phenomenon. Each time an enemy was vanquished, their strength surged exponentially. The demons' capabilities multiplied in every aspect, and gradually, those who were once easily slain became increasingly formidable with each resurrection. Boom! Shalu's energy beam obliterated the head of a nearby demon, followed by a relentless barrage that shattered its body. However, the multitude of tiny tendrils swiftly stitched it back together, and the now empowered demon charged at Shalu once more. This scene replayed repeatedly for Frieza, Broly, and the android siblings, along with Dr. Gero. Chapter 95. The new demon clan. One by one, the demons fell, only to rise again with unwavering determination, attacking relentlessly with enhanced strength. Their tireless, relentless energy resembled that of a mindless killing machine, solely created for combat. Bang! Wukong's foot struck one demon's neck, but this time, the demon did not split in two as before. Instead, its neck contorted at an extreme angle, yet remained stubbornly intact. Frustrated after a prolonged struggle, Wukong withdrew his right leg and delivered a powerful strike to the demon's face, sending it flying. He then faced the remaining 5 demons, delivering a series of kicks and punches. Soon, the 5 demons' limbs twisted grotesquely, yet they remained stubbornly linked. The 6 demons then grasped their misaligned body parts, slowly reorienting themselves. Once reassembled, they charged at Wukong anew. Thus, Wukong and the 6 demons engaged in a fierce back and forth, their speeds akin to lightning, leaving only faint afterimages in their wake. The demons grew stronger with each clash, while Wukong felt a growing unease. These creatures exhibited an alarming growth rate, rapidly matching the intensity of his breakthrough form, continually evolving. And their attacks were far from as explosive as they had been previously. Within this brief skirmish, Wukong had fully comprehended and experienced the demon's abnormal growth rate. This revelation filled him with concern. Would his comrades withstand these monsters' rapid evolution, or would they be consumed by them? On the other side, as Wukong had predicted, the previously one-sided battle had entirely reversed. The demons, displaying uncharacteristic behavior, fiercely oppressed Shalu, Frieza, Broly, and the others. Broly, restrained by his calm demeanor, could not unleash his true power, rendering him subdued. Frieza and Shalu, despite transforming into their orange gold and golden forms respectively, were soon pursued and overwhelmed by the demons. However, Dr. Gero and the other androids seemed to have discerned something. They ceased to increase their power, maintaining a balanced state as they engaged the demons in combat. Observing the unfolding scene, aside from Shalu, Frieza, and Broly being overpowered, the others fought back and forth, maintaining an equilibrium. Wukong continued to grapple with the 6 demons. alternating between aerial and ground combat. Time passed slowly, and the battle seemed to enter a lull, with neither side able to gain the upper hand, thus maintaining a precarious balance. Not far away, Chuanma appeared increasingly impatient, unable to bear the sight of the mundane struggle before him. Sighing, he remarked, "Alas, it seems this experiment must conclude here. Well, it has been satisfactory. After all, we cannot unleash true power." The great demon floated in the air, nodding in agreement. For he believed the experiment with the new demons had been a resounding success, accelerating their growth and testing their formidable abilities. Having made his decision, Chuanma swiftly acted. The black energy coiling around his right hand transformed into 18 strands, swiftly darting towards the 18 demons engaged in battle. The oblivious demons were entirely unaware of the looming threat behind them, as the black energy precisely and uniformly penetrated their necks. Once the black energy vanished, Chuanma clenched his hand, and simultaneously, the scarlet eyes of the 18 demons flickered before their bodies abruptly halted mid-action. Unaware of the situation, Wukong and his companions, propelled by their own momentum, unleashed a flurry of blows upon the now motionless demons. After a considerable time, realizing the demons had ceased to retaliate, they began to sense something amiss. Stopping to assess the battered demons before them, Shalu, Dr. Jero, and the others exchanged glances before ultimately directing their gaze toward Wukong. At this moment, Wukong abandoned the severely battered 6 demons surrounding him and flew before Chuanma and the others, slightly bowing his head as he inquired, "Has your trial concluded, Lord Chuanma?" "Oh," Chuanma exclaimed in surprise, "what leads you to think so? Why not consider that I wish to eliminate you instead?" "How could that be? Moreover, with the power of Chuanma, to eliminate us would merely require a flick of his finger, leaving us in utter ignorance of our demise. Why bother with all this effort?" Wukong said with self-deprecating resignation. "Ha ha." After a brief silence, the air was soon filled with the laughter of Chuanma. Well, you clever little rascal. You have indeed grasped my thoughts," he exclaimed. The laughter faded swiftly, and Chuanma's focus quickly shifted back to the matter at hand. "Let us proceed to have a close encounter with these peculiar new demon kin." Chuanma led the way to the fallen red demon, which, despite its previous wounds, had now returned to its original state, yet remained motionless. "Chuanma, what have they done?" Upon hearing Wukong's query, Chuanma replied with a smile. "Ah, nothing particularly special. I merely controlled their consciousness with dark magic." The great demon in the sky elaborated. "These newborn demon kin would typically require a lengthy period to awaken, but with my supreme power, I forcibly roused them. Due to this premature awakening, they possess only a rudimentary consciousness and can essentially act solely on instinct. In essence, my dark magic can arbitrarily sever their conscious connections. When conscious, they become lethal instruments that attack all beings other than their kin. In an unconscious state, they resemble mere switches that remain unactivated." "Oh, I see." Wukong, after absorbing the explanations from both great beings, finally understood and, with further contemplation, discerned why they only targeted them. "Is it because they, like us, are deemed as demons by Chuanma?" "Not entirely," Chuanma interjected. "The primary reason lies in the dark magic. As I awaken them using dark power, they instinctively do not harm beings imbued with dark magic." Wukong nodded, choosing silence, having grasped the situation, and opted to observe the unfolding events quietly. Rest assured, although their intellect is limited, they comprehend basic concepts. I will ensure they understand what they can bite and what they cannot. After stating this, Chuanma grasped one of the demons by its dorsal spines and hoisted it up, scrutinizing its appearance before inquiring of his subordinates. "What name do you think would suit it?" The onlookers gazed at the demon held aloft by Chuanma, and after a brief pause, they began to offer their suggestions. "Given its numerous spines, how about naming it Hongxiemo? Considering its blood-red hue, what about Shuiguizhou? With just 2 blood-red eyes on its face, perhaps we could call it Shuiyingguai?" A flurry of suggestions ensued, yet after a while, Chuanma found no satisfactory name among them and began to ponder himself. Wukong, observing this, was momentarily speechless. Was it just a name? Could they not simply choose one at random? Furthermore, was my suggestion of Haiwen's not fitting? Time passed, and gradually the crowd ceased their naming attempts, awaiting the contemplative Chuanma. After some time, the great being finally unveiled his chosen name, Hongemo. How does that sound? It's straightforward and quite fitting. Upon hearing Chuanma's resolution, Everyone exhaled in relief and enthusiastically praised. Truly, the brilliance of Chuanma shines through in this name. Indeed, indeed. They all echoed in exaggerated admiration, while internally they thought, this took so long to decide on a name. The next one will take ages. Observing the fondness of his subordinates for the name he had bestowed upon the newborn demon kin, Chuanma felt a swell of satisfaction in his naming prowess. Very well. Since you all agree, these 18 new demon kin shall be called Shiba Hong Mo. With that, he casually tossed the red demon aside and continued, now, although we have acquired more than 10 Hong Mo, our numbers remain sparse compared to them. Chapter 96. The cultivation of the gathering. Shall we continue to other locations to forge new demon kin? Asked a tall, slender blood envoy with excitement. No, that would be too cumbersome. Chuanma shook his head, dismissing the idea, and added, I initially thought that the demon kin of future generations would not be too weak. But alas, I am sorely disappointed. The others nodded in agreement. Then, with a shift in tone, Chuanma stated, however, fear not, for I have a second plan. Curiosity piqued among the crowd as they awaited the revelation of this second plan. Noticing their eager anticipation, Chuanma promptly teased, in due time, you shall find out. The atmosphere momentarily darkened, yet they could utter no objections, merely nodding in resignation. All right, since everything has been discussed, the most pressing matter now is for you to restore your rusty bodies. Chuanma addressed the 6 blood envoys. Yes, Chuanma. They responded. Wait, keep track of time. You must assemble at the end. Understood. After replying, the 6 blood envoys dispersed, gradually vanishing from sight. Watching their swift departure, Wukong wore a puzzled expression, then curiously glanced at the great demon in the sky. The great demon, sensing Wukong's open gaze, returned the look and understood the confusion in his eyes. Floating beside Wukong, he explained, the 6 blood envoys have been sealed for so long that Chuanma is concerned they may not fully unleash their powers, hence, he has sent them to cultivate for a while. Cultivate? How long will that take? Wukong inquired. The great demon tapped the ground with his ethereal bone staff and reassured. Fear not. The flow of time in this place differs from elsewhere at a ratio of 1 to 10. 1 day outside equates to 10 days here. Upon hearing this, Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he thought, is this not a cultivation paradise? If I make the most of this time, my strength will surely surge. The more he contemplated, the more he felt this location was tailor-made for him. Suddenly, Wukong recalled an important question. Master, how long will the blood envoys cultivate? The great demon paused momentarily and replied, if it is merely to refine their bodies, it should not take long. However, as you know, those who cultivate often lose themselves in the process. They may find themselves irresistibly drawn to continue cultivating for strength. I suspect this session will not conclude anytime soon. Chuanma mentioned a final deadline of 1 year, which translates to 10 years in this realm. Understood, Master. I shall also begin my cultivation with my subordinates. Having obtained the necessary information, Wukong resolved to depart and hasten his journey to greater strength. Very well, go forth. One moment. Chuanma called out suddenly. Bring these fellows along as sparring partners. As he spoke, flames of black energy emanated from his hand, and in the next moment, the black energy divided into 18 strands, each inserting into the neck of the robust red demon. Subsequently, he manipulated them, and as he observed Wukong and the others, the black energy gradually morphed into their likenesses, appearing in their eyes before slowly fading away. All set. With a puff, the black strands were extracted one by one, returning to the flames in Chuanma's grasp. The 18 activated Hong Mo stood there in a daze, motionless and silent, resembling robots. No need to be surprised. I have modified their operation. They will only act upon receiving commands. Otherwise, they remain as immobile as stone. Upon hearing Chuanma's explanation, Wukong inquired curiously, they will heed our commands? Chuanma shook his head, pointing at Wukong. No. Apart from us, there is only you, and your subordinates are not worthy. They can only ensure they will not attack you. Upon understanding this, Wukong commanded the Hong Ma to follow him. He then led a large group, soaring towards a direction opposite to that of the 6 blood envoys. Arriving at a vast plain, Wukong assessed the 18 Hong Ma and his own 11 companions, contemplating for a moment before declaring, each of you select one. I shall take the remaining 8. Acknowledging his command, Shalu, Brawley, Dr. Jero, and the others each chose their opponents. Once they completed their selections, Wukong instructed the 10 Honma, defeat your foes. You may slay them. At his command, the 10 Honma's dark crimson eyes flickered, radiating a sanguine glow, before they charged ferociously at their adversaries. The Honma's speed was swift. Shalu and the others barely evaded their attacks and retreated while engaging in combat, distancing themselves from the area to find their respective battlegrounds. In a short while, only 8 Honma and Wukong remained on the expansive plain. Observing the remaining stone-like Honma, Wukong issued another order. Your task is to kill me, by any means necessary. The 8 Honma mechanically shifted their bodies, their blood-red eyes gleaming with a murderous intent. In an instant, the blood demons encircled Wukong and launched their assault. After effortlessly blocking their attacks, Wukong retreated to a suitable distance. He clenched his hands, contemplating. Indeed, the intensity of their power has grown remarkably in such a short time. It seems I must elevate their strength to a certain level if I wish for them to aid in my training. With this thought, Wukong ceased holding back. A golden aura erupted forth, causing his hair, black vest, and pants to sway with the force. As his energy surged to its zenith, a blinding light enveloped him, transforming his appearance. His hair glimmered with a purple sheen, his eyes turned silver, and dark red fur adorned his body, surrounded by an aura resembling purple flames. With silver currents coursing across his skin, the boundary had been transcended into a perfect form. Utilizing all his might, Wukong faced the red demon creatures rushing towards him, and in an instant, he vanished. The next moment, the 8 Honma's bodies twisted at an incredible speed and exploded. Wukong reappeared behind the disintegrating Honma. In the blink of an eye, he had ruthlessly dismantled the 8 Honma with unimaginable speed and strength. Turning around, Wukong gazed at the scattered remains on the ground, where their tightly clustered tentacles began to stir. Connecting, stitching, merging, the 8 Honma quickly restored themselves, shaking their heads before dashing towards Wukong once more. A sinister smile curled at Wukong's lips. This was intriguing. Hurry, evolve to a state that can rival me. The moment they collided again, the 8 Honma transformed into countless fragments. However, their horrifying vitality allowed them to recover swiftly. Once restored, the Honma charged at Wukong again. Meanwhile, Shalu, Brawley, Dr. Jero, and the others engaged with the Honma, finding the creatures quite formidable. In the distance, Chuanma and Damo Shun observed Wukong and his companion's energetic activity, with Chuanma nodding his dual horns, remarking, "Indeed, this little fellow is quite fascinating. His thirst for power is extraordinary. Yes, I was aware of this during our training sessions. This little one is destined for greatness." Damo Shun affirmed with certainty. "I believe so," Chuanma replied before gazing towards the departing direction of the 6 blood envoys, pondering that those individuals are anything but stable. Damo Shun's sudden statement left Chuanma momentarily speechless. After a few breaths, he burst into laughter. "Huh? Indeed. If it were stable, who would engage in such endeavors? When one is earnestly training, time seems to pass swiftly. A year has passed in the blink of an eye. In the realm of dark demon gods, time flows at a ratio of 1 to 10, meaning Wukong and his companions have been training for a decade. Today marks the final deadline for their training. On the highest peak of the dark demon god realm, the mountain of demon gods, Chuanma and Damo Shun sat face to face on the ground, seemingly awaiting someone. "Who do you think will arrive here first?" Chuanma suddenly inquired. "Well," Damo Shun mused, picking up a pebble from the ground and tossing it lightly into the air, watching it arc before plunging into the seemingly bottomless valley below. "It is likely one of the blood envoys." "Oh, very well. I guess Wukong and his group will arrive first," Chuanma said with interest. "Let us see who claims the lead." Agreed. Their conversation concluded, and after some time, the serene mountain of demon gods welcomed its first visitor. An ambiguous pink aura streaked across the sky, heading straight for the peak. Recognizing the familiar hue, Chuanma shook his head, muttering, "Alas. It seems Damo Shun is indeed more formidable. There is no one more powerful. It is merely that my luck is better," Damo Shun remarked, glancing towards the horizon. "Another has arrived. No, it is several." Soon, multiple shooting stars of different colors appeared in the sky, and as they drew closer, the white masks and red flowing robes unmistakably revealed their identities. Moments later, the 6 blood envoys gathered at the summit, bowing before Chuanma to report, "My lord, our training has concluded perfectly." Splendid. You have all made considerable progress." Chuanma nodded in approval. "Yes, Thank you for your praise, my lord. The 6 blood envoys responded earnestly, their previously shimmering halos gradually merging into a single black circle. Let us wait for Wukong and his companions. The jealousy blood envoy expressed discontent. What is this? Do we really have to wait for the esteemed Lord Chuanmo? Enough. Chuanmo waved his hand. Do not speak so much. When they arrive, we shall set forth. The jealousy blood envoy trembled, lowering his head. Yes, yes. Subsequently, everyone patiently awaited Wukong's arrival. A few minutes later, countless bright specks resembling shooting stars gradually approached the mountain of demon gods. Thud, thud, thud. More than a dozen luminous points landed on the peak without pause, instantly raising a cloud of dust. As the fog dissipated, a group of hideous monsters with crimson skin came into view. Chuanmo sensed their significantly enhanced energy and exchanged knowing glances with Damo Shun, both nodding in agreement, silently acknowledging, indeed, the strength of these 18 Hongma has reached its zenith. Meanwhile, Wukong and his companions smoothly arrived at the summit, landing gracefully. Wukong led everyone to greet Chuanmo. My lord, I apologize for the delay. No matter, Chuanmo replied. Observing the 18 Hongma in the deep pits, commending Wukong, I must thank you for nurturing these 18 Hongma so well, especially these 8. Pointing to the Hongma, which was notably larger than the others, he inquired, these must be the ones you personally trained. Lord Chuanmo possesses keen insight. They indeed are the fruits of my direct training, Wukong affirmed. Very well, excellent training, Chuanmo remarked, rising to his feet and surveying the group before declaring, good. Everyone is present. We shall set forth to continue with our next plan. Next plan? The jealousy blood envoy exclaimed with excitement. Could it be? Indeed. We are returning to the 12 universes we once controlled. Chuanmo, unable to control himself, clenched his fists tightly, declaring, I shall reclaim all that is rightfully mine. With a sinister chuckle, a tall and slender blood user, aptly named Sha Lu, exclaimed with palpable excitement, as if the prospect of slaughter had struck a chord deep within him. Silence, Chuanmo retorted, casting a discontented glance at the lanky blood user. Sha Lu, I implore you not to take matters into your own hands. From the very beginning, I have stated that this entire operation must adhere to the commands of the great demon god. Do you comprehend? The blood user, known as Sha Lu, quickly lowered his head, his voice trembling as he apologized. It is my lord Chuanmo. I was merely overwhelmed with anticipation. However, I assure you I shall follow your directives and will not complicate matters for the great demon god. Very well, depart. Do not squander our time, Chuanmo commanded. And without hesitation, he began to concentrate a tremendous force of time within his right hand, the silvery luminescence growing ever more brilliant. Ultimately, a silver, oval sphere formed in his palm, and in the next instant, Chuanmo hurled it skyward. The silver orb soared into the heavens, shattering the sky before transforming into a swirling vortex of silver. Chuanmo then plunged into the vortex, followed swiftly by Sha Lu and the red demons, with Wukong being the last to enter, bringing up the rear. Upon entering the vortex, they found themselves in a completely new realm, surrounded by radiant silver light that streamed in one direction, wrapping around them in slender silver threads, propelling them along the same path. During their passage, Wukong inadvertently overheard a conversation between Chuanmo and the great demon god. Your Excellency, what do you think of my plan? Were it not for the absorption of the time realm king god, I would not have conceived such audacious thoughts. My lord Chuanmo, I find your plan quite commendable. Were I in your position, I too would pursue it. Indeed, we are few in number. To achieve victory, we must stir the waters. The more tumultuous the waters, the greater our chance of success. Haha, with your words, I am at ease. Previously, I feared this was yet another reckless and thoughtless scheme. Now that I have your endorsement, I am confident this endeavor will lead to resounding success. No. It is entirely the result of the brilliant ideas of my lord Chuanmo. Haha, I can hardly wait to witness the expression of fear on that fool's face. In the distance, Wukong, who had absorbed every word of their dialogue, was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. What could Chuanmo's plan entail? And what did he mean by stirring the waters? Turbulent waters turned dark. Could it be related to this? The conversation between Chuanmo and the great demon god left Wukong in a state of suspicion, and throughout the entire journey, he pondered these matters. Losing track of their arrival, the phantoms, transformed into lines of time, traversed the sea of time for an indeterminate duration until a golden, oval portal gradually unfolded before them. "We have arrived," Chuan-Ma announced as he alerted the others. Suddenly, a beast's head, formed from silver light, lunged toward the center of the group, attempting to sever their ranks. However, in the next moment, Chuan-Ma casually swung the black horn on his head toward the massive silver head, unleashing a slender, lightning-like black crescent that swiftly cleaved through it. Without a hint of suspense, the head was bisected, dispersing into countless silver motes. This trivial interruption did nothing to disrupt their course. Chuan-Ma led the charge into the golden exit, followed in orderly fashion by the others, who vanished into the dazzling silver-lit realm. On the other side of the portal lay an immensely vast world, comprised of 12 universes, with the supreme ruler being Chuan-Wang. Below him were a hierarchy of divine beings, including angels, destroyers, and Kaishins. As a series of golden flashes illuminated the surroundings, figures emerged from the golden portal, coming to rest in the dark void. Unlike the indifferent Wukong and his companions, Chuan-Ma and the blood users floated with closed eyes, seemingly attuned to something beyond. Subsequently, they embraced the air with open arms, as if to envelop the entire world, and after several moments, Chuan-Ma appeared to speak to someone, or perhaps to himself, declaring, "I have returned. You must have been waiting anxiously. Yet I assure you, I will return, for when I tasted defeat all those years ago, I vowed, I shall return. I will drag you down from that infantile throne once more." As he spoke, a dark aura began to coalesce around Chuan-Ma, intensifying and accompanied by dense crimson lightning. In this state, he appeared malevolent and terrifying, a force so formidable that even the faint-hearted might succumb to fear. Chapter 98. The location of the Wuzuji. Witnessing Chuan-Ma in this state, the 6 blood users, who had previously mimicked him, instantly recoiled, retreating to a safer distance, their eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. Chuan-Ma unleashed a furious roar, releasing pent-up rage before gradually calming down, the black aura receding back into his being. He exhaled deeply, his previously stormy visage now serene once more. "All right, let me see where he is. Is he still lingering in that dilapidated palace?" In an instant, the purple glow radiating from Chuan-Ma's curved horn sparked to life, and his consciousness began to traverse the entirety of the universe. As he scanned through the realms, Chuan-Ma directed his awareness toward the palace of Chuan-Wang, perplexed upon encountering 2 identical palaces. What is the meaning of this? Is one palace insufficient, so another has been constructed for amusement? However, such trivial matters did not divert Chuan-Ma's focus. After scanning both palaces, he mused, No one is present. Have they ventured to other universes for inspection? His consciousness drifted through the empty halls of Chuan-Wang's palace, and Chuan-Ma continued his search through the other universes: the first universe, the second universe, the fourth universe, the 7th universe, the 10th universe. No. Why is there no one in any of the universes? As he traversed the 12th universe, his heart brimmed with fury, and he became increasingly enraged to find that even the destroyers and angels had vanished, leaving only some useless angels behind. Chuan-Ma took some time to quell the tempest of his anger, then began to contemplate what could have transpired. Chuan-Wang, the great palace, the destroyers, the angels, how could they all be missing? This situation must be the result of something exceedingly significant. Thus, the resolution must lie in an extraordinary location. Contemplating, he pondered where he had yet to explore. Where could it possibly be? A storm of thoughts whirled in Chuan-Ma's mind, and soon, a spark of inspiration ignited within. "Eureka!" he exclaimed, and his consciousness swiftly plunged into the void, embarking toward other dimensions. If there exists a place suitable for a momentous event, a locale that can accommodate many, I can think of only one such place. With a resounding crack, Chuan-Ma forcefully tore open an entrance within the fabric of space, propelling himself through. After traversing the spatial tunnel for a time, he emerged into an empty void. This is the place. I can already sense his foul essence. Upon stepping into this realm, Chuan-Ma felt the unmistakable presence that was all too familiar. After discerning the direction, he soared forward, propelled by his terrifying speed, and soon beheld a massive platform ahead. Chuan-Ma, wary, refrained from advancing too hastily, instead sending forth a fragment of his consciousness to observe the situation. As he drew nearer, he gradually discerned the scene upon the platform. Several inconsequential humans were present, and indeed, the destroyers and angels were all gathered here. His consciousness then shifted to the center of the scene, where the most conspicuous figure stood. What's going on here? The sight before Chuan Ma left him in a state of astonishment. Two identical figures, resembling fools, floated in midair, each occupying a seat, blissfully engrossed in observing something. The entity known as Quan Mo instinctively followed their gaze and looked over to the enormous arena at the center of the platform, where numerous diminutive ants were engaged in fierce combat. Indeed, what a waste. They had become so idle that they resorted to watching these insignificant ants fight. Such idleness warranted confinement in a dark, windowless chamber for eternity. At that moment, the divine palace beside the two figures seemed to sense something, directing its attention toward the location of Quan Mo's banished residual consciousness. Quan Mo, ever astute, extinguished this faint trace of awareness the instant it was met with the gaze of the divine palace. Although nothing was detected, the divine palace remained somewhat uneasy, extending its divine sense to probe the entirety of the realm of nothingness. When it reached the sphere of consciousness belonging to Quan Mo, it paused for a brief moment before effortlessly bypassing it. After several thorough inspections of the realm of nothingness, and having found nothing, the divine palace concluded that it must have been overly sensitive, redirecting its focus back to the battle in the arena. Meanwhile, Quan Mo let out a sigh of relief, narrowly avoiding discovery, thanks to the concealment afforded by the power of time. Grateful for having devoured the time realm's deity and acquired her temporal abilities, Quan Mo felt assured that without such power, evading the divine palace's scrutiny would have been impossible. Now that the location of the figures was known, this consciousness of Quan Mo deemed its task accomplished and, under the protective veil of temporal energy, tore through the fabric of space to escape. On the other side, as the consciousness traversed the elongated spatial corridor, over 10 minutes had elapsed by the time it returned to the 12th universe. Upon arrival, Quan Mo manipulated its physical form to retrieve its consciousness. Shortly thereafter, the consciousness swiftly retraced its path, arriving at the physical body and immediately entering the enormous black horns. Subsequently, the purple glow atop Quan Mo's horns gradually dimmed, and the eyes beneath the blood-red cloak flickered with a subtle crimson light. Found it! The sudden exclamation drew the attention of all present, as they recognized from the earlier statement that the battle was about to commence. Quan Mo then recounted the series of events regarding the search for the All-King, inquiring, "Are we all clear? Here is the situation: 12 gods of destruction, angels, and 2 All-Kings, along with the divine palace, have inexplicably gathered together. This time, we cannot simply divide and conquer. It will be a direct confrontation, a test of raw strength. My lord," 6 blood envoys suddenly declared, "fear not, for who among us is afraid? We have faced challenges before and are even more fearless now. Moreover, we believe it is better this way. Let us decisively eliminate them all at once." Excellent. Quan Mo observed the reactions of the others, noting their spirited response to what could be construed as dire news. Their fearless demeanor ignited excitement within him. With such formidable momentum, how could we possibly falter against these idol deities? Indeed, the 6 blood envoys rallied, emboldened by their arduous experiences. The atmosphere was charged with their fervor, instilling confidence among the demon kin. In contrast, Goku and his companions, lacking such tumultuous histories, remained unaffected by the fervent declarations. However, in an effort to blend in, Goku joined in the cheering, attempting to enliven the atmosphere. Minutes later, as the fervent emotions of the crowd began to settle, Quan Mo drew a fissure in front of him, unleashing a torrent of silver energy from within. The silver temporal energy enveloped everyone completely. Now, let us proceed to the realm of nothingness. Without hesitation, the silver sphere surged into the vast black rift, vanishing from sight. In the realm of nothingness, a dark void was pierced by an expanding silver-white vortex, and when it reached a sufficient size, a brilliant silver orb burst forth. Within the orb, the group surveyed their surroundings, but, after a mere second, instinctively dispersed, saying, "Lord Quan Mo, the All-King and his subordinates are likely approaching. Let us secure our perimeter before devising a strategy." Observing their anxious demeanor, Quan Mo reassured them, "There is no need for such vigilance. They will not detect us. Relax." Though the blood envoys were puzzled, their loyalty to Quan Mo compelled them to obey, returning to their positions. Did I not mention that when my consciousness arrived here, I narrowly escaped detection? Fortunately, I relied on a fragment of temporal power to evade capture. Now, With nearly limitless temporal energy at my disposal, they would be deluding themselves to think they could find us. Upon hearing this, the great demon god promptly praised, "Indeed, Lord Quan Mo possesses remarkable foresight. By consuming the time realm S deity, you have acquired the ability to remain concealed." Chapter 99. The confrontation between the All-King and Quan Mo Ha. It is merely coincidence. Though Quan Mo feigned modesty, his body betrayed him, the black horns on his head bobbing with pride. Now, let me show you the extent of our former adversary's decline. It is truly a tedious spectacle. With those words, Quan Mo directed the silver sphere toward the arena. Upon arrival, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch. With a large-eyed child in a black and red bodysuit fiercely clashing with a human sporting a shimmering silver crab hairstyle. The two exchanged blows, neither willing to yield, though the large-eyed child seemed to hold the upper hand. Within the void, Quan Mo and his entourage observed the unfolding situation, occasionally exchanging remarks. Suddenly, Quan Mo noticed something. Exclaiming in confusion, "What is happening? Why are there so few participants?" His companions turned their curious gazes toward him, eager to understand the cause of his concern. Have they vanished? Are they hiding, preparing to ambush us? Yet, swiftly, the confidence stemming from his immense power shattered such thoughts of doubt. Let them come. I shall face whatever schemes they concoct. With this resolve, Quan Mo regained his imposing demeanor and, seeing his subordinates' inquisitive expressions, explained, "When my consciousness last arrived, there were far more participants present. In the span of a single exchange, most have disappeared." "Ah, I see." The group erupted into animated discussion. Perhaps they found the sight of these two feeble ants fighting too tedious and decided to leave? Indeed, I concur. The demon kin engaged in fervent debate, seeking clarity on the mysterious disappearance of so many deities. Meanwhile, Goku, observing the arena, felt a surge of excitement, as the scene mirrored the images in his mind. At last, I have found the right place. Truly, one must cling to the powerful, otherwise, I would have wandered through countless parallel universes. Though Goku's thoughts remained hidden, his joy was evident on his face, a sly smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, gasps erupted from the group as Goku turned to witness the previously disadvantaged human turning the tide of battle. A flowing silver luminescence enveloped him, overpowering the large-eyed child with every attack deftly evaded. Intriguing. This human has mastered the art of effortless transcendence. Indeed, Zuzai Jiyigong, although as effortless as eating and drinking for the angels, proves to be a formidable challenge for other races. Indeed, it is not simple. The human, with a crab-like head, captures the interest of the multitude of demons. Listening to their discussions, Wukong can only sigh inwardly. Truly, one cannot deny that he is the protagonist. Even the esteemed Pastelaos regard him with admiration upon their first meeting. On the shattered arena, the battle between the two continues. The adorable child with large eyes finds himself at a disadvantage, yet his formidable strength allows him to quickly adapt to the power of the Daigong, gradually leveling the playing field. Just as the intensity of their combat reaches its peak, the crab-headed human suddenly halts, his radiance fading and his hair returning to its normal black hue before he collapses helplessly to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the demons sigh in unison, lamenting, "Alas, it is still too much for him. He lacks the necessary proficiency." Indeed, on the arena, the large-eyed child gazes at the fallen crab-headed man, contemplating unleashing a powerful wave of energy. Instantly, a massive red energy wave burgeons from his hands and surges forth in an attack. The explosive force of the red energy wave shatters the stones below, yet a wave emerges to save him. Immediately, another golden figure rushes in, continuing the assault on the large-eyed child, while a black-haired human initiates a ranged attack from a distance. United, the two overwhelmed the already fatigued large-eyed child, causing him to slow significantly. Observing the two newcomers, the demons turn their gaze towards a familiar figure resembling Frisia and two others akin to number 17. Quickly realizing they are alternate versions from this universe. However, they soon dismiss it, for parallel universes abound, and such occurrences are commonplace. What follows is incomprehensible to the demons. The power of friendship ignites the large-eyed child once more, as he joins forces with Frisia and number 17 of this universe, along with the rejuvenated crab-headed man, to engage in fierce combat. Although the strength derived from friendship is formidable, it ultimately pales in comparison to the unity of the three. The climactic struggle ensues. leading to a mutual destruction between Golden Frisia, the crab-headed human, and the large-eyed child. In the aftermath, only one remains, the artificial human number 17. The defeated Sixth Universe is swiftly erased by the Omni King. Observing this spectacle, the demons grasp the reality, their astonishment palpable. This cannot be right. One blood demon expresses disbelief. After all this, it turns out to be self-destruction. At this moment, the Grand Palace announces, the results of this power tournament are in. The victors are the denizens of the Seventh Universe. Congratulations. The Grand Palace gestures towards the Seventh Universe's inhabitants, extending its congratulations, and continues, now, you may claim your victory rewards. 7 massive, planet-sized orange spheres materialize in the void. Amid the spatial rift, the blood demon surveys the situation and queries the Overlord. My lord, what shall we do next? The Overlord, observing the Grand Palace chanting incantations, ponders for a moment. We cannot remain idle, regardless of the wishes they may formulate. They will not bode well for us, and might even serve their interests, so let us extend a greeting. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a purple ray shot forth, striking the sole victor on the arena with precision. My apologies. A reflex, merely a reflex. Frisia covers his finger, displaying a sheepish expression. Not to worry, it was bound to happen eventually, and you've gained another ally. The Overlord nonchalantly shakes his head, then opens a portal. The 2 Omni Kings and the inhabitants of the Seventh Universe are taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. The Grand Palace, previously engrossed in its incantation, is abruptly interrupted as the demons emerge from the portal, causing its countenance to grow increasingly grave. As the last demon materializes, the Grand Palace reflects, indeed, I anticipated your emergence. The inhabitants of the Seventh Universe, still reeling from number 17's demise, now gaze upon the ominous newcomers in the sky. The crab-headed human, having regained his composure, contemplates ascending to confront the assailants, but is halted by the solemn angel beside him, Mr. Wukong. This is not a battle for you to partake in. The Grand Palace discards the incantation and ascends to confront the Overlord at eye level, accompanied by the 2 Omni Kings, who stand face to face with the demons. My foolish brother, after so long, you have even produced offspring. The Overlord observes the 2 identical Omni Kings, slightly astonished but undeterred, declaring, one down, another to go, a pair, and I shall slay them both. I recognize you. Did you dare return, seeking to repeat your past mistakes? One of the Omni Kings retorts, his voice thick with admonition. I have but this meager power left. What do I have to fear? I only fear that I may not be able to vanquish you. The Overlord, as he speaks, seems on the verge of losing his temper. His blood-red cloak billows without wind, and for a moment, the 2 sides resemble barrels of gunpowder, just waiting for a spark to ignite the confrontation. Lord Overlord, while you are immensely powerful, here stand not only 2 Omni Kings, but also 12 angels. What do you have left? Mere scrap metal? At this juncture, the Grand Palace's words quell the impending explosion. And so what if it is just me? I will still sever the foolish head of the Omni King. The Overlord retorts without hesitation, adding, do you think I came unprepared? Unprepared? The Grand Palace's expression remains stoic as it responds, surely, you do not refer to those monstrous beings behind you? Despite the Grand Palace's impassive demeanor, the Overlord senses a profound malice emanating from it. Gazing intently, he silently vows, you may revel in your triumph now, but soon you shall witness what it means to face a veritable host of strong adversaries. You needn't worry about their intervention. The great demon god hovers in the sky, directly responding, we have prepared another grand feast for you. The Grand Palace remains silent, a subtle smile gracing its lips as it slightly stretches its arms outward. In an instant, an invisible barrier envelopes the vicinity, ensnaring all within. Oh, so fearful. Are we to flee? The great demon god remarks ominously. Fear not. We have arrived and will not depart easily. Despite this, should you contemplate escape, we must be prepared. So let us retain a contingency plan. The Grand Palace's proclamation instantly reignites the tension, returning the atmosphere to one fraught with imminent conflict. Do you truly believe you have us at your mercy? The Overlord's tone, while seemingly composed, conceals an undercurrent of fury akin to an unyielding volcano. The Grand Palace, hands clasped behind its back, responds with a sense of resignation. I wish it were otherwise. However, the disparity in our strengths is insurmountable. Lord Overlord, your remaining resources are dwindling. This statement serves as a catalyst, igniting the previously tense atmosphere into chaos. The Overlord charges directly at the two Omni-Kings, and the moment of collision feels as though it transcends into another dimension, rendering any sensation of energy absent, as if they had vanished entirely. Wukong, astonished, wishes to speak but finds himself at a loss for words. Observing keenly, the great demon god explains, "Do not be bewildered. Their dimension exceeds your reach." Wukong, regaining his composure, nods in understanding, his heart racing with excitement at the prospect of attaining such immense power himself. At that moment, the Slaughter Blood demon surges forward, promptly followed by two angels from the opposing side, as the three angels engage in a fierce and immediate skirmish. The three individuals engaged in battle before departing this area, venturing to other realms of Wuzuji for further combat. Shortly thereafter, other blood manipulators initiated their attacks, prompting an immediate response from the remaining angels, as pairs of angels confronted each blood manipulator. Subsequently, all the angels continued to fight while retreating from the region. In no time, only the Deshin Gong, the surviving god of destruction, Bylus, and the participants from the seventh universe remained. Floating in the air was the residual spirit of the great demon god, along with Wukong and his companions, and finally, 18 robust red demons. "Master, do we stand a chance?" Wukong queried, surveying his companions, then glancing towards Deshin Gong and the others from the seventh universe, finally fixing his gaze on the solitary god of destruction, Bylus. The great demon god, hovering in the air, assessed the combat strength of both sides and reluctantly shook his head, remarking, "It is difficult, although I can assist in holding them back. I am merely a residual spirit now and doubt I can sustain it for long. Moreover, swiftly dealing with that god of destruction and those humans will not be easy." Upon hearing this, Wukong looked at the purple, hairless cat across from him and slowly replied, "How will we know unless we try to swiftly eliminate these foes?" With that, Wukong, accompanied by Shalu, the red demons, and others, advanced forward, their gazes quickly converging with that of the purple, hairless cat. Soon after, Wukong faced Bylus. Broly confronted the crab-headed Kakarot, Shalu faced Vegeta, and Frieza squared off against the crowned Frieza. The remaining participants from the seventh universe, along with Dr. Glow and the red demons, remained stationary, spectating the battle. Wukong collided with Bylus, each seizing the other's fist. The forces exerted in their struggle escalating in intensity, gradually surfacing. The purple energy of destruction flowed like water, intertwining with the surging crimson flames. Neither party able to overpower the other. "Indeed, you are the strongest god of destruction," Wukong exclaimed as his own power transformed anew. The profound purple energy reflecting Bylus's destructive energy without revealing any flaws. As Wukong transitioned into his destructive form, two orbs of purple energy swelled larger and larger before ultimately exploding. A resounding boom echoed as the purple-white light flickered briefly, followed by a thick cloud of white smoke. Within it, the fully purple Wukong emerged, while Bylus, also shaken by the blast, regarded Wukong with a grave expression through the obscuring smoke. Where did this god of destruction come from? His destructive energy is almost on par with mine. It had been a long time since Bylus had encountered anything that astonished him, for as a pinnacle god of destruction, he was invincible, save for the angels and those above him. This unexpected encounter with a being of similar destructive strength was a considerable shock. However, Wukong had no time to allow Bylus to ponder further. Surrounded by the radiance of destructive energy, he transformed into a streak of light. In an instant, he appeared before Bylus and delivered a punch to his face, sending the god of destruction flying. Fortunately, the body of a god of destruction is far from fragile. Bylus quickly stabilized himself, rubbing his slightly aching left cheek as his fiery purple aura intensified. In the next moment, Bylus seemingly teleported behind Wukong and struck with an elbow aimed at the back of Wukong's head. Yet, Wukong smoothly evaded the attack and retaliated with a kick directed at Bylus. The impact of the kick met Bylus's hands, which he used to firmly block it, then countered with a punch, which Wukong dodged while continuing his assault. The speed of their exchange escalated, and soon they were locked in a prolonged melee, appearing to outsiders as merely two flickering streams of purple light. Occasionally, violet energy blasts imbued with destructive energy clashed and nullified each other. Meanwhile, Broly faced off against Kakarot, initially finding himself at a disadvantage, clutching his head and muttering something. From a distance, Dr. Glow observed and thought, perhaps it is time to temporarily lift the restrictions. He then retrieved a white remote from his pocket, poised to press a button, when suddenly, bang, the remote exploded, leaving Dr. Glow astonished as he gazed at the remnants in his hand. Sensing something amiss, he looked up to see Da Shun Gong smiling faintly at him, his lips moving. Do not make any unnecessary moves. As a genius, Dr. Glow easily deciphered the lip movements, and his face turned pale upon realizing the implications of Da Shun Gong's words. Meanwhile, let us return to the beleaguered Broly, who was being mercilessly attacked and unable to retaliate. Kakarot, believing Broly's inaction was due to weakness, intensified his assault, eager to resolve the battle and assist his comrades. However, Broly was still grappling with his own mind, the relentless blows disrupting his thoughts, and the voice of his opponent was inexplicably infuriating. Gradually, Broly's anger surged, and his golden aura erupted violently. He ceased to clutch his head and began to retaliate against the Super Wukong before him. As the fight progressed, Super Wukong found himself at a disadvantage, prompting him to unleash his full power, enveloped in blue flames. Super Wukong transformed into the blue Super Saiyan, once again dominating Broly, who struggled to keep pace with his speed, receiving countless blows in a short span. Suddenly, a fist surrounded by blue flames struck Broly's crown. The impact felt akin to triggering a self-destruct mechanism. Stunned by the blow, Broly took a moment to catch his breath. In the next instant, his pupils vanished, his eyes turning pure white as his ordinary physique began to expand, his aura transforming into a rapid jet of energy. His golden hair rose higher, shifting to a shimmering grass green. Ugh! With this roar, his aura surged dramatically, accompanied by dazzling silver arcs of electricity. Chapter 101. Vegeta utterly overmatched by Shalu. Observing Broly, now several sizes larger and exuding an overwhelming aura, Kakarot instinctively withdrew his hand that was poised to attack and took a few steps back. Ugh! Kakarot! Broly, having transformed into a legendary Super Saiyan, roared furiously, then lunged at the blue Super Saiyan Kakarot before him. His massive fists, akin to cauldrons, swiftly targeted Kakarot's head, while Kakarot evaded the blows, retaliating with punches enveloped in blue flames against Broly's formidable physique. Yet, Broly remained unconcerned by the attacks landing on him, trading blows without hesitation. He landed a punch into Kakarot's abdomen, sending him flying uncontrollably like an arrow. Just as Kakarot regained his footing, Broly's brutish visage loomed before him. Before Super Wukong could react, a massive hand grasped his head and propelled him downward. Below lay the remnants of the arena, and Broly, seizing Kakarot's face, hurled him towards the jagged stones. The sound of impacts echoed, bang, 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 as countless stones shattered under the force. Eventually, seeming to tire of his game, Broly tossed Kakarot like a ball toward a colossal boulder. The stone disintegrated upon impact, scattering debris as Kakarot passed through it, propelled further by the immense force. After crashing through several more stones, he finally lodged himself into one, coming to a halt. With a swift leap, Kakarot emerged from the rubble, his chest heaving, covered in dark abrasions from the friction. However, there was no time to rest. Witnessing Broly charging at him once more, he bellowed, "Tenfold Kaioken." Instantly, Kakarot's aura surged dramatically, the outer layer of blue flames gradually enveloped by a blood-red aura. As the formidable Broly charged towards him, Kakarot met him head-on, their fists colliding with a resounding impact akin to steel meeting steel. Engaging in the Kaioken tenfold, Kakarot found himself gradually matching Broly blow for blow. Yet, as the battle progressed, Broly's strength surged to an increasingly terrifying degree. Kakarot, feeling the strain, found himself forced to defend while internally lamenting the monstrous resilience of his opponent, who not only remained unyielding but grew stronger with each exchange. With a brutal punch, Broly struck Kakarot squarely in the abdomen. Despite the excruciating pain, Kakarot clutched Broly's wrist, channeling his energy into a 20-fold Kaioken. With this declaration, a torrent of crimson energy erupted around him, and seizing Broly's arm, he executed a spinning maneuver that sent Broly hurtling away. Kakarot pursued, landing a blow to Broly's chin, followed by a flurry of strikes to his face, abdomen, and body. The resounding impacts echoed through the air. After a relentless barrage, a cerulean energy wave struck Broly in the chest, resulting in a violent explosion that engulfed the area in smoke. Kakarot maintained his stance, watching as the smoke gradually dissipated, only to be met with a grim revelation. Broly remained unscathed, his aura now even more potent. This realization solidified Kakaroto's belief that Broly was indeed a monster. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Broly barreled towards him like a tank, delivering a devastating blow to his head. Following this, Kakaroto was momentarily dazed, only to be met with a fierce knee strike that contorted his face in agony. Broly pressed on, eager to capitalize on his advantage. However, Kakaroto swiftly evaded, attempting to retreat and regain his composure. Yet Broly was relentless, his massive form casting an imposing shadow over Kakaroto. Powerless as a ragdoll, Kakaroto endured Broly's unbridled assault, occasionally being struck by colossal energy waves that wreaked havoc around him. He scurried like a mouse, narrowly avoiding the massive green energy orbs that threatened his very existence. After a series of relentless attacks, Kakaroto found himself on the verge of despair when a familiar form unexpectedly embraced him from behind, a foreboding sense of dread washing over him. Before he could struggle free, an agonizing pain seized him, leaving his mind in a haze of torment. Broly, akin to a child clutching a toy, tightened his grip, his biceps flexing with raw power as Kakaroto's screams grew increasingly feeble. Time passed, and Kakaroto's cries faded into silence. With a final, powerful squeeze, Broly released the unconscious Kakaroto, who plummeted like a stone into the abyss below. Once assured of his victory over this foe, Broly instinctively turned his attention to the surrounding combatants, ready to unleash his wrath upon others. Meanwhile, as Kakaroto descended, the voices of his comrades echoed in his mind, snapping him back to awareness. Gazing up at the figures receding into the distance, he gradually relaxed, a silvery glow enveloping his body. His eyes and hair transformed into shimmering silver, and he ascended rapidly, propelled by the celestial energy coursing through him, a radiant streak in the sky. In the midst of battle, Broly was poised to intervene in the clash between Vegeta and Cell when a primal instinct alerted him to danger. He pivoted, raising an arm defensively just as Kakaroto, now in a state of ultra instinct, struck fiercely against his arm. Broly attempted to retaliate with a counter, yet Kakaroto evaded effortlessly, occasionally launching surprise attacks that left Broly unable to land a hit. The stalemate continued, with Kakaroto determined to keep Broly occupied and prevent him from disrupting the other fights. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Cell engaged in an increasingly fierce confrontation. Vegeta, in his deep blue form, pressed the attack against Cell's golden hue. The battle was an exhilarating exchange of speed and strength, both warriors seemingly evenly matched, though Vegeta's expression revealed the strain of exertion, while Cell maintained an air of calm, indicating he had reserves of energy remaining. With a forceful punch, Vegeta's deep blue fist was caught firmly by Cell, who regarded him with disdain, exerting pressure with a mere finger. Vegeta grunted in pain, suppressing his discomfort, and retaliated with a blow aimed at Cell's right cheek. The strike landed solidly, yet Cell merely turned back, his demeanor indifferent as he declared, "How tedious. I shan't indulge in your trivialities any longer." As his words faded, a dark energy enveloped Cell, and moments later, when the shadow dissipated, he emerged in a black and white demonic form, exuding an aura of menace. With a sinister grin, he crushed Vegeta's hand with a sickening crunch, followed by a swift kick to Vegeta's jaw that silenced his roar. Seizing the opportunity, Cell pursued, delivering a knee strike to Vegeta's chest that left him gasping for breath, blood spilling forth. Cell then unleashed a close-range Kamehameha wave, propelling Vegeta backward into a heap of rubble, followed by a massive explosion of blue energy. The smoke thickened, and as Cell unleashed a relentless barrage of energy blasts towards Kakaroto's last known location, the air crackled with tension. After an unrelenting assault, Cell finally ceased fire. Standing amidst the dissipating smoke, his gaze fixed on a battered Vegeta, barely clinging to consciousness atop a crumbling stone. Observing Vegeta's slight tremor, Cell unleashed a powerful energy wave, obliterating the remnants of the battlefield. Chapter 102, The Vast Disparity, the Powerless Beerus. A colossal azure energy sphere engulfed Vegeta and the debris beneath him. With Vegeta dispatched, Cell scanned his surroundings, briefly eyeing the raging Broly before shaking his head, inwardly reasoning that aiding him was unwise. Should he assist in defeating Broly's adversary, there was a likelihood that Broly would turn against him next, turning his attention elsewhere. Cell focused on the dazzling skirmish unfolding nearby, where two identical golden Frisias were locked in a fierce struggle, their limbs becoming weapons as they exchanged blows, occasionally resorting to headbutts or tail strikes. Observing the intensity of their battle, Cell approached, inquiring of his own Frisia, "Do you require assistance?" As Cell drew near, poised to engage, Frisia nonchalantly replied, "No need, go help Broly. I can handle this one." Reluctantly, Cell dispelled the energy he had gathered for an attack and departed from the confrontation between the two Frisias from parallel universes, making his way to the battleground of the god of destruction, Beerus. Shalou gazed from a distance, hesitant to offer assistance. After all, would lending a hand imply that he doubted his leader's ability to prevail? Thus, Shalou remained a mere observer, as he dared not approach unless summoned by his superior. Meanwhile, Goku, engaged in battle, grew increasingly exhilarated. His mastery and understanding of destructive energy intensified with each exchange against Beerus. The deepening purple aura surrounding him exuded an unmistakable aura of destruction. With a resounding clash, two fists radiating the same violet energy collided forcefully. Goku exclaimed, "Beerus, you are indeed formidable. Your profound comprehension of destruction is commendable. It is no wonder you are regarded as the pinnacle of combat beneath the angels." As he spoke, the purple energy enveloping Goku surged dramatically, catching Beerus off guard as he was propelled backward several paces. In an instant, Goku appeared behind him, delivering a powerful kick. Beerus narrowly evaded, seizing Goku's ankle and hurling him away. After executing a few graceful flips in midair, Goku halted smoothly, his radiant purple flames dancing around him. "You are not to be underestimated. Although I am unaware of your origins as a god of destruction, it is unfortunate for you that you have chosen to confront me," Beerus declared, extending his arms outward. The purple energy around him surged wildly, engulfing him within a chaotic maelstrom akin to a tornado of flames. Goku watched with keen interest, eager to discern Beerus's next move. Moments later, the tempestuous purple storm dissipated, revealing Beerus once again, adorned with flickering violet flames and a crescent-shaped aura behind him. Beerus, brimming with pride, pointed a finger, and soon an increasingly large purple energy sphere began to coalesce. "Now, my power can effortlessly crush you. Prepare to pay the price for your ignorance." With that, Beerus hurled the purple sphere toward Goku. As it traveled, the destructive energy within roiled violently, causing the orb to expand further. Goku regarded the oncoming sphere with disdain, extending a single hand forward. Upon contact with the violet flames encircling his hand, an explosive reaction occurred, resulting in a dazzling display of countless purple sparks, reminiscent of a swarm of glowing fireflies, beautiful and ethereal. However, this breathtaking spectacle left Frisia utterly astonished. Muttering, "How is this possible? How can you obliterate my destructive energy?" Observing Beerus's bewildered expression, Goku approached and remarked, "What? Can't comprehend it? You understand. Yet you refuse to believe it." Beerus begrudgingly acknowledged, "I did not anticipate your mastery of destructive energy to surpass my own. Your destructive halo must be nearing perfection." "Destructive halo?" Goku inquired, glancing at the crescent ring behind Beerus. "Is that what you mean?" Indeed, Beerus swiftly summoned a wave of destructive energy, even larger than before, and sent it crashing toward Goku. This unexpected onslaught caught Goku off guard, forcing him to momentarily silence his words. Beerus intensified his assault, yet the situation only worsened for him. Observing his destructive energy entangled with the violet flames surrounding Goku, they continuously canceled each other out, proving ineffective against Goku's protective barrier. As the massive purple wave threatened to engulf him, Goku extended his familiar right hand to make contact once more. In an instant, the wave fragmented into countless purple luminescent sparks. Meanwhile, Goku's violet flames began to shimmer as a captivating purple ring adorned the connection between his neck and head. With star-like red dots glowing like a beautiful galaxy, Goku strolled confidently toward Beerus, stating, "This is what my complete destructive form looks like. Impressive, isn't it?" Before Beerus could finish his sentence, Goku's fist struck his abdomen with force, followed by a knee to his forehead. Seizing the opportunity as Beerus staggered backward, Goku grasped his tail and yanked him back, delivering another punch that sent him flying. After several exchanges of this nature, Goku gripped Beerus's tail and initiated a massive whirlwind, ultimately launching him away. As Beerus soared through the air, Goku extended 5 fingers, unleashing a barrage of small purple energy blasts toward him. This relentless assault sent Beerus cascading into the abyss of the void, with smoke trailing behind him. Finding Beerus temporarily incapacitated, Goku turned his attention to the other battles unfolding around him. His gaze fell upon Shalu, prompting him to exclaim, "Truly, you are worthy of being called Vegeta." Then, he observed Frieza, noting the opulence and brilliance of their engagement, characterized by metallic clashes. Neither of these two is playing fair, feigning neutrality while secretly waiting to switch sides. Intrigued by their performance, Goku decided against interrupting them. His attention then shifted to Kakarot and his nemesis, Broly. Witnessing the beastly Broly and the cold, silver-haired Kakarot, Goku thought, "Indeed, they've reverted to their Super Saiyan forms. After this concludes, I must ensure he transforms back." It was evident that their rivalry ignited a frenzy upon confrontation. Goku observed their clash, one focused solely on assault, while the other masterfully evaded, signifying a prolonged battle ahead. Suddenly, Goku sensed something amiss and turned to see a violet light rapidly approaching him. Oh, he has recovered quickly. His body is resilient. Moments later, Beerus appeared before Goku, looking disheveled, with several purple-red imprints adorning his face. However, his fierce gaze belied his disarray as he enveloped himself in purple flames and charged without hesitation. Goku intercepted Beerus's punch and retaliated with a kick to his left cheek, sending him sprawling. He swiftly followed up with a relentless barrage of destructive waves upon Beerus. As the smoke from the explosions thickened, Beerus's figure began to fade. Goku contemplated finishing with one final, powerful wave. Suddenly, a colossal purple sphere of destruction burst through the haze, catching Goku off guard. The immense orb collided with him, resulting in an explosion that left no opportunity for him to counter. Beerus gasped for breath, surveying the aftermath of the explosion. Although he had landed a hit, his anxiety lingered. That level of force should not be enough to defeat him. As if to validate Beerus's concerns, the swirling smoke stirred, and a gust of wind blew through, revealing Goku unscathed, his robust physique emanating an unyielding aura of purple-red flames. Chapter 103. The final resort of all magic is this. Utterly ineffective? Witnessing Goku's pristine condition, Beerus struggled to accept the reality. Yet, the battle was not a game, and there was no time for respite. In an instant, Goku teleported before Beerus, delivering a crushing blow. The impact caused Beerus's back to arch dramatically, his eyes widening in shock. Goku retracted his fist before clasping both hands together, raising them to deliver a powerful strike to Beerus's crown. Beerus's vision blurred as his face felt as though it had been flattened, sending him plummeting downward. Goku's palm faced upward, and destructive energy coalesced above it, forming a massive purple energy sphere. As the figure of Beerus dwindled into a small black dot below, Wukong bent his hand downward, sending a massive energy sphere, shimmering purple like a water balloon, swiftly pursuing Beerus. Subsequently, Wukong approached Shalu and said, "Let us depart. Our skirmishes are mere trifles, while the true battle remains unresolved." As he spoke, he led Shalu back to the great demon lord, joining the doctor and the red devils in anticipation. In the skies, the stalemate between the great demon lord and the divine palace was broken as the latter made a subtle gesture, causing a spherical vortex akin to a whirlwind to materialize behind him. As the white winds dissipated, a battered figure emerged before the assembly. Upon seeing the purple skin, Wukong mused inwardly, "He has managed to save him." The divine palace turned to regard Beerus, who lay flat, and shook his head slightly before placing his hand upon him. Gliding from his head to his feet, a mysterious white energy enveloped Beerus's wounds, and moments later, as the white light faded, all the myriad injuries vanished. Beerus slowly opened his eyes, momentarily bewildered upon encountering the divine palace. After a few seconds of silence, his expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily rose, bowing deeply, "My lord." The divine palace. After a brief wait, noticing the divine palace remained silent, Beerus lowered his head even further. "My lord, I apologize. I failed to defeat the enemy and have troubled you for rescue." "No matter," replied the divine palace, turning his back to Beerus. "The outcome of war is beyond your control. It is the Omni King who ultimately decides this conflict." "Indeed, of course. The Omni King shall undoubtedly secure victory," Beerus affirmed. The divine palace merely smiled faintly, resuming his vigil. As time passed, the two orbs of varying colors in the sky remained entangled. The two golden friezes continued their fierce battle, neither gaining the upper hand, and it was uncertain how much longer they could persist. Meanwhile, Broly's situation remained unchanged, one attacking relentlessly while the other evaded. The resolution of their conflict hinged upon which would exhaust their stamina first. Suddenly, the great demon lord and the divine palace simultaneously gazed upward as the half-black, half-white orb in the sky abruptly separated. The two luminous spheres darted in opposite directions. The white orb approached the divine palace, revealing two doll-like figures, while the black orb neared the great demon lord, transforming into a fully demonic form. The conditions of all three were dire. The garments of the two Omni Kings had completely disintegrated, leaving only tattered remnants hanging like skirts, their faces and bodies marred with wounds. Presenting a pitiful sight, the tattered red robe of the fully demonic figure clung to him in shreds, exposing numerous white scars on his bare skin, which still emitted wisps of smoke. Humph, you are worthless. Had it not been for your two companions, you would have perished long ago. The fully demonic figure glared with fiery eyes, filled with resentment. Observing the fully demonic figure's menacing demeanor, the divine palace inquired of the nearby Omni King, "My lord, what transpired in your realm? Why is the fully demonic figure so enraged?" One of the Omni Kings responded, "Oh, it was nothing. We merely collaborated to confront him, and several times we nearly met our demise. Yet fortunately, we consistently rescued one another at the last moment." Upon hearing this, the divine palace and Beerus finally grasped the reason behind the fully demonic figure's fury. After all, a duck that was nearly caught had flown away. Who wouldn't be infuriated in such a circumstance? As the divine palace prepared to speak to the fully demonic figure, a barrage of meteors suddenly descended from all directions, landing beside the fully demonic figure and the Omni Kings. 12 angels arranged themselves on either side of the divine palace, their once perfect visages now marred by several scars, and their specialized attire lay in tatters, while their once mighty staves appeared dull and lifeless. "Father, my lord, we apologize. We failed to subdue these rebels." The 12 angels placed their left hands over their hearts and bowed their heads in report. The divine palace turned to the Omni King beside him, stating, "My lord, they have faltered in their duties. Should they be punished?" The two Omni Kings exchanged glances, pondering, "What do you think? Should they be punished?" Observing the two Omni Kings repeating each other like a broken record, the divine palace promptly suggested, "Now is the time for battle. Perhaps we should deliberate on punishment after this conflict concludes." Upon hearing the divine palace's proposal, the two young ones exchanged another glance and nodded their candy-like heads in agreement. "Very well. Since the Omni Kings consent, the rest shall surely have no objections." They then shifted their gazes toward the opposing side, where a similar situation unfolded with the fully demonic figure. The 6 blood servants bore tattered red robes, their heads bowed, with subtle cracks marring their masks. "This is no fault of yours. After all, their numbers are double yours. Achieving this much is commendable," the fully demonic figure reassured his loyal subordinates. "Moreover, though we did not slay them, this does not signify our defeat." With a sinister smile at the divine palace and his companions, the fully demonic figure suddenly extended a hand forward, opening a black void before him. From it emerged a silver whirlwind-encased sphere. "Haha, embrace the surprise I bring you." The fully demonic figure laughed heartily as dark energy surged from his palm, invading the silver sphere before he hurled it into the air, where it remained suspended, rippling with concentric waves. The ripples grew larger and expanded outward, transforming into swirling white vortices, each circle nested within another, continually enlarging, while the silver orb above diminished in size until it vanished entirely. The divine palace and the angels gazed in astonishment at the spiraling white rings above. With the divine palace, feeling the potent force of time, pondered aloud, "What is happening? How could the fully demonic figure possess such formidable temporal power? This intensity rivals that of the time realm god, Kuroro Liakian. Wait, the time realm god. Could it be?" The divine palace suddenly connected the dots, observing the increasingly vast and numerous white rings above, sighing, "Alas, it seems Kuroro Liakian has met his end." Upon hearing this, the angels, aside from the childlike Omni King, displayed expressions of profound sorrow. "What lies beyond?" Angel Weiss quickly adjusted, gazing at the conspicuous white rings above and questioning the divine palace. The divine palace fixed his gaze upon the sky. "If I am not mistaken, these should be temporal coordinates." Temporal coordinates? Indeed. The divine palace continued with a grave tone. This fiend intends to merge all parallel universes and timelines into one. What? What madness does this man seek? What shall we do now? Can we still intervene? The divine palace shook his head, stating, his actions were too abrupt. The rotation of space has already commenced. It is too late. At this moment, a white ring above had expanded to an unfathomable size, and the peculiar transformations began within the ring, as white serpentine arcs of electricity emerged, intertwining and emitting piercing sounds. As time elapsed, the quantity of white arcs multiplied until they enveloped the entire ring. Suddenly, these lightning-like veins converged towards the center of the ring, resulting in the opening of a rift in space. As the crowd gazed at the dimly lit rift, a collective thought arose within them. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind erupted from the fissure, swiftly engulfing the entire space, causing the hair and garments of all present to flutter wildly. This peculiar wind persisted for over 10 minutes before ceasing abruptly. Following this, a multitude of figures surged forth from the enormous crack in the sky. Their appearance was somewhat disheveled, with their clothing and skin bearing numerous marks as if carved by countless sharp instruments. Upon noticing the tails wrapped around their waists, the dark hair, and their eyes, everyone quickly deduced their identity. Logically, the first to emerge should have been the strongest beings from other universes and timelines. However, the strongest among them were all Scions, which was rather unexpected. Observing the group of black-haired Scion warriors, Weiss expressed his intrigue. At that moment, the Scion warriors finally lowered their arms from their eyes, cautiously regarding the angels and demon clan that had suddenly appeared before them. Standing back to back, while keeping a vigilant watch on Quan Wong and the two factions of demons. The demons, upon seeing the group that had emerged from the rift, displayed displeasure on their faces. What was happening? Were they really so weak? Could such individuals truly disrupt the current order of the 12 universes? With these doubts in mind, a demon addressed the great demon lord, inquiring, Your Excellency, can such feeble beings truly delay us and buy us time to gather strength? Do not be hasty, my dear demons, the great demon lord replied confidently. They are merely a minuscule part of countless parallel universes, not possessing top-tier strength. In such an abundance of parallel universes and timelines, there are certainly stronger individuals aplenty. The imbalance of strength will inevitably lead to chaos in this universe. All we need to do is gather our strength while observing them descend into disorder. Meanwhile, the Scions being scrutinized felt quite anxious, for they perceived these beings as anything but ordinary. Captain, what is the situation with these individuals? Their aura is incredibly strong, especially those two terrifying figures with blue rings behind their heads and horns atop their heads. A seemingly unremarkable Scion warrior cautiously inquired of the scarred-faced captain beside him. I am not entirely sure, the captain responded. However, the Emperor instructed us to establish a good relationship with these beings and gather intelligence. Once we have secured our position here, we shall be duly rewarded. Oh, I see. How then shall we approach them? The scar-faced captain pondered this question. I would like to know as well. Upon hearing their leader's uncertainty, the other Scions could only remain focused on their defensive postures, vigilant of their surroundings. The three factions maintained this stalemate, each side observing the other, none knowing how to initiate conversation. However, among them, Quan Mo's temperament was notably the most volatile. As time passed, his patience began to wear thin. Who are you? What is your purpose in gathering together like this? At that moment, the great demon lord broke the silence, addressing the group. Hearing the interrogation from the dark-robed figure, the scarred Scion glanced at his comrades, cleared his throat, and explained, Ahem. We are the vanguard squad of the Scion Empire. We do not wish to be your enemies, nor do we desire to involve ourselves in your conflicts. We are merely passing through. Oh, you do not wish to interfere? Quan Mo retorted mockingly. Then what significance is there in your arrival here? Shaking his head, he extended two fingers towards the group of Scions. In an instant, their bodies twisted grotesquely, transforming into countless particles of light. Moreover, you are not the ones in charge. Let us hear what your leader has to say. As Quan Mo effortlessly annihilated the Scions, the onlookers appeared unperturbed, continuing to fix their gaze on the rift, awaiting the arrival of the Scion Empire as previously mentioned. Among those present, aside from Deshun Gong and the great demon lord maintaining their focus on one another, everyone else was intently observing the increasingly turbulent rift above. The inky black heavens seemed to conceal countless unknown entities. Suddenly, A series of sounds emanated from the rift, followed by a colossal object emerging from its depths. It resembled an octopus-like flying contraption, its sleek black body adept at concealment, taking a few minutes to extricate a portion of itself. Noticing the two factions staring intently at it, the octopus-like device wisely came to a halt. Minutes later, the top of this massive entity opened, and one by one, scions clad in battle attire similar to the previous group emerged. As more and more poured out, the upper space quickly became filled. After several hundred more appeared, the octopus ceased deploying additional personnel. Shortly thereafter, a figure seated upon a golden crimson throne ascended from above. All the scions encircled him, bowing their proud heads. "Your Majesty." The scion adorned in a golden battle suit, distinct from the ordinary scions, nodded before gazing down upon Quan Imo and Quan Wang. Subsequently, he waved his hand, and the multitude of scions parted, allowing the Scion King to pass through the throng. Descending gracefully, once positioned appropriately, he continued to look down at the others and addressed them. "Greetings, I am the King of the Scion Empire, Ylancidal. We mean no harm by coming here. Our curiosity simply drew us, and we shall depart shortly." Quan Mo's expression soured visibly, as he exhaled deeply before responding. "Let us put aside discussions of curiosity and departure. It has been quite some time since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner, let alone fly about recklessly." With that, he extended a finger and bent it downward. In an instant, the entire group of scions seemed as if struck by an invisible force, crashing down towards the ground. At that moment, all the scions found themselves sprawled in midair, aligned with the feet of Quan Imo. "Now, this is the appropriate posture for you to converse," he stated. "What was it you wished to say earlier? Please repeat it." Quan Imo inclined his head slightly, prompting this so-called king to reorganize his words. The Scion King struggled to move, attempting to resist, but alas, apart from his increasingly loud voice, his restrained form exhibited no change. With no alternative, he could only reiterate his previous statement, "We mean no harm. We are merely passing through, and will leave soon." "Leave?" Quan Imo shook his large black horns, his expression one of exasperation as he remarked, "Alas. Why are you so obstinate, like your subordinates?" "Very well, I shall provide you with a hint. My forces were severely weakened previously, and I am in need of manpower. Thus, I am granting you one final opportunity. Think carefully." King Ylancidal valiantly continued to resist, but after listening to Quan Mo's words, he struggled in disbelief for several minutes, ultimately succumbing to despair and ceasing his movements. "Boy, it is time for you to declare your choice. My patience is running thin." With a face full of determination, Ylancidal bellowed defiantly, "I am the king of the scions. No one in this world can make me submit." "Humph." Quan Imo scratched his elfin-like ears, a wicked grin spreading across his dark visage. "I am quite curious to see if indeed no one can make you yield." In the next moment, Quan Mo's right hand became enveloped in sinister black energy, which he used to ensnare Ylancidal before him. As the dark energy sliced through his skin like blades, penetrating his body, the king's face contorted in agony, his body trembling uncontrollably. Nevertheless, he held back a cry. Intrigued, Quan Imo observed the distorted scene before him, relishing the moment, and subsequently intensified the release of the dark energy. As the dark energy intensified, Ylancidal's suffering grew more acute, ultimately causing the taut strings of his endurance to snap. Chapter 105. The Super Dragon with Golden Wings. Ylancidal cried out in agony as the dark energy incessantly coursed through his twisted features, his nose, eyes, mouth, and ears. Observing Ylancidal's torment, the dark sorcerer chuckled with excitement. Did you not claim that no one could make you submit? Where are you now? You cannot endure." The inhuman pain rendered him incapable of uttering a complete sentence, leaving him to despairingly writhe on the ground. As time passed, Ylancidal's movements became increasingly feeble. "Well, this should suffice," thought the dark sorcerer, believing the dark energy had fully infected him. With a flick of his finger, it seemed as if the invisible shackles binding Ylancidal vanished. The scions, who had been lying down, suddenly sprang to their feet, forming a protective circle around their king, vigilantly watching the predatory enemies surrounding them. Noting the impenetrable wall formed by the scions, the dark sorcerer slyly cautioned, "Do not huddle so tightly. Otherwise, if you need to flee later, you might find it impossible." Unmoved by the Dark Sorcerer's advice, the Scion warriors drew closer, determined to shield their king from any harm. Suddenly, an inhuman howl reverberated throughout the space, and at that moment, Seidel, protected within the circle of Scion warriors, opened his crimson eyes. With swift and decisive force, he delivered a chilling blow to the warrior facing away from him, who fell in disbelief. This fallen warrior was but a mere drop in the ocean of countless others, unnoticed by the majority as their king slaughtered his own kin. However, for the powerful beings present, the actions of the Scion king were glaringly evident, eliciting expressions of intrigue from the Dark Sorcerer and his subordinates. Most of the Dark King's entourage exhibited sympathy, yet they recognized the uncertainty posed by these outsiders, deciding it was better to err on the side of caution. As Seidel continued his rampage, the scent of blood thickened in the air, leaving all Scions feeling uneasy, suspecting they were merely imagining things due to heightened tension. Suddenly, a cacophony of gasps and screams shattered the warriors' concentration, compelling them to look towards the center of the chaos. What they beheld was utterly shocking. The central area could only be described as a river of blood, littered with corpses and dismembered limbs, with one figure, drenched in blood, rampaging through the carnage. The dark crimson stains obscured the warriors' recognition of their king, and with eyes aflame, they charged towards the murderer of their brethren. A throng against a single individual, yet the mass failed to overcome the solitary foe. Witnessing the formidable strength of their assailant, each Scion warrior unleashed their true capabilities. The warriors roared in fury, transforming into golden-haired Super Scions, the majority becoming Super Scion I, with only a couple hundred achieving Super Scion II, and a mere handful transforming into Super Scion III. The newly transformed Super Scions collectively overwhelmed Seidel, showering him with countless energy blasts that enveloped him without pause. Their intent was to obliterate him into ashes, yet as the king of the Scions, Seidel would not be so easily vanquished. In moments, a brilliant golden light shimmered amidst the smoke, swiftly dispersing the white haze. His spiky hair cascaded down to his heels, and a powerful aura swept away the bloodstains, revealing his golden locks. All Scion warriors gazed at the blinding gold with disbelief. The one who had slain countless kin was, in fact, their companion. This absurd revelation left the Scion warriors momentarily stunned, and they hesitated, unsure whether to continue their assault. However, Seidel, already tainted by dark magic, showed no signs of halting his murderous spree. With a malevolent grin, Seidel grasped two massive black-red energy orbs in each hand, hurling them into the throng. Boom! Thud! The twin thunderous sounds erupted within the crowd, obliterating two groups of warriors into mere pulp. Blood instantly stained the surrounding Scions, and this gruesome slaughter seemed to awaken the remaining Scions. Whoever he is, kill him! Countless voices cried out as they surged towards Seidel, colliding violently. Energy waves flaring chaotically. Seidel's strikes were merciless. Before him, Scions either lost their heads or limbs, some even reduced to mere flesh. Yet, the might of two hands could not contend with the force of four fists. Despite Seidel's formidable strength, he gradually succumbed to the overwhelming numbers, sustaining increasingly severe injuries. With a sudden shout, Seidel's dark red arms soared into the air, and in response to the excruciating pain, he roared, unleashing a massive black-red energy wave. This strike cleared a wide path through the throng. Cough! Spit! Seidel coughed lightly, followed by a violent expulsion of blood into the air. Though his body was nearing collapse, the madness and bloodlust in his crimson eyes remained undiminished as he staggered toward the embrace of the Scion army. From a distance, observing the darkened Scion king engulfed by the crowd, the Dark Sorcerer shrugged in disinterest. Sigh. How utterly dull. Since the main character has perished, there is no longer any need for this game. The Dark Sorcerer extended his right hand and slowly clenched it. The Scion army, currently tearing their king to shreds, was abruptly ensnared in a distortion of space. As each body contorted, blood gushed forth, and the entire Scion army seemed to be trapped in a juicer, blood flowing out while their bones turned to dust. Once the Dark Sorcerer fully clenched his hand, all Scions were reduced to mere remnants. Having disposed of these Scions, the Dark Sorcerer turned his gaze toward the group at the Divine Palace, particularly focusing on the two Dark Kings. Well, this little interlude has concluded. It is time for us to depart. You two simpletons, Take good care of your little heads. The next time we meet, I shall collect them." Upon finishing his statement, the dark sorcerer waved his hand, and black flames enveloped everyone, swirling and vanishing, leaving behind only a few sinister chuckles. Ha ha ha. In an instant, everyone except the great demon god disappeared. "Your Excellency, Divine Palace, thank you for sparing us for my sake." The great demon god's voice faded as he uttered those few words, slowly dissipating. The Divine Palace closed its eyes and spoke with an ethereal tone. "It is not that I do not wish to help, but rather that a starving camel is still larger than a horse. If you had been resolute, who knows if even half would have survived?" "Ha ha, you flatter me." The great demon goddess' final head fragmented and vanished. Watching the disappearing demons, the Divine Palace turned and declared, "Now, let us resurrect the destroyer gods and the obliterated universe. As for the rest, we shall discuss together later." As the Divine Palace walked, it approached the 7 Dragon Balls, each the size of planets. With a divine incantation, golden light instantaneously enveloped all Dragon Balls, shimmering forth. The golden radiance swiftly transformed into a colossal golden dragon, resembling the feathered serpent of Mayan mythology, radiating a brilliant golden glow and adorned with a pair of enormous bat-like wings. As the mighty Shenlong opened its mouth, in the blink of an eye, the gathered multitude found themselves within its corporeal form, facing a Shenlong that had diminished to a size comparable to that of a lone planet. It unveiled its blood-red eyes, a flicker of brilliance igniting within, and then uttered in the ancient, mysterious tongue of the gods, "One wish shall be granted, no matter its nature. Speak it forth." The Dushin Gong immediately proclaimed, "Please restore the cosmic beings annihilated by Quan Wang." Following this, the Shenlong's eyes ignited with a crimson glow, and an enigmatic force enveloped the entire realm, bringing forth the 12 obliterated universes one by one. In Chapter 106, The Fatal Question, the vanished destroyers and Kaiashins re-emerged amidst the celestial expanse, as the Shenlong's flickering crimson light gradually faded. "Your wish has been fulfilled. Until we meet again," the Shenlong declared, its form radiating a translucent luminescence before dissolving into countless shimmering motes, dispersing in all directions. The surrounding environment slowly reverted to the normal void, while the revived Kaiashins and destroyers gazed at one another in astonishment, then turned their attention towards Quan Wang and Dushin Gong. "I understand you have many questions. I shall elucidate them one by one, after which you may deliberate on subsequent matters," Dushin Gong began, recounting the events that transpired following their annihilation by Quan Wang. Upon hearing this, the recently revived beings were left utterly astounded, their eyes widening and mouths agape. "A great demon of the same caliber as Quan Wang has resurrected, and it has even connected with time and space," the Joker Destroyer murmured, distilling the information into a whisper. "Now that you are aware of the situation, the immediate priority is to maintain equilibrium among the universes. We must not allow interlopers from parallel realms to disrupt this balance. Return to your respective universes promptly. Should any disruptors emerge, eliminate them without hesitation," Dushin Gong instructed, urging them to depart. At that moment, the 2 Quan Wangs interjected, "You must perform diligently, otherwise the restored universes will vanish once more." Upon hearing this, the destroyers and other participants, save for a few, bowed deeply and exclaimed, "Yes." Dushin Gong nodded to the angels flanking him and said, "Assist them in restoring order across the realms." "Understood." The 12 angels responded with slight nods. Subsequently, the angels returned to their respective destroyers, their staves raised, conjuring radiant arrays beneath their feet. The numerous destroyers maintained a perfectly synchronized bowing posture, gradually vanishing within the luminous formations. Once all had departed, only Dushin Gong and the 2 Quan Wangs remained. Dushin Gong turned to Quan Wang, saying, "Very well. Quan Wang, it is time for us to take our leave." With a swift motion, the 3 were enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors, vanishing from sight. In Universe 12, on a remote planet, dark clouds of fire suddenly materialized, and following their dissipation, a group of individuals appeared. "My lord, where are we?" the jealous blood envoy inquired, gazing curiously at the unfamiliar surroundings. "When I traversed this realm in my ethereal form, I left behind a mark here, which allowed me to teleport directly to this location," the all-demon replied as he floated downward. Upon touching the ground, he surveyed his subordinates and shook his head, lamenting, "Alas, our forces are too weak, and we lack powerful subordinates." Otherwise, we could have fought them to the bitter end just now. There's no choice. My lord, we must start anew and take things slowly. However, during this chaos, we have ample time to gather enough followers and strengthen our power. The hovering great demon consoled him appropriately. Indeed, since I was once capable of commanding such a formidable force, I shall undoubtedly forge an even more powerful one. With an indomitable spirit, the All-Demon, undeterred by adversity, resolved to conquer Universe 12. Yes, this minor Universe 12 can be easily obliterated at my whim. Subjugating it is but a trivial task. The jealous blood envoy expressed unwavering admiration, casually sealing the fate of Universe 12. The All-Demon did not contest this assertion, stating, "Destroying this universe is indeed simple. But that is not my objective. I wish for the entirety of Universe 12 to tremble beneath my renown." Indeed, the 6 blood envoys echoed in unison, pledging their allegiance. Now, let us pay a visit to the home of the Destroyer and Angels of Universe 12. Upon concluding his statement, the All-Demon extended his hand and, with a mere gesture, conjured a portal of black flames, through which the group stepped, vanishing into the inferno. In Universe 12, amidst countless planets, a planet exhibiting a striking azure hue welcomed several unwelcome guests with ulterior motives. Within this cerulean aquatic realm, a circular portal of flames suddenly emerged, followed by a procession of individuals stepping forth. The All-Demon scanned his surroundings, displaying evident discontent. "This is most uncomfortable. It is damp and utterly uninviting." Hearing the All-Demon's unfriendly tone, the Slaughter Blood envoy sprang into action, declaring, "If you find it uncomfortable, let us eliminate it." He extended a hand, crimson energy swirling within his grasp, rapidly intensifying into a miniature tempest. Raising the storm above his head, he swiftly drew in the surrounding water, transforming the vicinity into a vacuum within mere seconds. However, this was merely the beginning. After a few breaths, not a single drop of water remained in sight, and the Slaughter Blood envoy stored the water orb he had created. "Excellent," the All-Demon praised, delighted by the Slaughter Blood envoy's actions. Just as the Slaughter Blood envoy was about to respond, 2 figures materialized amidst a flash of light. One bore finely groomed white hair slicked back, a round and jovial face adorned with a smile, a blue angelic halo around his neck, dressed in the attire of an angelic steward, wielding a staff encircled by planets. The other was a robust merman, clad in a uniform adorned with the varied colors of the destroyers, his face contorted in furious rage. "Who are you? How dare you drain my dwelling?" he shouted, seething with anger. In stark contrast to the enraged destroyer, the Universe 12 angel, Martin, wore a grave expression. Upon seeing the All-Demon for the first time, he sought to alert Jean beside him. Alas, the disappearance of water had incited such wrath that he unleashed a torrent of words upon them, offering Martin no time to react. The All-Demon smiled faintly, saying nothing further as he extended his hand towards the two, bending it downward. In an instant, they were both engulfed by an inexplicable force, plummeting to the ground. The earth, long saturated by water, was deep and dark, and as they fell, the soft soil enveloped them. They rolled and struggled within the marshy terrain. But after some time, the All-Demon, feeling a tinge of boredom, lifted them back up. Observing their futile attempts to escape, he intensified his grip. Their bodies stiffened under the pressure, and the All-Demon alternated between tightening and loosening his hold, tauntingly remarking, "You exhibit quite the courage to threaten me. Do you not know who I am?" The destroyer Jean, enduring the strain, turned to Martin and inquired, "Who is he?" Martin sighed. "He must be the All-Demon, who once rivaled Quan Wong in ancient times." Upon hearing the mention of having once contended with Quan Wong, the destroyer god Jin's expression immediately shifted. His eyes filled with astonishment and dread. He anxiously exclaimed, "Ma Tenu, why did you not stop me? Knowing how terrifying this individual is, I would have certainly fled at the first opportunity." Ma Tenu, feeling utterly powerless, closed his eyes and replied slowly, "You must afford me a chance as well. You began with insults upon our first meeting. What could I possibly do? What should we do now?" The destroyer god Jean muttered helplessly to himself. Observing the two relinquishing hope and succumbing to despair, Quanimo suddenly conceived a clever idea. "Do you wish to live?" After a brief pause, noticing their silence, Quanimo continued, "I can spare one of you." He then added ominously, "The other shall be destroyed. Now, discuss amongst yourselves who shall live and who shall perish." Chapter 107. The onset of chaos. Upon hearing the prospect of being spared, Jean and Ma Tinu initially believed they were imagining things. However, as Quan Mo continued to speak after a brief pause, they were abruptly brought back to reality. The two fell silent, time slipping away slowly. And as the moments stretched on, Quan Mo grew impatient. My time is very precious. You must make a decision. After 3 breaths, the two finally answered in unison. We shall choose neither. Huh. Quan Mo replied with a sinister smile. Since I have declared that only one can survive, it is certain that one must die. He continued. If you do not choose, allow me to make the selection for you. With a flick of his wrist, Quan Mo conjured a coin. One side black and the other red. This is a rather amusing little game. The black side signifies the survival of the destroyer god, while the red side represents the survival of the angel. Let us see whose luck prevails. With that, he tossed the coin into the air, watching it spin before it descended. As it landed in his palm, he grasped it tightly, then revealed it slowly before the two men. A vivid red hue met their gaze, and the destroyer god Jin's eyes widened in despair, while the angel let out a resigned sigh. Haha. Quan Mo crushed the coin into black mist. Turning to the destroyer god Jin, he remarked, Alas, your luck is truly unfortunate. Immediately, he formed his fingers into a gun shape and theatrically aimed at Jin, pulling an imaginary trigger. In the next moment, black hellfire began to crawl slowly up Jin's body. The intense heat and agony compelled Jin to struggle violently, yet his formidable willpower prevented him from uttering a single cry of pain until he was reduced to nothingness. As Quan Mo observed the remnants of the destroyer god Jin, he shook his head in regret before shifting his gaze to the angel Ma Tinu. So, do you wish to see me kill you as well? Quan Mo's eager gaze made Ma Tinu suspect he intended to turn on him. How could that be? Quan Mo shook his head and exclaimed excitedly, I am merely thrilled because I will soon have another powerful subordinate. Humph, you shall not succeed. I would rather die than submit. I shall never become your subordinate. Ma Tinu's round face radiated determination, filled with unwavering confidence. With an eerie smile, Quan Mo floated before her, seizing her head. Apologies, but I only require obedience. A tool for killing is all that matters. Dark demonic energy surged from Quan Mo's palm, fiercely penetrating Ma Tinu's mind, ravaging her neural pathways and deeply infiltrating her soul, beginning to obliterate her intellect. While the agony of the body could still be endured, the torment that invaded the soul was unbearable, and the angel was no exception. As time passed, Ma Tinu ultimately cried out in despair, Her voice crescendoed to a piercing peak before, as if severed from its source, it diminished into silence. Quan Mo withdrew his hand, and Ma Tinu had undergone a profound transformation. Her eyes glowed crimson, resembling a wild beast. Her hair grew wildly, cascading down to her feet. The blue angelic halo around her neck had morphed into a blood-red ring, marred with cracks. Seeing her current state, Quan Mo nodded in satisfaction before releasing his control. Once liberated, Ma Tinu stood rigidly as if a wooden puppet, clutching a black sphere and a staff adorned with a red halo. In the distance, onlookers approached cautiously, glancing at the now puppet-like angel, only able to lament the unpredictability of fate. Lord Quan Mo, who shall we target next? The Slaughter Blood Envoy proposed, clearly still eager for further carnage against the destroyers and angels. Quan Mo mused, lowering his head and stroking his chin thoughtfully. Cough, cough. At that moment, the great demon god coughed twice, interjecting, I propose we best observe the situation for now. The Slaughter Blood Envoy, hearing a dissenting opinion, panicked and responded somewhat brusquely. Why? Wasn't that destroyer and angel easily dispatched? As the two argued, the others remained silent, merely spectators. Quan Mo refrained from speaking. Though he found the Slaughter Blood Envoy's suggestion more appealing, reason told him it was a misguided notion. Heed the great demon god. From the moment of our revival, I have insisted we follow the great demon god's directives. He concluded, casting an eager glance at the great demon god, clearly longing for an explanation. Understanding the curiosity radiating from Quan Mo and not wishing to see the recently resurrected group meet an untimely demise, the great demon god elucidated. Our ability to so easily vanquish the destroyers and angels was merely due to a disparity in information. Disparity in information? Indeed, our actions were too swift. We immediately targeted the destroyers and angels of the 12th universe upon departure, catching the Great Palace and Quan Wang entirely off guard. However, this is only temporary. Should we venture to the next universe to eliminate their destroyers and angels, we will undoubtedly encounter a meticulously laid trap. As the great demon god elaborated passionately, the angel Matenu's staff suddenly emitted a radiant glow, drawing everyone's attention. The light gradually coalesced into a three-dimensional image, and the familiar figure caused the onlookers to recognize its identity. The Great Palace. A wave of tension swept through the crowd, though it was fleeting. The Great Palace appeared dramatically different from their expectations, and their expressions soured further upon seeing the transformed Matenu and the missing destroyer god Jean. Very well. Excellent. Observing that it was merely a projection, the imposing presence of the Great Palace nonetheless instilled a sense of dread among the crowd. However, one specter, was an exception. The great demon god confronted the Great Palace, stating, "Apologies. We merely sought a place to rest, but your destroyers were too enthusiastic and inadvertently transformed." He sighed. "What a pity. But rest assured, your child is still alive." The great demon god playfully pinched Matenu's plump face. "However, after this, who knows? If by chance the real you were to arrive, in a moment of excitement, I might accidentally eliminate you." A profound silence enveloped the scene, each individual tense, fearful that a disagreement between the two could lead to conflict. Fortunately, matters did not devolve into the worst-case scenario. "I hope Matenu remains unscathed." After several minutes, the Great Palace finally exhaled, leaving behind a final remark before severing communication. As the light faded, a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. That troublesome entity has finally departed. "What shall we do next, great demon god?" the jealous blood envoy inquired. The great demon god hovered in the air, contemplating before uttering a single word. Wait. Indeed, the waters remain insufficiently turbulent. We must bide our time until the chaos reaches a suitable magnitude, at which point we shall act decisively. Subsequently, all eyes turned toward Xuanma, awaiting his decree. Very well, let us heed the words of the great demon god. After Xuanma spoke, he surveyed his surroundings and remarked, "This place is excessively damp. We shall seek a more suitable temporary abode." Understood. With that, Xuanma led his followers outward into the cosmos. As Xuanma and his entourage searched for a fitting residence, the 12 universes beyond had already descended into turmoil. Countless beings from parallel universes and alternate dimensions began to wield their formidable powers to satiate their desires. The conflict between outsiders and indigenous inhabitants erupted, smoke billowing toward every planet, with lives being lost and newcomers arriving incessantly. Within the exalted hall of the Supreme King, 2 sovereigns sat upon their thrones, flanked by tall, slender guards, while before them stood the great divine palace, restored to its former glory. Clutching his staff, he gazed upon the brutal and tumultuous images displayed within the orb, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Upon severing the visual feed, the great divine palace respectfully inclined its head toward the 2 sovereigns and reported, "Esteemed sovereigns, the situation has escalated beyond our control." Chapter 108. The intractable elements of chaos. A profound silence enveloped the room. After a span of several heartbeats, the 2 sovereigns exchanged a glance, their eyes clear yet bewildered. One sovereign queried the other, "What does this signify?" "I am uncertain. What does it signify?" The great divine officer, observing the 2 sovereigns deep in contemplation, hastily interjected, "What I mean is, the external realm is engulfed in chaos. Wars rage everywhere, and the balance of the cosmos has been shattered." Upon hearing the great divine officer's words, the sovereigns exchanged another glance, and after a few more breaths, they began to speak in unison. "Should we eradicate this chaos?" "Indeed, we should. Should we not?" The 2 were unable to reach a consensus after much deliberation, ultimately turning their gaze toward the great divine officer. "Must we eliminate them all?" "Esteemed sovereigns, it would be prudent not to annihilate them. For if you were to extinguish these universes, only the 2 of you would remain, and how dreadfully dull and uninteresting that would be." After a moment of reflection, the sovereigns broke into excited smiles, realizing, "Indeed, we cannot eliminate them. That would render things quite unamusing. What then shall we do to resolve the current situation?" One sovereign inquired, scratching his head with curiosity. "It is quite simple, Your Majesty. You merely need to exert pressure on the destroyers of each universe, compelling them to diligently restore order within their realms. Then, dispatch your 2 esteemed guardians to assist in the suppression efforts across the various universes." Upon hearing this, The two sovereigns cheered exuberantly. Excellent. Excellent. The two guards, taken aback, were about to voice their objections when the sovereigns commanded, "Go forth." The guards, resembling bamboo tubes, could only comply with a resigned, "Understood." Observing that assistance had returned to its rightful place, the great divine officer pondered the necessity of applying pressure to the indifferent destroyers. With that thought, he conjured his staff and waved his right hand over the central orb. Meanwhile, within the realms inhabited by the destroyers, the angelic staff began to stir. Each angel turned their gaze toward the staff, and soon, a colossal image was projected, prompting the angels to silently summon the various destroyers engaged in their respective tasks. When the disgruntled destroyers beheld the figure of the sovereigns within the projection, they promptly straightened their postures, bowing deeply in unison. "We were unaware of your Majesty's arrival. We sincerely apologize for our presumption." Each destroyer was palpably anxious, not daring to lift their heads. Within the hall of the Supreme King, as the two sovereigns observed the respectful destroyers being projected from the staff, they nodded in unison. The expressions of the two sovereigns mirrored one another, and they simultaneously pointed a finger, counting 1, 2, 3, 9, 10, 11. The sovereigns paused and exchanged glances. "I counted only 11. So did I?" Suddenly, the countenance of the sovereigns shifted. "Great divine officer, why is this the case? Is there a universe missing? Does that universe wish to be eliminated?" Indeed, the anticipated news had arrived. The great divine officer had prepared for this moment, recognizing that such matters could not remain concealed for long. "Your Majesty, please do not be enraged. The 12th universe has not vanished. It is simply unable to manifest." What is the meaning of this? The sovereigns wore puzzled expressions as the great divine officer recounted the unfortunate fate of the destroyer Jean and the angel Martin in the 12th universe. They encountered Chuanma, resulting in one death and the other gravely injured. The sovereigns were filled with indignation towards Chuanma's actions, with one exclaiming, "I shall seal him once more." "Great divine officer, where is he now? I must ensure he is reduced to mere fragments once again." The great divine officer hastily dissuaded him, advising, "Your Majesty, it is paramount to address the intruders from the parallel universes first. The remnants of Chuanma can be dealt with at a later time. What is of utmost importance, I believe, is already clear to you. Then shall we attend to him after the turmoil subsides?" "A wise decision, Your Majesty," the great divine officer immediately praised. The two sovereigns shared foolish smiles and nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us first quell the chaos before seeking retribution against that individual." With the situation finally appearing to fall into order, the great divine officer proceeded with the next step. He regarded the 11 figures projected by the staff and declared, "Ahem. Attend closely. The Supreme Sovereign has matters to address. Please proceed." The 11 destroyers stood rigid, responding loudly. The great divine officer glanced at the sovereigns, who subtly nodded in acknowledgement. The sovereigns spoke in unison. "According to the great divine officer, the 12 universes are in utter disarray, having disrupted their individual balances. Is this correct?" The 11 destroyers, now drenched in sweat, were rendered speechless. Observing their hesitation, the sovereign's authority surged, declaring, "It is evident you have indeed transgressed. I shall not delve into your past misdeeds, but I implore you to swiftly restore order within your respective realms. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to eliminate you along with your universes." Upon hearing this, the 11 destroyers' expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly nodded in unison, exclaiming, "Yes, yes. Supreme Sovereign, we understand. We shall diligently eradicate the sources of chaos within our universes." "Very well. I grant you a period of 6 months. I expect a flawless resolution by the end of this time frame." After a moment of silence, one of the destroyers, the rat destroyer Quitella, nervously stammered, "Supreme Sovereign, we shall earnestly cleanse our universes. However, may I request a slight extension?" The two sovereigns fixed their unwavering gaze upon Quitella. "Do you dissent against my command?" No, not at all." Quitella, drenched in cold sweat, quickly apologized. "No, Your Majesty's orders are undoubtedly the most fitting. 6 months shall suffice. It is splendid." Seeing that the meeting was nearing its conclusion, the great divine officer prepared to wrap up the session. "All right, we have addressed the essential matters. This meeting shall come to an end." He then turned to the two sovereigns. "Is that not so, Your Majesties?" "Indeed, there is little more to discuss." "Let it be so." As the two sovereigns concluded their statements, the great divine officer promptly severed the connection with the 11 universes. Henceforth, the turmoil across the various universes ought to subside. The Grand Priest, with hands clasped behind his back, gazed out at the expanse beyond the Grand Hall. Meanwhile, the gods of destruction from various universes began their bustling activities, departing from their lairs to survey the cosmos and eradicate elements of unrest. In a fleeting moment, the parallel universes experienced substantial casualties among the time-jumping entities and radicals, as stars were reduced to nothingness or stained with the hue of blood. A year later, the palace of the Omni King remained occupied by the same few individuals, engaged in the same actions and the same 11 projections. However, the figures within these projections appeared utterly dispirited and wan. What could be the reason for this? Initially, 6 months had been allotted, and despite our previous leniency in granting an additional 6 months for a flawless outcome, what is your current predicament? Are you still unable to eradicate those tumultuous elements? Do you wish to be eliminated alongside them? The two Omni Kings expressed their displeasure towards the 11 ineffectual gods of destruction seated before them. The gods, weary and beleaguered, could do little but listen, for the past year had seen them engaged in relentless destruction without respite. Such intense cleansing, even for deities, was burdensome, not physically, but mentally, leaving them visibly drained. As the discussion reached its conclusion, the Grand Priest interjected to promptly end the meeting. Your Excellencies, despite the circumstances, they cannot instantaneously eradicate all heretics. Let them continue their task of eliminating the instigators. Understood. The 11 gods of destruction replied in a despondent tone. The Grand Priest observed the projections and remarked, "Now, proceed to fulfill the tasks assigned by the Omni Kings." The 11 images vanished, and the Grand Priest, staff in hand, pondered silently. In truth, with the power of angels, vanquishing these heretical entities from alternate timelines would be a trivial endeavor. Yet, would it be worth shattering the angelic order established over countless ages for such a minor issue? No, it was not worth the effort. With a resigned sigh, the Grand Priest remained in the hall, awaiting the favorable news from the 11 gods of destruction. In the 12th universe, upon a massive crimson planet, the surface appeared riddled with blackened, jagged rocks, with veins of molten lava coursing like blood. Towering dark volcanoes erupted every few hundred miles, spewing forth torrents of fiery liquid and bubbles the size of a head from their craters. While the volcanoes on the planet remained stable, the largest one at the center, a colossal entity many times larger than its counterparts, erupted every few seconds, unleashing streams of lava that shot skyward like waterfalls, soaring far and wide. As the lava cascaded back down, it seemed as though the volcano were breathing. Boom! The fiery torrents surged upward, reaching a peak before descending like beautiful rain. Sun Wukong, the Lord of all demons, has summoned a council. I am here to inform everyone to gather at Fire Dragon Peak. The voice grew clearer as it approached, akin to a whisper in one's ear. Moments later, a figure appeared above the volcano, blood-red hair, a mysterious mask, and a simple crimson robe cloaking a robust physique. Understood, came the deep and resonant reply from the depths of the lava, devoid of any echo. Without hesitation, the blood envoy vanished instantly after delivering the message. Unexpectedly, the once frequent eruptions of the giant volcano fell into a long overdue silence, save for the usual popping of bubbles at the crater. Suddenly, the stillness was shattered as lava erupted violently, releasing monstrous figures into the air. The leader, with disheveled black hair, purplish fur, and dark golden armor, exuded an aura of terror, though it faded almost as quickly as it appeared, rendering them unremarkable. Doctor, what do you think the Lord of all demons intends by gathering everyone at this moment? Asked Wukong, who had been engrossed in training for a year. Addressing the nearby Dr. Gua, the now significantly darker-skinned doctor pondered for a moment before responding. It seems the situation has shifted considerably, and the Lord of all demons perceives an opportunity and wishes to gather everyone to gauge their thoughts. I see, Wukong mused, stroking his chin. That aligns with my thoughts. How intriguing. Let us not keep the Lord of all demons waiting. In an instant, Wukong soared in one direction, with Cell and the others closely trailing behind. Would their tranquil days soon come to an end? On the other side, atop the towering Fire Dragon Peak, the Lord of all demons stood in silence after a year of quietude, adorned in his signature blood-red robe that barely concealed his eyes. 2 holes were cut into his head for his horns to breathe, and his diminutive stature blended with an aura of mystery and power. By his side stood the ethereal demon god, both remaining still in contemplation. After several minutes, a red shadow appeared on the horizon, vanishing and then reappearing at an uncanny speed beside the Lord of all demons. My lord, everyone has been notified. Excellent. The slaughter awaits. Now we simply wait for their arrival. The Lord of all demons acknowledged the blood envoy, casting his gaze into the distance. In the far-off sky, small red dots drew nearer, and soon, red figures plummeted toward Fire Dragon Peak in unison. My lord, 5 blood envoys bowed slightly in unison. The Lord of all demons nodded. With your arrival, we are merely awaiting Sun Wukong and his subordinates, as well as my 18 blood demons. Humph! What audacity to keep the Lord of all demons waiting, exclaimed the jealous blood envoy, harboring past grievances. Enough. Their strength is comparatively lesser than yours. It is only natural they arrive later, the Lord of all demons remarked, silencing the jealous envoy, who could only concede that Wukong and his companions were fortunate. Moments later, Wukong and his group finally appeared, quickly descending upon Fire Dragon Peak. We apologize for our tardiness. Wukong and his companions, except for the 18 blood demons trailing behind, bowed their heads. Do not fret, it is but a minor issue. Let us commence with today's significant gathering. The Lord of all demons wasted no time lingering on their lateness and immediately initiated the proceedings of the council. Nightmare, step forth and reveal the current state of affairs to everyone. As the Lord of all demons spoke, a medium-sized blood envoy, possessing a low profile, approached the center. He extended his hands, summoning the dark crimson power that filled his palms, gradually forming an immense shadowy screen. Initially a blood-red expanse, it slowly became transparent, revealing ethereal images emerging upon its surface. This was one of Nightmare's abilities, the Blood Nightmare Vision, from which one could glimpse whatever they desired to see. As the explanation of Chuanma unfolded, the imagery upon the blood screen grew increasingly vivid, depicting a myriad of humans engaged in fierce battles amidst a cacophony of explosions and billowing smoke, rendering the scene strikingly realistic. These humans were the parallel beings who had traversed into our universe a year ago through a connection to a parallel cosmos. However, their existence over the past year has not been particularly favorable. Just as Chuanma finished speaking, a colossal energy sphere plummeted from the heavens, annihilating countless individuals below. Soon after, a gigantic rodent descended from the sky, observing the chaos around it, as energy waves erupted, leading to the abrupt disappearance of the entire scene. It is evident that these parallel humans are currently enduring a relentless onslaught from the deities of destruction. The images on the blood screen rapidly shifted, each transition revealing a different deity wreaking havoc, and in no time, all 11 deities had been showcased. These deities roamed freely to eradicate the parallel humans. While it may seem a misfortune for them, it presents a fortuitous opportunity for us. Seeing the puzzled expressions among his subordinates, Chuanma felt a surge of intellectual exhilaration, and joyfully declared, indeed, this plan was conceived in collaboration with the great demon god. Through the natural selection imposed by those deities, only the strongest will survive. And we find ourselves in need of formidable strength. This is our chance, the opportunity to expand our power significantly. But how shall we proceed? Shall we defeat them one by one? Chuanma hastily waved his hand to quell his subordinates' wild speculations, clarifying that this method was also a product of his and the great demon god's brainstorming. Since they are being hunted, I shall offer them sanctuary. However, obtaining my protection is no simple feat at this juncture. Chuanma paused, glancing at the great demon god, and continued, since this plan originated with both the great demon god and myself, it would be prudent for him to elucidate the subsequent details. Chapter 110, Rumors from the 12th Universe? The great demon god, taken aback by Chuanma's gaze, quickly regained his composure and responded, since Lord Chuanma has tasked me with this, allow me to briefly outline what comes next. The current plight of those parallel humans resembles that of lost dogs, fleeing in every direction. We must disseminate the message that the 12th universe houses a power surpassing that of the deities of destruction, willing to offer protection to those from the parallel worlds. As long as they enter the 12th universe, those deities shall not dare to cross its borders. Upon hearing this, the 6 blood envoys could not suppress their admiration, exclaiming, truly, only Lord Chuanma and the great demon god could devise such a scheme, ensuring that the parallel humans will unwittingly walk into our trap, making them easy to capture. Do not rush. I have yet to finish. The great demon god waved his hand and continued. This is merely the beginning. Once nearly all of them have gathered in the 12th universe, it will be our turn to intervene. At that point, Lord Xuanma shall declare your demands, stating that you will only protect the strongest, thereby initiating a survival of the fittest tournament. The victors will be captured under the guise of protection, thereby strengthening our own ranks. But what if they refuse to engage in mutual slaughter? The envious blood envoy inquired curiously. That is quite simple. We shall eliminate them all. Ha ha ha, retorted the nearby slaughter blood envoy dismissively, immediately envisioning the gruesome scene and bursting into a fit of laughter. After the two had spoken, the great demon god slowly articulated the solution to the situation. It is straightforward. Should they refuse to adhere to our rules, we shall kindly ask them to leave. Our Lord Xuanma will only provide sanctuary to those who comprehend our terms. At this point, they will be left with two choices. Either persist until the end and exit the 12th universe, thereby facing annihilation at the hands of the deities of destruction, or remain and accept the rules of survival, where the strong receive protection and the weak perish. Upon concluding, the great demon god curiously surveyed the group and inquired, if you were in their position, what choice would you make? Would you depart the 12th universe to confront the deities of destruction, or would you endure this ruthless competition to survive as one of the strong? Naturally, one would opt for the path with a higher survival rate. All four blood envoys voiced their unanimous agreement, while the remaining two remained silent, preferring to listen attentively. Observing the great demon god's gaze upon him, Wukong gradually articulated his perspective. For the weak, regardless of the choice made, death is inevitable. Yet for the self-assured strong, there exists a glimmer of hope along any path. After reflecting on Wukong's insights, the six blood envoys pondered deeply, increasingly convinced of his reasoning, and nodded in agreement. The great demon god also affirmed, indeed, this is a game for the strong, not a cradle for the weak. Very well, let us conclude this meeting. Xuanma, sensing that matters had been sufficiently addressed, brought the discussion to an end and promptly instructed, henceforth, disseminate the planned message with utmost urgency. As the parallel universes converge, the 12 universes are now interconnected. Disregarding the speed of the parallel humans, this plan should yield results swiftly. Yes, the six blood envoys and Wukong responded in unison. In the next moment, 6 crimson shadows vanished instantly, transforming into 6 red dots in the sky before swiftly disappearing from sight. Although Wukong and his companions, including the red demon, were not as fervent as the blood envoys, they soon ascended into the air and departed from the scorching planet. In an instant, only 2 figures remained atop Huolong Peak. The great demon god, gazing in the direction of their departure, suddenly remarked, Lord Xuanma, why did you not mention the alternative possibility to them? Xuanma shook his head, asserting that the likelihood of such a scenario materializing was minimal. If nothing were to occur, it would only serve to create unnecessary anxiety. Indeed, let us leave it at that. Should any other circumstances arise, we shall respond accordingly. Thus, the dialogue between the two concluded. In the vast expanse of space, the 6 blood envoys opened their spatial tunnels, departing in 6 different directions. Following suit, Wukong and his group chose another route, activating their own spatial tunnel and disappearing one by one within it. Over the subsequent 2 months, the 6 blood envoys and Wukong's distinctive team traversed nearly the entirety of the 11 universes, disseminating information wherever they encountered suspicious activity. Within a mere month, these tidings spread like wildfire among the inhabitants of the 12 universes, with parallel humans learning of the formidable protector in the 12th universe. Initially, most parallel humans viewed this news with skepticism, suspecting it to be a trap laid by the deities of destruction. However, human nature is complex, and a small fraction, driven by a glimmer of hope, ventured forth. This portion of individuals vanished without a trace, leaving the remaining parallel humans uncertain of their fate and increasingly anxious. In this state of trepidation, they continued to be pursued, grappling with the desire to escape while plagued by profound hesitation. As time passed, the parallel humans, unable to endure any longer, clung to the desperate hope of a dead horse serving as a live one, and began their journey towards the enigmatic 12th universe. Meanwhile, the deities of destruction, who had previously operated independently, unexpectedly convened together on a dark purple planet, characterized by cracked blue wasteland and devoid of foliage. The largest withered tree served as a perch for the 11 deities, each standing orderly upon a branch. It appears you are in a similar predicament. Indeed, those heretics have become increasingly adept at concealing themselves. It takes several days, even a month, to uncover a trace. Enough of that. By the way, have you heard about? It is said that within the 12th universe resides a formidable being, one that instills fear in us, the gods of destruction. Humph. I thought you were referring to something significant. This information has long since become common knowledge. Anyone can tell you that, Bylus remarked disdainfully. Humph. Do you think I am unaware of that? The crux of what I wish to convey lies elsewhere. Quatella, irritated by Bylus's retort, immediately snapped back. Regarding this mysterious being, do you have anyone in mind? It certainly cannot be Jean or Matinu. During our meeting with Lord Chuanmo, I vaguely heard that they had already met their demise. Ah, are you so audacious as to eavesdrop on the conversations of those two esteemed figures? Xiangpa hurriedly explained, it was an accident. I was overly anxious at the time and misheard. Enough of that. Let us continue to speculate on the identity of this powerful entity. Isn't it obvious? With Jean and Matinu out of the way, and showing no fear towards us gods of destruction, or even the angels. Aside from that sudden appearance of a group from the Wu Zhijia, who else could it be? The Ajayi god of destruction, resembling an alien. Swiftly narrowed down the suspects with a flurry of words. The other gods of destruction, with heads bowed and fingers stroking their chins, took a moment to contemplate before unanimously affirming the identity of this powerful being. Indeed, it appears no one else could be more suspect than them. Yes, while I had long suspected them, I still hoped for a more favorable outcome. After all, there are individuals within that realm who can confront Lord Chuanmo head-on. It seems that fortune has pushed us towards the worst-case scenario. With that, the 11 individuals on the withered tree fell into a profound gloom, each seemingly bearing a cloud of despair overhead. On another slightly smaller blue withered tree, 11 angels adorned with blue rings around their necks were equally orderly, perched on the branches. Oh dear, it seems Lord Xiangpa is not in high spirits today. Such a glum demeanor is quite rare. Batos observed the despondent Xiangpa, his tone filled with concern. They must have come to a conclusion regarding the enemies they are about to face, which explains their current state. Was speculated. Glancing at the equally listless Bylus. Under normal circumstances, facing an adversary of Lord Chuanmo's caliber, remaining composed would be a feat in itself. Yes, I hope they can rally quickly. Remaining despondent here is less advantageous than giving it their all. Chapter 111. The survival game of Chuanmo begins. The angels atop the blue withered tree were deeply concerned for the gods of destruction, while below, a different scene unfolded. The foremost combatants from the 11 universes gathered in unison, the Scion group from the 6th universe, including Hit and Gabe, the 7th universe's Vegeta, Son Goku, Frieza, and 17. The 11th universe's Jiren, along with the remaining Pride troopers, and various unknown warriors from the other 8 universes clustered around the giant blue tree, seemingly resting and deliberating. Jiren, it is good to see you again. I felt our last battle was rather unfulfilling. How about we engage in a match now? The battle-hungry Son Goku, clad in tattered attire, approached Jiren. Wait a moment. The green-faced Piccolo halted Son Goku, cautioning, now is not the time for fighting. If we provoke the gods of destruction, it could spell disaster. Upon hearing this, Son Goku instinctively glanced at the gods of destruction conversing atop the tree, scratched his head, and decided to bide his time, noting that he would save their duel for later. Jiren rose, approaching Son Goku, and gazed into his eyes. I look forward to it. I hope you can endure longer this time. Jiren's earnest challenge stirred a surge of excitement in Goku. At this moment, Gabe approached Vegeta. Master, it has been a while. What do you mean a while? It has only been a few months. Vegeta replied, slipping into the role of a strict mentor. By the way, have you been training diligently during these months? You haven't been slacking off, have you? Gabe quickly shook his head, raising his right hand in a fist to assure him. Rest assured, Master Vegeta, I have been continuously battling those heretical beings, and I feel my body growing stronger. My power increasing by the day. Vegeta nodded, patting Gabe on the shoulder, stating, the path of a warrior is one of relentless advancement. If you become complacent, your strength will gradually diminish, and you will become an ordinary existence. Yes, Gabe stood tall, his face glowing with joy from the praise. By the way, Master, many of the enemies I encountered on my journey felt oddly familiar. and I often had the sensation that I had fought them before. Vegeta immediately clarified, Gabe, there's no need to be alarmed. After all, we are battling beings from parallel universes and timelines. It is not unusual to encounter those who resemble others, even to the point of being identical. I understand, Master, but those heretical beings from parallel universes are indeed formidable. They have endured for quite some time without being defeated. As he spoke, Gabe glanced at the tattered clothing he and Vegeta wore, noting that while the number of enemies had lessened, their strength only seemed to grow. He truly wondered if the upcoming foes would still be within his capacity to confront. Observing Gabe's slightly disheartened demeanor, Vegeta pointed upwards, saying, no need for such worries. Just focus on doing your part to the best of your ability. Leave the rest to the powerful gods of destruction. If things become dire, we still have the angels, the Grand Priest, and Lord Xuanma on our side. With such trump cards, it is hard to fathom how we could lose. Upon hearing Vegeta's description of the disparity between their forces, Gabe's expression swiftly changed, and he promptly shifted the topic to seek advice from Vegeta on practical combat. Meanwhile, individuals from the other universes were also engaging in conversation with those they found agreeable or quietly reflecting. The 11 gods of destruction atop the tree were diligently contemplating strategies, while the beings from various universes below took their rest, and the angels observed everything from the treetops. On the other hand, as more individuals ventured towards the 12th universe, many followed suit, swept along with the tide. In no time, nearly all parallel beings from the 11 universes had been drawn along, with only a few remaining behind, who eventually followed after a few days. Subsequently, over the course of a month, the gods of destruction and elite warriors from various universes scoured the 11 universes but found not a single parallel being. The familiar dark blue planet, the 2 towering blue withered trees, and the same 11 creatures standing atop the branches, their expressions heavy with tension. So what now? Does it even need to be said? After a month of searching, not even a shadow has been seen. They must have fled to the 12th universe seeking refuge. What can we do about it? With that remark, any semblance of discussion was abruptly silenced. The gods of destruction glanced around, uncertain of what to say or where to look. Why don't we just attack the 12th universe? Suggested Mosca, the god of destruction from the 3rd universe. Are you out of your mind? Quetela exclaimed in astonishment. That is a being of the same caliber as Lord Xuanma, one who could obliterate us all in an instant. Are we to do nothing here? Mosca pressed on, insisting that we are not entirely without a fighting chance. Huh. Everyone turned their curious gazes towards the seemingly ordinary green robot. It's not just us. Let us not forget the angels. But aren't the angels prohibited from participating in such conflicts between factions? Rules are rigid, but people are adaptable, and circumstances can change, potentially compelling their involvement. Once Mosca finished speaking, the other gods of destruction began to ponder this situation. A minute later, Bylus raised his head and declared resolutely, let us give it a try. I concur. Xiangpa unexpectedly supported his brother this time. Then let us try it. We'll give it our all. As the other destroyers reached a consensus, Quetela reluctantly submitted to the will of the majority. Very well. With the final destroyer in agreement, Beerus continued. All right. Now that the decision has been made, there shall be no turning back. Anyone who dares to flee at the last moment will be the first to perish. Beerus's menacing aura suggested he was not jesting, and the other destroyers offered no objections, instead expressing their unwavering support. Indeed, if death was to be embraced, let it be together. Anyone who wavers before the battle commenced shall be dealt with swiftly. This declaration effectively sealed their retreat, yet the 11 destroyers were now more united than ever. After all, they were bound by fate to share life and death, making solidarity a natural response. At that moment, Vuis and the other angels approached. Lord Beerus, it appears you have made your decision. Indeed, Vuis. Please proceed with transporting us to the 12th universe. With the resolve of Lord Beerus and the other destroyers set, the journey commenced. As Vuis's words fell, he and the other angels formed a circle, each drawing forth their staffs, which unleashed beams of green light. These beams converged in the center, creating a vast spatial tunnel. Let us depart for the 12th universe. The destroyers leaped into the tunnel one by one. Soon after, the angels informed the elite warriors of the various universes on the ground, and then Sun Wukong, Jiren, and others followed suit, soaring into the tunnel. Once everyone had vanished into the spatial passage, the angels and the tunnel itself dissipated into nothingness. In the 12th universe, on the colossal fire planet, atop Fire Dragon Peak, Chuanma reclined upon a throne fashioned from dark red rock, surrounded by the 6 blood envoys who came to report. Lord Chuanma, the population of the 12th universe has surged dramatically. It seems most of the humans from the parallel universes have arrived. Oh, Chuanma regarded the envious blood envoy with curiosity. So soon? Are there not still many who harbor doubts? My lord, it appears they have surged in all at once. Perhaps they have come to a realization. Chuanma waved a dismissive hand, rising to his feet. I care not for their circumstances. All I know is that my survival game can finally commence. In the next instant, dark red gas emanated from Chuanma's hands, enveloping his entire being in mere moments. Yet, this was only the beginning. The dark red gas coalesced and formed a sphere that grew deeper in hue as its energy compressed, becoming increasingly potent until it transformed into a pitch-black orb. Its power seemingly compressed to its utmost limit. Subsequently, the obsidian sphere erupted violently, sending forth the dark red gas in a frenzied expansion. As the eerie blood energy rapidly engulfed the entirety of the fire planet, it continued to spread uncontrollably to the other celestial bodies. This crimson gas, akin to a virulent infection, swiftly filled every corner of space, and before long, it had permeated the entirety of the 12th universe. The various life forms within the universe gazed upon this strange phenomenon, feeling an unexplainable terror creep within them. What is this? Could it be toxic gas? I don't know, but why is there so much of this red gas everywhere? What do we do? If it is poison, we are doomed. In an instant, the entire 12th universe was engulfed in an unknown dread, with most holding their breath in fear, while only a few remained unfazed. Soon, in this bizarre atmosphere, change rushed forth. Stones, trees, water sources, and all manner of objects shrouded in blood energy began to twist and contort. What is happening? Countless humans watched in horror as their surroundings morphed inexplicably. Fear spread, and transformations continued. All planets in the 12th universe began to undergo a grotesque metamorphosis, each being reshaped into peculiar pyramid forms. These pyramid-shaped planets then fused together, forming an even larger pyramid planet, until ultimately, all celestial bodies of the 12th universe coalesced into a singular, colossal pyramid. Now, the 12th universe lay desolate, save for the solitary fire planet and the immense pyramid that imprisoned countless lives. On the fire planet, Chuanma opened his crimson eyes. Excellent. The arena for mutual slaughter is now prepared. Next, I shall unveil the rules of this game. With that, Chuanma surveyed his surroundings. Where are those little scions and the red demons? My lord, they are still patrolling other star regions and have yet to return. Chuanma furrowed his brow, pondering. Could it be they have been ensnared as well? However, he quickly dismissed the thought, deciding to let them test the waters early and perhaps add a touch of amusement. Next, Chuanma's left hand was once again enveloped in blood energy, and with a swift motion, the fire planet surged towards the towering pyramid planet, accurately landing atop its pinnacle. On the fire planet, Chuanma smirked, the blood energy gradually dissipating from his hand. My lord, what just happened? The 6 blood envoys, having felt the recent tremor, inquired curiously. Nothing much. We merely ascended to the top of a grand structure. But now, the real spectacle begins. Chuanma shook his horns, directing his focus upon them. As a faint red glow enveloped his black horns, sending rippling waves of crimson outward. Greetings, everyone. Within the pyramid, the inhabitants, their minds momentarily stunned, began hearing a voice from an unknown source. I am Chuanma, the one who can offer you protection, but securing my favor is no simple task. What do you mean? Most were taken aback, realizing there were conditions attached. How can this be? I thought simply arriving here would guarantee protection. Chuanma continued to address them, little insects. Nothing comes without a price. If you wish for my safeguarding, you must provide your own value in return. Now, to the crux of the matter, this is a survival game that will grant you my protection. Chuanma then conjured the image of the pyramid planet within each individual's mind. Continuing, this is your domain. You will be situated on each level of the pyramid, and your task is to ascend. You must reach the red planet at the pinnacle. Given your numbers, you must be swift. Should I deem your numbers excessive, I will have no choice but to expel the rest of you from the 12th universe. How can you be certain you can protect us? A bold, clever individual dared to voice their thoughts. We will not act on uncertainties. Since I have declared my intention to protect you, I possess the confidence to fulfill it. If you do not believe me, then leave. In the next heartbeat, the questioning individual vanished from the pyramid, expelled from the 12th universe. Witnessing this sudden disappearance, those nearby fell silent. The remaining individuals, recognizing that the voice had ceased, understood that expulsion awaited them. Thus, a profound stillness settled among them. Are there any further questions? Given the multiple levels, how do we ascend to a higher tier? This is quite simple. As the number of participants diminishes to a certain threshold, you will naturally rise to the next level. Diminish? Surely not. The individual who posed the question paled at the implication. Indeed, it is as you have surmised, to extinguish others in order to save oneself. At this moment, an enveloping silence fell upon everyone, their hearts a tumult of conflicting emotions. After a prolonged silence of over 10 seconds, the Supreme Being issued a final ultimatum, proclaiming, "Well, everything has been said. Is there anyone who wishes to withdraw?" The entire cosmos seemed to still, devoid of sound. Is there anyone who wishes to withdraw? This utterance echoed like a final proclamation, yet the assembly remained quiet, a silence that implied consent. Very well, since you all are willing to partake in this game, let the games begin. Engage in a fierce battle. Simultaneously, as these words resounded, everyone inside the colossal pyramid felt a sudden jolt in their minds before regaining their composure. Immediately, the gaze of each individual shifted towards one another, their expressions transformed. Ha! Within the fiery sphere atop the pyramid, the Supreme Being laughed with exhilaration, exclaiming, "Our plan has commenced. How delightful!" The Dark Lord floated in the air, responding with a slight smile. "Isn't this straightforward?" In the next instant, the Dark Lord's skeletal scepter appeared in his grasp, and he waved the staff, radiating with dark energy, forward. The dark energy morphed into a billowing cloud, spreading rapidly until it enveloped their field of vision. Following this, the Dark Lord adjusted the cloud's dimensions and angles until it was flawless. With a gentle tap of his scepter, the dark cloud was replaced by a transparent white screen, segmented into pieces, each depicting the scenes of the pyramid's various layers, showcasing a myriad of humans juxtaposed against stones. Observing the diverse scenarios, the Supreme Being nodded approvingly, engrossed in watching the struggles of those insignificant beings. They have indeed all been confined together. At that moment, while scanning the surroundings, the Supreme Being's attention was drawn involuntarily to a familiar group. Aren't those the Scion and his subordinates? Soon, the Blood Warriors recognized Goku and the others. Lord Zeno, shall we allow him to remain inside without intervention? Since they unexpectedly found themselves together in this predicament, so be it. Moreover, I sense that their presence will make this game even more entertaining. Meanwhile, Goku, who was being discussed, awaited in the lower layers of the pyramid. What's going on? Goku pondered, gazing at the endless wasteland before him, furrowing his brow. It has been so long. Why haven't we been transported back? Boss, could it be that the Supreme Being deliberately prevents us from exiting? Goku turned to Dr. Gero and inquired, what does he mean by this? I am uncertain as well, but what purpose does this place serve? Dr. Gero observed meaningfully. This place seems to consist solely of stones. This location must be where the Supreme Being and the Dark Lord plan to conduct their survival game. Dr. Gero picked up a stone and crushed it into dust, stating, isn't this evident? The Supreme Being likely wishes to test your abilities to see if we can survive. Is that so? Chapter 113. The parasite baby Goku remained skeptical, as he had previously proven his strength by battling jealousy. I am strong enough, surely. I do not require a test. Let me rephrase. Boss, do you think the Supreme Being has confined us here for reasons beyond merely assessing our strength? Goku contemplated this and realized that only this reasoning seemed plausible. Very well. Since that is the case, let us perform admirably. Xiaolon, scan for enemies in the vicinity. Understood. Xiaolon soared into the air, her eyes sweeping across, and a virtual radar materialized, densely populated with red dots, with the sole green dot indicating Goku and his companion's location. Observing the multitude of adversaries surrounding them, Goku declared, let us split up and eliminate all enemies within our sight. Understood. All right, got it. Except for Goku and 18, the others exchanged brief farewells and chose their respective paths, facing the cluster of over 10 demons. Goku pointed in 2 directions and commanded, divide into 2 groups and eliminate all living beings in these 2 directions. With a collective roar, the group of red demons charged in opposite directions. Surveying the desolate surroundings, Goku chuckled to himself. realizing it had been a long time since he had been alone. He then leaped into the air and dashed towards an arbitrary direction. As he sped forth, several beings attempted to impede his path, but were swiftly sent flying. After dispatching several, he finally encountered no further obstacles. After flying for some time, with no end in sight, Goku was compelled to halt. It appeared that this place was imbued with mysterious spatial forces, and thus there was only one method to ascend further. Goku gradually descended and, standing atop a stone, curiously gazed at the sky, where the clouds swirled in a vortex, the colossal opening at its center seeming to threaten to devour all. What principle governs this? However, if I am not mistaken, there must be spatial forces within. Entering recklessly would surely lead to disorientation. Suddenly, a massive blue energy wave surged towards Goku from behind, booming with an explosive sound as thick smoke billowed outward. Hit. Another one eliminated. Lord Bebby will surely commend me. From the shadows, the assailant gradually revealed himself. Golden hair cascading at an angle, with a strikingly handsome face, though his eyes were filled with ferocity. At that moment, another individual flew in from a distance. Approaching the golden-haired one, Goten, how many prey have you eliminated? The newcomer bore an uncanny resemblance to the one named Goten, differing only in hairstyle. Oh, Gohan. I just casually dispatched one and was about to seek others. The side-flying Goten exhibited a smug grin, his demeanor effortlessly relaxed. Be careful, Gohan shouted, his form instantly transforming. And golden flames surged towards Goten. Observing the aggressive fist, Goten instinctively dodged to the side. What are you doing? Bam! In Goten's line of sight, Gohan was effortlessly sent flying, his body carving a fissure in the ground. In the next moment, Goten, caught off guard, felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Ugh! Acidic fluid and vibrant blood erupted from his mouth, yet the force did not relent, sending him hurtling backward like Gohan. After exchanging blows, both combatants swiftly lost their fighting capabilities. I thought the one daring to ambush would be formidable. Who knew they would be so weak? Goku observed the two tumbling into a crater and shook his head, raising his hand to unleash two dark golden energy waves. Just as the waves were about to strike, two figures zipped past, and the energy waves erupted in a spectacular explosion. Oh, reinforcements have arrived? Goku leisurely regarded the two figures emerging from the dissipating smoke. One possessing golden hair styled upward, and the other bearing similar golden locks. Vegeta and Trunks. From which parallel universe do they hail? Upon recognizing their faces, Goku pondered. However, before he could dwell further, Vegeta and Trunks charged forward. Goku effortlessly caught their fists with both hands, then forcefully pulled them, simultaneously delivering a punch to each of their faces. As they were sent flying, they continued to unleash energy waves, seeking to seize the opportunity amidst the smoke to capture the still reeling Gohan and Goten. Had they been facing anyone else, their strategy might have succeeded, but alas, they had encountered the wrong opponent. The Qigong waves proved utterly ineffective, striking the body with no more impact than a mere tickle. Wukong burst forth from the obstructive smoke, observing the four individuals who were frantically fleeing. A sly smile gracing his lips as if he were a cat toying with a mouse. In the blink of an eye, Wukong accelerated twice, leaping once and then again, landing directly behind the startled quartet. With 2 fists and 2 feet, he sent them flying once more. Sai, why not just come out? What is the point of watching for so long? Wukong's sudden self-talk rendered the scene in an instant silence. Boom. From the pit below, Vegeta charged upward again. Wukong regarded the tenacious Vegeta with a slight shake of his head before delivering a swift kick to his chin. The speed and force were beyond Vegeta's reaction time, sending him hurtling back and further widening the already substantial pit. Haha, such strength. You must be another version of Son Wukong from a different timeline. The voice from behind prompted Wukong to turn slowly, and upon seeing the newcomer, he immediately understood. The figure had gray hair, standing upright, flanked by 2 red streaks on either side of the forehead. A wild physique cloaked in gray fur revealed a robust chest, with blue eyes shining like light bulbs. Clad in a yellow jacket with shoulder pads and loose brown trousers, Wukong couldn't help but think, this face looks so familiar. Could it be that baby has parasitized me? With this thought, Wukong cautiously probed. Oh, are you also one of them? Baby, standing at a distance, responded. Well, although somewhat different, one could certainly think so. Wukong mused to himself, indeed. I wonder just how powerful Baby, who has parasitized Son Wukong, can become? To satiate his curiosity, Yukong beckoned baby forward, saying, "No more words. Let us engage in a battle. I wish to see how strong my alternate self is." Humph. I initially considered sparing your life and inviting you to join me. But since you insist, you shall become my subordinate. With a burst of golden energy, the shoulder pads transformed to face upward. Baby surged forward, fists flying like lightning. While Wukong met each blow, escalating his power to compel Baby to reveal his true strength. Their movements were so swift that only the sounds of their strikes echoed through the air. Bang, bang, boom. One figure was propelled backward, but before long, the other pursued, delivering a fierce downward kick. Whoosh! The ground trembled as a fissure split open, extending like a chasm. In the air, Wukong gazed down at the substantial opening, pondering whether this strike might breach the pyramid itself. At that moment, the fissure, which had been splitting, abruptly halted, and countless stones of various sizes began to rise from the ground. Oh, now this is intriguing. Wukong smiled with excitement at the increasingly radiant red light emanating from the fissure below. Deep within the chasm, Baby was enveloped in a swirling vortex of purplish-red flames, transforming his form to match the hue. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Baby ascended rapidly. Above, Wukong observed the intensifying red glow, instinctively placing his hands on his hips. Kamehameha, a cerulean beam of energy, surged towards the crimson light within the fissure. Below, Baby, ascending, could only grit his teeth as he thrust his hands upward to counter the immense energy wave. Wukong felt the momentum of his Kamehameha gradually slowing. He would not be bested and instantly amplified his energy. The blue beam expanded significantly before it fiercely surged downward. Chapter 114. The desperate flight of Baby within the vast chasm. Baby strained to push the energy wave upward, a glimmer of satisfaction almost breaking through his expression. Yet, in the next instant, the wave expanded dramatically, the sudden pressure distorting Baby's face in astonishment, and then he was uncontrollably thrust downward. Boom! The explosion of energy radiated rapidly, filling the fissure and shining outward. While it remained uncertain if the ground had been penetrated, Wukong was confident Baby would not emerge unscathed, contemplating the widening chasm below. Beneath the fissure lay a deep abyss carved by the energy waves, strewn with shattered stones. Bang! Baby leapt from the rubble, looking rather disheveled, one shoulder pad broken, and his body marked by the explosion's residue. Phew! Which version of Sun Wukong possesses such strength? He mused. But what if I could parasitize him? Baby's deformed face broke into a lecherous grin, his eyes gleaming with avarice and a thirst for power. His heart raced with excitement as he ascended rapidly. "Oh, Wukong!" Observing Baby drawing nearer, instinctively exclaimed in surprise, "Aren't you going to flee?" As Baby approached, he swung a punch at Wukong's left cheek. Wukong blocked with one arm while countering with his other hand, followed by a flurry of strikes that landed on Baby's form like phantoms. Bang! Bang! Boom! Baby was utterly defenseless, forced to endure the onslaught, yet he displayed no signs of agony, instead wearing an expression of exhilaration, as if urging Wukong to strike harder. "Give it your all." Amidst the exchange, Wukong pondered, "How peculiar. I have no recollection of this entity becoming more excited the more they are struck." Not wishing to endure this torment any longer, Wukong delivered a powerful whip kick, sending Baby flying. He then placed both hands at his waist, gathering blue energy into a spherical form. "Begone." The massive azure energy wave surged toward Baby. As Baby was propelled backward, he noticed the incoming attack, his eyes brightening with joy as he neglected to wipe the blood from his lips, thrusting his hands forward. In the next moment, a colossal purplish-red energy wave clashed directly with the blue one. Feeling the immense force, Baby urged himself to exert even more power. "Come on, release all of your strength." "Oh, quite resilient, aren't you?" Wukong observed Baby managing to withstand the onslaught and decided to unleash a bit more of his own energy. "Let us see if you can endure this." The purplish flames whipped his hair as the energy wave in his hands doubled in size and transformed into a swirling blue and red amalgamation, swiftly tipping the balance of their confrontation. As the massive energy wave bore down on him, Baby joyfully extended his limbs, shouting, "Bring it on." The energy wave crashed into Baby, but from behind him surged a stream of silver mercury, vaulting past his body and reversing direction along the energy wave. The swift mercury liquid enveloped Wukong like filling in a dumpling. Am I the target?" The mercury quickly infiltrated Wukong's body, vanishing without a trace. Wukong closed his eyes, his body trembling slightly, but soon he regained composure, opening eyes now tinted silver. Haha, haha, is this the power of this body? Baby gazed upon his newly acquired form, unable to suppress a triumphant smile. So powerful. With that exclamation, the violet flames erupted skyward, fracturing the ground around him. And it took a while for his excitement to subside. Wait, this body seems to harbor even greater strength. Let me explore further. Are you certain? Baby looked around in confusion. What is happening? His inner turmoil erupted into a shout. Who is it? Stop hiding. I know you're out there. I'm not around at all. Baby gazed in shock at his newly acquired body, recalling the voice that had resonated within. You still have consciousness. Indeed. As the words fell, the once mercury-like eyes abruptly transformed, one reverting to Wukong's dark golden gaze, and then the mouth bizarrely uttered, "What do you think? Is my body useful?" Baby's right hand suddenly lunged towards its left cheek, but it could only awkwardly cover it, leading to a tense standoff. Quite useful. It would be even better if you didn't show up to meddle. Apologies, your trial period has ended. Wukong suddenly exerted his strength. Radiant light flickering from his body. Get out of here. Immediately, droplets of mercury-like liquid flowed from every pore of his body, gathering in the air and slowly transforming into a humanoid shape. Once he confirmed that all the liquid had exited his body, Wukong focused his energy with both hands and unleashed a powerful energy wave upon the distorted liquid before Baby could fully recover. The liquid was blasted, creating a large hole, and the remaining fluid scattered in all directions. After dispersing, the mercury liquid vanished into the stones below, leaving no trace. Wukong observed the fractured ground below with a slight smile. So, you wish to play hide and seek with me? Yet, extending one hand. A deep purple energy enveloped his palm, and soon a purple destructive energy sphere formed. I have no time for games. The sphere, emanating an aura of annihilation, swiftly shot towards the ground. Just as it was about to strike, a silver figure burst from the ground and took off into the distance. Watching its fading silhouette, Wukong wore a mischievous grin and followed closely behind. How amusing! Before I encounter my next diversion, I shall have my fun with you. From that moment on, no matter how fast Baby flew, Wukong could easily keep pace, and whenever he sensed a slowdown, he would simply launch a destructive energy sphere to hasten its speed. Thus, Wukong toyed with Baby, leading it around like a pet. Suddenly, an unexpected tremor abruptly interrupted their enjoyable chase. Apologies for the sudden interruption, but I must inform you that the number of eliminations in the final layer has been reached, and those who remain alive have ascended a level. Keep up the good work. After the voice faded from within, the surroundings transformed, revealing towering mountains all around. Baby, witnessing the increasingly complex environment, fled with greater urgency, darting swiftly among the peaks, leaving no trace of its shadow. Wukong remained unperturbed, as Baby was far too slow, while he contemplated the pyramid illusion that had been projected into his mind earlier. If I recall correctly, that pyramid seems to have 9 layers. Based on the recent commotion, we must have just ascended to the final layer of the 8th level. As Wukong pondered, he zipped past countless mountain peaks at lightning speed and soon spotted the fleeing Baby once more. Suddenly, Baby appeared to have seen something, its previously unattractive face now beaming with excitement. It then erupted, its speed increasing dramatically. Soon, a petite human figure appeared in the distance, and Baby expanded its form to envelop the child, vanishing at an astonishing speed. To avoid complications, Wukong raised his hand and fired another destructive energy sphere, aiming to eliminate Baby directly. However, a figure suddenly appeared behind the child Baby had possessed, grasping Baby and dodging to the side. The purple energy wave continued forward, annihilating the mountains and stones in its path, ultimately obliterating the area within dozens of miles. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Demanded the human man who had rescued the child, glaring furiously at Wukong. Observing this individual, Wukong could only think 2 words: interesting. The newcomer had golden, spiky hair that reached his calves, pronounced brow bones, and a cold gaze, his tattered clothing suggesting he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Another version of Sun Wukong from an unknown parallel universe. How curious it is that he bears such a resemblance to myself. Could it be that like attracts like? And not only are we alike in appearance, but also in essence? Wukong mused silently as he regarded the angry Super Saiyan Wukong before him. Chapter 115. The Annihilation of Kong, Bei, Fan, and the Flight of Baby amidst the towering mountains. The three figures exchanged glances. Wukong disregarded the query from the Super Saiyan Wukong before him and merely pointed at the child possessed by Baby, stating, "My target is him. You have no part in this." The Super Saiyan Wukong remained silent, responding solely through action by shielding the child behind him, his gaze filled with vigilance and coldness. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and Wukong, observing the spiky-haired figure, began to grow impatient. Suddenly, several figures appeared in the distance, shattering the tense standoff. "Kakarot, did you find him?" questioned Vegeta, his golden hair standing on end as he rushed closer, eager to know. The spiky-haired Wukong shook his head upon their arrival. "No, but I encountered a new enemy." At this moment, Vegeta finally noticed the towering human figure before him, and, after a careful examination, muttered, "This person has a tail. Could he also be a Saiyan? But what of that layer of red hair? Is he a mutant?" Vegeta stared at Wukong with a myriad of strange thoughts swirling in his mind. "By the way, how can you be sure he is an enemy?" The Super Saiyan Wukong pointed at the child partially obscured by his golden spikes, saying, "Had I not arrived in time, Goten would have been obliterated." Glancing at the well-hidden young Goten, Vegeta reluctantly shifted his gaze. Meanwhile, Son Gohan, who had arrived with Vegeta, rushed forward to embrace Goten, pulling him to safety beside Trunks, admonishing, "You two stay here and don't wander off." With the two children secured, the three golden-haired giants fixed their eyes on the peculiar black-haired, red-haired human across from them. Wukong observed that the trio had completely shielded Baby and frowned. "I have stated that I only seek him. I hope you do not waste my time." The three remained silent, merely focusing on amplifying their power, their golden auras expanding significantly, muscles tensed with visible veins. "How unfortunate. I only intended to take him out. Since you don't understand reason, then you shall all perish." Wukong ceased his dialogue, deciding that killing one or two would yield the same result. If they refused to relent, then they would all face death. In the next instant, Wukong surged forward at a terrifying speed, delivering a kick to Vegeta that sent him flying. He then followed up with an elbow strike aimed at the Super Saiyan Wukong on his left. The impact reverberated through the mountains, collapsing several peaks and sending debris flying. Having swiftly dealt with two foes, Son Gohan was left in shock, unable to comprehend the overwhelming disparity between them, as he likely did not even catch a glimpse of how they had been dispatched. Gohan still attempted to strike, but Wukong effortlessly caught his fist and pulled him closer, delivering a fierce blow to his abdomen. Pooh! The punch forced Gohan to spit out a mouthful of bile, his golden aura dissipating instantly, his hair reverting to black. Yet Wukong's assault was far from over. Gripping Gohan tightly, he slammed him towards the ground, and a purple energy sphere rapidly coalesced in his palm, which he then sent flying downward. Boom! The explosion of the purple energy sphere created a massive crater upon impact. Gohan, the Super Saiyan Wukong, struggling from the rubble, glimpsed his son engulfed in the blast. Damn it! The surge of rage fueled his power once more, enveloping him in a golden aura as he charged at Wukong. The Super Saiyan Wukong roared, throwing punches and kicks with ferocity. Yet despite his fierce demeanor and lightning speed, all were effortlessly countered. "This isn't right. Have you not eaten?" After mocking with a quip, Wukong forcefully clenched his fist and twisted, resulting in a sharp crack as his wrist shattered. He then raised his right leg and delivered a powerful strike, sending both father and son plummeting to the ground in the same manner. Thud! Instantly, the ground bore two large, harmonious craters, one significantly larger than the other. Wukong hovered in the air, observing below while adjusting his position, before suddenly plunging downward. Boom! He landed directly on Son Wufan's back, driving him into the earth, with crimson blood gushing through the fissures surrounding the corpse. Gasping for breath, it seemed like a final flicker of life. Wukong slowly stepped upon the body beneath him, approaching the now normal-headed crab-head Wukong. Standing before his head, Wukong extended a hand toward it, as a brilliant purple energy surged forth. Boom! The energy orb erupted violently, and as the smoke dissipated, nothing remained but the massive crater. Now, Wukong shifted his gaze to the two petrified children. "Hey, have you forgotten about me?" The voice from behind prompted Wukong to turn. Vegeta, clutching his abdomen, a trace of blood on his lips, staggered toward Wukong. "You two brats, run!" After exclaiming, he rushed forward and tightly embraced Wukong, rapidly increasing his energy. Monster, let us perish together. As his energy reached its zenith, a brilliant light began to flicker around Vegeta, and a swirling force erupted, wreaking havoc in all directions. Dad, little Trunks, witnessing the chaos, cried out helplessly, consumed by rage. The explosion site was shrouded in a swirling mist, and as the breeze swept away the smoke, a vast, abyss-like crater emerged on the ground. In midair, as the smoke cleared, Wukong was revealed, unharmed save for some tattered pants. It could be said that Vegeta's explosive self-destruction had only managed to tear a few small holes in Wukong's pants, rendering it ineffective. In the distance, Trunks, gritting his teeth in frustration at the sight of the villain who had slain his father, wiped away his tears, declaring, "Damn it, I won't let him get away with this." With tears in his eyes, he turned to Goten. "Goten, let us fuse." "Okay." After a brief pause, Goten agreed. "All right, let us begin." The two then separated, performing a series of synchronized movements, culminating in their fingers touching, causing a radiant light to blossom between them, gradually enveloping them. Beneath the white glow, their silhouettes merged slowly into one. As the brilliant light faded, a new fusion warrior emerged. With a hairstyle reminiscent of Vegeta's, the sides were colored like Trunks' purple hair, while the center bore Goten's black locks. Clad in the signature vest of the fusion warriors and the traditional attire of the Metamorans, this being embodied the best traits of both Goten and Trunks. "Oh," Wukong observed this transformation with keen interest, nodding in approval. "Very good, this simplifies things. After all, defeating one small foe was akin to vanquishing two, saving the time of a punch." The newly formed Gotenks glared at the enemy before him, unleashing a surge of golden energy that expanded relentlessly, with golden hair elongating backward, accompanied by arcs of blue electricity. Following a brilliant flash of white light, a small golden hedgehog-like head appeared, heralding the grand entrance of Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks. With his transformation complete, Trunks decisively turned and fled without a hint of hesitation. "This baby fellow possesses quite the self-awareness," Wukong remarked, observing the rapidly diminishing golden light. He then hastily pursued. After Wukong vanished from the ground beside Wufan's corpse, small clumps of pink flesh began to emerge, soon covering the body entirely. This mass of pink flesh writhed into the air, expanding and contracting repeatedly, ultimately condensing into the form of a small dwarf. With pink skin, a half-naked upper body dotted with black holes, white pants, and dark brown shoes, and braced wrists. It gazed at the fleeing Wukong and Gotenks, its scarlet eyes filled with a murderous desire. A wicked smile spread across its face as it rapidly pursued the two. Meanwhile, the chase intensified, with Wukong drawing ever closer to the parasitized Gotenks. Chapter 116, The Swallowed Baby, The Extracted Bu. Observing Baby straining to fly ahead, Wukong resolved to eliminate it swiftly to ease its suffering. In the next instant, Wukong dramatically accelerated, appearing behind Baby in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful kick to its back, sending it crashing like a meteor toward a nearby mountain peak. Boom! The massive mountain crumbled under the impact, burying Baby beneath the debris. Hovering in the air, Wukong surveyed the destruction he had wrought. Time passed, and the parasitized Gotenks seemed to have vanished completely. "Disgusting parasite. Stop hiding. I know you're down there. Come out now," Wukong declared, gathering a purple energy sphere capable of obliterating anything in his palm. Realizing that his gentle coaxing had failed, he hurled the basketball-sized energy sphere. The explosion was akin to a nuclear bomb, shattering everything in the vicinity. However, Wukong was unfazed as he watched Baby's figure burst forth, fleeing frantically from the explosion. "No escape for you." A flash of red light streaked past, and Wukong swiftly closed the distance to Baby, seizing its head and rubbing it against the ground, generating a torrent of mud and stone. Boom! The furious wind blade was ultimately halted by a massive mountain. As the thick smoke dissipated, Wukong and Baby were revealed. Wukong held Baby's golden head, its body deeply embedded in the mountain, with only its rear end protruding. Bang! Yanking Baby from the mountainside, Wukong hurled it violently against a nearby peak, causing it to shatter. Wukong then entered the smoke once more, lifting Baby again, its face now grotesquely disfigured. Coughing, blood spewed from Baby's mouth as it struggled for breath, grinning as it said, "Huh? You can't kill me." Its bloodied visage wore an eerie smile. And suddenly, a mercury-like liquid began to ooze from its eyes, nose, and mouth. This liquid swiftly enveloped Wukong's head, prompting him to toss baby's body into the air, launching a destructive energy sphere immediately thereafter. Gotenks' body quickly disintegrated into countless purple sparks, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. After dispatching the fused Gotenks, Wukong turned his attention back to the liquid baby attempting to invade his mind. Another one of your tricks? Do you really think I'll allow you to invade my body again? As purple energy began to manifest around him. What is this? I'm disappearing. The mercury liquid enveloping his head disintegrated into light piece by piece, and sensing the danger, baby attempted to flee. But only a small portion of the scattered liquid managed to escape destruction. Oh, that didn't finish you off? You may not be impressive, but you're quite adept at fleeing, Wukong remarked, aiming his palm at the diminutive liquid form in the distance. However, your luck has run out. The purple particles multiplied and grew larger. The scene unfolding in the distance compelled Wukong to gradually disperse the destructive energy he had been gathering. His gaze was fixated on the mercury-like liquid soaring through the air, which unhesitatingly plunged into the suddenly appearing massive pink maw. It remained unclear whether the creature had failed to notice or had deliberately flown into it, but ultimately, this parasite met its demise in such a peculiar manner. After devouring baby, the voracious pink mouth chewed thoughtfully before slowly retracting to a normal size, revealing its master before Wukong. With greedy and malevolent eyes fixed intently upon him, it seemed as if it yearned to consume Wukong. Another familiar face. As Wukong beheld the diminutive figure, the antennae atop its head, the rosy skin, and those unmistakably wicked eyes, he inexplicably felt an insatiable drool welling up. Wukong acutely sensed his body transmitting a message of hunger. Devour it. Meanwhile, Majin Buu was far from tranquil. It let out a fierce roar before swiftly charging at Wukong. The sound of Buu's cry invigorated Wukong, causing every cell in his body to surge with energy. Without hesitation, he lunged toward Buu, each striking the other's face. Buu's head was sent flying backward, increasing in distance. Though Wukong could not contract his form as fluidly as Buu, his formidable resilience allowed him to recover quickly. After being struck aside, he immediately righted himself and landed a kick squarely in Buu's abdomen. Buu's body was propelled backward, chasing after its own head. Wukong pursued closely behind, as Buu's head rebounded and the two converged, bouncing in unison before returning to their normal state. In the next moment, Wukong surged forward, his fists raining down upon Buu with astonishing speed, rendering Buu's form akin to a mass of flesh, gradually losing its integrity. After a prolonged barrage of rapid strikes, Wukong unleashed a powerful energy wave aimed directly at Buu's chest, creating a gaping hole in its torso. Though the residual energy pushed Buu to the ground, it soon restored itself to its original state. Observing the unharmed Majin Buu, Wukong impatiently remarked, "You are truly difficult to kill. Were it not for your potential usefulness, I would have obliterated you long ago." However, despite his complaints, the battle was far from over. Due to the disparity in strength, Wukong continued to unleash a series of overwhelming attacks on Buu. Although Buu lacked the ability to retaliate, its remarkable regenerative capabilities ensured its survival. Nevertheless, as the battle intensified, Buu's recovery rate began to slow, while Wukong grew increasingly powerful and swift. Occasionally, he unleashed a couple of large energy waves, causing Buu to explode into fragments. Although the dismembered pieces slowly reformed into the shape of small Buu, it was evident that its stamina had significantly diminished. Wukong offered Buu no respite, relentlessly pursuing his vigorous onslaught. Buu was repeatedly stripped of portions of its body, only to regenerate, oscillating between destruction and rebirth. Yet, everything has its limits, and Buu's diminishing recovery speed signaled that it was nearing exhaustion. Boom! Bang! Another two massive energy waves erupted, shattering Buu into pieces once more, pink flesh scattering everywhere. Nevertheless, its terrifying vitality continued to manifest as the dispersed remnants writhed and gradually converged. Wukong landed on the ground, observing the panting Majin Buu before him. A triumphant smile crept across his face as he approached with measured steps. "Your recovery is significantly slower now," Wukong remarked. "It appears your stamina is nearly depleted." In a fit of rage, Buu swung a fist at Wukong, but Wukong swiftly countered with a knee strike that viciously impacted Buu's chest, causing its back to protrude. "Ugh!" Buu cried out, but before it could vocalize further, Yukong covered its mouth, rendering it unable to make a sound. Now it's time to begin. Fortunately, this is not my first time doing this. I will be quick, precise, and ruthless. You shall not suffer for long. Subsequently, dark tendrils of energy began to emanate from Yukong's palm, while his originally dark golden eyes morphed into a profound abyssal black. At that moment, terror washed over Bu's face, as its arms and legs flailed futilely in resistance. Gradually, black energy was siphoned from Bu and infused into Yukong's body, leaving Bu with no means of counteraction. As the dark essence was extracted, Bu's form began to shrink and dull, resembling a withered flower. When the final wisp of black energy was drawn out, Yukong meticulously examined the remnants, ensuring nothing was left before discarding the remains in his hand. He then closed his eyes, savoring the power he had just absorbed. As the profound black energy swiftly enveloped Wukong's body, intertwining and merging with him. Chapter 117. Sun Wukong in Parallel Dimensions. These sinister black energies lingered momentarily on the surface before retracting back into Wukong's being, and he opened his eyes. Ah, splendid. This pure essence of malevolence is truly delectable. However, it seems I am still not satiated. Glancing at the ashes that had once been Majin Bu, Wukong swallowed hard, realizing that in the vast expanse of parallel universes, countless Majin Bus likely awaited him. The thought of so many waiting in this pyramid ignited a fervent desire within Wukong. Without hesitation, he selected a direction and soared into the sky, searching for his desired prey. While Wukong sought his next meal, fierce and brutal battles continued throughout the pyramid, with casualties mounting and numbers dwindling. Ding dong. Boom. Suddenly, a colossal sound reverberated throughout the pyramid, echoing like thunder crashing into the ears of all present. This noise triggered a cascade of reactions. Some were thrown off by the sound, missing their chance, while others seized this opportunity to escape, and some were drawn into danger, instantly met with counterattacks. The resounding noise persisted for a full minute before fading away, followed by the familiar, cold, mechanical voice announcing, "Now, the population on the 8th level has reached the required number for advancement. Prepare to ascend another level." As the words faded, the entire pyramid began to tremble slightly, and Wukong, who was in flight, felt the surrounding environment shift. The tremors lasted for several seconds, during which the surroundings transformed continuously. Once the shaking ceased, the towering peaks vanished, replaced by massive, mushroom-shaped stones. Observing these colossal mushrooms, Wukong lamented, "Ah, if only they were real, they would surely be delectable." He continued to fly forward, but after a considerable distance, Wukong sensed something amiss. He abruptly halted, scanning his surroundings in alarm. How strange it was to have flown so long without encountering anyone. Boom. Crash. A sudden loud noise erupted from afar, instantly clarifying Wukong's muddled thoughts. Eagerly, he flew towards the source of the sound. Before long, Wukong discovered the intriguing origin. Ahead lay a dense forest of mushroom-shaped stones, each towering mushroom head standing defiantly against the sky. However, an eerie sight met his eyes, as most of the mushrooms were stained a deep red, adorned with what appeared to be severed limbs of unknown creatures. Beyond this, the most attention-grabbing spectacle was the group of powerful figures hovering above the mushroom cluster, encircling a lone individual. Upon Goku's keen observation, he discovered several familiar faces among the throng: the alabaster-skinned Frieza and his two progeny, the exceedingly green Cell, and his favored adversary, Majin Bu, albeit only one of him. After scrutinizing the chaotic melee, Goku's curiosity shifted toward the surrounded individual. Who could possibly withstand an assault from such formidable foes? The figure in the center, with his back turned to Goku, obscured his visage, revealing only his dark hair, orange martial arts uniform, and the prominent character font emblazoned on its front. This was sufficient for Goku to form a hypothesis, though he remained uncertain. The truth would soon be revealed in the ensuing battle. As if by coincidence, just as Goku's thoughts concluded, the skirmish erupted in the air. What a resilient fellow. Despite the multitude attacking you, it seems only a few of us remain. But how long can you endure? One of the assailants uttered these words, igniting the combat. 6 warriors encircled the martial artist, and amidst their fray, Goku seized a clear view of the man's countenance. Upon recognizing the familiar face and the scars adorning his forehead and left cheek, Goku mused internally, as anticipated. He is indeed the parallel Son Gohan from a timeline akin to the Despair Time. Once Goku confirmed the identity of the martial artist, the battle took a sudden turn. Initially, Frieza and his companions held the upper hand, with Son Gohan steadily retreating. Just as they anticipated victory and prepared to smirk, an unforeseen event transpired. In an unexpected display of power, the seemingly defensive Son Gohan unleashed a lightning-fast punch toward Frieza's father, King Cold, obliterating his head with the force of a thunderclap. The resulting spray of brain matter splattered across the remaining fighters, momentarily stunning them. Seizing the opportunity, Son Gohan unleashed a tremendous energy wave that propelled King Cold's mangled body into the depths of the mushroom forest below. The explosive force devastated everything in its vicinity, leaving a gaping, smoke-filled crater in its wake. The remaining 5 combatants quickly regained their composure and united to engage Son Gohan once more. Frieza and Cooler bore no grief on their faces, only shock, as they processed the sight of such a colossal figure being effortlessly dispatched right before their eyes. Who wouldn't be terrified by such a display? Subsequently, the 5 intensified their assaults, determined to prevent Gohan from finding an opportunity to unleash another lethal strike. Despite the relentless onslaught, Son Gohan displayed no discernible expression, effortlessly parrying their punches and kicks, appearing to be evenly matched. However, Goku, observing from a distance atop a mushroom, began to discern a pattern. What is happening? It seems this parallel Son Gohan is not utilizing his full power. It feels as though he is allowing them to practice against him. Yet, while Goku could perceive this, the 5 fervently attacking opponents remained oblivious to the truth. As time elapsed, Son Gohan grew increasingly fluid in his movements, while the assaults of the 5 began to feel sluggish and ineffectual in his eyes. Ultimately, a hint of disappointment flickered across Son Gohan's otherwise impassive face. With a mighty roar, he unleashed a burst of white energy that sent the surrounding 5 sprawling. In an instant, Son Gohan vanished, reappearing behind Cooler, driving his elbow into his back. Cooler howled in pain, but Son Gohan wasted no time, appearing before him and delivering a powerful kick to his left cheek. With a resounding crack, Cooler's protective armor shattered, sending him hurtling sideways. This sequence of actions unfolded with breathtaking speed, and by the time the other 4 reacted, they could only glimpse Cooler's retreating silhouette. Realizing they needed to collaborate to have any hope of overcoming Son Gohan, the 4 fighters launched a coordinated attack. Their 8 hands moved like shadows. Yet Son Gohan deflected their blows with ease while simultaneously focusing on one of the 2 cells, delivering a devastating punch that transformed one into a crumpled heap. In the ensuing chaos, Son Gohan seized one of the remaining opponents with a single hand, effortlessly tossing both away like discarded remnants. Frieza, left standing, attempted to engage Son Gohan in a one-on-one confrontation but was swiftly overpowered, being subjected to a barrage of blows akin to a punching bag. Despite the punishment, Frieza's resilience provided his allies with precious time. Just as Frieza was on the verge of collapse, the other 4, battered and bruised, finally took his place. Freed from the relentless barrage, Frieza shook his head and plummeted to the ground, his last conscious thought being the sight of a colossal mushroom. The 4 who replaced him found themselves in a similar predicament, unable to gain any advantage against Son Gohan, as he deftly deflected their attacks. Each powerful strike landed upon their bodies, fracturing Cooler's armor and causing both cells to spew forth purple ichor from their mouths. Only Majin Buu, with his impressive regenerative abilities, remained relatively unscathed. After enduring a prolonged beating, the 2 cells and Cooler finally succumbed to exhaustion, propelled backward by a forceful punch to their abdomens. In an instant, they turned to flee, while Majin Buu, oblivious to the threat, continued his assault. Attempting to escape, Son Gohan observed their frantic retreat with a derisive smile. Confident in their futility, in the next heartbeat, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, reducing Buu to a pink puddle of flesh. With Buu temporarily neutralized, Son Gohan redirected his focus to the trio that had managed to distance themselves. He soared forward with remarkable speed, rapidly catching up to one of them and matching their pace. Still trying to flee? Hearing the voice beside him, Cooler, bloodied and battered, realized the futility of his escape, his resolve hardening as he prepared for a desperate final stand. In a swift, brutal motion, Son Gohan pierced Cooler's eyes with 2 fingers, followed by a quartet of energy blasts that severed his limbs, leaving him suspended helplessly as he soared in another direction. With the momentum of Son Gohan's terrifying speed, he quickly caught up to one of the 2 cells. The creature turned, startled to see the monstrous figure bearing down upon him, prompting a surge of panic that momentarily increased his speed. However, it was not enough to evade capture. Son Gohan landed atop the cell's back, gathering energy in a single hand. Sensing the impending threat, the frantic cell unleashed a massive burst of energy, propelling Son Gohan skyward. As he ascended, the cell felt a moment of relief, believing he had escaped. However, that relief was short-lived as he beheld the ever-expanding energy sphere looming above him, growing ever larger. This is not an illusion, for in the next moment, Suin Wufan unleashed a brilliant golden wave with a single hand, submerging Shalu and continuing its descent towards the ground. Boom! The earth erupted in a cloud of dust and debris. Suin Wufan did not rush forward. Instead, he continued to gather energy with one hand and directed another wave towards the area shrouded in smoke. The golden explosion rippled outward, expanding gracefully. Suin Wufan nodded in satisfaction at this scene before pursuing the remaining individual below. Gula was still being dragged along behind, but had ceased his agonized cries. Ultimately, although Shalu had distanced himself the furthest, it took only a little longer for Suin Wufan to catch up. Before a colossal mushroom pillar, Shalu found himself trapped. His limbs incapacitated, watching Gula being dragged along, swallowing hard in fear. Would he flee? Suin Wufan waved his hand in front of Gula's eyes. But Gula lacked the strength to utter a sound, struggling merely to inhale and exhale. Shalu remained vigilant, his focus primarily on the trembling hand and the wretched Gula. Suddenly, Suin Wufan's hand, which had been swaying back and forth, came to an abrupt halt, and he hurled Gula into the air. Then, he brought his index and middle fingers together, unleashing a series of orange-red shockwaves that soared upward. Bang! Gula's head was obliterated, and Suin Wufan followed up with another energy wave, reducing Gula's descending remains to ashes. Now it is your turn. Suin Wufan soared forward, aiming a kick at Shalu's head. Shalu raised his hand to block, but in the next instant, a crisp crack echoed, and Shalu's emerald arm shattered, the residual force sending him flying, crashing into several massive mushrooms in the nearby mushroom forest. Suin Wufan aimed to continue his assault when he suddenly sensed an ambush from behind. He swiftly slashed backward with his arm, deflecting a pink energy wave. Seeing the assailant's pink skin, Suin Wufan wasted no words, vanishing in an instant to deliver a fierce kick to Bu's face, stretching the central part of his visage like rubber. Realizing that physical attacks were ineffective, Suin Wufan unleashed a torrential barrage of energy blasts upon Bu. The relentless volley battered Bu's form, leaving him a mere head amidst the smoke. Yet, within a few breaths, Bu's body rapidly restored itself, and the battle resumed against Suin Wufan. The fight tilted overwhelmingly in Suin Wufan's favor, Bu had no strength to retaliate, only able to mend his damaged body. If this continued, Bu would ultimately succumb to exhaustion. Suddenly, as Suin Wufan continued to dismantle Bu's form, a brilliant blue beam surged toward him. Without hesitation, he unleashed a wave with one hand, sending Bu flying with his left while countering the incoming azure energy with a massive golden wave from his right. The blue energy faltered within mere seconds, collapsing entirely under the weight of Suin Wufan's attack. The golden wave pressed forward, returning the blue energy back to its source. Shalu, witnessing the colossal energy wave, could only watch as it engulfed him. With these two swift actions, one foe was vanquished while the other was wounded. Lowering his right hand, Suin Wufan turned left, observing Bu, now a heap of pink flesh, expanding as it attempted to recover. As Bu regained its form, Suin Wufan charged again, mercilessly pummeling its head. Over time, Bu's regenerative abilities began to wane. From a distance atop a mushroom pillar, Wukong observed the remaining Majin Bu, stretching leisurely. This must be the mysterious state from my memories. Indeed, it is formidable. It is time for me to intervene. Otherwise, my little Bu shall be vanquished. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Wukong vanished from the mushroom. Simultaneously, Suin Wufan's punch aimed at Bu's head was suddenly intercepted. For a moment, both gazes locked, and after a brief stalemate, Suin Wufan spoke first. Who are you? I am merely passing through, seeking a private matter with this lump of pink flesh. Wukong gestured with his free hand towards the recovering Bu. Do you intend to take my opponent? Suin Wufan inquired expressionlessly. Wukong forcefully lowered the hand grasping Suin Wufan's fist and replied slowly, if that is your belief, so be it. Very well, but you must defeat me. Ah! Suin Wufan roared, unleashing a surge of white energy that erupted forth as he swung his fist towards Wukong once more. Wukong released the grip on his fist and executed a backward kick, sending Bu flying while simultaneously dodging the incoming punch. Retreating to a safe distance, Wukong directed his palm at Bu, a purple glow enveloping his hand. Soon, dark purple energy spheres began to coalesce, which Wukong promptly launched at Bu. As the energy spheres neared Bu, they split into countless smaller purple spheres, flickering with elusive black currents, encircling Bu in a confining embrace. After completing this maneuver, Wukong relaxed his joints with audible cracks, exhaling, "Now, let us commence officially. Let that chunk of pink flesh serve as the prize for the victor." In the blink of an eye, the two clashed, their fists and feet colliding in a symphony of sound. As Wukong battled this alternate Suan Wufan, he increasingly sensed the extraordinary capabilities of this Suan Wufan. With each surge of strength he unleashed, his opponent matched his growth. Even at the original power of Super Saiyan 4, he found himself evenly matched, igniting Wukong's curiosity about the extent to which this Suan Wufan had refined his mysterious state. Bang! With a resounding impact, one individual was sent careening backward, executing several flips before landing smoothly. Suan Wufan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, though the swelling on his face was unmistakable. In contrast, although Wukong bore no blood, numerous marks adorned his body, revealing the disparity in their physical resilience. Shall we continue? It seems the outcome is already quite clear. Chapter 119, Beastly Suan Wufan. The outcome already decided? Not so fast. Suan Wufan exclaimed with excitement, charging once more at Wukong. Thud thud, thud bang bang bang. The two resumed their fierce battle, their punches flying faster and faster. Without sufficient power, one could scarcely follow their movements. Though Suan Wufan was undeniably powerful, the chasm between them was still too vast. Wukong's strength as a Super Saiyan 4 rivaled that of a Super Saiyan god, far beyond the capabilities of the mysterious state Suan Wufan could match. Gradually, Suan Wufan began to falter, his body sustaining considerable damage from Wukong's onslaught. Thud. 2. Wukong landed a heavy punch squarely in Suan Wufan's abdomen, causing him to spit blood before unleashing a colossal energy wave that propelled Suan Wufan toward the ground. Boom. The aftermath of the dark golden energy wave obliterated the surrounding mushroom forest, creating a massive crater that billowed smoke. You are truly impressive, I must say. You are the strongest human I have ever encountered. Suan Wufan felt no fear, his voice brimming with exhilaration. As the smoke dissipated, he gazed at Wukong in midair, a peculiar smile gracing his face. I hope you can defeat my fully committed self. Fully committed? I have no interest in playing this game with you. Wukong formed energy waves in each hand, merging them together. A colossal energy wave shot towards Suan Wufan, poised to engulf him, when suddenly, an immense power erupted. Wukong's energy wave was cleaved in two, flying off in opposite directions. At this moment, Sun Wukong was enveloped in a massive white aura. His body bent in a horse stance, muscles bulging with intensity. With a fierce shout, his hair stood more upright and elongated, while a tuft of long bangs formed at his forehead. Black hair and eyebrows gradually transformed into silver. His originally dark eyes morphed into a blood-red hue, the outer layer of the white aura turning silver, while the core transformed into a misty purplish red. Dense pink lightning coiled around his body. Upon completing his transformation, Sun Wukong gazed coldly at the figure of Wukong in the sky, the scar on his face accentuating his newly acquired, domineeringly handsome appearance. Wukong, observing this new form, searched his memories with curiosity. Suddenly, the figure before him vanished, followed by a chilling voice in his ear. All right, the warm-up is over. Let me commence in beast mode and truly engage with you. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a powerful punch struck Wukong, who, despite attempting to defend himself with his hands, was still sent flying by the tremendous force. He soared backward, crashing through countless mushroom-like stone pillars until he finally came to a stop against one that remained intact. Coughing, Wukong extracted himself from the debris, only to have Sun Wukong appear in a flash, delivering a punch. The mushroom pillar shattered instantly, debris flying everywhere. Sun Wukong, with a swift glance upwards, spotted Wukong floating in the air, having narrowly evaded the attack. He propelled himself upward, launching a series of rapid strikes at Wukong, who deftly evaded while retreating. As Sun Wukong's attacks accelerated, He seemed intent on eliminating Wukong with each passing moment. Wukong was once again kicked away, yet this time, he managed to stabilize himself in midair after a few spins, sporting several light injuries. Impressive. I shall need to unleash my true capabilities. The next instant, Wukong erupted with energy as a golden aura gradually shifted to a purplish red, surging with ferocity. Excited by Wukong's escalating aura, Sun Wukong charged forward once more. Their fists collided with ferocity, the sound of bone striking bone resonating sharply. The two remained locked in a stalemate, until simultaneously, their knees rose to collide again. Fists and knees clashed, neither willing to concede, and soon their remaining hands grasped each other tightly. As their energies surged, they formed a spherical fireball that grew larger until it exploded with tremendous force, sending both Wukong and Sun Wukong flying. They crashed into separate mushroom pillars, and after a brief moment of calm, they charged at each other once more, exchanging blows. However, as the battle intensified, Sun Wukong began to struggle. He unleashed two red energy waves from his palms, using them as cover while retreating. I cannot match him in sheer physical strength. His body is far too resilient. As he withdrew, realizing the disparity between them, Sun Wukong shifted to a ranged strategy, his hands forming a lotus shape as pink energy gathered. Scatter energy projectiles. With a thought, he released the pink orbs, which dispersed in a lotus pattern towards Wukong. Wukong dodged swiftly, casting the exploding orbs far behind him. Seeing this tactic fail, Sun Wukong concentrated with one hand, pink arcs of energy crawling over his palm before coalescing into an electrified orb. Go! He hurled the pink energy sphere, which sped toward Wukong. Yet, before Wukong, who had mastered the art of Zizai Ji Gong, the attack was insufficient. Wukong evaded effortlessly, but just as he did, the electrified orb expanded into a web-like formation, ensnaring him. With no chance to escape, Wukong found himself immobilized as the pink energy web enveloped him before abruptly vanishing. Suddenly, his body tingled with numbness, limbs losing their control. Seizing the opportune moment, Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of strikes from all directions, leaving Wukong defenseless against the onslaught. After enduring a relentless barrage of punches and energy blasts, Wukong gradually regained his senses. Just as Sun Wukong aimed another strike, he caught the fist in his hand, their eyes locking. In the next moment, their fists collided at breakneck speed. The ensuing exchanges became increasingly rapid and powerful, the intensity of their battle escalating. With a powerful clash, their arms met, leading to a brief stalemate before they both leaped back. Wukong, slightly panting, remarked, "Not bad. You can keep up with me." Sun Wukong's chest heaved with feral intensity, his blood-red eyes fixed on Wukong. "I can't shake the feeling that you haven't yet revealed your full power. However, that is of little consequence, for I shall soon discover it." With that, Sun Wukong spread his arms wide, unleashing an explosive aura as pink mist and lightning surged forth. He then drew his hands back to his waist, declaring, "Kamehameha." The pink energy enveloped a blue beam of energy, entwined with pink lightning, and surged toward Wukong. Tenfold Super Kamehameha. Wukong reciprocated with his ultimate technique, the purplish red and blue Kamehameha, clashing with Sun Wukong's attack. Neither side yielded, their energies pulling and pushing against each other. Observing the stalemate, Sun Wukong erupted with renewed vigor, causing the beam in his hands to swell significantly. Victory seemed to tilt in his favor as his Kamehameha pushed steadily against Wukong's. Realizing he could not match Sun Wukong's power, Wukong shook his head in resignation. It was time to get serious. The purple flames of energy gradually enveloped his body, transforming his hair, eyebrows, and eyes into a deep shade of violet. The destructive energy in his hands fused with the Kamehameha, and in a destructive mode, Wukong shattered the scales of victory. The violet-blue radiance obliterated Sun Wukong's Kamehameha, rendering it utterly defenseless. Sun Wukong was also sent flying, though Wukong ceased his attack just in time. The residual force still propelled him far away. Gazing at the immense crater left by the Kamehameha and the absence of Sun Wukong, Wukong lamented, "I hope to encounter him again. His strength is commendable. And if we meet again, I shall invite him to join us." Chapter 120. The Destruction God invades the pyramid. Having made this pleasant decision, Wukong turned to view his recent spoils. In his sight, Bu had returned to his original state and was struggling against the surrounding purple energy spheres. He fought valiantly against the purple orbs, yet each strike sent him rebounding. However, Bu was not one to relinquish easily. He persistently charged at the net of purple energy spheres confining him. From Wukong's perspective, Bu was a whirlwind of fury, attacking the surrounding destructive energy spheres with fervor. Each assault sent him flying, yet he remained undeterred. Noticing Bu's tenacity, Wukong quickly approached and advised, "Stop struggling. You cannot escape. Surrender peacefully and await your fate." With a furious howl, Bu charged at the surrounding purple spheres even more frantically. "All right, no need to rush. I will release you shortly." As Wukong spoke, he began to manipulate the destructive purple spheres, causing them to constrict. Xiao Bu could only watch helplessly as the destructive energy began to ravage his body. The anguished cries echoed, and inch by inch, Bu's form dissipated, leaving behind only a head that began to regenerate. With a swift motion, Wukong thrust his finger into Bu's eye while his other fingers grasped its face. Instantly, a thick, dark mist emanated from Wukong's hand. As Bu's malevolent essence was gradually drawn out, flowing like water into Wukong's body. Devoid of his evil essence, Bu, much like his parallel counterparts, withered rapidly like a flower. With a flick of his wrist, Wukong tossed the head aside and inhaled deeply, but soon, his joyful expression faded. It was not enough. Not complete. Wukong murmured to himself, gazing at his hands, furrowing his brow as he chose a direction and took flight. At the pinnacle of the pyramid, within the fiery planet, the Dark Lord and his blood minions were engrossed in the large screen before them, having just witnessed the battle between Wukong and the beastly Gohan. "Dark Lord, that silver-haired human is quite impressive. He managed to engage Wukong to such a degree," praised the blood minion with admiration. Indeed, the Dark Lord nodded in agreement. "If he survives until the end, let us invite him to join our ranks." Understood. The others continued to watch the screen. But soon the Dark Lord expressed his displeasure. "This screen is excellent, but it displays too much. When two thrilling battles occur simultaneously, it is easy to miss something." The dark demon hovering in the air pondered this remark. Just then, the Nightmare Blood minion interjected, "Dark Lord, it seems we have uninvited guests." What is happening?" The Nightmare Blood minion placed a hand before his mask, exhaling, and a cloud of white mist floated into the air, shifting and swirling. Moments later, patches of the white mist began to vanish, revealing a transparent scene reminiscent of flowing water. Suddenly, familiar silhouettes emerged from the mirror-like image. The Dark Lord and the others temporarily diverted their gaze from the large screen to a white vortex appearing in the transparent mirror, from which figures began to emerge. Beerus, Kampa, Quitella, and other gods of destruction, along with several lesser humans, appeared, followed by the 12 angels. As the gods of destruction formed a circle, they engaged in hushed discussions. "Oh, these little ones are remarkably fearless, treating my words as mere whispers." The Dark Lord's voice resonated with an imposing authority, as if he were ready to strike them down at any moment. However, the subsequent words of the great demon halted such intentions. "Dark Lord, I have an idea. Since 11 gods of destruction and angels have arrived, we, as their hosts, should not be idle. Let us place these 11 gods of destruction and those humans within the pyramid." The Dark Lord's attention was piqued. "But didn't we promise to protect them from being slain by the gods of destruction?" "Indeed, but Dark Lord, do you not see that by having the gods of destruction among us, the subordinates you acquire later will be as refined as tempered steel? This is an excellent sharpening stone." After articulating his point, the great demon gestured towards the angels in the image. "As for protection, it is simple. I merely need to keep the angels here, preventing them from following along. If we cannot withstand even the gods of destruction, what use are we? We would merely be cannon fodder." The great demon continued, directing attention to the ongoing battles on the large screen. With these numerous sharpening stones, the entire trial process can be expedited significantly, thus eliminating the issue of missing anything. Turning to the Dark Lord, he inquired, "What do you think?" The Dark Lord pondered for a moment before raising his head and declaring, I find your reasoning quite compelling. Let us decide on this course of action. Protecting them from the angels is indeed my duty. Very well, allow me to invite them into the pyramid for some entertainment." The great demon traced a circle in the air with his staff, which then transformed into 7 dark circles, emanating an eerie glow. He shook his staff, then swept it horizontally, causing all the circles to vanish. Everyone turned their gaze to the transparent mirror, where the 11 gods of destruction and the humans were suddenly enveloped by black halos. With a swift push, these halos encircled the gods of destruction and humans. Before vanishing in an instant, the 12 angels paused momentarily, then quickly opened a spatial tunnel before entering in succession. It seems our angelic friends are arriving. Let us extend a warm welcome to them. Observing the angels entering the vortex, the Dark Lord gestured for everyone to prepare for the guests. 3 minutes later, a massive white vortex appeared in the crimson sky, and the angels emerged, gazing down at the Dark Lord and his entourage. They glanced around, and after a few seconds of searching in vain, they gradually floated down to face their foes, along with the screen behind them. Coincidentally, the 12 gods of destruction appeared on the screen, and they quickly realized the situation. Vados stepped forward, inquiring, "Where have you imprisoned Lord Beerus and the others?" The Dark Lord, with his back to the angels, replied while watching the screen, "Is it not obvious? They are far away yet close at hand." Vados, gazing at the screen, contemplated for a moment before summoning his staff to examine the sphere above. Gradually, a structure began to materialize, and upon seeing the fiery planet atop the pyramid, Vados understood instantly. He discreetly gestured for retreat. However, just as they took a step back, the voice they most dreaded rang out. "Oh, are you planning to leave?" Vados and his companions exchanged serious glances at the Dark Lord's back. "Yes, we will not impose any longer." "How can that be? As guests, I have yet to properly host you." The Dark Lord continued. "However, I am presently occupied. Perhaps I shall let them entertain you instead." With a flick of his hand, the 6 blood minions and 1 corrupted angel suddenly vanished, reappearing to surround the 12 angels. Eyes scanned one another, yet none made the first move, resulting in a tense standoff. "Should you wish to fight, I shall not interfere. But please do not disturb my examination of potential subordinates." The Dark Lord's words heightened the already tense atmosphere, as the angels regarded the 7 formidable beings surrounding them. Lacking confidence in swiftly overcoming these 7, they also recognized the presence of 2 even stronger monsters. Even if the Grand Priest and Zeno were to arrive, it would not guarantee a swift resolution. What to do? Chapter 121. The numbers in the pyramid dwindled dramatically aside from the complex thoughts of the angels on Mars. The pyramid was far from tranquil. The 11 gods of destruction and their respective universes' powerful humans were now placed within the 7-tiered pyramid, currently engaged in battle. On the 7th tier was the god of destruction from Universe 1, Hyo Run, alongside the mechanical god of destruction from Universe 3, Milu, and their universe's powerful humans. On the 6th tier resided Quitella from Universe 4 and the pharaoh-like Hellas from Universe 2, along with their human allies. The 5th layer is home to the god of destruction of the 5th universe, akin to the alien-like creature Yalaki, the fox god of destruction Ligier from the 8th universe, and the pink elephant god of destruction Lang Yusi from the 10th universe, along with formidable human warriors from various universes. The subsequent 4 layers comprise the god of destruction Beerus from the 7th universe, the god of destruction Xiangpa from the 6th universe, the orange-bearded behemoth god of destruction Sidala from the 9th universe, and the clown god of destruction Wami from the 11th universe, accompanied by their respective human champions. Suddenly, they found themselves within the pyramid, perplexed as multiple gods of destruction gathered, cautiously surveying their surroundings and deliberating the current situation. The 4 gods of destruction at the apex, filled with curiosity, led their human allies to explore the vicinity. In no time, the 4 exploring deities stumbled upon a massive brawl involving numerous humans. What is the meaning of this? Beerus pondered, observing the chaotic combat with a thoughtful expression, while the human warriors from the 7th universe were equally bewildered. The other 3 gods of destruction watched the unfolding scene with a sense of confusion. In the depths of Mars, Chuanma surveyed the situation and remarked, "It seems they are still unaware of the circumstances. It appears I must lend them a hand." Raising a finger, Chuanma pointed into the void, summoning 7 swirling black clouds that materialized above the various gods of destruction. The deities recoiled in alarm at the sudden appearance of the ominous smoke overhead. The black smoke began to morph, slowly transforming into colossal skulls. "Little insects, you truly possess remarkable audacity," the voice echoed, causing astonishment to flicker in the eyes of the gods of destruction. "This voice belongs to Chuanma. It truly is him. No wonder I was ensnared without realizing it. Such terrifying power. The overwhelming aura rendered me utterly speechless. Is this the level of power akin to that of Lord Quanwang?" Gazing at the pitch-black skulls, All the gods of destruction gained a clearer understanding of Chuanma's strength. The Black Skull continued, I initially intended to eliminate you directly, but I've discerned a shred of value remaining within you. You must be curious about the identities of those humans engaged in battle, correct? Indeed, they are parallel humans. And your role is quite simple, to assist in eliminating the weak and chaotic vermin. Now that you comprehend the situation, it is time to act. Otherwise, even the last vestige of your worth will vanish, and I cannot guarantee your continued existence. Ha! With that, the 7 black skulls erupted into laughter before dissipating. As the skulls vanished, the gods of destruction collectively exhaled in relief, for the oppressive aura had been overwhelmingly intense. What on earth is happening? Beerus stretched his stiff body and mused. Did not Chuanma intend to recruit and protect these parallel humans? Why are they now fighting among themselves? Not only was Beerus perplexed, but the other gods of destruction felt equally baffled. After a moment of contemplation, each layer of gods of destruction commenced their actions, for they were unwilling to be suddenly extinguished. Soon, the remaining humans within the pyramid faced their greatest challenge. On the 6th layer of the pyramid, amidst the undulating hills, dozens of individuals engaged in fierce combat, representing various races, ice demons, psions, androids, and extraterrestrial beings. The ground was strewn with lifeless bodies and blood, indicating the intensity of the battle. In the distance, the gods of destruction Katra and Hyles, in search of targets, soared towards the fray. Suddenly, Katra, the large rodent, felt his round ears twitch. Aha! Katra exclaimed with excitement. What is it? Hyles inquired curiously. Katra gestured to the left. I can hear the sounds of battle not far ahead. Hyles responded eagerly. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go. They promptly flew toward the left. Moments later, they arrived at the outskirts of the battlefield, observing the tumultuous clash before them. Hyles exclaimed, Katra, your ears are quite remarkable. Let's dive in and swiftly resolve this. For other prey awaits us. Excellent. They charged into the fray, and before engaging in direct combat, they hurled for massive energy orbs. Boom. The terrifying energy surge scattered the entangled masses. The parallel humans, regaining their senses, caught sight of the duo emerging from the smoke. And some recognized Katra and Hyles as the gods of destruction who had previously pursued them. Huh, is that not one of the 2 gods of destruction hunting us? Ah, what are you saying? We are in the safest 12th universe. How could they possibly be here? A nearby ice demon gasped in shock, immediately retorting. The extraterrestrial, even more anxious, replied, I do not know, but they look exactly the same. In the next moment, 2 enormous yellow energy orbs interrupted their conversation. Boom. The explosion obliterated the weaker individuals, while those who survived seemed to awaken to the reality, scattering in terror, shouting, Run! Run! The gods of destruction are here. Katra and Hyles, observing the fleeing weaklings, grinned wickedly as they continued their pursuit. However, their approach resembled a game, playfully unleashing energy orbs as they hunted, akin to chasing mice, relishing in the torment they inflicted. The air was filled with anguished cries and desperate screams, echoing in unison, as similar scenes unfolded simultaneously across each layer. Every layer's parallel humans endured the same harrowing experiences as those on the 6th layer, grappling with disbelief, panic, and the despair of impending death. In Chuanma's eyes, these events were a cause for celebration, for his elite forces were rapidly taking shape. As for everything else, it was merely the norm. Only through death and blood could the strongest weapons be forged. Life held future value. Death rendered one a pile of useless earth. With the rampant slaughter by the gods of destruction, the population within the pyramid dwindled at an alarming rate. On the 7th layer of the pyramid, Wukong was still searching for Majin Buu. During this time, he had temporarily encountered a hefty 1 and 2 smaller beings, and by absorbing the 3 Majins, he had acquired new abilities. However, since encountering these 3, he had found none, and not a single human had come into view. Though puzzled, Wukong persisted in his search. As it pertained to his ascension and power, suddenly, a series of violent sounds erupted ahead. Wukong peered forward, catching sight of several black mushroom clouds. What is happening? It seems there is more than one person. After so long without encountering anyone, the sudden appearance of such numbers piqued Wukong's curiosity. He accelerated forward, and as he drew closer, the scenes of battle became more vivid, the explosions louder, and figures gradually materialized. Wukong landed atop a towering, elongated mushroom peak, concealing his presence. Preparing to observe, a glance revealed nearly a dozen individuals, not engaged in individual combat, but collectively pursuing a single person. The individual fled while skillfully maneuvering. Chapter 122, Reunion with Sun Wukong. Standing atop the mushroom, Wukong scrutinized the individual facing multiple foes, and in no time, the familiar form stirred memories within him. Oh, it is indeed an acquaintance. Sun Wukong stood with his silver hair cascading down, his tattered orange martial arts uniform, emblazoned with the character on the back. In a state of even greater disrepair than before, he retreated steadily, maintaining his calm and resolute demeanor. Among those pursuing him was Sun Wukong, who had a vague recollection of the trio of frozen demons he had previously vanquished, as well as Rin Zhaoshou, Li, and several others. Their names eluded him momentarily. Boom. The pursuers unleashed enormous energy waves while flying, creating massive craters as Wukong deftly evaded the explosive blasts. Observing the scene, Wukong felt a twinge of confusion. It seemed peculiar that, given his power during their previous confrontation, escaping these foes should have been a trivial matter. After a moment of contemplation, he refocused his gaze, only to find that the chase had culminated in a standoff, with Wukong cornered within a mushroom canyon, thoroughly blocked in from all sides. Oh, it seems my moment to enter has arrived. Perhaps I should inquire if they have seen Warren Buo. With a sudden leap, Wukong accelerated, hurtling towards the canyon like a shooting star. Among the opposing parties, a green-skinned man clad in the attire of a Kai stepped forward, declaring, "Do not struggle. Those two masters are invincible. The error you have made will soon be repaid with your life." Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. Their eyes filled with malice as they regarded Sun Wukong. "Pathetic cowards," he retorted, his gaze turning icy as his fists clenched slowly. The mockery only fueled the anger of the others. "You are courting death." As tensions rose, a sudden rush of air disrupted the charged atmosphere. All eyes turned skyward as a dark figure descended, crashing between the two factions with a thunderous impact. Boom! The ground sank beneath Wukong's feet, forming a circular pit. The onlookers instinctively stepped back, and Sun Wukong recognized the red-furred figure immediately. "Who are you? What do you want?" the green-skinned man inquired, while the others glared at Wukong. "Do not misunderstand. I merely seek directions. Do you know where Warren Buo has been sighted?" The mention of Warren Buo elicited confusion among the gathered foes. Wukong began to gesture as he described. "It is small, with a pinkish body, a single antenna atop its head, and a few small holes scattered across its form. Wearing white pants. Approximately like that. Have any of you seen it?" "Humph. What do you mean small and pink? If you know what is good for you, you'll leave quickly, or you may find it difficult to leave at all," came the voice of Fu, issuing a threatening warning to Wukong. "I would like to leave, but without knowing where to find Buo, I am at a loss," replied Wukong, his tone laced with a hint of frustration. Fu's eyes narrowed dangerously as he remarked, "I can't shake the feeling that your intentions are less than straightforward. You linger here without leaving and shield that fellow behind you. You must be in league with him." After these words, the expressions of those surrounding Fu grew ominous, their fists clenching in preparation for battle. Wukong chuckled helplessly and responded, "If that is how you wish to perceive it, I cannot change your mind. Attack. Eliminate those two." In unison, Felisa and his allies charged forward, while Wukong merely stated, "First, take care of them, then we can discuss our matters." Without granting Sun Wukong a moment to react, he surged ahead, only to find that Wukong had momentarily paused. Quickly joining the fray, Wukong engaged with Felisa, Elite, the green-skinned adversary, and a formidable being adorned with 7 Dragon Balls on its chest, while others were intercepted by the wild and fierce Sun Wukong. As the battle erupted, Wukong's primary target was the legendary Super Saiyan Li. The clash commenced with a resounding impact as fists collided with Li's face, eliciting little more than a slight turn of his head. Swiftly, he retaliated with a punch aimed at Wukong, who narrowly dodged, delivering a kick that sent Li soaring. Yet, before he could capitalize on this, other foes rushed to attack. Wukong deftly defended himself against their onslaught, the speed of their movements nearly rendering them as mere afterimages. Recognizing that a defensive stance was insufficient, he unleashed his power, enveloping himself in a violet flame. In an instant, he struck Fuisa with a powerful blow, sending him flying, while Sulu was kicked aside, and the green-skinned opponent was met with a massive energy wave. The remaining adversaries were dispatched with ease, their bodies crashing into mushroom-like stone pillars. Suddenly, An explosive roar erupted behind him, prompting Wukong to instinctively strike backward with his elbow, only to feel a heavy impact as he evaded Faith's powerful punch. With a swift kick, he connected with Faith's temple, propelling him like a meteor through the air, shattering numerous mushroom stones in his wake. "This giant is quite heavy," Wukong remarked, stretching his legs with a casual complaint. Rushing back, the recently defeated foes surrounded Wukong, blood trickling from their mouths, their eyes ablaze with fury. "Damn it! Damn it!" Fulisa bellowed, conjuring two colossal crimson energy spheres crackling with black lightning. The others prepared their own devastating techniques, unleashing a barrage of multicolored energy waves toward Wukong. Moments later, the combined attacks detonated, sending a cacophony of vibrant energy rippling outward, forcing Fulisa and his companions to shield their eyes. As the dust settled, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and the triumphant expressions of Fu's group began to emerge. However, as the smoke cleared, their smiles froze in disbelief. Wukong stood unscathed, adorned with numerous small black orbs, but otherwise completely unharmed. How is this possible? Fulisa and his allies gaped in shock, struggling to comprehend that their fierce assaults had been utterly ineffective. Seeing their astonished faces, Wukong grinned wickedly, thinking to himself, "This new power is quite remarkable." Suddenly, a loud commotion caught his attention, drawing his gaze to a massive pink-silver energy beam shooting into the sky, carrying several figures that vanished into the clouds. "Oh," he asked, taking this seriously. "I must act swiftly, lest he outpace me in neutralizing the enemy." Observing the fierce battle unfolding between Sun Wufan and his opponents, Wukong resolved to intensify his efforts. His violet flames spread across his entire being, transforming his hair and eyes to a deep shade of purple. "I shall endeavor to resolve this within a minute," he confidently declared, his purple eyes reflecting a desire for destruction. As Fulisa prepared to speak, his words were abruptly cut short by a fist that landed squarely on his head, shattering it into a purple mist that dissipated into the air. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, the remaining foes turned in terror and fled without hesitation. Wukong gazed at the figures before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In an instant, he vanished once more, only to reappear as Shalu simultaneously morphed into the vanishing form of Xingxiao. Disappearing and reappearing in quick succession, the remaining individuals transformed into beautiful forms of Xingxiao, slowly dissipating into the ether. Chapter 123. The Arrival of the God of Destruction. "Once I resolve the last Broly, my battles will come to a close." Wukong observed the fading figures, his mind lingering on the Broly he had sent flying. Suddenly, the green-skinned being, which had been on the verge of disappearing, began to restore itself. In mere moments, a complete green-skinned figure re-emerged. A being akin to Bu, but with a greater essence of immortality? Intriguing. I shall see if you truly possess the gift of invincibility. Wukong then unleashed his might upon the revived green-skinned entity, knowing full well it would resurrect shortly. They danced in a cycle of death and revival. Bam! The green-skinned being fell once more, only to swiftly restore, yet was immediately obliterated again. As Wukong continued his relentless assault, he contemplated, "It appears this fellow truly is immortal. Despite my unceasing destruction, he shows no signs of abnormality. It seems conventional methods hold no sway over him. In that case, let us try something different." Wukong's gaze shifted to the small black orbs hovering about him. Before long, he gathered these orbs into his palm. The small black spheres coalesced, rapidly forming a sphere the size of his hand, an abyss of darkness seemingly capable of consuming all. Starkly contrasting with the surrounding light, it stood alone, as if existing in an alternate realm, exuding an eerie aura. In the next moment, Wukong propelled it forward, and the green-skinned being, now appearing as a luminous silhouette, was engulfed by the black sphere, which then dispersed in an instant. Countless black dots consumed the radiant light, subsequently circling the air before returning to Wukong, intertwining with the surrounding violet flames. After observing for a moment, Wukong noted no abnormalities with the small black spheres, and the previously immortal green-skinned being did not reappear. Finally resolved, "Although I haven't vanquished him, sealing him in this manner is quite satisfactory. Furthermore, not being able to eliminate him now does not preclude future possibilities. After all, this new power is still in its infancy and requires further cultivation." With the green-skinned being temporarily dealt with, Wukong turned his attention to the ongoing battle involving Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, the beast Wukong had been dispatching foes with remarkable efficiency while Wukong was preoccupied with the immortal being. When Wukong glanced over, he found Sun Wukong holding the severed head of his last adversary, blood dripping onto the ground, staining it black. Sun Wukong, perceptive as ever, sensed Wukong's gaze and returned it. Their eyes met, revealing a complex array of emotions. Wukong observed the dismembered bodies surrounding Sun Wukong and the bloody head in his grasp, letting out a weary laugh. Ah, that old immortal green monster has wasted quite a bit of my time. Abruptly, Sun Wukong vanished, prompting Wukong's body to instinctively evade to the side. He turned to see the reason for Sun Wukong's disappearance. Broly's colossal form loomed, imposing and majestic. Yet the individual before him stood out markedly. Pooh! The beast Wukong extracted his arm from Broly's abdomen, blood gushing forth. Ah! Ignoring the gaping wound, Broly roared and charged at silver-haired Wukong, but Wukong swiftly maneuvered behind him. Clasping his hands, he shouted, Kamehameha! A blue wave of energy enveloped Broly, propelling him away as the beam soared further into the distance, eventually vanishing like a shooting star. With the last enemy dispatched, Wukong approached Sun Wukong, remarking, I can't believe it. After just a few days apart, you've been reduced to such a state, chased and battered by these foes. Thank you for your help. Sun Wukong reverted to his normal state and turned to express his gratitude. No problem. Even if I hadn't intervened, they wouldn't have been able to do much against you. Wukong replied. Sun Wukong remained silent, casting a grave glance into the distance before stating, Considering your assistance, I advise you to flee quickly. Otherwise, when those two arrive, you won't escape. With that, Sun Wukong took to the sky, preparing to depart, but Wukong, still perplexed, would not allow him to leave so easily. Swiftly, Wukong grasped Sun Wukong by the ankle, pulling him back. What is going on? You can't just run off without explaining. Sun Wukong, now on the ground, sighed in resignation. Do you think I fled just because of those guys? No, it's because of some individuals I encountered a few days ago. The two leaders looked quite peculiar and were incredibly volatile. They attacked me on sight. I had no choice but to eliminate everyone except those two. And then? Wukong interjected eagerly. Sun Wukong sighed again, his eyes dimming as he continued. What else could I do? After defeating the others, I boldly charged at the two leaders. But they were on an entirely different level. Realizing I stood no chance, I attempted to retreat, employing some tactics to temporarily evade them. But for some reason, they always seemed to know my location, pursuing me relentlessly and slaughtering every creature in their path. Those I just defeated were merely their underlings sent to collect their dues. Oh, Wukong remarked, intrigued by the unusual expression Sun Wukong had displayed earlier. How fascinating. I'm curious as to who they might be. With his explanation complete, Sun Wukong prepared to take flight again, but noticing Wukong's unwillingness to depart, he asked curiously, Aren't you coming with me? Why should I follow you? Wukong replied, perplexed. Because our chances of survival would be far greater together. Sun Wukong insisted, bewildered that Wukong did not grasp the logic that two were better than one. No need. I am strong enough to defeat them myself, and I am curious about their identities. If it turns out to be Majin Buu, all the better. Humph. Even if you are slightly stronger than me, those two are not to be trifled with. However, since you are so confident, I cannot simply walk away. Especially after you just aided me. Sun Wukong glanced into the distance, then back at Wukong. I will observe for now. If the situation turns dire, I will be the first to flee. Suit yourself. With that, Wukong focused intently on the horizon, awaiting the arrival of the two formidable beings Sun Wukong had mentioned. Time passed slowly, and the expressions of Wukong and Sun Wukong grew increasingly pronounced, one filled with excitement, the other with concern. Swish, swish. Two piercing sounds cut through the air, prompting both Wukong and Sun Wukong to look upward. Two figures materialized in the sky, and Wukong finally understood why Sun Wukong had described them as peculiar. One was a rotund creature with long black fur, adorably wide eyes, pointed red ears, and wearing a blue-black hat, clad in a somewhat ill-fitting attire of the god of destruction. The other was a towering, green, bumbling robot, similarly garbed in the attire of the god of destruction. I was wondering who it could be. It turns out to be the esteemed gods of destruction. No wonder Beast Wukong could not prevail. Recognizing their identities from memory, Wukong noted the conspicuous destructive energy they unconsciously emitted. Whoosh! The two gods of destruction plummeted from the sky, their descent rapid and thunderous, creating a tremendous impact upon landing. As the two figures descended, Wukong and Sun Wufan had already evaded in advance, calmly observing the smoke before them. The mist gradually dissipated, revealing the two destroyers, who immediately spotted the conspicuous duo. Enough of this cat-and-mouse game. It has lost its novelty. It is time to eliminate you, along with your newly found ally. A cold, mechanical voice emerged from the robotic destroyer. In the next instant, it opened its palm towards Wukong and Sun Wufan, a purple flame aura rapidly enveloping its entire form. As destructive energy began to coalesce from its palm, destruction, the violet energy sphere exuded a terrifying aura, swiftly hurtling towards Wukong and his companion. Upon seeing the energy sphere approaching, Sun Wufan instinctively dodged to the side, while keeping his gaze fixed on the destructive energy orb flying towards Wukong. In Chapter 124, titled The Defective Mosque, within Sun Wufan's line of sight, confronted by the ominous purple energy sphere, Wukong boldly advanced, placing his seemingly unremarkable palm directly upon the perilous orb. Contrary to expectations, the violet energy sphere came to a steady halt in Wukong's grasp, showing no signs of dissipating. Mosque, witnessing his destruction being held in such a manner, appeared incredulous, as if his power had been extinguished. Unwilling to concede, he continued to gather destructive energy, subsequently launching 7 or 8 dark purple energy spheres. These spheres collectively surged towards Wukong, yet an astonishing phenomenon occurred. Each orb, brimming with terrifying destructive energy, paused just inches before Wukong, surrounding him as if encased in a protective cocoon of purple orbs. Futile. With a resounding declaration, Wukong crushed the purple sphere in his hand, causing the other energy spheres before him to shatter simultaneously, transforming into minuscule violet particles that dissipated into the air. Such trivial tricks should not be employed. With that, Wukong's palm curled, and another identical purple energy sphere materialized, which he then shot towards the attacking Mosque. The incoming energy sphere was effortlessly swatted away by Mosque's mechanical arm, bursting into a spectacular display akin to fireworks in the sky. Meanwhile, Sun Wufan, who had sidestepped, stood in astonishment, his face a canvas of questions. After deflecting the previous attack, Mosque addressed Wukong, speculating, "You must be a destroyer from a parallel universe or time-space." "Think whatever you like," Wukong replied, turning to Sun Wufan and stating, "Leave this robot to me. Handle that dark, furry creature." Without allowing Sun Wufan a moment to respond, Wukong charged toward Mosque. Sun Wufan could only watch Wukong's retreating figure, ultimately resigned to face the dark, furry being. He advanced cautiously towards this formidable opponent, stopping at an appropriate distance before assuming a combat stance. Observing intently, Sun Wufan noted that the creature remained still, its large eyes fixed upon him, unblinking. Feeling perplexed, Sun Wufan decided to test the waters. In a flash, he darted behind the dark-furred creature and unleashed a kick. However, at the moment of impact, the creature vanished in an instant. Sensing danger, Sun Wufan instinctively raised his hands in defense. Bang! He was sent flying, crashing through one, then 2 mushroom peaks, only to stabilize himself as the force diminished. Ouch, that hurt. Sun Wufan grimaced, rubbing the spots left by the impact. Just then, the sky darkened abruptly, prompting Sun Wufan to leap back instinctively, though he could not completely evade the impending threat. Boom. Crash. The diminutive red fist of Destroyer Ewang struck the ground with tremendous force, sending Sun Wufan soaring, as a deep, broad crater formed in the earth beneath him. As Sun Wufan landed from a flip in the air, he gazed at the destroyer he had just sparred with. To his astonishment, this seemingly round and plump creature possessed remarkable speed and strength, which starkly contrasted with its benign exterior. Ewang, however, had no time for contemplation. He withdrew his fist from the ground and charged at Sun Wufan once more. His speed was akin to teleportation, and the familiar dark silhouette loomed overhead. As Ewang descended like a mountain, Sun Wufan retaliated with a punch. Bang! As their fists collided, the ground fractured under the immense force, sending fissures radiating outward. With a determined exertion, Sun Wufan disengaged, both combatants soaring into the air. Sun Wufan unleashed his energy, enveloped in a silver aura surrounded by pink lightning. Ewang, cloaked in a purple mist, initiated a ferocious melee, the purple and silver flashes dancing violently in the air. The cacophony of their combat echoed through the atmosphere. While the ferocity of their battle raged on, Wukong advanced upon Mosk, landing powerful blows upon his formidable frame. The resounding clang of metal reverberated with each strike, escalating in intensity. Despite the barrage of attacks, Mosk remained largely unscathed, save for a few superficial dents in his mechanical body, showcasing the incredible resilience of his towering armor. With a fierce cry, Wukong delivered a devastating kick to Mosk's thunderous head, sending the destroyer hurtling sideways, creating a whirlwind of dust and debris as he collided with the ground. A wide trench was left in his wake, and as Mosk crashed, he stirred up a thick cloud of smoke. Having successfully landed a blow, Wukong did not exhibit any signs of elation. He merely gazed at the billowing smoke, aware that this destroyer would not be easily vanquished. Suddenly, an unusual sound broke the air, followed by a massive surge of energy that shattered the ground and surged toward Wukong. Unfazed by the formidable force, Wukong stood his ground, meeting it head-on with a powerful punch. Bang! The clash of energy and fist created a frictional wave that rippled through the air, leaving two long trenches in the earth before the formidable force finally dissipated. In the distance, Mosk retracted his fists from the ground, locking his gaze onto Wukong. Suddenly, a crimson beam shot forth from his eyes, a straight line of energy darting toward Wukong. In response, Wukong enveloped himself in a purple energy sphere for protection. The fierce laser bombarded the barrier, striking it relentlessly. As time passed, the beam grew thicker, and Mosk's eyes glowed brighter red, continuing this assault for 5 long minutes before finally ceasing. Upon halting, Mosk's eye had overheated, turning red and emitting steam. Wukong dispelled the protective sphere, the purple flames flickering around him as he vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was behind Mosk, launching a rapid barrage of strikes with lightning speed. Thud, thud, thud. From behind to the front and back again, Mosk's body endured the full force of Wukong's relentless punches. After an intense flurry of strikes, Wukong concluded with a powerful final blow. Mosk plummeted to the ground like a meteor, crashing violently, resulting in a resounding explosion that sent shockwaves through the earth, fracturing it in concentric circles. Wukong wiped the sweat from his brow, inhaling deeply. After such an extended period of high-intensity combat, his stamina had indeed taken a toll. Subsequently, Wukong descended, and upon the crumbled ground, Mosk was ensnared, with only its head protruding. Approaching Mosk's head, I aimed to unleash a destructive energy blast, ensuring its total annihilation. However, just as I positioned my hand, the ground began to tremble violently. Mosk's eyes flickered, and its massive form surged forth from the earth. Its outstretched arms sought to seize Wukong, but for the lightning-fast Wukong, such a maneuver was utterly implausible. Almost instantly, Wukong vanished once more, reappearing to deliver a devastating strike to the back of Mosk's head. A sizzling sound echoed as red currents pierced through, with crimson lightning coursing across its enormous body. The once verdant form of Mosk malfunctioned, transforming entirely into a shade of red. Ugh! The crimson Mosk emitted peculiar sounds, and soon beams of energy erupted from its eyes and the sharp horns atop its head. Its head began to spin, increasing in speed and quantity, quickly saturating the surroundings with a barrage of fiery red rays. Wukong nimbly dodged, his surroundings filled with the spectacle of cascading red beams and fleeting purple flashes. The ground, along with the mushroom-shaped stone hills, lay in utter ruin, leaving behind only a scene of devastation. Chapter 125. The True Power of Two Gods of Destruction. Wukong swiftly evaded the searing lasers, contemplating how to halt this malfunctioning monstrosity. The mechanical head of Mosk spun rapidly, and each time Wukong attempted to strike, the number of lasers increased, making it exceedingly difficult to approach the frenzied machine. There was no other choice. I had intended to be gentle with you, yet your current state compels me to resort to a more savage approach. Wukong swiftly distanced himself from the concentrated laser zone, ascending high into the sky, where he joined purple energy with black particles in a magnificent fusion. Go! As the command left his lips, a fierce wave of purple energy surged downward, engulfing the blazing red lasers in its path, crashing down upon the malfunctioning Mosk with unstoppable force. Boom! The brilliance enveloped Mosk, illuminating everything around it. The intense energy fluctuations battered the ground repeatedly, Observing the smoke-filled crater below, Wukong descended. Clang! A metallic sound rang out, and looking down, he discovered a fragmented steel plate resembling the head of Mosk. Such destruction leads me to ponder. Wukong's previously jubilant expression faded into one of solemnity as he gazed forward. From the thick smoke, a diminutive figure emerged from the earth, its eerie, sharp laughter echoing through the air, reminiscent of a ghostly apparition, sending shivers down one's spine. As the fog gradually dissipated, a small, rose-red creature with long black horns resembling a devil appeared before him. Noticing its attire, reminiscent of a god of destruction, Wukong's expression shifted to one of realization. So this is your true form, Mosk. Did you don a steel shell to mask your ghastly appearance? Upon hearing this, the petite god of destruction chuckled sinisterly, stating, I am not Mosk. The Mosk machine is merely a facade, a costume for my true self, Mulu. Moreover, this form is not one that an ordinary being can behold, as those who do, I typically ensure meet their demise. With that, Mulu sprang into action. In an instant, Wukong felt an immense force surge from the shattered fragments beneath him, launching them towards Mulu. Countless mechanical shards, recently obliterated, ascended from the ground, reassembling upon Mulu's form like pieces of a puzzle. Before long, a new incarnation of Mulu emerged, encased in green metal, adorned with a green mask, its arms, chest, and lower body wrapped in machinery. Now, witnessing my current state, you should be prepared to meet your end, Mulu declared, delivering a punch towards Wukong. A strike both swift and powerful. As Wukong evaded, the gust of wind created by the blow whistled past his ears, imparting a newfound understanding of Mulu's formidable capabilities. My goodness, such a massive form, such speed, and such strength. This is an entirely different echelon from Mosk. In rapid succession, Mulu's steel fists rained down. And though this mechanized Mulu was formidable, Wukong's own battle-hardened physique was not to be underestimated. Recognizing Mulu's current prowess, Wukong faced its punches without trepidation. Boom! The clash of fists against steel erupted with thunderous resonance. After the exchange, both combatants recoiled, and soon, their distinct fists collided like a relentless barrage from a machine gun. Clang! Clang! In no time, their rapid movements sparked a flurry of fire, neither able to best the other. While this battle raged fiercely, another confrontation unfolded nearby. The beastly Gohan pummeled Ewan's corpulent form, deftly evading counterattacks. Suddenly, Gohan delivered a powerful kick to Ewan's face, using the rebound to retreat to a safe distance. Gasping for breath, Gohan regarded Ewan's dark, fur-clad form with a perplexed expression, contemplating, had I not attacked for so long, I might even doubt my own efforts. However, I truly wish to shear your fur. At that moment, Ewan charged forward, a plume of exhaust trailing behind him. Gohan surged to meet him, their palms locking in a fierce contest of strength, the muscles in Gohan's arms swelling with intensity. Ewan's crimson hands mirrored this. Veins bulging as their combined might began to fracture the ground beneath them, producing ominous cracking sounds. Boom! The earth beneath them reached its limit, shattering apart. Yet neither combatant faltered, their grip remaining steadfast. G.U.H. Gohan roared, channeling all his power, then leaped forcefully, his feet striking Ewan with tremendous force. With a resounding impact, Ewan was sent hurtling away. Gohan soared into the air, extending his arms outward as pink lightning danced around him. The pink energy enveloped him, swirling around his hands in a chaotic convergence. G.U.H. Ultimate Titan Cannon. Gohan brought his hands together, unleashing a torrent of pink energy, laced with crackling lightning, directed at Ewan. With the colossal energy wave propelling forward, Ewan's rotund form gradually dissipated within its grasp, the wave continuing onward, reshaping the terrain before it. Gasping for breath, Gohan surveyed the aftermath, witnessing a vast, semicircular chasm that bore testimony to the sheer destructive force of his recent attack. Crack! Boom! At the chasm's edge, Ewan pushed aside the debris weighing him down. This time, he appeared markedly altered, white energy emanating from beneath his dark fur. Though obscured, it was evident that he had sustained significant damage. Ewan's once simple gaze transformed into that of a ferocious beast, resembling a sharpened blade. I am enraged. Roaring. Purple flames engulfed him, his once white eyes now blazing crimson, as his form began to swell, his neck elongating, and his previously rotund body morphing into that of a muscular titan. His arms, now thick and powerful, while his stumpy legs transformed into long, powerful limbs, revealing a chiseled eight-pack beneath the dense fur. Sun Wukong gazed in astonishment at the transformed Iwan, the god of destruction. Suddenly, Iwan vanished from his sight, and an unsettling intuition gripped Sun Wukong, prompting him to retreat swiftly. However, the sound of a fierce wind whooshing by his ear made him exclaim in alarm. "This is bad." Thud. Whoosh. Boom. Sun Wukong was struck by a powerful punch, hurtling him far away at such speed that his shadow seemed to disappear. After traversing back and forth across the ground multiple times, he crashed into a massive stone wall, shattering it into fragments before finally coming to a halt. Spitting out a mixture of saliva and blood, Sun Wukong slowly rose to his feet, a distinct imprint of a fist visible on his right cheek, with a trickle of blood cascading from the corner of his mouth. Thud, thud, thud. Iwan advanced toward him, each step leaving a deep impression in the ground. Observing the intimidating figure of Iwan approaching with ferocity, Sun Wukong inhaled deeply, tearing off his tattered orange martial arts uniform. Sun Wukong unleashed his rage once more, his power surging dramatically as a pink aura and silver flames erupted around him, sending shockwaves of energy rippling outward. Once the fluctuations of power subsided, his hair stood even more erect, and his bangs lengthened slightly, while the blue V-neck shirt that encased his body was illuminated by increasingly vibrant pink lightning. In his full power mode, the beastly Sun Wukong faced the approaching Iwan, choosing to confront the challenge head-on. In an instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear before the towering and formidable Iwan, their fists colliding in a moment of fierce confrontation. Boom. The two fists remained locked in a stalemate, but soon Iwan's might began to overpower Sun Wukong's. Chapter 126. The Unexpected Turn. Realizing he could not match strength, Sun Wukong instinctively withdrew his fist, taking advantage of Iwan's loss of balance to deliver a blow to his side. Boom. Despite Iwan's thick fur cushioning some of the impact, the punch sent him soaring, toppling several towering mushroom peaks. Sun Wukong did not relent, pursuing Iwan into the swirling clouds of smoke. Thud. A dull sound echoed as the smoke dispersed, revealing the fierce clash that ensued, with Sun Wukong's fist firmly held by Iwan, both exerting their strength. In no time, their physical prowess became evident, with Sun Wukong's fist gradually retreating. Sensing the situation, he attempted to employ the same strategy once more. However, Iwan, having learned from his previous encounter, was prepared. Before Sun Wukong could withdraw his strength, Iwan's other fist descended upon the side of his head. Boom. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong braced himself with his right arm. Yet, the overwhelming force forced him to stumble back. Resolving to exchange injury for freedom, he relaxed the strength in his right arm, allowing Iwan's massive red fist to breach his defenses, striking him squarely on the right side of his face. Boom. Sun Wukong was sent flying. Yet due to his left hand being grasped, he merely hovered in the air without being propelled away. Seizing the moment before Iwan could strike again, he delivered a powerful kick to Iwan's chin, though it only slightly lifted his head. Sun Wukong then braced himself against the incoming red fist, channeling all of his energy into the kick pressing against Iwan's chin, his muscles tensing and bulging as he shouted, "Ah!" Iwan's massive form was propelled into the sky, but Sun Wukong was also carried upward, bending his legs and delivering a forceful kick to Iwan's robust chest. Ugh! At last, the two were separated, free from Iwan's interference. Sun Wukong clasped his hands together in a lotus position at his waist, blue energy swirling with pink lightning, growing ever more potent. Super Kamehameha. Sun Wukong unleashed his ultimate technique. The blue energy wave encircled by pink lightning surged toward Iwan, the god of destruction. The immense sphere propelled Iwan further into the sky, while Sun Wukong was thrust downward by the recoil. Boom. Sun Wukong crashed into the ground, shattering it and creating a vast crater, his energy wave continuing to surge forth, deepening the pit beneath him. After a considerable time, the line of light between heaven and earth gradually faded, and Sun Wukong, panting heavily within the crater, gazed upward, uncertain where the light wave had taken Iwan. Suddenly, a small black dot appeared in the sky, rapidly growing larger. This is bad. In an instant, Sun Wukong leaped back, and as he did, a shadow plummeted into the crater. Boom. Stones of various sizes were sent flying as the crater was enveloped in dense fog. filling Sun Wukong with an acute sense of danger. As the smoke slowly dissipated, a more monstrous Iwan emerged, his once black hair transformed into fiery tendrils, burning upward, his form having grown even larger. The beastly roar echoed with each breath, Iwan's blood-red eyes glimmering ominously. The reflection of Sun Wukong, within them gradually being swallowed by crimson light. Boom! With a thundering stomp, Iwan shattered the ground beneath him and charged at Sun Wukong like a blazing fireball. Forcing himself to remain calm, Sun Wukong crossed his arms, bracing for the impending impact. Crash! This is incredibly heavy, was the only thought that crossed Sun Wukong's mind as the searing heat of flames enveloped him, ultimately succumbing to Iwan's tremendous force, sending him flying. Boom! Boom! Thud! Sun Wukong soared backward, crashing through the ground and emerging once more, only to be thrust into the earth, ricocheting left and right. Numerous mushroom peaks were shattered along his path until he was finally wedged into a mushroom stone pillar, bringing him to a halt. Coughing up a pool of congealed blood, Sun Wukong attempted to rise, but a fiery afterimage appeared, causing the temperature around him to spike. Before he could react, a gigantic flaming fist swung horizontally towards him. Boom! Sun Wukong, along with the mushroom peak, was swept away. The peak was severed at its base, and Sun Wukong was sent flying once more, with Iwan swiftly in pursuit. As Iwan caught up, he unleashed another punch, the familiar sensation of searing heat returning. This time, Sun Wukong retaliated with a punch of his own. Boom! Crack! The disparity in physical strength was stark. Upon impact, Sun Wukong felt his hand fracture, and he was sent spiraling backward like a shooting star. Iwan bent his legs and pursued him again, quickly catching up to grasp Sun Wukong's head, pressing it down to grind against the ground. Screech! Sun Wukong's head scraped against the rapidly moving earth, leaving a straight line until Iwan forcefully shoved his head into the base of a colossal mushroom peak, finally halting the friction. Panting heavily, Iwan's chest rose and fell, the flames on his body flickering without wind, as he released Sun Wukong's head and began to rain down powerful punches upon him. Boom! 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 The ground shattered, Sun Wukong's body sinking deeper as Iwan's fiery fists became increasingly stained with bright red blood, the fissures beneath Sun Wukong also tainted with crimson. Boom! After this last punch, Iwan ceased his assault, straightening up and turning to walk away. Hey! A sudden voice called out, halting Iwan in his tracks as he turned back to face Sun Wukong. It's not over yet. Bloodied and battered, Sun Wukong spoke, his chest heaving rapidly, his words fragmented. Iwan's blood-red eyes gazed at him with curiosity, while Sun Wukong observed the skies above, the blood on his face staining his scars crimson. Suddenly, Sun Wukong erupted into laughter, his chuckles growing louder, yet as he laughed, he gradually straightened his battered body. With great effort, he managed to stand, swaying precariously before finally stabilizing himself. Subsequently, Wukong reached for the red band around his waist and retrieved a seemingly unremarkable bean, which he promptly consumed, exclaiming between bites, "This last Xindo, is for you." Iwan instinctively sensed something amiss and charged at Sun Wukong the moment he swallowed the bean, his fist ablaze with fury aimed at Wukong's head. However, contrary to expectations, his massive fist was caught by Wukong's hand, halted in its tracks. Enveloped in a shroud of white steam, Wukong, with his blood-red eyes locked onto Iwan, declared, "All right. Let's start anew. I cannot squander this last Xindo, that I have preserved for so long." As soon as his words fell, Wukong released Iwan's fist and unleashed a powerful blow to Iwan's abdomen. The impact reverberated, sending ripples of white energy cascading from his back. Iwan, the god of destruction, let out a thunderous roar, whether from pain or some other reason. He did not retreat, but retaliated with a punch of his own. Wukong effortlessly dodged and countered, but the results were less than satisfactory. Thus, the two continued to exchange blows, one wielding brute strength while the other relied on speed, neither able to swiftly vanquish the other, leading to a stalemate. On the other side, Sun Wukong grew increasingly disenchanted, feeling that after such a prolonged battle, the god of destruction Mulu should have revealed his full strength. To his surprise, this appeared to be his utmost capability. He had expected to draw out more of Wukong's power. Realizing this, Wukong resolved to end the confrontation swiftly and seek another god of destruction. Just as he contemplated amplifying his strength to eliminate Mulu, the surrounding environment began to tremble violently, the intensity escalating. This disturbance not only halted Wukong's impending actions, but it also alarmed all survivors on the 7th level of the pyramid. They were compelled to cease their movements, observing their surroundings in anticipation of what might unfold. The fierce tremors continued, intensifying as if intent on demolishing the entire pyramid. Fortunately, those who remained were among the strongest. Otherwise, the weaker ones would have been tossed about by the quakes. Suddenly, a chilling and familiar voice resonated within, capturing the attention of all pyramid survivors. The inexperienced gods of destruction looked around warily, while the seasoned parallel humans focused intently, eager to discern the cause of the commotion. Could it be that the number of participants had reached a threshold, prompting another elevation? As everyone listened intently, a brief silence was followed by the cold voice once again, "Emergency. Emergency. Due to unknown factors, the population of the entire pyramid has significantly decreased. To ensure the trial proceeds, a final elevation will now occur. The 9 levels of the pyramid will merge into one, and each participant shall continue their performance on this final level." As the voice faded, the tremors persisted, accompanied by a sensation of descent, yet in reality, none moved an inch. After a while, the tumult gradually subsided, replaced by a transformation. The once chaotic sky morphed into a serene azure, reminiscent of a true sky, with endless blue stretching far and wide, adorned with an array of floating clouds that no longer appeared murky, but rather layered and enigmatic. Almost simultaneously, all present sensed powerful auras and energies surrounding them, prompting them to halt. The ability to stop stemmed primarily from the fact that they were not caught in an uncontrollable state of frenzy. Wukong, Sun Wukong, Iwang, and the god of destruction Mulu remained in a state of relentless intensity. None could afford to cease their battle until one was utterly defeated. In the initial stages of the pyramid's merging, the mysterious voice had barely faded before the combatants clashed. Wukong and Iwang remained locked in a stalemate, with the outcome uncertain, while on the other side, the battle seemed to tilt decisively in one direction. Boom, boom, boom. Wukong unleashed a series of forceful punches upon Mosk's mech, his power and speed escalating, leaving Mulu utterly disoriented. The mech could no longer withstand the overwhelming force, with cracks appearing in its arms, followed by its legs and chest armor, which exploded in succession. With the limbs shattered, Wukong seized the last intact mask of Mulu, slowly crushing it, causing Mulu to howl in agony. In his torment, Mulu was bewildered. Moments ago, they had exchanged blows evenly, yet now he was being mercilessly pummeled. What was this silver glow emanating from the human? Could this be the reason for his predicament? Mulu's complex expression failed to catch Wukong's attention, for curiosity regarding the affairs of the vanquished was best avoided. Wukong then tossed the mangled head skyward, channeling destructive energy that coalesced into a dark purple fireball surrounded by black particles. "Go," he commanded, as the fireball swiftly soared toward Mulu, enveloping him, leading to a cataclysmic explosion of purple and black energy. Mulu gradually transformed into myriad glowing points of purple and black, fading from existence. Despite having dominated the battle, Wukong reflected that had it not been for the newly acquired dark energy intermingled with his earlier assault, he might not have dispatched this foe so efficiently. As Wukong surveyed the vanquished Mulu, he exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful for his fortune. He then turned his gaze toward the ongoing battle between the beast Wukong and Iwang, whose confrontation grew increasingly violent, each collision of flesh echoing their unwillingness to concede. This warrior is truly impressive. Indeed, a remarkable talent, rapidly augmenting in strength. Observing Sun Wukong's speed and power, Wukong quickly discerned that his abilities had multiplied several times within a brief span. Boom, boom, boom. The fists of Sun Wukong and Iwang collided incessantly, although Wukong was faster. He began to feel that only through sheer brute force could he truly overcome his opponent. With a fierce shout, Wukong struck Iwang's lion-like head, sending him hurtling sideways, pulverizing the earth along his path and carving a massive channel. Iwang struggled to rise, but in the next instant, a shadow darted past, and his head was once again driven back into the ground. Undeterred, Wukong pursued, raining down blows upon Iwang's head. Boom, boom, boom. With each strike, Iwang's limbs convulsed until, finally, they ceased their twitching. His fiery mane lost its luster, turning black as his form gradually shrank back to its original size. Though Iwang appeared lifeless, Sun Wukong showed no sign of relenting. He inhaled deeply, grasping his wrist with his left hand, his right palm poised like a claw toward Wang's body. Silver light began to coalesce within his palm, growing in intensity until it transformed into a silvery orb of energy. Tainan Te Guangxian. The orb in his hand moved fluidly, accelerating until it erupted, unleashing countless rays that cascaded toward Wang like falling droplets. Under the relentless assault of countless rays of light, Wang's body seemed to melt away, vanishing completely without leaving even a molecule behind. Aside from a gaping hole in the place where he lay, the radiant beams had wrought no other changes. After the battle concluded, Sun Wukong, panting heavily, grasped his right hand and subsequently collapsed onto the ground. Well done. At that moment, Wukong flew to his side, commending Gohan. Phew, this opponent was formidable. Even in defeat, I harbor no regrets. Gohan, however, did not let Wukong's praise lead him to hubris. He remained focused on the matter at hand. By the way, I haven't asked you yet. Why did you come to my aid? Oh, that, originally I intended to inform you upon our first encounter. But you flew too far away for me to reach you, Wukong replied, folding his arms and sitting down. Now that we have time, let me explain. In truth, I wish to invite you to join me. Join you? Gohan echoed, a hint of disbelief in his tone. Indeed, I am an underling of the instigator of this survival game. My entry into the game was to select suitable subordinates for that esteemed individual. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Gohan's expression morphed into one of astonishment, quickly followed by skepticism. You can't be joking, can you? With a smile, Wukong shook his head. What benefit would I gain by deceiving you? To kill you? Had I wished to do so, you would have perished 100 times over. Money? I see you possess none. As for anything else, it is unnecessary to mention. Tell me, aside from this life of yours, which still holds some value, what else do you have? Gohan fell silent for a moment before responding. If I refuse, what will happen? You will die? Gohan's eyes narrowed, his fists clenching tightly. You intend to kill me? Do not misunderstand. It is not I but another individual. You heard it just now. All survivors are gathered here. And it has devolved into a chaotic battle. The one you just eliminated was one of the 12 destroyers. Do you believe you can defeat the others? Even if you could, there are stronger angels. Thus, your only chance of survival lies in joining me, under the protection of the great Lord of Magic. One of 12? Gohan's body trembled uncontrollably at the thought of such formidable beings still existing, not to mention even stronger entities. Yet, excitement filled his trembling face. This is wonderful. My dream has always been to challenge the strong and grow ever stronger. Then, fixing his gaze on Wukong, Gohan resolutely declared, All right, I will join. Welcome aboard. Wukong extended his hand, and Gohan instinctively grasped it. Let me restore your strength. A pure white light emanated from their clasped hands, and as Gohan was illuminated by the radiance, a look of comfort spread across his face. Chapter 128. The temptation of betrayal once the pure light dissipated. Wukong withdrew his hand, and Gohan examined his body before standing up. Incredible. It's almost as effective as a senzu bean. Wukong quickly shook his head. Not quite. Its speed is inferior to that of a senzu bean. Even so, this is quite impressive, Gohan marveled, feeling the restoration of his body. By the way, how did you come to be here? After all, you are no weakling. Even a typical destroyer might struggle against you. As Gohan pondered Wukong's inquiry, he responded, I simply followed the main group. Upon my arrival in this universe, I noticed a large number of individuals flying in one direction. Unfamiliar with the area, I instinctively followed the crowd. I see, Wukong mused, stroking his chin. Yes, and at the time, there were also pursuers behind me. With so many of them, I doubted my ability to fight them off alone, so I ran here. No worries. Wukong patted Gohan's shoulder, offering reassurance. Soon, I shall take you to exact revenge. Revenge? Gohan stared at Wukong in confusion, prompting Wukong to chuckle. You silly. The destroyers are undoubtedly stretched thin at this point. The survivors remaining are all top-tier warriors. It will not be easy for them to conclude their battles. Let us see if we can find an opportunity to eliminate a few more destroyers. Gohan, observing Wukong's enthusiastic demeanor, found himself at a loss for words. Let us go. With that, Wukong sensed the energy signatures and set off towards the east, leaving Gohan no choice but to follow. The two flew in tandem for quite some time, gradually drawing closer to the sounds of intermittent clashes. We're almost there. Let us discover which unfortunate soul awaits us. Gohan could only smile wryly as he kept pace behind. With each passing moment, the sounds of metallic collisions grew louder. Waves of energy from the clashes surged past them, creating a palpable force. Soon, the combatants came into view. Wukong's face lit up with a familiar smile. Huh, what luck! It's familiar faces. Before them stood two combatants. One, a burly green-skinned giant with an orange beard and long hair, clad in the garb of a destroyer, and the other, a black and white insect-like being with a tapered tail resembling a syringe. It was unmistakably the separated cell. Wukong observed from a distance. Noting that the two fighters were evenly matched, though if a distinction were to be made, the destroyer held a slight edge. However, the outcome remained uncertain, as they were not mere spectators. Thus, Wukong and Gohan watched intently as the two engaged in fierce combat, exchanging blows and energy waves. As time passed, the battle grew more brutal, and both warriors bore numerous wounds. At that moment, they seemed to initiate their final confrontation, gathering energy and unleashing a pair of energy waves, one black, one purple, into a fierce collision. The energy waves intertwined, pushing against one another, neither able to dominate the other. Observing the destroyer's unwavering focus, Wukong's expression sharpened. The opportunity has arrived. In an instant, he dashed behind the destroyer at remarkable speed. This will do. Wukong aligned his index and middle fingers, as purple and black particles of energy began to coalesce. Soon, two orbs of energy, one purple, one black, slowly materialized at his fingertips. Go! With a thought, the energy surged forth, spiraling towards the back of the bearded destroyer. Meanwhile, Sidra, who was exerting all his might to launch an energy wave itself, remained oblivious to the impending danger. Ugh! Sidra was caught off guard as the energy wave pierced through him from behind, eliciting a grunt as blood flowed freely. And his once powerful arm began to lose strength. Severely injured, Sidra's arm drooped helplessly, and the last sight he beheld was the dark energy wave crashing over him. So, filled with uncertainty, pondered the sudden shift in battle as the previously stalemated energy attack faltered. Is there some sort of scheme at play? Panting slightly, he remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings, convinced that the old man would not fall easily. Wait. The appearance of Wukong momentarily stunned Cell, but as he pieced together the situation, he quickly approached. Boss, how did you end up here? Was that your doing just now? Indeed, I could no longer stand idly by while you two clashed. Wukong explained as he mimicked the motion of two fists colliding. Indeed, here I am, and it is merely by fortune that I find myself in this situation. What a pity. I was so close to defeating that bearded old man, yet now I find myself lacking in victory. Victory is victory, and defeat is defeat. As Wukong spoke, he yanked Shalu over and introduced him to Wugahen, saying, Allow me to introduce Shalu, my first subordinate. Wugahen, I have just received this younger brother. You two should get acquainted. Upon hearing Wukong's introduction, Shalu and Wugahen exchanged glances, then simultaneously extended their right hands, greeting one another with hello. After the brief exchange, they quickly retracted their hands. Shalu turned to Wukong and inquired, Boss, am I the first one you encountered? Indeed. Besides, aren't all levels of the pyramid merged now? My intention is to lead Wugahen while we eliminate our enemies and search for the rest of you. Wukong then proceeded to outline the action plan. All right, let me help you recover first, and then we will continue our journey. The familiar pure white light once again emanated from Wukong's hand, gradually illuminating Shalu. Under the influence of this radiant light, Shalu's injuries transformed in an instant, and he soon returned to his former self. All right, let's set off. While searching for the others, let us not hesitate to eliminate those gods of destruction if the opportunity arises. Understood. Both responded in unison. Wugahen initially intended to nod, but, upon noticing Shalu's loud agreement, echoed the sentiment. Thus, the trio continued their flight forward, with one leading and two following behind. Meanwhile, atop the pyramid, witnessing Wukong's shameless deeds, the Angel Mojito of Universe 9 exclaimed in fury, Despicable wretch. I never imagined that you, Lord Xuanma, would resort to such actions. As Mojito prepared to confront Wukong, Whis quickly restrained him, urging, Calm down. If you engage now, it will only lead to your demise. Indeed. Remain calm, Whis insisted as he held Mojito tightly. While other allies came forth to console and restrain him, Mojito gripped his angelic staff tightly, taking several deep breaths before gradually calming down. Before the grand screen, Lord Xuanma sighed in disappointment, alas. So close. If he had lost control, I could have eliminated them all in one fell swoop. Perhaps their fate is simply not to be extinguished. The dark demon hovering in the air concurred, then gazed at the three figures flying on the screen, pondering. What shall we do now? Sitting upon his dark red stone throne, Lord Chuanma rubbed his sharp fingers together in contemplation before remarking, while I admire their actions. Such behavior undermines the very essence of the survival game. Upon hearing this, the dark demon looked at Chuanma, asking, what do you mean by that? Hee. Let us forcibly gather them into a confined area. Upon concluding his statement, Chuanma gestured forward, causing an illusory ripple to manifest briefly before vanishing as if nothing had transpired. However, the scene on the screen began to shift, revealing the ground below suddenly appearing to come alive and writhe. Initially slow, the movement quickened, gaining momentum. The final state of the undulating earth resembled a vast expanse being rolled up, frantically converging towards the center. The humans along the way, witnessing the overwhelming layers of earth, hastily retreated towards the central region. Wukong and his companions soon encountered this situation, observing several individuals being herded away by the encroaching ground. Backtrack, Wukong exclaimed, immediately pivoting and soaring back, with Shalu and Wugahan following suit almost simultaneously. Thus, the trio successfully joined the fleeing throng, swiftly evading the advancing earth, along with several others who were compelled to join their ranks. Yet, some, undeterred, charged towards the massive layers of earth, only to find more earth appearing behind the shattered layers, prompting continued assaults. Regardless of how many times they attacked, the enormous layers of earth reappeared, seemingly inexhaustible, forcing the defiant ones to ultimately retreat alongside the others. As time passed, the speed of the advancing earth gradually slowed, eventually coming to a halt. Everyone, hearing the cessation of noise behind them, turned to see if it had truly stopped. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips, the sounds of relief resonating in their ears. The surrounding environment now resembled a colossal cage, with the earth confining everyone within a limited area. Wukong surveyed the surroundings, noting the multitude of survivors pushed into this space, prominently featuring the 8 individuals clad in the garb of gods of destruction. All right. Aside from those who have perished or turned dark, it seems the gods of destruction have all gathered here. These 8 gods of destruction did not immediately engage, as they were aware that these individuals were formidable adversaries. Likewise, the humans from parallel universes were hesitant to act recklessly and become targets. This peculiar phenomenon led to an eerie standstill, with neither side willing to strike first for fear of being overwhelmed. Seizing the moment, Wukong turned his attention to the other powerful survivors. Boss. Suddenly, a series of calls interrupted his observations as his previously separated subordinates flew in from all directions. Transforming into Super Saiyan, Broly, Golden Frieza, the greatly matured 17 and 18, along with the brawny Dr. Gero, approached. Wukong looked upon them with astonishment, particularly at the transformations of 17, 18, and Dr. Gero. Is this the surprise you spoke of, Doctor? Wukong's inquiry clearly excluded Broly and Frieza from the conversation. Indeed, boss. This is my more perfected creation. You may call them Super 17 and Super 18. Seeing the awe in Wukong's eyes, the muscular Dr. Gero proudly gestured towards Super 17 and Super 18, then pointed to himself, stating, as for me, it is because I absorbed Galade number 1 and number 2, merging them together to achieve this unprecedented form. Dr. Gero's face radiated with excitement over his technological advancements. And what is the extent of your current power? Upon hearing this inquiry, Dr. Gero's exuberance gradually subsided as he replied, approximately at your Super Saiyan 4 level, but perhaps even stronger. Quite impressive. Wukong nodded in approval, recalling his memories of Super 17. Suddenly, Wukong thought of a pressing question and quickly asked Dr. Gero, by the way, can you revert back to your previous forms? Or will you remain like this indefinitely? Boss, rest assured, I wouldn't part with those 2 assistants so easily. This fusion can be undone at will, provided all parties agree. Oh, I see. Wukong murmured in understanding, then added, since we have safely regrouped, let us first navigate through this situation before addressing anything else. Understood, they responded, positioning themselves beside Wukong, alongside Shalu and Wugahan. Newly introduced, Shalu, eyes closed and arms crossed, coolly stated a few words to introduce Wugahan. Greetings. I am Wugahan. I have just joined recently, and I hope we can get along well. Wugahin promptly introduced himself as well. Broly and the others offered subdued acknowledgments, while Dr. Gero extended his muscular hand, stating, "Hello. Welcome. I am Dr. Gero, a scientist of sorts. This is Broly, Frieza, Super 17 and 18. Dr. Gero pointed at Broly and the others, introducing them one by one. As for the others, they are unable to appear for now, but I will introduce them to you in due time. Sun Wukong's eyes flickered with an enigmatic glimmer as he nodded slowly. All right. After the introductions, the group fell silent, vigilantly observing those around them. While they exchanged pleasantries, Wukong scrutinized the individuals in the vicinity, and as he assessed several of them, he couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, those who remain alive are extraordinary beings. Majin Buu, Super One-Star Dragon, Golden Frieza, Jiren, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Super 17. He etched their figures into his mind, pondering their backgrounds. Wait. What is this? Wukong gazed at one individual, his mind filled with questions. The person bore a striking resemblance to both Vegeta and Kakarot, adorned with yellow earrings. Dressed in an orange short-sleeve vest, deep blue turtle school attire, and white boots and gloves, their ensemble was a fusion of Kakarot and Vegeta's styles. He stood confidently, a smirk playing on his lips, as if nothing could shake him. This shouldn't be possible. Could they have just fused? Doubt clouded his thoughts, and the next individual only deepened his confusion. Clad in the unified attire of the Metamorans, a black vest with orange-red padding, white loose trousers, a deep blue belt, and black wristbands. This figure had spiky hair and bangs that combined the facial features of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, wearing an equally confident smile. Could this one also be a fusion? Wukong's intuition warned him that these two might be more than they appeared. However, he swiftly cast aside these thoughts. For to him, the stronger they were, the more exhilarating the battle would be. He continued to observe, eager to discover if any of the remaining powerful beings possessed unique traits. At that moment, a demon-like creature, grotesque in appearance, with a purple shell covering its twin horns and orange skin clad in purple armor, caught Wukong's eye. He recalled having some impression of this monster, perhaps connected to Vegeta. This one looks formidable. If given the chance, it might be worth recruiting. After a satisfactory appraisal, Wukong shifted his gaze to the next individual. This exclamation of awe was not born from recognition, but rather from an instinctual signal emanating from the depths of his soul. A signal of greed awakened by the presence of this individual. His dark energy yearned for him, and Wukong gazed hungrily, fixating intently. Whether it was due to Wukong's fervent stare or the man's heightened sensitivity, he eventually met Wukong's gaze. Perhaps the raw desire in Wukong's eyes was too overt. For after a few moments, the man, with his long black hair, mask, and red bodysuit, averted his eyes. Nevertheless, Wukong lingered on him for several moments. Committing his features to memory, the two white straps on his shoulders, thinking to himself, just wait. When the battle begins, I must be the first to strike him down. Eliminating him is bound to unlock my dark powers. Wukong's heart swelled with anticipation for the fight, eager for that delectable feast to fill his stomach. Chapter 130, A Battle at the Cost of Life. There was no choice but to wait for the moment to commence the fight. Wukong continued to survey the last few individuals, his expression transitioning from casual to astonished, and finally to curious, as he underwent several transformations of emotion. To his surprise, he exclaimed, "Bulma, I never expected to see you here." Indeed, among the last few individuals was the long-missing Bulma. Wukong recognized her the moment their eyes met. He could discern her familiarity. Beside Bulma stood another figure, adorned with tousled brown hair, black-framed glasses, and large yellow earrings. She wore a white lab coat over a fitted red and blue checkered outfit, accentuating her figure. Wukong had a slight impression of this woman, yet her origins remained unclear. His gaze then shifted to the imposing figures standing guard beside them. The individual on the left bore an uncanny resemblance to Son Gohan, save for the absence of scars on his face. The one on the right was unmistakably familiar, with green skin and antennae. Without a doubt, he was Gohan's true father. Piccolo, what is happening? How did they all come together? Surely something ominous has transpired. Wukong pondered, observing the serious and cold expressions of the two. Despite his desire to converse with Bulma, the pressing situation dictated caution. Just moments ago, Broly and the others had flown towards him, and the rest anticipated an imminent clash. Each of them instinctively clenched their fists, ready to eliminate those nearby at the first opportunity. As for Wukong's reunion with his allies, this heartwarming moment caused the tightly clenched fists of the crowd to gradually loosen, only to revert to a tense standoff. Thus, they exchanged glances, neither party willing to make the first move, as time drifted by, leaving them frozen in uncertainty. The atmosphere was fraught with tension, while on Mars, the omnipotent entity, Quan Mo, expressed his impatience, exclaiming, "What is the delay? How long has it been? You stand there motionless. Am I testing them, or are they testing me?" His frustrated outbursts made it clear to everyone present that Quan Mo was genuinely irked. After all, significant effort had been invested to ensure that the battles would be more thrilling, with stronger survivors. Yet here, at this crucial juncture, they remained unmoving. Were they engaging in a battle of glances? Quan Mo felt a wave of irritation as the great demon god, observing the scene, proposed, "Lord Quan Mo, these survivors are indeed formidable warriors. While they are on high alert, instigating a conflict may prove challenging. In my view, it would be more beneficial to invite these survivors to join us, thereby augmenting our strength." Upon hearing the great demon god's words, Quan Mo leaned on his head, deep in thought. Observing Quan Mo's indecision, the great demon god seized the moment to continue. "Moreover, if we allow too many destroyer gods to perish, our constructed realm will no longer shield us from the perception of the Omni King and the Grand Priest." After his remarks, the great demon god floated to the side, awaiting Quan Mo's decision. Tick, 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 time dripped away second by second. After several dozen seconds, Quan Mo rose, contemplating the dozens of humans and the 8 destroyer gods displayed on the screen. "Do you think I fear them?" The great demon god, wishing to add more, ultimately refrained. Ignoring the great demon god's silence, Quan Mo continued, "I am not afraid of them discovering our location, for a battle is inevitable. It is merely a matter of time. Now, the 8 surviving destroyer gods represent the first step in weakening that fool. Once they are eliminated, the next target will be my dear brother and the esteemed Grand Priest." As these words escaped his lips, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloped Quan Mo, as if he could hardly wait to slay the two. What comes next? The great demon god, upon hearing the resolute words of Quan Mo, realized that it was futile to alter his will. Thus, he complied with his thoughts and inquired, "Allow me to reveal to them the final game." Quan Mo seemed to be reminded of something joyful, a wicked smile dancing upon his lips. Subsequently, a series of crimson ripples emanated from his mouth, beginning to spread outward, with the primary focus on the luminous screen before them. This sound wave, seemingly imbued with magic, eerily infiltrated the images displayed within the screen, causing the gathered individuals within the scene to exhibit peculiar reactions. Each person clutched their ears, grimacing in discomfort. Within the pyramid, the previously tranquil atmosphere was shattered by a cacophony of tormenting sounds. As everyone blocked their ears, assuming it to be a malicious prank, a voice resonated in their minds, imbued with a palpable demonic aura. "Greetings, everyone." In an instant, the venue fell silent, the discomfort in their ears dissipating, while the voice continued to speak within their minds. "I am Quan Mo, the creator of this game, and I must inform you all that you have successfully completed my trial." "What? Completed it? Does that mean we won't be hunted anymore?" A collective sigh of relief swept through all present, with the exception of the 8 destroyers. The relentless battle, which could have claimed their lives at any moment, had finally come to an end. Indeed, congratulations, you have joined the Demon Clan. As the king of the Demon Clan, I now assign you your first task: eliminate the hostile forces before you, those 8 destroyers. What? The expressions of the previously relieved crowd instantly turned grave. After all, they had sought refuge here to evade these very individuals' pursuit, and now they were being commanded to attack. The voice, seemingly aware of their hesitation, chided them. "What are you afraid of? Can so many of you not deal with a mere 8 individuals?" This statement struck them like a bolt of enlightenment. Indeed, the reason they had fled was due to their disunity, akin to a scattered pile of sand, rendering them ineffective in combat. But now, the situation was different. They were united in purpose and strength, fully capable of confronting these adversaries head-on. With this realization, they turned their gazes toward the 8 destroyers and their subordinates. Their expressions transformed. The 8 destroyers, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, cautiously gathered together, backs pressed against one another, vigilant of their surroundings. However, one among them was entirely out of sync. Wukong's face was a tempest of emotions, fluctuating between joy and despair, and his inner monologue elucidated his turmoil. How could this happen? I can't believe they've united. How am I supposed to eliminate that masked man now? If only I had acted sooner. I could have dealt with him before this situation arose. Such is the irony of plans thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. Wukong now regretted not charging in earlier to confront the masked man directly. It seems they have joined forces. Beerus observed the surrounding parallel humans, their gazes unexpectedly synchronized. Are we to fight all of them? The yellow mouse, Katra, the destroyer, spoke with a weighty tone. The other destroyers fell silent, fists clenched, preparing for the impending confrontation. The atmosphere was charged with tension, eyes locked in fierce determination as the parallel humans advanced toward the destroyers. Wait. In this critical moment, Wukong broke the stillness, drawing the attention of both sides. Once all eyes were on him, he raised a hand and stepped forward, declaring, "I have something to say." He then turned to the masked man, pointing at him, and stated, "Hello, I wish to engage you in a battle, one where our lives are at stake." Upon hearing this, the others shifted their focus to the enigmatic figure at the center of attention. Chapter 131, The Evil Scion Kamba. Under the scrutiny of so many, the masked man displayed no sign of unease. He slowly stepped out of the crowd, approaching Wukong, and the two locked eyes. Meanwhile, the great demon god, observing the unfolding scene, hastily reminded Quan Mo beside him, "Are we not to intervene?" Hee. Quan Mo replied with a sinister smile, "Why should we? The survival of the fittest is the fundamental principle of the demon clan. I have no need for the weak. Death is the ultimate fate of the defeated." Yet, both of them are quite impressive, the great demon god remarked, gazing at the two figures on the screen with admiration. "And what of it? I require the stronger of the two. Only the one who survives is worthy. As for the other, it is merely a matter of his inadequacy." Quan Mo's tone was fervent as he observed the spectacle on the screen. The great demon god understood that if he insisted strongly, Quan Mo would heed his command. After all, he had previously stated he would follow his orders. However, upon reflecting on Quan Mo's words, the great demon god found them to be quite reasonable. Moreover, even if they prevented this confrontation, could they truly stop the next one? Or the one after that? Realizing this, the great demon god accepted that the battle between these two was inevitable, inescapable. Only the victor among them could join the demon clan. With this understanding, both Quan Mo and the great demon god focused their attention on the luminous screen, eager to witness the unfolding events. Inside the pyramid, Wukong gazed at the masked man before him, waiting for a moment, confirming that nothing had transpired. This battle had indeed been acknowledged. Upon hearing this, the masked man's previously harmless eyes suddenly turned fierce, and their respective auras began to clash. "By the way, could you tell me your name? I feel we share a unique bond, and you hold a significant meaning for me," Wukong remarked, his greed becoming increasingly evident. The masked man's eyes glimmered with a terrifying bloodlust. "Kamba," he muttered, "is the name of the one who shall end you." With that, he swiftly launched a punch. The strike was quick and unexpected, yet Wukong managed to catch it with composure. Looking at Kamba, Wukong said with a sardonic smile, "You are quite eager. However, you must understand, haste does not yield favorable results." Gradually applying pressure with his left hand, he shifted the fist to the side. Yet, Kamba effortlessly shook off the connection. In the next instant, a terrifying aura of malevolence erupted from him, black-red flames swirling around his form, his cold, merciless eyes glinting ominously. The stones beneath their feet shattered under the immense pressure, floating in the air. Are we getting serious now? What an overwhelming aura of evil. Wukong observed Kamba preparing for battle, rapidly enhancing his own power. The golden flames enveloping him transformed to purple, and his body hair mirrored the change, his skin gleaming with a silvery sheen. "Let me see if my perfected form can defeat you." With this thought, Wukong vanished in an instant, reappearing above Kamba, delivering a powerful kick that Kamba easily blocked. In the blink of an eye, both vanished, colliding at an astonishing speed, leaving behind only fleeting flashes of light and the resounding echoes of their fierce clash. Boom! The ground and everything around them crumbled, their path of destruction altering the landscape. While several powerful parallel humans wisely retreated, fearful of being caught in the chaos, they instinctively created a wide space, observing from the edges as the confrontation unfolded. The expansive area soon appeared as if ravaged by a catastrophic disaster, reduced to a state of disrepair. At this moment, after a fierce exchange of blows, the two combatants finally came to a halt, standing face to face, exhibiting no signs of fatigue or injury despite the intensity of their battle. Goku gazed at Kamba, genuinely praising him. Indeed, you are formidable. I can say you are the strongest scion I have ever fought. Likewise, you rank among the top fighters I have encountered over the years, Kamba replied, as his dark crimson aura surged with increasing intensity. However, it seems my current strength may not suffice. With a fierce shout, Kamba unleashed a surge of power, his black hair gradually transforming. By the time the transformation was complete, he had assumed a new form, sporting golden hair reminiscent of a lion, green eyes, and a significantly more robust physique. Kamba, the enhanced Super Saiyan, had emerged. Initiating his new form, Kamba launched several dark crimson energy blasts towards Goku, who effortlessly evaded them. Undeterred, Kamba gestured with his hand, causing the previously launched energy blasts to curve and continue their pursuit of Goku. As Goku dodged once more, the energy blasts relentlessly followed. Growing impatient, Goku ceased his movements and braced himself against the incoming energy blasts. Boom! The dark crimson energy blasts collided with Goku's body, producing a resounding explosion and enveloping him in thick smoke. Kamba observed the smoke, and as it began to dissipate, the sounds of impact and vibrations intensified, echoing in rapid succession. Goku and Kamba engaged in a fierce exchange, their fists and feet colliding violently. Given Goku's mastery of the Ultra Instinct technique, defeating him in hand-to-hand combat proved to be a daunting task for Kamba. Realizing this, Kamba swiftly retreated to a distance, unleashing a barrage of dark crimson energy blasts. In response, Goku conjured a protective shield of destructive energy before him, absorbing the blasts as they detonated against it. Behind the shield, Goku remained unscathed, the purple energy barrier having absorbed all damage. Frustrated by the ineffectiveness of his previous assault, Kamba clenched his hands, causing the dark crimson energy sphere between his palms to swell dramatically. Once it reached the size of a head, Kamba positioned it before him and unleashed a thunderous roar, mentally uttering the name of his technique. Great Malevolent Roar Wave. The dark crimson energy beam surged violently toward Goku. The colossal energy projectile, resembling a missile, collided with the purple shield, creating friction and eliciting flashes of electricity between them. Gritting his teeth, Goku felt the shield beginning to crack under the relentless assault of the dark crimson energy wave. As fissures multiplied, the barrier ultimately shattered with a resounding explosion. Faced with the approaching shockwave, Goku hastily dodged. However, the shockwave relentlessly pursued him, no matter how he tried to evade it. With no other option, Goku brought his hands together at his waist, gathering a purple-blue luminescence in his palms. Kamehameha! He roared internally as the blue-purple energy wave erupted from his hands, colliding with the imminent dark crimson wave. The two waves intertwined, Goku being pushed back by their combined force, but his Kamehameha and Kamba's shockwave reached a stalemate. Neither was willing to yield, and almost simultaneously, both fighters intensified their power, the dark crimson flames and dark purple energy surging ferociously. Gradually, as time progressed, Goku's Kamehameha grew stronger, beginning to suppress Kamba's shockwave. Seizing the moment, Goku unleashed the remainder of his strength, not allowing Kamba a moment to react. Sensing the sudden increase in weight in his hands, Kamba realized the impending danger and exerted all his remaining energy. Unfortunately, Goku's Kamehameha had already reached him, overpowering the great malevolent roar wave. Kamba could only extend his arms, struggling to withstand the energy wave before him. But his resistance lasted only a brief moment before he was engulfed by the blue-purple energy. Chapter 132, Fierce Battle, Super Saiyan 3. Kamba, the immense blue-purple energy wave, having consumed Kamba, continued its relentless assault, heading further back. Those in its path, witnessing the oncoming energy wave, scattered in haste. The colossal wave crashed against the exposed wall, penetrating the thick earthen barrier with terrifying force. Boom! The subsequent explosion reverberated, blinding light flickering as the pressure wave swept across everyone nearby. Once the energy's rampage subsided, a gaping hole appeared before the onlookers, thick smoke swirling around it. As the smoke cleared, the result of the earlier attack became evident. A dark, seemingly bottomless cylindrical tunnel emerged in the wall. The scene fell into an eerie silence, as no one could ascertain whether the masked figure had survived. their gazes inadvertently drawn to the vast tunnel entrance. Tap, tap, tap. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the tunnel, eliciting intrigued expressions from the spectators. As the footsteps grew clearer, Kamba's figure gradually emerged from the depths of the tunnel, drawing nearer to the entrance. Panting heavily, Kamba stepped out, his once red attire now gone. His green trousers tattered and torn. His muscular torso bore numerous wounds, crimson blood trickling down onto the ground. He lifted his gaze to meet Goku's eyes, and then ascended into the air, both warriors locking eyes defiantly. Indeed, you have fought valiantly, but if this is your full strength, are you prepared to meet your demise? Kamba's voice was hoarse yet commanding, as if his injuries were inconsequential. With that, he clenched his fists tightly, amplifying his power once more. The dark crimson aura enveloping his body surged dramatically, his physique becoming even more formidable, his golden hair lengthening, brow ridge lowering, and eyebrows vanishing, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence. The onlookers felt the immense power of the Super Saiyan 3 Kamba, their expressions turning grave. However, Goku stood unfazed, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he sensed the pure, overwhelming evil aura. Haha, this is it, he exclaimed, as his destructive energy surged alongside him. Once I defeat you, everything will belong to me. The dark crimson and dark purple flames roared to life, both energies seemingly equal in ferocity. Yeah, huh, their voices reverberated. And after their fists collided, the sound of their bodies crashing together replaced their shouts. Their speed and power surged significantly, resulting in a fierce exchange. Goku aimed a kick at Kamba's head, which was blocked, but Kamba retaliated with a punch aimed at Goku, only to be evaded. After exchanging blows for a brief moment, Kamba unleashed a wicked energy wave toward Goku. Given their proximity, Goku could only cross his arms to absorb the impact. Following the onslaught of the dark crimson energy wave, the smoke began to dissipate as Goku maintained his defensive stance. Seizing the opportunity, Kamba unleashed several punches, but Goku gracefully dodged each strike, countering with a punch that landed squarely on Kamba's face. As Kamba retreated, Wukong swiftly closed the distance, his fist striking Kamba's body with the speed of lightning. However, Kamba quickly regained his composure, blocking the barrage of punches and launching counterattacks. The sounds of their rapid movements echoed, thuds and crashes filled the air. Spectators could only perceive the fluctuations from their collisions, yet the powerful onlookers were able to keep pace with their actions. Eyes darted around, tracking the duel between the two. Suddenly, Kamba extended his arms, dark energy swirling around them, forming a massive claw. In the next moment, he swung the claw towards Wukong. In response, Wukong gathered destructive energy into a shimmering blade in his hand. The violet blade intercepted the overhead attack, but the claws were not so easily dealt with, under Kamba's manipulation. They began to strike from all directions. Wukong, wielding the flame-shaped blade, continuously deflected the incoming claws. Seeing that the two claws were ineffective, Kamba conjured two more, resulting in a simultaneous assault from 4 claws. Not to be outdone, Wukong flicked his other hand, summoning another flame-shaped violet blade. With both blades in hand, he countered the 4 dark claws, causing them to falter. Left with no choice, Kamba dispersed the claws and unleashed a barrage of dark energy blasts, executing a series of attacks towards Wukong. Wukong wasted no time, slashing through each energy blast with his destructive blades. A moment later, the explosions enveloped him in a thick cloud of smoke, lingering like a shroud as Kamba's assault concluded. Yet, in the next instant, Wukong burst forth from the smoke, dashing towards Kamba with his blade aimed at his head. Unfortunately, Kamba's combat instincts were formidable. He instinctively tilted his head, causing Wukong's blade to merely graze his golden hair. Undeterred, Wukong continued to target Kamba's other body parts, his hands, feet, chest, abdomen, and legs, striking each with precision. Although the injuries were not severe, each blow left a long gash, crimson blood flowing from the wounds. Realizing he could bleed out if this continued, Kamba steeled himself, refusing to evade the lethal strike aimed at his neck. His other hand, now enveloped by a dark claw, thrust towards Wukong's temple. Aware of the potential for mutual destruction, Wukong was not willing to exchange blows in such a manner, especially with others present. Wukong's blade collided violently with the dark claw, while the blade directed at his neck was seized by Kamba's wrist. Both exerted their strength, striving to subdue the other's attack, but their forces were evenly matched, resulting in a stalemate. Gradually, the dark claws and energy blades dissipated under the pressure, reducing their confrontation to a mere test of strength. As the struggle intensified, the muscles in their arms and bodies bulged, entwined in swirling black and crimson flames. The two energies intertwined, forming a sphere of dual colors, each force vying for dominance. With a final surge of strength, they unleashed their ultimate power, the tremendous force propelling them apart. After being thrust to opposite ends of the arena, both warriors gasped for breath, their bodies swaying. The surrounding energy flames significantly diminished. They stood opposed, awaiting the recovery of their exhausted bodies, knowing that their trembling forms were unfit for battle. 10 seconds passed, and Wukong's body ceased to tremble, while Kamba still exhibited slight quivers, revealing the disparity in their recovery capabilities. Another 10 seconds elapsed, and Wukong clenched his fist before vanishing in an instant, reappearing above Kamba, ready to deliver a downward kick. Kamba, still slightly numb from the exertion, crossed his arms above his head in defense. The impact echoed as Wukong's leg exerted force. Yet Kamba's powerful arms held firm, preventing the strike. Undeterred, Wukong quickly flicked his leg upward, executing a spin in midair, then drove his knee into Kamba's chin. The force of the blow sent Kamba hurtling backward like a projectile. He crashed into the wall, the impact sending debris flying, while Kamba's figure was concealed amidst the rubble. After a moment, Wukong winced in pain, rubbing his knee, realizing he had nearly forgotten about his mask, which had proven remarkably resilient. With a loud crunch, Kamba emerged from the debris, shaking off the stones. Seeing him, Wukong stood tall, extending his legs to appear unaffected. Kamba's appearance was far from pristine. Cracks marred his mask, blood trickling from the fissures. What a thrill! It has been ages since I fought with such intensity, Kamba exclaimed, his voice slightly weakened, yet brimming with exhilaration. All right, let us continue the battle. With that, Kamba extended his hand, conjuring a white energy sphere, which he hurled into the air. The radiant sphere expanded gradually, and as Kamba gazed at it, his body began to swell, hair sprouting in tandem. Ah, a transformation into a giant ape. Wukong recognized the familiar change, given the artificial moon above. However, sensing the impending spectacle, Wukong resolved to add a twist to the unfolding drama. He immediately gathered energy in his palm and unleashed a destructive energy wave towards the transforming Kamba. The powerful wave struck Kamba mid-transformation, shattering the ground beneath and dispersing energy in all directions. Floating in the air, Wukong observed the smoke billowing from the crater below, his expression inscrutable, contemplating the effectiveness of his recent attack. A fearsome, beast-like roar erupted from the thick smoke, which swirled around the massive form of the giant ape Kamba. Moments later, as the smoke cleared, the new form of Kamba emerged. Towering and colossal, his body was cloaked in golden fur, with blood-red eyes and a beastly visage. Though concealed by the mask, the jagged cracks revealed sharp teeth glinting with a silvery sheen. The giant ape Kamba had undoubtedly retained his sanity. He fixed his gaze on Wukong, then opened his mouth, dark energy coalescing at the mask's opening. In an instant, a black and crimson energy blast surged towards Wukong, who deftly evaded, darting in various directions to avoid the onslaught. The giant ape Kamba pursued, his mouth firing energy blasts relentlessly, but none found their mark. This demonstrated that while the transformation had increased Kamba's strength, it had diminished his intellect. Frustrated by his inability to land a hit, Kamba ceased the energy barrage and charged towards Wukong with his massive form. Wukong stood resolute, refusing to retreat as he met Kamba's powerful fist with one of his own. The clash of their fists reverberated through the air, both warriors straining against each other, their arms trembling under the strain. The contest of strength concluded swiftly. Wukong was sent flying by Kamba's colossal punch. After a brief flight, he regained his balance, while the giant ape Kamba pressed the attack, locking eyes with the steady Wukong. With a swift punch, Wukong dodged instantaneously and landed a blow to the side of his opponent's face. However, this strike seemed rather feeble, as the giant ape Kamba exhibited no reaction whatsoever. In the next moment, Kamba unleashed a barrage of punches towards Wukong. Despite being in his giant ape form, Kamba's speed remained unaffected. His massive physique, combined with his rapid movements, created a somewhat discordant yet fascinating spectacle. The two engaged in a relentless exchange, each blow resonating with power. Kamba's attacks were forceful and heavy, while Wukong, with his diminutive stature, unleashed a ferocity that matched Kamba's might. Nevertheless, due to their size disparity, Wukong adeptly found the blind spots left exposed by Kamba, exploiting these openings with energy blasts. Regrettably, Kamba's formidable defense minimized the damage, resulting in only minor injuries. Provoked by the pain, Kamba's subsequent assaults became increasingly frenzied and violent. As time passed, both fighters grew more exhilarated and intensified their efforts. With Wukong tapping into even greater reserves of power, a crimson aura enveloped him, intertwining with a dark purple energy as he transcended his limits, merging his perfect form with a tenfold Kaioken. This sudden surge of strength momentarily stunned Kamba, who had been on the offensive, allowing Wukong to dominate the exchanges before Kamba managed to regain his footing. Although they returned to a back-and-forth dynamic, the advantage had shifted in Wukong's favor, leaving Kamba to rely on his remarkable resilience to stave off defeat. With resounding impacts, Wukong unleashed a series of punches enveloped in red and purple flames against Kamba's head and torso. As the confrontation reached its peak, Wukong executed a sudden instant transmission, appearing before Kamba's colossal head, and delivered a devastating knee strike to his chin. Following this, he unleashed a colossal energy wave at close range, propelling Kamba's immense form towards the ground. The impact was thunderous as Kamba's giant body crashed into the earth, shattering the ground beneath him, with the subsequent energy wave driving him even deeper into the earth. The explosion that followed was blinding, and as the brilliance faded, a thick plume of smoke emerged from the vast crater left behind. The mysterious haze shrouding the pit captivated the spectators, who understood that the creature was far from vanquished. Heavy, labored breaths echoed from within the smoke as Kamba's massive form emerged from the depths, struggling to rise. He appeared disheveled. The golden fur across his abdomen had vanished, replaced by dark bruises, and his mask lay in ruins, exposing sharp, menacing white fangs stained with traces of blood. Kamba's chest heaved dramatically as he gasped for air. Seeing that Kamba still lived, Wukong bore no intention of granting him respite, swiftly descending to the ground and striking him once more upon the head. Kamba's large head was sent reeling sideways, his body retreating in a chaotic manner, leaving deep furrows in the earth. Regaining his composure, Kamba lunged at Wukong, intent on continuing the fight. Their fists clashed again, yet the outcome seemed predetermined. Wukong forcibly blocked Kamba's colossal punch, while simultaneously retaliating with a flurry of strikes that left Kamba overwhelmed and unable to respond. In no time, they reverted to the previous scenario where Kamba found himself on the receiving end of a merciless onslaught. Wukong embraced Kamba's massive head, delivering knee strikes that propelled him upward incrementally, until Wukong sensed his own knees becoming drenched. They ascended into the air once more, at which point Wukong ceased the knee strikes and leapt onto Kamba's tail, gripping it tightly. With all his strength, Wukong began to swing Kamba's immense body, and after several arduous rotations, he accelerated the motion, releasing Kamba with a forceful throw toward the ground. The impact was cataclysmic, as Kamba plummeted like a meteor, creating yet another massive crater. The dust and debris enveloped Kamba's colossal form, and it took a moment for the dust to settle. Following the relentless barrage, Kamba's visage was a grim sight, yet he still struggled to rise, albeit unsteadily. His once golden fur was now stained red in numerous places. Recognizing the necessity to conclude the battle, Wukong clasped his hands at his waist, gathering a tremendous amount of energy. The red-purple energy surged and expanded, fueled by the intensity of his aura, as he prepared the tenfold destruction Kamehameha. With a fierce shout, the powerful energy wave surged downward. Observing the immense sphere forming in the sky, Kamba clasped his hands together, channeling a black-red energy wave that soared upward to meet Wukong's attack. Upon contact, Kamba's energy wave faltered almost instantaneously, succumbing to Wukong's overwhelming force. The red-purple energy wave engulfed Kamba's massive form, continuing its descent, obliterating everything in its path and burrowing deep underground. The energy wave penetrated the earth for miles, followed by a deafening explosion that reverberated throughout the land. The sound of the explosion resonated from below, accompanied by violent tremors, as if the earth itself had been hollowed out. Unbeknownst to the observers, the entire pyramid trembled under the explosive force but quickly regained its stillness. All eyes fixated on the colossal crater, which was both vast and profound. a testament to the destruction wrought below. The smoke emanating from the pit lingered, weaving a mystical veil that captivated the audience, who patiently awaited the continuation of this exhilarating confrontation. Time slipped by, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, until the dense fog finally dissipated, yet Kamba's formidable form did not resurface. Witnessing this, the spectators exchanged glances, resigned to the likelihood that Kamba's fate was grim. Hovering in the air, Wukong surveyed the expansive abyss below, devoid of any victorious sentiment. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. At that moment, a minuscule pebble began to levitate from the ground, a phenomenon only a few keen observers noticed, prompting their expressions to shift. Soon, an increasing number of stones, large and small, began to ascend, capturing the attention of the remaining spectators, who realized that their earlier conclusions had been swiftly overturned. The creature was not yet defeated. As the onlookers watched, the floating stones began to radiate an eerie red glow, drawing every gaze toward the massive pit below. It was evident to all that this battle was far from over, and they awaited the emergence of their formidable opponent. Moments later, a cascade of rubble erupted from the depths, followed closely by Kamba, encased in debris. The black-red energy flames surrounding him were monumental, dwarfing his form as he ascended until he leveled with Wukong, where he finally halted. Wukong beheld Kamba's current state, his wild black hair cascading down his back, dark red fur enveloping his body, leaving only his powerful chest exposed. As the mask of Kamba vanished, his true visage was unveiled. The darkened eye sockets framed his crimson eyes, and a scar marred the lower left side of his face. His ruggedly masculine features, accentuated by the surrounding black and red flames, appeared grotesque and terrifying. Indeed, it seemed that death had not come easily for him. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Kamba shook his head and recounted his recent experience. "No, when I was slammed into the ground, I truly believed I was doomed. Yet, just as I was on the verge of losing consciousness, an unexpected force surged from deep within me. This power enabled my survival and facilitated my current evolution." Kamba gazed at his significantly strengthened physique, feeling the surge of energy within him, and exclaimed excitedly, "This form, along with the formidable power within, represents the next level beyond Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4, perhaps?" Witnessing Kamba's elation, Wukong felt a surge of excitement as well. After all, no one could comprehend the immense allure of the utterly malevolent energy emanating from the figure before him. "I can hardly wait," he thought, as he unleashed a surge of energy, his red and purple aura enveloping him as he charged toward Kamba. "Come on," Kamba roared, delivering a powerful punch, their fists colliding once more. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom, and the surrounding flames intertwined, two fiery torrents burning against each other. After a brief moment, both fighters retreated, locking eyes. Wukong shook his hand, intrigued, realizing that he had been at a disadvantage during their last exchange. He had never anticipated that Kamba's physical strength could rival his own, even surpassing that of his own body, forged through countless battles against the dark demon god. Suddenly, Kamba's figure vanished, prompting Wukong to swiftly evade sideways, just as a fearsome kick descended upon him. After narrowly escaping, Wukong quickly retreated, thinking to himself, "That was close. If it weren't for the Zizai Ji Gong, I would have been struck down." As he observed Kamba's empty stance, Wukong halted, reminding himself to remain vigilant. In the blink of an eye, both combatants vanished, leaving only a cacophony of strikes in the air, black and red ripples of energy appearing and disappearing in rapid succession. After a moment of stalemate, Kamba unleashed a fierce punch, breaking through Wukong's defenses, delivering a devastating blow to his abdomen. The immense force radiated throughout Wukong's body, causing him to cough up a pool of blood. Seizing the opportunity, Kamba pressed his advantage, landing a relentless barrage of blows upon Wukong. Despite Wukong's attempts to defend, the sheer power of each strike overwhelmed him, leaving him to absorb a significant portion of the force. Ugh! Kamba gripped his hands into a hammer-like shape, aiming them at Wukong's face. In response, Wukong crossed his arms to shield himself. Upon impact, the tremendous force sent Wukong flying, while Kamba conjured a black and red energy sphere, launching it toward the airborne Wukong. At that moment, two unsuspecting bystanders, watching the fierce battle unfold, suddenly found themselves in the path of the energy wave and hurriedly darted aside. Though they managed to avoid the brunt of the blast, They were still struck by the residual dark energy, causing them to crash to the ground. They clutched their heads in agony, moaning in pain as the dark mist swirled around them. The others, however, remained focused on the massive black tunnel that had just been blasted open, from which thick smoke continued to billow. Kamba, fixated on the entrance, sensed that his last strike had not been sufficient to eliminate his adversary. A series of coughs emerged from the smoke, and Wukong staggered out, looking disheveled. His purple hair had become unruly and dry, his exposed skin marred by numerous injuries. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and the scars on his face were stark against his pale complexion. It seems I must unleash my true potential if I am to defeat you. Wukong exhaled deeply, a faint purple aura enveloping him as he ascended into the air. During his ascent, his aura intensified, merging seamlessly with him. A shroud of destructive energy swirled around him, expanding massively. Once it reached a critical mass, a peculiar suction force emerged, revealing a vortex behind him that began to consume the purple flames. Once all energy dissipated, a thin veil of purple mist lingered around Wukong, and a shimmering purple ring materialized behind him. Observing this transformation in Wukong, Kamba felt compelled to test his strength and vanished in an instant. He reappeared behind Wukong, delivering a swift kick, but Wukong seized his ankle, preventing Kamba from escaping. In that moment, Wukong swiftly pivoted, landing a powerful punch to Kamba's abdomen, sending him hurtling away. Despite Kamba being propelled backward, he continued to unleash a flurry of black and red energy blasts toward Wukong. With a swift motion, Wukong countered with a concentrated sphere of destructive energy, obliterating Kamba's attacks. Stabilizing himself, Kamba renewed his assault on Wukong, each punch imbued with tremendous power and speed. Yet Wukong deftly evaded or countered each strike. As the battle progressed, Kamba's earlier dominance began to wane. After an extended exchange of blows, Kamba retreated, gathering two enormous black and red energy spheres, their size tenfold that of the previous ones, yet their potency 100-fold. Ultimate evil energy wave, he shouted as the spheres merged, forming a colossal black serpent that surged toward Wukong. Wukong, facing this massive projectile, retaliated with a meticulously condensed destructive energy sphere, significantly larger than his palm, slowly meeting the colossal wave head-on. The contrast in size between the two energy attacks created a stunning spectacle. Wukong's purple sphere shattered the enormous dark energy wave, continuing its relentless advance toward Kamba. The one-sided confrontation intensified the pressure on Kamba, who strained to augment his energy output. Wukong's destructive sphere diminished as it neared Kamba's hand, ultimately dissipating just centimeters from its target. Panting heavily, Kamba realized that his understanding of Wukong's current strength had transformed following their clash. Yet, fear was not an option. It only fueled his exhilaration. In a fit of exhilaration, Kamba roared, erupting into a blaze of black flames as he charged toward Wukong. In response to Kamba's onslaught, Wukong delivered a powerful kick, generating intense friction upon impact. The recoil sent both fighters staggering back, but it was merely a minor setback. They quickly regrouped and pressed forward, fists, feet, and bodies colliding in a relentless exchange, the sound of their battle reverberating around them. After a fierce exchange, Wukong anticipated Kamba's urgency and deliberately exposed a vulnerability. As Kamba lunged in for an attack, Wukong seized the moment, delivering a decisive kick to his temple. This strike sent Kamba flying, but Wukong was quick to grasp one of his legs, pulling him down toward the ground. With a powerful kick, Kamba was unexpectedly driven into the ground. Subsequently, Wukong extracted Kamba and began to pound the earth beneath him. The sound reverberated with a series of thuds. Before long, the ground surrounding Wukong had caved in, riddled with cracks that formed numerous pits, each roughly the size of a person. After satiating his amusement, Wukong tossed Kamba into the air and, with a single hand, began to gather a sphere of destructive energy, which gradually shrank until it was the size of a palm. He then directed it toward the airborne Kamba. The violet energy sphere struck Kamba in the abdomen, propelling him higher into the sky until he became a mere speck, fading into the distance. Soon after, a booming explosion echoed through the air, and a conspicuous circular shadow expanded within the clouds. In Wukong's line of sight, a dark spot emerged from the clouds above, slowly descending, revealing Kamba's figure. Remarkably, Kamba appeared relatively unscathed, save for the diminished, flickering black-red flames surrounding him. Observing Kamba's unblemished state, Wukong smirked, his figure vanishing instantaneously, only to reappear in midair. Well done. Although it's no surprise you managed to block me, your lack of injuries is quite unexpected. Upon closer inspection, Wukong confirmed Kamba bore no wounds, prompting a genuine compliment. Kamba took a deep breath, the fiery aura around him surging once more. That last attack was indeed powerful. It consumed a considerable amount of my dark energy to negate it. No sooner had he spoken than Kamba surged towards Wukong, his arm enveloped in the black-red flames, transforming into a massive claw that swiped at him. Wukong deftly evaded the claw, which sliced through the air, momentarily tearing the fabric of space itself before quickly returning to normal. Realizing this, Wukong understood that his body was not impervious to spatial distortion. As Kamba relentlessly pursued him with his claw, Wukong adeptly dodged each attack. Each time he evaded, the space was cleaved open, revealing black fissures that would promptly mend themselves, repeating the cycle of destruction and restoration. Growing increasingly frustrated, Wukong readied a sphere of destructive energy in his right hand as he continued to evade Kamba's malevolent strikes. The formed purple blade of energy was unleashed towards the claw, engaging in a direct clash. The two energy weapons held their ground for a moment before both disintegrated. Almost simultaneously, they conjured new weapons from their other hands, colliding once more. This confrontation, too, was short-lived, resulting in another shattering of their energy constructs. In the instant their weapons shattered, their fists collided with tremendous force, leading to a fierce exchange of blows. After a series of exchanges, Wukong seized an opening and struck Kamba in the abdomen, followed by a relentless barrage of rapid punches. The final blow landed heavily on Kamba's midsection, bending him like a cooked shrimp. Seizing Kamba's tail from behind, Wukong spun him around in a whirlwind motion. As the speed intensified, Wukong's thoughts took a dark turn. Releasing one hand, he gripped the tail with one hand while the other, shaped like a blade, shrouded in violet flames, came down upon it. With a clean slice, the long tail severed, sending Kamba hurtling through the air, crashing into the wall with a resounding bang. The impact shattered the wall, burying Kamba beneath a cascade of rubble. In the air, Wukong twirled the thick, dark red tail playfully before casting it aloft, obliterating it with a blast of destructive energy. Once satisfied, Wukong gazed at the pile of stones that concealed Kamba and extended his left index finger, gathering destructive energy at its tip. The violet-white energy sphere expanded until it reached the size of two heads, at which point Wukong narrowed one eye and launched the energy sphere toward the stone mound below. Upon collision, the sphere strangely halted, dark red flames emerging from its surroundings, slowly enveloping it. As the malevolent energy consumed it, the sphere diminished until it vanished entirely. Kamba emerged from the debris, his hand instinctively reaching for his rear, an empty sensation causing his expression to darken, followed by a clenched fist. Dark energy surged forth, coiling around him as more and more gathered at his rear. Moments later, a tail composed entirely of malevolent energy sprouted behind him. Kamba then vanished once more, only to reappear accompanied by a swift strike from his left head. Wukong ducked, countering with an elbow thrust to Kamba's left side and a powerful punch to his face, followed by a swift kick. Kamba, quick on the uptake, blocked the ensuing kick, and a fierce exchange ensued, neither yielding an inch. Their fists collided with thunderous force, and propelled by the recoil, they separated once more. Kamba's chest heaved, showing signs of fatigue. Suddenly, a strange sound emanated from Kamba's mouth, followed by a surge of dark energy that enveloped his body entirely. His crimson pupils dilated, ultimately rendering his eyes blood red. To Wukong, Kamba appeared shrouded in darkness, save for the two glaring red dots. In an instant, Kamba, now infused with dark energy, lunged at Wukong, his fists and feet striking with newfound speed and power. Yet, Wukong adeptly dodged, absorbing some blows while evading others. It seemed Kamba had lost all sense of pain and reason, attacking with reckless abandon, rendering counterattacks futile. If you wish to fight until it hurts, then so be it, Wukong resolved, as the halo behind him began to spin, purple mist swirling around him, amplifying both his speed and strength. With renewed vigor, Wukong overwhelmed Kamba, who was reduced to a mere punching bag. With a final decisive strike, Wukong launched Kamba into the ground and followed up with a devastating energy wave. The ground erupted, leaving a smoldering crater in its wake. In the air, Wukong sensed Kamba's energy plummeting, growing exceedingly feeble, as if he were on the verge of vanishing. Wukong quickly descended, hoping to seize the opportunity to absorb the malevolent essence. Chapter 136. The Dawn of the God of Destruction's Battle. Eager to hasten his descent, Wukong plunged through the smoke, landing on the ground. He took a few steps before inadvertently stepping on something. Curious, he rubbed his foot against it, muttering, "What is this?" lying down. He casually flipped it over with his foot, only for a massive black-red energy wave to erupt suddenly, rushing toward him. Caught off guard at such close range, Wukong was hurled away, the energy wave propelling him higher into the sky. Wukong found himself sprawled atop the colossal energy wave, yet even amid this chaos, his mind wandered back to the earlier events. So that's why the energy felt so weak. You were lying in wait for me. After this realization, Wukong exerted his arms, pushing against the energy wave that clung to him, violet energy flames swirling around his hands. Moments later, he withdrew one hand, supporting himself with a single arm while bending the other backward, forming a pistol shape. A purple sphere, gradually coalescing from destructive energy, emerged between the index and middle fingers, expanding until it reached the size of a human head. Destructive sniping. The attack was unleashed along with the name of the technique. As the violet wave of energy became ensnared within the black-red energy wave, subsequently piercing through it with overwhelming force, the purple energy wave, taking advantage of this momentum, rebounded fiercely, driving the black-red energy wave back toward the ground. The rapid shift in dynamics caught Kamba off guard, prompting him to intensify the output of his super malevolent wave. However, the outcome remained unchanged. The violet wave of energy pierced through Kamba's malevolent wave with the precision of a true sniper bullet, overpowering him. In the face of this predicament, Kamba could no longer maintain his composure. Observing the oncoming energy wave hurtling towards him, he pushed forth the last remnants of power from his malevolent wave. Hastily, he took flight, retreating backward. After a brief flight, curiosity compelled him to glance back, and the ensuing scene made him wish for a speed several times faster. The purple wave of light turned sharply in midair, relentlessly pursuing Kamba. This homing energy wave persistently followed him, while Kamba exerted every effort to evade it, resulting in a thrilling chase as both sides accelerated. Realizing he could not shake off the pursuing energy wave, Kamba, in a moment of desperation, darted towards the surrounding individuals, hoping they might provide assistance. Gradually, those few individuals began to sense something amiss. One uncertainly remarked, "This doesn't seem right, does it? Is it coming towards us?" Moments later, as they witnessed Kamba's unwavering approach, the realization dawned upon them. It truly was directed at them. "Run!" they yelled, scrambling to escape. Yet, the area was confined, leaving little room for evasion. Ultimately, after a brief sprint, they too began to seek out a target for help. In the air, Wukong, having observed the prolonged survival of Kamba with growing impatience, amplified the energy wave in his hands. In an instant, the energy wave behind Kamba surged in size and velocity, ferociously catching up to him and forcefully embedding him into the wall ahead. Cracks erupted, bang. The wall shattered, and the resulting explosion obliterated the surrounding area, leaving behind a vast, smoke-filled triangular fissure. Wukong retracted his hand gesture and approached the triangular crack. Once before it, he quietly awaited the dissipating smoke. As the haze cleared, he ventured into the fissure and, after only a few strides, discovered Kamba sprawled on the ground, a massive gaping wound in his back. Approaching him, Wukong grasped his head, lifting Kamba effortlessly, while dark mist quickly spread from his arm. At long last, this malevolent power is finally mine. An increasing density of black mist crawled up Kamba's head, infiltrating his orifices. Subsequently, Kamba, ensnared by the black mist, began to wither, as if his very life essence was being drained. He shrank smaller and smaller until he vanished entirely. After devouring Kamba, Wukong was enveloped by an ever-thickening black mist, his purple hair and the halo behind him showing signs of infection, undergoing a change in hue. Shaking his head, he sank to the ground, the black mist continually spreading until it filled the entire triangular fissure. Onlookers stared blankly at the dark crack, reflecting on the tumultuous battle that had unfolded, so exhilarating, yet now abruptly concluded, leaving them in disbelief. They gazed expectantly at the fissure, yearning for further developments. Minutes passed, yet the anticipated spectacle did not materialize. forcing the crowd to acknowledge the grim reality. The masked man was truly deceased. Atop the pyramid, within the confines of Mars, Quan Mo and the great demon god, along with other celestial beings, had witnessed this gripping confrontation, relishing the twists and turns of the battle. "What are your thoughts, my lord?" the great demon god inquired. Glancing at the scenes unfolding on the luminous screen, Quan Mo, fixated on the obsidian fissure, affirmed, "That must be the dimensional ring. And indeed, a destruction ring. How ironic. None of their gods of destruction have achieved a perfect destruction ring. Yet we, who are not gods of destruction, have done so." The great demon god stroked his non-existent beard, shaking his head in disbelief. "Isn't this a boon? The stronger we become, the higher our chances of eliminating that foolish Xeno." Upon finishing, Quan Mo gestured toward the individuals on the screen. "What are they doing?" "Standing idly, as if unaware of the mission I assigned them." Perhaps the recent battle left them in a state of lingering reflection, the great demon god suggested, waving his staff, causing eerie red hues to flicker across the screen. "Let's just remind them." Within the confines of the pyramid, the spectators remained transfixed on the dark triangular fissure, perhaps eager to discern the final outcome, despite its apparent clarity. Suddenly, a sound akin to friction reverberated through the sky, capturing everyone's attention. As their gazes shifted upward, the heavens began to inscribe blood-red letters. "You must complete your tasks." Upon reading the complete message, expressions divided among the crowd. The 8 gods of destruction wore grim faces, while a few retreated to huddle together, warily observing the other beings present. Meanwhile, the powerful entities from parallel realms directed their gazes toward the 8 gods of destruction. A profound silence enveloped the scene as time progressed, with the blood-red letters expanding ominously. Finally, an extraterrestrial warrior, unable to contain himself, charged at the 8 gods of destruction. Unfortunately for him, his attack was met with an immediate counter, a destructive energy sphere that obliterated him without a trace. This swift confrontation intimidated many of the weaker beings, instilling a sense of caution. The atmosphere thickened, as no one dared to act first. Quan Mo, watching the screen, observed this standoff with a sinister smile. Before snapping his fingers, instantly, an individual on the screen erupted in an explosion. The surrounding individuals were transformed into a splatter of blood, startling everyone. The cries and sounds of the explosion captured the attention of those nearby, as they beheld the crimson mist in the air and the remnants on the ground. Their expressions mirrored those of the gods of destruction, grim and apprehensive. At that moment, the blood-red letters in the sky began to shift, rearranging themselves into a new message. "I possess little patience. Your time is running out." The letters transformed again. "Now, every 5 minutes, I will claim a life. You may ponder whether to let them die or to assist them in their demise." With the final words spoken, the blood letters gradually faded. A heavy silence fell upon the crowd as they stared at the 8 gods of destruction. In the next moment, 2 figures approached the 8 gods, the enduring Vegeto and Gogeta, who had yet to disintegrate. With these 2 leading the charge, the rest of the group followed suit, converging upon the gods of destruction. Chapter 137. Wukong falls into darkness. Vegeto and Gogeta advanced, suddenly accelerating, each targeting opposing gods of destruction. Vegeto aimed a punch at Beerus, while Gogeta struck at Quitella. The 4 engaged in fierce combat, as the other gods of destruction attempted to assist, only to be thwarted by the onslaught of powerful beings from parallel dimensions. In an instant, chaos ensued, with Vegeto facing Beerus, Gogeta confronting Quitella, and the rest battling the remaining 6 gods of destruction. Gradually, the originally clustered destroyers were separated one by one. The 4 who engaged in single combat struck with palpable force, their exchanges fierce and intense. Meanwhile, the group surrounding them employed cunning tactics from a distance, launching a series of Prince-style attacks at the 6 destroyers. Whenever a destroyer charged forward, they would retreat and unleash another flurry of energy waves. Despite the offensive nature of their actions, it was uncertain when they would manage to eliminate these few destroyers. In contrast to the lackadaisical approach of the others, Beijite and Wujito were far more serious, having transformed respectively into Super Saiyan Blue and Super Saiyan 4. Beerus and Quitella also demonstrated their powers as destroyers, with beams of purple, gold, and blue flashing in the air. At that moment, Bulma and her companions, who had been assaulting the 6 destroyers, suddenly ceased their actions. Bulma exchanged a glance with the woman in the white coat beside her, then stealthily withdrew from the battlefield with Son Gohan and Piccolo. In the next instant, they flew directly towards the triangular rift where Goku was located. Although Bulma's group was discreet, none of the onlookers were mere amateurs, and it wasn't long before they noticed something amiss. However, upon realizing their objective, curiosity piqued, and they feigned ignorance to observe the unfolding events. Bulma's group quickly arrived at the rift's entrance, staring at the swirling dark energy before them, hesitating to enter. At that moment, the woman in the white coat extended her finger towards it. "Number 21, what are you doing?" Bulma exclaimed, her irritation evident. Number 21 appeared unfazed, retracting her finger and casually stating, "What else? I'm merely inspecting what this is." Bulma was about to retort, but swallowed her words, instead inquiring, "So, what did you discover?" Adjusting her glasses and closing her eyes in contemplation, Number 21 responded, "I'm unsure. However, this dark energy feels oddly comforting, reminiscent of being immersed in seawater." At this remark, Bulma's expression shifted, and she directed her attention to Gohan and Piccolo, instructing, "Number 1 and Number 2, try placing your hands in the dark energy." Without hesitation, Son Gohan, as Number 1, and Piccolo, as Number 2, extended their hands into the darkness. After a count of 10 seconds, Bulma commanded, "All right, pull back." "What sensations did you experience?" Gohan and Piccolo replied, "Well, aside from growing increasingly agitated and inexplicably angry, there wasn't much else." They flexed their fingers, quickly articulating their feelings. Bulma mused to herself that this dark energy likely wasn't lethal. "All right, let's proceed inside," she declared, stepping into the dark energy alongside Number 21. With Gohan and Piccolo following closely behind, the dark energy enveloped them, and after a few minutes, a sudden turmoil erupted within, swirling like a tornado. With a whoosh, several figures shot forth from the darkness, tumbling through the air before landing on the ground. This unexpected turn of events drew the attention of everyone present, except for the fiercely engaged Beidjite, Beerus, and their companions, who focused on the swirling rift. Rewinding time to when the four entered the dark energy, Bulma immediately sensed her temper escalating, her psyche darkening. It seemed that this dark energy could influence one's character and emotions. After a few steps, Bulma's understanding deepened, prompting her to urge the others, "Hurry, we can't linger here. We need to find him quickly." The four hastened their search. Soon, a flickering red light caught their attention, and they rushed forward. After a few steps, an oval black cocoon, intertwined with red and black, came into view. "We found it. But why has it taken on this form?" Bulma exclaimed, a mix of surprise and confusion flooding her. "Doctor, what is going on? Has that powerful entity perished?" Gohan inquired. "No, he should be injured and currently recovering, but I can't say how long it will take," Bulma replied, placing her right hand on the black cocoon. In an instant, a wave of malevolence surged through her mind. Startled, Bulma quickly withdrew her hand, dropping to one knee, clutching her head as her chest heaved. After a moment, she slowly regained composure. "This thing is sinister. If I hadn't reacted quickly, those malevolent thoughts would have overwhelmed me, turning me into a mindless monster." She hesitated, cautioning, "You mustn't touch it." "Doctor, what do you mean?" Number 21, her left hand already on the cocoon, turned to Bulma, perplexed. Before Bulma could respond, the massive cocoon began to tremble, and the surrounding dark energy appeared to shift. "A what?" Number 21 gasped, trying to withdraw her hand, but found it ensnared by the dark energy. Witnessing this, Bulma decisively raised her hand, summoning an energy blade that severed Number 21's left arm. Staggering backward, Number 21 watched as her severed limb was rapidly consumed by the dark energy. Bulma approached her. "What happened? You cut off your own arm," she exclaimed. As she spoke, she noticed something strange. Under the recent strain, Number 21 had transformed into her Majin form, her eyes blood red and dim, her body moving erratically. Just as Bulma was about to investigate further, the cocoon emitted a furious roar, as if something dear to it had been taken away. A wave of crimson energy erupted from within, violently casting Bulma and her companions aside. As they landed, Bulma observed the chaos around the rift, where everyone else remained on high alert, sensing a formidable menace about to emerge. After regaining her footing, Bulma glanced back at the rift while assessing Number 21's condition. After several moments, the blood-red hue in Number 21's eyes gradually returned to normal, and her body ceased its erratic movements. At that moment, the rift began to shift again. The dark energy swirling violently before coalescing and slowly dissipating until it vanished entirely. The rift fell silent once more. Yet an inexplicable tension filled the air as the onlookers gazed apprehensively at the now vacant black passage. Suddenly, the sound of slow, deliberate footsteps echoed through the air, each step resonating like the harbinger of death. With every footfall, the weight of fear grew heavier, and as the sound approached, everyone tensed, bracing themselves. Finally, the footsteps halted, and the source of their trepidation emerged. Towering and wild, with black hair and eyes seemingly consumed by darkness, a muscular figure adorned with eerie, glowing crimson patterns appeared, surrounded by ominous dark energy. Is this the creature that battled the masked man before? How has it transformed into this abomination? Bulma thought, realizing that they were indeed facing a true monster. Chapter 138. Rampage, the darkened Wukong. Slaughtering the destroyer, the current visage of Wukong starkly contrasts with his former self, igniting a multitude of queries and jesting among the onlookers, which is entirely understandable. While the crowd buzzed with speculation regarding Wukong's appearance, he himself found no time for idle musings. In an instant, the monstrous figure vanished from their sight. Suddenly, a parallel human warrior within the throng was seized by Wukong, who grasped his head with a vice-like grip. The unfortunate soul attempted to utter a word, but Wukong's powerful arm drove his head forcefully into the ground. Thud! After embedding him into the earth, Wukong unleashed a crimson energy wave that surged through the ground, sending terrifying ripples of energy cascading outward. At this moment, the others finally reacted, retreating hastily, their gazes filled with trepidation as they beheld the immense crater below. This is far too swift. Had it been anyone else, would they not be the one lying beneath? As the crowd envisioned this grim scenario, their fear of the creature below intensified. Having dealt with the unfortunate being in the pit, Wukong's ghostly form vanished once more. This time, the vigilance of the onlookers reached its zenith, each bracing themselves for Wukong's potential reappearance from any direction. A sense of surprise etched across Xiangpa's round visage, leaving him momentarily speechless until Wukong's fierce punch collided with his face. As his features contorted, he was sent hurtling backward. In the next heartbeat, the surrounding destroyers and parallel warriors launched their counterattacks against Wukong. Bang! Bang! The chaos erupted, with those close engaging in close combat, while others unleashed energy blasts at anyone embroiled in the skirmish. The scene descended into utter pandemonium as the parallel human warriors sought to eliminate both the monster and the destroyers. In response to the attacks, the destroyers began retaliating against all comers. On the ground, Bulma and her companions observed the aerial battle. Number 1, Gohan, and Number 2, Piccolo, inquired, "Doctor, shall we not join the fray?" Bulma shook her head and replied, "No rush. Let them battle for a while longer. We shall strike when the moment is ripe." While Bulma and her friends watched the tumultuous clash unfold, the aerial combat intensified, with 3 destroyers engaged against the parallel human warriors. Meanwhile, Xiangpa, alongside 2 other destroyers, joined forces against Wukong. As the battle raged on, one by one, the parallel humans fell, ultimately leaving only 3 destroyers to contend with Wukong. Xiangpa and Yarlik from Universe 5 engaged Wukong in close quarters, while the destroyer of Universe 2, Hyles, concentrated energy into arrows from a distance, preparing to launch a surprise attack against Wukong. The violet aura of destruction emanating from Xiangpa and Yarlik glimmered brilliantly as they relentlessly assaulted Wukong, who remarkably fended off their dual assault. Hyles' ambush, however, struck Wukong, only to be consumed by his dark aura almost instantaneously. The 4 warriors found themselves in a temporary stalemate. But this was merely a prelude. As time advanced, Wukong's speed and power escalated. The darkness surrounding him thickened. Suddenly, Wukong delivered a lightning-fast punch to Xiangpa's ample abdomen, catching him completely off guard and caving it in. In rapid succession, he unleashed a powerful kick to Yarlik's left cheek, sending both adversaries flying. Wukong chose not to pursue them, instead shifting his focus to Hyles, who had been incessantly buzzing around him like a bothersome fly. The moment their eyes met, Hyles saw Wukong vanish, only to be replaced by an ever-enlarging fist. Bang! Thud! Hyles' face caved in before he too was sent hurtling away, following in the footsteps of his comrades. This time, however, Wukong pursued, unleashing a frenzied barrage upon Hyles, whose earthy-hued skin quickly bore numerous wounds. Meanwhile, the battered Xiangpa and Yarlik returned just in time, rushing to rescue Hiles, not to save, but to take his place in the line of fire. The three resumed their battle. Yet Xiangpa and Yarlik found themselves outmatched in speed and strength. Within moments, Xiangpa was left resembling a battered mess, while Yarlik appeared increasingly grotesque. Bang! Bang! Two mighty fists struck both of them, sending them spiraling away. As Yarlik tumbled, he roared, "I never wished to become this way, but you have forced my hand." With this final cry, his violet aura surged dramatically, his emaciated form swelling with muscle, transforming him into a formidable creature. His once diminutive claws elongated, his purple fangs bursting forth, while his hair expanded to resemble a crescent moon. His skin, once yellow, morphed into a bizarre shade of purplish red, with sharp black spikes protruding from his elbows. Now, Yarlik appeared more monstrous than ever. With his maw full of fangs, Yarlik exhaled a purple mist, his blood-red eyes glaring menacingly at Wukong. Yet, Wukong's obsidian gaze revealed no hint of emotion, akin to a black hole poised to devour all. The transformed Yarlik evoked no fear within Wukong, who continued to unleash his fists upon Yarlik's grotesque visage. Crack! Yarlik's robust fist collided with Wukong's incoming punch, followed immediately by another strike. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, each landing blows upon the other's face, their fists retracting only to strike anew. As they battled fiercely, Xiangpa, resembling a battered swine, observed the evenly matched duel and sensed an opportunity. Gathering destructive energy behind Wukong's back, Xiangpa formed an increasingly large violet energy sphere. Meanwhile, from afar, Hiles concentrated powerful arrows, the energy surging as they reached their limits. In near-perfect synchrony, both Xiangpa and Hiles unleashed their attacks upon Wukong's back and head. The twin assaults detonated with precision, granting Yarlik the opening to elevate his power and speed as he launched a frenzied assault on Wukong. Thud! Bang! Wukong's form was mercilessly pummeled, yet the dark aura surrounding him only thickened. Bang! Wukong intercepted Yarlik's punch with his right hand, the crimson droplets of blood morphing into dark mist as they fell. His injuries began to mend beneath the encroaching darkness. Lifting his head, a sinister, chilling smile adorned Wukong's face as he proclaimed, "Now it is my turn." With that, Wukong exerted force, bending his fist upward, and simultaneously, he thrust his left foot into Yarlik's tooth-filled maw. With a vigorous shove, he forced his entire leg deep into Yarlik's mouth. From Wukong's perspective, Yarlik's skull was driven back, yet it remained unbroken. Frustrated by his inability to penetrate, Wukong withdrew his leg, bloodied but restored by the dark energy that enveloped it. In retaliation, Wukong mirrored the assault Yarlik had previously inflicted upon him. Grasping his unkempt hair, he unleashed a torrent of strikes against Yarlik's face and body, seemingly intent on returning the torment tenfold. Under Wukong's relentless onslaught, Yarlik's bones shattered, his form reduced to that of a mere plaything. Ultimately, with Wukong's assistance, Yarlik was transformed into a mangled mass, his head crushed into his chest, limbs broken and hanging limply. Gazing at the grotesque figure that was once Yarlik, Wukong delivered a swift kick, sending him soaring into the sky. Subsequently, he conjured a pitch-black energy orb with one hand, blood-red lightning coursing around its circumference. Immediately, Wukong unleashed a dark energy blast towards the airborne Yalaksh. The black energy collided with Yalaksh, obliterating him into countless fragments, with the remnants consumed by the dark mist. Thus, the god of destruction from the fifth universe, Yalaksh, was utterly annihilated. After vanquishing this deity, Wukong turned his attention to the assailants, Xiangpa and Hiles. Noticing the eerie darkness in Wukong's eyes, Hiles instinctively nocked an arrow, aiming a violet projectile at the formidable entity. Chapter 139. Intense Battle Against the Ultimate Warrior, Vegeta. Hiles concentrated on Wukong, the energy coalescing in his fingers intensifying. Suddenly, Wukong vanished from Hiles' sight, reappearing right before him. Grasping the arrow with his left hand, he swiftly covered Hiles' mouth with his right. With his mouth sealed, Hiles could only emit muffled cries. Wukong then exerted force with his left hand, shattering the violet energy arrow. Following this, he formed a fist and struck Hiles in the abdomen with a resounding impact. Wukong unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, each blow causing purple blood to ooze from Hiles' wounds. Initially, Hiles struggled fiercely, but gradually his resistance waned. Suddenly, A piercing sound pierced the air as a violet energy blast struck Wukong. While the explosion did not harm him, it halted his relentless assault. Wukong turned to the distance, offering a friendly smile to the recently ambushed Xiangpa, as if to say, "Do not fret, your turn will come shortly." He then redirected his focus back to Hyles, a wicked grin forming as he gathered energy in his hands. As the energy swelled in Hyles' mouth, her eyes widened in terror. With a thunderous explosion, Hyles' head detonated like a balloon, her headless body descending slowly. Wukong instinctively directed a body inspection wave toward the remains. Upon contact with the headless corpse, a black energy orb enveloped it in flames, swiftly reducing Hyles' body to ashes. Having disposed of yet another god of destruction, Wukong gazed towards the portly Xiangpa, rapidly moving to his side. With a powerful kick to Xiangpa's ample belly, he sent him flying, immediately pursuing for a relentless flurry of strikes. Due to Wukong's focus on Xiangpa's face, the latter's visage swelled significantly. As the beating continued, Wukong seized Xiangpa by his cat ears, spinning him around like a rag doll. Xiangpa, transformed into a whirling top, could not contain his distressing shrieks, though they served a purpose. Billis, engaged in a fierce struggle with Vegeta, recognized the familiar cries and understood they belonged to Xiangpa. Aware of the dire situation, Billis made a swift decision. After exchanging a blow with the Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, he positioned his hands before him, gathering energy. An oval-shaped destructive energy intensified between his palms. The violent energy fluctuations caught Vegeta's attention, prompting him to adopt the initial stance of the Kamehameha wave. Suddenly, Billis hurled the incomplete oval energy at Vegeta, disrupting his concentration. The unfinished Kamehameha instinctively released in response. The two energy waves collided, and strangely, Billis' oval energy sphere expanded, pushing Vegeta's Kamehameha back. Seizing the moment of entanglement between Vegeta's destructive spiral blast, Billis rushed towards the source of the anguished cries. Shortly thereafter, he beheld Wukong mercilessly assaulting Xiangpa. The pitiful sight compelled Billis to hasten, fearing that his twin brother might perish. As Wukong continued his wild spinning assault, he casually tossed Xiangpa towards Billis. Reacting swiftly, Billis extended his right hand to intercept Xiangpa midair, stabilizing him before turning to Wukong. After a few glances, Billis felt a strange sense of familiarity. However, before he could ponder further, Wukong vanished, only to reappear with a shadowy fist crashing into Billis' left cheek. This initial strike was merely a prelude, as a torrential barrage of punches followed, leaving Billis overwhelmed. With a final, powerful kick aimed at Billis' head, both he and Xiangpa were sent soaring through the air. Just as Wukong prepared to pursue, a colossal energy wave approached. After effortlessly shattering it, Wukong turned to face the attacker. Blue hair, yellow earrings, blue attire, and a confident smile. Vegeta, having just dealt with an attack from Billis, had arrived on the scene and acknowledged Wukong with a casual energy blast. His expression shifted to one of seriousness as he sensed Wukong's formidable power, eager to engage in a proper duel. The two powerful beings exchanged silent glances before vanishing simultaneously, only to reappear, illuminating the void with black and blue light. The clash of their fists resonated through the air, each collision intensifying as their speed escalated. Soon, the sounds merged into a continuous rhythm, a terrifying frequency that eventually came to an end. One figure was sent flying while the other, cloaked in darkness, pursued relentlessly. Vegeta deftly blocked Wukong's punch, using the momentum to spin backward and land firmly on the ground. Wukong, undeterred, unleashed another punch, which Vegeta narrowly evaded. The two engaged in a fierce battle, moving fluidly and leaving deep, chaotic marks upon the ground. Dust and debris danced beneath their feet as their fists collided with unyielding force, each combatant pushing the limits of offense and defense. Yet, gradually, Wukong's strength surged, suppressing Vegeta beneath his might. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Vegeta's gaze sharpened, fierce as a blade. With a powerful shout, he declared, tenfold Kaioken. A crimson aura ignited around him, transforming the tide of battle as Vegeta forcefully pressed Wukong down. Though slightly gaining the upper hand, Vegeta recognized that eliminating Wukong with his current strength was still a daunting challenge. As the fight progressed, Vegeta noticed Wukong was steadily growing stronger, a realization that cast a shadow of seriousness across his face for the first time. Taking a deep breath, Vegeta summoned greater power. his muscles bulging with red veins as he articulated, 10 times Kaioken. The fiery aura blazed intensely, propelling his speed to unprecedented levels. Now, Vegeta completely overpowered Wukong, pummeling him as if he were a mere punching bag. As Wukong sustained numerous injuries, blood spilled forth, only to be consumed by the encroaching dark energy, while his wounds began to heal gradually with its assistance. However, the speed of recovery failed to match the velocity of Vegeta's relentless onslaught. After a prolonged barrage, Vegeta's pace began to wane, his breaths growing heavier. Understanding that his tenfold Kaioken could not be sustained much longer, Vegeta delivered a fierce kick to Wukong's abdomen, driving him into the ground. In an instant, he appeared in the air, arms outstretched as he gradually released the energy within him, forming a sphere before him. Subsequently, Vegeta brought his hands together at his waist, and the energy sphere dissipated into countless white light points that converged in his palms, ultimately unleashing the Kamehameha wave. This strike, infused with all of Vegeta's power, surged violently toward the ground. Goku, surrounded by dark energy, struggled to hold it back. But his figure wavered precariously in the brilliance of the light wave, ultimately vanishing within its radiance. The ground beneath was ravaged by the energy fluctuations of the wave, transforming into a vast chasm, with dust continuously rising into the sky. In midair, having just unleashed his ultimate attack, Vegeta maintained a posture, his body swaying as he gasped for breath, sweat drenching his face and nearly soaking his garments. Such was the norm, as the greater the multiplier of the Kaioken, the more intense the strain on the body, the longer it was maintained, the more susceptible the body became to collapse. Chapter 140. The God of Destruction's Self-Detonation. Despite the aches and fatigue coursing through him, Vegeta felt a surge of elation, having triumphed over yet another formidable adversary. However, a moment later, the confident smile vanished from his face as he gazed in disbelief at the enormous pit below, where the dust was beginning to clear. As the haze receded, it was replaced by a thick, inky blackness. Fixating on the conspicuous dark spot at the center of the pit, Vegeta clenched his fists. What manner of creature is this? How could he still be alive after such an onslaught? Unbeknownst to him, Goku, nestled within the pit, was unaware of Vegeta's discomfort. Though that previous strike had not claimed his life, it had nonetheless inflicted significant damage upon his body. The dark energy enveloping him was now working to mend his injuries. However, Vegeta seemed to come to a realization. Such a powerful attack would undoubtedly have left him with repercussions. Enlightened by this thought, he hastily descended toward the ground, eager to confirm his suspicions. With remarkable speed, Vegeta's fist pierced through the dark energy, but the emptiness he felt was ominous. In an instant, a shadowy fist struck his face. Following this, a flurry of punches landed on Vegeta, swift and forceful, causing him to question whether he had sustained any injuries. Yet, the subsequent barrage compelled him to focus intently, resuming his battle with Goku. The clash of their bodies and the race for speed saw both warriors striving to vanquish one another. As the skirmish progressed, Vegeta was astonished to realize he could only make contact with portions of Goku's form, frequently passing through the enigmatic dark energy without inflicting any damage. Gradually, however, the dense blackness began to dissipate, revealing Goku's unharmed physique once more. Accompanying this resurgence was a surge in strength. The resurrected dark Goku swiftly overpowered Vegeta, leaving him with no capacity to retaliate. Before long, Vegeta was battered and bruised, and Goku, nearing the culmination of his assault, delivered a powerful kick to Vegeta's face, sending him sprawling. Immediately afterward, Goku unleashed a colossal dark energy sphere. As it soared through the air, it expanded dramatically until it enveloped Vegeta, consuming him entirely. Observing the enormous energy sphere descend into the depths of the earth, Goku casually flicked his wrist, causing the obsidian orb to erupt violently. Black light flickered relentlessly, and the energy waves ruthlessly devastated the surrounding terrain. At that moment, a massive purple energy wave surged toward Goku from behind. Goku, sensing the impending threat, swiftly turned to find the source of the attack, Beerus. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing with a knee planted firmly beneath Beerus's chin and with both hands clenched. He delivered a devastating blow. The impact sent Beerus hurtling downward, crashing into the ground and embedding himself within it. Without delay, Goku began to gather a powerful energy wave, intent on erasing Beerus from existence. "Not so fast, you monster," An enraged voice called from behind. It was Kampa, who had been lurking in the shadows. Witnessing Beerus being overwhelmed by a rapid succession of strikes and realizing he was on the verge of being obliterated. In a moment of desperation, Kampa charged at Goku from behind, locking him in place. "You've reduced me to this state. I will not spare you," Kampa declared. As his body was gradually enveloped in a violet glow, even his battered visage illuminated by the radiance. "Die with me." The purple light began to emit a blinding brilliance, transforming Kampa's physique into an energy form, which then erupted with tremendous force. The terrifying purple energy surged outward, wreaking havoc upon the surroundings, sending everyone sprawling. The clash between Goku and Vegeta was abruptly interrupted by this unforeseen energy wave, and they were instantly separated. As Kyutro was flung backward, he caught a whiff of the potent destructive aura, prompting an astonished realization, which god of destruction just self-destructed. This energy tempest engulfed the entire arena, shattering the surrounding walls and ground into rubble. When the storm finally subsided, smoke enveloped the shattered enclosure, with the few survivors moving through the haze, shadowy figures barely visible. Following this cataclysmic self-detonation, the number of survivors dwindled further. At the epicenter of the explosion, where the power had been greatest, a thick black cloud settled, gradually condensing into a singular form. Within this darkness appeared Goku's sinister visage. Aside from his head, his entire body had been transformed into dark energy. Yet, he remained unconcerned, for he knew he would soon restore himself to his former state, while that fat cat was truly gone. Meanwhile, Beerus finally extricated himself from the debris, soaring into the air to survey the chaotic scene below. A sense of unease compelled him to search for the presence of his fellow god of destruction. But as he scanned the area, all he found were rubble and dust, with not a trace of Kampa. Resigned, Beerus cast his gaze upward, locking onto the monstrous figure cloaked in dark energy. "Where's that fat cat?" Beerus's voice trembled slightly as he clenched his fists, his heart tumultuous. "Oh, you mean that fat, pig-like fellow?" Goku replied mockingly, continuing to taunt. "That dead fat cat thought he could self-destruct and take me with him. Huh, what a delusion. Look at me. I'm perfectly fine, while he has indeed perished." Goku's final, arrogant laughter served as a trigger, igniting an inferno of rage within Beerus. Though reluctant to accept it, fury surged within him as his body trembled, violet destructive energy spiraling wildly around him. In an instant, a fragment of the destruction ring formed behind him, and Beerus teleported directly in front of Goku. His fist, enveloped in destructive energy, struck Goku's remaining head with tremendous force. Goku was instantly transformed into a black meteor, hurtling through the sky before crashing into a wall. Beerus pursued relentlessly, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon Goku, who was entangled within the rubble. In the legendary palace of the Omni King, the Daishinkan and the two attendants watched the two Omni Kings playfully engaging with one another, their expressions a mixture of boredom and amusement. Suddenly, Daishinkan's countenance shifted. He closed his eyes to sense the disturbance, then reported to the Omni Kings, "Your Majesties, it seems an incident has occurred." "Oh." The two Omni Kings turned their adorable heads, curiosity alight in their eyes as they regarded Daishinkan. "What happened, Daishinkan?" "It appears that one of the gods of destruction has self-destructed. It is likely they encountered difficulties while dealing with those parallel universe mortals." "I see." The pure eyes of the left King Quan gazed towards the right King Quan, inquiring, "What do you think we should do?" The right King Quan returned the gaze, equally with pure eyes, asking, "What about you? What are your thoughts?" "I do not know. I do not know either." Subsequently, both turned their attention towards the Daishin Gong, seeking its opinion. "Esteemed Kings Quan, it seems you must be feeling quite bored. Why not take this opportunity to explore something entertaining?" "Entertaining?" The two kings, with four sparkling eyes, nodded vigorously. "Very well, let us set forth." Thus, the Shun Gong summoned its angelic staff, gesturing in the air, and soon a blue-black expanded into a swirling vortex towering 10 men high. "King Quan." The Shun Gong stepped aside, indicating for the kings to enter first. Following this, two slender guards led the way, with the kings floating behind, one after the other disappearing into the vortex. Observing the vanishing quartet, the Shun Gong retracted its staff and then slowly entered the vortex, which promptly vanished. Within the 12th universe's pyramid, Beerus unleashed a flurry of attacks. Yet as Goku's injuries rapidly healed, their battle became increasingly balanced, each exchanging blows with equal fervor. However, ultimately, The fully restored Goku began to overpower Beerus. Despite exerting all his strength, Beerus found himself weakening, thoroughly dominated. With increasing injuries, the other gods of destruction, witnessing Beerus's deteriorating condition, hastily approached. Chapter 141. The Defeat of the Gods of Destruction. New enemies. The arrival of the other four gods of destruction temporarily rescued Beerus, who, alongside the five, mounted a collective offensive, once again suppressing the corrupted Goku. However, others were not to be underestimated. Quitella's opponent, Vegeto, pursued him. "You scoundrel! Our battle is not yet concluded." Vegeto charged, kicking Quitella away, then continued to engage him in combat. The previously dominant group of five found themselves down to three, as one had fled and another was severely injured, leaving only three gods of destruction to contend with Goku, who had a slight advantage. Gradually, the injured Beerus struggled to keep pace with the others, becoming a hindrance. The god of destruction from the 10th universe, Ramsey, a formidable pink elephant, forcefully shoved Beerus aside. "Beerus, you should recover from your injuries first. Once you're better, we will attack together." After this, Ramsey joined the other two gods in their assault. As they fought, he emitted transparent sound waves, each causing Goku to momentarily pause. Although he quickly regained his composure, in a contest of skilled fighters, every moment is crucial. During these brief pauses, the nine-tailed Ligil unleashed energy blasts with his tail, while another clown-like god, Wymide, utilized his binding light spheres and magical cards to attack. Their combined assaults appeared grand, yet in reality, they lacked substance, as Goku's dark energy swiftly healed the injuries inflicted by them. The four continued their stalemate. Gradually, Ramsey's sonic attacks became less effective against Goku, while the other two strikes were consistently thwarted. Frustrated, the trio intensified their power, each gathering their ultimate attacks. Ligil's 9 tails converged before him, forming a colossal purple energy sphere, pulsating with chaotic energy. Ramsey and Wymide clasped their hands together, amassing vast destructive energy. Observing their offensive, Goku extended his hands towards them, raising his index finger and thumb in a pointed gesture. Dark energy swirled around his hands, coalescing at his fingertips into a pitch-black, spiraling energy sphere, gradually expanding. After a period of charging, both sides unleashed their energy waves simultaneously. The three gods of destruction formed a triangle, merging their destructive energy waves into a single massive blast aimed at Goku. In response, Goku's dark spiral wave stood its ground, fiercely colliding with their combined attack. The violet and black semicircles clashed and strained against each other, as the trio's destructive energy began to push Goku's dark spiral wave back. Just as it seemed the gods of destruction were on the brink of victory, Goku altered the position of his hands to a normal stance. In an instant, a tremendous surge of dark energy erupted from his hands, expanding into a thicker, ferocious dark energy wave that forcefully repelled the encroaching destructive energy. The sudden onslaught was swift, reaching the three gods of destruction almost instantaneously, leaving them no choice but to defend themselves, attempting to endure the impact. However, such hopes were naive. The reality was harsh. They could not withstand the energy wave for even 5 seconds before being hurled backwards towards the boundary. A thunderous crash echoed as a massive hole appeared in the wall, continuing to expand. As the energy dissipated, the prison became even more fractured, with the entire pyramid trembling from the force of the attack. Amidst this tumult, several uninvited guests emerged from the sparks at the pyramid's apex. While observing the light screen, Chuanma's expression suddenly shifted, and he turned away. Seconds later, a blue-black vortex materialized in midair. As it grew, familiar figures emerged, filled with rage. "Haha, foolish King Quan, how dare you appear before me? Are you seeking your demise?" Chuanma sneered upon seeing the two kings behind their guards. The two kings clenched their small fists, their faces betraying their anger. At that moment, the last to emerge from the vortex, De Shengong, surveyed the tense atmosphere before swiftly scanning the surroundings. He lingered on the blue light screen and the distant angels, piecing together the unfolding situation. Subsequently, he flew to the forefront, addressing Chuanma and the great demon god casually. "I wonder, with the combined forces of the gods of destruction and the angels, who could possibly cause them harm? Yet, encountering the likes of you, Chuanma and the great demon god, is hardly surprising. Enough of this nonsense." The King Quan stepped forward, a crimson aura enveloping him, infecting the ground beneath him. "Since you have come, Let us engage in battle. After all, we are fated to oppose one another. De Shun Gong stood with hands behind his back, seemingly dismissing Chuanma. Are you certain you can defeat us? Last time you fled. Do you think we will allow you to escape again? Chuanma's fists tightened. His face beneath the red robe twisted into a sinister grin. Last time was merely a test of your capabilities. This time, I am determined to end your lives. De Shun Gong remained unfazed, casually waving his right hand, causing 11 angels, previously encircled at a distance, to appear behind him. Our conflict is irreconcilable. Combat is inevitable. His words acted as a spark, igniting the tension, and both sides prepared for an imminent clash. Weiss, take a few of your companions and bring forth the surviving gods of destruction, commanded the great demon god suddenly. Weiss, upon hearing this, hesitated, wishing to ask more, but was swiftly interrupted. We do not need so many here. Go now. If all the gods of destruction perish, the 12 universes will descend into chaos. Left speechless, Weiss nodded, then traced a circle in the air with his staff, soon flying into the expanding vortex accompanied by 2 angels. After Weiss and the others vanished, De Shun Gong turned to the great demon god and Chuanma. Very well, let us commence. No sooner had he finished speaking than Chuanma charged at the kings and their 2 guards, transforming into a crimson sphere of light, while the 2 kings and their guards morphed into radiant white orbs. 2 luminous orbs collided, intertwining to form a larger sphere adorned with red and white hues. The leaders of both factions engaged in fierce combat, and their subordinates were equally relentless. The 4 blood envoys and a fallen angel surged towards the remaining 8 angels, transforming into vibrant spheres of light that collided and merged. Aside from the void of the great demon god and the De Shun Gong, a colossal orb of mixed colors hung in the sky. One could distinctly sense the immense energy fluctuations emanating from these orbs. Are we not going to engage in battle? De Shun Gong inquired, feigning ignorance as he gazed at the great demon god. The great demon god fixed his stare for a moment before responding slowly, not for now. In any case, a decisive victory cannot be determined in the short term, and it remains uncertain who will live or die. He then turned his back to De Shun Gong and continued, let us instead enjoy the spectacle together. Though perplexed, De Shun Gong approached the great demon god and gazed at the luminous screen above, commenting, what is there to behold? The angels will swiftly eliminate these foes and return with the destroyer. Oh, then let us wager on it. I believe your angels will not return so easily. Humph. You are delusional, De Shun Gong scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. Ultimately, we shall see the outcome for ourselves. With curiosity illuminating their eyes, they observed the unfolding scenes on the luminous screen. Inside the pyramid's cage, Wukong had just sent 3 destroyers crashing into the walls when Beerus unexpectedly emerged from the side. However, the disparity in their strengths was too great. Beerus's attacks were effortlessly evaded. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong unleashed a series of powerful punches against Beerus. Grabbing his ear, Wukong delivered a barrage of strikes to Beerus's face. Bang, 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 bang. By the final blow, Beerus was left unrecognizable, his visage drenched in blood. Subsequently, Wukong tossed the barely conscious Beerus into the air. Chapter 142, The Great Power of the Angels. Gazing up at the airborne Beerus, Wukong raised his right hand, dark energy swirling in a spiral within his palm. Another kill, he declared as an ever-growing dark spiral sphere erupted from his hand, surging toward Beerus, who appeared on the brink of demise. Suddenly, a vortex appeared in midair, and a hand emerged, catching the dark spiral just in time. Following this, Angel Weiss and 2 other angels emerged from within. On the left stood the tall and stern Angel Kellen, while on the right was the troubled-looking Mojito. They flanked Weiss, who held the energy spiral in one hand and pointed his staff at Beerus with the other. Subsequently, he controlled the energy sphere, drawing it closer. Observing Beerus in such a pitiful state, Weiss's eyes first reflected compassion, then anger. With a firm grip of his left hand, he shattered the energy sphere. Weiss then waved his staff, enveloping Beerus in a radiant white light that restored his injuries. Angel Kellen closed his eyes, sensing the presence of the destroyers. Moments later, with a wave of his hand, he summoned the 3 destroyers, previously embedded in the rubble, to fly out. After relocating them to join Beerus, Kellen remarked, these 3 are also heavily injured, but one appears quite lively, still fighting vigorously. With this, the number of destroyers has significantly decreased. Can we truly consider this mission accomplished by rescuing these few? Mojito frowned, uncertain as he inquired, what can we do? If only these few remain alive. Then, that is the final outcome. Kellen shook his head helplessly and then glanced at the corrupted Wukong below, along with the other surviving beings around him. Now we just need to deal with these demonic creatures and bring back the remaining destroyers. By the way, should I go or will you? Kellen asked Mojito. Mojito glanced at Wukong and the others, stating, that dark, ominous figure below seems rather formidable. I'll leave him to you, while I handle the rest. He then soared towards the remaining individuals, including Dr. Jero, Cell, and Wukong's other subordinates. They had been worried about their dazed leader and whether he could still defeat the newly arrived foes. Yet, in the blink of an eye, one of the new arrivals approached them, prompting the anxious group to focus intensely on how to confront this seemingly powerful opponent. On the other side, Kellen watched Mojito rush away, shaking his head in resignation before turning back to Weiss, stating, I shall also take my leave. Rest assured, I will return swiftly. Very well, go, Weiss replied, his back turned as he diligently healed the destroyers. However, he cautioned, be careful, that dark figure below possesses considerable skills. Kellen smirked slightly but nodded, saying, understood. I shall ensure that I treat this flashy character with the utmost care. With that, Kellen turned around, his gaze fixed on Wukong below, internally vowing, let me see what makes you special. In an instant, Kellen vanished from his spot, reappearing directly before Wukong on the ground. Sensing the immense power of the figure before him, Wukong instinctively tensed, recognizing the strength of his opponent, yet undeterred, he resolved to strike first. The dark aura enveloping him blazed fiercely as he charged toward Kellen, who remained expressionless, one hand casually resting behind his back. As Wukong approached, Kellen effortlessly sidestepped the attack. Following this, a torrent of punches rained down on Kellen, yet he deftly dodged each blow with ease. Suddenly, Kellen swiftly used his staff to deflect Wukong's punch aside, and then swung the staff like a club, striking Wukong on the left cheek. Thud! Wukong was sent flying, skimming the ground and creating a cascade of stones. The trail he left behind was unexpectedly long, having collided with the wall. But it was not over yet. Kellen swung his angelic staff toward Wukong amidst the rubble, gathering immense energy before him. The overwhelming energy caused the ground to crack and the air to ripple. Once the energy was fully amassed, Kellen thought, monster, let you taste the wheel of angels. Instantly, a radiant, continuously rotating white will shot forth from his staff. The colossal white will surged powerfully towards the wall, obliterating all stones in its path as if they were being purified. The wheel penetrated the wall, vaporizing the debris, and blinding light enveloped the surroundings, ensnaring all beings within. As the radiance faded, a massive black void, akin to a rift to another realm, materialized before everyone. The terrifying destructive force seemed unfathomable, leaving one to question how Wukong could still be alive. However, Kellen furrowed his brow, fixated on the ominous void. Interesting. No wonder Weiss advised me to take this seriously. He indeed possesses some skills. Just as he mused, a surge of dark energy erupted from the black void, solidifying at the entrance. Wukong refrained from launching an attack, his unusual behavior puzzling Kellen. Observing his immobility, Kellen curiously aimed his staff at Wukong once more, and in the next moment, a beam-like ray shot from the staff, piercing directly through Wukong's body. As the ray passed through, the dark energy was penetrated, devoid of any sensation of hitting a solid form. Kellen's lips curled into a smile, his eyes revealing a realization. I see now. That last move, the Wheel of Angels, how could he still be alive? He was merely clinging to existence. Subsequently, Kellen pointed his staff again, and an abundance of red spheres materialized before him, ready for the next confrontation. The crimson orbs of energy shot towards Wukong like bullets. In that brief moment, Wukong's feet and part of his hands had already regained their strength. To prevent his recently restored body from being shattered again, Wukong adeptly maneuvered, swiftly evading the incoming energy blasts, causing them to miss their mark. Observing Wukong's remarkable agility, Kuluan realized that he had likely mastered the Zizai Ji Gong to a commendable level. Dodge is it? Let us see how long you can continue to evade. With that, Kuluan spun his angelic staff, infusing the energy spheres with mysterious power, accelerating them towards Wukong. Before long, a strange phenomenon occurred. The energy blasts that Wukong had evaded began to curve and persistently chase after him. This relentless pursuit forced Wukong to keep dodging, but gradually. As more and more energy spheres filled the space around him, he found himself cornered. Finally, in the constricting space, with countless energy blasts relentlessly pursuing him, there was no escape. In the next instant, a loud explosion erupted, followed by a cacophony of detonations akin to a firework display. Kuluan reveled in the spectacle, believing that this would finally rid him of Wukong. After a prolonged barrage of explosions, the surrounding space was engulfed in thick smoke. Swiftly, Kuluan, the angel, underwent an artful transformation of expression. His previously jubilant visage fell into a frown, his brows deeply knitted, rendering his once austere features into a grimace of displeasure. What a resilient creature, surviving such devastation. As the smoke began to dissipate, the nearly restored Wukong emerged, his body seemingly rejuvenated, exuding a more intense aura of dark energy. Kuluan's eyes flashed with a sharp glimmer of realization. So it is this way? A smirk returned to Kuluan's lips, indicating his newfound understanding. Wukong bent slightly before launching himself toward Kuluan like a coiled spring. The angel did not obstruct him. Instead, a radiant glow began to shimmer around him, and a white ring materialized around his neck. Subsequently, 2 additional rings detached from around his neck and floated behind his head. Prepare yourself to truly comprehend the power of an angel. With this thought, Kuluan was enveloped in a blinding white light, transforming him into a sphere of luminescence. Undaunted, Wukong charged directly at this radiant sphere and vanished within it. Upon entering the sphere, Wukong found himself in an unusual realm, a vast expanse of blinding white devoid of any objects. He remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings, but all he perceived was the overwhelming whiteness, punctuated only by the sound of his own breath, creating an eerie silence. He, you have entered my domain, and now your life is under my dominion. The voice echoed from all directions, reverberating in Wukong's ears and mind. Ignoring the taunts, Wukong remained alert, his instincts warning him of the imminent danger. Time passed in this unsettling quietude. After Kuluan's initial declaration, he made no further movements, while Wukong stayed on guard for any potential adversaries. Eventually, Kuluan's patience waned, and the white void suddenly fractured, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that rained down upon Wukong. As the energy waves encircled him, he deftly maneuvered, evading each one. However, like before, these energy blasts appeared to be on a tracking trajectory, curving back to continue their assault. Accelerating his speed, Wukong transformed into a streak of black lightning, swiftly luring the pursuing energy blasts together. With both hands gathering energy at his waist, he soared through the air, the power coalescing into a formidable force. Once sufficiently charged, he pivoted, unleashing a colossal wave of energy that collided with the swarm of energy blasts. The resulting explosion was deafening, punctuated by a series of detonations that echoed through the air. As the dust settled, Kuluan's figure materialized amidst the chaos, still exuding an air of arrogance. One hand clasped behind his back, casting a sidelong glance at Wukong. Not bad, but it won't alter your fate. Wukong retaliated with a flurry of energy blasts, each explosion resonating with a series of thunderous sounds. The smoke quickly enveloped Kuluan and his surroundings, yet the onslaught persisted, thickening the haze. After a prolonged exchange of ferocious sounds, the tumult finally ceased, and the smoke began to clear within a few minutes. As it dissipated, Kuluan emerged unscathed, prompting Wukong to clench his fists and assume a battle-ready stance. It seems you still do not grasp the peril of your current predicament. In an instant, Kuluan appeared before Wukong, startling him. Reacting instinctively, Wukong swung a punch, only for his fist to pass straight through Kuluan's form, as if he were a mere illusion. Realizing the anomaly, Wukong leaped back, but Kuluan was swift, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Wukong threw another punch, mirroring his previous action. Yet again, his fist penetrated Kuluan's body without effect. As it became clear that evasion was futile, Wukong ceased his retreat. Noticing Wukong's newfound resolve, Kuluan smirked. What? Have you given up, no longer inclined to dodge? Wukong remained silent, fixing his dark gaze upon Kuluan, as if to convey, speak your mind, but do not waste my time. Kuluan, slightly flustered by Wukong's demeanor, felt his composure wavering. Veins pulsed on his forehead. Yet he maintained his poise, slowly articulating, do not be so arrogant. I am aware of your little tricks, but here, they hold no sway. Observing Wukong's unyielding expression, Kuluan's lips curled into a smirk. I see. Your reliance lies within that dark energy, does it not? Your survival from my angelic onslaught was indeed thanks to this very essence. Seizing this perceived weakness, Kuluan's eyes gleamed with triumph. Yet upon witnessing Wukong's stoic expression, he tightened his grip on his staff. Let us see you experience the truth firsthand. With a decisive thrust of his staff, Wukong was sent hurtling backward by a wave of white energy. Instantly, Kuluan pointed his staff at Wukong, freezing him mid-flight in the air. Struggling to move, Wukong clenched his teeth, yet found himself utterly immobilized. As Kuluan approached, he observed Wukong's tense form, raising his staff slowly towards Wukong's abdomen. The white light flickered, gathering into a fist-sized orb of energy. In an instant, the white energy burst forth, penetrating Wukong's abdomen and leaving a gaping void. Almost immediately, the dark energy from Wukong's body began to converge around the wound. However, white gaseous tendrils emerged, intertwining with the dark energy to impede its restoration. Before long, crimson blood began to seep from the hollow cavity in Wukong's abdomen, rapidly staining the area around him. Kuluan, gazing at the unhealing wound, wore a cold smile. You must be quite perplexed now, wondering why this is happening. With that, Kuluan extended his left hand, revealing 2 blue rings that materialized within his palm. Do you know what these are? Wukong remained silent, but this time, Kuluan's demeanor remained unaffected. The rings soared above the palm, eventually returning behind Kuluan. This exemplifies the disparity in our strengths. As the words fell, a white ray suddenly pierced Wukong's body, leaving a smaller hole in his left abdomen. Upon completing this act, Kuluan continued, You may not be well acquainted with this object. It can be regarded as the hallmark of true strength. Every individual who reaches the pinnacle of power in this world will give birth to a dimensional ring that embodies the utmost strength of the dimension, varying according to each person's unique power. As he spoke, Kuluan repositioned the dimensional ring from behind him to the front, gazing at it as he elaborated. Our magnificent angelic race emerges from the omnipotent force of imagination. Hence, this halo is also referred to as the halo of imagination. Should a god of destruction attain the peak of the dimension, their dimensional ring is known as the destruction ring. Furthermore, the pristine world we inhabit is also a manifestation of the dimensional ring's capabilities. Should you surpass the power of the dimensional peak, you shall acquire a second dimensional ring. With the second dimensional ring, you will awaken this world, signifying that you possess a dimensional universe unique to you. Here, you become the creator, capable of anything. Upon concluding his statements, a proud expression adorned Kuluan's cold visage as he spun the 2-dimensional rings before Wukong's head, then menacingly inquired, Now do you comprehend the despair of opposing someone like me, who wields 2-dimensional rings? With a resounding bang, another white ray shot forth from the staff, creating yet another wound in Wukong's body. I could crush you effortlessly. The gap between us is insurmountable. Bang, bang, bang. Several more white rays struck, inflicting additional bloodied wounds upon Wukong, splattering crimson across his form. The blood that splattered towards Kuluan was halted by his protective barrier. Observing the bloodied Wukong, Kuluan pressed the staff against his chest, directly over his heart. Enough of this. I have had my fun. Farewell. Bang. A white wave of light erupted from his chest, after which Kuluan retracted his staff. Blood gushed from Wukong's chest, where a large hole remained, with his heart stubbornly continuing to beat, albeit slower, until it ultimately ceased. The flow of blood gradually stopped, congealing in place. The ordeal was finally over, though it had consumed considerable time to dispose of this foe. With a flick of his hand, the halo of imagination vanished, leaving only one hanging around his neck. The surrounding pristine dimensional world slowly dissipated under his command, revealing a cracked earth of earthy hues, as Wukong, suspended in midair, plummeted downwards. Thud! His rigid form struck the ground, stirring a slight cloud of dust. Kuluan glanced at the corpse on the ground before shifting his gaze to the surroundings, curious if Mojitu had dealt with the other parallel beings. To his surprise, he beheld an unusual scene. In Chapter 144, The Anomaly. Within Kuluan's line of sight, Mojitu was not engaged in combat with the formidable beings from the parallel timelines, but was instead conversing with them. Intrigued, Kuluan approached, naturally overhearing their dialogue. So, you all have seen it. The strongest among you has already perished. Now you have 2 choices. 1. continue to resist and perish, or 2. Surrender. Upon hearing this, Kuluan, the angel, interjected with confusion, Mojitu, what is happening? You have not only failed to eliminate these foes, but you are also suggesting they surrender? Mojitu, facing Kuluan, exhibited a pained expression as he slowly voiced his predicament. While Kuluan battled the corrupted Wukong, Mojitu had approached the other survivors of this deadly game. Previously, the number of survivors had been halved due to the self-detonation of the god of destruction, Xiangpa. Those eliminated were deemed unworthy, and those who remained were the elite among the elite. Although these elites were indeed formidable, some possessed fiery tempers. When they observed an individual approaching, they charged forth without hesitation. As Mojitu flew, he noticed a massive figure hurtling towards him and, expressionless, casually waved his staff. Bang! Boom! The burly figure was obliterated, its head exploding, and the headless corpse plummeted helplessly to the ground. After resolving this trivial interruption, Mojitu quickly descended to the center of the crowd. The people regarded him warily, recognizing him as an angel, fists clenched, their bodies tensed for battle. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed, with a large group encircling this angel, remaining utterly still. Gradually, confusion filled their hearts. Although a few considered making a move to test the waters, the recent scene and the nearby headless corpse quelled that notion. Thus, they stood in a stalemate, neither side moving. It was only when Kuluan pierced the heart of corrupted Wukong that the situation began to shift. Are you going to attack or retreat? What are you trying to achieve? Mojitu finally broke his silence. He continued, I can offer you an opportunity. If you surrender, I might report your case. And perhaps you could join the ranks of Lord Xuanwang. The scene fell into immediate silence as Mojitu continued to sway their hearts. What do you say? Upon hearing Mojitu's explanation, Kuluan grasped the situation but quickly responded with a question. That's not what I meant to ask. I was inquiring why you Haven Tea eliminated them. Mojitu, a bit embarrassed, brushed his hair to the side and said, You know I am a passive person, not one to take the initiative. Besides, these individuals are so weak that my warrior's heart forbids me from staining my hands with the blood of the weak. For some reason, they simply do not attack me, leaving me without the opportunity to act. Kuluan, upon hearing this, wore a face full of helplessness. Why don't you handle them, Kuluan? Mojitu suddenly suggested, since you don't share my hesitations, why not take care of it? No, if you are to resolve this, then do so in your own way. If absolutely necessary, I will intervene. Kuluan declined with a shake of his head. With no other choice, Mojitu resumed his plan for surrender. Observing the crowd below, who had been silent and visibly troubled since the beginning, Mojitu pondered, what is going on? Can they not see the clearly lopsided situation? After contemplating for a while, inspiration struck again. Mojitu's eyes sparkled as he addressed everyone. I know your concerns. Instantly, the crowd looked at him with puzzled expressions, eager to hear what he had to say. Your worries stem from the omnipotent Xuanma, fearing that if you betray him, you will be annihilated. However, you need not worry, for Xuanma is currently struggling to maintain his own existence. What? The crowd was filled with questions, astonishment, and above all, disbelief. Seeing their skeptical expressions, Mojitu resolutely stated, Why would I deceive you? If you do not believe me, allow me to prove it to you right now. Then, under the curious gazes of the others, Mojitu opened his mouth and shouted, Xuanma, you pathetic wretch. The enormous roar echoed, seemingly reaching an unknown destination. The crowd looked at Mojitu, bewildered, as if they would witness him being turned to mush at any moment. However, after 1 minute and then 2 minutes, Mojito stood gracefully in place, and the anticipated punishment of destruction surprisingly did not descend upon him. He flicked his silver hair to the sides and elegantly remarked, See, I told you, the demon you fear is now utterly exhausted, unsure if he can even survive. The crowd fell into further confusion, exchanging glances, uncertain of how to proceed. I shall join. At that moment, a figure stepped forward, breaking the impasse. The familiar, petite form undoubtedly belonged to the frozen demon clan from a parallel dimension. With the first surrender, soon the second, third, and fourth followed suit. I join. I too shall join. 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 With a leader to follow, the majority of the remaining individuals quickly surrendered, leaving only a few of Wukong's subordinates. Sheru clenched his fists, ready to erupt, but the nearby Super Dr. Jero quickly grasped his wrist, shaking his head, and then stating, We surrender as well. Despite Sheru's confusion, he restrained his emotions. Responding, Understood, at Jiro's insistence. Seeing everyone yield, Mojito nodded in satisfaction. Now, the final task is to make those two still battling cease their conflict. Kirin pointed towards the distant clash between the god of destruction Quitella and Wujida, then glanced towards Whiss's position. After that, we just wait for those few to recover, and we can depart. Kirin then led everyone toward the battlefield. Wait. Suddenly, number 21 spoke up. The two angels and others halted, looking at her in bewilderment. Number 21 pointed at Wukong's body on the ground, saying, "Can I have this? He is so powerful. Consuming him should enhance my strength significantly." "Sure. It's just a useless corpse anyway." Kirin waved his hand dismissively, granting her request. This situation darkened the expressions of Sheru and Dr. Jero. Earlier, Dr. Jero had informed everyone of their strategy, planning to reclaim Wukong's body at the right moment. But now, number 21's request had completely disrupted their plans. What to do? Sheru cautiously asked Dr. Jero. Dr. Jero exhaled deeply, "Follow my lead." With approval granted, number 21 gleefully flew towards Wukong's body. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, Dr. Jero silently counted to 5 before shouting loudly. Subsequently, the group split and charged towards Wukong from 4 different directions. The angel Kirin observed their actions, his eyes narrowing. Oh, how daring to feign surrender. With a swift strike of his staff, in an instant, the group vanished in a flash of white light. The sudden appearance and disappearance of Sheru and the others left number 21 feeling anxious. They had almost outpaced her, nearly causing her to lose the corpse. Upon reaching Wukong's body, number 21 immediately shot a magical beam from her finger, transforming it into chocolate, and devoured it hastily, fearing any delay might lead to unforeseen changes. As she consumed the chocolate, number 21 closed her eyes, savoring the power surging within her. Gradually, crimson energy began to swirl around her. As more and more blood energy gathered, it unexpectedly shifted from red to black, only to quickly revert, then change once more. Finally, after a series of transformations, number 21 suddenly opened her abyss-like eyes. Chapter 145. The Dimensional Realm Split in 2 Number 21 shrieked in terror, her body trembling unnaturally as the black mist coalesced before her. Suddenly, a figure composed of black mist emerged, its enormous hand seizing number 21's face, drawing forth countless wisps of black energy that flowed into its dark form. Gradually, her cries diminished, her body twisted grotesquely, wilting away. Ultimately, number 21's pink skin dulled. Her white hair shed to mere strands, leaving her a mere shell of withered flesh struggling for life. Meanwhile, the black mist began to take shape, forming strong arms. Encased in wild dark red fur, with long black hair cascading over its shoulders. As Wukong regained his form, number 21 lost all signs of life. Reduced to a desiccated husk. Bang! In the next moment, Wukong unleashed an energy wave, reducing the remains in his grasp to ashes. Most onlookers were left stunned by the sudden turn of events, too swift to comprehend. The plan to consume the corpse had gone awry, resulting in a backlash that left her obliterated. Wukong, having disposed of the trash in his hands, then focused inward, feeling his immense power and gauging his strength. A glint of light flickered in his black pupils as he looked up, directing his gaze primarily at the two angels. In an instant, Wukong appeared before them. His eyes locked on Kirin, filled with fighting spirit, and declared, "Let us continue. I have not yet had my fill of our previous battle." Kirin surveyed Wukong, then remarked, "A defeated foe has changed. I almost failed to recognize you." Indeed, in his darkened state, Wukong was a far cry from his usual self. Adorned with strange red markings and surrounded by ominous black energy, his hair concealing his face. "What you defeated was merely a half-formed version of me. Now, in my perfected state, I wonder if you can still overcome me?" Wukong taunted, extending his finger in a provocative gesture, fully expressing his confidence in his abilities. This is the first time I've seen you smile, Kirin," he said with mild amusement. "Regardless of the state you are in, I do not regard you as a threat. Eliminating you will be an exceedingly simple task for me." Almost immediately, another dimensional ring appeared behind Kirin, who lightly tapped his staff. In an instant, a burst of white light erupted from him, enveloping Wukong within. Observing the white sphere before him, Mojito looked back at the crowd, stating, "All right, Kirin will swiftly resolve this. We shall continue our mission." With that, Mojito led the newly joined members, bypassing the white light, and proceeded towards Quitella. However, as they departed, they were oblivious to the blackness gradually creeping in at the base of the white sphere. Inside the luminous orb, Wukong surveyed the pristine world once more, glancing around before shouting, "Stop hiding! Come out! I detest playing hide and seek. Young one, you've returned to my dimensional realm, where despair and death shall accompany you." The voice echoed from all directions, reminiscent of his first entrance. "Then hurry and come forth." Wukong refrained from further banter, settling into a fighting stance, prepared for battle. "Since you desire death so much, allow me to grant your wish." As the words fell, countless energy spheres materialized in the air, and the next moment, they all surged towards Wukong. Like a rain of white meteors, Wukong adeptly maneuvered, evading the energy waves, but soon, under Kirin's covert control, they redirected back towards him. This time, Wukong did not evade. Enveloped in black energy, he allowed the waves to strike him. As the energy bullets made contact with his body, they eerily dissolved into the black mist. This bizarre occurrence prompted Kirin to tear through space, revealing himself. What is happening? Those attacks should have obliterated him. Unconvinced, Kirin pointed his staff at Wukong, attempting to exert control over him. In an instant, Wukong sensed an enigmatic force disrupting his body. Gradually, this force intensified, and soon Wukong discerned its nature. Is this the power of dimensional rules? If so, I shall make a feeble attempt to resist. With that, Wukong stretched his body, and dense black energy began to surge wildly from him, gradually forming an inky black ring behind him. Upon witnessing the emergence of this dark ring, Kuluan's expression shifted dramatically. This fellow has reached the pinnacle of the dimension, yet he quickly regained his composure, relieved that a single dimensional ring could not open a dimensional realm to rival him. But in the next moment, Kuluan's sigh of relief was abruptly cut short as a newly manifested purple ring froze him in place, his face contorting into a grimace. What is this? Two-dimensional rings of different attributes. With the appearance of this second-dimensional ring, the black and purple flames surged violently, cleaving the world in twain. One side black and the other white, each holding its own dominion. Outside, the previously white sphere transformed under Wukong's influence into a striking black and white visage. The white light and black radiance clashing fiercely, neither yielding an inch. In the dimensional world, gazing at the divided heavens and earth, Kuluan could no longer maintain his icy demeanor. "Cursed be this fate. I should have rendered your body to naught." Frustration welled within him as he furiously waved his staff, unleashing 3 or 4 colossal energy orbs the size of stars towards Wukong. In the face of this terrifying spectacle, Wukong extended a hand, and the surrounding black energy coalesced into a massive claw. The claw obscured the sky, and those stellar energy orbs were captured effortlessly, akin to mere pebbles. Boom. The giant claw crushed Kuluan's energy orbs to smithereens. Realizing his attack had been nullified, Kuluan understood that the dimensional world was no longer reliable. He must now rely solely on his own strength. Very well. If that is the case, allow me to demonstrate my true power. Kuluan made his staff vanish, allowing it to fall onto the pristine ground. The two locked eyes, and soon, white and black lights began to emanate from their bodies, with both figures gradually disappearing. Bang! Almost simultaneously, 2 fists, one black and one white, collided with great force and then separated, their forms flickering freely within the dimensional realm. Both combatants exhibited a comparable mastery of their respective techniques, preventing either from gaining the upper hand. However, Wukong possessed an advantage that Kuluan, the angel, lacked. Kuluan wielded merely the illusory ring, while Wukong commanded not only the formidable destruction ring, but also the all-consuming dark ring. The inherent strength of 2 attribute dimensional rings far surpassed that of a solitary one. Bang, bang, bang. After a prolonged exchange of blows, Wukong suddenly abandoned his defense and landed a punch squarely on Kuluan's left cheek, while Kuluan reciprocated with a strike to Wukong's face. Despite both impacts landing, Wukong's punch proved significantly more powerful, leaving a conspicuous mark on Kuluan's face. Thus commenced a brutal exchange where both warriors inflicted harm upon one another. Thud, thud, thud. They continued to strike without evasion, but soon the disparity became evident. Kuluan's wounds multiplied, with pale purple blood streaming from his nose and the corners of his mouth, while Wukong suffered only minor bruises. This was primarily due to the fact that most of the force and energy behind Kuluan's every punch and attack was absorbed by Wukong's dark ring. Consequently, Wukong grew stronger with each strike, while Kuluan weakened and sustained increasing injuries. Bang! Another powerful blow caved in Kuluan's face, blood splattering, leaving him in a pitiful state. Ack! Kuluan cried out in desperation, involuntarily retreating. Well done! Well done! Huh! A bittersweet laughter escaped Kuluan's lips. In this wretched state, it was undoubtedly the first time since my inception that I appeared so disheveled. Clenching his fists, he disregarded the blood dripping down and, with a mouth stained crimson, declared with deliberate emphasis, "I will surely kill you. I will surely kill you." Dimensional Awakening. Chapter 146. Kuluan's Awakened Wings. Dimensional Awakening. As Kuluan uttered these words, the two-dimensional rings behind him erupted with blinding white light. When the radiance reached its zenith, the rings began to crack and ultimately shattered. Crack! The rings vanished, replaced by two spheres of white light, which morphed behind Kuluan, soon manifesting into a pair of pristine wings. Kuluan's overall appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. His previously bloodied body was cloaked in the emerging white light, resembling a figure of luminescence from a distance. "I shall slice you into countless pieces," he bellowed, charging fiercely toward Wukong. As he approached, the large, elongated white wings glimmered with a sharp silver sheen. Observing Kuluan, who resembled a great rock, the sight of his wings instilled within Wukong an ominous premonition. However, there was no time for further contemplation, as Kuluan swung his gleaming fist directly towards his own face. Wukong instinctively grasped it, and with his other hand, he aimed a punch at Kuluan's radiant visage, only to have it caught as well. The two exerted their strength against one another, but suddenly Wukong's expression darkened. He bent his knees and leaped, delivering a powerful kick to Kuluan's chin. Thud! Ugh! The force of the kick was tremendous, causing Kuluan to grunt and be propelled upward into the air. Wow! So hot! Wukong shook his hand, even taking a moment to blow on it. Seizing the opportunity while Wukong was distracted, Kuluan extended his wings forward, causing a flurry of white feathers to take flight. The feathers swirled around him like blades, gradually forming a spherical mass of white plumage. Endless feather blades. Kuluan commanded his wings to unfurl, unleashing a torrent of feathers that shot towards Wukong like a dragon. Faced with such a terrifying barrage of feather blades, Wukong manipulated the surrounding black energy to conjure a shield of dark clouds before him. Bang! 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 Each feather that struck the shield erupted instantly, the cacophony growing louder and more intense. It was as if an unending wave of feather blades assailed the dark cloud shield, which eventually reached its breaking point and was shattered. Countless feather blades descended upon Wukong, slicing numerous gashes into his form, though they swiftly healed in the next moment. Nevertheless, the sheer quantity of feathers was staggering, seemingly relentless in their assault. As Wukong dodged, he pondered how to halt this ceaseless onslaught of feather blades. After careful observation and contemplation, he set his sights on Kuluan, now enveloped in the feather blades. It seems I have no choice but to proceed this way. With his decision made, Wukong nimbly evaded the feather blades while gradually drawing closer to Kuluan, moving naturally and swiftly. However, as Wukong closed the distance and executed his peculiar maneuvers, Kuluan began to sense something amiss. "You cunning brat, do you wish to confront me directly?" "Ha." Kuluan laughed heartily, thrusting his hands forward. "Let us see if I can reduce you to countless fragments." With that thrust, the surrounding white feathers erupted simultaneously. Wukong looked up and was confronted with an unforgettable sight, a dense, white expanse before him, as vast as an ocean. In this inescapable scenario, Wukong reluctantly crossed his arms. Bracing himself, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the assault of feather blades crashed down upon him like a tsunami, instantly engulfing Wukong's figure. The terrifying deluge of feathers persisted for an extended duration, as the feathers appeared to regenerate infinitely. Observing Wukong, who was entirely submerged in white feathers and invisible, Kuluan was filled with excitement, exclaiming, "Ha! Let us see if you can escape this time." As the saying goes, excessive joy can lead to sorrow. Sometimes one ought not to rejoice or celebrate too soon. Amidst Kuluan's laughter, the feathered sea began to change. A barely perceptible black emerged at its center, growing increasingly distinct as the laughter intensified. Soon, the mirthful sounds and exhilaration abruptly ceased, as if frozen in time. Kuluan's radiant expression turned to one of despair as he recognized the familiar black at the heart of the feather blades. He lamented helplessly. Is this not enough to vanquish him? Meanwhile, Wukong, breaking through the sea of blades, found himself in dire straits. His crossed arms were reduced to mere bones, and only a few scraps of flesh clung to his skeletal frame. Half of his face had been severed, rendering him a ghastly sight. The clash of the feather blades against his dark purple bones echoed with metallic sounds as Wukong steadily approached Kuluan. This is impossible. Kuluan, unwilling to accept the reality, felt a surge of fear and frustration, prompting him to amplify the output of his wings. The cacophony of metal clashing grew increasingly intense, momentarily halting Wukong's advance, but he soon adapted, continuing his relentless pursuit. This cannot be. As he watched Wukong draw nearer, Kuluan's anger boiled over in a roar of defiance, yet he could do nothing but watch as Wukong closed the distance until he was directly before him. Wukong seized Kuluan's pristine wings and forcefully twisted them, but no amount of strength could sever them. A change of tactics was necessary. Without hesitation, he delivered a forceful kick to Kuluan's face, sending him flying. Seizing the moment, Wukong gathered the surrounding dark energy, and in no time, he restored himself to full vigor. Kuluan, having been propelled backward, swiftly returned, preparing to launch another attack with his wings. However, Wukong, having previously encountered that technique, would not allow him to execute it. He instantly closed the gap, engaging in close combat to prevent Kuluan from maintaining distance for his ranged strikes. Finding himself entangled and unable to unleash his attacks freely, Kuluan swiftly altered his fighting style. Throughout their battle, Wukong bore numerous new scars. With each movement, Kuluan's wings shed countless feathers that encircled him, incessantly launching attacks during the skirmish. As the feathers sliced through the air, Wukong's dark energy steadily replenished. And with the overwhelming number of feather blades, a persistent mist of black enveloped Wukong. While battling Kuluan, Wukong also kept his mind occupied, pondering the recent surge in Kuluan's powers due to his dimensional awakening. The only clue he had was the connection between this ability and the dimensional rings. How had this awakening transpired? It mattered little. He resolved to continue fighting, hoping that through combat, he might awaken himself. With this thought, Wukong's strikes became increasingly ferocious. Utilizing dark energy to resist the onslaught of white feathers, temporarily alleviating his concerns regarding the feather blades' attacks. He merely needed to ensure Kuluan, the angel, did not distance himself to unleash that expansive attack once more. With this mindset, Wukong launched a relentless assault, granting Kuluan no respite. The two figures, one black and one white, clashed with the ferocity of two bolts of lightning. Outside the dimensional realm, Mojito had separated the incessantly battling Wujida and the god of destruction Katra, informing Wujida of the current situation and urging him to switch sides. After a brief contemplation and faced with the undeniable truth, Wujida ultimately capitulated. After all, those who remained alive were either dead or had abandoned the darkness. Having resolved matters there, Mojito gathered everyone to meet with Whis. Just in time, Whis had nearly completed his healing. Moments later, he rose, looking at Mojito and stating, "They are almost healed." Upon hearing this, Mojito glanced at the individuals lying at his feet, tapping them lightly with his staff. Is this the after effect? Whis did not focus on the gods he had just healed. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings, continuing, "It's nothing serious, just severe injuries that require a reboot. They should awaken shortly. By the way, where is Kuluan? Why is he missing?" "Oh." Mojito nonchalantly gestured behind him. "The one I killed earlier has been resurrected. And Kuluan just dragged him into the dimensional realm. They should have resolved it by now." After hearing this, Whis felt an ominous premonition and hurriedly said, "Something feels wrong. Let's go check it out." As he spoke, he flew ahead, and although Mojito wished to say more, he could only hastily follow upon witnessing Whis's swift departure. "Wait for me, don't rush. Are you not worried about Kuluan?" Chapter 147, Crisis. Strengthening the enemy, the group hastily flew forward, arriving at the dimensional origin where Wukong and Kuluan were situated. Indeed, observing the colossal sphere of light interwoven with black and white, predominantly black, Whis sighed inwardly, realizing that his foreboding feeling was confirmed. Mojito, arriving last, gazed at the luminous sphere, astonished and puzzled. "Strange. When I left, it was a large white sphere. This is bad." Whis furrowed his brow, his expression grave. as he summoned another dimensional ring, placing a larger and a smaller one around his neck. Subsequently, a brilliant white energy enveloped Whis, transforming him into a luminous sphere that surged toward the black and white dimensional origin. ZZZZ. Whis's dimensional origin made contact with the one containing the two combatants. Yet no matter how forcefully he pushed, he could not merge with it, ultimately being repelled. Kuluin may be in danger. Whis retreated into the crowd, expressing his deep concern. What? Mojito looked incredulous, but Kuluin possesses the formidable energy of 2 dimensions. Indeed, Whis, controlling the dimensional origin, charged forward again, asserting that to contend with such a Kuluin, his opponent must possess power equal to or exceeding 2 dimensions. Whoosh! Whis plunged into the fray once more. But after only a brief struggle, he was once again cast away. Understanding Kuluin's current predicament, Mojito could no longer remain idle. He emulated Whis's approach, activating his own dimensional origin, and, alternating with Whis, relentlessly assaulted the much larger black and white dimensional origin. Whis and Mojito collided vigorously from the outside, while within, Kuluin was being hammered by Wukong's fists. However, perseverance bore fruit. The efforts of the two outside were not in vain, as Kuluin, who was receiving the blows, began to sense the tumultuous energy surrounding him. What is this? Kuluin's previously dim eyes suddenly sparkled with renewed vigor. He shielded his somewhat fractured wings in front of him, and with a powerful push, he propelled himself backward. Seizing this opportunity, Kuluin swiftly concealed the dimensional world's rejection rules, instantly creating a small white vortex entrance in the sky. Curse it! This dimensional world has been invaded by that guy. Is this the best I can do? Kuluin thought bitterly, gazing at the minuscule opening in the sky. Outside, the two combatants, striving to break through, spotted the suddenly appearing entrance and hastily surged toward it, fearing that this unexpected opening might vanish at any moment. Within the dimensional world, observing the vortex in the sky, Wukong understood that assistance had arrived, albeit not his own. It was from the beleaguered opponent. Soon, Whis and Mojito, having entered the vortex, materialized within the dimensional realm. The two immediately spotted the only 2 figures in this desolate world, Mojito confronting Wukong, while Whis soared to Kuluin's side. Is awakening even an option? Witnessing the disheveled and miserable Kuluin, along with the damaged white wings at his back, Whis gained a clearer understanding of Wukong's combat prowess. Severely injured, Kuluin gazed at Whis, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he confessed, I underestimated my opponent. It's all right, Whis reassured him, patting Kuluin's shoulder. Rest easy, with both Mojito and me here. Once we finish our battle, we will take you away from this place. With that, Whis departed to join Mojito, and addressing the formidable figure of Wukong before them, he proclaimed, we must unleash our full potential. This adversary is formidable, and none of us can defeat him in a one-on-one confrontation. Let us combine our strengths to vanquish him. Agreed. In an instant, Whis and Mojito radiated dazzling light. Observing the scene, the experienced Wukong swiftly realized that the two were on the verge of awakening their true powers. Without hesitation, he propelled himself towards them, aiming to disrupt their transformation. Bang! Bang! Wukong's fists were met with the defensive prowess of Whis and Mojito, compelling him to escalate his offensive. The 3 figures moved with increasing speed, and the dimensional rings behind the 2 angels shone ever brighter until they shattered. The brilliant explosion of light momentarily blinded Wukong, forcing him to leap backward. As the fragments transformed, Mojito's metamorphosis mirrored Kuluin's, manifesting as 2 magnificent white wings. In contrast, Whis' transformation diverged significantly upon the breaking of his dimensional ring. 2 spheres of light converged, forming a gleaming white longsword. The hilt of the sword was adorned with numerous white feathers, exuding an aura of divinity. Both figures shimmered with white light, transforming into beings of light, and Whis, gripping the angelic sword tightly, launched a direct strike at Wukong. The ethereal strike released a crescent wave of sword energy that soared towards Wukong. The blade of energy grazed past him, carving a white scar into the dark earth behind. Seizing the opportunity, Whis unleashed a flurry of over a dozen white sword energies, all aimed at Wukong. Faced with this barrage, Wukong manipulated the surrounding dark energy to form a cloak that enveloped the sword energies, then redirected them back. However, under Whis' deft control, the sword energies evaded him, gathering behind him before erupting in a violent explosion. Swish, swish. Wei's feathered sword struck at Wukong with relentless precision, although he managed to evade each blow, inexplicably. Wounds began to appear on Wukong's body. The dark energy swiftly healed those wounds, leading to a stalemate reminiscent of Kowloon's earlier plight. Yet, it is unfortunate that their duel was not the only conflict at hand. As Wukong and Wei battled fiercely, another figure had readied himself. Mojito pointed both hands forward, unleashing a whirlwind of feather blades that spiraled toward the two combatants. Gur. The overwhelming number of feather blades pierced through Wukong's form, eliciting a muffled groan from him as the excruciating pain struck. Wukong found himself caught between the dual onslaughts. Wei's feathered sword targeted vital points, while Mojito's blades incessantly grazed his body. Gradually, the intensity of the assault outpaced Wukong's ability to recover, and crimson blood splattered profusely. His flesh began to disintegrate, limbs, torso, and head revealing a skeletal figure, even more gaunt than before, stripped of all but a blackened skeleton. Clang, clang. The sound of feather blades and swords clashing against Wukong's bones echoed like a series of metallic collisions. Realizing that the angelic sword had no effect on his opponent's skeletal structure, Wei resolved to abandon futile efforts. He retreated, positioning himself before Mojito, as they each controlled their awakened weapons. Gradually, the angelic sword, suspended in the air, became surrounded by a multitude of feather blades, which swiftly coalesced into a colossal sword. This immense weapon, aided by the wings, continued to grow in size. The skeletal Wukong, confronted with the looming giant sword, felt an intensifying sense of impending doom. Faced with such dire circumstances, he decisively turned to flee, extending his hand in a desperate attempt to escape this realm. After several fruitless attempts, he sensed that Wei's and Mojito's combined technique was nearing completion. Observing Wukong's retreat, Wei grasped his wrist with his left hand and forcefully thrust forward. Go! Light's sacred sword. The massive, radiant feather sword surged toward Wukong. The sudden pressure from behind compelled Wukong to glance back, and thoughts of grandeur flooded his mind. He turned, desperately propelling himself forward, but the colossal sword was too immense, closing in on him with alarming speed. Sensing the imminent threat, Wukong resolved to take one last gamble, attempting once more to open a portal. Success! At the final moment, a vortex appeared, and he plunged into it. In the external world, before a swirling sphere of black and white light, a white vortex materialized, and a bloodied figure emerged from within. Chapter 148. The Awakening of the Purple-Black Gauntlet. Gasping, Wukong fell to the ground, rolling several times. Lying there, bloodied and battered, he closed his eyes, breathing rapidly, still shaken. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and opened his eyes. To his astonishment, the very vortex that had granted him escape hung suspended in the air, not dissipating as he had anticipated, and it began to undergo a transformation. The circular vortex twisted and expanded, and soon, the familiar silhouette of a massive sword tip emerged from it. The colossal blade descended upon Wukong like a mountain. With a resounding crash, the ground trembled as if shaken by an earthquake, and the light's sacred sword continued to sink into the earth along the fissures it had created, gradually revealing a sword body wider than its tip. The ground beneath the weight of the sacred sword began to crumble, the entire pyramid trembling under this terrifying force. The other powerful beings from parallel realms, who had just surrendered, could only flee in terror. Yet, their speed paled in comparison to the rapid collapse of the ground. As time passed, the magnificent light's sacred sword emerged fully from the vortex, followed by Wei and his fellow angels. Observing the sacred sword embedded deep within the earth and the surrounding fractured terrain, Wei exhaled deeply and directed his palm toward the colossal blade. Enough. Let this come to an end. Under Wei's command, the brilliance of the sacred sword intensified 100-fold, piercing through the entirety of the pyramid space. Gradually, the pyramid, bathed in radiance, reached its conclusion. As the light dissipated, the pyramid vanished, leaving only a scattering of debris drifting in the cosmos. In the aftermath of the overwhelming force, the number of survivors in this perilous game diminished further, leaving only those who remained unconscious, floating amongst the rubble in space. Amongst the debris, Wei, Mojito, and the 5 surviving destroyer gods floated, each enveloped in a white protective shield, which had preserved them from harm amidst the recent energy fluctuations. That fellow should be finished now, right? Mojito, stretching his wings, inquired as he surveyed the surroundings. under the onslaught of the formidable light's sacred sword. There is no way he could have survived. Weiss, wielding the reborn angelic sword, asserted decisively. Indeed, at that moment, Kalluan, whose injuries had healed considerably, spoke up. He must have been obliterated by the light's sacred sword, yet his impression lingers vividly in my mind. If he continues to cultivate for a few more years, I fear that none of us angels could possibly defeat him. Observing Kalluan's serious demeanor, Emoji Tua quickly reassured him, "Isn't it great? He has perished, and the danger has been averted." After hearing Emoji Tua's words, Kalluan found them quite sensible and soon began to chuckle. Huh? Suddenly, however, his laughter ceased abruptly as his gaze fixated on a particular direction, remaining motionless. "What's wrong?" Emoji Tua inquired, intrigued by his odd behavior and glancing in the same direction. "Look," he exclaimed, noticing the dark mist emanating from a pile of rubble, his eyes widening in astonishment as he turned to Wei Si. Meanwhile, Wei Si, feeling quite embarrassed, lowered his head, his expression sour as he had just been proven wrong. "Well, that fellow is still alive, but he certainly possesses a strong constitution. Even after such devastation, he has managed to survive. No worries, we didn't eliminate him this time. We can amplify our energy next time and surely vanquish him." As he spoke, Emoji Tua directed his wings toward the dark mist, declaring, "Let us resolve this matter once and for all." Agreed. Both Wei Si and Kalluan responded in unison, exchanging determined glances and nodding resolutely. "With my wings added to the mix, I have no doubt we can defeat him." Kalluan, whose wings were nearly restored, aimed them forward as Wei Si summoned his sword in front of him, both sets of wings swirling chaotically in the air like falling snow. Soon, the angel's sword acted like a magnet, drawing all the surrounding white feathers toward it, gradually growing larger and larger. With the augmentation of 2 pairs of wings, the holy sword of light appeared markedly different from before. It not only failed to enlarge, but actually shrank to half its size. Despite this, the aura emanating from the holy sword of light was terrifying, with its energy amplified more than tenfold. As the preparation for the holy sword neared completion, Wei Si propelled it forward. During this time, the dark mist had regained a humanoid form, yet the immense holy sword of light surged toward it. In a state of black flame, Wukong braced himself against the massive sword tip, the tremendous force pushing him backward until he vanished into the dim cosmos. Supporting the sword tip with both hands, the dark mist enveloped it like a tidal wave, continuing to creep up the blade. After traveling a considerable distance, the once luminous holy sword of light had been tainted black, steadily diminishing until it shrank to a flickering flame held within Wukong's palm, at which point his body had completely restored. The black flames danced upon his form, and a smile played upon his lips, for with that immense power, he had not only regained his physicality, but also achieved awakening. "Now, I can effortlessly trample upon them." The surge in strength filled Wukong with confidence, and he thought, "Let us show them what true power is." In the next instant, flames engulfed him, and he vanished amidst the blaze. Simultaneously, a ball of black flames materialized before Wei Si and the others, flames swirling as Wukong emerged within the inferno. The sudden appearance of the flames heightened their alertness, and upon seeing Wukong, their hearts sank. This monster had not only survived, but had grown even stronger. Wei Si lamented, gazing at the formidable and enhanced Wukong. "Wei Si, what do we do now? What else but to kill him?" Wei Si gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, pointing at Wukong. As soon as he spoke, he vanished instantaneously, swiftly positioning himself above Wukong, then striking downward with his sword. Clang! The pristine white blade was seized by Wukong's ebony hand. Wei Si tugged forcefully, but the sword was gripped as if caught in a vice, refusing to budge no matter how hard he pulled. "No need to rush. I still wish to show you my newfound power," Wukong said with a smirk as he observed Wei Si's frantic attempts to free his sword. At that moment, a dark radiance enveloped Wukong, and 2-dimensional rings behind him illuminated, one black and one purple. Following that, akin to the awakening of angels, the 2-dimensional rings shattered, sending a purple and black orb flying into Wukong's hands. The purple orb enveloped his left hand, transforming it into a violet gauntlet, while the other became a black gauntlet. With the gloved left hand, he gently grasped the sword, causing it to crack open slightly. Observing the astonishment in Wei Si's eyes, Wukong quickly explained, "I owe this rapid awakening to that massive sword. Without it, I wouldn't have awakened so swiftly." Thus, to express my gratitude. I shall ensure you all experience the might of these awakening gauntlets." With that, he exerted a tremendous force, shattering the sword in two. Following this, Wukong struck Wei Si in the eyes with a fist, then delivered a fierce blow to his abdomen. Behind them, Mog Tuo and Kuluan watched as Wei Si quickly fell into a disadvantageous position, prompting them to unleash a flurry of feathered blades from their wings. As Wukong continued to pummel Wei Si, he seized Wei Si's face and used him as a shield against the oncoming barrage of blades. Soon, Wei Si's back was adorned with countless white feathers, resembling a birdman. Realizing their mistake in targeting Wei Si, the two long-range attackers watched as the storm of feathers gradually dissipated. Upon witnessing Wei Si's pitiful state, guilt surged within them, igniting a furious determination. "You dastardly fiend! Using Wei Si as a meat shield, we shall eliminate you." Chapter 149, The Annihilation of Three Angels. After hearing their menacing words, Wukong scoffed, grasping Wei Si's head and shaking it before Mog Tuo and Kuluan, saying, "If that's the case, then come at me." This provocative gesture enraged both Mog Tuo and Kuluan. They leaped forward simultaneously, their wings dissolving into countless blades that surrounded them. Observing the oncoming angels, Wukong tightened his grip on Wei Si's head, spun around, and hurled him away. The two, charging forward, were forced to halt and catch Wei Si as he flew toward them like a projectile. Bang! Bang! Just as they caught Wei Si, they were met with a punch from Wukong's black and purple fists. The impact forced them to retreat, and a swarm of flying feathers surged toward Wukong, buying the three a moment of respite. "How are you holding up?" Mog Tuo asked, shaking Wei Si, who finally regained consciousness after persistent jostling. "Stop, stop, stop!" Wei Si shouted as the world spun around him. "You're awake," Mog Tuo exclaimed, setting Wei Si down, surprised. "What happened? You were taken down so quickly. Do you think I wanted that?" Wei Si retorted, "That guy's black gauntlet is problematic. Be cautious not to get caught." I was seized, and all my power was swiftly drained. Wei Si glanced warily at Wukong, who was engaged in combat with countless white feathers. In the next moment, the three watched as the black and purple points of light expanded within a colossal tornado formed by the white feathers. Soon, the upper portion of the tornado was obliterated by the purple light, while the lower half was consumed by darkness. This terrifying storm of feather blades was rendered null, as if the previous onslaught had never occurred. "Prepare yourselves. We must join forces to stand a chance." With that, Wei Si manifested the broken angel sword once more, and with his imaginative powers, he restored it to its former glory. Mog Tuo and Kuluan's white feathers reappeared behind them, floating like fragments in the air. After Wukong eliminated the bothersome white feathers, he glanced at the three individuals poised for battle not far away, a smile of excitement gracing his lips as he charged forward. With a resounding clash, his black fist collided with the pristine angelic sword. Seizing the moment, the two angels, Mojito and Kirin, manipulated the spikes formed by the white feathers to launch a surprise attack on Wukong. Observing the situation, Wukong swiftly retreated a step, grasping the two spikes with his hands and forcefully crushing them, while simultaneously seizing the hands of the attackers, colliding them together. With a sickening sound, Weiss's angelic sword pierced through the bodies of his compatriots. In the blink of an eye, Wukong skillfully retreated and, as Weiss lunged forward with his sword, he used the two attackers as a human shield. Unbeknownst to Wukong, he failed to notice Weiss's stunned expression. He forcibly tore the two apart, crimson blood splattering in an instant. Discarding the useless shields, Wukong grasped Weiss's long sword and delivered a powerful kick to his body. He aimed to tighten his grip on the hilt, but the force from his abdomen was overwhelming, and ultimately, Weiss was sent flying. Wukong chose not to pursue. His priority was to deal with the two injured foes beside him before methodically eliminating the others. With a rapid strike, Wukong's dark fist landed squarely on Kirin's face. While the wounded Mojito, enduring his pain, noticed Wukong's unguarded back as he attacked Kirin. Seizing the opportunity, Mojito launched another surprise attack on Wukong. However, given his previous transgressions, Wukong was hardly oblivious to the danger lurking behind him. Mojito's claw, transformed from white feathers, lunged fiercely toward Wukong's back, aiming to pierce through him. In that critical moment, Wukong seemed to anticipate the assault, his other purple arm extending behind him to accurately grasp Mojito's claw. With a swift motion, he snapped Mojito's hand, disregarding the pallor of his face as he flung him aside and re-engaged Kirin in combat. The rapid succession of punches, infused with purple and black energy, rained down upon Kirin, who, having regained much of his strength, was once again left battered and bruised. Gradually, Wukong's gloves became soaked in blood, while Kirin's visage transformed into a grotesque mask. Just as Wukong was about to deliver the final blow, two immense energies surged toward him. In front of him, Weiss wielded the angelic sword, his entire being enhanced by energy, unleashing a fierce golden energy wave straight at Wukong. From behind, Mojito, with his remaining functional hand, gathered a massive, terrifying gray energy ball and propelled it toward Wukong. Faced with these dual energy onslaughts, Wukong remained undeterred, continuing his relentless assault on Kirin as if determined to perish alongside him. As the two attacks were about to collide, Wukong clenched his fist, veins bulging on his right arm, and delivered a powerful punch that penetrated Kirin's body. The clash of the black fist against the golden energy wave reverberated as his other hand shielded him from the enormous energy ball. Wukong's arms strained against the formidable energies, yet he managed to exclaim, "Impressive. The combined strength of these two is no trivial matter, but they must first manage to hit me." With a sly, malevolent grin, he enveloped his hands in purple and black flames, which soon coalesced into two distinct energy forms in his palms. Before long, the purple destructive energy in his left palm swelled to match the size of Mojito's energy ball. "Let us take care of you first." With this thought, Wukong thrust his left hand forward, unleashing the destructive energy that swiftly obliterated the gray energy ball, the residual energy continuing its assault toward Mojito. The disarmed Mojito could only watch helplessly as the destructive energy transformed his body into purple particles, gradually vanishing. "What is that?" In Wukong's eyes, a crystalline object appeared where Mojito had just been, but he quickly dismissed it. "Never mind. Let us eliminate this last angel and deal with those destructive gods later. Then I can study it thoroughly." The destructive gods Wukong referred to were the creatures observing from within a protective spherical barrier in the distance. Weiss understood that they were on a different plane than himself and his comrades. Allowing them to engage would merely be an act of sending them to their doom. To avoid distraction, he opted to keep them safe, initially planning to release them after defeating the enemies, yet now their fate remained uncertain. On the fiery planet, witnessing the recent events, the great demon subconsciously turned to the Divine Palace, surprised by the calm demeanor of the Divine Palace's occupant. "Oh, you remain so composed. Were it not for my knowledge of who perished, I would suspect that the fallen were mere unknown creatures." The Divine Palace narrowed his eyes and replied slowly, "Would you truly allow me to rescue them?" The great demon remained silent, gazing at the unfolding images. After a brief pause, he muttered to himself, "Who can say?" The two enigmatic old beings continued to focus on the spectacle displayed in the luminous sky. In the vastness of space, after dispatching Mojito, Wukong faced the final angel, Weiss. His right hand, now imbued with the absorbed light energy, had assimilated it into dark energy to counter the golden light waves. With his left hand freed, the purple destructive energy joined the fray, tipping the scales of battle. The purple-black energy surged forth, overpowering the golden energy wave, leaving Weiss to watch helplessly as the menacing force approached. With a thunderous explosion, the first to shatter was the golden angelic sword, disintegrating into countless fragments before evaporating entirely. Following suit was Weiss, half of his body consumed by the particles of destructive energy, while the other half succumbed to the darkness, gradually merging into his own energy. Once Weiss, the final angel, was obliterated, Wukong turned his gaze toward the distant destructive gods. Chapter 150. The cunning Katra. The remaining destructive gods sensed the ferocity of Wukong's gaze, perceiving their imminent demise within it. Ultimately, the hope that had hung in the balance was extinguished. They could only watch in despair as Wukong drew nearer, their minds involuntarily conjuring images of the impending slaughter. "No, we cannot simply await our doom," Beerus shouted, his voice filled with urgency. "What difference is there between this and being lambs led to slaughter? Are you willing to perish in despair at the hands of that monster?" Yet, what options remained? The destructive god, Rumsey, flicked his pink nose and touched the transparent barrier before him. "We cannot even escape from here." Beerus, his expression grave, gazed at the barrier. But soon his eyes sparkled with determination. "How can we know without trying?" With that, Beerus hunched his body, his muscles swelling as he grew larger. enveloped in a surge of purple energy. As he unleashed his power, the purple destructive energy quickly filled the entire barrier. Aya! Beerus roared, continuing to amplify his strength. Gradually, the color of the destructive energy enveloping the barrier deepened, its contained energy becoming increasingly formidable. Observing Beerus's efforts, the other destructive gods could not help but lower their heads in shame. Indeed, finally, the destructive god Katra shattered the silence, affirming Beerus's words. Let us give it a shot. If we don't fight, we might as well wait to die. After speaking, Quitella enveloped himself in destructive energy and exerted himself with the intention of shattering the protective barrier, akin to the prowess of Beerus. His companions, inspired by his tenacity, joined forces, each striving to breach the barrier. The 5 gods of destruction roared in unison, unleashing ever more potent energies. In the distance, Wukong observed the unfolding scene, his anxiety dissipating. After all, despair that follows hope is the truest form of despair. Gradually, their efforts bore fruit as the 5 protective barriers began to falter under the relentless onslaught of the gods of destruction, fissures appearing one after another. With a resounding crash, they ultimately shattered, and the immense destructive energies coalesced, radiating outward in all directions. As Wukong beheld the approaching purple tidal wave, he extended his right hand, conjuring a massive black gate before him, which absorbed the destructive energy, devouring it entirely. This formidable wave of destruction dissipated as if it were a mere jest. With the majority of the destructive energy consumed, Wukong retracted the gate and instantaneously teleported before the 5 gods. Beerus and the others were still engulfed in the fierce flames of destruction, gasping for breath, their bodies overwhelmed by the sudden surge of power. Ah, impressive indeed. I thought you'd be waiting for me to sever your heads one by one, Wukong exclaimed as he materialized before them. The moment they laid eyes on the creature who had suddenly appeared, Beerus and his companions comprehended that he regarded them with utter disdain. Despite his ability to arrive in an instant, he toyed with them as if they were mere playthings. How infuriating! This is intolerable. Enraged, the 5 charged at Wukong, their fists and feet striking rapidly and ferociously. The sound of their collisions was unmistakable, yet the expressions of shock in the eyes of Beerus and his companions were evident. The blows from the gods of destruction landed upon Wukong, who remained as unyielding as a statue, as if their attacks were but air. If this is your full strength, I might inadvertently end up killing you, Wukong warned, feeling the force of their strikes. Fear once again enveloped the hearts of the gods of destruction, their hard-won combat spirit extinguished. Seeing them frozen in disbelief, Wukong smiled and said, "Since you choose not to act, allow me to take the lead." With that, he seized the long nose of Lemusi to wield him like a club. Bang! Bang! In an instant, Beerus and Quitella were sent flying. After tossing Lemusi aside, Wukong pulled him back, coiling his right fist with energy and delivering a devastating blow. With a sickening crunch, his fist pierced through Lemusi's chest, the surrounding darkness continuing to engulf and corrode everything in its path. Lemusi stared incredulously at his own chest, the foreign sensation starkly indicating that his life was slipping away. "Prepare yourself. I shall soon send your brothers to find you." Upon finishing his words, Wukong squeezed tightly, causing Lemusi's pink nose to explode, severing it into 2 parts, which twitched as they fell. Soon, the darkness spread from Lemusi's chest to envelop his entire being, ultimately assimilating him. As this god of destruction was consumed by darkness, the purple hue in Wukong's left hand deepened. Interesting, it seems that absorbing them through darkness strengthens my ring of destruction, Wukong mused, feeling his destructive energy amplify significantly. In that case, absorbing them will likely bring my second ring of destruction to fruition. With this thought, Wukong turned his gaze to the encroaching figures of Beerus and the others. Whom shall I eliminate first? Wukong pondered, his eyes scanning the 4 as they approached. Before he could decide, they were already upon him, delivering kicks and punches to his limbs. Wukong, with a devilish grin, countered by grasping the fists of Beerus and Ligier. "Since you are so eager, let us all perish together." Crack! Ah! With a forceful twist, he shattered their fists, then seized their arms, lifting them to strike down upon the other 2. Quitella and Weimei attempted to evade, yet Wukong seemed to anticipate their every movement, accelerating with precision. Clang! The sound of their heads colliding was loud and clear, followed by Wukong using Beerus and Ligier as weapons to mercilessly assault the other two gods of destruction. In the midst of this fierce clash, the relatively weaker Wei Mei was soon left gasping, blood spilling forth. As the battle escalated, all four suffered varying degrees of injury, their heads spinning and drenched in crimson and violet blood, reminiscent of spider silk. After a prolonged assault, Wukong deemed it sufficient, casually tossing the two arms skyward, sending Beerus and Ligier flying into the air. He then aimed his right hand at them, conjuring a massive orb of dark energy and hurling it without hesitation. Unaware of the impending doom, Beerus and Ligier, still dazed, floated amidst the stars in the sky. After launching the energy orb, Wukong turned his attention to the other two, who were disoriented and flailing about. To expedite the resolution, Wukong swiftly approached, grasping Wei Mei's head and delivering a knee strike that caused his red nose to cave in. Blood instantly stained his face, followed by a punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, bang. On the 7th punch, Wei Mei's head was pierced through, and soon his entire being succumbed to the darkness, merging into it. One down. After dispatching this jester of a god, Wukong turned his gaze to the rat-like god, who appeared to be recovering from his daze. In the next instant, Wukong moved beside him, charging his right hand to deliver the final blow. At that moment, the previously disoriented Quitella expelled a large cloud of yellow smoke, which promptly saved his life. The sudden obscurity clouded Wukong's vision, and the peculiar nature of the smoke forced him to abandon his attack, offering a compliment instead. "Cunning little rat, you feigned madness until the opportune moment, striking when least expected. Indeed, you could say you are the only enemy who should have perished at my hands, but remains alive." Chapter 151. The Annihilation of Angels and Gods of Destruction. With a successful strike achieved, Quitella darted away like a fish, swiftly gliding through the smoke and fleeing into the distance. The surrounding smoke expanded rapidly with his movement, becoming thicker and more abundant. Wukong wandered through the haze, aimlessly searching for Quitella, yet the strange smoke only intensified. Sensing something amiss, Wukong ascended swiftly, breaching the smoke cloud. Upon emerging, he surveyed the area, seeking the cunning yellow rat. In short order, Wukong spotted an unusual area ahead, where the smoke spread at an astonishing rate, as if someone were leading a charge. Observing the protruding section of smoke, Wukong grinned mischievously and shot forward, his speed allowing him to overtake it effortlessly. As the yellow smoke rolled toward him, Wukong executed an upward kick, striking into the cloud. Bang! Quitella was suddenly sent soaring into the air by a swift kick from Wukong, who promptly followed suit. To prevent the creature from exhaling that mysterious smoke once more, Wukong unleashed an uppercut, forcefully shutting its mouth. After delivering the blow, he seized its face, gripping tightly. As his strength intensified, Quitella's features contorted in agony. The creature's desperate struggles were futile. This little rodent could not escape Wukong's grasp. Originally, Wukong had intended to grant a swift death, yet the creature's cunning thwarted that plan. With that, he pressed his palm against Quitella, and dark energy spread like wildfire, engulfing its entire form. The sensation of fading away filled Quitella with despair as it clawed at its face in a futile attempt to tear free. Alas, even as its hands disintegrated and its body was consumed, it could not move a single finger. "Farewell," Wukong declared, as the encroaching darkness swallowed his head. Having dealt with this destroyer, Wukong gazed skyward, observing Beerus and the nine-tailed Ligier working in concert to resist a colossal dark energy sphere. They haven't been engulfed yet? Wukong mused, intrigued, as he ascended to witness the two unleashing their full power, purple destructive energy clashing against the dark energy sphere in a stalemate. They must have awakened early, he speculated, noting their focused expressions. After gathering sufficient understanding, Wukong approached from behind, his eyes drawn to Ligier's 9 curling, furry tails, and reached out. With a swift motion, Wukong seized one of the tails and yanked it forcefully, blood splattering forth. The moment of surprise on Ligier's face was swiftly replaced with pain, causing his destructive energy to waver, allowing the dark energy sphere to inch closer. Fortunately, Ligier quickly regained his composure and stabilized the energy once more. Quite resilient, aren't you? Beerus, now realizing the situation, shouted in frustration, "Shameless! Attacking from behind. Such strength wasted on such cowardice. Do you think I wish to duel with you? You are simply too weak. Even a casual energy wave from me would be beyond your capacity to withstand." As he spoke, Wukong reached out once more toward Ligier's long tail, adding, I am simply bored and seeking amusement. With a grin, Wukong grasped another tail, stating, if you can endure one tail, can you withstand two? He swiftly yanked Ligier's tail free, blood erupting once again. Wrapping the severed tail in dark energy, it melted away into the void. This time, whether due to mental preparation or increased endurance, Ligier merely let out a subdued groan, quickly stabilizing his energy. Wukong smiled, a gleeful expression illuminating his face. How interesting. I wonder how many times you can endure this. With rapid movements, Wukong yanked 3 tails at once, blood splattering and staining Ligier's back. Impressive, but Ligier proves remarkably tough. He praised, noting that Ligier only emitted a continuous low whine. Yet, the proximity of the dark energy sphere increased, causing Ligier's body to tremble uncontrollably. Very good. Wukong nodded approvingly. Let us continue. His wicked hands reached once more for the bloodied tails, and this time he decisively tore away all remaining tails. However, the result was less effective. Ligier emitted no sound, though his body trembled more violently. The weakening energy of Ligier signaled their impending collapse. For Beerus alone could not withstand the immense dark energy sphere. As the energy ball drew nearer, a heavy aura of death enveloped Beerus, despair etched on his face. At that moment, Ligier ceased releasing energy, deepening the shadows in Beerus's heart. Ultimately, he resigned himself. I should give up as well. With a heavy heart, he lowered his hand, ready to meet his demise. Suddenly, Ligier turned and, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, pushed against Beerus, propelling him away. As Beerus soared through the air, he caught a glimpse of Ligier's barely moving lips. Among us 12 destroyers, one of us must survive. In the next instant, Ligier was engulfed by the massive dark energy sphere, his entire form dissolving into the abyss. Beerus, wrapped in an energy shield, harnessed Ligier's final strength to escape at breakneck speed. Wukong watched Beerus's retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation. With a light tap of his toes, a dark point appeared beneath him, rapidly expanding like a black sea, enveloping the surroundings. Soon, a liquid sphere erupted before Wukong. Approaching the orb, he prodded it, causing it to burst like a bubble. Within the mysterious sphere emerged Beerus, ensnared by tendrils of dark energy, utterly immobilized. Ah, we meet again. Wukong greeted him, continuing. But it seems our reunion is brief. Farewell. As his words fell, the dark energy engulfing Beerus ignited, enveloping him entirely, and gradually, flames consumed his form, leaving nothing behind. Even in death, Beerus retained that expression of despair, perhaps having lost hope the moment he was captured. Having concluded his dealings with the destroyers and angels, Wukong turned his gaze toward the rubble, where the last survivors remained. He soared toward them, discovering over a dozen still alive. However, after searching for a while, he could not find Dr. Gua and the others. What is happening? Could they have perished as well? Wukong's heart sank with foreboding thoughts. No, that cannot be. Even in dire circumstances, they could not all have succumbed. With that thought, he rushed into the debris, seizing a robust Majin Buu, sensing its alluring energy. Wukong inquired, have you seen those who often accompany me? Some are not human. The Majin Buu, compliant, offered no futile resistance. However, Wukong secretly wished for a struggle, as it would provide a legitimate reason to consume him. I believe I saw them being eliminated by an angel, he replied. Wukong tightened his grip on Majin Buu's neck. Puzzled, eliminated? How so? It was. That angel's white light struck them, and they all vanished. Majin Buu explained. White light. Wukong pondered, soon arriving at an answer. Gazing at the Majin in his grasp, he said, I believe I understand now. Thank you immensely. No problem. As long as you spare me, Majin Buu pleaded, tugging at his neck. Rest assured, I shall repay you. Chapter 152. Journey to a new battlefield. As Wukong spoke, black flames ignited in his hand, swiftly enveloping Majin Buu's head and then his entire body. Ah, you fiend. You can't do this after I helped you. Majin Buu's final words trailed off as his form gradually succumbed to the fervent flames. The horrific cries instilled fear in the other survivors, each dreading they might be next. Wukong raised his hand, the flame still flickering, but he did not seek another target. Instead, he opened a dimensional portal, preparing to enter the dimensional world. A dark, mysterious orb slowly materialized before him, and Wukong stepped inside. In the realm of dimensions, upon arriving in this world, Yukong closed his eyes as he sought his objective. Contemplating. The white light that Boo spoke of, which vanishes upon contact, must have absorbed them using the powers of the dimensional realm. Concurrently, as I eliminated those angels, their dimensional space was also consumed by me. If they are still alive, they must be within this space. With this thought, Yukong maximized his senses, continuing his search for those subordinates. As time gradually passed, despite Yukong's diligent efforts, the vastness of this dimensional world proved overwhelming. In such an expansive realm, seeking out just a few individuals is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, the sole piece of fortunate news was that the flow of time in this world was under Yukong's control. With this ability, even if he searched for years, only a few seconds would elapse outside. This assurance eased Yukong's urgency, allowing him to search methodically. After more than 10 days of searching, Yukong finally made a breakthrough. His eyes opened wide, and in an instant, he vanished, reappearing before an individual ensnared by white energy, possessing white hair, a tall and muscular physique, adorned with the RR emblem on his attire. It is not Grobo, but rather Super Gro, the fused version of Dr. Gro. Recognizing him immediately, Yukong wielded dark energy to taint the white light, and once it transformed entirely into black, he released the energy bindings that held Super Gro captive. Elated to have rescued Super Gro, Yukong mused, having found one, if they are nearby, others should be around as well. He then extended his senses outward and soon located another, vanishing and reappearing in an instant. This time, he returned not empty-handed, but with a living individual and a transparent egg atop his head. The person had dazzling golden hair, cascading down to his waist, with two rebellious bangs framing a tall, perfect figure, complemented by a face remarkably resembling that of number 18. This time, he retrieved the Super 18, a fusion of two number 18s, along with the high-tech Shaolin. Gently placing them on the ground while they remained in slumber, he vanished once more. Although this time took a bit longer, he quickly returned, again carrying two living beings, the grown version of Super 17 and the ordinary form of Broly on his shoulder. Once more placing them on the ground, Yukong vanished again, and mere seconds later, he returned with three more companions. One shoulder bore the petite and delicate Frisia, while the other supported the insect-like android cell. With the return of these final three, all his new and old subordinates were gathered. Observing the assembly of his followers, Yukong waved his hand, causing them to levitate, and then softly commanded, "Disperse." Consequently, the entire dimensional world gradually became ethereal, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Back in space, Yukong surveyed the surroundings, which had barely changed since their disappearance, nodding in satisfaction. He then looked at the several individuals still unconscious above him. With a resigned shake of his head, Yukong unleashed a healing spell, enveloping them in pure white light. With the aid of this restorative magic, the individuals soon began to stir. The first to awaken was Beast Gohan, followed by Dr. Gro, and then Super 17. Soon, all had regained consciousness. Upon awakening, Gohan and the others, upon seeing Yukong, were filled with disbelief. Gro exclaimed in astonishment, "Boss, you're alive?" Yukong chuckled helplessly, responding, "Is it not good that I am alive?" No. Upon hearing such audacious words, Gro trembled in fear, hastily countering, "It is because, before we lost consciousness, you were in dire peril, and we truly sought to save you. However, having failed to do so and losing consciousness, we instinctively believed you had perished. Fear not. I am aware of all that you have done and will not dwell on such trivial matters." Yukong waved his hand dismissively, then turned to the surviving individuals amidst the rubble. "All right, the battle here has concluded, but the real fight is just beginning." Upon hearing Yukong's declaration, all the surviving individuals were captivated by his final words. "What does it mean that the battle has just begun?" Vegeta, supporting the severely injured and unconscious Vegeta, inquired of Yukong. "It is quite simple. The God of Destruction and the three angels that followed are all subordinates of the Omni King, who is the sovereign of this world. The fall of the God of Destruction and those three angels inevitably invites the arrival of the remaining angels and the Omni King himself." After finishing his explanation, Yukong posed a question. "I have finished. Now tell me your stance. Will you align with the evil forces to overthrow the Omni King, acting in the name of justice? Or will you choose to abandon the darkness for the light, making an unwise choice?" Yukong's sudden inquiry cast a hush over the assembly, as everyone silently calculated their own interests primarily pondering which side held a greater chance of survival. A collective thought emerged in their minds. If we choose the Omni King, will this terrifying monster before us not slay us all at this very moment? I choose to join the forces of evil. Just as the crowd felt fear and uncertainty, Bulma, protected by Gohan and Piccolo, stepped forward to speak. With this leading voice, the others soon wavered, for none wished to gamble with their lives. I too will join the forces of evil. Me too. Me as well. Before long, the remaining elite individuals collectively resolved to fight for justice. Excellent. Your decision is quite wise. Now let me heal your wounds. With that, Wukong's hands glowed with a holy white light, radiating to each individual. As the powerful restorative energy enveloped them, their injuries gradually began to mend. Before long, as the white light faded, nearly everyone's wounds had healed. Even the unconscious Vegeta awoke, gazing bewilderedly at his surroundings. After hearing Vegeta recount the events beside him, his expression shifted through surprise and contemplation, ultimately settling into a grave demeanor as he regarded Wukong, filled with trepidation at the unknown crisis. Well then, since everyone has recovered, let us depart. It is time to assess the situation. With that, Wukong soared toward a distant, minuscule red, the battlefield of the forces of evil and the Omni King. Beast Gohan, Super Gro, and the others immediately followed Wukong into the skies, while the remaining individuals hesitated briefly before ultimately joining in flight. The group sped through the cosmos like vibrant shooting stars, and as they neared the massive planet, its grand form revealed itself in all its fiery glory. One by one, the shooting stars plunged into the planet's surface, entering this fiery realm, where they distinctly felt the surrounding temperature rise drastically. Without sufficient strength, they might be scorched in an instant. Wukong led the group to the Fire Dragon Peak. Yet the sight of numerous dimensional focal points before him filled him with unease. It appeared that matters were indeed deteriorating. Without delay, Wukong traversed these dimensional points, ascending to Fire Dragon Peak. Observing the great divine palace and the dark demon god before him, Wukong promptly bowed his head in greeting. Greetings, Master. And it is a pleasure to meet you again, great divine palace lord. The dark demon god turned sharply, while the great divine palace paused for a few seconds before slowly turning to face him. Ah, little one, you have done quite well. Humph. You have truly displayed remarkable audacity, slaying the god of destruction and my children, yet you still dare to appear before me. Chapter 153, The Arrival of the Great Divine Mother. The Great Divine Palace, arms crossed behind her, gazed down at Wukong with an impassive expression. Yet her imposing aura surged as she continued. Do you truly fear not for your life? Or do you believe I would hesitate to kill you? Wukong now found himself unable to lift his head, his entire being oppressed by the surging divine power of Dashin Gong. With great difficulty, he managed to utter, "How can this be? I have a profound understanding of the power of Dashin Gong. I believe that if you truly wish to kill me, no amount of struggle on my part would avail anything. Given this, why not confront the divine palace directly and leave my fate to chance?" After speaking, Wukong cast a furtive glance at the nearby Dalmatian and then patiently awaited the decision of Dashin Gong. Wukong's subtle movements had not escaped the notice of Dashin Gong, who pondered for a moment before gradually dissipating the overwhelming aura exerted upon Wukong. With a sigh of relief, Wukong's tense body relaxed instantly, and he took several deep breaths, silently thinking, "Thank goodness I survived." Observing Wukong's appearance as if he had just emerged from a calamity, Dashin Gong hastily poured cold water on his momentary triumph, saying, "Kid, do not rejoice too soon. I am merely sparing you for the sake of this old fellow beside me. You had better pray he lives a bit longer." Once Dashin Gong finished speaking, Wukong regained his composure, for the earlier events had been far too exhilarating. If Dashin Gong had suddenly lost his mind and decided to attack, Wukong could have easily been obliterated. This was not a concern for Dashin Gong, as his master clearly appeared to be the kind of person who aged gracefully. Thus, Wukong approached Dalmatian, while the newly joined powerful beings from parallel realms stood behind him. "Well done, little one. I did not expect you to grow so swiftly. 3 angels could not subdue you." Dalmatian praised Wukong as he approached. "This is all thanks to my master's guidance, and I am grateful for his protection." Wukong humbly expressed his gratitude. Upon hearing Wukong's thanks, Dalmatian shook his head and smiled at Dashin Gong, saying, "This is not my doing. Your survival is solely due to your own merit." He then pointed at the blue light screen, where they observed Wukong and the others engaged in battle. He shared with Wukong his idea of placing a wager. In truth, you saved yourself. That fellow misjudged the situation and lost the bet, which was already a source of embarrassment for him. Moreover, with me here, he could only spare you for the sake of maintaining his dignity. Though Wukong grasped the entirety of the situation, he firmly asserted, that is only a fraction. The real reason Dashin Gong chose to spare me is still due to my master's influence. Hearing the whispered conversation between the two, Dashin Gong irritably reminded, Kid, do not become too complacent. Though that old man protects you, I cannot act against you for now. However, my children will not let you off so easily. You have slain their brother, and the moment they disengage from battle, you will be their first target. Wukong halted his conversation with Dalmatian and looked towards the myriad of colorful dimensional points surrounding Huolongfeng. The powerful aura emanating from them filled him with excitement. You need not worry about that, Dashin Gong. I am capable of defeating one angel, and I harbor no fear towards the others. Let them come. Excellent. Dalmatian could no longer contain his enthusiasm and exclaimed, Kid, well done. You possess great spirit, and I have faith in you. Dashin Gong remained expressionless and subtly remarked, I hope you can maintain such confidence at that time. With a casual wave of his hand, Dashin Gong conjured 3 translucent crystals that gradually descended into his palm before being stored within his dimensional space. Wukong's curiosity about these peculiar crystals intensified. When he had defeated the first angel, a transparent crystal had emerged, but due to the presence of 2 other foes, Wukong had planned to examine it thoroughly after the battle. However, after the fight concluded, the 3 crystals mysteriously vanished, the last one disappearing right before his eyes. The sudden reappearance of these crystals beside Dashin Gong heightened Wukong's sense of vigilance. Although filled with curiosity, Wukong understood that Dashin Gong was not something he could confront. He needed to suppress his inquisitive nature. Nevertheless, he could not help but ask Dalmatian beside him, Master, do you know what those 3 crystals are? Dalmatian pondered for a moment before responding. They should be the hearts of angels, remnants left after their demise. If I am not mistaken, he intends to use those to resurrect the fallen angels. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing his master's explanation, Wukong's expression grew grave as he thought, if I had known, I would have destroyed those 3 crystals. Now the 3 angels may have the potential to revive. This is truly troublesome. At that moment, an eerie sound echoed from the surroundings, prompting everyone to turn their gaze towards the source. They witnessed the original points beginning to tremble, white lightning coursing across their surfaces. Aside from the largest dimensional point at the top, the others were increasingly electrified, culminating in a sudden rupture of the points. In total, they split into 15 luminous spheres, 7 of which drifted to one side, revealing their forms. Individuals with red hair clad in tattered red robes. The other side showcased 8 luminous spheres, each revealing angels adorned in their exclusive attire. The 2 factions comprised the 6 blood envoys and the 12 demonized angels, Matinu, opposed to the 8 angelic warriors. Judging by their attire and the marks upon them, it was evident that their battles within the dimensional realm had been fierce. Yet, for reasons unknown, they had abruptly disengaged from the dimensional world and emerged into the open. At this juncture, the 8 angels closed their eyes, as if sensing something, before swiftly reopening them with expressions of bewilderment. They then directed their gazes toward the distant Dashin Gong. But the opposing 6 blood envoys and 1 demon angel swiftly obstructed their line of sight. Just as a confrontation seemed imminent, Dashin Gong suddenly declared, They have arrived. This exclamation puzzled Wukong, who scrutinized the surroundings but perceived nothing. In the next instant, a swirling portal appeared before them, and a woman emerged from within. Tall and possessing skin akin to that of an angel, she bore long silver hair, enchanting lavender eyes, and deep blue fitted attire that accentuated her curvaceous form. The blue halo behind her head signified her as a peak expert of the dimensional realm. Gazing at the newcomer, Dalmatian muttered in astonishment, I did not expect Dashin Gong would summon her. Wukong, feeling the unusual and formidable power radiating from the woman, hastily inquired, Master, who is this woman? I sense she is nearly as powerful as Dashin Gong. Ah, her. Dalmatian took a moment of silence before continuing. I am not entirely certain, but according to rumors from the angelic realm, she is said to be the mother of all angels and the maid of Dashin Gong. However, this woman seldom appears, often drifting in and out of existence. Upon hearing this, Wukong's expression grew serious. as he seemed to deduce the reason for her sudden arrival. Damu's demeanor remained calm as she surveyed her surroundings before ultimately directing her gaze toward Dashingong. She then instantaneously materialized before him. After a casual glance at Damashin, she faced Dashingong and queried, "What is it that you summoned me for?" "Nothing much. Just asking you to entertain your rebellious children so they do not interfere with my affairs," Dashingong replied, observing the 6 blood envoys and Matinu in the sky. As he gradually articulated the situation. "Understood." Damu responded promptly and then vanished, reappearing before the 6 blood envoys. She extended a finger and pointed toward them. And in the next moment, countless colorful rings of energy erupted from her fingertip, cascading toward the 7 angels like a torrential wave. In the face of the overwhelming onslaught of energy rings, the 6 blood envoys and the demon angel unleashed several colossal energy waves in an attempt to obliterate these rings. After the conclusion of these energy wave assaults, the luminous orbs remained numerous, seemingly infinite. Gradually, as they approached, the blood servants could only resort to using their physical forms to obliterate them. The sound of explosions echoed continuously, reverberating through the sky, filled with orbs. Chapter 154, 1 against 7. The resplendent orbs conjured by the Great Mother swiftly enveloped the entire sky, exuding an aura of terror. The blood servants fought back fiercely. Yet the disparity in strength was insurmountable, and the tumultuous orbs began to settle. At that moment, with a wave of her hand, the Great Mother caused the multitude of orbs to vanish at an astonishing speed, soon simplifying to just 7, 1 for each individual. The 6 blood servants and the demon angels found themselves ensnared by the orbs, desperately struggling, yet utterly unable to break free. Subsequently, the Great Mother made a swift gesture, sending the 7 angels crashing uncontrollably against the nearby rock wall, creating 7 massive indentations as they became trapped within the debris, unable to make significant movements. Once all was resolved, the Great Mother appeared before the Great Palace, declaring, "I have fulfilled your request. I shall take my leave now." Surprised by her swift departure, the Great Palace responded, "So soon? Please wait a moment. There is an exciting spectacle yet to unfold. It would not be too late to leave afterward. And you could also keep an eye on those rebellious children to prevent them from breaking your constraints." After a moment of contemplation, the Great Mother glanced at Wukong and nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall remain for a while, but should it prove uninteresting, I will depart early." "Excellent." During their dialogue, the 8 angels in the distance finally reacted and hurriedly approached. "Father, Mother," they greeted, bowing their heads in respect. "Do not stand on ceremony." The Great Palace waved his hand, and then spoke with a firmer tone, "I must convey some unfortunate news. Your brothers, Weiss, Cologne, and Mojito, have just perished." Upon hearing this, a hush fell over the scene, with the 8 angels displaying a range of expressions, some fierce, some grave, and others impassive. The angel from the 10th universe, Keisai, exhibited the most pronounced emotion, her eyes reddening as she murmured, "Is that so?" "It truly is." I sensed it in the dimensional world, but was still somewhat in disbelief. The other 7 angels, upon hearing her words, shared a moment of mutual sorrow. "Father, who was responsible for their demise?" The 11th universe angel, Makalita, asked with eyes filled with hatred. "The culprit stands before you," the Great Palace replied, turning to face Wukong. "I told you, I shall not lay a hand on you. There are others who will handle you. Now, your teacher is detained by me, and the blood servants are ensnared. No one can assist you. I hope you can endure a little longer." In the next moment, the Great Palace appeared beside the Great Demon, placing a hand on him before vanishing with him, while the Great Mother simultaneously disappeared as well. The 3 reappeared atop a nearby peak, preparing to witness the unfolding spectacle. As they observed the sudden absence of their parents and the group left behind, realization dawned upon them regarding the earlier declaration of the culprit's presence. "You are the murderer, aren't you?" Keisai asserted with certainty. Wukong exhaled deeply and quickly replied, "I will take care of one of you. The others are mine." With that, he instantaneously moved before the 8 angels, a swirling black dimensional point rapidly emanating from him, enveloping the 7 angels in an instant before they vanished. The only one left untouched was Keisai from the 10th universe, who stared at the black sphere with a perplexed expression, observing her siblings disappearing without a trace. "I did not expect this human to possess the power of 2-dimensional energy levels," Keisai thought in astonishment, but soon reconsidered. recognizing that only someone at this level could have slain 3 angels. However, did he truly believe he could face 7 and eliminate them all? What a fanciful notion. Keisai shook her head, contemplating how to deal with the group of humans before her, intending to eliminate them swiftly so she could join the battle on her side. With that thought, pure white light enveloped her staff, and she flew toward Wugehin and the others. In the dimensional world, after Wukong absorbed the 7 angels, he concealed himself, leaving the angels standing alone in the darkness. The first universe angel, Awamo, surveyed their surroundings and remarked to his fellow angels, "It is no surprise. This murderer indeed possesses strength comparable to Weiss and the others. However, to kill them all, I wonder what despicable means he employed." The fourth universe's Kinnison replied nonchalantly, "Regardless of his methods, against the 7 of us, he is only a dead end awaiting him." His words dripped with disdain for Wukong. And as he noticed Wukong still hiding, Kinnison sneered, "Does he think that by hiding, we will be unable to find him?" He then thrust his staff into the ground, and a radiant white light instantaneously erupted, spreading across the surface, transforming the world into a half-white, half-black realm. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Soon, the other angels began to channel their energies, and dazzling brilliance illuminated the entire expanse. Gradually, under the radiance, the world underwent a remarkable transformation, with mountains, rivers, and trees emerging in what had once been an empty realm. After the light faded, the previously illusory entities solidified into reality, evolving the desolate world into something akin to a true world. Meanwhile, Wukong, who had been hiding in the spatial crevice, was suddenly compressed and contorted by a bizarre force, ultimately being expelled. After flipping in the air several times, he swiftly stabilized himself and gently descended to the ground, curiously observing the newly emerged scenery. Wukong was astonished to discover its authenticity, contemplating, "I have never encountered such a phenomenon before. It seems this strange transformation is a result of their presence." Wukong cautiously regarded the 7 formidable angels before him, pondering how to navigate this predicament. Kinnison, observing Wukong emerging from the spatial crevice, smugly proclaimed, "You are finally out, boy. Did you truly believe that hiding would render you untouchable? Huh. We can easily leave you with nowhere to escape." As Wukong donned his awakening gloves, he replied, "I never intended to hide, as I have no certainty that I cannot defeat you." No sooner had he spoken than he leaped forward with lightning speed, his fist directed at Kinnison's head. However, Kinnison's palm adeptly intercepted the blow, but in the next moment, his expression shifted as he released Wukong's fist, finding himself abruptly vanishing. Suspended in midair, Kinnison gazed at his palm, which was now enveloped in darkness, as if something had eroded it. "Be cautious. This boy's hand possesses some peculiar quality that seems capable of corroding the body." With that, Kinnison focused the pristine angelic energy around his hand in an attempt to restore it. The other angels, alerted by this warning, turned their attention to Wukong's right hand. Bados remarked, "His dimensional ring must possess extraordinary properties. Everyone be vigilant." Suddenly, the second universe angel, Sava, soared into the air, gathering energy with her staff as she declared, "Since close combat is unfeasible, let us resort to ranged attacks." A colossal energy sphere materialized before her staff, the white energy swirling like liquid, followed by a barrage of light waves shooting forth from the sphere. In an instant, a dense wave of light enveloped Wukong, prompting the other angels to observe Sava's assault with urgency as they too began to gather their energy. Soon, several shockwaves of varying colors surged towards Wukong, who was engulfed in the energy wave. The immense force obliterated the ground beneath, continuing its path of destruction. This colossal and potent energy wave persisted for several minutes. The other angels halted their attacks, while Sava relentlessly continued for another half-minute before ceasing. As the angels gazed at the smoke-filled area ahead, they understood that it would take some time for the haze to dissipate. However, Sava could not afford to wait. With a swift motion, he summoned a fierce wind that cleared the smoke, revealing a black rectangular object before the angels. Chapter 155, Wukong's Black Replica. Upon sighting the long rectangular shield, the angels displayed no surprise, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. The shield then gradually shrank, ultimately transforming into a small square that vanished into Wukong's palm. Sava, visibly displeased, descended and regarded the unscathed Wukong, slowly articulating, "This fellow is indeed formidable. That black shield must be one of his special abilities. Indeed, to be on the safe side, let us 7 attack together, denying him any opportunity, Kinnasong declared, clenching his fist in anger. Agreed. The other angels responded, simultaneously vanishing their staves. They then spread out, encircling Wukong, and charged at him, their fists striking with astonishing speed. Faced with these relentless assaults, Wukong, relying on his profound mastery of Zizai Ji Gong, barely managed to deflect their attacks. However, as time passed, the 7 angels gradually suppressed him. Each angel's Zizai Ji was not inferior to Wukong's, and perhaps even stronger. Soon, Wukong's reaction speed could only keep pace with 3 or 4 of the angels, while the others unleashed fierce blows upon him. Each of these powerful punches released subtle black energy upon contact with Wukong's body, the majority of their force absorbed. Due to the black energy enveloping Wukong, the angels found it challenging to eliminate him. The two sides were locked in a fierce struggle, moving so swiftly that they were nearly invisible, with only the tremors in the air and the sound of their clashes reverberating around them. After a prolonged bout, with no significant damage inflicted upon this human, the angels began to grow anxious. This cannot continue. We must awaken and employ dimensional weapons against him, Kinnasong exclaimed. No sooner had he spoken than he and the other 6 angels retreated to a suitable distance, shattering the dimensional halos behind them. The various colored orbs gradually morphed, with 3 of the angels transforming into wings and the other 4 into long swords. Those wielding swords were Bados, Makalita, Kinnasong, and Sava, while the remaining Awamo, Kampili, and Kirka carried pristine white wings. The 4 angels armed with swords launched a close-range attack on Wukong, while the other 3 angels executed long-range assaults. Wukong, equipped with the awakening gloves on his hands, clashed with the 4 angelic swords, while the winged angels relied on their physical prowess to endure the onslaught. The cacophony of clashing weapons resonated heavily, a thunderous sound echoing through the battlefield, as the razor-like wings cut into Wukong's flesh. The wounds healed almost instantaneously due to the black energy, but the relentless strikes from the wings proved unending, and the black energy could only sustain itself for so long. Wukong recognized that facing multiple opponents placed him at a disadvantage, and to alter the tide of battle, he resolved to take a gamble. With this determination, Wukong meticulously observed the 4 angels attacking him, eager to uncover the key to breaking the deadlock. Suddenly, a long sword descended upon him. He blocked it with the back of his hand, only to have another sword thrust toward him from the left. In a swift motion, his purple left hand seized it. As the blade scraped against his palm, 2 more swords lunged toward him simultaneously from the front and back. Wukong exerted all his strength, pushing the swords away, freeing his hands to grasp both blades. He swiftly repositioned himself, maneuvering the swords past his ears and thrusting them towards each other. This unexpected turn of events forced the 2 female angels to divert their attacks. Seizing this opportunity, Wukong unleashed 2 powerful punches, sending Bados and Makalita hurtling away. Although Wukong intended to press his advantage, Kinnasong and another angel intervened, obstructing his path. Frustrated by this disruption, Wukong realized that this stalemate was untenable. How long would it take to eliminate a single adversary under these circumstances? Before long, the 2 angels who had been knocked away rejoined the fray, and the 4 angels' relentless assault resumed, urgent and powerful, an unending wave of attacks. After a period of barely holding his ground, Wukong resolved, I had hoped to conceal some of my strength, but it seems these 7 foes are not so easily dealt with. With a shout, Wukong erupted with newfound vigor, his fists sweeping outward and temporarily forcing the 4 angels back. The black glove on his right hand soared into the air, gradually transforming back into a black energy sphere. Yet, this transformation was not complete. The sphere expanded, morphing into a head, arms, and legs, ultimately forming a black energy body identical to Wukong. Wukong, gesturing towards Bados and Makalita, commanded, Dark Replica, do your utmost to delay those 2 angels. The dark replica swiftly flew towards the 2 angels, while Bados and Makalita, along with the other angels, gazed in astonishment at the black energy entity. Having lived for so long, they were witnessing for the first time a weapon of awakening capable of taking humanoid form in battle. Caught off guard, Bados and Makalita were struck in the abdomen by the dark replica's fists. They were sent flying, astonished, their minds echoing the same thought. This energy entity possesses dimensional power. However, They had no time to ponder further, as the dark replica attacked with relentless speed, leaving no room for respite. Initially, the two angels struggled to adapt, but once they acclimated to the dark replica's frenzied rhythm, the disparity in power became evident. With a sudden burst of speed, Batos swiftly severed the dark replica's head with her sword. Yet, before their triumphant expressions could linger, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The severed head flew back like a magnet, reattaching itself seamlessly. Witnessing the revived dark replica, Batos and Makalita exchanged glances of alarm before launching another assault. After a flurry of strikes, its head was severed once more, this time by Makalita. However, she remained vigilant, aware that the creature had just revived. In the blink of an eye, the dark replica resurrected again, charging towards the two female angels. Relying on its immortality, it recklessly engaged them, as they repeatedly decapitated it or sliced it into countless pieces. Yet, it consistently restored itself, continuing to clash with the angels through sheer tenacity. Utilizing this strategy, the dark replica maintained an impasse with Batos and Makalita, where neither side could gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, having confirmed that the dark replica had effectively restrained the two female angels, Wukong finally turned his full attention back to the battle before him. Although the two companions were entangled, Kinnasong and Sawa remained unfazed as they advanced towards Wukong. Kinnasong excitedly remarked, "Even if you have managed to delay them, what can you do? With only a single dimension of power left, how can you contend with both of us?" "Indeed. Surrender now," Sawa echoed confidently. Wukong, with a playful smile, replied, "Who told you that I possess only a single dimension of power?" As soon as the words left his lips, a dazzling purple halo emerged from his right hand, which he then crushed with a sudden grip. The halo shattered instantly, transforming into a new purple glove that adorned his hand. "What?" Kinnasong and Sawa were utterly astonished, witnessing Wukong conjure yet another awakened weapon along with the recently manifested dimension ring. "This fellow possesses the energy of 3 dimensions." Observing the incredulous expressions on their faces, Wukong silently thought, "That was close. Fortunately, after absorbing the last 3 destroyers, I was able to elevate my dimensional energy once more." The power now emanating from Wukong rendered the atmosphere chaotic. The 3 angels, who had been attacking from a distance, became anxious upon seeing Wukong's display of strength. In Chapter 156, a fierce blood battle with the angels Awamo, Kanpei Li, and Kuurk stopped firing their wings, their pristine feathers swirling around them. "This is bad. He possesses energy from 3 dimensions. Kinnasong and the others might be in trouble. Let us assist them and eliminate this threat once and for all," they exclaimed, rushing towards the combatants to join forces against Wukong, who was now wearing 2 purple gloves, the snow-white longswords, accompanied by a flurry of feather blades, swiftly approached Wukong's body. Wukong wielded his purple destruction gloves, deflecting the barrage of attacks before delivering a powerful punch that struck Awamo squarely in the face. The terrifying destructive energy erupted violently, resulting in Awamo's head being severely damaged. Retreating from the battle, Awamo clutched his wounded face and exclaimed, "Ah, this fellow possesses immense strength. You handle him for now. I need to recover." However, battles are not so easily entered or exited, and Wukong, seizing the opportunity presented by Awamo's injury, charged forward. Disregarding the surrounding attacks, Wukong lunged and grasped Awamo by the head, gathering energy in his right hand. At that moment, the other angels' assault struck, their swords and feather blades leaving deep gashes on Wukong's body. The pain only intensified the destructive energy gathering in Wukong's right hand. Before Kinnasong could attack again, Wukong unleashed a radiant punch that collided with Awamo's body. The formidable destructive energy obliterated Awamo's angelic form, reducing it to purple particles that dispersed into the air. "Ah, Awamo, you bastard. Too fast." In the blink of an eye, Awamo was reduced to ashes before the eyes of the other angels, who, enraged, charged furiously at Wukong. Kuurk and Kanpei Li swung their fists, intertwining their feather blades with their strikes, launching a reinforced assault upon Wukong. Undeterred, Wukong met their blows head-on, his destructive energy enveloping his fists, annihilating the feather blades upon impact. Taking advantage of Wukong's focus on the 2 angels, Kinnasong and Sawa maneuvered behind him, thrusting their swords. With a piercing sound, both blades penetrated Wukong, but rather than stopping, he became even more fervent. Ignoring the swords embedded in his chest, Wukong unleashed increasingly radiant punches, clashing fiercely with the two angels. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Wukong maximized his destructive energy. With each collision, the feather blades on the angel's fists disintegrated into nothingness. Gradually, Kanpei Li's arm, unable to withstand the destructive force, vanished completely. Following a few more blows, the more resilient Kuurk suffered the same fate, both arms shattered. Witnessing Wukong's monstrous prowess, Kinisong and Sawa resolved, "Let us use our ultimate move. Otherwise, we too shall perish." They exchanged determined glances and aligned their sword tips together. Invoking the light dual blades, the two angelic swords began to spin in unison, merging into an enormous golden double-edged sword. Together, Kinisong and Sawa directed the spinning light dual blades with ferocity, harnessing the rotational force to create a dazzling disk of golden lightning. "Go," they commanded, launching the light dual blades towards Wukong's back. Just as Wukong was delivering a beating to Kuurk and Kanpei Li, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming threat approaching from behind. Faced with two options, dodge or stand his ground, Wukong decided against evasion, channeling an even more formidable destructive energy into his hands, determined to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. As the light dual blades collided with him, Wukong's purple fist simultaneously struck the two angels before him. Boom! The immense force of the light dual blades propelled Wukong and the two angels toward the ground, shattering the earth beneath them and entombing them in the depths. The resulting explosion of energy from the light dual blades radiated outward, creating a colossal elliptical crater upon the surface. Kinisong and Sawa, observing the devastation from above, sighed in relief, yet were filled with guilt. "Although we have slain that monster, Kuurk and Kanpei Li are indirectly casualties of our actions," Sawa lamented. Kinisong felt melancholic for a moment, then resolutely stated, "There is no alternative. We are not contending with mere beings. Necessary casualties are unavoidable. I understand. But for just one human, we have lost so many brothers and sisters. It weighs heavily on my heart," Sawa replied, his fist clenched in frustration. Kinisong quickly reassured him. "Do not dwell on it. That monster is dead, and it was worth the cost." Bang! As soon as he spoke, a tremendous sound erupted from below, accompanied by a figure soaring into the air. Kinisong and Sawa were instantly captivated, but their expressions froze upon recognizing the figure rising into the air. It was Wukong, who had been forced into the ground by the light dual blades. However, his condition was far from favorable. A vertical gash marred his chest, blood flowing downwards. Should anyone have circled to his back, they would have witnessed a more horrifying sight, a massive wound traversing his entire body, threatening to cleave him in two. Blood gushed forth like a spring, yet no one was there to witness this gruesome spectacle. "Damn it! This monster is still alive." Kinisong gritted his teeth, seething with rage. Sawa noticed the blood trickling from Wukong's back and quickly informed Kinisong, "Look, he is not entirely unscathed. With such immense energy, he must be gravely injured. It should be easy to dispose of him." Realizing the situation, Kinisong promptly commanded, "Very well, let us attack him from both the front and back. We must seize this opportunity to eliminate him." "Agreed," Sawa replied, circling around to Wukong's rear, where he was met with a terrifying sight that left him momentarily stunned, followed by exhilaration. This individual is injured to such a degree that a mere stroke of the sword could easily bring about his demise. Observing this, Sawa could no longer restrain himself. Without awaiting Kanazan's command, he charged forward recklessly. The pristine white sword moved with the swiftness of lightning, effortlessly piercing through Wukong once more as if he were but tofu. Just as Sawa attempted to withdraw his sword for another assault, he found it lodged firmly and could not extract it, regardless of the effort he exerted. Meanwhile, Kanaisan, witnessing Sawa's sudden attack and the sight of Wukong grasping the sword embedded in his body, felt an ominous premonition. Upon catching sight of the strange smile curling at the corners of Wukong's mouth, he urgently shouted, "Sawa, drop the sword." Hearing the voice, Sawa was about to release the hilt when a whoosh echoed through the air, and in the next moment, the world before him was enveloped in an infinite purple glow. With a resounding thud, the purple destructive energy obliterated Sawa's head, and the violet particles dissipated into the air. Witnessing this scene unfold, Kanaisan was consumed with rage and surged towards Wukong. As the last male angel lunged at him, Wukong drew the sword from his chest and hurled it at Kanaisan. Sawa, now headless, instinctively recoiled, while Wukong seized his arm with his left hand, gathering purple destructive energy in his right. Subsequently, as he launched the long sword, he annihilated Sava's body, leaving not even a trace of ash. Damn it! Kanai-san roared furiously, bringing his sword down upon Wukong. The clash of their fists echoed. And in the next instant, Wukong's left fist, imbued with violet energy, struck Kanai-san squarely in the abdomen. With a thud and a spurt of blood, it was Wukong who found himself wounded, despite striking the angel Kanai-san. Kanai-san gritted his teeth against the pain, seizing the moment of Wukong's injury to deliver a fierce kick that connected with his chin, sending him spinning. Chapter 157. The Annihilation of the Seven Great Angels. After completing a rotation in midair, Wukong suppressed his injuries, swallowing the blood that surged in his throat, and charged again towards Kanai-san. Kanai-san swung his sword aimed directly at Wukong's neck, seeking to claim his life. Wukong caught the blade with his right hand. However, the force behind the strike was tremendous, driving the blade further toward his neck. With a sharp gasp of pain and a looming sense of death, Wukong summoned his latent potential, exerting all his might to halt the sword's advance. Although he managed to prevent Kanai-san from severing his head, his neck was still sliced halfway through. Blinking to maintain his consciousness, he clenched his empty left fist, channeling all his power into the dazzling purple destructive energy. Die! His violet fist, accompanied by a fierce shout, struck Kanai-san's chest with overwhelming force. In an instant, the terrifying destructive energy shattered Kanai-san's upper body into countless particles of light that slowly faded away. Gazing at the remnants of his lower half, Wukong raised his hand and unleashed an energy wave, utterly obliterating Kanai-san. The angelic sword at his neck dissipated alongside Kanai-san's demise. Breathing heavily, Wukong clutched his neck, struggling for air as blood quickly soaked his palm. Reflecting on the dire state of his body, he lamented, "At my current recovery rate, how long will it take to return to my former self?" Turning his gaze towards the distance, he observed the dark doppelganger engaged in combat with two female angels. A smirk crept across his face as he extended his left hand forward. In the next second, the dark doppelganger, locked in a life-and-death struggle with Bados and Makalita, faltered. The two angels seized the opportunity, swiftly and mercilessly dismembering the dark figure into numerous pieces. This time, it did not regenerate. Instead, it transformed into a flowing black mist that swiftly approached Wukong. The mist coiled around his outstretched left hand, enveloping his entire body, rapidly healing his wounds in the cloak of darkness. Seeing this unfold, Bados and the other angel rushed towards Wukong, anxious that the dark mist's sinister powers might affect the human. By the time they arrived, the gaping wound on Wukong's back had shrunk to the size of a palm. With little time to contemplate their strategy, the two angels thrust their swords forward, creating a striking visual spectacle against the burning black flames enveloping Wukong. With a clang, the sound of metal colliding echoed from within the dark inferno. Amidst the massive blaze, Wukong firmly grasped both swords with his hands. As he exerted his strength, the swords quivered as if crying out in agony. With a series of crunching sounds, the swords ultimately shattered under Wukong's immense power. As the swords broke, Wukong seized the fragments and, with a powerful clockwise motion, hurled the shattered blades along with Bados and her companion away. The two angels flew backwards in opposing directions, but they quickly regained their composure and drove the broken swords into the ground for leverage, halting their descent. They watched in trepidation as this monstrous human slowly pulled out the broken swords, the tips that had vanished quickly restored, becoming pristine, white once more. After the tempest of dark flames subsided, Wukong emerged unscathed. "What a close call," he remarked while moving his arms. "I nearly met my end. Fortunately, I still hold the upper hand. Now it is your turn," Wukong declared, eyeing Bados and the ever-watchful Makalita. Seeing the unfavorable turn of events, Bados resolved to take the initiative and called for Makalita to join her in the assault. As soon as she finished speaking, the two advanced in tandem, intent on overwhelming Wukong. Recognizing the familiar scene unfolding before him, Wukong instinctively sidestepped, grasping the two swords that sliced past him and maneuvering away from the blades. In the next moment, his fists surged toward their abdomens. The two angels coughed up blood, staggering backward until they finally managed to anchor their swords into the ground to dissipate the force. "What just happened? How has he suddenly grown so powerful?" Bados questioned, bewildered, as she leaned on her sword for support. Yet Wukong would not grant her much time to ponder. With a powerful push, he lunged at Bados. Confronted with Wukong's relentless onslaught, Bados could only parry with her sword, barely holding her ground. The clang of metal rang continuously. Although Bados relied on her profound mastery of Zizai Ji Gong to withstand the blows, the disparity in their strength was insurmountable. With a sharp crack, Bados's sword shattered into two. Without her weapon, Wukong's fist struck her solidly, maintaining a relentless rhythm of attacks that left her no time to repair her broken sword. Meanwhile, Makalita, positioned behind Wukong, seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on his unguarded back. However, as her sword approached, tendrils of dark mist enveloped the blade, preventing any further advance. Ignoring the assault from behind, Wukong focused all his attention on Bados. Under the barrage of Wukong's strikes, Bados found herself battered and her clothing in tatters. Sensing it was nearly time to finish, Wukong raised his right hand, gathering black energy around his fist, and then delivered a downward punch aimed at Bados's head. With a thud, the black energy enveloped her head, and soon Bados transformed into a headless body enveloped in dark mist. Another punch followed, creating a gaping void in her abdomen. In order to ascertain the finality of his kill, Wukong unleashed several punches, reducing Babodis's body to mere remnants. Once he was dealt with, Wukong turned to face the last of the seven angels. Makalita, who was in the process of drawing her sword, gazed at Wukong with a heart full of anxiety. With a determined yank, she finally managed to extract the sword. Retreating a few paces, she began to grasp the vastness of the dimensional realm, a sensation previously masked by the presence of the other angels. Now, with only two figures remaining, fear and desolation began to invade her mind. Despite knowing she stood no chance, she did not yield. Inhaling deeply, a radiant white light enveloped her entire being. In the next moment, she charged at Wukong, her sword, glowing with purity, aimed at his forehead. As the luminous tip neared mere centimeters from his brow, Wukong's left hand swiftly seized it, rendering her efforts futile, just as before. With a decisive snap, he shattered the radiant blade. Simultaneously, his right hand formed a fist, dark energy swirling ominously around it, accumulating in a vortex of shadow. This spiraling force swiftly surged towards Makalita's chest, consuming her entirely in a dreadful embrace of darkness. Upon vanquishing the last angel, Wukong's countenance bore no semblance of joy, only perplexity. What had transpired? Why had none of the seven angels yielded that transparent crystal upon their demise? In a moment of experimentation, he had consumed the final angel, yet the outcome remained elusive. Furrowing his brow, Wukong pondered. Either someone had come before him and collected those crystals, or the transparent crystal was possessed by some angels, but not others. If it was the former, then that individual must possess extraordinary strength to have gone unnoticed. As these thoughts weighed upon him, his expression grew increasingly grave. He had an inkling of who it might be. Though uncertainty lingered, he was almost certain. Taking a deep breath, Wukong steadied his emotions, restoring his composure. With resolve, he began to retract the dimensional world, the surrounding environment gradually fading. It first transformed back into a blinding white expanse, which then shifted to a realm of half darkness and half purple. Chapter 158. A new mysterious angelic foe. Once the ethereal landscape dissipated, it revealed the familiar fiery red surroundings. Observing Wukong's solitary emergence, the sentiments of those present varied. Dazhongong retained his usual air of confidence, as if everything lay within his grasp. Under the shadow of the dark deity, a faint, almost imperceptible smile graced his bony lips, indicating that the current situation pleased him greatly. As Dazhongmu regarded Wukong's lone figure, a ripple of intrigue stirred within her typically placid gaze. Meanwhile, Wukong's subordinates, along with the newly allied warriors from parallel timelines, although battered and bruised, rejoiced at his safe return. Particularly, the beasts, including Wugahan, thrived in elation, while the parallel warriors expressed relief at having survived, exclaiming that it was finally over. The angel Keela, who had been engaged in battle, halted her movements, disbelief flooding her eyes as she beheld Wukong standing alone. "How can this be?" she exclaimed, hastening towards him. "Where are my brothers and sisters? Why are you the only one left?" Wukong cast a nonchalant glance her way and replied, "Is it not obvious? I am the only one who emerged alive. The others have perished." Keela's face darkened at his words, anger boiling within her. "You wretch, if that is the case, then you shall accompany them in death." Driven by rage, She brandished her staff, pointing it at Wukong, unleashing a colossal wave of white energy that surged towards him with tremendous force. In the face of this formidable attack, Wukong extended his right hand casually, dark energy emanating from his palm, devouring the massive energy wave entirely. Witnessing this, Keela regained a semblance of rationality, swiftly dismissing her staff and summoning a pristine white sword. Glaring fiercely at Wukong, she noticed the onlookers, including Dazhongong, showed no intent to intervene. Did they truly intend to let him eliminate all the angels? Before he could ponder further, Keela charged at him, forcing him to focus. With a resounding clash, Wukong grasped the white sword with his darkened right hand, both engaged in a fierce struggle. Observing Keela's determined demeanor, he smirked before yanking her closer, delivering a swift punch to her abdomen. The force was so tremendous that it caused her to spit blood. Seizing the moment, Wukong followed up with another strike to her chin, propelling her upwards. As Keela ascended, he unleashed a kick, sending her hurtling sideways. After this flurry of attacks, Wukong refrained from further assaulting her, instead casting a glance at Dazhongong and Dazhongmo. After a moment of observation, he noted their calm demeanor remained unchanged. This left him perplexed. Did they wish for him to slay this final angel? Such a notion felt peculiar. While Wukong wrestled with their enigmatic attitude, Keela, having regained her bearings, resumed her assault against him. No matter, he resolved to fight back. He would not yield easily. With determination, he donned the purple gauntlet on his left hand, tightening his grip as he prepared to meet Keela's incoming strike head-on. With a resounding crack, the sword's tip shattered, the blade itself splintering into fragments. His fist subsequently connected with Keela's right cheek, the sheer force launching her away once more. Yet Wukong did not relent. He pursued her, his right hand bending backward as dark energy coalesced into a formidable sphere. This concentrated force struck Keela's abdomen, eroding her flesh and creating a gaping wound. Keela was sent crashing to the ground, the dark energy continuing to consume the earth beneath her. Hovering above, Wukong observed as Keela was gradually enveloped by the encroaching darkness, instinctively glancing back at Dazhongong and Dazhongmo, questioning whether they would intervene. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As Keela's form dwindled to a mere head amidst the consuming shadows, Wukong's anticipated rescue never materialized. Realizing her fate was sealed, he unleashed a purple wave of destruction towards her remaining head, sending her to reunite with her fallen brethren. Amidst the dissipating particles of light, the elusive transparent crystal still did not appear. Wukong turned away, soaring towards Dazhongong and the others. Wait! A resonant voice echoed across the expanse, causing Wukong to momentarily lose focus. However, he quickly regained his composure. Is that Dazhongong's voice? At that moment, Dazhongong's lips moved once more, though the sound was subtle, yet it resonated in Wukong's ears as if amplified. Young one, the battle is not yet concluded. Do you wish to surrender? Wukong disregarded whether Dazhongong could hear him, boldly declaring, Apologies, but your angels have all been slain by my hand. It seems I am devoid of adversaries. Dazhongong regarded Wukong, and a change flickered across his previously serene visage, a strange smile emerging as he spoke again. In that case, I shall provide you with a worthy opponent. As Wukong absorbed these words, a look of confusion crossed his face. An opponent? In the current scene, the only beings capable of defeating me, aside from the 3 formidable figures of Dashengong present here, and the Ziyuan world engaged in battle with Chuan Wang and Chuan Ma. Are there any others? At this moment, Wukong's gaze swept across Dashengong, finally resting upon Dashenmu. Could it be her? As if perceiving Wukong's thoughts, Dashengong spoke up at the opportune moment. Rest assured, this adversary is a fitting angel for you. As he spoke, Dashengong extended his left hand towards the blood servants imprinted upon the stone wall beside them, and an invisible force was exerted upon them. Gradually, their bodies began to twist, their luminous auras shattering one by one. A chorus of anguished cries erupted from the blood servants as their forms continued to contort, crimson blood flowing forth like a meandering stream. The stone wall cracked under this terrifying force, and suddenly, Dashengong's hand clenched. Bang! The blood servants, along with the demon angel, were obliterated in an instant, and white flames erupted from the remnants, erasing all traces of their existence. Witnessing this spectacle, Wukong's confusion deepened. Why did Dashengong wish to slay them? Why did the demon god not intervene? Was this a demonstration directed at me? At that moment, Gong summoned forth his hand once more, and in the next instant, several brilliant objects flew forth from the inferno of white flames. Wukong observed closely and discovered that they were crystals of varying colors, 6 red and 1 black. As they floated into Gong's palm, he extended another hand, revealing 11 transparent crystals hovering in his grasp. Contemplating the crystals in Gong's right hand, Wukong's heart whispered, "Indeed, my suspicions were correct. The missing crystals were taken by Gong. However, what are his intentions? Does he seek to resurrect them or absorb them?" Soon, Gong demonstrated his intentions before Wukong. He surveyed the crystals on either side before suddenly bringing his hands together, causing the 18 crystals to gradually melt and merge into a crimson orb. He then tossed the glowing sphere into the air. It hovered above, and strands of red lightning began to dance across its surface, swiftly spreading outward, the aura emanating from it growing increasingly menacing. The crackling of red lightning intensified, producing a thunderous sound. Enveloped by the lightning, the orb expanded rapidly, soon doubling in size. And within its depths, a shadow began to materialize. Faced with this entity, Wukong could feel the overwhelming energy and surging presence it exuded. As he gazed at the increasingly solidifying shadow within the orb, he couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "What kind of monstrosity has Gong conjured for me?" Wukong sensed an impending threat as the shadow within the orb fully coalesced, appearing as if countless hands were enveloping its form. Chapter 159, The Angel of Slaughter. Shala, the orb, entwined with lightning, seemed to reach an unknown limit, and its surface began to crack. Radiant golden light streamed forth from the fissures, accompanied by an even more potent aura. Is it emerging? Observing this colossal phenomenon, Wukong quickly realized that the opponent Gong had prepared for him was finally about to appear. The blood-red orb was pierced by increasingly abundant golden light before vanishing. Amidst this golden brilliance, the curled shadow began to stir. It stood upright, its form enveloped in golden light, shining radiantly like a deity. As its glorious visage unfolded before Wukong, he comprehended the nature of this entity. Clad in exquisite, resplendent golden armor, it bore 12 golden wings that spread majestically behind it, resembling ornate decorations. Is this an angel? Staring at the opulence of its adornments, Wukong momentarily felt bewildered. Soon, the golden angel made a new move, extending its right hand. A crack appeared in the void before it. A dark red aura-entwined sword hilt slowly emerged from the fissure, and the angel's white hand reached forth to grasp it. Upon seizing the hilt, the angel's eyes flashed with crimson light. In an instant, it drew the sword, unleashing an overwhelming aura of malevolence that flooded the surrounding space. As it wielded the sword, the blood-red flames entwining its blade began to spread towards itself. Under the influence of these sanguine flames, the formerly golden armor gradually transformed into a dark crimson hue, while the 12 wings morphed into a fiery red. The 12 wings fluttered like burning butterflies, moving freely. "Kid, what do you think? This is the opponent I have found for you. You may call it Angel Sheila or the Angel of Slaughter, for it was born solely for the purpose of destruction." Hearing this, Wukong attempted to appear nonchalant as he responded, "Is that so? I find it rather ordinary. I can defeat all angels, and this amalgamation of angels is no exception." "Oh really? I shall patiently await to see how you vanquish it," Gong replied. At that moment, Angel Sheila seemed to have received a command. It brandished the colossal sword in its grasp and swung it forcefully downward. A massive, blood-colored crescent blade of energy surged toward the ground. Wukong's hands changed color as he donned the awakening gloves, bracing himself against the descending energy blade. Bang! Waves of energy rippled outward from the point of impact where his hands met the energy blade. A crack resonated, and Wukong, noticing the fractures forming on his gloves, sensed impending danger and quickly dodged aside. The crescent blade, now unimpeded, sliced through the ground. In the next moment, a terrifying event occurred. The blade cleaved through the entire surface, even splitting Mars in two as if it were merely tofu. Wukong watched as the ground gradually separated, transforming one planet into 2 smaller celestial bodies. What immense power! Observing how Angel Sheila could effortlessly bisect a planet with a single strike, Wukong was astonished. After the separation of the planets, Sheila, floating in space, swung its sword once more, unleashing another blood-colored crescent toward Wukong, slicing through the remnants of the already fractured planet. The blade's smooth trajectory caused yet another significant reduction in its size. Damn it, having evaded the previous strike. Wukong grumbled while standing atop one of the planet's fragments. This monster is attacking from a distance right from the start, leaving me no opportunity to draw it into the Ziyuan world. Once again, as Shila prepared to unleash another crescent blade, Wukong wisely dodged. Gazing at the diminishing land beneath him, he was uncertain how much longer it could endure. At that moment, Shila's arm moved again, preparing to unleash yet another blade of energy. Wukong took to the air, swiftly closing the distance. Realizing he could not allow it to continue its onslaught unchecked, he resolved to halt it directly. As he soared upward, the next crescent blade shot forth, aimed straight at Wukong. The blade approached rapidly, and just as it was about to make contact, Wukong smoothly shifted backward, narrowly evading the blood-red arc. As the blade further ravaged the already fragmented planet, Wukong closed in on Shila, delivering a powerful punch to its helmeted face. Bang! The resounding impact echoed, yet Shila remained unfazed, its head not budging an inch. Wukong pressed on, his fist continuing to strike with force, yet it felt as though he were hitting diamond. It did not yield. Gazing down upon this intruder, Shila's pride as an angel would not permit anyone to mar its visage. Enraged, it moved its left hand. The black fist moved with the swiftness of teleportation, striking directly into Wukong's abdomen, the immense force propelling him away like a shooting star, vanishing from sight. Shila, observing the direction in which Wukong had disappeared, unfurled his fiery wings and transformed into a blazing comet, pursuing Wukong with tremendous speed. Watching the two vanish, the great deity Dashengong turned to the goddess Dashenmu beside him and said, "Let us not miss this splendid spectacle." With a gentle wave of his hand, the fragment of Mars where they stood began to fade and disappear. Meanwhile, Shila rapidly closed the distance to the retreating Wukong, his blood-red sword lunging forward. Clang! The giant sword was pressed against Wukong's body, seemingly making contact, yet upon closer inspection, the sword's tip had not truly touched him. Wukong's hands firmly blocked the blade. Although the blood-red sword did not penetrate his body, its force propelled Wukong forward, generating sparks as he felt an overwhelming discomfort, his fur almost igniting from the intensity. No. Wukong gazed at the enormous sword, his arms straining with effort. I cannot remain in this state any longer. I must break free. Summoning all his strength, he forcefully pushed the sword away and used the recoil to propel himself backward. Shila stumbled slightly from the sudden force, momentarily taken aback. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and continued his pursuit of Wukong. Due to Shila's exceptional speed, he caught up with Wukong once more in a fleeting moment. In the next instant, a flash of blood-colored light surged forth, and Wukong crossed his arms to brace himself against the oncoming attack. Bang! However, he could not withstand the onslaught for long. The massive sword descended once more, striking him downwards. Shila relentlessly pursued, continuing to strike at Wukong with his sword. As the blade drew nearer, Wukong crossed his arms again. Clang! An intensely loud sound echoed from the point of impact, followed by a shattering noise, as two long cracks appeared on the gloves adorning Wukong's hands. Seizing this opportunity, he opened a dimensional rift, instantly absorbing both Shila and himself into it. In the dimensional world, Wukong found himself surrounded by impenetrable darkness, scanning his surroundings with caution. Where's that guy? Contemplating the pitch-black realm, he sought to transform the dimension into a stark white. However, after considerable effort, no changes occurred. What is happening? This dimensional world is no longer under my control. Gradually, the surroundings began to shift. The dark environment solidified into massive rock formations. Amidst the blackness, crimson stones began to emerge, floating ominously in the air. The ground was littered with colossal boulders, while the sky was filled with gigantic blood-red stones, creating an eerie and terrifying spectacle that was beyond the imagination of ordinary beings. Realizing the implications of this transformation, Wukong understood that the angel Shila had seized dominion over this world. Yet, was Shila truly that powerful to enforce such a change? Wukong now acutely felt the formidable strength of this angel of slaughter, recognizing that none of his previous opponents possessed such capability to alter reality so forcefully. It seemed this adversary would be an exceptionally challenging one to contend with. Chapter 160. The powerful angel of slaughter. As Wukong pondered Shila's might, he remained vigilant and searching for his location, his eyes scanning every direction. After some time without success, he gazed upward, thinking, if he is not on the ground, he must be in the sky. A glance revealed the heavens filled with a multitude of red dots, yet Wukong quickly pinpointed his target. Shila's striking form stood out vividly amidst the myriad of crimson stones, radiating a brilliant energy akin to the sun, its blood-red glow rendering the surrounding rocks dull. Has he likened himself to the sun? Just as this thought crossed Wukong's mind, the immense blood sun began to shrink. It quickly diminished to the size of the other bloodstones, and then even smaller. Encased in crimson energy, Shila gradually descended onto a bloodstone beneath him, his eyes, glimmering with red light, fixated on Wukong below. Unaccustomed to looking up at others, Wukong soared into the air to confront the angel face to face. To his surprise, Shila remarked, after feeling my strength, you still possess the courage to face me. A cold voice emanated from beneath the blood-red mask. Hearing this voice, reminiscent of ice speaking, Wukong smirked disdainfully. Apologies, but I relish battling strong opponents. The stronger, the better, for it excites me even more. Is that so? Shila, wielding his blood-red sword, pointed it at Wukong, as for crimson halos materialized behind him. Empowered by the dimensional rings, Shila's aura intensified, and the murderous intent emanating from him felt as though it could slice through Wukong's skin. The distance between us is anything but ordinary. Without allowing Wukong a moment to respond, Shila vanished and reappeared before him in an instant, delivering a devastating strike. Faced with this fierce blow, Wukong could only raise his fists to deflect it, but the subsequent force sent him flying once more. His body crashed like a cannonball, shattering red stones until he finally came to rest within a common red rock. Crack! Wukong extracted himself from the stone wall, glancing at the fractures that had formed on his gloves. Such destructive power. However, has his dimensional ring and awakened weapon become detached? Observing the blood-red sword in Shila's grasp and the gleaming dimensional rings behind him, confusion filled Wukong's mind. But soon, Shila's onslaught returned, and Wukong quickly forgot his questions as he raised his hands to defend once more. Boom! In an instant, Wukong's gloves shattered, and the giant sword continued its downward trajectory. Reacting swiftly, Wukong braced himself against the sword's sides, attempting to catch the blow. However, the disparity in their strengths was too great, and he was gradually forced down, ultimately being cleaved into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Wukong's body was deeply embedded in the earth as Shila swung his sword, unleashing massive crescent-shaped energy waves that ravaged the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The earth was mercilessly cleaved into fragments, and Shila followed up with a single-handed release of a blood-red energy wave. The crimson energy sphere penetrated the ground and exploded violently, the remnants of its force spreading outwards to annihilate everything in its path. When the chaos subsided, a massive gaping hole remained, resembling a bottomless pit. Cough, cough. The sudden sound echoed within the silent chasm, capturing attention. In the center of the pit, Wukong emerged, battered and bruised, his dark red blood soaking much of his body. Having just coughed up a few drops of blood, observing Wukong's survival, Shila raised his giant sword once more, preparing to strike again. In that moment, an anomaly occurred. Countless dark energies flowed forth from Wukong's body alongside his blood, spreading outward in waves from his center. The increasingly dense black mist began to fill the entire pit, causing a flicker of unease in Shila, who then swung his sword with great force. A massive blood-red crescent, 10 times larger than before, sliced toward the center of the pit like a bolt of lightning. Sizzle! The pit, along with the black mist, was instantly cleaved in two, revealing a profound depth that seemed to have split the very crust of the earth. Regrettably, this stunning sword strike was soon engulfed by darkness, as the separated black mist began to merge once more, spreading from the pit like a creeping shadow. What is this? The current situation left Shila astonished. Unwilling to believe it, she wielded her sword and unleashed several colossal sword energies. The pit was swiftly severed into fragments, yet the ensuing black mist coalesced again, rendering these attacks utterly futile. The dark fog continued to expand, as if to envelop the entire ground. Suddenly, the black mist below began to swirl ominously, forming a vortex, from which Wukong emerged slowly. However, he bore a slight transformation. A black halo appeared behind him, radiating an enigmatic aura, punctuated by 2 shimmering purple points of light. To conquer you, I have sacrificed much. Wukong now exuded an extraordinary presence, feeling as though he had become a different being altogether, infused with an air of mystery, the unknown, and danger. With that, Wukong vanished in an instant, reappearing before Shala, their proximity no more than an arm's length apart. Do you think that merely changing your appearance can lead to your victory over me? Shila's blood-red eyes fixated on Wukong, her tone dripping with disdain. How can you know without trying? Wukong met her gaze unflinchingly, the atmosphere charged with tension. Shila lunged forward, swinging her colossal sword at Wukong's head. In response to this fierce assault, Wukong raised his arm to meet the blade. Bang! The tremendous sound of their collision reverberated as the blood-red sword clashed against his black arm, neither yielding. This fellow's flesh cannot withstand my sword's edge. This must be the source of his power. Observing that his sword could not even graze Wukong's arm, Shala quickly deduced that something was amiss. With this thought in mind, she altered her approach, swinging from the other side. In an instant, Wukong's other arm also became shrouded in black, engaging in another fierce clash with Shila's sword. After a moment of entanglement, they separated. As the black shroud enveloping Wukong's arm gradually dissipated, Shala realized this was the reason he could intercept her blood sword with his arm. Not bad, kid. This must be your new ability, demonstrating formidable defensive prowess. Shala complimented Wukong before launching another strike at his head, declaring, however, mere defense is insufficient to defeat me. Chapter 161. A brutal beatdown of Shala. A body on the brink of collapse. Whoosh. Wukong bent backward, narrowly evading the sword, as the crescent sword energy grazed past him, continuing its trajectory. Boom. The blood-red crescent shattered the enormous rocks it touched. Seeing Wukong evade her attack, Shala reacted swiftly, bringing her massive sword down again. Bang! Wukong's darkened palm firmly grasped the blade, while his other fist struck toward Shila's helmet-clad head. Shala merely tilted her head slightly, continuing her downward force. Wukong's hand, gripping the sword's edge, bulged with veins, slowly raising the massive weapon. He then delivered a swift kick to Shila's chin, sending her flying. This marked the first time Wukong had pushed her back in their confrontation. Interesting. Shala glided several meters backward before halting, initially believing that her first battle after resurrection would pose no challenge, as her opponent seemed no more than a fragile insect. To her surprise, "You have managed to accomplish this. I find myself rather exhilarated." As she spoke, Shala became enveloped in a crimson aura, electric arcs crackling around her, significantly enhancing her presence. Let us continue. No sooner had she spoken than she vanished, dashing toward Wukong with incredible speed. The massive sword in her hand struck Wukong's dark arm like a bolt of red lightning. Boom! The deafening roar echoed outward, fracturing the surrounding bloodstone. At that moment, the black halo behind Wukong began to whirl, the two purple points of light glowing ever brighter, as if burning their final radiance. Tendrils of black mist enveloped Wukong's body, and suddenly his strength surged, forcefully repelling the colossal sword. He then unleashed a barrage of strikes with his obsidian fists against Shala, who retaliated with her massive sword, their blows colliding with ferocity. In that instant, the air was alive with flashes of red and black, the cacophony of their fierce battle resonating throughout. Wukong roared, landing a punch against Shila's chest. She reacted swiftly, raising her sword defensively, but the overwhelming force still penetrated through, striking her and sending her flying. Shala crashed backward, shattering over a dozen massive stones, coming to rest against a wall, clutching her injured chest. Gradually, she pulled herself up, grasping her sword once more, charging forward. As the black mist surrounding Wukong thickened, the purple lights behind him shone brighter. Facing the approaching red lightning, Wukong's dark hand, seemingly anticipating the moment, steadied itself and firmly grasped the sword. Realizing her sword had been seized, Shala attempted to wrench it free, but Wukong's grip was unyielding, like a vice. Holding the blade, Wukong felt the pressure building within his body and thought, "It seems I must conclude this swiftly, otherwise my body may not endure." With this thought, Wukong exerted tremendous force with his left arm, veins bulging like serpents across his limb, and then an astonishing occurrence unfolded. Clang! Crack! Under Wukong's terrifying strength, the massive blood sword suffered a grievous gash. This sight momentarily stunned Shala. Perhaps even she did not anticipate her blood sword would be compromised. However, Wukong had no time for distractions. After fracturing the sword, He immediately punched Shila in the abdomen, his dark fist sinking deep into her flesh. The force was so great that a distinct bulge appeared on her back, and Shila was propelled backward like a cannonball, obliterating massive stones in her path. After sending Shila flying, Wukong did not pursue immediately. Instead, he flexed his slightly aching arm and took a deep breath. I must accelerate. In an instant, Wukong transformed into a streak of lightning, swiftly pursuing Shila, who was reeling from the impact. At his astounding speed, he quickly spotted her body ensnared among the rubble, and unleashed another punch. Bang! His fist connected with Shila's face, shattering both her visage and the surrounding boulders into fragments. Boom, boom, boom. Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches, a relentless torrent of black fists overwhelming Shila, leaving her no opportunity to retaliate. After a sustained assault, he concluded with a knee strike that sent her soaring into the air. Gazing at his airborne target, Wukong gathered energy in one hand, dark energy swirling and intensifying in his palm. Dark energy breakthrough. The wave of dark energy surged toward Shila's abdomen, propelling her higher and faster. A spherical bulge formed on her back from the force of the energy wave, which continued to intensify. Boom! The dark energy wave ultimately pierced through, breaching the armor protecting Shila's body. Spitting a mouthful of blood, she gazed at the gaping hole in her abdomen, before being swept away by the shockwave into the lofty skies. The sound of the explosive energy wave that had hurled Shila into the air resonated through the darkened heavens after a prolonged silence. Wukong extended one hand, his chest heaving violently, the black mist around him thickening, while the purple light behind him blazed like twin suns, growing ever more luminous. Yet the surging energy within him felt as though it might burst forth, threatening to explode if not released. Wukong clenched his eyes shut, veins straining on his forehead. But soon he was compelled to expel several mouthfuls of blood. Cough, cough, coughing, Wukong clutched his chest, blood seeping from the surface of his skin, while the once resplendent purple light began to fade. Ha! I wondered how you suddenly grew so powerful. It turns out you forcibly drained your own body for strength. Suddenly, a series of sounds descended from above, followed by the appearance of the angel Hera, whose body had just been pierced. She remained as magnificent as ever, with 12 fiery red wings fluttering like butterflies behind her, an exquisitely crafted armor that was nothing short of perfection. However, this flawless masterpiece bore an imperfection, a gaping wound, emanating dark mist, where her abdomen had been pierced. Despite the significant hole in her midsection, Hera appeared unaffected, her voice resonating with power and a hint of excitement. Upon seeing Hera, Wukong's spirit soared. His eyes sparkled as if he had spotted prey, and in an instant, he vanished. He reappeared before Hera, delivering a powerful punch directly to her face, followed by blows to her chest, abdomen, hands, and feet. Each strike carried an immense destructive force, warping the armor adorning Hera's body. Yet, rather than cower in fear, Hera erupted into laughter, boasting, "Ha! Strike me! Strike me! I wonder how long that crumbling body of yours can hold out." After hearing Hera's taunts, Wukong became even more fervent, dark mist coiling around his fists with each blow, twisting and distorting Hera's angelic armor. However, as Hera had indicated, with the passage of time, Wukong's blood flowed more freely with every punch. Although the blood was immediately consumed by the dark mist, Wukong could feel his body inching closer to collapse. Meanwhile, Hera, who had been relentlessly battered and whose armor was now dented and misshapen, continued to laugh heartily, repeating like a broken record, "How much longer can you endure? You're on the brink of failure, aren't you?" Hera's incessant mocking grated on Wukong's nerves, compelling him to exert even more force with each punch. Bang! Crack! The consequence of this was that Hera's battered armor finally cracked, and with even more ferocious strikes, the armor splintered further, the terrifying power penetrating through to Hera's flesh. The relentless assault silenced her incessant chatter, while Wukong's body succumbed further to deterioration. With every blow, his skin would split, blood oozing from the wounds, only to be devoured by the dark mist, which would subsequently heal the injury, only for it to burst open again, creating a vicious cycle. Suddenly, a large spout of dark red blood erupted from Wukong's mouth, raining down like droplets of rain, painting Hera's cracked, blood-stained armor even more gruesomely. Enough! Grasping Hera's head, Wukong assessed the damage to his own organs, cursing inwardly. As if sensing his plight, Hira's voice broke the silence once more. Kid, you're done for, aren't you? Though her tone lacked its previous lightness, the excitement and arrogance were still palpable. Not done. Wukong's deep voice emerged, and with a sudden surge of strength, he crushed Hira's helmet, producing a series of cracks. Apologies. I believe I can still take you down in these final moments. With that, he hurled Hira's head upward and then clasped his hands together, gathering a tremendous amount of energy. The intensifying energy caused the surrounding space to tremble, enveloping his entire being in an abyss of dark energy. As Hira ascended, retreating while glancing at the ever-enlarging dark sphere below, she initially remained unfazed. However, as the force grew stronger, her confidence began to wane. This strike might truly annihilate me. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hira halted her retreat. Then let us see who will be the one to perish. With that, Hira commanded her 12 wings to converge in front of her, her hands forming a sphere as if cradling a basketball. Soon, all of her energy was concentrated in her hands, a blood-red energy sphere swirling with dark lightning. Almost instantaneously, both combatants unleashed their gathered strength upon each other. Divine judgment. Hira roared, her energy surging past her flaming wings and crashing downward. Simultaneously, Wukong's attack surged upward, the blood-red energy wave colliding with the pitch-black wave, tearing the surrounding space apart with immense force. Wukong strained to harness his energy, gradually gaining the upper hand in the clash of dark forces, pressing toward Hira. As the dark sphere approached her menacingly, Hira summoned every ounce of strength she had left, squeezing out the remnants of her power. At that moment, the dark energy wave finally came to a standstill, with both forces maintaining their positions. Wukong desperately attempted to overwhelm Hira, but her fierce resistance rendered any advance impossible. As time passed, Wukong felt his body grow weaker. Yet he remained resolute in the stalemate of energy. Summoning his resolve, he declared, Tenfold Kaioken. The purplish-red aura enveloped him as his energy wave expanded tenfold, shifting the balance of their struggle once more. The dark energy wave swiftly engulfed Hira's blood-red divine judgment, crashing into her and enveloping her in a maelstrom of energy. The colossal force soared toward the heavens, finally ceasing after an extended duration. Panting heavily, Wukong staggered backward, feeling the dark mist seemingly devouring his flesh as it burrowed into his body. With the mist covering him, Wukong gazed vacantly at the sky, his lips moving as if to articulate something. She is dead. It is finally over. As his eyelids grew heavier, darkness began to encroach upon him. Suddenly, amidst the last flicker of light, Wukong discerned a shadowy figure, an ominous sense of danger igniting his fading spirit. His gaze sharpened once more as he gradually recognized the shape of the entity descending. The dark point revealed itself to be Hira. Having barely survived the previous cataclysmic energy assault, though severely damaged. In her current state, she was undeniably gravely wounded. Only 2 or 3 of her 12 wings remained, broken and hanging limply. Her tattered dark red armor was caked with coagulated blood, and the portion of her body that had vanished was shrouded in dense black mist, as if it were consuming her very life force. Cough, cough. It seems I have emerged victorious in this battle. Hira, with half her head obliterated, coughed up bits of flesh, yet her voice brimmed with undeniable pride. Subsequently, she extended her somewhat intact right hand, the blood-colored energy sphere slowly coalescing, and then unleashed it toward the ground where Wukong lay. Boom! The energy wave, as thick as an arm, pierced through Wukong's abdomen, revealing pure black flesh beneath. Wukong simultaneously expelled a copious amount of black blood, yet his spirit surged ever higher. Witnessing the recent turn of events, Hira shook her head, lamenting, Alas, given your condition, your body is beyond repair. Even if I refrain from striking, you will not survive much longer. Chapter 163. A Mutual Destruction. Who will devour whom? Are you going to watch me perish? As Wukong spoke, blood bubbles began to emerge from his mouth, suggesting that his life was nearing its end. Apologies. Hila shook her head, her hand gathering energy anew as she continued. Do you know why I am the angel of death? It is because I relish in personally ending lives. With that, the energy wave in her hand suddenly shot forth, descending vertically and striking Wukong's left arm with tremendous force, evaporating it instantly. Oops. My aim was off, Hila said with feigned regret, her laughter dripping with malice and mockery. After a brief moment of amusement, she peered down, eager to witness her opponent's despair and agony. However, to her astonishment, the seemingly dying figure below remained eerily calm, gazing back at her with eyes that seemed to view her as nothing more than a jester. Fury ignited within Gila. Was I merely performing for my own amusement? Enraged, she looked at the barely breathing Wukong, a wicked smile creeping across her face. I detest that lifeless expression of yours. Allow me to make it vanish. With that, Gila began to gather energy once more, the intensity escalating to an extraordinary level. The energy sphere grew, promising to obliterate not just Wukong's head, but his entire being. Wukong lay on the ground, never before feeling death so palpably close, as if each breath could be his last. He gazed up at the ever-expanding crimson sphere above him and slowly shifted his focus to his remaining right hand. Let me give it my all before I depart. With this thought, it seemed he unlocked some hidden power, transforming his pale form into a pitch-black silhouette. Then, with a forceful elbow strike against the ground, Wukong propelled himself skyward like a jet. Clenching his fist, he concentrated all his remaining energy and swung it upward, instantly enveloped by the silhouette of a black dragon. Observing Wukong's sudden ascent, Gila hastily unleashed her incomplete massive energy wave. As the colossal energy projectile bore down upon him, Wukong's only untainted eye gleamed with determination. At the moment his fist collided with the energy wave, he called forth the final technique of his life. Dragon Fist Explosion. The dragon's shadow surged through the energy wave, its maw agape, lunging at Gila. Gila, witnessing her energy wave being shattered in an instant, wore an expression of disbelief. How is this possible? Before she could finish her thought, the dragon's shadow tore through her upper body. Wukong surged through Gila's form, maintaining his punching motion until his strength waned, and he began to plummet. Thud, thud. The sounds echoed as two bodies fell to the ground. The first, Wukong, now a charred husk. The second, Gila, reduced to merely her legs connected to her torso. The remaining forms of both lay not far apart, Wukong enveloped in a shroud of black mist, uncertain if he was alive or dead, while Gila's lower half remained motionless, casting doubt on her fate. Mutual destruction, or perhaps both had perished. Time trickled by as both remained in their previous states, utterly still. Finally, from Gila's severed torso, a cluster of dark red veins erupted, straining to mend themselves amidst the swirling mist. Not far away, Wukong's only normal eye flickered with resignation as he thought, is this truly the end? Gradually, darkness encroached upon his vision, until his last eye succumbed to the blackness. With that, Wukong's form began to dissolve, his limbs melting into a black liquid. This liquid, as if drawn by an unseen force, began to flow toward Gila. As it approached, mere meters from her remaining body, it lunged forward, resembling an octopus with countless tendrils. Upon contact, it ensnared her completely. This black liquid consumed Gila's stubborn vitality, reconstructing her body, though the form oscillated between Wukong and Gila. As their bodies became increasingly whole, their consciousnesses clashed in fierce competition. What is happening? Why are you here? The repulsion between their minds resulted in the liquid form splitting into two heads, both bewildered by each other's presence. Yet, as they became aware of their situation, clarity dawned upon them. You little brat, you intend to devour my body. Hearing Gila's declaration, Wukong replied with excitement, devour? This is merely the reward of the victor. You are weak, and thus, you deserve to be consumed. Gila's liquid visage twisted into a grotesque snarl, dripping with disdain. Do not be so arrogant. We shall see who devours whom. Do you truly believe your soul can surpass mine, the strongest angel who has lived for countless years? Upon her proclamation, their once equal forms abruptly transformed entirely into Gila's armored body, prompting her to erupt into triumphant laughter. Haha. In response to Gila's overconfidence, Wukong grinned wickedly and opened his mouth, lunging at her like a beast. No. Gila was caught off guard, losing a substantial portion of her head in an instant. In a fit of rage, she retaliated, biting viciously at Wukong. Snap! Snap! The two engaged in a true battle of mutual consumption, each taking bites from the other. As they continued, Gila noticed something amiss. Her once full armored form reverted to its previous half state. What is happening? However, Wukong would not grant her the luxury of contemplation. Seizing the momentary pause, he took another bite. With urgency, Gila disregarded her predicament and continued her frantic assault on Wukong. As time passed, Wukong's soul grew stronger, while Gila's waned, her remaining head shrinking in size. Realizing her defeat, Gila looked at Wukong, wanting to utter something. But before she could, darkness enveloped her. Wukong consumed her entirely, and as for what she wished to convey, I have no desire to know. With Gila's essence eradicated, the liquid began to reshape itself, the process seamless as it solidified into flesh. The surrounding black mist began to whirl violently, akin to a tornado. Chapter 164. A draw between the All-Demon and the All-King. The black mist tornado grew in size, rapidly ascending into the heavens, only to suddenly shrink as if reaching some limit. In the end, it condensed into a thin layer of purplish-black aura, slowly floating beside the reborn Wukong. Wukong clenched his hands and moved his body, which felt slightly unfamiliar after its restoration. After a brief moment, curiosity about his new form compelled him to create a flowing water mirror in front of him. In the clear, shimmering reflection, Wukong beheld his figure. There was little change aside from his once golden eyes now turned black, and his hair transformed into a deep crimson hue. The most striking feature was the purplish-black halo behind him, resembling a monstrous maw poised to consume everything. As Wukong gazed at this eerie halo, he mused, I owe my survival to this. Otherwise, Gila might have eliminated me already. As memories flooded back, he recalled being thrust underground by Gila, her terrifying energy erupting before him just as he was on the verge of collapse. The dark ring behind suddenly underwent an aberration, devouring the other two destructive rings. And then its power began to surge dramatically, ultimately leading to the demise of Gila. Reflecting on this series of events, Wukong felt a wave of gratitude. Fortunately, this dark ring was not ordinary. Although it had lost the power of 2 dimensions, this new dark halo could also be considered a form of gain. With this thought, Wukong clenched his fists and, with a puzzled expression, remarked, However, why do I feel not only unweakened but even stronger? What is happening? Soon, Wukong recalled the tragic demise of Gila, and a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that because I consumed him, all of his dimensional powers were absorbed by me? Upon further contemplation, Wukong realized that this possibility seemed highly plausible. Understanding that Gila had indirectly aided him, Wukong gazed at the sky, silently expressing his gratitude to this benefactor. Looking around at the desolate aftermath of the battle, Wukong concluded, I should leave now. Otherwise, they might think that both Gila and I have perished. With that, the realm around Wukong gradually became ethereal under his control, eventually vanishing. In the next moment, the environment transformed into the vast expanse of space, and Wukong instantly sensed numerous auras, both great and small. There were also 2 formidable energy sources that, while undetectable, could not be ignored. Following his instincts, Wukong glanced to the side and spotted a triangular, fragmented planet floating nearby, instantly recognizing its familiar jagged appearance. The fiery planet still had remnants of its form. After murmuring to himself, Wukong sensed the familiar auras of several individuals from above and teleported to their location. On what remained of the fiery planet, Dashengong, Dashenmu, and Damashin suddenly turned their attention in unison to one direction. At the point where their gazes intertwined, Wukong materialized instantaneously, and the eyes of the 4 met at once. To his surprise, it was you who emerged. The delight you bring to everyone truly is a series of surprises. Although Dashengong maintained his usual gentle and calm demeanor, a glimmer of curiosity was unmistakable in his eyes. Hearing Dashengong's words, Wukong humbly replied, It's nothing. I was simply fortunate. Do not be so modest. After all, mere luck cannot vanquish Gila, the strongest angel of slaughter. As he spoke, Dashengong's gaze shifted to the mysterious purple-black halo behind Wukong. Moreover, it seems you have garnered quite a bounty. Observing Dashengong's scrutiny, Wukong let the halo behind him gradually dissipate and responded, I am uncertain about this. By the way, Dashengong, having lived for so long, you must have some insight on this matter? Dashengong closed his eyes and fell into silence for a moment before opening them again to say, I apologize. After reflecting on my memories, I found nothing akin to your situation. This may be the first occurrence of its kind. Suddenly, Dashengong glanced into the distance as Dashenmu and Damashin also sensed something and looked toward the same direction. Their battle has concluded so swiftly. Wukong followed their gaze, and his previously anxious heart, stirred by his victory over Gila, calmed instantly. Indeed, despite my considerable growth and strength, the gap between myself and Dashengong and the others remained substantial. After a while, Wukong finally sensed something hurtling toward them at great speed. It seems I must continue to maintain a low profile. Just as this thought crossed his mind, 3 luminous orbs swept overhead and paused in the void. Indeed, it was them. Observing the newcomers, Wukong felt his intuition was accurate. The arrivals were 2 battered Zongwangs, their clothing tattered, and on the other side was a solitary Chuanma, equally in disarray. The black robe that had once enveloped it had nearly vanished, leaving only a few strips of fabric hanging. However, this allowed Wukong to finally see the true form of Chuanma. The most striking feature was the prominent curved black horns above its head, followed by its somewhat diminutive physique. In fact, if the horns were removed, Chuanma and Zongwang would be of similar stature. Both were petite. Nevertheless, Chuanma's small frame differed from that of Zongwang, despite its size. Chuanma's well-defined muscles and 4-pack abs were quite impressive, unlike Zongwang, who appeared more like a child, clearly lacking resilience. Although this may be the case, observing the 3 of them battered and bruised, it was evident that neither side had achieved a decisive victory, indicating that the battle had been arduous. Both sides glared fiercely at one another, with Chuanma's dark red skin marred by wounds still oozing pitch-black blood. Although healing, for some reason, it was extraordinarily slow. After a while, both parties exchanged knowing glances toward Dashengong and the others, seeking their opinions on whether to continue fighting or not. Dashengong turned to look at Damashen hovering in midair. As their eyes met, a decision quickly formed. Zongwang, come back. This battle has dragged on long enough. It should come to an end. Damashen gazed at Chuanma. Though he did not speak, he shook his head in resignation. Seeing Damashen's gesture and the state of the battlefield, Chuanma understood that the tide had turned against them. This attempt at vengeance had ended in failure. Lowering its proud head, Chuanma glided down dejectedly. Zongwang also flew to Dashengong's side, and Dashengong, upon noticing the wounds on both Zongwangs, promptly extended his hands, enveloping them in pure white light. Their injuries began to heal at an astonishing rate. Wukong observed as Chuanma settled beside him. Then, demonstrating his keen perception, he too extended his hands, enveloping Chuanma's dark red body with pure healing light. The gruesome wounds gradually healed, albeit not as swiftly as those treated by Dashengong, yet still noticeable to the naked eye. There we go. Zongwang, not far away, Dashengong dissipated the light from his hands, revealing that the once injured Zongwangs had not only fully recovered, but had also donned new garments. Observing the rapid recovery of the 2 fools, Chuanma felt a twinge of irritation and sought to divert attention, promptly inquiring, by the way, where are the 6 blood servants and the others? Upon hearing this, Wukong instinctively paused, then glanced at Damashen in midair. As their eyes met, Damashen's gaze flickered briefly before he nodded. Since Damashen had agreed to disclose the current dire circumstances to Chuanma, Wukong decided to be forthright and shared the demise of the destroyer gods, angels, and the 6 blood servants. Thus, both parties had suffered considerable losses. Nearly all high-level combatants had been eradicated. What? Initially, Chuanma felt a surge of elation upon hearing of the deaths of the destroyer gods and angels. However, hearing that its own 6 blood servants had also perished caused its expression to shift dramatically. My lineage, just like that, has been obliterated. Chuanma trembled as if struck by a monumental blow, its mouth agape, and unable to close for an extended period. Has my path of vengeance come to an end? After so many years of obsession, every moment during my imprisonment in eternal darkness, I was consumed by thoughts of revenge. And now, you tell me that my quest for vengeance has reached its conclusion, ending in failure. Chuanma clenched its fists, teeth grinding audibly. The muscles throughout its body tensed with exertion, causing its physique to swell. Seeing Chuanma's volatile demeanor, Damashen hastily spoke to console. Chuanma, the current situation is unfavorable for us. It would be wise to retreat for now and await a more opportune moment. Wait. The entire demon's eyes glowed blood red, with crimson flames gradually igniting around its body. Great demon lord, I have waited long enough in this void of darkness. I no longer wish to wait. From now on, all commands shall heed my call. I shall continue to fight. Either I perish, or it does. Upon uttering these words, the demon, having mostly healed from its injuries, charged fiercely at the 2 kings. Observing the demon's aggressive advance, Dashengong turned to the 2 kings and inquired, My lords, do you require my intervention? Both kings simultaneously waved their hands. Their expressions filled with ire as they replied, No need. We are prepared to avenge our fallen divine servants who met their tragic fate at the hands of this villain." With that, the two kings surged forward to confront the demon, and upon contact, a tremendous wave of energy rippled outward. In an instant, the fragmented triangular planet where everyone stood was reduced to ashes. Floating in the void of space, the onlookers beheld the fierce battle unfolding before their eyes. Goku, gazing at the obscured clash, curiously asked, "Master, shall we not assist?" The great demon lord floated serenely, eyes closed, and responded slowly, "If the enemy remains inactive, we too shall remain still." After hearing the great demon lord's words, Goku instinctively turned to observe the unmoving Dashun Gong and the goddess. Could it be that these two merely watched the duel without intervening? However, Goku swiftly dismissed this thought, for what mattered most was his own path. Regardless of whether Dashun Gong chose to act, the demon was already fated to fail. Yet, I cannot succumb alongside it. I must find a way to survive and continue onward. Outwardly, Goku appeared earnest in observing the battle, yet his blank gaze concealed the tumult of thoughts within. Meanwhile, the conflict between the demon and the two kings intensified, causing the surrounding space to fracture with gaping voids. Normally self-healing, these rifts remained open, hindered by the overwhelming energies of the three combatants. Boom! The massive roar, reminiscent of thunder, reverberated from the collapsing space, accompanied by an invisible wave of energy. Goku's companions, including Cell and Gohan, felt their bodies jolted by the shockwave, instinctively emitting groans. Observing the cataclysmic scene of battle that threatened to annihilate the world, Goku muttered in confusion. What is happening? Why aren't they continuing the fight in the dimensional space? Do they not fear the destruction of this universe? Haha, you inquisitive child. The great demon lord chuckled upon overhearing Goku's murmurs. Do you think they do not wish to? It is simply that they cannot enter the dimensional realm. Why? Goku asked, his eyes brimming with curiosity. The great demon lord explained, what else could it be? It is their formidable power that obliterated that world. Obliterated? Goku exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. How is that possible? That was a complete world. Seeing Goku's astonishment, the great demon lord replied nonchalantly, what is so strange about that? If your power reaches a certain magnitude, you can achieve whatever you desire. After reflecting on the great demon lord's words, Goku fell into deep thought. The ember of his yearning for strength blazing ever brighter within his tumultuous heart. Ahead, the battle among the three grew increasingly intense, as their speeds were so swift that only the three present could discern their movements. Goku could merely see fleeting shadows colliding in the void, quickly separating before crashing into one another once more. The struggle persisted, and the spatial collapse escalated. If this continued, it was conceivable that this universe, even the entire world, would face annihilation. However, the two most powerful angels present would surely not remain idle. Goku's peripheral vision darted toward Dashun Gong, eager to see when he would intervene. As time passed, the battle intensified. Just as the three combatants tore open yet another massive rift in space, Dashun Gong suddenly released his clasped hands, stating as he extended one arm, "Enough? This battle must conclude, otherwise, we risk transforming it into an apocalyptic conflict." Instantly, a radiant aura enveloped his outstretched arm, and with a mere gesture, he exerted immense power over the tumultuous space. Chapter 166. Shot while lying down. A colossal, agonizing roar echoed outward like a sonic wave. Its reach unknown. Gohan, Cell, and others from parallel dimensions were all shaken by the terrifying sound, blood streaming from their orifices. Observing their wretched state, Goku rubbed his ears, which rang painfully, internally marveling. This power is truly formidable. He then shifted his gaze back to the battlefield. Under Dashun Gong's intervention, the once chaotic space had calmed, and the demon and the kings, who had previously vanished from sight, re-emerged. However, their conditions were drastically altered. One hovered in the sky while the other lay on the ground. The demon's body contorted grotesquely, with one of its black horns mysteriously broken. The most alarming aspect was the two arms that pierced through its chest, black blood oozing from the wounds, staining its limbs as it flowed downward. These arms belonged to the two kings, whose former small frames had now transformed into robust figures. Their once candy-shaped heads had narrowed into more proportionate squares, and their limbs, previously slender like noodles, had bulged significantly. The garments bearing the royal insignia, once loose-fitting, now clung tightly to their newly muscular forms. The two transformed kings, slightly dazed, gazed at the demon with its impaled arms, confusion etched on their faces, but they quickly snapped back to reality and yanked their arms free. With a splatter of blood, the demon involuntarily gasped in pain, its body retreating uncontrollably. After stumbling back several steps, it managed to halt, lowering its head as it gasped for breath. The two fully manifested kings regarded the injured demon with puzzled expressions, casting glances at the Shengong, seeking to ascertain the cause of this predicament. The Shengong, meeting their inquisitive eyes, began to explain, "My lords, it is time to cease. If this battle continues, this universe will face annihilation. Should you desire to emerge from this conflict with survivors, you must relent." Though his voice was soft, the magnitude of his power ensured that all present comprehended his words. "But it seems as if I cannot win without assistance." The two kings stammered, scratching their heads, their eyes brimming with childlike defiance. Sighing in resignation, the Shengong shook his head and remarked, "My lords, you need not defeat it. It is already destined to lose. Whether you strike lightly or with full force, the outcome remains inconsequential." The Shengong's persuasive counsel bore fruit, as the two kings bowed their heads in contemplation before swiftly reaching an understanding, nodding vigorously. "Indeed, it was always a failure. Defeating it proves nothing. Moreover, if we continue, everyone will perish, and that would be quite dull." Pleased that the kings were swayed by his reasoning, the Shengong nodded approvingly before turning to the demon, extending his hand once more. "It is time, demon, for the chaos you have wrought to come to an end. This time, I shall seal you, ensuring that every detail is flawlessly executed, so that the mistakes of your rebirth shall never occur again. You shall linger in the endless darkness, enduring your eternal existence." Ha ha! Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted, causing the Shengong to pause in its actions, and it turned its attention with keen interest towards Quan Mo, the source of the laughter. This mirthful sound drew the attention of others, including Wukong, who gazed at the already defeated Quan Mo, curious about what it might express in these final moments. "How absurd! I have yet to fall. Do you wish to take charge of my fate? To seal me? Then come and try?" With that, Quan Mo erupted with vigor, a torrent of blood-red energy engulfing its form. In the next instant, it vanished from sight and reappeared before Quan Wang. "Die!" Quan Mo roared, its fiery fist aimed directly at Quan Wang's head. The fiery punch was terrifying and colossal, yet Quan Wang was not to be trifled with. Its powerful fist, radiating a dazzling white light, surged towards Quan Mo's fiery assault. Bang! Boom! A series of fearsome energy fluctuations and the thunderous sound of their clash reverberated in all directions. Another Quan Wang, similarly brandishing a strong fist imbued with white light, struck at Quan Mo, but this blow was blocked by Quan Mo's prepared left fist. Observing their renewed struggle, the Shengguan shook his head and remarked, "Alas, this is merely the dying gasp of a strong crossbow. Would it not be better to await your demise quietly? You are merely hastening the time of your death. Very well, once the two Quan Wangs have torn you asunder, I shall more effectively seal you." The energies of the three clashed, erupting in a surge that sent them all reeling backwards, and Quan Mo spat forth a copious amount of blood. The once surging energy of Quan Mo began to dim, and it gazed at the two gaping wounds in its chest, where flesh was interspersed with white particles, hindering its healing. A fierce light ignited in Quan Mo's blood-red eyes as it looked at its chest, and then, with a sudden determination, it plunged its hand into its own chest, widening the wounds. The dark flesh mingled with white light was discarded carelessly. Yet, seeing that the white light remained like gravel upon its chest, Quan Mo clenched its fists. Teeth gritted. Although the purpose of Quan Mo's self-mutilation was unclear, the two Quan Wangs pressed their assault. The battle continued at a swift pace, though the energies unleashed were no longer as terrifying as before. Eventually, a rift in space tore open. Hiss! A flash of white light from Quan Wang severed the last remaining black horn atop Quan Mo's head. Engaged with another Quan Wang, Quan Mo was unable to defend, helplessly watching as its large black horn was removed. However, in a fit of rage, it erupted once more, unleashing a tremendous energy that pushed both Quan Wangs aside. After creating distance, Quan Mo's figure vanished again. As the onlookers braced for another ambush, it instead appeared before Wukong. In that moment, their eyes locked, each scrutinizing the other. Just as Wukong was about to speak, Several blood spears shot forth from Quan Mo, resembling spider silk. In an instant, dozens of blood holes appeared on Wukong's body. What? Wukong felt a momentary daze as blood splattered across his face. As my subordinate, you shall contribute to the restoration of my power in place of Lu Shueshi. It is your honor to lend your strength, boy, Quan Mo declared, as more blood threads emerged from its back, enveloping Wukong entirely. Chapter 167. Transformation into the Demon King. Gazing at the crimson web that filled his vision, Wukong could only weakly lament within, my life has come to an end. Suddenly, a flash of white light pierced through, followed by a fist-sized white beam that struck from behind Quan Mo, chilling both Quan Mo and Wukong to the core. Observing the blood threads still unfurling around him, the gaping hole before him, and the new holes in his body, Wukong pondered, who has done this to me? Just as Wukong failed to comprehend who had pierced him, he was again penetrated by Quan Mo's blood threads, ensnaring him. Not far away, Deshengguan, having just discerned Quan Mo's intention, chose to swiftly terminate its life to avoid any unforeseen complications. As for the human caught in the crossfire, it was simply a matter of unfortunate luck. Meanwhile, Shalu, Wu Fan, and the others witnessed their leader suffer a barrage of attacks in the blink of an eye. Leaving them in a state of despair, they rushed towards the blood cocoon, each unleashing massive energy waves in an urgent attempt to rescue Wukong. Unfortunately, their relentless assault left not a single mark upon the blood cocoon. Undeterred, they continued their barrage, determined to breach the shell. Above, the great demon god, having observed the entire scene, remained silent, merely watching. As time passed, Shalu and the others felt Wukong's energy gradually weaken until it vanished completely, causing their attacks to cease. Each head hanging low in despair, an unknown fear enveloped them, leaving them uncertain of what awaited them next. In their disheartened state, they were at a loss as to their next course of action. However, unbeknownst to them, the Wukong they believed to be dead was undergoing a remarkable transformation. Inside the blood cocoon, Wukong and Quan Mo were intertwined by the blood spears. Strangely, the originally blood-red spears began to transition into black. Wisps of black mist emerged from Wukong's form, entwining themselves around Quan Mo. Before long, a purple-black halo manifested behind Wukong. As this halo appeared, the black mist surged, enveloping both Quan Mo and Wukong in darkness. The terrifying power of Quan Mo was rapidly consumed by the shadows, while the halo extracted strands of blood-colored light from Quan Mo. With each strand absorbed, a mysterious blood pattern emerged upon the glowing halo, gradually increasing the number of blood patterns and enhancing its sanguine allure. In the outside world, as Quan Wong reveled in the sight of the red sphere, a sudden frown crossed its brow as strands of platinum light were drawn from its body. The other Quan Wong experienced a similar phenomenon. This peculiar occurrence quickly caught Deshengguan's attention. After a moment of stunned silence, his expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in disbelief. How is this possible? Suddenly realizing something, Deshengguan turned to face the blood marionette formed from Quan Mo, his face betraying a rare expression of rage. How infuriating! In an instant, he conjured a white energy sphere with both hands, merging them until the sphere expanded to the size of a planet, which he then hurled toward the blood cocoon. The scene resembled a colossal celestial body colliding with a mere stone, the process devoid of any turbulence. As the white sphere swiftly engulfed the blood cocoon, the sphere then detonated, unleashing a catastrophic energy wave that rivaled that of an actual planetary explosion. A tremendous shockwave radiated outward, forcing Shalu and the others to instinctively shield their foreheads. After what felt like an eternity, the terrifying residual energy gradually dissipated, leaving the space before them veiled in white smoke. Following this onslaught, Deshengguan's expression did not lighten. Rather, it grew increasingly grim. Suddenly, a powerful gale erupted from the white smoke, drawing all the dense fog into a singular mass, which was ultimately absorbed by the now-revealed black cocoon. Gazing at the black cocoon and the dramatically altered Quan Wong, Deshengguan's expression morphed into one of sheer terror, as if some unparalleled monstrosity were about to emerge. In midair, Quan Wong appeared as though it had been drained of all vitality. Its once mighty muscles vanished, reverting to the frail form it had previously occupied, now even more emaciated. The platinum-hued light strips dwindled, and with each one extracted, the state of Quan Wong grew increasingly feeble, soon resembling a lifeless entity. merely exhaling. At that moment, the surface of the black cocoon suddenly erupted with numerous crimson fissures, culminating in a resounding explosion. The black cocoon burst apart, releasing tendrils of dark mist, through which Wukong's form gradually materialized. The onlookers beheld the astonishing sight of a still-living Wukong, their expressions a medley of astonishment. Is this truly our leader? Wu Fan, along with his confidants, felt a mix of surprise and elation, yet doubt lingered in their minds. The great priest and the great mother observed Wukong, whose aura and presence had undergone a complete metamorphosis, their expressions dark with foreboding. Even the face of the dark demon lord, concealed beneath his cloak, bore a solemn gravity. As Wukong sensed the overwhelming energy coursing through his body, a joy he could not suppress surfaced on his visage. This was a new form attained after absorbing all the magic, which he decided to name the Super Saiyan 4 Demon King form. Moreover, Wukong's current appearance harmoniously aligned with the imposing title, his black-red hair cascading down his back, and his ruby eyes radiating a faint aura of menace. His physique had grown more robust, completely expanding, with mysterious blood-red runes adorning his exposed chest and abdomen, imbuing him with an air of inscrutable mystique. Blood-hued luminescence danced across his form, while dark flames roared around him. Noticing the astonished faces of the crowd and the grim expressions of the great priest and others, Wukong initially attributed it to the overwhelming power of his Demon King form. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Observing the great priest and others closely, his gaze shifted, and a sudden calm enveloped him. What was happening? Why was it like this? Upon careful scrutiny, Wukong was astonished to discover that, in comparison to before, the great priest's power was no longer as distant as it once seemed. Yet, by his own perception, there remained a significant gap between him and the great priest. Logically, he should not be overly concerned. The great mother by his side could easily handle him in a confrontation, so why did she appear so distressed? Wukong's mind was flooded with confusion. Having narrowly escaped death and grown stronger, the situation seemed to have become increasingly intricate. At that moment, the great priest abruptly moved. Chapter 168. The tumult of the Dragon Balls. Do you realize how foolish your actions have been? The great priest appeared before Wukong and uttered this baffling remark. Humph. Absurd. In that moment, it was either it devouring me or me consuming it. Should I have simply submitted and offered my neck? Wukong retorted, brimming with indignation. Having expected the great priest's sudden appearance to herald some significant event, only to be met with such nonsensical dialogue. Did he really think that just because he was no longer stronger, Wukong would fear him? Ignorance. Foolishness. The great priest seemed undeterred by his anger, reprimanding him further before directing his gaze toward the two all-kings, who appeared gaunt, on the verge of disintegration. The two struggled to open their mouths, attempting to articulate something. But in the next moment, their forms disintegrated into countless specks of starlight. Are they coming? The great priest's expression turned grave, as if overshadowed by a dark cloud. Observing the great priest's demeanor, which conveyed an imminent threat, Wukong too realized that something was amiss. He swiftly assumed a combat stance, on high alert as he questioned the great priest. What is happening? With your strength, could there truly be a formidable foe still lurking? The great priest remained silent, fixated on the starlight, and as it dissipated, a blood-red crystal materialized in its place. Wukong felt momentarily dazed at the sight of the object, and suddenly, a bulge emerged in his robust chest. This bulge seemed almost alive, writhing and pushing outward, causing him discomfort. Instinctively, he reached for his chest, sensing danger, and the bulge forcefully erupted through his flesh. Wukong watched in horror as a bloodied entity burst from his chest, leaving a gaping wound, and soared toward the blood crystal above. As the entity departed his body, Wukong instantly felt an emptiness, as if a part of him was missing. Even his physical form felt diminished. What was that? He observed as the entity collided with the blood crystal, merging into a crimson sphere that emitted a ripple of red waves, slowly dissipating. Tension gripped Wukong as he considered whether the formidable being the great priest feared was indeed this glowing sphere. After a prolonged wait, the sphere remained unchanged, pulsating with crimson light. Yet the assembled individuals were not ordinary. Their patience was palpable. As time trickled by, an eerie wind began to whisper from an unknown source, growing clearer, enveloping them from all directions. Wukong and the others gazed curiously at the darkened sky, and soon, the first golden speck appeared, followed by the second, third, fourth, until the sky was adorned with a multitude of golden points, transforming the inky void into a dazzling spectacle. What is that? Am I seeing things? As Wukong observed the descending golden specks, the familiar orange-red stars struck a chord within him. Dragon Balls. But why? Yet, the glass orbs offered no answers. Buzzing like bees into the blood-red sphere, which resembled a hive. As the golden light swarmed into the diminutive blood sphere, the scene felt surreal, almost dreamlike. With the influx of increasingly diverse colored Dragon Balls, the sphere began to shift, gradually taking the form of a red stick figure. The myriad colored Dragon Balls continued to rain down, merging into the body of the blood-colored stick figure. Strangely, Wukong felt no formidable power emanating from the figure. Yet his instincts screamed at him to flee at all costs. Confounded by this sensation, he instinctively gathered energy in his hands. This marked the first time Wukong had unleashed his Demon King form, the dark red energy swirling violently in his palm, crackling with black lightning. Once the energy reached a size comparable to a person, Wukong unleashed it forth, a ferocious dark red energy wave rocketing toward the stick figure. However, in an inexplicable turn of events, the dark red energy began to unravel and dissipate just a meter from the stick figure. Witnessing his energy wave so effortlessly extinguished, Wukong's apprehension toward this unknown entity escalated to its peak. So that was the reason the great priest and others wore such grim expressions and refrained from intervening. They knew it would yield no effect. Wukong mused, glancing at the great priest. As more Dragon Balls merged with the stick figure, its emaciated form slowly became more robust, gaining strength. Soon, the once plentiful Dragon Balls began to dwindle until none remained. The stick figure had evolved into a powerful blood-red form, complete with 2 horns and a thick tail. Is it over? Just as these 4 words surfaced in everyone's minds, the heavens were once again dominated by gold, colossal Dragon Balls appearing above. Wukong felt a jolt of shock, realizing, with the appearance of Super Dragon Balls, could this creature possibly be the dragon god Sahama, capable of conjuring Shenron? In Wukong's heart, tumultuous waves surged, creating an unsettling turmoil that he could not quell. Thus, he could only continue to observe. The moment of revelation was imminent. With such thoughts, Wukong watched as over a dozen colossal Dragon Balls descended slowly. When they were merely 10 meters away from the blood-colored monster, the Dragon Balls began to shrink. Once they diminished to the size of a person, one by one, they melded into the creature's form. Upon the fusion of the final Super Dragon Ball, the blood creature commenced its ultimate transformation, radiant golden light shimmering across its entire being, rapidly expanding and soon enveloping the cosmos in a resplendent golden hue. Wukong could barely keep his eyes open against the dazzling brilliance, while the less powerful beings like Yao Fan and Shalu were blinded, each sporting a line of blood beneath their eyes. After a considerable while, Wukong gradually acclimated, forcing his eyes open, and upon doing so, he was captivated by the figure before him, resplendent and dazzling. This was Wukong's first and singular impression of the entity. I am certain that every individual encountering it for the first time must share my sentiments. Chapter 169, Dragon God Salama. The creature that appeared before Wukong left such an impression primarily due to its strikingly radiant and noble appearance, coupled with an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. Even from a distance, Wukong could feel the intense heat and the peculiar weight that pressed upon him the moment he laid eyes on it. This unknown gravity bore down upon Wukong's body, and even with his remarkable strength, he could barely withstand it. Apart from the Grand Priest and a few others, everyone else had been forced to the ground. Wukong struggled to maintain his stance while scrutinizing this draconic being. It was aptly named a draconic entity, for it bore a striking resemblance to the summoned Shenlong. The creature sported black deer antlers atop its head, golden dragon whiskers cascading beside it, and its powerful physique was adorned with gleaming golden scales that shimmered with a dreamlike glow. Its robust, elongated tail twisted and curled behind it, while its crimson eyes gleamed with an intense light. From afar, the golden energy radiating from the creature spiraled outward in a vortex. At this moment, it cast its gaze toward the Grand Priest and his companions, pausing momentarily before speaking. I am Salama. Who are you? Its voice resonated like a tolling bell, causing Wukong's breath to waver. Salama. After a prolonged moment, Wukong finally comprehended the identity proclaimed by the creature. To think that I had guessed correctly. This being is indeed the dragon god Salama. Wukong's mind raced with numerous new questions that plagued him. What connection does Salama have with the blood crystal following the demise of the Omni King? Why does it not recognize the Grand Priest? Were those Dragon Balls summoned by Salama? As the Grand Priest and his companions remained silent, the crimson light in Salama's eyes intensified. Do you intend to resist me by refusing to answer my questions? With that, Salama extended a claw and flicked it downward ever so slightly. Suddenly, the gravity that had been barely manageable surged to an overwhelming force, compelling Wukong to kneel upon the golden ground. Straining to look ahead, he noticed that the Grand Priest and his companions were similarly affected to varying degrees. How could this be? It merely flicked a finger, yet such power is utterly beyond resistance. Observing the others, who, like him, were immobilized by this oppressive force, Wukong gained a deeper understanding of Salama's might. Salama, witnessing the stubbornness of those before him, furiously declared, "Since you choose not to speak, then perish." As soon as the words left his mouth, Salama straightened his bent finger, rapidly gathering energy into an enormous sphere. Golden lightning coursed across the surface of the crimson energy, while the core of golden energy intermittently connected with the golden lightning. Begone! The energy sphere hurtled towards the Grand Priest and his companions, sending terrifying energy pulses that tore through the space around them. As Wukong struggled to escape, each step was a monumental effort, and progress was agonizingly slow. Just when he thought that everyone would be obliterated by the impending assault, the most powerful angel, the Grand Priest, made his move. With a sudden eruption, the Grand Priest unleashed a torrent of silvery energy that surged outward, colliding with the energy sphere. The two forces clashed, merging and ultimately resulting in a tremendous explosion. The terrifying energy shockwaves radiated outward, altering the surrounding terrain, transforming the dazzling golden ground into a silvery hue. At that moment, Wukong peculiarly perceived that the scorching atmosphere and the oppressive gravity had significantly diminished. He stood upright, observing the ground metamorphosing under the Grand Priest's formidable power, alongside the peculiar world they inhabited. Indeed, captivated by the dragon god Salama from the outset, he had failed to notice the oddities of this realm. As he beheld the transformed landscape, a foreboding thought crossed Wukong's mind. Could this be the dragon god's dimensional world? However, he sensed no spatial fluctuations akin to those experienced when entering other dimensional realms. This enigma likely required Salama's elucidation, yet the dragon god was preoccupied, intrigued by the conspicuously silver hue amidst the golden expanse. "You are quite impressive to have intruded upon my domain," Salama remarked, extending his right hand and gathering energy once more, forming a sphere significantly larger than the last, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. "If this is all you are capable of, then it is woefully inadequate." Dragon God Cannon. The energy erupted from his hand, surging toward the Grand Priest. The energy wave tore through space itself. As the mighty wave rushed toward him, the Grand Priest joined his hands, unleashing a colossal silvery energy wave. Upon impact, the Grand Priestess' energy was instantly overwhelmed, prompting him and the others to swiftly evade. The formidable energy wave barreled through the gap they created, carving a vast, elongated semicircular passage through the golden ground. Did I miss? Observing that his attack had failed to strike anyone, Salama remained unfazed, swiftly conjuring another energy sphere identical to the first. If that is the case, then let us try again. The crimson energy beam surged once more towards Wukong and the others. They instinctively attempted to evade this impending assault, but Salama, perceiving their movements, understood their intentions. "Do you think you can escape?" With a flick of his other finger, a strange force began to spread. As Wukong and the others prepared to evade once more, they suddenly felt their bodies grow heavy, their movements further slowed. "This is bad." As they watched their sluggish actions and the crimson energy beam racing toward them, an unexpected thought struck them. Kamehameha. In this critical moment of impending doom, Wukong could only muster a desperate counterattack. The black energy beam collided with Salama's enlarged energy wave. Yet instantaneously, Wukong's attack was repelled. Damn it! Wukong, unwilling to concede, expanded his power once more, but the disparity was insurmountable. Just then, a multitude of energy waves, each a different hue, surged forth to join the battle against the crimson energy wave. Chapter 170. The Grand Priest's True Power. As he gazed upon the surging energy waves, Wukong instinctively recognized their origin. At that moment, Two energy waves, more potent than Wukong's Kamehameha, surged forth from either side. In his peripheral vision, Wukong caught sight of the Grand Priest and Grand Matriarch, each channeling silvery and pure white energy waves from their hands, united in their efforts. The collective assault momentarily thwarted Salama's colossal energy wave. However, upon witnessing his attack being obstructed, a subtle smirk curled at the corners of Salama's mouth as he extended his right hand, unleashing a devastating burst of energy. The balance was once again disrupted, and the terrifying might of Salama's Dragon God cannon expanded dramatically, instantly overpowering and repelling the energy waves emitted by Wukong and his allies. Faced with the unstoppable energy beast before them, the group enveloped themselves in energy, desperately attempting to evade the oncoming onslaught. A thunderous explosion ensued, scattering brilliant golden-red light across the ground, which crumbled and fractured under the pressure. As the tumultuous energy dissipated and the radiance faded, the earth lay hollowed out, shrouded in a lingering white mist that refused to lift. Observing the bothersome white smoke below, Salama exhaled a breath of dragon fire, transforming it into a violent tempest that swept away the mist. At last, Salama could admire his handiwork in its entirety. The first sight to greet him was the abyssal darkness of the ground, ravaged by the earlier cataclysmic energy wave, revealing an empty void of unfathomable depth. Come forth. That last strike should not have annihilated you insignificant beings, Salama proclaimed, his gaze piercing the darkness below, as if he could perceive Wukong and the others. Oh, seeking to play hide-and-seek, are we? A playful smile danced upon Salama's lips as he awaited the emergence of Wukong and his companions. In that case, I shall compel you to reveal yourselves. With that, Salama extended his left hand, his clawed fingers tightening suddenly. In an instant, the world trembled, and amidst the cacophony of chaos, the inky darkness beneath gradually receded, allowing blinding light to surge forth. Moments later, the once gilded ground reformed, revealing Wukong, the Grand Priest, and their comrades, each bearing varying degrees of injury. However, it was notable that their numbers had significantly dwindled. Most of those who had recently joined from parallel realms had vanished. Only the formidable Beijite, Wujida, and a few others remained, though they lay in a state of unconsciousness, their breaths faint and uncertain. Wukong's trusted subordinates were similarly grievously injured, kneeling on the ground, blood seeping from their wounds. Among those still standing were merely three: the Grand Priest, the Grand Matriarch, and Wukong, alongside the observing demon god, who could hardly be counted as upright. Though the three remained on their feet, they did so only with great effort. For Salama's Dragon God cannon had unleashed a catastrophic force that had reduced their ranks from the hundreds to mere units, with the vanished souls having been vaporized by that overwhelming power. Bearing the brunt of the energy, the three were grievously wounded. The Grand Priest's left arm dangled limply, stained purple with blood. Wukong and the Grand Matriarch bore their own injuries, one with a bent left leg and the other missing a right arm. Salama's devastating strike had effectively incapacitated Wukong and his companions. Is it truly this formidable? Wukong pondered, struggling to stand on one leg as despair enveloped him while he gazed at Salama above. At that moment, the Grand Priest's gaze shifted to the floating demon god, his eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. The demon god, sensing the Grand Priest's intense scrutiny, slowly shook his head beneath his dark cloak, as if liberated, and murmured, "At last, is it time?" After this reflection, the demon god's ethereal form twisted, transforming into a black sphere the size of a head, which then surged towards the Grand Priest. Wukong watched in bewilderment as the two locked eyes, only to witness the demon god morph into a sphere and swiftly enter the Grand Priest's body. What? The mere exchange of glances had already perplexed Wukong, but the subsequent event left him utterly astonished. As the black sphere merged with the Grand Priest, waves of silver energy began to ripple outward from beneath him, a silver-blue aura igniting and engulfing the Grand Priest's form. His previously slender physique expanded, bursting with explosive muscles that ultimately tore his garments apart. The Grand Priest's once smooth hair now stood defiantly upright, while the dimensional rings behind him transformed, intertwining in a larger and smaller formation, adorned with four sharp, circular spikes. The purple-red triangular markings on his forehead and chest shimmered in unison, as a terrifying aura swirled around him like a vortex. Witnessing the Grand Priest's metamorphosis into a formidable warrior, Wukong felt a surge of astonishment, never having anticipated such a transformation, especially with the demon god's influence. Gradually, the Grand Priest ascended until he stood eye to eye with Salama, their energies clashing in an intricate dance of power. The blue and gold forces intertwined, colliding with such intensity that fissures began to form in the very fabric of space. The two energies, akin to a yin-yang symbol, remained locked in a stalemate. After a brief moment, Salama finally spoke. "This must be your true strength. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed something peculiar. You were incomplete. I sought to see if I could bring you to your full potential, and it appears my gamble has paid off. Indeed, you have succeeded. Yet, can you truly defeat me in this complete form?" The Grand Priest's dark purple eyes fixated on Salama, shimmering with a dangerous glint. "Haha." To hear such words, Salama chuckled, and his energy surged dramatically, transforming their shared power into a golden sphere. "You do not truly believe that a modest increase in strength allows you to contend with me, do you? You have merely transitioned from a feeble ant to a robust one. Yet, one truth remains. Regardless of your transformation, I can easily crush you." With that proclamation, Salama lunged forward, his golden fist crashing toward the Grand Priest's face. Bang! Boom! Although the Grand Priest caught Salama's fist, the force behind it tore open several spatial rifts behind him. Undeterred, the Grand Priest retaliated, launching his own fist, imbued with divine energy, with ferocious intensity, towards Salama's chest. The resounding impact echoed as the Grand Priest's strike landed, undeniably powerful, yet it proved insufficient against the formidable defenses of Salama's golden dragon form. The Grand Priest's punch failed to garner Salama's attention, who intensified his assault, forcing the Grand Priest's hand to retreat gradually. As Salama's golden fist approached the Grand Priest's face, it ultimately broke through his defenses and struck him squarely. Boom! The crisp sound resonated as the Grand Priest was sent reeling backward, visibly affected before the eyes of the onlookers. However, in the blink of an eye, the Grand Priest returned, wiping the blood from his lips, and once more hurled a punch at the dragon god Salama. Bang! A powerful and forceful fist landed squarely on Salama's face. "Is that all you have?" Without a scratch, Salama sneered and remarked, "Humph. If this is your only skill, then even if I do not retaliate and allow you to strike, you still cannot harm me." Undeterred, the High Priest commenced a rapid barrage of punches aimed at Salama's face. The fists, moving at such incredible speed that they were nearly invisible, rained down relentlessly on Salama. After a moment, although these blows inflicted no real damage upon him, nobody wishes to be struck continuously. Then, as the High Priest continued his assault, Salama suddenly seized one of his fists and coldly stated, "Are you done? Now it's my turn." He removed the fist from his face and retaliated with a powerful punch. The impact resonated as both fists, one golden, the other blue, collided. The High Priest, sensing the energy contained within Salama's blow, realized he could not withstand a direct confrontation and hastily retreated. To evade the oncoming strike, he attempted a sneak attack on Salama's face. Salama, unfazed, continued his assault on the High Priest, who was agile enough to evade each hit, pulling back just as contact was about to be made. "Oh, trying to rely on speed rather than face me head-on?" Observing the High Priest's rapid dodges, Salama felt invigorated. "Let us see whose speed is superior." As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the energy surrounding Salama surged abruptly, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished, only to reappear as a streak of golden lightning striking the High Priest in the abdomen. This was not the end. The golden lightning darted around, attacking the High Priest from all directions with terrifying speed, leaving him unable to defend himself. He was battered about like a football, and within mere moments, numerous wounds adorned his body. Salama's final strike was a fierce whip kick delivered at close range. With this kick, the High Priest transformed into a meteor, crashing straight into the ground with a resounding thud. The force of the impact created a massive crater in the golden earth, surrounded by spreading black fissures. In the air, Salama, radiating scorching energy akin to the sun, fixated on the gaping hole beneath. He opened his mouth, gathering a terrifying dark red energy, its blood-colored glow enveloping him. Dragon God Breath. Salama mentally chanted the name of this technique, then unleashed the energy from his mouth towards the ground. The dark red energy beam surged into the crater, causing it to expand further under the energy's influence. With a thunderous explosion, the ground was engulfed in a blood-red glow, and only after some time did the terrifying energy's aftermath gradually dissipate. As the area below became shrouded in swirling white smoke, Salama clenched his fist, and numerous golden stones began to assemble, restoring the ground to its former state. However, just as the land had been successfully restored, it was violently breached. The high priest erupted from the earth, leaving behind a moderately sized black hole. Silver-blue energy, akin to flames, blazed fiercely around the high priest, while visible purple-red wounds marred his bare chest and abdomen. Panting heavily, the high priest exhaled several breaths of foul air, then clenched his fists, his muscles bulging with power as terrifying energy erupted from within. The surrounding energy vortex expanded exponentially, radiating star-like brilliance, while immense pressure surged outward in all directions. All right, let the second round begin. With that, the high priest charged toward Salama, his fist enveloped in starlight, striking swiftly at Salama's left cheek. The energy from the starry punch exploded, leaving a dark mark on Salama's left face. "Oh, finally feeling something," Salama remarked, slightly tilting his head back. "What a monster," the high priest thought silently, adjusting his stance to kick towards Salama's neck. The absurd hardness of Salama's neck remained unaffected by the high priest's fierce kick. Instead, it was the high priest's leg that felt the pain. "No sensation this time," Salama declared, seizing the high priest's leg and spinning him overhead before hurling him away. Salama then pursued, and as the high priest saw the dragon god charging, he opted to strike first with a punch. With a casual block, Salama returned the punch, and the two fists collided with a resounding impact. They began to fight mid-air, exchanging blows in a fierce contest, appearing evenly matched for the moment. The high priest dodged whenever possible, but when he could not, he braced himself against Salama's overwhelming physical strength. Meanwhile, Salama received the high priest's attacks with indifference, exhibiting absolute confidence in his own body. The ferocity of their combat soon revealed the high priest's disadvantage. As Salama's punches finally forced him to spit blood, close in, Salama concentrated an energy wave in his hands and unleashed it against the high priest's chest, sending him flying. The energy wave erupted like fireworks upon impact, dazzling the onlookers. Chapter 172, Fighting Multiple Opponents with Ease. Is this truly terrifying? Witnessing the high priest's recent surge in power only to be mercilessly beaten by the dragon god, Wukong and others silently marveled. The distant fireworks were splendid, but for the few survivors present, their hearts were heavy, uncertain of how long they would endure. With a somber expression, Wukong and his companions gazed at the golden, radiant dragon god, who seemed to have suffered no diminishment in strength despite the intense battle. The blazing golden energy spilled forth, forming a radiant sphere around him. As they sensed Salama's increasingly formidable aura, Wukong could not help but question, can this creature truly be defeated? The remaining observers, barely holding on, felt their confidence shaken by Salama's might, their faces etched with despair, as if the outcome was already predetermined and any struggle would be futile. Suddenly, a blue light intensified in the distance, growing larger until it coalesced into a massive sphere. In the next instant, the high priest appeared before Salama, their surrounding energies intertwining and eroding each other. "Oh, you seem to have grown stronger," Salama exclaimed with excitement. "I thought you were nearly finished. Yet you surprised me once more." In response, the high priest launched a swift punch. Salama met this challenge with a punch of his own, and the two fists, one golden, the other blue, collided explosively. The energy erupted outward, sending two semicircles of force expanding rapidly. Wukong and the others instinctively raised their hands to shield their heads, their movements fluid from experience. Once the energy tempest subsided, they lowered their hands to gaze upward, only to find that Salama remained, while the high priest, having just struck, was now stained with blood, his aura considerably diminished. The situation was evident to any discerning observer. The high priest had been defeated in the recent clash and was sent flying. "No, we cannot continue with a one-on-one duel," Wukong suddenly declared. "It is far too unrealistic. We must join forces. Otherwise, once Salama deals with the high priest, we will truly have no chance left." Upon hearing Wukong's words, the High Mother contemplated for a moment before promptly nodding in agreement, recognizing it as the only viable course of action at this juncture. However, at that moment, the high priest and Salama once again engaged in combat. The high priest wielded his fully restored purple arm, relentlessly attacking Salama. Yet, Salama showed no intention of evasion, brazenly meeting the high priest's punches with his own formidable strikes. Clang, clang, clang. Before long, the high priest could no longer withstand the onslaught and coughed up blood. Seizing the opportunity, Salama increased the intensity and speed of his punches. Just as Salama was delivering his blows with fervor, two energy waves, one black and one white, surged toward his sides. Confronted with this dual assault, Salama swiftly braced himself with both hands, capturing the two energy waves and hurling them upward. The energy waves collided in midair, resulting in a spectacular explosion. Salama, surveying the two newcomers, then turned his attention to the high priest, who had just managed to evade his attack by retreating a short distance. You two are truly eager for death. Once your injuries are healed, you should remain below and prolong your dwindling lives. But now, it seems I must expedite your demise. As soon as the words left his mouth, Salama vanished and reappeared before Wukong, delivering a punch that drove his golden fist deep into Wukong's abdomen. Splutter, splutter. Vivid crimson blood erupted forth, and it was not over yet. Salama's arm pressed even harder, forcing his elbow into Wukong's belly. A distinct bulge appeared on Wukong's back, unmistakably the shape of a fist. However, Wukong's remarkable flexibility prevented him from being pierced, resembling rubber in its resilience. Salama appeared somewhat surprised, but this did not deter him. In the next moment, he opened his palm, pressing it against Wukong's body, as a brilliant red light emanated from his abdomen. Boom! Wukong was instantly sent flying, and Salama swiftly dealt with him before reappearing before the High Mother. Salama employed the same terrifying speed and strength, aiming to eliminate the High Mother in an instant. However, this time, the target was prepared, and the High Mother was significantly stronger than Wukong. Thud! The High Mother crossed her arms in front of her, absorbing the blow. Although she managed to block it, the immense force still sent her hurtling backward. Not far away, the High Priest, having regained much of his strength, charged at Salama, landing a powerful punch against his golden back. Bang! This strike halted Salama's advance, and he slowly turned, his red eyes glimmering with a bloodthirsty gleam. What is wrong with all of you? You seem oddly determined to hasten your demise, despite my intentions to grant you a longer life. With that, Salama unleashed a punch aimed at the High Priest's head. Bang! The High Priest attempted to block with his arm, but Salama easily caught his leg as he kicked toward Salama's face. Just as they were about to continue, a white energy wave crashed down behind Salama, leaving a trail of white smoke. Such bothersome insects. Grasping the High Priest's hand, Salama exerted tremendous force. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed ominously as the High Priest's pupils dilated in shock, gritting his teeth in silence. However, the excruciating pain diminished the strength of his other hand, resulting in Salama's golden fist striking his face. The High Priest was sent flying, dragging his injured leg behind him. Salama did not pursue, but instead turned sharply toward the High Mother, delivering a crushing golden fist to her abdomen. Ugh! Intense pain radiated from her stomach, forcing the High Mother to double over, only to be met with Salama's long tail striking her face. The tremendous force sent her flying, quickly vanishing from sight. Just as Salama prepared to chase after her for a final blow, a striking blue light appeared behind him. Chapter 173: The High Priest's Burgeoning Potential. With a fierce rush of wind, an enormous blue energy wave surged toward Salama's back, exuding a terrifying might. Boom! Bang! The colossal energy exploded, instantly engulfing Salama and everything in his vicinity. Gasping for breath, the High Priest swayed unsteadily, having just exhaled 2 breaths when a glimmer of golden light arrived. Ugh! The High Priest stared in disbelief at the suddenly reappearing Salama, about to speak, but was interrupted by a golden elbow crashing into his face. Bang! The force of this elbow strike twisted the High Priest's face as he was propelled away. Salama shadowed him closely, arriving at the High Priest's back and delivering a powerful kick. Thud! Bang! The High Priest's body was sent hurtling back like a cannonball. Following this, Salama formed 2 massive blood-red energy orbs in his hands, each larger than himself, and hurled them toward the High Priest. As the 2 energy orbs advanced, they intertwined and gradually merged into a single, even larger orb. The enhanced blood-red energy orb barreled toward the High Priest. A sudden, intense sense of danger from behind prompted the High Priest to halt his movement and swiftly turn around. Confronted with the approaching behemoth, the High Priest's pupils constricted, and he reluctantly extended both hands to brace against it, attempting to halt its advance. Ugh! His arms, initially straight, gradually bent under the immense pressure, emitting faint cracking sounds under the strain. Soon, the gargantuan energy orb flattened the high priest, who was continuously assaulted by golden lightning, leaving him increasingly injured. I can become even stronger. In this urgent moment, the high priest's potential erupted once more, a silver-blue aura igniting fiercely, soon matching the size of the colossal energy orb before him. Veins bulged on his arms as he pushed forward, attempting to repel the energy orb away from his body and continue his counteroffensive. Observing his massive energy orb stagnate, Salama extended a finger and quickly condensed another energy orb the size of a head, launching it toward the enormous energy orb. As this smaller orb merged into the larger one, the colossal orb expanded further. The high priest's advance came to an abrupt halt, and with each subsequent merging of energy orbs, the momentum he had just regained was once more suppressed. Gazing at the immense energy orb, Salama revealed a sly smile, then formed yet another energy orb, sending it toward the merging orb. However, this time, instead of expanding, the energy orb emitted a dazzling light before erupting violently. Boom! The blood-red energy spread relentlessly, tearing apart the fabric of space and creating rifts in its wake. After what felt like an eternity, the terrifying energy finally subsided, leaving behind a shattered void and rolling clouds. Gasping for breath, Salama swiftly unleashed a powerful gust of wind with a single wave of his hand, forcefully dispersing the surrounding smoke. In an instant, the scene became clear once more, revealing the rifts in the void that were slowly mending. A few survivors from the recent energy upheaval not far away, and the three figures that emerged at the center of the explosion as the white mist dissipated. Oh, was he not annihilated by that surge of energy? Observing the battered yet unyielding Deshengguan, a flicker of doubt crossed Sa's mind, but he quickly dismissed it, extending a hand towards the trio and unleashing an energy wave. Bang! Wukong and his companions retaliated in unison, their energy wave colliding with Salama's and resulting in a powerful explosion. Uft. Nevertheless, Deshengguan coughed up a mouthful of blood, his wounds oozing profusely. Thanks to you, I managed to negate a portion of that colossal energy. Otherwise, I would have perished. Deshengguan turned his head, coughing a couple of times, addressing the two behind him. Cough. Cough. Hold him off for a moment. You two find a way to escape. With that, Deshengguan's wounds ignited with blue flames, his aura and strength surging dramatically. Fueled by this newfound power, he charged relentlessly towards Salama. Deshengmu, witnessing this, was about to speak, but Wong placed a hand on her shoulder, interrupting, "Let us go. We must not let his efforts be in vain." With that, Wukong pivoted her body and urged her to fly away alongside him. On the other side, Deshengguan, burning through his potential, regained his strength, even surpassing his previous peak. However, such explosive growth was not destined to last. All he could do was prolong the inevitable within this fleeting time frame. Bang! Bang! As Deshengguan's power escalated, the battle with Dragon God Salama intensified, their bodies clashing in primal combat. While Salama, relying on his formidable dragon physique, maintained the upper hand, Deshengguan, igniting his very essence, countered fiercely, immune to the accompanying pain. Boom! Deshengguan's fist transformed into a streak of blue light, striking Sa's right cheek with a speed that left him momentarily stunned. Though Sa's head tilted aside, he quickly regained composure, a trickle of golden blood escaping the corner of his mouth, which he wiped away with a golden hand, remarking, "Not bad. That was certainly your strongest punch thus far in our skirmish. Yet, it is still insufficient." With that, Salama bent his arm and launched a powerful blow towards Deshengguan's abdomen. In an instant, Deshengguan's fiery blue fist locked onto the incoming punch. Ugh. They struggled in that position, their veins bulging like roots of ancient trees. As Salama's strength grew, Deshengguan's hands trembled, and it seemed he could not hold on much longer. Suddenly, Deshengguan flung his hands to the side. Bang! Crack! He then delivered a fierce elbow strike to Salama's chest, following it up with an uppercut. Salama's head snapped back, only to rebound and collide with Deshengguan's head. Boom! The violent impact caused Deshengguan to shudder, his eyes flickering, as purple blood streamed down from his scalp, quickly soaking his face. Ugh! Deshengguan shook his head vigorously, attempting to regain focus. Chapter 174, S return to Xinguan. Still reeling, found Star unrelenting, rubbing his aching forehead and observing his opponent, who had momentarily halted. Oh, is my head but truly that formidable? Realizing de Xinguan was dazed from the impact, Salamov contemplated. If that's the case, allow me to assist you. With that, Thaw drew his arm back, as if pulling a bowstring, and struck de Xinguan's dazed face with a vigorous punch. Bang! The overwhelming force contorted de Xinguan's face, yet it also jolted him awake. De Xinguan opened his mouth, his eyes wide with clarity, and rapidly retreated. Gliding through the air for a considerable distance, he finally came to a stop, gingerly touching the prominent imprint left on his left cheek. Wow, that hurts. The searing pain compelled de Xinguan to exclaim. What is happening? Why does my face ache so much, as if struck by something heavy? As he moved his hand to his scalp, feeling the dampness of his hair and the numbness in his head, he finally recalled the events that had transpired. Damn, that monster's head is so hard. It knocked me out cold. Upon recollecting everything, de Xinguan couldn't help but curse. At that moment, a flash of golden light appeared, and suddenly, the towering, robust figure of Salma materialized before de Xinguan, delivering a punch without uttering a word. Uft! De Xinguan caught the golden fist, and blue flames erupted around him. Seizing the opportunity, he pushed back against Sa's golden punch, then unleashed another strike. Bang! Unprepared, Salama was struck solidly in the face, and without pause, de Xinguan, emboldened by his surge in strength, launched a relentless assault against Thama. Thud! 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 Encased in blue flames, de Xinguan's fists pounded against Salama's formidable dragon form. Despite its considerable resilience, the continuous barrage of de Xinguan's relentless attacks began to inflict visible damage. The clash of golden and blue energies intensified, with neither party yielding an inch. Uft! Just as de Xinguan was in full swing, he suddenly coughed up blood, most of which splattered onto Salama. This unexpected turn of events momentarily halted both fighters, but they quickly resumed their fray, their fists colliding once more. Following his bloodshed, de Xinguan's fury escalated. Such self-destructive attacks began to take their toll on Salama, who struggled to keep pace with de Xinguan's terrifying speed. Boom! Suddenly, de Xinguan executed an uppercut, sending Salama soaring into the air. As he watched Salama suspended in midair, de Xinguan erupted, the blue flames surrounding him igniting to unprecedented heights. He clasped his hands together, gathering an unprecedented magnitude of energy, forming a massive, deep blue sphere before him. End of destruction wave. This colossal energy wave surged towards the airborne Salama, ripping through the surrounding space. Unfazed by the oncoming terror, Salama countered with an energy wave of his own. To everyone's astonishment, upon contact, Salama's crimson energy wave was swiftly engulfed. The blue energy wave surged forth, and as it approached, Salama extended his arms, attempting to halt its advance through sheer strength. Yet, he had vastly underestimated the colossal energy wave, which propelled him higher into the sky, utterly beyond his control. The energy wave pushed Salama to the edge of the heavens, and the ensuing explosion darkened the once golden sky, creating a gaping void. Massive waves of energy rippled outward, expanding throughout the atmosphere. De Xinguan maintained his stance, hands poised for release, his entire body trembling uncontrollably, while the flames surrounding him gradually waned until they vanished entirely. The wounds that had once been concealed by fire were now laid bare, etched upon his body in a myriad of patterns. Despite the exterior appearing dire, compared to the internal damage, these injuries were trivial. If one were to peer within, they would discover that most of de Xinguan's organs had withered away, while those that remained were merely charred remnants. The high priest, feeling utterly powerless, lowered his hands and curiously gazed at the sky, wondering if his recent attack had managed to vanquish the dragon god Salama. In the golden expanse above, a glimmer of golden light began to emerge from the dark fissure that had just been created, gradually growing brighter. Witnessing this, the high priest's expression changed, and his body could no longer sustain itself, leading him to fall helplessly. However, propelled by his indomitable will, he forced his body to remain upright, ultimately landing on one knee. Was this yet another failure? Supporting himself with his hands on the ground, a wry smile of resignation appeared at the corners of his mouth. As the brilliance intensified, Salama slowly emerged from the crack, which began to shrink and eventually mend itself. Salama was not unscathed. Dark wounds marred his golden form. starkly visible against his radiant skin. Insect, you have done well. You have marred my skin. But can you continue? As he spoke, Salama extended a hand, and a colossal blood-red energy sphere materialized in his palm. Golden lightning danced across its surface, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Farewell, insect. The pleasure you have provided me ends here. The massive energy sphere descended, accompanied by a terrifying pressure that cascaded downward. The high priest gazed at the seemingly endless shadow below, despair washing over him as he looked up at the blood-red sphere blotting out the sky. It seemed that all was lost. Wait, your life is not over yet. Just as the high priest was about to close his eyes and embrace death, a voice resounded. And in the next moment, Wukong appeared behind him. Hearing the voice, the high priest turned to see the newcomer and asked, bewildered, "How is it you? Were you not told to leave?" Wukong did not respond. Instead, he knelt down, his hand slowly penetrating the high priest's back, gripping his still-beating heart. This world is not so vast. Where can you run? I wished to take a gamble, which is why I returned. Dark mist began to seep from Wukong's palm into the high priest's body, continuously eroding and consuming his remaining essence. Feeling the peculiar sensation within his body, the high priest spoke in agony. It is futile. Even if you consume me, you cannot defeat him. Chapter 175. A further breakthrough into the demon god form. I know. Wukong smirked wickedly upon hearing the high priest's words, extending his other hand to support the descending energy sphere. Of course, absorbing one cannot lead to victory. But look, I have returned. What? What have you done to the great goddess? The high priest's pupils constricted as he stammered, You? Wukong lowered his head, whispering close to the high priest's ear, Is it not evident? The high priest, now enveloped in black mist with only his head visible, instantly understood and closed his eyes. Very well, but I believe you shall soon come looking for us. Upon hearing the high priest's final words, Wukong laughed. Ha. You two are quite amusing. Even your last words bear a resemblance. The black mist continued to expand, consuming the high priest's head entirely. After devouring the high priest, Wukong's body began to shimmer with a silver radiance, and he gradually pushed the blood-red energy sphere upwards. With one hand effortlessly maneuvering the energy sphere, Wukong felt the increasingly terrifying energy within himself, affirming his decision. Let us rewind time a few minutes to witness what transpired as Wukong and the great goddess fled under the high priest's instruction. The two flew aimlessly through the golden sky, Wukong trailing behind. As he observed the great goddess ahead, a wicked thought suddenly arose in his heart. Must we truly escape? And even if we manage to flee this dragon god space, what then? Live a life of hiding and fear. The choice of destiny lay before him. And with his head bowed and focus wavering, Wukong's fists tightened with resolve. Finally, he raised his head, his eyes fierce and unwavering, fixating on the great goddess. No, I cannot retreat. I still have a chance. If we combine our strengths, there is still hope. Having settled on his desired answer, Wukong suddenly called out, Wait. Huh. The great goddess turned back, puzzled. What is it? We need to hurry. I believe we should not abandon the high priest. Wukong feigned remorse, adopting an expression of regret over their earlier decision. But the high priest may still. There is still time. Wukong interrupted. If we hurry, we can make it. This may be the only opportunity to defeat Dragon God Salama. Together, with the self-sacrificing high priest, our combined power could offer a fighting chance. The great goddess's eyes flickered, her resolve wavering. Observing this, Wukong stoked the flames of determination. If we arrive in time, even if we cannot win, we can still leave with the high priest and perhaps save his life. Upon hearing the phrase save his life, the great goddess's indecisive gaze hardened, and she proclaimed, All right, let us return. With that, she accelerated to her utmost speed, hurtling back like a meteor. However, as she turned, she did not notice the strange smile that suddenly appeared on Wukong's face. He hurriedly followed, closely trailing behind, his right hand gathering energy, focused and discreet. Wukong adjusted his breathing, keenly aware of the perfect moment to strike. 1, 2, 3. As he drew closer, he silently counted, and by the time he reached 8, Wukong's prepared right hand shot forward. Bang! Caught off guard, the great goddess, propelled by her own speed, was pierced through the chest by Wukong. Ah! The great goddess gasped in shock, then coughed up blood. Yet, being one of the most formidable beings, she quickly lunged forward, unleashing an energy wave behind her. Wukong's arm was forced out, but he swiftly countered, deflecting the energy wave aside. He charged forward again, not allowing the great goddess a moment to react, and exchanged injuries, creating several wounds on her body. Seeing that the moment was right, Wukong launched another fierce strike toward the center of the great goddess's chest. Bang! She instantly arched her back in pain, but it was not over yet. Wukong continued exerting force, enveloping his fist in black mist, which then pierced through her body. Puffed. Violet blood flowed continuously from her mouth, and as the great goddess attempted to retreat, Wukong seized her with an outstretched hand. Enough, it is time to end this. Become my power. The dark mist relentlessly eroded and consumed the great goddess's form, which, shrouded in darkness, trembled futilely before disappearing completely. Now, time returns to the present. With the consumption of both the high priest and the great goddess, Wukong's power soared to unprecedented heights, enabling him to effortlessly strike the massive energy sphere. In an instant, the sphere's round form was flattened, sending it hurtling to the left. Bang! The distant energy sphere erupted violently, unleashing a colossal white cloud that resembled a mass of cotton. Wow, my body feels so inflated. Wukong's body, gradually expanding with the immense energy within, prompted an urgent need for release. The discomfort surged within him, compelling Wukong to unleash the excess energy. With a fervent shout, he clenched his fists, and a torrent of silvery energy erupted around him. In an instant, the once golden expanse transformed into a silvery canopy, causing the dragon god Salama in the sky to close his eyes, enveloped by the radiant light. After a considerable moment, the silvery phenomenon began to fade, restoring the world to its gleaming golden state. Yet, a single area remained bathed in silvery light at the heart of the earth, where Wukong assumed a new form. His silvery hair shot upwards, while his crimson eyes remained unchanged. Even his originally blood-red fur seemed to have been purified, turning snow-white. The eerie crimson patterns on his chest, combined with his similarly hued eyes, imbued him with an aura that was both righteous and wicked. Gazing at his reflection, Wukong nodded in satisfaction. Having absorbed the powers of the great divine officer and others, he decided to name this new transformation the Shinma form, a tribute to his mentor. Chapter 176. The true encounter begins. Having settled on the name of his new form, Wukong was eager to test his newfound strength. Though he sensed an almost infinite energy within him, the true extent of his power could only be gauged through combat. He turned his gaze skyward, observing the once unreachable dragon god Salama, contemplating this as an apt sharpening stone. In a flash, Wukong vanished, reappearing behind Salama, both standing back to back, neither making the first move. Who would have thought that you would be my final opponent? A mere insect I could have crushed with ease, Salama remarked. Indeed, I never anticipated this either, yet I must assert that anything is possible. Even if I were to defeat you shortly, I would not be the least surprised. With that, Wukong was the first to strike, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Salama's head. Quick to react, Salama raised his arm to block the blow. Yet the force of the kick forced him to stagger back. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong pressed forward, his fists aglow with silvery light, relentlessly striking Salama. With each blow, the nearly faded black wounds on Salama's golden body re-emerged. Frustrated by the relentless assault, Salama, in a fit of rage, disregarded the punches landing on him and sought to retaliate. His golden fists flew swiftly and ferociously towards Wukong. However, it seemed as if Wukong could foresee these attacks, deftly evading them and countering with a punch of his own. After several exchanges, Salama had yet to land a single hit, while his wounds multiplied. Observing Salama's futile attempts, Wukong thought with satisfaction, indeed, having absorbed the powers of the two strongest angels has elevated my mastery of the ultimate freedom technique to its zenith. Every part of my being seems to anticipate the enemy's movements. Following this realization, Wukong delivered a heavy punch to Salama's abdomen, then crossed his arms, striking Salama down towards the ground. With a thunderous crash, the golden earth fractured, but it was not over yet. Countless meteoric waves of silvery energy cascaded down, cleansing the broken ground in a relentless white mist that thickened increasingly. A furious roar erupted from within the smoke, followed by a half-circle of orange-red energy spreading outward, turning the ground to dust inch by inch. The terrifying silver energy projectiles were swallowed by the expanding orange-red force. Are you serious? Wukong paused, watching the explosive energy erupt from the ground. From within the orange-red energy, Salama slowly ascended into the air, 9 crimson dimensional rings radiating an ominous aura from behind him. Impressive, you've managed to push me to this extent. Now, allow me to demonstrate the true meaning of absolute power. As the words left his lips, the 9-dimensional rings behind Salama converged into a singular golden-red wheel entwined with multiple dragons. Instantly, Salama's power surged tenfold, surrounded by a tempest of crimson lightning. His aura terrifyingly formidable. In the next moment, Salama swung his fist, appearing before Wukong in an instant. Although Wukong managed to block the punch, he was still sent flying. The overwhelming force crushed him, causing crimson blood to splatter from his mouth as he was propelled backward. After a somersault in the air, Wukong forcefully halted himself, wiping the blood from his lips with an exhilarated grin. Haha, if you're serious, then I shall be as well. With that, a terrifying energy erupted from within Wukong, rapidly forming silvery dimensional rings around him. At this moment, a purple-black wheel materialized behind him, while the 8 silvery rings melted away, swirling as ethereal gas around the purple-black wheel. Soon, a new outer ring adorned with pairs of silver wings appeared behind him. Feeling invigorated by his rejuvenated power, Wukong confidently addressed Salama. All right, let us commence in earnest. With a sudden burst, he charged at Salama, and with a flash of white light, their fists collided with a resounding impact. The collision of their immense powers sent both combatants reeling backward. However, they quickly re-engaged, their fists and feet moving with the swiftness of lightning. As the battle intensified, every part of their bodies became weapons of attack. In this exchange, Wukong's evasive maneuvers and reaction speed outmatched Salama's, yet Salama's physical prowess and strength surpassed Wukong's. This stalemate resulted in neither side gaining the upper hand, leading to a deadlock. With a resounding impact, Wukong absorbed Salama's elbow strike, experiencing pain while contemplating his next strategy. I must devise a plan. This opponent's defenses are impenetrable. After receiving 2 more powerful punches from Salama, Wukong was pushed back, but a flash of inspiration struck him. Yes, I can try that. Wukong leaped back a distance, raised his right hand, fingers together, and gradually enveloped his palm in silvery energy, transforming it into a blade of energy. Black lightning coiled around the blade, while Wukong's overwhelming energy aura began to wane. Conversely, the energy blade became increasingly profound and luminous. As a thin layer of energy enveloped his body, the blade in his right hand was completed, equally profound yet more restrained. Let me see how effective this is. With this thought, Wukong vanished in an instant, becoming a streak of light as he zipped past Salama, appearing a short distance behind him. Holding the energy blade, Wukong paused for a moment before swiftly pivoting. And as he did, a gash opened in Salama's robust chest. Golden blood seeped from the wound, trickling down. Initially, Salama was taken aback, but soon he felt a sharp sting in his chest, leading him to incredulously gaze down at the injury. As he slowly wiped the golden blood from his fingertips, he took a second to confirm that he was indeed bleeding, igniting his fury. Clenching his fists, his eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty light, as his muscles bulged, expanding further, while the surrounding searing energy surged violently. Observing the current state of Salama, Wukong excitedly raised his right hand, brandishing an energy blade. Chapter 177, Intensification. Abnormal vitality of Salama. This gesture of Wukong was distinctly provocative, something most individuals would find difficult to resist. Undoubtedly, the dragon god Salama was no different. With a furious roar akin to a blazing fireball, Salama charged towards Wukong. As Salama drew nearer, Wukong felt the terrifying heat, yet he did not evade. Instead, he swung his energy blade, slicing towards the fireball. A clash erupted as Salama's arm collided violently with the energy blade. In an instant, the blade effortlessly severed the golden skin on his arm, cutting deep into flesh until halted by the hardness of bone. Salama seized the energy blade, and with his other fist, he aimed a punch at Wukong's left cheek. However, Wukong reacted swiftly, blocking the punch with his left arm while retreating. Wukong observed the seemingly deep gash on Salama's arm, realizing it did not damage any vital structures. He thought to himself, it seems this energy blade can only achieve such results. Enraged at Wukong evading his attack, Salama pursued him, his orange fist striking like lightning towards Wukong. Faced with a flurry of punches, Wukong retaliated with his energy blade. The sounds of slicing and impact echoed as Salama's fists became bloodied, covered in numerous lacerations, particularly concentrated on his two fists. With a pained roar, Salama halted his assault, gritting his teeth as he stared at his mangled fists, choosing not to continue. Seeing Salama finally pause, Wukong breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for a brief respite. After all, the destructive power of each of Salama's punches was formidable, especially at such a rapid frequency. Had Salama not ceased his attack, Wukong would have suspected he needed to reduce his hands to mere pulp to make him stop. However, respite was short-lived, as Salama's fearsome regenerative ability soon restored his bloodied hands to their former state. It seemed a change in strategy was imperative, otherwise he would not be able to bring Salama down. Observing this, Wukong promptly adjusted his combat approach, preparing for something significant. Salama clenched his restored fists and charged once more at Wukong, who met him with his energy blade, both hurtling towards each other. A brilliant flash illuminated the arena as Wukong swiftly maneuvered behind Salama. A long gash blossomed from Salama's back, blood gushing forth. Salama sensed the disturbance behind him and quickly turned to confront Wukong, exclaiming, "Did you think that would incapacitate me? You underestimate my regenerative capabilities." With that, Salama advanced, golden fists clashing against the silver energy blade, while the wound on his back visibly healed at an astonishing rate. Wukong, unhurried, struck Salama's arm once more, creating another deep gash. Whenever an opportunity arose, Wukong's energy blade would inflict a profound wound on Salama. As time passed, wounds began to accumulate across Salama's body. Though his formidable self-healing abilities continually mended his injuries, the sheer number of wounds began to overwhelm his recovery rate. Golden blood streamed down Salama's robust, yet scarred physique. Despite the appearance of severe injury, his aura showed no signs of waning, continuously radiating his terrifying energy. "Do not tell me this is your ultimate move," Salama declared, his face, grotesquely divided into 4 sections, writhed like a horror film. Witnessing the blood pooling around Salama, as if he were being dismembered, Wukong marveled at his abnormal vitality. There were no signs of weakening, only a more pronounced surge of life energy. With Wukong holding his energy blade in silence, Salama chuckled, "It seems my assumptions were correct. If that is the case, allow me to conclude this." As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged towards Wukong, his golden fist descending. With a horizontal sweep of his energy blade, Wukong braced himself against Salama's punch. "No, I must find a way to dismantle this monster, bones and all, or my attacks will be futile." Feeling the increasing weight of Salama's fist above him, Wukong gradually bent his arms, contemplating his next move, then suddenly withdrew with great force. "You cannot escape," Salama bellowed, swinging his fist to pursue Wukong with another strike. Rather than meeting the attack head-on, Wukong opted for mutual harm. The golden fist struck Wukong's left chest with unimpeded force, causing blood to erupt, while Wukong's energy blade sliced through Salama's eye without hesitation. With a muffled groan, Salama's vision plunged into darkness, yet he remained still, slowly laughing. You are at your wit's end, resorting to such devious tactics." Wukong remained silent, only feeling the impact on his chest from that powerful punch. Now was a rare opportunity. Observing Salama's immobility, Wukong recognized the moment was ripe for action. He gathered all his strength into his right hand, causing the energy blade to elongate and expand until it reached a colossal 100-meter length, finally halting its growth. Pointing this massive blade toward the heavens, Wukong, with steady resolve, directed it downward at the stationary Salama. Deprived of sight, Salama could only sense Wukong's energy nearby. However, as Wukong concentrated the immense energy blade for the strike, his energy presence flooded the surrounding space, creating a perplexing situation that left Salama unable to ascertain Wukong's location. Faced with the descending energy blade, he did not attempt to evade, instead bracing himself to absorb the impact. The collision resounded with a thunderous boom as Salama's head was cleaved open, leaving only his skull to bear the weight of the blow. The excruciating pain made him instantly aware of his dire situation. In a desperate attempt, Salama seized the energy blade, attempting to crush it, but no matter how hard he exerted himself, there was no discernible effect. So hard. Wukong struck down forcefully, yet Salama's skull proved terrifyingly resilient, defying his efforts. Unbelievable. It's just a head. In the next moment, Wukong concentrated the 100-meter blade, compressing it until it formed a 1-meter-long energy blade that finally managed to create a fissure in the hard skull. Chapter 178. unraveling the secrets of memory. The energy blade pressed forcefully through the crack, culminating in two distinct sounds. Crack. Split. Salama's golden head was ultimately severed in two, unleashing a torrent of blood-red energy that erupted from the divided cranium. Caught off guard by this sudden surge of energy, Wukong was propelled away, carried off by the expanding storm of power. After some time, this terrifying energy tempest gradually subsided. Likewise, Wukong halted his gliding in midair, gazing around in bewilderment, internally lamenting, "Where on earth has this blasted energy taken me?" Surrounded by an endless expanse of resplendent gold, Wukong found himself in a state of confusion. Everywhere he looked, the same golden hue enveloped him, leaving him utterly disoriented regarding his whereabouts. What the hell? I had just severed Salama's head. How could such a phenomenon emerge? Wukong's mind grew increasingly agitated, an ominous premonition gnawing at him as he muttered to himself, "I wonder if that fellow has perished. Surely he must have." After all, his head was severed in two. Unsure of what to think, Wukong stood still in contemplation, when suddenly he raised his head in astonishment, gazing intently ahead. What is happening? Why has the aura of that creature suddenly surged? At that moment, a long wave of golden energy surged forth, and Wukong allowed it to brush past him. His eyes fixed on the distance. In his perception, the presence of Salama's energy seemed completely absent, yet it had now returned with increasing intensity. The overwhelming vitality was strikingly evident, far from that of a mere headless casualty. What the devil? What is going on? Wukong cursed silently, and then propelled himself forward, the vibrant energy akin to a guiding beacon. Soon, Wukong reached his maximum velocity, resembling a beam of light as he swiftly closed the distance to Salama. Moments later, having reached peak speed, he finally returned to his previous position. There was no time to catch his breath. Confusion and astonishment swirled in his mind as he beheld the scene before him. Within his line of sight, the head he had severed was undergoing a remarkable transformation. As strands of golden, translucent filaments sprouted from the center of the two halves. What on earth? Wukong gazed in disbelief at the golden threads emerging, pondering whether this creature was truly dead or still alive. Gradually, more and more golden strands appeared, soon enveloping Salama's form and binding him like a mummy. Then, right before Wukong's eyes, the once bifurcated head was rejoined by those golden threads, reconstructing a complete head. Phew, it seems this fellow has not perished after all. Witnessing the entire sequence, Wukong quickly deduced that once this creature emerged, its power would undoubtedly be enhanced once more. Wukong's expression turned grave, his fists clenched tightly. The mummified Salama stood silently, radiating an ever stronger golden light, surrounded by numerous golden strands that floated in the air without any wind. Is it about to emerge? After a while, Wukong sensed the increasingly formidable energy and vitality emanating from the mummy, leading him to speculate. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. Dozens of golden lightning bolts descended from the heavens, striking the mummy, most of which were absorbed, while a few danced across the surface. In the next instant, the chest of the mummy, composed of an unknown material, abruptly tore open, revealing a golden dragon claw that reached out and swiftly slashed downward. With a tearing sound, the mummy was rent open, and the dragon god Salama slowly emerged, shedding the golden strands with each step he took. Wukong observed Salama approach him, and for reasons he could not fathom, despite the only change being the color of his two dragon horns, he could distinctly sense that Salama had undergone a transformation, exuding an enigmatic aura. Facing him, Wukong felt as though he was confronting an infinite ocean. "Young one, I must thank you. Had it not been for you, I would never have recalled this sequence of events." Wukong, wary, regarded Salama, anticipating a confrontation, when unexpectedly, Salama spoke these words. Wukong's expression conveyed his astonishment. "What did you say? You wish to thank me?" As he spoke, Wukong inexplicably glanced at Salama's restored head and continued. "Do you mean to thank me for turning your head into two pieces?" As if understanding Wukong's thoughts, Salama replied grandly, "This is merely a trivial matter. You may not comprehend the significance of those memories to me. I sincerely thank you for unlocking my mind." Wukong wore a look of bewilderment, internally questioning whether his strike had somehow damaged Salama's brain. Noticing Wukong's unfriendly demeanor, Salama sighed and said, "You likely won't grasp my current feelings, so allow me to show you." With that, Salama extended his hand, and a translucent water sphere appeared, filled with tiny black dots. This is the memory I have unsealed. Once you touch it, everything will be clear to you. Gazing at the water sphere, Wukong pondered whether to touch it. It seemed inconsequential either way. The current Salama was far beyond his capability to defeat, given his overwhelming power, making any trickery unnecessary. Resolving this, Wukong placed his finger into the water sphere, and upon contact, darkness enveloped him, as if he were submerged in deep waters, cloaked in shadows and softness. In a fleeting moment, Wukong felt his body plummet downward, and after some time, he broke free from this dark realm with a splash. Gradually, light returned to his surroundings, revealing an empty void. Floating in the air, Wukong surveyed the desolate expanse, and after a considerable time of observation, he finally began to form a semblance of understanding. Could this be the newly formed universe? Following this hypothesis, Wukong discerned more traces of this nascent universe. Although there were no planets within, the dark canopy above resembled the heavens of the world he once knew. As more details emerged, the possibility of this being a newborn universe reached a definitive conclusion. However, what was the purpose of this memory transporting me to such an early stage? Now certain of its nature, Wukong began to contemplate another matter, the reason for his presence here. Undeterred, he turned in circles but found nothing of note, prompting him to voice his frustration. What on earth is going on? You said I would understand, yet this emptiness, what am I meant to see? Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed across the sky. Wukong quickly looked up. What is that? A fissure tore through the dark sky, releasing specks of golden light. The thunderous sounds had emanated from this opening. Gradually, the rift widened, as if the heavens were being rent asunder, and from the golden maw, a massive object plummeted downward. Was it a planet? Or perhaps a meteorite? Wukong speculated curiously as he observed the irregular golden oval object above. As Wukong watched in fascination, the colossal stone-like entity streaked across the sky, ultimately crashing onto the void below. He hurried toward it, and upon closer inspection, it was indeed an enormous meteorite, its uneven golden surface glimmering faintly. Gazing at the battered golden meteorite, Wukong wondered if this was the revelation he was meant to witness. He then scanned his surroundings, ensuring no other phenomena would manifest, and pondered aloud, but what is this meant to convey? Thus, Wukong stared intently at the massive meteorite, eager to discern whether the change lay within the stone itself. As time passed, his initial curiosity waned into skepticism and ultimately into apathy, leading him to resign. Fine, let it be. I shall quietly wait here for something to happen. If all else fails, I shall remain here with this great stone. Suddenly, Wukong closed his eyes, uncertain whether he was sleeping, contemplating, or engaged in some other activity. A peculiar sound, akin to crackling and booming, jolted Wukong awake, prompting him to instinctively gaze towards the source of the noise. In the air, two exquisite, translucent, white crystals materialized, intermittently struck by jagged bolts of black lightning. The black lightning seemed to partake in some ritual, causing the crystals to darken with each strike. Once the pristine white crystals turned black, they erupted in an explosive burst. Following this, two humanoid figures appeared where the crystals had been. Observing the snow-white hair, pale blue skin, and a somewhat familiar visage, Wukong instinctively remarked, "This resembles the Grand Priest, albeit in a shrunken form. And that must be the Grand Matriarch, too." His gaze shifted to the similarly diminished Grand Matriarch beside the Grand Priest. Wukong silently watched them as they seemed newly born and somewhat disoriented, standing still for a moment before their bodies began to move. Initially stiff, akin to wooden figures, they quickly adapted, their awkwardness dissipating, and soon they were moving as fluidly as ordinary individuals, perhaps a tad curious. They both leaped about, and after a moment of realization, they began to explore their surroundings. For this world was remarkably vast, with nothing but the enormous meteorite below them. They swiftly spotted the prominent stone beneath, newly brought into existence. Their curiosity about everything was fervent, and they soon flew above the golden meteorite. Gradually descending, one after the other, they landed on the meteorite, with the Grand Priest crouching to examine it closely, placing his hand upon the stone's surface. After inspecting it, he raised his head and slowly shook it while looking at the Grand Matriarch. He then stood up and, with an expressionless demeanor, stated, "I do not know what this is." Upon hearing the Grand Priest's words, the Grand Matriarch gazed at the stone beneath her feet, her eyes radiating a desire for exploration. "Do you wish to see what lies within?" asked the perceptive Grand Priest. Indeed, the Grand Matriarch eagerly nodded in response. Observing the immense stone below them, the Grand Priest slowly nodded. Very well. I shall attempt it, but you should step back. With that, he clenched his right fist tightly, instinctively gathering energy within it while the Grand Matriarch floated nearby, watching intently. In a brief moment, his fist, charged with terrifying energy, shone like a small sun, radiating an orange-red glow. Huh! The Grand Priest forcefully struck the meteorite with his fist, and with a thunderous sound, an immense power erupted. The meteorite began to crack at the point of contact, with fissures rapidly spreading until the entire stone was marred with them. Boom! The meteorite, now riddled with cracks, finally shattered, sending golden fragments scattering into the surrounding void. The Grand Priest, the Grand Matriarch, and Wukong stared in astonishment at the objects revealed by the explosion. Golden dragon scales, tattered and battered, adorned a body marred by scars, and one of the blood-red dragon horns lay broken, while only one arm remained intact. This is Salama? How could he be so injured? The Grand Priest and the Grand Matriarch were taken aback by the alarming state of Salama, while Wukong was shocked to discover that someone could inflict such damage upon him. Could it be that Salama is grateful to me for reminding him of his mortal enemy? Wukong pondered, gazing at Salama's dismal condition. At this moment, the somewhat astonished Grand Priest gradually regained his composure, licking his lips as the Grand Matriarch descended, her expression falling as she beheld the maimed Salama. Her mood shifted from bright to gloomy as she expressed her disappointment, saying, I thought it would be something entertaining. How dull. After uttering this, she turned to the Grand Priest, about to speak, but was taken aback by his current expression, stammering, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so terrifying? The Grand Priest's face was filled with greed, his eyes brimming with desire, revealing a thirsting, malevolent smile as he slowly replied. Do you not smell it? He is incredibly fragrant. Chapter 180. The Uncontrolled Grand Priest in Memory II. The Grand Matriarch naturally displayed her first expression of fear since her birth, but at a loss for words, she merely lowered her head in silence. Observing the Grand Matriarch's demeanor, the Grand Priest continued, Are you not going to speak? If you remain silent, I shall assume he belongs solely to me. After seeing the Grand Matriarch still looking down, he smirked slightly and returned his gaze to Salama. Now, let me see just how delectable this creature is. With this thought, the Grand Priest grasped Salama's head, attempting to tear it off, but no matter how much strength he exerted, it would not budge. Unable to remove the head, the Grand Priest shifted his attention to the massive wound on Salama's chest, oozing golden blood, and dove headfirst into it. The Grand Priest, as if entranced, voraciously consumed the golden blood, and when the blood from Salama's chest ceased to flow, he exacerbated the wounds to extract more. After a considerable time, whether the blood had been fully consumed or for some other reason, no more would flow from the wounds. Having drained this blood, the Grand Priest began to change, his body gradually becoming more robust, with bulging veins coursing across his muscles. However, his complexion appeared abnormal, filled with pain, and his eyes turned blood-red and terrifying. At that moment, the Grand Matriarch sensed something was amiss. She lifted her gaze and was startled by the sight before her. The Grand Priest's body swelled grotesquely, with monstrous veins coiling around him like serpents, and his bloodshot eyes added to the horror of his appearance. What has happened to you? The Grand Matriarch urgently inquired, approaching cautiously. With the Grand Priest reduced to a monstrous figure, capable only of howling, the Grand Matriarch was filled with anxiety, unable to approach closely due to her uncertainty about the situation. I feel so uncomfortable. After a series of anguished cries, the Grand Priest finally managed to articulate a coherent thought. Hearing this fragmented speech, the Grand Matriarch eagerly moved closer, touching his body as she asked, What on earth is wrong with you? You seemed fine just a moment ago. Who? The energy contained within that blood is overwhelmingly potent. I feel as though my body is about to burst. The Grand Priest gasped for breath, his inflated head similarly exhibiting strained veins. Yet he managed to explain the cause of his current state. What should we do now? The Grand Matriarch asked, her hands growing increasingly hot to the touch. Filled with concern. After another prolonged series of groans, the Grand Priest slowly articulated his thoughts. I have conceived a plan. My transformation into this state is primarily due to the excess energy within me. Therefore, I must reduce the energy. Upon completing this statement, The Grand Priest groaned once more, prompting the Grand Matriarch to urgently inquire, I understand what you mean, but how do we accomplish that? The esteemed Dashinguan clutched his chest, suppressing the discomfort that coursed through his body, and continued, it is quite simple. First, you shall pierce my body, allowing some of the energy within me to be released, and then leave the rest to me. Very well, the Dashinmu replied, momentarily taken aback before promptly acquiescing. She then mimicked the earlier actions of the Dashinguan, extending her right hand and gathering energy from her entire being. A pristine white energy enveloped her palm, gradually forming into a pointed shape, and with a sudden thrust, the Dashinmu lunged forward towards the Dashinguan. With a piercing sound, the sharp protrusion effortlessly penetrated the skin, burrowing into his body, and then she swiftly drew her hand downwards. The Dashinguan's massive back was immediately carved open, and in the next moment, countless golden particles erupted forth, scattering in all directions. Once the golden light ceased to emanate, the Dashinguan's enormous form slowly collapsed to the ground, as his once great body gradually shrank back to its normal size. Time passed, and after a brief moment, the Dashinguan, curled up on the ground, stood once more. Though the gaping wound on his back appeared gruesome, his eyes shone with clarity and transparency, indicating he had returned to his former state. Turning to the Dashinmu, he smiled gently. I owe you my life. Without you, I would have perished. Relieved to see the Dashinguan restored, the Dashinmu exhaled a sigh of relief and curiously inquired, what transpired just now? You seemed like a different person. The Dashinguan shook his head, equally puzzled. I am uncertain. When I first caught the scent of that golden blood, something felt amiss. Yet I was unaware at the time. Upon drinking that blood, it felt as though I was bewitched, unable to stop myself. Upon hearing the Dashinguan's first-hand account, the Dashinmu breathed a sigh of relief, her expression tinged with fear. Thank goodness you are unharmed. Indeed, I owe it all to you, the Dashinguan exclaimed, his radiant smile a testament to his gratitude. With that, he turned abruptly and made his way towards the lifeless body of Salama. The Dashinmu, initially wishing to dismiss the gratitude, questioned curiously, where are you heading? Upon witnessing the Dashinguan stop before the unknown corpse, she expressed disbelief. You cannot possibly still be interested in that thing? The Dashinguan caressed Salama's head and reassured her, fear not. Experience has taught me well. I know how to address that flaw. The Dashinmu intended to say more, but before she could utter another word, the Dashinguan acted with lightning speed. The previously indomitable head was instantly struck by a powerful blow to the neck, severing it cleanly. Observing this, the Dashinmu was left in utter bewilderment, incredulously stating, Huh? Wasn't that? Holding the dragon's head, the Dashinguan examined it closely, his excitement palpable. This is precisely why I wish to continue my work. Do you see? Although I have lost a significant portion of the power I just absorbed, a remnant still resides within me. Even with just this, I feel as though I have been reborn. Previously, this head was as hard as stone, yet now it is effortlessly removed. As he spoke, the Dashinguan placed the head aside, his mind racing with thoughts regarding the remaining body. Chapter 181. The Origin of the Great Demon God Eureka. The Dashinguan focused intently on the headless dragon carcass lying before him. After a few moments, his eyes brightened as he finally conceived a solution. I know how to avert the explosive crisis I faced earlier. Hearing this, the Dashinmu, intrigued by his enthusiasm, asked, What do you plan to do? The Dashinguan did not answer directly, but instead muttered to himself, If I alone can be overwhelmed by that energy, what would happen if two of us were to face it together? As the Dashinguan whispered his thoughts, the Dashinmu was about to inquire further when she was startled by his sudden movement. What are you doing? Her astonishment was understandable, given the peculiar nature of his actions. He abruptly plunged his hand into his chest and extracted a dazzling, translucent diamond crystal radiating a pure white light. With one hand clutching the crystal and the other grasping Salama's body, silver blue energy emanated from his left hand, swiftly enveloping the golden form. Soon, a terrifying force surged towards the Dashinguan, enveloping him in golden light. As his strength escalated, the side effect of his body expanding began to manifest. Before long, the Dashinguan, his eyes tinged with a hint of red, raised the crystal in his right hand and channeled the overwhelming energy within him into it. Moments passed, and the energy flowed unceasingly, yet the crystal had its limits. The once crystalline purity morphed into a deep crimson hue. Regrettably, The Dashinguan remained oblivious to the impending issue, greedily continuing to pour energy into it. In an instant, driven by his avarice, the now pitch-black crystal began to fracture. And upon hearing the ominous cracking sound, the Dashinguan glanced over. Upon witnessing the multitude of fissures, he finally came to his senses and hastily ceased the influx of energy. Although he acted swiftly, it was too late. As he halted his input, the crystal exploded violently. Boom! The resulting energy tempest hurled the Dashinguan and others away, while Salama's head was sent soaring, disappearing into the sky, lost to the unknown. However, as the Dashinguan had a firm grip on Salama's headless body, it did not vanish but instead embarked on an interstellar journey alongside him. The Dashinmu, slightly weaker than the Dashinguan, was propelled even farther. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, a black, translucent soul emerged from the site of the crystal's destruction. This soul possessed no flesh, only a stark black skeletal frame, shrouded in dark mist that offered a semblance of concealment. The black skeleton, akin to the newly birthed Dashinguan, paused for a moment before curiously surveying its surroundings. However, its intelligence was evidently inferior to that of the two Dashinguan. It flitted about like a child, exploring and touching everything. After a considerable time, it finally settled down, and the surrounding black mist coiled around it, transforming into a grand black robe that enveloped it completely. What is this? The previously expressionless Wukong, watching the black skeleton don its new attire, was taken aback, his face shifting dramatically. The great demon god. So, this is where the master first came into being. Everything makes sense now. Wukong's expression shifted rapidly, within seconds. His astonishment faded, returning to his trademark cool demeanor, internally reflecting, now it all falls into place. That moment the great demon god fused with the Dashinguan. The root of it lies here. Clad in the black robe, the great demon god stood motionless, seemingly awaiting someone. Time passed, and the Dashinguan and the Dashinmu, along with the headless golden corpse, gradually approached from afar. Upon spotting the great demon god, the Dashinguan, as if seeing a treasure, suddenly accelerated, swiftly reaching the figure before him. Who are you? The Dashinguan demanded, concealing Salama's remains behind his back. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. And after a few minutes, the Dashinguan, feeling a loss of composure, changed his expression and prepared to strike. Who do you think I am? The great demon god replied just in time, thwarting the Dashinguan's intended blow. The grand priest observed closely for a moment before hesitantly inquiring, "Are you perhaps a being newly born into this world?" Despite his words, the grand priest sensed an elusive yet familiar aura emanating from the figure before him, which left him in a state of confusion. "Well, it could be considered so, or perhaps not," the figure replied. Annoyed by the ambiguous response, the grand priest retorted, "What do you mean by considered or not? Do you believe I won't hesitate to end your life right now?" Unfazed by the grand priest's aggressive tone, the dark demon merely shook his head and said, "Do not rush. I have not said that I would withhold information from you," conceding to his impatience. The grand priest suppressed his impulsiveness and prepared to listen. "In truth, we can be regarded as one and the same," the dark demon revealed. The grand priest was taken aback for a moment before quickly realizing, "You mean you are my core essence? Ah, it seems you have finally grasped the truth." The dark demon indirectly confirmed. However, the grand priest soon broke free from his astonishment, now puzzled as he asked, "How did you become a spectral entity, endowed with intelligence? Is this a consequence of the energy from that golden corpse?" As the grand priest pondered aloud, the dark demon interrupted, "Enough. What is your next course of action?" The sudden inquiry jolted the grand priest from his thoughts, and he swiftly brought forth the remains of Salama. "You mean this?" he queried. "I have no idea. What about you? Any thoughts?" The dark demon floated toward the remains of Salama and extended his skeletal hand to rest upon the corpse's chest. After a few moments, he withdrew his bony hand and said in a hoarse voice, "I have examined it. Although most of the energy within this body has dissipated, a minuscule amount remains deep within. This energy is nearly impossible to absorb unless the body is completely dismantled and consumed." The grand priest's expression grew solemn upon hearing this. However, recalling the dark demon's earlier words, he hesitantly remarked, "The hardness of this entity is no jest. I was able to sever its head only because its neck was brittle. I have little confidence in dismantling the other parts." After listening to the grand priest, the dark demon slowly shook his head and replied, I comprehend your concerns, yet I possess a solution. Oh, what is your plan? The Grand Priest's excitement surged at the prospect of a solution as he focused intently on the dark demon's next words. It is quite simple. But I must first pose a question. If we combine the powers of the three of us, can we cleave it in two? As he spoke, the dark demon gestured toward the massive wound on the headless corpse. The Grand Priest scrutinized the injury, then nodded gradually, saying, "That should pose no issue. Given the size of that gash, if we cannot achieve this, we might as well consider it a failure." "Very well, since you are so confident, let us commence." The dark demon began to gather energy, his right hand, now claw-like, enveloped in a dark energy. "I will strike from the front. You two attack from behind. And we shall strive to split it in two." As soon as the words left his mouth, the Grand Priest and the Grand Mother began to channel their own energies. Blue and white luminescence entwining around their hands, gradually taking on the shape of long blades. "Now, open." With a chilling and sinister growl, the dark demon, along with the other two, unleashed their combined might. The dark demon's massive claw, wreathed in black flames, lunged toward the chest, while the Grand Priest and the Grand Mother struck with their energy blades at the remain's back. The dark demon's claws effortlessly penetrated the body due to the pre-existing wound, and he exerted force to attempt to rend it apart. "You two must apply more strength. At this rate, it could take an eternity to split it." Observing the resilience of the decayed body, the dark demon urged the Grand Priest and the Grand Mother. Though reluctant, the Grand Priest intensified his assault. Despite the formidable strength of Salama's remains, the trio's combined efforts gradually began to yield results. As the dark demon felt his claws penetrate the body, a sinister smile crept across his face, and he suddenly exerted force, tearing the corpse in two. The Grand Priest and the Grand Mother, caught off guard by this abrupt action, stumbled past the dark demon. The dark demon seized the severed half of the body and exchanged positions with the Grand Priest and the Grand Mother, who now possessed the other half. "What is the meaning of this?" the Grand Priest asked, bewildered, as he gazed upon the remaining half of the body. "What do you mean? Did we not just split it apart?" "This half belongs to me, and the other half to you," the dark demon replied unapologetically, promptly absorbing his half into his dimensional realm. "As for what you intend to do with your half, I have no interest, nor do I wish for you to pry into my affairs." The Grand Priest, further perplexed, inquired, "What is your intention? I do not understand." "Aren't we supposed to be one?" The dark demon, with a sinister chuckle, responded, "Who told you that? And why do you presume that, given the current circumstances, I would willingly relinquish my consciousness and merge with you?" The Grand Priest's face darkened at this declaration, yet he restrained his fury, continuing, "You intend to betray me. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? I am your creator. Without me, you would not exist as you are." The dark demon did not engage in argument, merely turning away. "Is there anything else to discuss? If not, I shall take my leave." "You scoundrel!" The Grand Priest clenched his fists, energy swirling within him, his rage teetering on the brink of eruption. "I advise you to remain calm. While I may not be able to defeat you, escaping poses no challenge for me. If you push me to my limits, I will ensure that you suffer dearly, even at the cost of my own dissolution." The Grand Priest was momentarily taken aback by the dark demon's indifference to death, his clenched fists loosening, only to tighten once more. "Do you truly believe that I am afraid? Regardless of the price, it ultimately depends on my will. If I desire it, I will pay any cost." The atmosphere grew tense, a standoff between the two, neither willing to concede. After a brief silence, the dark demon spoke first. "Since we cannot reconcile our differing philosophies, let me propose a compromise." After pausing to gauge the Grand Priest's reaction, the dark demon continued, "Given our mutual refusal to yield, let us use the halves of the body we possess to compete." Once more, silence enveloped the scene as time trickled by. After a span of several seconds, the Grand Priest finally spoke, "How shall we compete?" Realizing that the Grand Priest was amenable to the proposal, the dark demon elaborated. "My idea is to transform our respective halves into a new entity and have them compete. The loser will willingly be absorbed by the victor. What say you?" The atmosphere grew still again as the Grand Priest furrowed his brow, contemplating the proposition. After a brief moment, he replied, "This indeed appears to be the most prudent course of action, and I am confident that I will emerge victorious, regardless of the method employed." Confidence is commendable, yet excessive pride can lead to downfall. "Let us hope you do not falter," the dark demon remarked with a sly grin. As the great demon spoke these words, He drew a line before him, and in an instant, a black hole slowly unfurled. Without hesitation, he stepped inside, vanishing from sight. Subsequently, Wukong found his surroundings shifting dramatically, ultimately transforming into a space enveloped in hues of black and crimson. Observing his environment, Wukong noted the absence of anything but the red lava, black rocks, and the white steam. What could this mean? At that moment, the space above rippled, and the familiar black hole re-emerged, from which the great demon floated out. He first surveyed the area with a discerning gaze, then joyfully proclaimed, "Indeed, this place is perfectly suited for its birth. Furthermore, being born in such a harsh environment will surely enhance its potential." With a swift motion, the great demon conjured another black hole, and in the next moment, a half-formed golden corpse gradually materialized. He then cast the body directly into the lava below. The impact created a tremendous splash, sending lava soaring hundreds of meters into the air, reminiscent of a cascading waterfall. After the lava settled, the great demon extended his hands, shrouded in swirling black mist, and began to gather energy. The pitch-black energy quickly coalesced around his palms, forming a larger, shadowy manifestation. Once the silhouette had solidified sufficiently, the great demon plunged his clawed hand into the lava. As the dark talons penetrated the molten substance, the vibrant crimson lava began to gradually darken, with the transformation spreading outward. Once all the red lava was consumed by the darkness, the surroundings were instantly engulfed in blackness. Pleased with the sinister transformation of the area, the great demon nodded in satisfaction and, while amplifying his power output, declared, "All right, let us commence. I am eager to witness the emergence of what kind of life will be born here." Under the influence of the great demon's formidable power, the black lava began to ripple violently, escalating into a fierce vortex. Wukong, observing this tumultuous spectacle, secretly anticipated that this was indeed the moment and process of the birth of the All-Demon. Before long, the swirling vortex seemed to gather all the lava into a singular mass, gradually morphing into a colossal, elongated tornado. The undulating whirlwind spun wildly, shaking the surrounding rocks as the grand scene unfolded, its duration unknown. When it finally subsided, the dark tornado unleashed a downpour of lava, casting aside the excess molten rock. After the surplus lava vanished, only a small demon, with a crimson body and large horns, remained suspended in the air, eyes tightly shut, drifting peacefully. The great demon approached his meticulously crafted creation, examining it from all angles, feeling its bones, skin, and other features. Quite impressive," he remarked, his delight evident in his words. After a final inspection, the great demon placed his hand upon the small demon's head, saying, "All right. This perfect vessel now only requires the implantation of memories." In the next moment, the great demon's skeletal hand, glowing with dark light, enveloped the small demon's head, commencing the weaving of memories. After a considerable duration, the shadowy glow gradually dissipated, and the great demon withdrew his hand. Moments later, the small demon's tightly shut eyes slowly opened, revealing a bright gleam of innocence. At that moment, Wukong noticed the scene before him becoming ethereal, the surroundings shifting continuously, culminating in a vision of the great demon conversing with the small demon, who nodded attentively. Once all visions faded, Wukong found himself back in darkness, though this void lasted only a few seconds before the environment transformed once more. Pure white flooded his vision, snow-white skies and a ground as blue as flowing water, with the rippling surface revealing the Grand Priest, the Grand Priestess, and the half-corpse gathered together. The Grand Priest and the Grand Priestess, positioned one before the other, encircled the half-corpse and commenced the transformation of another body in this environment, which starkly contrasted with that of the great demon. The ensuing process mirrored that of the great demon, save for the use of black lava versus the enveloping pure white light. Soon, amidst this pristine radiance, a familiar little puppet slowly emerged. The light seemed to recognize its master, surging into the little puppet's body. Once the glow faded, the king of all, adorned in regal attire, appeared in midair, his hollow eyes resembling those of an authentic puppet. "How does this look? Does it require any alterations?" The Grand Priest inquired curiously of the Grand Priestess. "It's acceptable, quite pleasing to the eye," she replied. Satisfied, the Grand Priest boasted, "It seems my taste is quite commendable. I thought your preferences would differ from mine." The Grand Priestess shook her head in disagreement, stating, our tastes must differ. I have no feelings toward this, neither affection nor disdain. Clearing his throat, the Grand Priest stood tall and declared, Ahem. Let us proceed with the next steps. With that, he swiftly approached, placing his palm atop the King of All's smooth head. In the next second, a blue light radiated from his crown, swiftly enveloping the entirety of his head. Minutes later, the blue light gradually faded, and the Grand Priest withdrew his hand. Done. The memory implantation was successful. As soon as he spoke, the King of All's starkly contrasting black and white eyes began to move, and his body soon followed suit. Once he adjusted to his movements, he inquired of the Grand Priest, Grand Priest, where is this place? Oh, the Grand Priest paused momentarily, then promptly responded. This is the entire universe, your domain, great King of All. The King of All, bewildered, turned around, asking, but why is it so barren here? There is nothing at all. The Grand Priest surveyed the surroundings and nodded, acknowledging, it is indeed a bit empty. However, that is a trivial matter. If there is nothing, we shall create it. With that, the Grand Priest extended his hand, retrieving an angelic staff from the void, and with a casual wave, invoked mysterious powers. Planets materialized from thin air, rapidly filling the sky. Observing the increasing number of planets, the Grand Priest turned to the King of All, saying, Great King, feel free to choose any planet you desire as your residence. Soon, your realm will be brimming. Excellent. I will select these unique spheres right away. The King of All exclaimed, sensing the delightful game in the task of choosing planets, and immediately soared toward the celestial bodies. Watching the King of All depart, the Grand Priest turned to the Grand Priestess, saying, You follow him. I shall refine the overall image of this universe. Understood. With that, the two parted ways, each pursuing their respective tasks. The scene before Wukong began to shift once again, the visuals accelerating and becoming increasingly ethereal and distorted. Wukong felt as if he too were being warped, witnessing the subsequent battles between the All-Demon and the King of All. Despite the accelerated pace, the intensity of their fierce conflicts was palpable through the harrowing imagery. The final vision depicted the All-Demon's defeat, followed by his division into multiple parallel universes. Wukong's consciousness once again plunged into darkness, soon experiencing the familiar sensation of being enveloped by water before breaking the surface. As the first rays of light entered his eyes, Wukong slowly opened his somewhat unaccustomed gaze. Observing the familiar and bright surroundings, he immediately felt a sense of relief, a smile of survival gracing his lips. You have finally returned. How do you feel? You should now understand why I express my gratitude, suddenly spoke Salama, who stood behind Wukong. Upon hearing the voice from behind, the smile on Wukong's face instantly froze, and he turned around with a grim expression, silently thinking, I almost forgot, there is still that troublesome fellow. Turning to face Salama, Wukong exhaled deeply and said, Yes, I have grasped the general events. However, those memories seem to have no direct connection to my severing of your head, do they? This is what I wish to convey to you. Salama pointed to his forehead and replied, I had just been resurrected. But due to the interference of two unfamiliar memories that do not belong to me, only a portion of my original memories awakened at that time. The majority remained dormant. As he spoke, Salama grew somewhat excited, transforming his hand into a blade-like shape, and continued, Your strike, I must say, perfectly awakened my original memories. Then, under the power of my complete and formidable memories, those two foreign recollections were swiftly refined. Therefore, my gratitude towards you is genuine. After hearing Salama's explanation and combining it with the information he possessed, Wukong nodded and said, I see. After a brief moment, Salama began to stretch his body, stating, All right, now that everything is clear, it is time to continue our enmity. Huh? What? Wukong, momentarily taken aback, instinctively responded, then realized something was amiss and immediately questioned. What do you mean? Did I not assist you? Why are we fighting again? Salama clenched his fists and replied, Indeed. Did I not just express my gratitude? I wish to spare you, but alas, you possess something that does not belong to you. With that, Wukong swiftly retreated, disdainfully saying, Humph. Spare me? If we are to fight, let us do so. Although you have grown stronger, I am not yet so weak as to require your mercy. It is futile to speak further. Blame yourself for absorbing the power of the great official and inheriting that which is not yours. As soon as the words left his mouth, Salama's figure vanished and reappeared before Wukong, delivering a colossal golden iron fist directly to Wukong's face, sending him flying. Observing Wukong hurtling away, Salama waved a hand, causing a series of golden peaks to surge upwards, instantly lifting Wukong into the sky. Seizing the advantage, Salama swiftly flashed behind Wukong, both hands clenched tightly, and struck with all his might. Boom! The powerful punch was met with Wukong's crossed arms. But he could barely withstand the force, ultimately being sent crashing to the ground. The immense impact created a gaping hole in the earth, with fissures radiating outward, clearly demonstrating the destructive power of the blow. Coughing, Wukong wiped the blood from his mouth and leaped directly before Salama. Observing Wukong, who had only spat a little blood and appeared relatively unscathed, Salama taunted, "You can take a hit." Ignoring Salama's jibe, Wukong launched a kick aimed at Salama's face. However, Salama caught Wukong's leg and effortlessly hurled him away. As Wukong soared through the air, he quickly regained control and realized the disparity in their strengths. He hastily amplified his power. A surge of silvery energy enveloped Wukong's entire being, his silvery hair billowing upwards as the immense energy expanded his muscles. Black lightning danced around his body, crackling ominously, further enhancing the dangerous aura surrounding him. With sharp silver eyes fixed on Salama, Wukong charged forward, launching a powerful punch. Boom! Salama met the blow with equal force, their fists colliding in a clash of terrifying strength, unleashing waves of spatial distortion. As the standoff continued, Wukong gradually sensed his strength waning. To avoid being overwhelmed, he swiftly withdrew his fist and followed up with another strike. Though Salama was momentarily caught off guard by Wukong's sudden counterattack, he quickly intercepted the incoming fist. Seeing this, Wukong maintained his aggressive assault, delivering a series of rapid and fierce punches toward Salama. Each strike was countered, and as their fists collided at an ever-increasing speed, they soon became mere shadows. The sound of their intense combat echoed like a relentless downpour, with the surrounding space fracturing under the strain of their fierce energy. With two particularly resonant impacts, the two combatants reappeared. Wukong's elbow struck Salama's chin, causing golden blood to flow from his lips, while Salama's fist sank deep into Wukong's abdomen, eliciting crimson blood to spurt from his mouth. As they each exerted force to separate themselves, Salama merely grunted lightly and stepped back a few paces, while Wukong staggered backward, spewing more blood and retreating a considerable distance. Once he steadied himself, Wukong touched his aching abdomen, his body involuntarily bending as he glanced up at Salama. Despite the fierce battle, Salama appeared unscathed, save for a minor bleed from the earlier elbow strike. It was evident that he was virtually unharmed. This cannot continue. The strength of this foe is too formidable. If this drags on, I will surely be defeated. I must give it my all. Only a decisive strike may lead to victory. Recognizing the vast gap between himself and Salama, Wukong swiftly adjusted his strategy, preparing to execute his plan. With a furious roar, Wukong unleashed all his latent potential, the silvery flames swirling around him coalescing into a transformative surge. As the energy expanded, the surrounding space quaked under the torrent of silvery energy. With the residual force emanating from his feet, the atmosphere trembled in response to Wukong's terrifying presence. With both hands layered together, he formed a signature pose, the energy accumulating in the palms of his hands growing ever larger. Observing Wukong channeling his ultimate technique, Salama displayed unwavering confidence, disregarding the gathering energy. Wukong, undeterred by Salama's indifferent gaze, let the energy swell to monstrous proportions. He thought to himself, "If you choose to ignore me and allow me to gather my strength, I shall ensure you experience the full might of this ultimate wave." With this resolve, Wukong concentrated his energy to the utmost. Finally, he unleashed the Kamehameha wave. With all his energy converged, Wukong roared as he released the colossal wave of impact. The silvery energy orb, trailing a long tail, hurtled towards Salama. The colossal orb swiftly collided with the single hand extended by Salama. In comparison to the immense energy wave that resembled a planet, Salama appeared insignificantly small. Yet, regrettably, that golden arm stood resolutely, blocking the tremendous energy wave. With a contemptuous smile, Salama exerted force, gradually pushing the shockwave back. As Goku sensed the shockwave slowly retreating, he clenched his teeth and began to draw upon his latent strength from deep within. Upon making contact with the ground, he cracked the golden surface beneath him. and a new surge of energy finally erupted from within him. The energy wave in Goku's hand instantly thickened significantly, halting the momentum of the counter-push. The two forces thus remained locked in a stalemate. Neither side could advance an inch, yet their states were starkly different. Salama effortlessly pushed back Goku's energy wave with a single hand, appearing nonchalant and at ease. In contrast, Goku gritted his teeth, the veins in his arms bulging as it was evident that if this stalemate continued, he would not last much longer. Crack! Snap! The previously fractured ground soon crumbled completely, causing Goku to sink gradually into the earth. This cannot continue. If this shockwave keeps pushing, it will surely overwhelm me. As Goku sank into the ground, he felt the energy wave above him beginning to gain the upper hand, slowly descending upon him. There was no other choice. This was the only way. In the next moment, Goku unleashed a sudden explosion of power, releasing all his strength in an instant. The long tail of energy surged forth, merging with the energy wave, causing it to swell and become unstable. Due to the sheer size of the shockwave, Salama failed to notice that Goku had infused all his power into the energy sphere before him. He pushed the energy sphere forward. His eyes filled with confusion. What is happening? Why is this shockwave suddenly so volatile? It resembles a volcano on the verge of eruption. Just as Salama thought of a volcanic explosion, the energy sphere before him flickered with a different radiance, culminating in an increasingly bright flash that made Salama realize the truth. This clever boy has directly ignited this immense energy, Salama mused inwardly. And in the next instant, he was engulfed by the explosion's blinding light. The ensuing energy storm spread rapidly outward. On the ground, within the gaping pit, Goku lay helplessly, gazing up at the silver halo above, finding some solace in its presence. With this, even if he could not defeat him, surely it would be enough for him to savor this moment. As the aftershocks of the explosion dissipated, the silver halo in the sky gradually faded, replaced by swirling clouds of smoke. Amidst the white mist, a striking golden hue stood out vividly. Soon, a gust of wind swept through, causing the smoke to vanish instantly, revealing the elusive figure of Salama. Observing Salama's unscathed golden body, Goku's expression dimmed, and he subsequently closed his eyes, concluding that it was all over. He never anticipated that this monster could withstand such an assault without a scratch. Salama looked down at Goku with keen interest, then abruptly descended, crashing down with a forceful thud onto Goku's chest and abdomen, the immense weight further deepening the pit. Crack! With the sound of bones fracturing, Goku coughed out a significant amount of blood, staining both his face and chest. Gazing at the pitiful form of Goku below him, Salama shook his head, lamenting, "Ah, if only you possessed the bloodline of my dragon kin, enabling you to fully harness the power within, perhaps you would not have met such a dismal fate." Upon hearing these words, Goku managed a weak smile, yet the bloodstains on his face rendered it eerily grotesque. Cough! Cough! His smile was quickly overshadowed by a fit of coughing, crimson liquid slowly trickling from the corner of his mouth. Defeat is merely a cough away, weakness breeds excuses. Haha. Salama laughed heartily at Goku's words before replying, "You possess a remarkable spirit, young one. I hope that one day, we can engage in a battle of equals." With that, Salama bent his arm, looking down at Goku, and declared, "All right. It is time to send you on your way." No sooner had the words left his lips than Goku, who had been on the brink of unconsciousness, suddenly flicked two fingers together, and black energy blades shot forth towards Salama's crimson dragon eye. Swoosh! Goku's unexpected ambush undeniably succeeded. Salama had not anticipated that a wounded Goku would dare to strike. Blood streamed down Salama's face as it trickled from his eye socket. Yet he maintained his clenched fist, one eye fixed on Goku, fury simmering within. Seeing his attack land, Goku's face broke into a triumphant smile, but in the next instant, the smile vanished. Salama finally unleashed his previously paused fist, delivering a crushing blow that drove Goku's head into the earth. Following this, he rained down a flurry of punches, then seized Goku's arm embedded in his eye socket, twisting it violently. Crack! But that was not the end. After breaking Goku's right arm, Salama stomped down on his left arm, and another crack echoed out. Yet, this was still not the conclusion. Crack! Crack! With two more resounding breaks, Goku's remaining legs were similarly crushed. Observing Goku, now a mere fragment of his former self, Salama felt a twinge of boredom. He then raised a finger, pointing toward Goku's body, and soon, a blood-red energy sphere the size of a basketball materialized at his fingertip. Dragon God Destruction Sphere. Salama silently intoned, launching the energy sphere. The moment it left his fingertip, it expanded at light speed, enveloping Goku on the ground, and continued to delve deeper into the earth. The land crumbled inch by inch, and after the energy sphere vanished into the depths, Salama ascended into the air and snapped his fingers. Boom! Thunderous roars erupted. The energy sphere buried underground detonated instantly, blinding light bursting forth from the pit. And the ensuing tremors caused the entire land to shake violently. The terrifying commotion gradually subsided, and Salama gazed at the still smoldering pit below, muttering to himself, "Humph. This is the fate that befalls those who anger me." Just as his words faded, the ground below suddenly caved in, revealing the devastation wrought by the Dragon God Destruction Sphere's explosion. A vast, smoke-shrouded abyss emerged, and observing the scene, Salama was certain that Goku was obliterated beyond recognition. However, moments later, Salama frowned, his expression troubled as he remarked, "But now, recovering the energy will require a bit more effort." He then extended his left hand toward the enormous chasm, golden light radiating from his palm. In response, brilliant golden points of light began to flicker within the vast pit, enhancing the already ominous abyss with an air of mystery. Observing the evenly scattered light points, Salama's face bore a look of realization. Sigh, that last energy wave was indeed too powerful. It divided the energy into so many fragments. Salama sighed inwardly, gazing at his own primordial energy, quietly regretting his actions. Alas, I cannot neglect it. It seems I must invest more time into this endeavor. Subsequently, drawn by Salama's energy, each golden point of light soared into his hand, merging rapidly. However, this harmonious scene soon vanished. After absorbing 4 or 5 luminous points, those lights abruptly ceased their approach towards Salama's palm, as if they were hindered, flickering in place. What is happening? Salama keenly sensed something amiss, and subsequently extended his other hand, both hands glowing with a resplendent golden hue. Unfortunately, despite the amplified brilliance from his second hand, the luminous points remained utterly motionless, as if they had short-circuited, continuing to flicker in place. Observing the lack of results, Salama furrowed his brow, his expression one of confusion and disbelief. But mere seconds later, the answer gradually unfolded before him. Above the immense abyss, Salama's inquisitive gaze quickly detected something unusual. What is that? In the vast chasm filled with golden lights, a small black spiral orb began to coalesce, dwarfed by the surrounding luminous points. Yet, its abilities were extraordinary. Before long, under Salama's watchful eyes, the nearby golden points of light flickered one by one as they were absorbed by the black spiral orb. As the orb consumed an increasing number of luminous points, it grew larger, ultimately resembling a colossal black hole, voraciously drawing in the surrounding lights. Witnessing this unforeseen spectacle, Salama's palms instantly conjured 2 massive energy spheres, which he hurled towards the black vortex below. Upon contact with the black hole, the enormous energy spheres rapidly diminished in size, as though devoured, vanishing without a trace. Following this, Salama unleashed 2 even larger energy spheres. Yet the outcome mirrored the previous attempt. Observing the energy waves vanish entirely, alongside the black vortex that continued to absorb points of light, Salama muttered in perplexity, "What is going on? Not only did my attack fail, but how can it absorb my primordial energy? Furthermore, it seems incapable of perfectly merging with those primordial forces without the divine dragon bloodline. Unless..." A fleeting thought crossed Salama's mind, only to dissipate as he shook his head, declaring, "Impossible. The only place that possesses the divine dragon bloodline is me." In that brief moment of introspection, the black vortex below began to exhibit changes, as if it had gathered sufficient energy. The vortex twisted and began to morph into a humanoid form, black hands, feet, and a head emerging continuously. Once all the lights had been consumed, its tumultuous body finally stabilized. Salama gazed at its form in disbelief, exclaiming in astonishment, "How can this be? How could this creature possess the divine dragon bloodline?" It is no wonder Salama was astounded, for he had just witnessed the black vortex gradually transform into its current shape. A being of formidable stature, enshrouded in a dark blue aura, with flowing dark blue hair and 2 glossy black dragon horns protruding. Moreover, Upon recognizing its familiar visage, Salama's surprise only deepened into bewilderment. What is this? This fellow not only survived, but also absorbed all the primordial energy. This series of unexpected events momentarily short-circuited Salama's mind. After all, someone he believed to be dead beyond revival had suddenly returned to life, executing a series of astounding feats that left even him astonished. Wukong, too, regarded Salama with surprise, then glanced at himself. The previously bewildered expression in his eyes transformed into one of resolute determination, as he felt the overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Regardless of the current situation, I feel more formidable than ever. The sole priority now is to defeat the dragon god Salama. With this thought in mind, Wukong charged at Salama, his dark blue fist swinging fiercely. Salama, still momentarily dazed, instinctively raised his arm to block, the ensuing colossal impact jolting him back to reality. Boom! As Salama regained his senses, a searing pain radiated through his arm, igniting a surge of fury within him. You trash. Even if you have been resurrected, what difference does it make? I killed you once, and I can kill you again. This time, I shall ensure you perish beyond revival. Chapter 187. Wukong takes a step further. Enraged, Salama bellowed these words, swiping his hand aside to deflect Wukong's punch, then unleashing a powerful blow with his left fist. Bang! Salama's punch landed squarely on Wukong's face, yet Wukong remained unfazed, seizing Salama's wrist. With a forceful motion, he hurled Salama aside, delivering a fierce kick to his golden chest. The overwhelming force sent Salama soaring toward the horizon, leaving behind a golden streak. After that brief skirmish, Wukong gazed at his hands in disbelief, then touched his face where he had been struck. Am I truly this powerful? Finally, Wukong glanced in the direction where Salama had been sent flying, a triumphant smile gracing his lips as he hurriedly pursued. With his astonishing speed, Wukong transformed into a streak of black light, leaving a long trail in the sky. With such extraordinary velocity, he quickly caught up with the propelled Salama and, adhering to the principle of striking first, unleashed an energy wave. A massive black energy sphere enveloped Salama, yet the expanding sphere soon halted. In the next moment, a pair of golden hands forcefully shoved the dark sphere aside, followed by fingers violently piercing through the energy ball, tearing it apart. Bang! Boom! Boom! The unreasonable force behind this maneuver caused the enormous dark energy sphere to explode without surprise. The unleashed energy engulfed the two figures, continuously spreading outward. Once the energy fluctuations subsided, amidst the haze of the explosion, two silhouettes gradually emerged. Nonetheless, it was evident from their exposed forms that the recent cataclysmic energy impact had not inflicted significant harm upon them. As the smoke cleared, Wukong's dark blue form and Salama's golden figure appeared, both unharmed. Salama clenched his fists, the flames in his eyes extinguished, replaced by a solemn gaze fixed upon Wukong. It seems I must reevaluate your current strength. My strength? Wukong beamed brightly, extending a finger from his right hand, shaking it up and down. Very well. Although I am uncertain of my current power, I shall ensure you experience it firsthand. As soon as the words left his lips, Wukong surged forward, the surrounding space trembling with transparent cracks. Undeterred by the astonishing speed, Salama charged towards Wukong as well. Bang! Boom! The moment their fists collided, an enormous sound erupted between the blue and gold fists, while the space where they met expanded with transparent fissures. Ultimately, both warriors were forced to retreat amidst the shattering space, only to clash once more the following second. Boom, boom, boom. Their terrifying speed rendered their movements and figures nearly invisible, allowing only the energy auras of their battle to reveal the state of their confrontation. As the dispersing energy multiplied, it soon formed an irregular sphere, half blue and half gold. Amidst their fierce exchange, apart from the colossal sounds of their physical clashes, the oddly colored energy sphere writhed incessantly. This extraordinary spectacle continued for a while until it was shattered by the explosive force of their powers. The tremendous backlash from their combined might propelled them apart, each flying backward. As the two figures traversed considerable distances in the air, they came to a halt, one in front of the other. The fierce battle they had just engaged in clearly indicated a victor, Salama. The distance that Wukong had been sent flying was evidently greater. Yet neither displayed any emotion, both intently focused on each other. Their bodies gradually bent as they secretly gathered strength, resembling drawn bows. before they surged towards one another like spring-loaded projectiles. The resounding clash of their palms echoed with immense force, their fingers entwined, revealing the grotesque veins that twisted like massive roots. As their power intensified, those fierce veins spread across their backs, enveloping their robust forms in this struggle. The force they unleashed transcended the limits of this dimensional realm, leading to a cataclysmic result. The surrounding space began to crumble under the terrifying energy clash. Wukong and Salama, witnessing the changes around them, understood that a swift resolution was imperative. Otherwise, if this dimension were to collapse without a clear victor, the ensuing chaos would threaten the very fabric of the universe. Suddenly, Salama emitted a furious roar, his arms swelling with power, forcing Wukong's hands back and placing him at a disadvantage. Caught off guard by Salama's sudden surge, Wukong quickly retaliated, channeling all his strength into his hands. As he reacted swiftly, he managed to counter Salama's advance. However, Salama soon escalated his power, his body radiating an overwhelming force akin to a blazing sun, once again pushing Wukong backward. In that moment of retreat, Wukong found himself surrounded by massive black rings emerging from behind him. Realizing the sudden presence of these rings, coupled with the sensation of being unable to exert his full strength, an idea sparked in Wukong's mind. Moments later, the black rings behind him exploded one after another, each detonation reminiscent of a celestial body bursting forth with a grandiose display. Following each explosion, countless shards of dark energy merged into Wukong's form. As all 7 rings integrated into his being, Wukong abruptly halted Salama's advance, panting heavily as he exclaimed, "I knew something was amiss. Now this feels right." With that, Wukong exerted force through his arms, pushing Salama's hands back while undergoing a transformation. A dark blue aura enveloped him, rapidly morphing into a pitch-black shroud, with his skin taking on a deep bronze hue. Witnessing this drastic change in Wukong, Salama's expression shifted, prompting him to exclaim in astonishment, "What is happening? This resembles a dragon, yet it emanates a profoundly sinister energy." Wukong, uninterested in addressing Salama's confusion, was himself perplexed, suspecting that the essence of the evil Dragon King he had previously defeated had fused with his own dark origins. However, he quickly dismissed these thoughts, refocusing on the immediate confrontation with Salama, resolving to address the current predicament first. With renewed determination, Wukong forcefully subdued Salama, delivering a powerful knee strike to his chin. The impact sent Salama soaring, and Wukong continued his relentless assault with a flurry of punches, each blow striking Salama's golden form like a cascade of dark meteors. The resounding thuds of their clash filled the air as Wukong unleashed a relentless barrage, culminating in a powerful strike to Salama's abdomen that sent him flying, concluding his assault. As Salama hurtled away, Wukong felt exhilarated, reflecting, "This is how it should be. No wonder I felt restrained earlier. The dimensional rings were holding me back." However, upon observing the devastation wrought by their battle, Wukong comprehended the true purpose of the dimensional rings. It became evident that their function was to contain the cataclysmic energy. Without such control, existence itself would be fleeting. Though he now understood the ring's significance, Wukong had no intention of curbing his combat prowess. As the fate of this world mattered little to him, he resolved to defeat Salama before the dimension met its end. Meanwhile, Salama, filled with fury from the recent onslaught, began his counterattack, his golden arms enveloped in a fiery orange aura, charging at Wukong. In response to Salama's ferocious assault, Wukong casually extended his left hand, effortlessly intercepting Salama's massive fist. Observing Salama's bewildered expression, Wukong chuckled, "Don't be surprised. I'm the stronger one now." With that, he seized Salama's fist, spun him around, and delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, propelling him higher into the air. As Salama ascended, Wukong confidently gathered energy with one hand, directing it toward the retreating figure. A swirling mass of dark energy coalesced in his palm, growing larger by the moment, casting Wukong in a shadowy light. Source Energy Dark Wave. The colossal black sphere surged upward, unstoppable, crashing into the golden-hued sky. Though it appeared slow, the sheer magnitude of its presence soon made contact with the celestial expanse. Burrowing deeper within, under the weight of this ominous energy, the sky began to fracture, and with the final detonation of the energy sphere, the golden dimension faced its demise. The once luminous sky and earth became riddled with cracks, culminating in a series of thunderous explosions that tore the dimensional fabric apart. The brilliance of the blasts enveloped everything, and as the light gradually faded, Wukong gazed upon the profound starry expanse. Emerging from the chaos, he soon turned his attention to Salama, who had also survived the tempest. Upon witnessing Salama's battered state, Wukong's confidence surged. Then a thought struck him. With the dimension obliterated, his allies must have perished as well. It seemed that after defeating Salama, he would need to resurrect them. In stark contrast, the now damaged Salama remained defiant, his half-destroyed form barely holding together. Huh. You are the first human to wound me this severely, yet this level of injury is insufficient to vanquish me. With a bloodied mouth, Salama spoke. And just as he finished, a radiant multicolored light enveloped him, restoring his fragmented body in an instant. Wukong, initially taken aback by Salama's swift recovery, soon wore a confident smile, thinking, if that's the case, I shall ensure that you are left with nothing. Upon finishing his words, Wukong surged toward Salama, his dark fist crashing against Salama's face in an instant, but Salama retaliated with a punch of his own. The sounds of impact reverberated bang. Thud. Salama's fist was met with Wukong's unwavering resistance, while Salama was sent staggering backward by Wukong's strike. Yet this was merely the beginning. Wukong unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon Salama, whose defenses appeared feeble in comparison. The golden fist struck Wukong without inflicting any significant harm. After a series of brutal assaults, Salama, his body marred with dark scars, was sent flying by a powerful kick, piercing through several massive celestial bodies in the process. Boom. Boom. The planets he traversed began to crumble, their surfaces gradually engulfed by a molten crimson hue. However, Wukong denied Salama the opportunity to explode, positioning his hands before him as if grasping an unseen force. With a swift release, a pitch-black energy sphere materialized before him. Dark energy termination wave. Wukong exhaled, quickly stacking his hands together before launching this ultimate technique. The black light wave darted away, transforming into an infinitesimal black line, pursuing Salama's trajectory. This attack was eerily silent, as if no assault had occurred at all. Moments later, the effects of the energy wave became apparent. A transparent black ripple emanated from afar, soon followed by a tempest of dark energy that ravaged the surroundings, devouring countless planets. In no time, the once resplendent starry sky before Wukong was enveloped in suffocating darkness, everything consumed within its grasp. The world behind Wukong contrasted starkly, appearing as if it had been cleaved in two. Gazing into the boundless void, Wukong couldn't help but think, surely, you must meet your demise now. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, golden particles of light began to drift towards him, resembling golden raindrops. Subsequently, under Wukong's gaze, these luminous orbs gradually coalesced. Chapter 189, A Frantic Thought. Haha. Before the golden rain could fully merge, a series of triumphant laughs echoed, followed by a few confident words. I told you, trying to kill me is no easy feat. As these words were uttered, the merging of the light points accelerated, and soon, Salama's golden dragon form emerged flawlessly before Wukong. In the vast darkness ahead, the brilliance radiating from Salama's golden form was strikingly evident, dampening Wukong's earlier elation. Salama, revitalizing his reborn body, quickly noted the strangeness surrounding him and remarked with a chuckle, Haha, who would have thought? To eliminate me, you've annihilated this entire star domain. How ruthless. Wukong, perceiving Salama's laughter as mockery, retorted disdainfully, what does this cost compared to eradicating you? I would gladly obliterate the entire world to see you gone. Hearing Wukong's words, Salama erupted in exuberant laughter, exclaiming, Haha, you truly pique my interest. If it weren't for the necessity of your demise, I might consider befriending you. In response, Wukong regarded Salama with a glint of amusement in his eyes before replying, Humph. If you wish to beg for mercy, just say so. I have no desire for friendship. You will undoubtedly meet your end. Salama's expression turned icy as he responded, Are you certain? I, who possess the power of imagination, cannot be killed by you. Continuing this way is merely a waste of time. Wukong smirked confidently, his fists crackling with determination. Is that so? However, I am not one to heed warnings. I will seek my answers through my fists. With that declaration, Wukong charged at Salama, his arms cloaked in dark energy, swinging his fists with lethal intent as they slammed into Salama's golden visage. Bang! Salama's face contorted under the force. And just as the tremendous power threatened to send him flying, Wukong seized his golden tail. With a powerful tug, he yanked Salama back, following up with another punch. Bang! 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 Under the relentless assault, Salama's face could not withstand the onslaught. With one final, furious blow, it shattered, scattering golden bones and brain matter all around. Yet, a mere second later, a resplendent rainbow light flickered from Salama's neck, and a brand new golden head materialized before Wukong. After enduring the brutal beating, Salama, gazing at Wukong, attempted to reason once more. I told you, didn't I? Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, Wukong's fist silenced him, and a flurry of punches obliterated his head into fragments. Thus, the cycle of destruction and revival continued, and Wukong, exasperated, stared at the Salama enveloped in radiant light. It seemed truly impossible to kill him. As Salama rapidly restored himself, he heard Wukong's musings and interjected. Indeed, you cannot kill me, no matter how long you attack. It's all in vain. You should just give up. Humph. Gripping Salama's tail, Wukong swung him around like a meteor hammer. I have no intention of concluding it this way. With that, Wukong hurled Salama away and swiftly fired a dark, colossal projectile in his direction. As the energy wave overtook Salama and detonated, a terrifying energy storm swept through the vicinity once more. Wukong remained rooted in place, deep in thought about how to eliminate the dragon god Salama. What method could possibly work? Without finding a solution, no matter how many times he reduced Salama to ashes, he would merely reform, rendering it meaningless. After a brief moment, the powerful energy storm finally subsided, yet Wukong stood still, furrowing his brow in contemplation. From the depths of the endless darkness, threads of golden light began to flow, quickly gathering not far away and transforming back into Salama's form. After countless restorations, Salama observed Wukong's troubled demeanor and reiterated, I have already warned you, you cannot kill me. Even if you perfectly merge with my source energy, it is impossible to bring about my demise. We should part ways peacefully. After all, you cannot kill me, nor can I do anything to you. Salama's self-talk did not disrupt Wukong's thoughts. In fact, it seemed to provide a glimmer of insight. Upon hearing this, Wukong's furrowed brow relaxed, and his eyes brightened as he murmured, to merge with the source energy. I've got it. Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he shouted joyously. In the next moment, his gaze sharpened, cutting through Salama's form like a blade. Sensing the rapid shift in Wukong's expression, Salama felt an ominous premonition rising within him. Wukong fixed his stare upon Salama, articulating each word with precision. Oh, right. If it weren't for your reminder, I might have nearly forgotten. Before finishing his sentence, Wukong swiftly approached Salama, his left hand coalescing a massive dark energy wave, which he then unleashed upon Salama's golden abdomen. The terrifying force began to dismantle Salama's dragon form from within, ultimately reducing him once again to countless particles of light. However, just as these particles were about to coalesce, Wukong abruptly opened his mouth and inhaled them, devouring the luminous fragments. With this consumption, Wukong's body expanded significantly, shimmering with radiant golden light, transforming into a colossal, luminescent figure. You wretched creature, what is the meaning of this? Why do you consume me? Within Wukong's body, the intermittent voice of Salama echoed persistently, while Wukong, eyes tightly shut, began to summon the strength within him, experimenting with a newly conceived method. Indeed, this revelation is largely thanks to you. Had you not prompted me, I would not have arrived at this solution. You wretched being. Salama, within Wukong, found himself in trouble as his voice grew softer. Ignoring Salama's struggles, Wukong continued. You just mentioned that I have perfectly fused with your energy, which instantaneously sparked a bold idea in my mind. If I can flawlessly merge with a portion of your power, could I perhaps assimilate all of your strength? You are mad. Salama's voice dwindled further, becoming increasingly deep and difficult to decipher. I trust you can surmise my intentions. Indeed, I aim to devour everything about you. With that, Wukong abruptly opened his eyes, their golden brilliance suddenly revealing a dark point at their center, which gradually spread outward. Soon, his eyes were entirely black, and within the boundless expanse of the soul realm, Wukong engaged in fierce combat with Salama. The dark, translucent form of Wukong relentlessly assaulted Salama's golden luminescent essence, transforming his hands into razor-sharp blades as he frantically slashed at Salama. Faced with Wukong's onslaught, Salama's ethereal form retaliated fiercely, his golden fists meeting the black blades head-on. The two engaged in a relentless exchange of blows, neither side gaining a definitive advantage. As the stalemate persisted, both combatants grew increasingly agitated. Salama's impatience manifested in a surge of ferocity in his attacks. Observing Salama's powerful punches, Wukong deliberately retracted his hands, allowing the radiant fist to strike him. A tremendous sound resonated from his chest, yet Wukong appeared unfazed, opening his arms wide to embrace Salama fiercely. As he held onto him, a wild grin spread across his face, and he sank his teeth into Salama's shoulder. Upon taking a bite, Wukong savored the morsel, licking the remnants from his lips. Salama gasped in surprise, quickly shoving Wukong away and retreating a short distance, contemplating the significant chunk missing from his shoulder. This perilous bite shattered the previously stagnant stalemate, shifting the balance decidedly in Wukong's favor. However, it did not signify Salama's inevitable defeat, for their battle had merely commenced. How intriguing! Salama regained his composure, his golden eyes fixated intensely on Wukong, as his radiance intensified. So this is how it shall be. Let us see who is more ruthless. With that, Salama lunged at Wukong, his golden fist aimed squarely at Wukong's face. Wukong's black blade intercepted Salama's punch, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle, their respective powers colliding with a hissing sound. Realizing neither could break through, they retreated in unison, only to charge forward once again. Both black blades and fists targeted each other's abdomens, bizarrely unguarded in their assaults. With a resounding thud, Salama's fist penetrated deep into Wukong's abdomen, while Wukong's hand blade pierced through Salama's golden form. Despite their grievous injuries, both maintained their fierce resolve, embracing one another before resuming their savage bites, each taking substantial chunks from the other. Following each bite, their fists and blades resumed their relentless assault, unexpectedly delivering sudden bites amidst the chaos. Like two wild beasts, they seized every opportunity to tear at each other's flesh, intent on tearing each other apart. As time passed, the ferocity of their battle escalated, leaving indelible marks upon each other's forms. Salama lost an arm, his brilliance dimming significantly, while Wukong bore similar wounds, his body marred and irregular. The two locked eyes, battered yet unyielding, and began to gather the remnants of their soul power. Wukong was enveloped in dark energy, gradually forming a swirling black sphere. Simultaneously, Salama concentrated all his strength, emitting a fiery orange glow from his damaged body, transforming him into a radiant orange sun. With their combined might, they surged towards one another, the black and orange spheres colliding violently. The two forces of terrifying energy entwined, shaking the very fabric of the soul realm. Waves of crimson and ebony rippled from the point of contact, the energies consuming and erasing each other. As time wore on, the black and red energy spheres began to shrink. Despite the relentless depletion of their soul energy, neither showed any sign of relenting, as if determined to exhaust the other to death. As time continued its inexorable march, the spheres diminished considerably, yet both persisted, unwilling to concede. The spheres shrank to the size of their heads before erupting in an explosion of flames, one black and one red. The transparent, eerie soul fire blazed intensely, the black flames intertwining with the orange, each vying to consume the other. As the flames burned, they too began to weaken, the once mighty fiery blossoms fading one by one. Eventually, only two small flames remained, which then separated, transforming into humanoid forms. The two faced each other calmly, their eyes betraying no sign of the fierce battle that had transpired. After all, at this juncture, surrender was no longer an option. Wukong concentrated his final reserves of strength, transforming once more into a tiny flame, with Salama doing likewise. The two minuscule flames embarked on their last charge. This battle, though seemingly insignificant compared to their earlier confrontation, possessed its own unique intensity. When the two flames collided, they fused into a half-black, half-red ember. The flame continued to burn, gradually shrinking until it coalesced into a singular red flame, which soon began to shift colors, alternating between black and red in a mesmerizing dance that persisted until the flame extinguished. In an instant, the once vast soul realm lay barren, the silence rendering the previous life and death struggle an illusion. Moments later, from the very spot where the tiny flame had extinguished, a pitch-black ember ignited, growing increasingly vibrant and larger. Before long, The dark flames expanded to human size and slowly morphed into a humanoid form. That concludes this narrative. The tale has reached its end.